I woke up floating 2 meters in the air, then asterisk boom asterisk hit the ground hard. Drop. The system has been bound. System? Like in those novels? Suddenly, I had a blood red sword tattoo on my chest, and stats power 0, 5, speed 0, 5, everything 0. 5. Pathetic. Then came a mission, survived 10 minutes being chased by 2 thugs. As they nearly caught me, the system pinged, drop. Task completed. My stats doubled. I crushed those 2 like bugs. A growth weapon appeared, a box full of blades. I grabbed a knife, and my stats skyrocketed again. Then came another mission, destroy the Kowloon gang. 7 Hall Masters? Easy. I cut through them like butter. Before I knew it, I'd reached the golden elixir stage, stronger than the gang leader himself. He offered a truce, but the system wants him dead. This is just the beginning. Here in this city, in this rundown old community, I watched from my window as the security guard, clearly drunk, eyed the residents coming and going. The overflowing trash cans, buzzing with flies, painted a grim picture of neglect. My own apartment wasn't much better. Damn, I muttered, the electricity, water, and gas bills are almost due. A few days until the start of the month, and my credit card needed paying. 2 measly yuan sat in my phone. I ran a hand through my hair in frustration. Who would have thought I'd ever worry about such things? I laughed, a hollow, bitter sound. My life now was a stark contrast to what it once was. I'd attended the top university in China, only to drop out in my junior year, alienated by my professors and peers. Then I delved into the world of human anatomy, combat, poisons, bladed weapons, and firearms. Within 2 years, I'd become Southeast Asia's most dangerous assassin, the king of night hell. 6 months ago, an assassination went horribly wrong, a meticulously planned trap. Surrounded, severely wounded, I barely escaped. I used a prepared identity to recover in the nearest city, severe injuries, no hospital, the risk of exposure was too great. For 6 months, I've healed using my skills, my meager savings from this cover identity completely depleted. If only that hadn't happened in college. I could have had a normal life, I sighed. Then it happened. Drop. A qualifying host was detected. Drop. The system has been bound. Drop. Checking physical status. Who's there? Who's talking? I shouted, startled. Drop. Host, you have been bound to the most powerful system in the world. Drop. Various functions of the system are being activated. System? Like in those novels? Get stronger just by lying around? I asked hopefully. All functions have been activated. Since the host is bound for the first time, there is a chance to answer the host for free. Ding. The host does not have enough permissions to answer. Then, are there any perks to being bound to you? I tried again. Ding. The opportunity to answer host questions for free has been used. A trap, I grumbled. Don't slander the system arbitrarily. There will be punishment. Just give me a warning. Drop. Start the first mission. The host is forcibly transmitting. Hey. Wait, my vision darkened, and I blacked out. The destination has been reached and the host is forced to wake up. I woke up floating 2 meters in the air. Boom. I hit the ground hard. What the? Dust filled the air. I looked around, disoriented. Holy crap, where am I? Trees, fallen leaves, grass, poisonous insects, wild animals everywhere. The information has been sent to the host. Please phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it carefully. Blood red words appeared before my eyes. Half an hour later, I understood. The Luoxing mountain range, a site of a supposed meteorite impact, lay 100 kilometers from the nearest city, Qingyang City. Stripping off my shirt, I saw it, a palm-sized blood-red sword-shaped tattoo on my chest, the system's mark. Focusing my thoughts, 5 options appeared. 1. Task. 2. Personal information. 3. Storage space. 4. Kung Fu. 5. Equipment. I opened the task panel. Main mission: arrive at Qingyang City within 2 days. Task reward: 1, 5 attribute points, erased if failed. I closed that and checked my personal information: name, Sheen by cultivation, level 0. 5, 10, dash, power, 0, 5 speed, 0, 5 stamina, 0, 5 attack, 0, 5 defense, 0, 5 luck, 0, 5 all my stats were 0. 5. Attribute points went to cultivation level, boosting the rest. This is the most powerful system in the world? I scoffed. I'd phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme countless system novels. This point allocation was absurdly simple. Storage, skills, equipment all empty. Sighing, I adjusted my attitude and set off, following the system's guidance. A day later, I emerged from the Luoxing Mountains, my clothes torn to shreds. Finally, I breathed, looking back at the mountains. Boss, someone's coming out. Hey, boy. Over here. 2 burly men in black yelled. They brandished their blades. I steeled myself and approached. Hand over your valuables, and you'll phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme, one sneered. Be smart, and you die. He licked his lips, a chilling display of disregard for life. I don't have anything valuable, I said. Sure, one scoffed. Most folks from the Luoxing Mountains say that. We ain't strong enough to risk going in there, so we gotta make a living this way, the other added. Cut the crap, brother, just kill him and take what he's got. The first man lunged, raising his knife. Drop. Post temporary tasks. Temporary mission: survive for 10 minutes while being chased by 2 people. Task reward: 1 attribute point, erased if failed. Damn it! I cursed as the knife came down. I rolled, avoiding the blow, grabbed sand, and threw it in his face. You're asking for it, kid. I scrambled up and ran back towards the mountains. Second brother, chase. I'll cut that brat to pieces. 5 minutes in, I was gasping for breath, the 2 still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme behind. I ran, relying on my memory of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route slash phoneme, outpacing them. Even hardened men have limits, and the distance was shrinking. Sweat soaked my clothes. Who? I gasped, picturing the glint of their blades, my will to survive at its peak. Damn! How's he running so well? I'm exhausted. When we catch him, we'll make him suffer. I had one thought: 10 minutes. I didn't know what an attribute point would do, but it was my only hope. My steps grew heavy, the world around me silent. Just as they were about to catch me, the system beeped. Drop. 10 minutes are up and the task is completed. Drop. Mission rewards have been distributed. Drop. Trigger temporary task 2. The host's firm will to survive gives you a chance to survive. Please kill the 2 people who are chasing you next. Drop. The reward for the second temporary mission: a growth weapon and opening of the exploration eye. Failure obliterates. I immediately added my points. Name: Sheen by cultivation, level 1. 5, 10, dash, power, 1, 5 speed, 1, 5 stamina, 1, 5 attack, 1, 5 defense, 1, 5 luck, 1, 5 A surge of strength filled me, my exhaustion vanished. I turned, facing my pursuers. Boss, why'd he stop? He's tired. Finish him. Something feels off about him. As a top killer, my physical stats were already exceptional. Now, they were doubled. The approaching men, their knives a blur before, were moving in slow motion. That speed, it's so slow now. This power increase amazing. My body coiled, like a released spring. My fists smashed into their chests. Boom! They flew back like ragdolls. The discarded knives spun through the air after I dispatched those 2. I casually caught one. Oof! Oof! The sound of steel biting flesh, the spray of blood across my face, just another night. Those two goons never understood how a lamb could become a lion so quickly. Drop. Temporary task 2 is completed. The task reward has been issued. The exploration eye has been activated. Killing 2 men in quick succession didn't faze me. In my 2 years as an assassin, I'd seen far worse. I scanned the exploration eye's description and immediately understood its function. I focused it on one of the bodies. Name, Black Tornado Cultivation, Level 0. 6, 10, dash, power, 0, 7 speed, 0, for stamina, 0, 5 attack, 0, 8 defense, 0, 6 luck, 0, 1. This thing, it lets you know your enemy, see through any disguise. It wasn't just for people, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, it could analyze rare objects, revealing their core details. Incredible, I breathed. From my equipment slot, I pulled out a box. A growth weapon? A box? I frowned, seeing the sealed lid. Open it? I asked myself. I tore the seal, the lid sprung open. A beam of light erupted, displaying an array of weapons, knives, swords, spears, bolas, tridents. Without hesitation, I chose a long knife. I reached in, grasped the hilt, and pulled it free. Killing blade level 1. 5, 10, dash, attack, 1, 5 introduction, a blade forged for slaughter, a blade that once made countless tremble. To unlock its full potential, you'll need greater strength. Ding! The system has forcibly bound the killing blade to the host. Ding! This binding cannot be released. Ding! The attribute points of the killing blade have been shared with the host's cultivation level. Forced binding? Unbreakable? What does that mean? Growth weapons probably work like this, I mused, deciding to worry about it later. The blade's stats were linked to my cultivation level. Simple enough. The stronger I got, the stronger it would become. I drew the blade. It shimmered, cold, and unsettlingly lacking a handguard. A prickling sensation shot up my fingers when I touched the edge. With this, I could have ended those two even before my strength increased, I thought. Suddenly, the blade bucked, trying to escape my grip. I tightened my hold. At the peak of its struggle, the blood-red sword tattoo on my chest pulsed, a beam of light striking the killing blade. It stilled. What was that? Some kind of devouring entity? I wiped sweat from my brow. That reaction told me I couldn't control the blade without that system mark. I plunged the blade into the ground. After a long stare, I pulled it free. Killing blade, I am your master. Try to devour me again, and I'll melt you down. It remained inert. I set off for Qingyang City. Half a day later, Qingyang City. Millions lived here. The sheer scale of it was overwhelming. Dark red soil covered everything, ancient bricks were weathered and scarred. Up phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, I could see weapon marks on the city walls. I dug 3 feet down with my bare hands, the soil darkening from reddish-brown to a deep, black-red. How much death, how much blood, to stain this land? This city, it wasn't just unsafe, it was dangerous. Drop. The main mission is completed. The task reward has been issued. The system pinged as I passed through the city gate. I added the 1.5 attribute points to my cultivation. Name, Sheenbite Cultivation, Level 3, 10, dash, Power, 3 Speed, 3 Stamina, 3 Attack, 3 Defense, 3 Luck, 3 Killing Blade Level 3, 10, dash, Attack, 3. My stats had doubled. As I felt the changes, 2 voices cut through my thoughts. Hall Master, that's the one who killed Black Tornado. Hey, boy, come here. Black Tornado. That familiar opening line, I knew exactly what was happening. I wasn't the defenseless lamb I'd been leaving the Luoxing Mountains. I turned to face them. 2 figures. A young man with a hooked nose and sunken eyes led them. You killed my Jiulong gang member? The man beside him spoke, deferential to the hook-nosed one, condescending towards me. Drop. Main Mission 2, destroy the Kowloon gang. Task reward, level, dash, killing sword technique, 5 attribute points. Failure obliterates. Drop. Side mission, kill all the leaders of the Kowloon Gang, 07, task reward, 1 attribute point will be awarded for each hall leader killed, and an additional 3 attribute points will be awarded after all are killed. Failure will deduct 10 attribute points. If the attributes are insufficient, it will be wiped out. Drop. Temporary mission, kill the 2 people in front of you. Task reward, first level killing sword technique, 1 attribute. Failure obliterates. I'm talking to you. Kneel, admit your mistake, and let us bind you. The young man spat, lunging with a dagger when I ignored him. Careful. Hooknose yelled. Finished talking? Then go to hell. I grinned, drawing the killing blade. Swish. Swish. Before he could react, the blade cleaved him in 2. Arg, he screamed. You're asking for it. Hooknose snarled, drawing his soft sword. I dodged, kicked him flying, then pressed my attack. Clang. 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 The killing blade and the soft sword clashed dozens of times. He barely parried my blows. Crack. The soft sword cracked. Impossible. It's a foundation building weapon, he shrieked, as more cracks spread, ending with a final shattering clang. The killing blade found its mark, piercing his heart. I didn't look back at the corpses as I continued my walk. Drop. Temporary task completed. The task reward has been issued. Drop. Side mission to kill all hall leaders, completed 1-7, the task reward has been issued. Someone quickly removed the bodies. City residents were used to such scenes. Remembering Hooknose's mention of foundation building, I queried the system. System, foundation building, is that the first level in this world? Yes. Ding. In order to facilitate the host to compare the local power system in various major worlds in the future, the cultivation annotation is specially opened. Please open the personal information panel to view it. I opened my panel, adding the 2 attribute points. Name, Sheen by cultivation level, first level middle stage of foundation building, 5-10, power, 5 speed, 5 stamina, 5 attack, 5 defense, 5 luck, 5 killing blade level 5-10, dash, attack, 5. I opened my skills panel. Killing sword technique level 5-10, dash, attack, 5 introduction, a legendary sword technique, created alongside the killing blade, specifically for assassination. Its full story will be revealed when you're strong enough. Ding. The attribute points of the killing sword technique have been shared with the host's cultivation level. My stroll through Qingyang City wasn't aimless, I was watching the tail that followed me. Passive defense wasn't an option, I'd take the initiative. In a back alley, I slammed a skinny, mouse-eyed kid against a wall. Tell me everything about the Kowloon Gang. Ahem, please, I'll tell you, he stammered, blood staining his face. I memorized his words, then pressed harder. Bang! Arg! My hand was far stronger now. He blacked out. After reviving him, I made him repeat everything until I had accurate intel. The Kowloon Gang, a low-key operation. The leader had achieved foundation building half a year ago, he was now at the early golden elixir stage. 7 hall masters served him, the main hall master was the strongest, in the late foundation building stage. The dead Hooknose was the weakest, barely at early foundation building. The others were in the middle stage. When I left, the kid was more exhaled than inhaled. Kowloon Gang headquarters. Crash. A shattered teacup. Old Seven's dead, the leader growled. This is an affront. Anyone who kills him gets 500 low-grade spirit stones. Yes, boss. In a courtyard, I kicked open a door. A shirtless man was receiving a report. His eyes widened. It's you. Indeed. 6th Hall Master? You dared to come to my door, he said, almost gleeful. Swish. Before he reacted, the killing blade sliced his throat. Blood sprayed everywhere, his head flew. Too much chatter, I muttered. Drop. Side mission to kill all hall leaders, completed 2-7, the task reward has been issued. I moved on. A brothel. Hey there, handsome. Pick me, you won't regret it. The bolder women flirted, trying to cling to me. Get lost. I snarled. Swish. The killing blade appeared in my hand. I headed straight for the 3rd floor, a restricted area. Shoo. Shoo. I burst through the door. A couple, naked and entwined. Arg. The woman screamed. Who are you? The man asked, surprisingly calm. 4th Hall Master? Indeed. The one who killed you, ask him in hell. My tone was frigid. Clang. Clang. 2 dead bodies. Drop. Side mission to kill all hall leaders, completed 3-7, the task reward has been issued. Downstairs, thugs swarmed me. Rotten fish and shrimps, step aside. I moved, a blur of steel. Blood fountained from one's throat. Swish. Another's heart shattered. I was a tiger among sheep, a massacre in minutes. Similar scenes played out in casinos. Kowloon Gang HQ. 6th Hallmaster is dead. 4th Hallmaster is dead. 2nd Hallmaster is dead. 6 down in 2 hours. The gang leader was livid, trashing his surroundings. Where's the main Hallmaster? Sir, he's engaged with that man. Let's go. 6 Hallmasters, I'll make him regret this. Main Hallmaster's residence. I had 3 wounds, 2 chest, 1 abdomen. The well-prepared Hallmaster used a hidden weapon when I entered. His condition was worse, his left arm was severed, a deep wound grazed his heart. He broke out in cold sweat just recalling that near-fatal strike. What a ruthless bastard, he thought. I said nothing, staring at him impassively. He trembled. How did the Kowloon Gang provoke such a monster? I lunged, blade aimed at his heart. He dodged, landing a punch to my heart. I barely shifted, taking the brunt of it. The blade found its mark, severing his remaining arm. Arg! He was trying to flee, the last of his sanity screaming, *run*. He saw the unmoved expression on my face after the blow that should have ended me, if I'd made even the slightest mistake. Cough. I coughed up blood. The blow wasn't as effortless as it seemed. Wiping away the blood, I pressed the attack. His defenses crumbled. No, no. I'll be your dog. Just don't kill me. He laughed and cried hysterically. Swish. The blade pierced his heart. His eyes glazed over. Hold. A voice boomed. The Kowloon Gang leader entered, calm demeanor masking his turmoil. Drop. The side mission of killing all the hall leaders has been completed. The task reward has been issued. Perfect foundation building skills. You dare. He hissed. My stats reflected the rewards. Name, Shinbai cultivation level, level 10 complete foundation building, 10, dash, breakthrough possible, power, 10 speed, 10 stamina, 10 attack, 10 defense, 10 luck, 10 killing blade first level, 10 can break through, attack, 10 killing sword technique level 10, dash, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 10 4 more attribute points awaited, 1 for the final kill, 3 for completing the side quests. I poured all 4 attribute points into my cultivation base. Breakthrough. My body crackled, something shattering within. The process was swift, a surge of power flooding me. This wasn't just a numerical increase, it was a qualitative leap. I was so weak before, I thought. I checked my stats. Name, Shinbai cultivation level, 2nd level early stage of golden elixir, 1450, power, 14 speed, 14 stamina, 14 attack, 14 defense, 14 luck, 14 killing blade level 14, 50, dash, attack, 14 killing sword technique level 10, dash, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 10 You're the Kowloon Gang leader? I asked. The exploration I revealed he was also in the early golden elixir stage, his stats slightly above mine. Impossible. You just reached foundation building, and now you're golden elixir? You're hiding your strength. He didn't believe my instantaneous breakthrough. My friend, given your golden core cultivation and the fact you killed 7 of my men, let's call it even, he offered. It was foolish to fight someone of equal strength, especially an unknown one. He could train more men, but a golden elixir opponent was a different matter entirely. Strength breeds respect. It seems that's you. I ignored him. The system would erase me if I didn't kill him. The feud was already deep-seated. I wasn't one for diplomacy. He cursed under his breath, seeing my battle stance. Madman. Killing sword technique, first style, slaughter. I unleashed the killing blade, its high-frequency vibrations humming with a chilling, bloodthirsty aura. This was my first time using it. The previous hallmasters were too weak, easily dispatched without it. He paled. That sword, that technique, it's terrifying. A dangerous aura emanated from me. He sensed that a direct confrontation would end badly for him. He fled. I pursued him, my enhanced speed bringing me instantly behind him. What in the hell? How is he so fast? He had no escape. A long sword materialized, he turned to face me, defiance in his eyes. I slashed down, he blocked. Clang! A brutal force shot up his arm, numbing it. Strong, he gritted out. Crack! Crack! The bluestone beneath his feet began to fissure. Snap! The ground gave way, scattering in all directions. Cut! I roared, increasing my power. Arg! Sweat beaded on his brow. What kind of monster is this? Unbelievable speed, power, endurance. He didn't know my stats were perfectly balanced, making me a flawless killing machine. Crack! His sword shattered. His weapon broken, his doom sealed. My weapons, they're no match, I surrender. My wealth is yours. Spare me, he pleaded. I didn't speak, my attack unrelenting. The Tang family will not let you go, he shrieked. His sword cracked further. Click. Click. Crash. It broke. Swish. The killing blade cleaved him in two. I exhaled. Drop. Main Mission 2, Destroy the Kowloon Gang, completed. The task reward has been issued. I added the points, breaking through the killing sword technique's level cap. Name, Sheen by cultivation level, 2nd level, early stage of golden elixir, 1950, power, 19 speed, 19 stamina, 19 attack, 19 defense, 19 luck, 19 killing blade level 19, 50, dash, attack, 19 killing sword technique level 19, 50, dash, attack, 19. If I'd had this before, the gang leader would be dead in one blow. The killing sword technique's breakthrough was a huge upgrade. I understood my own strength now. Early golden elixir, I was unbeatable. I could even contend with mid-stage golden elixir. Drop. The epic mission begins. Epic mission, obtain the star core in the Falling Star Mountains within 3 months. Mission reward, return to Blue Star, 10 attribute points, 3rd level killing sword technique, and awakening to the secret realm once. Failure obliterates. Drop. Main Mission 3 starts. Main Mission 3, go to the Tang family to obtain the Tang family's secret treasure, the star-fixing compass. Note, if you want to find the star core of the Falling Star Mountains, it is best to have the assistance of a fixed star compass. Task reward, 8 attribute points, open the system mall. Failure obliterates. Drop. The preconditions for the war mission are triggered. If the host chooses to befriend the Tang family, the war mission will be converted into a side mission. If you choose to stand on the opposite side of the Tang family, a war mission will begin. Note, war missions are wars waged by one person, to kill, conquer, and plunder to become the strongest. Note, war missions are extremely dangerous. Star Core? Tang family? War mission? These were intertwined. The star compass was key to the Star Core. Before he died, the gang leader mentioned the Tang family wouldn't let me go. I considered this. A peaceful solution is unlikely. Even if we were friendly, they wouldn't give up the star compass. The most direct method is theft. And a friendly approach would be pointless. The war mission's danger remains unknown. I took a ring from the gang leader's finger, his weapons were in there. My enhanced senses penetrated the ring. About 1 cubic meter of space. I emptied it, trinkets, spirit stones, and a token inscribed with a large tang. The Tang family's secret symbol. Swish. The blade cut the token in two. My hostility was declared. In a restaurant, I sat near the window, a table laden with food. It was the first decent meal I'd had since arriving in the Luoxing Mountains. Word of the Kowloon gang's annihilation spread like wildfire. I overheard snippets of conversation in the restaurant. Did you hear? The Kowloon gang messed with the wrong person. From the leader down, everyone's dead. Less than a day. The low-level Kowloon gang? Their leader just hit Golden Core. Unbelievable. Their arrogance grew after their leader's breakthrough. They hit a brick wall. Their killer was ruthless. The Kowloon gang is finished. I saw their members fleeing with the loot. Later, at the Tang family's inner meeting, I learned more. Tang Jintian, their head, was rumored to be a nascent soul cultivator. 300 years ago, our ancestors discovered a star-fixing compass and learned of a star core in the Luoxing Mountains. It could elevate the Tang family to the top. The star core appears in 3 months. Our family's rise depends on this. Anyone who threatens our plan will die. He turned to the second elder, head of intelligence. Second brother, anything noteworthy? Master, nothing significant. Just a low-level gang, their top brass all killed. Tang Jintian barely reacted. Found the killer? A stranger, likely early Golden Core. Kill him. He's just a nobody. Yes. Back at the restaurant, I was eating. Dang dang dang, footsteps above. A group of 5 approached. Snap. A token, split in 2, landed on my table. You did this? The leader sneered. I put down my chopsticks. Before I could answer, someone else spoke. 6th young master, take this trash back to the family for a slow death. 6th young master nodded. His 4 followers surrounded me. Curious whispers filled the restaurant. Who is he? Even the Tang family's most famous playboy is in trouble. Last time, 6th young master harassed the Wang family's daughter, his father apologized. And gave up several shops. He's been restless since his release. The exploration I revealed 2 foundation establishment and 2 early Golden Core cultivators among the 4, with 6th young master himself at mid-Golden Core. The Tang family arrived sooner than expected, I said calmly. I've been waiting. Go quietly, or you'll regret it. He threatened. Swish. The killing blade flashed. I sliced the throats of 2 men. Clang. Clang. The 2 Golden Core cultivators blocked in time. The remaining 2, only foundation establishment, were less fortunate, blood spurted from their wounds. You dare kill in front of me? 6th young master roared, aghast. I met his gaze calmly. He visibly faltered, remembering his father's methods of forced advancement. Suddenly confident, he straightened. Today, you die. Too much talk, I said. Killing sword technique, slaughter. The blade vibrated, radiating an aura of slaughter. Careful, he warned. Bang! Bang! 2 more heads flew. It was over before many even realized what was happening. Who is that? He dared to kill Tang family members? I know him. He destroyed the Kowloon gang. The Tang family is a much bigger fish. He's made a grave mistake. He's insane. Stay away. I ignored the commotion, wiped my blade, and pointed it at 6th young master. They're dead. Your turn. No. Don't. He trembled, pulling out a dagger. His hand shook as he backed away like a frightened woman. I shook my head at his pathetic display. Swish! The blade pierced his heart, shattering it. Ding! The host has become completely hostile to the Tang family, and the war mission has begun. War mission: no external forces are allowed to destroy the Tang family within 3 months. Failure to do so will obliterate them. Task reward: each time you kill an important figure of the Tang family, you will be rewarded with 5 attribute points. 20 points from the Tang family destruction reward system mall and a primary Tianhuang body. Note: a war waged by one person against a group of people, let the enemy tremble in fear. I walked downstairs, the diners avoiding my gaze. The waiter cowered. How much? I asked. 5 low-grade spirit stones, he stammered, his voice barely audible. Thanks to my heightened senses, I could clearly hear him. I paid and left. Few the diners breathed a collective sigh of relief once I was gone. That madman killed 6th young master. He won't phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live / phoneme past tomorrow. An hour, maybe. The waiter approached the owner, visibly shaken. Boss, what do we do about upstairs? The owner, whose position made 6th young master's death a serious problem, could do nothing. Snap. A sharp slap hit the waiter. What do I do? I'd like to know. He sighed. Don't touch anything. Notify the Tang family. At the Tang family, 6th young master and his 4 corpses lay before the second elder, his face grim. One moment alive, the next a corpse. The second elder muttered, "We're in trouble." 6th young master was still in solitary, but I got him released. I thought it was low risk, but now big trouble. Dang 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 footsteps. Tang Jintian entered, his gaze fixed on the body. Explain yourselves. The second elder recounted the events. Master, I didn't anticipate this. Punish me. Tang Jintian clenched and unclenched his fists, then spoke. It's not your fault. 6th young master was his dead concubine's son, his feelings were complex. Master, what now? The second elder asked cautiously. Before dawn, that restaurant is gone. And Lao Wu will join 6th young master. Leaving the restaurant, I was planning my next move against the Tang family when a butler-dressed man appeared. My hand instinctively went to my blade. He saw my readiness to kill and thought, serving such a murderer a blessing or a curse for the young mistress? Sigh. He quickly smiled. Sir, my master requests your presence. Who's your master? I asked, remaining vigilant. He produced a token engraved with a wang. You'll see. A Wang family member? I mused. I recalled the restaurant conversations. 6th young master had molested a Wang family daughter, resulting in imprisonment. Sensing no hostility from the butler, I assessed my situation. I decimated the Kowloon gang and just killed 6th young master. A war with the Tang family was inevitable, the war mission loomed. Reconciliation was impossible. I was alone, but not weak. Allying with the Wang family could improve my position, buy me time, and bolster my strength. I was decisive in killing, but not stupid. I knew how to leverage resources. My expression softened. I lowered my hand, nodding to the butler. He wiped imaginary sweat from his brow, clearly relieved. At the Wang family estate, in a courtyard, a man and a woman stood by a pond, aside from servants. The man, in yellow robes, was handsome and aristocratic. The woman, in simple clothes, had a gentle demeanor. Third brother, are you also interested in him? She asked. Sister Jiro, when I arrived, I heard about the man who killed 6th young master. I had to meet the one who dared to challenge the Tang family. He said, smiling warmly. The butler entered. Miss, our guest awaits. Jiro chided him. Why not bring him in? We don't want to give the impression of bad manners. Right away, Mississippi. I surveyed the Wang estate, its opulence striking. Asterisk on Blue Star, this would be a top-tier family, asterisk I thought. Sorry to keep you waiting, the butler panted, arriving breathless. It's fine, I replied calmly. Each family has its protocols. I followed him to Jiro. She smiled. My apologies for the delay. I'm Wang Jiro. May I have your name? She was breathtakingly beautiful. I understood Sixth Young Master's actions instantly. But I remained composed. Qin Bai. Why did you summon me? To thank you for killing that scoundrel, Tang Lu. It's been a heavy burden. My sister was born unable to cultivate. If you hadn't acted, I might never have had my revenge. Relief filled her voice. She paused, then sighed. Mr. Qin, allow me to introduce Mr. Huang from the imperial capital. Call me Huang-san, he smiled. Let's not stand here. The feast is ready. We went to a pavilion, the table laden with food. Huang-san spoke first. Mr. Qin, you've made powerful enemies. What's your plan? I'll face the consequences, I said simply. Heroic. A toast. He raised his glass. Let's eat. This is monster meat from outside Qingyang City. Very rare, Jiro said. We dined, conversing. I learned much from Huang-san and Jiro. Qingyang City was controlled by three major forces: the city lord's mansion, the Wang family, generations old, with strong ties to the imperial capital. Their attitude must be respected even by the city lord, and the Tang family, a recent branch from the imperial capital, seemingly searching for something. They escorted me to the gate. Jiro produced a small box. A small token of my gratitude, 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Be careful of the Tang family's revenge. I looked at her intently before accepting. Thank you. Huang-san presented a dragon-shaped jade token. In case of life or death, this might save you. Why help me? I asked. Huang-san laughed. Perhaps someday I'll need your aid. Jiro added, keep it. I'm envious of third brother's jade token. Thank you for your hospitality, I said, departing. Jiro turned to Huang-san. Third brother, you're showing him too much favor. That jade token. He looked at the moon. The situation is worsening. I came here for respite. Staying in the center of this storm will drive a man mad. If he truly helps me one day, a jade token will be insignificant. I judge character well. If this man doesn't die, little Qingyang City won't hold him. The most important thing is, he avenged Jiro. That's why I helped him. Jiro spoke softly, it's cold. Let's go inside. Fifth master, he's out. Ha? Already? A sleepy, middle-aged man wiped drool from his mouth. He wasn't fully awake. He stretched. That kept me waiting from afternoon to evening. Kill him. He dared to attack the Tang family. Fifth master, he left the Wang family late. Maybe they're involved. So what? We'll deal with them later. Go. Kill him, and return. Leaving the Wang family, I remained vigilant. I knew the Tang family wouldn't let it go. And 2 streets later, I was surrounded. Die, kid. Tang Woya, wielding a mountain-splitting axe, attacked from above. Swish. I drew the killing blade. Clang. A powerful blow sent me reeling back. The exploration I revealed 8 golden core cultivators, 4 early stage, 3 mid-stage, and 1 late stage. They were aiming for a swift kill. Impressive defense for an early golden core. Let's see you escape this, Tang Woya sneered, confident. Escape? Why run? I grinned, bloodthirsty. Boom! Thunder cracked, and rain began to fall, soon a downpour. Killing sword technique, second style, punishment. This was a group attack. Since the technique's upgrade, I hadn't had the chance to use it. The blade shimmered in the rain, slicing through the night like a crescent moon, engulfing all 8. Clang! Clang. Clang. Weapons clashed. Crack. First one down, I stated, calmly severing a early golden core cultivator's weapon and then his head. Swish. Another mid-stage cultivator, caught off guard, lost an arm to the killing blade, his scream echoing. No. Swish. A swift strike pierced another early golden core cultivator's heart, shattering it with the blade's vibration. Second one. Clang. I bisected an early golden core cultivator. Third. After this round, 3 were dead, 1 badly injured, and 3 others also wounded. Only Tang Wuye was unscathed. I'll kill you. Tang Wuye roared, enraged by the sight of the corpses. His axe came down hard, I evaded, pushing it aside. I attacked the remaining 4. Don't let him escape. Tang Wuye bellowed. Idiot, I said coldly. I swear, I'll make you regret this. Killing sword technique, slaughter. The killing blade vibrated. I targeted the injured mid-stage golden core cultivator first. Swish. He barely blocked, but his spirit broke. Fifth master, save him, his head rolled. Fourth one down. I said, mockingly, to Tang Wuye. Arg. Speed wasn't Tang Wuye's strength. He could only watch me kill. Killing sword technique, extermination. The blade swept across the remaining 3 like a crescent moon. Arg. I refused to accept this. Swish. Fifth. No. Don't. Swish. Sixth. Fifth master, help. No. Don't kill me, swish. Seventh. I wiped my blade, pointing it at Tang Wuye. They're dead. Your turn. The air reeked of blood. I'll torture you. He screamed. Swish. I lunged. Clang. He blocked my first blow, unsurprising for a late golden core cultivator. Killing sword technique, slaughter. My blade aimed at his heart, his axe blocked. At the last moment, the blade changed course, slicing towards his legs. He leaped back, narrowly avoiding it. Such a dirty tactic. He yelled. I remained silent. He phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme my mind, idiot. Arg. I'll tear you apart. Mountain splitting axe, mountain splitting. His already ferocious attack was amplified, engulfing me. Killing sword technique, slaughter. X3, my face paled after 3 consecutive uses. Clang. 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 I struck the axe's center 3 times, forcing it off course. It slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. I attacked. Swish. The blade slashed at his throat. He threw away his axe, desperate to avoid a fatal wound. Swish. The blade carved a deep gash across his back, exposing bone. Hiss. Killing sword technique, slaughter. I continued relentlessly. He fought back. Clang. Clang. Swish. Swish. A dozen blows exchanged, leaving him with a chest wound and me with 3 axe wounds bleeding freely. Mountain splitting axe, sweep. He attacked with a wide arc. Who? The axe narrowly missed my head, a strand of hair fell. My expression didn't change. Before his attack ended, I moved in. Swish. The killing blade pierced his shoulder. The battle was a dance with death, an intoxicating rush. A black-red energy bloomed in my blade, spreading across its surface. A similar glow appeared in my eyes, a bloodthirsty grin spread across my face. My only thought was to kill. Killing sword technique, slaughter. Clang. After his axe blocked my attack, I went into a frenzy. Killing sword technique, slaughter. X3, clang. 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 Tang Wuye was on the defensive, cursing internally. Asterisk, damn it. Is he insane? Where does he get this stamina? Asterisk clang. 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 My attacks were powerful and relentless. His arm went numb from the shock. Clang. Clang. His numb arm couldn't hold the axe, it flew away, struck by the killing blade. Swish. The blade sliced across his throat. Boom. He fell, blood mingling with the rain. The bloodlust faded, I gasped, catching my breath. The black-red energy in the killing blade receded, and the abnormal coloration in my pupils returned to normal. Ding! For killing Tang Wuya, one of the important figures of the Tang family, the reward of 5 attribute points has been distributed. I added the points, checking my status. Name, Shinbai cultivation level, 2nd level middle stage of golden elixir, 2450, power, 24 speed, 24 stamina, 24 attack, 24 defense, 24 luck, 24 killing blade level 24, 50, attack, 24 killing sword technique level 24, 50, attack, 24 I collected the 8 golden core rings in Tang Wuya's axe, leaving the scene. A figure emerged, I'd recognize him anywhere. Huang San. He clapped. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. But what was that? Even I felt that murderous aura. Brother Qin has many secrets. He watched me go, a playful glint in his eyes. Back at the Tang family, the second elder listened to the report, staring at the 8 corpses, each killed differently. Boom! He smashed a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme in rage. Trash. Useless trash. You couldn't even kill an early golden core. Tang Jintian entered, grim-faced, looking at the bodies. Even 5th brother is dead? The second elder trembled. Master, he's dead. I understand. His expression remained unchanged. He turned to leave. Something big is about to happen. The second elder seethed with hatred. With 6th and 5th dead, Tang Jintian's wrath would fall on him. Tang Jintian rose into the air, his ascent accelerating. Flying a hallmark of the nascent soul realm. He flew towards me. Halfway there, a voice stopped him. Master Tang, out so late? Perhaps we could share some tea? It was Wang Zong. Wang Zong, are you stopping me? That kid has nothing to do with your family. Wang Zong was calm. I don't want to interfere, but my daughter pleaded with me. She doesn't want him dead. Tang Jintian laughed. You think I'm a child, Wang Zong? Wang Zong sighed. I know you're not. But some people want him alive. He held up 3 fingers. Tang Jintian's expression changed. He's here. Wang Zong nodded. You're right. Leave. Offending him next year will be your death anniversary. Tang Jintian left without a word. Wang Zong muttered, I've offended one, and now another at the city lord's mansion. Tang Jintian met Nan Tianlong. City lord, my son and Tang Wuya are dead. Order their deaths. Nan Tianlong stroked his beard. You should handle this yourself. Why come to me? Tang Jintian trembled, mentioning the rules and demanding justice. Nan Tianlong dismissed him. I'll handle this. Tang Jintian left, sensing Nan Tianlong's hesitation. Huang San emerged from behind a screen. Nan Tianlong asked deferentially, Young master, what should we do? Huang San was nonchalant. Leave it. I'll handle things if necessary. Tang Jintian returned to the Tang family, summoning the second elder. Tell 7th elder to end his seclusion. 3rd, 4th, and 7th elders are to kill that man. The second elder was shocked. Master, that's excessive. It's been 10 years since the 3 elders acted together. Do it. I want his head in 3 days. I bandaged my wounds and set out, planning another strike against the Tang family. Using the information from Jiro, I found their warehouse. Outside a brothel, I kicked the door open, my blade gleaming. Arg! The women screamed. The madam charged forward. You'll regret this. Swish! My blade cut her throat. Is this sufficient explanation? Screams echoed. Doors opened, disheveled men emerged, shouting threats. I plucked a woman's hairpin. Whoosh! It flew, narrowly missing a man upstairs. He paled, realizing the danger. Who dares disturb my business? Scarface, followed by 20 men, appeared. The exploration I showed Scarface to be late Golden Core, his underlings were below Golden Core. They surrounded me. Bomb Master, we'll handle this. You brat! Don't you know who this is? You dare intrude on Bomb Master's territory? Kneel and beg for mercy. I ignored their chatter, holding up 3 fingers. 3 seconds to disappear. He's giving us 3 seconds. 3. Ha! That's a good one. 2. Scared? Ha 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 ha. 1. Swish. I drew the blade. Killing sword technique, extermination. The blade engulfed them. Not good. He's mid-Golden Core. Bomb Master finally realized the danger. Swish. 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 The killing blade's arc finished. Except for Bomb Master, everyone who'd been yelling moments before was dead. The commotion had roused the brothel's guests, they emerged to witness a massacre. These ordinary people had never seen such carnage. The timid ones urinated themselves, the bolder ones turned pale, many vomiting. Silence, then utter pandemonium. The stench of blood, cries, screams, and running feet filled the air. I stood amidst the carnage, a demon from hell, surveying the panicked crowd. The noise subsided, fear silenced them. A woman sobbed, muffling her cries. I looked at Bomb Master, calm as ever. Your turn. Ridiculous. You think you can kill me? He scoffed. Oh, someone else didn't believe it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either / phoneme. Fifth brother, perhaps you remember him? I said, unhurriedly. Killing sword technique, slaughter. I attacked, he drew a soft sword. Swish. Clang. Clang. Steel met steel, sparks flying. After several exchanges, his soft sword was riddled with cracks, while my killing blade gleamed, flawless. Clang. 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 After more than 10 strikes, the killing blade pierced his throat. Boom. He fell. His dying breath caught my words, from your eyes, I see you new fifth brother. Join him. Ding. Kill Tang Bei, one of the important figures of the Tang family, and the reward of 5 attribute points has been distributed. I added the points, collected his ring, and addressed the terrified crowd. Leave. They fled like they'd received a pardon. Within half an hour, the brothel was empty. I set it ablaze, watching the smoke billow before departing. The same chaos erupted throughout Xinjiang City. This night was destined for unrest. After killing Tang Bei, my stats were: name, Xinbai cultivation level, 2nd level middle stage of golden elixir, 2950, power, 29 speed, 29 stamina, 29 attack, 29 defense, 29 luck, 29 killing blade level 29, 50, dash, attack, 29 killing sword technique level 29, 50, dash, attack, 29 at the Tang family, reports piled high on Tang Jintian's desk. His eyes blazed with fury. Family head, our losses in Xinjiang City are about 1/3, hundreds are dead, the second elder reported. Damn it! He roared, smashing a valuable phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals VZ vase / phoneme. Family head, our spies in the Wang family say his name is Qin Bai. His origins are unknown. He appeared out of nowhere. Qin Bai, he muttered. The news spread through Xinjiang City. Last night, almost 1/3 of the Tang family's businesses were destroyed. They angered someone powerful. Powerful? A young man killed 6th young master. The Tang family retaliated, even 5th master was killed. I could still smell the blood this morning. At the Wang family estate, Wang Zong reviewed the reports, a bitter smile on his face. This kid is trouble. I protected him from Tang Jintian, now I've offended the Tang family. Before dawn, I left Xingyang City, returning to the Luoxing Mountains. Staying in Xingyang City was suicide. After a quick meal, I waited along the only path into the Sunset Mountains. By afternoon, 3 figures appeared. The exploration I showed 2 late golden core cultivators and 1 perfect golden core far stronger than Tang Wuya. 10 attribute points gained from killing Tang Wuyi and Tang Bei made me confident in a 1-on-3 fight, though a kill was less certain. My plan formed. I waited, blade in hand, as they approached. Third brother, that kid fled to the Luoxing Mountains. One-eyed fourth master Tang spoke. He's fast. This is going to be painful, third master Tang, one-armed, replied. Tang Chia, trailing behind, his eyes half closed, warned, be careful. There's something odd about him. I examined fifth brother's body. And the fight showed his weapon is extraordinary. He's strong, fast, and tenacious. Carelessness could be fatal. Fourth master Tang scoffed. Seventh brother, it's not that serious. A mere early golden core cultivator? Third master Tang agreed. Tang Chia countered, fourth brother, remember how you lost your eye? Third brother, your arm? Their expressions hardened, but their attitude remained unchanged. He sighed, ceasing to argue. I waited, silently counting down. 3, 2, 1. Swish. Fourth, watch out. Fourth brother, look out. Killing sword technique, slaughter. The killing blade, gleaming green in the sunlight, vibrated, slashing at fourth master Tang, the weakest. He rolled, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The blade tore a deep gash across his back. I turned and fled towards the Luoxing Mountains. Damn brat! Stop! Third master Tang roared. Fourth brother, are you all right? Tang Chia asked. Fine. Just a mosquito bite, fourth master Tang said calmly, despite the sweat on his brow. If I catch him, I'll skin him alive. Third master Tang seethed. After a quick bandage, fourth master Tang said, we chase. If I catch him, I'll cut him to pieces. From a tree, I watched them pursue me, mockingly. Idiots. Die slowly. That night, I was a ghost, ambushing them repeatedly. I never stayed to fight, only striking and vanishing, driving them mad. Damn brat. You're so underhanded. Third master Tang cursed. Our water sources were poisoned. Tang Chia revealed a silver needle, one half silver, the other pitch black, from a water source. The next dawn found them exhausted, hungry, thirsty, and sleep-deprived, facing the dangers of the Luoxing Mountains and my constant attacks. Third brother, is there any water left in your ring? Fourth master Tang asked, his face ashen. It's gone. I thought this was a sure thing, but I didn't prepare properly, third master Tang admitted, regret lacing his voice. I still have some food and water. Enough until tonight, Tang Chia called from ahead. Asterisk almost time, asterisk I thought, observing them. Fourth master Tang, lagging behind, spat blood red mixed with green. Fourth brother, what's wrong? Third master Tang asked anxiously. Cough cough I might be poisoned, fourth master Tang gasped, his voice weak. Poisoned? When? Chia approached, ripping off fourth master Tang's bandages. The wound from my killing blade was green. Well played, fourth master Tang said, a mix of admiration and bitterness in his voice. The boat capsized in the gutter as they focused on him. I attacked. Swish. Killing sword technique, Ziju. The killing blade swept around them like a crescent moon. Third and Chia protected the incapacitated fourth master Tang, focusing on defending against my attack. The poison? Thanks to the Tang family. I'd pilfered it from one of their pawnshops. The wool comes from the sheep, I thought. My attack feigned a focus on the already poisoned fourth master Tang, while targeting third master Tang. Die! I shouted. The blade arced towards fourth master Tang. Fourth brother, watch out. Third Master Tang parried with his sword. But the blade changed course, striking him. Swish! A 3-foot gash opened across his arm. I withdrew, taunting, by the way, the blade's poisoned. Good luck. Third brother, is he serious? Xie asked. I don't know, but Third Master Tang looked at the unconscious Fourth Master Tang, torn between hope and dread. He gambled there was no poison. But a wrong guess meant death. He decided. He handed his sword to Xie. Seventh brother, do it. Are you sure? Xie hesitated. Third Master Tang gritted his teeth, nodding. Swish! Xie severed his remaining arm. Hiss! The arm fell, agony flooding him. Xie applied medicine. From afar, I watched. Even as an enemy, their decisiveness commanded respect. But kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. I aimed to break them from within. My voice cut through the air. Just kidding. No poison. You. I'll make you pay. Third Master Tang raged. Withdraw. Xie said hoarsely, realizing their mistake. They were outmatched, outmaneuvered. One was poisoned, one severely wounded, all were weakened. A night of pursuit had led them deep into the Luoxing Mountains. Asterisk they can't escape, asterisk I thought. They were carrying 2 oil flasks, they were vulnerable. Killing sword technique, Ziju. Clang. Clang. Killing sword technique, slaughter. Clang. Clang. My frequent attacks wore on them. Xie, who had remained calm, finally exploded. Xinbai, fight fair. Stop these underhanded attacks. Yu Tang family sent 2 late golden core and a perfect golden core cultivator. And you call asterisk that asterisk skill? I mocked from the shadows. He fell silent, focusing on defense. By nightfall, they'd barely covered a quarter of a day's distance. Xie looked at their wounds. Third Master Tang was weak, Fourth Master Tang was near death, and his own wounds were greening. His injuries were sustained protecting them. I could have killed them at any point. I didn't because the 2 living men kept Xie distracted. If they were dead, he'd flee, I couldn't guarantee killing him then. Xinbai, let's talk. We'll give you everything. We'll convince our family head to stop pursuing you. Please let them phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme, Xie pleaded sincerely. I ignored him. Silence was a potent weapon, crushing their spirits. Xinbai. Don't push us too far. His tone was harsh. Must you kill them all? Dawn broke. 2 days and nights had passed. I was still energized, they were broken eyes dull, hair disheveled, bloodshot. Time to send them to meet the King of Hell, I whispered, stroking the killing blade. Swish. Killing sword technique, Ziju. Again? Xie braced himself. Clang. My full force struck Xie, he stumbled back. Not good. He shouted. Swish. The blade sliced across his throat. Ding. For killing Tang Sai, one of the important figures of the Tang family, the reward of 5 attribute points has been distributed. Swish. The blade pierced the weakened Third Master Tang's heart, shattering it. Ding. Kill Tang San, one of the important figures of the Tang family, and the reward of 5 attribute points has been distributed. 10 attribute points boosted my cultivation. I launched my final attack. Killing sword technique, slaughter. Clang. His arm went numb from the impact. Impossible. Your strength increased so much? He exclaimed. Were you hiding your cultivation? Funny. The Tang family 3 great talents unseen for 10 years and they fell to a junior, I said. Clang. 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 Crack. His sword began to crack. Snap. It shattered. Swish. His head fell. Too much talk, I said, looking at his body. The Tang family 3 great talents pathetic. Ding. For killing Tang Xie, one of the important figures of the Tang family, the reward of 5 attribute points has been distributed. I added the points. Name, Xinbai cultivation level, 2nd level late stage of golden elixir, 4450, power, 44 speed, 44 stamina, 44 attack, 44 defense, 44 luck, 44 killing blade level 44, 50, dash, attack, 44 killing sword technique level 44, 50, dash, attack, 44 my strength was now sufficient to defeat all 3 head-on, even a perfect golden core cultivator. After collecting the 3 space rings, an idea struck me. At the Tang family residence in Xingyang City, a crowd had gathered, mostly to gawk. 3 heads hung from the gate. Is that 4th Master Tang? Someone whispered. And 3rd and 7th Masters. What happened? Who did they offend? Even their top 3 are dead. The 2nd elder and his men rushed out, their faces ashen at the sight of the 3 dead masters. They removed the heads, dispersed the crowd, and returned to the Tang estate, grim and bewildered. I blended into the crowd, observing the 2nd elder, formulating my next move. He was reporting to Tang Jintian, unaware of my presence. Xin Bai. I'll tear you apart. I heard Tang Jintian's furious roar. At the Wang family estate, Wang Zong reviewed the latest intelligence. His previously improved mood soured. That Qinbai is trouble. He reviewed Qinbai's actions since arriving in Xingyang City, the unknown gang's destruction, minor, 6th young master's death, 5th master's death, 8th master's death, the arson attack that destroyed 1/3 of the Tang family's assets, and now the deaths of the 3 great masters. Their heads were displayed at the Tang estate. Wang Zong counted on his fingers, excluding the young 6th young master, only the 2nd elder in Tang Jintian remained of the Tang family elders. A daring thought crossed his mind, eliminate the 2nd elder in Tang Jintian. Perfect. Excitement surged, then he shook his head. Impossible. There's a vast gulf between nascent soul and golden core. He knew trouble was brewing. I decimated the Tang family's leadership. Tang Jintian wouldn't let it slide. City. In an old community, the security guard looked drunkenly at the people entering and leaving the community in the guardroom. The trash cans in the community have long been full, and excess garbage is piled up next to the trash cans, with flies buzzing around them. Xinbai looked through the window at home at the visceral, chaotic, and poor scene of the community. Alas, the electricity, water, and gas bills at home are almost gone. There are still a few days until the beginning of the month, and I have to pay off my credit card. Looking at the balance of only 2 yuan in his phone, Xinbai grabbed his hair anxiously. Before, I would never have thought that one day I would worry about these things. Xinbai laughed at himself. Compared with the past, life now can be said to be like heaven and earth. Entered the highest university in China, but gave up his studies in his junior year due to the incomprehension of his tutors and classmates. Start learning human anatomy, fighting, poisons, cold weapons, and firearms. In just 2 years, he became the most dangerous killer in Southeast Asia, nicknamed King of Night Hell. There was an accident in the assassination half a year ago, and the entire assassination was a trap designed around himself. Surrounded by enemies, he managed to escape with serious injuries. As a last resort, he used his prepared identity and recuperated in the nearest city, S. If you are seriously injured but cannot go to the hospital, you risk exposing your identity. In the past 6 months, Xinbai has used the knowledge he learned to recover, and the small savings of this backup identity have been exhausted. If that hadn't happened in college, I would have had a great campus life. Drop. A qualifying host was detected. Drop. The system has been bound. Drop. Checking physical status. Who is talking? The sudden sound in the room really startled Xinbai. Drop. Host, you have been bound to the most powerful system in the world. Drop. Various functions of the system are being activated. System? Is it the kind of system in novels where you can become stronger just by lying down? All functions have been activated. Since the host is bound for the first time, there is a chance to answer the host for free. Ding! The host does not have enough permissions to answer. Then, let me change the question. Are there any benefits to binding you? Ding! The opportunity to answer host questions for free has been used. It feels like a trap. Don't slander the system arbitrarily. There will be punishment. Just give me a warning. Drop. Start the first mission. The host is forcibly transmitting. Hey! I'm going to. Shinbai's eyes darkened and he lost consciousness. The destination has been reached and the host is forced to wake up. Shinbai, who regained consciousness, saw himself floating in the air 2 meters above the ground. Boom. What? The ground was filled with dust, and Shinbai got up from the ground in disgrace. Holy shit, where is this? What comes into view are woods, fallen leaves, grass, poisonous insects, wild beasts. The information has been sent to the host. Please phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it carefully. Blood red words appeared in front of Shinbai's eyes. Half an hour later, Shinbai had a rough understanding of his situation after reading the information. The Luoxing mountain range here is said to be the place where meteorites fell from the sky. It is, kilometers away from the nearest city of Shinbai, which is called Qingyang City. Taking off his clothes, Shinbai saw the system imprint written on the document on his heart, a blood-red sword-shaped tattoo the size of a palm. Try to focus your thoughts on your heart, and 5 options come to mind. 1. Task. 2. Personal information. 3. Storage space. 4. Kung Fu. 5. Equipment. Open the task panel. Main mission: arrive at Qingyang City within 2 days. Task reward: 1. 5 attribute points, erased if failed. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the task panel and open personal information. Personal information is as follows: name, Shinbai cultivation, level 0, 5, 10, power, 0, 5 speed, 0, 5 stamina, 0, 5 attack, 0, 5 defense, 0, 5 luck, 0, 5. There are various numerical values listed under luck, but all are 0, 5 without exception. The obtained attribute points only need to be added to the cultivation level, and all other attributes will increase to the same value as the cultivation level. Is this the power of the strongest system in the world? Shinbai has phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme many system novels, but the cumbersome and complicated ways of adding points phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme make people dizzy. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the information panel and click on the remaining 3 options. Storage space, skills, and equipment are all empty. Without complaining too much, Shinbai followed the direction guided by the system after adjusting his mentality. One day later, when Shinbai walked out of the Luoxing mountains, his clothes were torn by thorns and other plants in the mountains. Ah! Finally came out. Shinbai looked at the mountains behind him and exhaled a long breath. Boss, someone is coming out. Hey, boy over there, come here. 2 strong men in black shouted at Shinbai. Looking at the cold light-emitting blade in the strong man's hand, Shinbai stepped forward bravely. Boy, hand over your valuables and leave your body intact. If you dare to be clever, you will not be able to survive or die. The strong man in black licked his lips with the tip of his tongue, and his expression of treating human life as nothing made Shinbai feel cold. You too, I don't have anything valuable on me. Shinbai explained. Boy, 9 out of 10 people who came out of the Luoxing mountains are what you said. We brothers don't have much ability, and we don't want to take risks in the Falling Star Mountains, so we have no choice but to make a living by killing people and selling goods. Brother, what nonsense are you talking to this kid? Just kill him and everything on him will be ours. The strong man in black who spoke came forward, raised his sharp knife and was about to chop it down. Drop. Post temporary tasks. Temporary mission: survive for 10 minutes while being chased by 2 people. Task reward: 1 attribute point, erased if failed. Holy shit! Shinbai couldn't help but cursed in a low voice when he saw the temporary mission. the long knife was slashed at Shinbai's neck. In a hurry, Shinbai rolled around to avoid the fatal blow. Grab a handful of sand from the ground and throw it hard into the face of the strong man attacking with a knife. Boy, you are courting death. Shinbai got up from the ground, turned around and ran towards the Luoshing mountain range. Second brother, chase. Damn boy, if I catch him, I will cut him into pieces. After running with all his strength for 5 minutes, Shinbai was panting from exhaustion. The 2 men behind him were chasing after him, and he would definitely die if he was caught. Relying on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme in his memory, Shinbai was faster than the 2 people behind him. Even if they exercise all year round, their physical strength will inevitably gradually decline, and the distance between the 2 parties will become closer and closer. Sweat quickly soaked through my clothes from the intense running. Who? Shinbai gasped, thinking of the blade emitting cold light, and his will to survive was at its greatest at this moment. Damn! How can this kid run so well? Ha! I'm so exhausted. If you catch him, you must torture him and let him die. Throwing away many complicated thoughts, Shinbai now had only one idea in his mind: he must persist for 10 minutes. Although I don't know what effect an attribute point can have, at this moment, I can only place my hope on the task rewards given by the system. The steps under his feet became heavier and heavier, and everything around him became quiet. Just when Shinbai was about to be overtaken by 2 people, the system's beep finally rang. Drop. 10 minutes are up and the task is completed. Drop. Mission rewards have been distributed. Drop. Trigger temporary task 2, the host's firm will to survive gives you a chance to survive. Please kill the 2 people who are chasing you next. Drop. The reward for the second temporary mission, a growth weapon and opening of the exploration eye. Failure obliterates. When Shinbai completed the task, he quickly clicked on the personal information panel and added the few attribute points he had obtained. Name, Shinbai Cultivation, Level 1, 5, 10, Power, 1, 5 Speed, 1, 5 Stamina, 1, 5 Attack, 1, 5 Defense, 1, 5 Luck, 1, 5. After adding points, the feeling of muscle strength fills the whole body, and all the physical strength that was on the verge of exhaustion is restored. Shinbai turned around and looked at the 2 men chasing him with knives behind him. Boss, why did this kid stop running? He must be tired from running. Go ahead and chop him to death. Why do I feel like this kid is a little different from before? As a top killer, Shinbai originally had very good physical phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme. After this strengthening, all physical parameters are twice as strong as before. The distance was shortened, and the 2 men held long knives in their hands. One attacked the head and the other chopped off the legs. The fast slashing blade became very slow in Shinbai's eyes. The speed that was originally invisible to the eyes has now become very slow. This feeling of getting stronger is really good. His body was like a fully drawn bow, and his fist struck the chests of the 2 men with all their strength. Boom! The attack came first, and the bodies of the 2 people flew out like rag sacks. Shong! The long knives that the 2 men had thrown away after being attacked were spinning in the air. Shinbai stepped forward and casually held one of the long knives. Hey! Hey! The sound of a long knife cutting across the body was heard, and blood spattered on Shinbai's face. The 2 strong men in black didn't understand until their death-white Shinbai, who had been like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, instantly turned into a lion that could tear people apart. Drop! Temporary Task 2 is completed. The task reward has been issued. The exploration eye has been activated. Shinbai didn't feel any discomfort after killing 2 people in a short period of time. In my 2-year career as a killer, I have seen scenes more cruel than this. After reading the introduction of the exploring eye, I quickly understood the function of the exploring eye. Open your exploratory eyes and aim at a dead body on the ground. Name, Black Tornado Cultivation, Level 0, 6, 10, Power, 0, 7 Speed, 0, for Stamina, 0, 5 Attack, 0, 8 Defense, 0, 6 Luck, 0, 1. With this probing eye, one can reach the state of knowing oneself and the enemy, and can see through no matter how clever the disguise is. Moreover, the scope of the exploratory eyes is not only for people, but also for rare treasures. It can also see through their fundamental details. This function is simply incredible. Shinbai sighed. Take out a square box from the equipment slot. Shinbai looked at the box in confusion. Is this the growth weapon? A box? There is a seal on the seal of the box, which seals the entire box tightly. Do you want to open it? Tear off the seal and the lid on the box opens automatically. A beam of light emitted from the box, and a variety of different weapons were placed inside the beam. Knives, swords, spears, bolas, tridents. Without too much hesitation, Shinbai chose a long knife. Stretch your hand into the light column, hold the long knife from the light column, and take out the long knife. Killing blade level 1, 5, 10, attack, 1, 5 introduction, a sharp blade that existed for killing, a killing blade that once made countless sentient beings tremble. To unlock all its secrets, you need stronger strength. Ding! The system has forcibly bound the killing blade to the host. Ding! This binding cannot be released. Ding! The attribute points of the killing blade have been shared with the host's cultivation level. Forced binding? Can't be released? What does this mean? Maybe growth weapons are like this. Unable to think clearly, Shinbai simply stopped thinking about it. The attributes of the killing blade are shared with my cultivation. It is not difficult to understand. When I improve my cultivation, the killing blade will also improve. Shown. He held the killing blade in his hand and drew it out of the scabbard. The blade exudes a cold light, and the most peculiar thing about this knife is that there is no guard, at the connection between the blade and the handle. Putting his fingers on the blade, a sharp tingling sensation came from his fingertips. If I had such a good sword just now, I could kill those two people even if my strength didn't improve. The blade of the killing blade in his hand suddenly began to shake and struggled to escape Shinbai's control. He increased the strength in his hand, and when the sword was struggling most fiercely, Shinbai's blood-red sword formed by the system imprint on his heart shot out a sword light and fell on the killing blade. The killing blade immediately stopped struggling. What's going on? Lord Eater? Shinbai wiped his sweat. Judging from the reaction of the killing blade just now, if it weren't for the system imprint, he would most likely not be able to control the sword. The killing blade was stuck on the ground. Shinbai stared at the killing blade for a long time and saw no movement from it. Slaying blade, from today onwards, I am your master. If you dare to devour your master again, I will throw you into the furnace and melt you into waste. After Shinbai said this, seeing that the killing blade still didn't respond, he pulled out the killing blade from the ground and rushed towards Qingyang City. After half a day. There are tens of millions of people living in Qingyang City. Looking at the vast and ancient city in front of him, Shinbai was shocked beyond measure. Everywhere you look is covered with dark red soil, and the city bricks have become mottled under the erosion of time. Looking closer, you can vaguely see the traces left by various weapons on the city wall. He squatted on the ground and dug out more than 3 feet of the ground with his bare hands. The soil on the ground was dark red. The deeper he dug, the darker the soil became and turned into a black-red color. How many people must die and how much blood must be left to turn the entire land into this? Judging from the various scenes outside the city, this city is not safe, but may be very dangerous. Drop. The main mission is completed. The task reward has been issued. Just after entering the city gate, the system prompt sounded. Open the personal information panel and add the 1.5 attribute points rewarded by the mission to your cultivation level. Name, Shinbai Cultivation, Level 3, 10, Power, 3 Speed, 3 Stamina, 3 Attack, 3 Defense, 3 Luck, 3. Killing Blade Level 3, 10, Attack, 3 All aspects of his body's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme had doubled compared to before. Just as Shinbai was experiencing the changes in his body, 2 voices came. Hall Master, this guy is the one who killed Black Tornado and the others. Hey, boy over there, come here. When he heard Black Whirlwind and the familiar opening remarks, Shinbai understood what was going on in an instant. At this time, Shinbai was no longer the unarmed lamb he had been when he came out of the Luoshing Mountains. Stopping and looking towards the source of the sound. Two figures, led by a young man with a hooked nose and sunken eye sockets. "You were the one who killed my member of the Julong gang?" The one who spoke was a young man next to the hooked nose. Facing the hooked nose, he was submissive and looked condescending when talking to Shinbai. Drop. Main Mission 2, Destroy the Kowloon Gang. Task Reward, Level, Dash, Killing Sword Technique, 5 Attribute Points. Failure Obliterates. Drop. Side Mission, Kill all the leaders of the Kowloon Gang, 07, Task Reward, 1 Attribute Point will be awarded for each Hall leader killed, and an additional 3 Attribute Points will be awarded after all are killed. Failure will deduct 10 Attribute Points. If the attributes are insufficient, it will be wiped out. Drop. Temporary Mission, Kill the 2 people in front of you. Task Reward, First Level Killing Sword Technique, 1 Attribute. Failure Obliterates. Hey, I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Now kneel down and admit your mistake, then tie your legs and hands and follow us. Seeing that Shinbai ignored him, the young man felt that he could not hold his face, so he stepped forward and stabbed Shinbai in the eyes with a dagger. Be careful! Hook-nosed shouted. Have you finished talking? If you haven't finished talking, go to hell and talk. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Shinbai's lips. Shone. The killing blade was unsheathed. Hi! Hi! Before the boy could react, the killing blade slashed diagonally across the boy's chest, and the sharp blade split the boy's body in two. What? A painful scream came from the boy's mouth. You are courting death. The hooked nose pulled out the soft sword from his waist, and the soft sword attacked Shinbai like a spiritual snake. Shinbai turned sideways to avoid the attack of the soft sword and kicked Hawknose in the stomach, sending Hawknose flying more than 2 meters away. Cough. Cough. With your cultivation in the early stage of foundation building, I asked you how dare you kill my members of the Julong gang. Hook-Nose said as he got up from the ground. Without wasting time, Shinbai held the killing blade and attacked the hook-nosed young man. The killing blade and the soft sword collided dozens of times in the air, and the hook-nosed young man blocked with difficulty while wielding the soft sword. Crack! The first crack appeared in the soft sword. Impossible, this is a foundation building weapon, how could it break? The hook-nosed young man exclaimed. Click! Click! Pong! The soft sword was cut off by the killing blade. Laugh! Without the soft sword to block, the sharp blade instantly pierced Hook-Nose's heart, and the shaking of his wrist directly shattered Hook-Nose's heart. Without looking at the 2 lifeless people on the ground, Shinbai continued walking towards the city. Drop. Temporary task completed. The task reward has been issued. Drop. Side mission to kill all hall leaders, completed 1-7, the task reward has been issued. After Shinbai left, someone quickly took away the 2 corpses on the ground. The residents in the city were already used to this kind of life and death fights that happened almost every day, so they went about their business after watching the excitement. Recalling what Hook-Bai said about building the foundation before his death, Shinbai asked about the system in his heart. System, foundation building is what this world calls the first level. Yes. Ding. In order to facilitate the host to compare the local power system in various major worlds in the future, the cultivation annotation is specially opened. Please open the personal information panel to view it. Open the personal information panel and add the 2 attribute points rewarded by the mission to your cultivation base. Name, Shinbai Cultivation Level, First Level Middle Stage of Foundation Building, 5-10, Power, 5 Speed, 5 Stamina, 5 Attack, 5 Defense, 5 Luck, 5. Killing Blade Level 5, 10, Dash, Attack, 5. Open the skill panel. Killing Sword Technique Level 5, 10, Dash, Attack, 5. Introduction. This is a sword technique that was once famous in the heavens and was jointly created with the Slayer Blade specifically for killing. When you become strong enough, someone will tell you the story behind it. Ding! The attribute points of the killing sword technique have been shared with the host's cultivation level. After killing someone, Shinbai seemed to be wandering around Qingyang City aimlessly, but in fact he was always paying attention to the tail following him. Waiting passively was not a good option at this time, so Shinbai decided to take the initiative. Inside the alley, boom! A thin young man with mouse eyes was being pushed against the wall by Shinbai. "Tell me everything about the Kowloon gang." "Ahem, stop," I said. The young man said with blood on his face in fear. Shinbai kept what the young man said in mind, and then pressed the young man's head against the wall. Bang! Ah! This time Shinbai's hand was much stronger than before, and the young man fainted after screaming. After waking up the young man, Shinbai looked at the young man with an indifferent expression and said, "Say what you just said again." After repeating this several times, I finally got accurate and complete information from the young man. The Kowloon gang, a low-profile gang in Xingyang City. The gang leader broke through to the foundation building realm half a year ago, and his cultivation level is currently in the early stage of golden elixir. Among the 7 hall masters under his command, the main hall master is the highest and is in the advanced stage of foundation building. The dead hook nose was the weakest, only in the early stage of foundation building. The other hall leaders are all in the middle stage of foundation building. When Shinbai left, the young man had vented more air than inhaled. Kowloon gang station. Snapped. The teacup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The leader of the Jiulong gang said in a gloomy tone, "Old 7 was killed in the street. This was a provocation to our Jiulong gang. Pass it on. If you kill this person, you will be rewarded with 500 low-grade spiritual stones." "Yes, helper." In a courtyard in Xingyang City, Shinbai looked at the closed courtyard door and kicked it up. With a bang sound, the courtyard door was kicked open. A shirtless young man in the courtyard was listening to a report from his subordinates. Seeing Shinbai walking in, the young man's pupils shrank and he said, "It's you." "It's me. Are you the 6th hall leader of the Kowloon gang?" "That's right. I can't find anything after wearing iron shoes. I didn't expect you to dare to come to my door to see me," the 6th hall master said with some excitement. "Shown." Shinbai quickly approached the opponent and unsheathed his killing blade. Laugh. The sharp blade scratched the 6th hall master's neck, but the 6th hall master had not yet reacted. Blood splattered everywhere, and the head of the 6th hall master flew up in the air. "Too much nonsense," Shinbai commented in his heart. Drop. Side mission to kill all hall leaders, completed 2-7, the task reward has been issued. After adding attribute points to his cultivation, Shinbai turned around and left the courtyard. In front of the brothel, Shinbai walked in. "Hey, little brother, come and play." "Little brother, choose me, you won't regret it." The bolder brothel girls flirted with Shinbai, and some deliberately wanted to stick to Shinbai. "Get out," Shinbai said with murderous intent in his tone. "Shown." He took out the killing blade and held it in his hand, and walked straight up to the 3rd floor, which was not open to the public. Shoo! Shoo! Opening the closed door, a man and a woman were naked and hugging each other inside. Ah! The woman's scream spread from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. "Who are you? Do you and I have any grudges?" the man asked calmly. "The 4th leader of the Kowloon gang?" "It's me, may I ask you?" "The person who killed you, go to hell to ask more questions," Shinbai said in a cold tone. Shang! Shang! Swords and swords flashed back and forth in the room. After a few rounds, all 2 people in the room died. Drop. Side mission to kill all hall leaders, completed 3-7, the task reward has been issued. As soon as he walked downstairs, the thugs usually hired by the brothel surrounded Shinbai. "How dare you, you bunch of rotten fish and shrimps, stand in my way?" Shinbai stepped forward and drew his blade across the thug closest to him. Blood gushed out from the thug's throat like a fountain. Laugh. The tip of the knife pierced the heart of another thug. His wrist shook and his heart was shattered instantly. Shinbai is as easy as a tiger entering a flock of sheep, chopping melons and vegetables. Within a few minutes, all the thugs present were dead. Similar scenes also occur in places such as casinos. Kowloon Gang Station. Report, the 6th hallmaster is dead. Report, the 4th hallmaster is dead. Report, the 2nd hallmaster is dead. In just 2 hours, 6 of the 7 leaders of the Kowloon Gang died. The Jolong Gang leader's face was so gloomy that water could drip from his face. He had already smashed almost everything around him that could be thrown or smashed. Where is the lobby leader currently? Asked the leader of the 9 Dragons Gang. Report, we just received news that the man broke into the lobby master's residence, and the two are currently fighting. Let's go to the hall master's residence. If you dare to kill the 6 hall masters of the Jolong Gang, I will make that kid who has eaten the courage of the ambitious leopard phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and die, the leader of the Jolong Gang said with hatred. Lobby host's residence. Chinbai had 3 wounds across his upper body, 2 on his chest and 1 on his abdomen. The injury was caused when the lobby owner, who had been well prepared, used a hidden weapon to take advantage of him when he first stepped into the courtyard. The hall master's condition was even worse than Chinbai's. His left arm was chopped off with a killer blade and was bleeding continuously. There was a knife wound that penetrated the front and back of his body only an inch away from his heart. Thinking of this fatal blow, cold sweat broke out on the lobby master's forehead. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would definitely have died under that knife. What a cruel boy. The hall master narrowed his eyes and looked at Chinbai. Chinbai pursed his lips and said nothing, looking at the hall master with an indifferent expression. Seeing Chinbai's expression, the lobby master trembled inwardly. How could the Kowloon Gang provoke such a ruthless person? Holding the killing blade tightly, pointing the tip of the blade directly at the heart of the hall master, he stepped forward. The hall master dodged the attack of the killing blade and punched Chinbai's heart. Chinbai's eyes narrowed, and he did not retreat to avoid the fatal punch. Instead, he turned his body slightly to the side. The lobby master's punch hit the edge of Chinbai's heart firmly. The sharp blade slashed at the hall master's throat. The hall master couldn't dodge and hurriedly used his only remaining hand to block. Shie! Ah! The only remaining broken arm was also cut off, and the hall master's painful screams could be heard. The remaining sanity kept reminding the lobby owner, run quickly, this lunatic who has been injured for injuries is invincible. Look at Chinbai's expression without any change after he withstood the punch that could have shattered his heart and killed him with just a slight error, as if the person being hit was not him. Cough. Chinbai spat out a mouthful of blood. Apparently, the punch just now was not as casual as it seemed. After wiping away the blood, he did not stop attacking because of the hall master's screams. Seeing Chinbai walking towards him like a god of death holding a knife, the last line of defense in the lobby master's heart collapsed completely. Don't kill me. I'll be your dog, I just ask you not to kill me. Ha, it's impossible, everything in front of you is just a fantasy. The lobby owner, who had a mental breakdown and fell into madness, cried and laughed in the courtyard. Chinbai did not take this lightly. Laugh. The sharp blade pierced the lobby master's heart, and the lobby master's eyes gradually dimmed. At this time, a voice came from outside the door, save one under the knife. The leader of the Kowloon Gang walked in with a calm expression, but his trembling fingers betrayed his turbulent heart. Drop. The side mission of killing all the hall leaders has been completed. The task reward has been issued. It turns out that he has perfected his foundation building skills. Why are you so bold? The leader of the Kowloon Gang said in a hateful voice as he gritted his teeth. Chinbai had already added attribute points to his cultivation level as a reward for killing those hall leaders. At this time, Chinbai's personal information panel. Name, Chinbai cultivation level, level 10 complete foundation building, 10, breakthrough possible, power, 10 speed, 10 stamina, 10 attack, 10 defense, 10 luck, 10. Killing blade first level, 10 can break through, attack, 10 killing sword technique level 10, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 10 after killing the Great Elder, you will be rewarded with 1 attribute point. Completing all the side tasks will reward you with 3 attribute points. A total of 4 attribute points have not been added. Add all 4 attribute points to the base. Breakthrough! The body made a crackling sound, as if something was being broken inside. The breakthrough process was very fast, and a stronger sense of power than before filled my body. The breakthrough from the first level to the second level is a qualitative change. Compared to now, I was so weak before I had no breakthrough. Shinbai thought to himself. Open the personal information panel. Name, Shinbai cultivation level, second level early stage of golden elixir, 1450, power, 14 speed, 14 stamina, 14 attack, 14 defense, 14 luck, 14. Killing blade level 14, 50, attack, 14 killing sword technique level 10, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 10. Are you the leader of the Zhuolong gang? Shinbai asked. From the exploration I learned that the opponent was in the early stage of Jindan, and his various values were slightly higher than his own. How is it possible? Just now, you completed the foundation building, and you broke through to the golden elixir in an instant? You must be hiding your cultivation. Faced with something like Shinbai's instant breakthrough that went against common sense, the leader of the Zhuolong gang didn't believe it at all. My little friend, since you were in the golden core stage and you killed 7 of my Zhuolong gang leaders, how about letting this matter be revealed, said the Zhuolong gang leader. It is obviously stupid to offend an opponent who has the same cultivation level as oneself and does not know the details. If the subordinate is dead, he can be trained again. If the opponent is in the foundation building stage, he will kill him without saying a word, but if the opponent is in the golden elixir stage, the leader of Zhuolong gang will not allow him to think about it. This is the benefit of increasing strength, making the other party afraid of gaining an equal attitude. It looks like it's you. Shinbai ignored the Zhuolong gang leader's suggestion. If he didn't kill him, the system would erase him. There is already hatred between the two sides, not to mention that Shinbai is not a womanly person. Seeing Shinbai's attacking stance, the leader of the Zhuolong gang secretly cursed, "Madman." The first style of the killing sword technique, slaughter. Shinbai wielded the killing blade and vibrated at high speed. The killing blade, which was emitting cold light, revealed an evil and bloodthirsty aura during the vibration. This is the first time Shinbai has used the killing sword technique. The previous leaders of the Kowloon gang were too weak in Shinbai's opinion. It is so weak that it can be easily killed without using the killing sword technique. The leader of the Zhuolong gang shrank. This sword technique, is dangerous and invincible. Shinbai's body exuded an extremely dangerous aura at this time, and the leader of the Zhuolong gang had a premonition that if he fought hard with this sword, he would definitely be seriously injured or even die. Without hesitation, the leader of the Zhuolong gang turned around and ran away. He ran away quickly, and Shinbai chased him even faster. After the breakthrough, Shinbai's speed greatly increased and he was behind the Zhuolong gang leader in the blink of an eye. Holy crap, what kind of monster is this? Why is it so fast? Seeing that he had no way to escape, a long sword appeared out of thin air in the hands of the leader of the Kowloon gang, and he turned around and bravely accepted the challenge. Shinbai held the long sword in his hand and slashed downwards. The leader of the Zhuolong gang held his long sword across his head to block. Shone! The swords clashed fiercely. The huge force coming from the sword blade made the entire arm of the Zhuolong gang leader holding the sword numb instantly. A lot of strength. The leader of the Zhuolong gang gritted his teeth and resisted with difficulty. Crack! Crack! The bluestone-paved ground under the feet of the Zhuolong gang leader began to crack little by little. Snapped! The huge force was transmitted from the Zhuolong gang leader to his feet, and the bluestone ground could no longer bear it, and burst scattered all over the courtyard. Cut! Shinbai shouted loudly, and the strength in his hand increased by 3 points. What? Dense beads of sweat covered the forehead of the Zhuolong gang leader. What kind of monster is this? It's fast, powerful, and even has such great endurance? What the leader of the Zhuolong gang didn't know was that with the improvement of the system, Shinbai's various values were extremely balanced. A monster with no shortcomings, and its attack power, defense power, speed, endurance, etc. can reach the extreme. Crack! The sound of the sword breaking was heard, and the leader of the Zhuolong gang trembled in his heart. At this moment of life and death, breaking the weapon was tantamount to announcing death. Why are the weapons inferior to others? I give up, I give up, I give you all my wealth, let me phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. The leader of the Zhuolong gang begged for mercy. Xinbai said nothing, and the strength in his hands did not decrease by half. Kill me, the Tang family in Xingyang City will not let you go. The leader of the Zhuolong gang said anxiously. The crack in the middle of the sword held by the leader of the Zhuolong gang is growing. Click. Click pong. The sword was broken. Laugh. The sound of the killing blade cutting into flesh was heard, and the Zhuolong gang leader was split in half from the middle. Hu Qinbai took a long breath. Drop. Main Mission 2, Destroy the Kowloon Gang, completed. The task reward has been issued. Add the attribute points gained from completing the mission to your cultivation level, and break through the killing sword technique that was stuck at the first level because there was no follow-up technique to the second level. Name, Qinbai Cultivation Level, second level early stage of Golden Elixir, 1950, Power, 19 Speed, 19 Stamina, 19 Attack, 19 Defense, 19 Luck, 19. Killing Blade Level 19, 50, Attack, 19 Killing Sword Technique Level 19, 50, Attack, 19 If there was a second level Killing Sword Technique before, the leader of the Nine Dragons gang can kill him instantly with one strike. Being able to kill the Zhuolong gang leader so easily was due to the Killing Sword Technique. Now the breakthrough power has undergone a qualitative change. Recalling the scene of killing the leader of the Zhuolong gang, Qinbai had a clear understanding of his own strength. In the early stage of the Golden Core realm, no one could beat him, but he could also fight in the middle stage. Drop. The epic mission begins. Epic mission, obtain the Star Core in the Falling Star Mountains within 3 months. Mission reward, return to Blue Star, 10 attribute points, 3rd level killing sword technique, and awakening to the secret realm once. Failure obliterates. Drop. Main Mission 3 starts. Main Mission 3, go to the Tang family to obtain the Tang family's secret treasure, the Star Fixing Compass. Note, if you want to find the Star Core of the Falling Star Mountains, it is best to have the assistance of a fixed star compass. Task reward, 8 attribute points, open the system mall. Failure obliterates. Drop. The preconditions for the war mission are triggered. If the host chooses to befriend the Tang family, the war mission will be converted into a side mission. If you choose to stand on the opposite side of the Tang family, a war mission will begin. Note, war missions are wars waged by one person, to kill, conquer, and plunder to become the strongest. Note, war missions are extremely dangerous. Star Core? Tang family? War mission? These 3 tasks are intertwined. If you want to obtain the Star Core, you must first obtain the Tang family's Star Fixing Compass. Before he died, the leader of the Zhuolong gang said that the Tang family would not let me go if I killed him. Qinbai stood there in thought. Judging from the current situation, it is unlikely that we will have a good relationship with the Tang family. Even if we are on good terms, the Tang family will definitely not give me their secret treasure, the Star Compass. The most direct way to get the fixed Star Compass is to steal it. If we are so friendly with the Tang family, wouldn't it be unnecessary? What's not sure yet is how dangerous it will be after starting a war mission after standing on the opposite side of the Tang family. After figuring out the result, Qinbai pulled a ring off the ring finger of the right hand of the Zhuolong gang leader's body. The weapons that the Kowloon gang leader appeared out of thin air just now are stored in this space ring. After breaking through to the second level, his thoughts condensed into spiritual thoughts, which penetrated into the space ring. The space inside the ring was about 1 cubic meter in size. Take out everything in the ring, some sundries, a bunch of spiritual stones, and a token. Throw away the debris. There are about 200 low-grade spiritual stones, and the spiritual stones are placed in the system storage space. There is a big Chinese character Tang written on the front of the token. It seems that this should be the strength secretly cultivated by the Tang family. Shong. The blade passed by, and the token changed into 2 halves from the middle of the character Tang. Having decided to become hostile, Qinbai used this method to express his attitude to the Tang family. Inside the restaurant, Shinbai sat on the second floor near the window, with a table full of dishes in front of him. Shinbai has not had a good meal since he was teleported to the Falling Star Mountains. The news that the Kowloon gang was wiped out spread like wildfire, and this is the most discussed issue among restaurant diners. Have you heard that the Kowloon gang has provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked? From the gang leader to the 7 hall masters under his command, no one was spared. They were all killed in less than a day. Is it that low-class Kowloon gang? I heard that their gang leader just broke through to the Golden Core realm a few days ago. How could he still be killed? Ever since the leader of the Jolone gang broke through to the Golden Core realm, his subordinates have become more and more arrogant. This time they are kicked on the iron plate. I would say the one who did it was also a ruthless person. This time the Kowloon gang is done. I just passed by the Jolone gang station, and those gang members were preparing to take the valuable money and run away. Qingyang City, an internal meeting of the Tang family. The head of the Tang family, Tang Jintian, is rumored to have already reached the nascent Soul realm. 300 years ago, when our ancestors of the Tang family were exploring ruins, they received a fixed star compass and a piece of news. There is a star core in the Luoxing Mountains. By using the power of the star core, our Tang family can become a top-notch family. There are still 3 months left before the star core of the Luoxing mountain range will be born. This is related to whether our Tang family can rise. During this period, no mistakes can be made. Anyone who may have an impact on our Tang family's century-old plan will be killed. After Tang Jintian finished speaking, he paused and asked the second elder in charge of family intelligence, "Second brother, what's going on recently?" The second elder replied, "Master, nothing big happened. It's just that today the family secretly cultivated a low-ranking gang and all the top officials were killed in one day." Tang Jintian didn't even raise his eyelids. This kind of trivial matter was not enough for him to take seriously. He said calmly, "Have you found out who it is?" A foreigner who doesn't know where he came from, his cultivation level is probably in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. The second elder said, "Kill him after you find out, he's just a foreigner." Tang Jintian said nonchalantly, "Yes." Shinbai was sitting in the restaurant eating and listening to the conversations of the diners around him. Dang dang dang, a group of people came up from the stairs on the second floor. After this group of people came up, they scanned the second floor for a week and went straight to Shinbai. Snapped. A token with a smooth-cut surface and broken into 2 sections with Tang written on it was slammed on the table. "Boy, did you do this?" the young man at the head said condescendingly. Shinbai put down his chopsticks and looked up at the group of 5 people. Before he could speak, the young man behind him said, "Sixth young master, take this piece of garbage and bring it back to the family and torture it to death." The 6th young master nodded after hearing this, and with a wave of his hand, the 4 people behind him surrounded Shinbai. The surrounding diners looked at this place curiously, and the sounds of whispering among each other could be heard. "Who is this?" "The most famous dandy in the Tang family is unlucky last time. The 6th young master of the Tang dynasty molested the Wang family's apple in the street. Afterwards, the head of the Tang family personally went to the Wang family to apologize. I also know this. The head of the Tang family has given up on this matter until he gives up a few shops. Didn't Mr. Tang Lu get imprisoned by his father because of this matter? He became restless as soon as he was released. The 4 people who surrounded him were in the eye of exploration, 2 were foundation builders, and 2 were in the early stage of golden elixir. The cultivation level of the 6th young master Tang in front of him has reached the middle stage of golden core." Shinbai slowly said, "The Tang family arrived earlier than I expected. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Boy, just go with us and save yourself the pain. If you resist, then..." The voice did not fall. Shone. Drawing out the killing blade that emitted cold light, the sharp blade slashed across the throats of the 4 people. Clang. Song. The 2 golden elixirs reacted early and drew out their weapons in time to block Shinbai's attack. Laugh. The 2 whose cultivation base was only foundation establishment were not so lucky, and blood gushed out from their throats like a fountain. "Boy, how dare you kill someone in front of me?" Mr. Tang Lu said in a shocked and angry tone. When Qinbai heard what Mr. Tang's sixth master said, he looked at Mr. Tang's sixth master with calm eyes. Bang Bang, the sixth son of Tang dynasty, was inexplicably frightened by Qinbai's look, and then he remembered that his father had used elixirs to advance to the middle stage of Jindan. He suddenly felt confident in his weak heart, and forced himself to show a stern voice and said, "Today is the day you die." Qinbai said calmly, "You talk too much nonsense." Killing sword technique slaughter. The killing blade vibrated at high speed, and an evil and bloodthirsty aura came from the blade. "Be careful," Mr. Tang Lu reminded. Bang! Bang! Two headless bodies fell to the ground. In just a few words, all four people brought by Mr. Tang Lu were killed. The battle was so fast that many diners smelled the strong smell of blood before they could figure out what was happening. Who is this? Do you dare to kill anyone from the Tang family? I recognize who he is. He is the ruthless man who destroyed the Jiulong gang before. How can the Jiulong gang compare with the Tang family? He caused a big trouble. Sure enough, such a person is not in his right mind. You should stay away from him. The noisy sound did not affect Qinbai. Qinbai shook off the blood on the knife and pointed the tip of the knife directly at the sixth son of Tang dynasty. The emotionless voice said, "They're dead, now it's your turn." What? The screams of Mr. Tang Lu came out. As a playboy who grew up in a greenhouse, he had never seen such a visually shocking and bloody scene. It was obvious that Qinbai's simple, brutal, and bloody killing method greatly frightened the sixth master of Tang dynasty. Don't come here." The sixth master of Tang dynasty shivered and took out his weapon, a dagger, from the space ring. The dagger in his hand was trembling, and young Master Tang Lu slowly backed up, like a young lady being bullied. Qinbai looked at Mr. Tang Lu, who was behaving so badly in front of him, and couldn't help but shake his head. The next second, laugh. The blade passed through the heart of Mr. Tang Lu, and the vibration of the blade shattered the heart. After retracting the killing blade, Tang Liugong's body fell to the ground. At the last moment before his death, he couldn't figure out why this happened. He was originally in solitary confinement, but when he found out that someone was provoking the Tang family and that the other party was at the golden core level, he begged the second elder to let him handle the matter and make up for it once. I expected this to be a very easy thing, with my own cultivation strength being more than enough, but why was I the one who died? Ding! The host has become completely hostile to the Tang family, and the war mission has begun. War mission: no external forces are allowed to destroy the Tang family within 3 months. Failure to do so will obliterate them. Task reward: each time you kill an important figure of the Tang family, you will be rewarded with 5 attribute points. 20 points from the Tang family destruction reward system mall and a primary Tianhuang body. Note: a war waged by one person against a group of people, let the enemy tremble in fear. Qinbai looked around and saw the diner's evasive eyes, so he walked downstairs without saying anything. The waiter lowered his head and looked at his feet unnaturally. How many spirit stones? Qinbai stepped forward and said. What? The waiter was startled when he saw Qinbai approaching. How much is this meal? 5 low-grade spiritual stones. The waiter said in a low voice. Thanks to Qinbai's increased strength, his ear strength also increased, otherwise he would really not be able to hear. He took out 5 spiritual stones from the storage space and handed them to the waiter before leaving the restaurant. Call. After Qinbai left, all the diners breathed a sigh of relief. This man is not a good person. Everyone knows what happened on the second floor just now, and no one wants to provoke this ruthless man who dares to kill the 6th son of the Tang family. This madman actually dares to kill Mr. Tang's 6th. If you offend the Tang family, I bet this kid won't survive tomorrow. Tomorrow? I probably won't survive even an hour. The waiter stammered and said to the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, what should I do upstairs?" The shopkeeper is now one of the top 2, and Tang's 6th master is dead to him, but he is unable to catch the murderer. Snapped. A hard slap hit the waiter on the face, and the shopkeeper said with a gloomy face, "What should I do? I want to know what to do too." After a while, the shopkeeper sighed and said, "Don't destroy the scene upstairs. Go and notify the Tang family. Inside the Tang family, the sixth young master of Tang dynasty and 4 dead bodies were placed in front of the second elder. The second elder's uncertain face showed that he was in a very bad mood. A person who was alive just now turned into a dead corpse in the blink of an eye. The second elder murmured, "Now we are in trouble." Mr. Tang Lu was still in solitary confinement, but he was the one who let him out. I originally thought there was no danger in this matter, but I didn't expect that he was killed. Now he is in trouble. Dang dang dang, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and Tang Jintian, the head of the Tang family, walked in from the door. Looking at the dead Tang's sixth young master, Tang Jintian asked with anger in his eyes, "Give me an explanation." The second elder carefully explained the cause of the incident. "Master, I didn't expect this to happen. Please punish me, master." Tang Jintian clenched and opened his fists, then opened and clenched them again. After repeating this several times, he restrained himself and said, "I don't blame you for this." Tang Jintian had different feelings for his dandy son, the son of his dead and beloved concubine. "Master, what should we do next?" the second elder asked cautiously. "Let that restaurant disappear forever in Xingyang City before dawn tomorrow. The boy who killed my son will send Lao Wu to see the dead body." After Qin Bai came out of the restaurant, he was about to find a place to plan his next attack on the Tang family. A man dressed as a butler stood in front of him on the roadside. Qin Bai placed his right hand on the knife on the handle. Seeing Qin Bai ready to draw his sword and kill at any moment, the housekeeper's eyelids jumped and he thought in his heart, "For such a murderous master, I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse for the young lady to entertain him." Alas, seeing Qin Bai about to draw his sword, the housekeeper quickly put on a smile and said, "Sir, my master has invited me." Without letting down his guard, Qin Bai said, "Who is your master?" The steward took out a token from his arms, with the word engraved on it, and said, "Master, you will know if you come with me." A member of the Wang family? Qin Bai thought to himself. From the discussion among the diners in the restaurant, we learned that the deceased Tang's sixth prince seemed to have offended the Wang family and was imprisoned for molesting their daughter in the street. Not feeling any hostility from the housekeeper, Qin Bai thought about his current situation. First they destroyed the Zhoulong gang, and just now they killed the sixth young master Tang. It can be said that they are already fighting to the death with the Tang family, not to mention there is still a war mission on their shoulders. It is no longer possible for the two parties to reconcile. After all, I am alone and somewhat weak. If you can establish a relationship with the Wang family at this time, you can use the influence of the Wang family to make your current bad situation a little better. Even if it is not good, you can delay some time to make yourself stronger. Qin Bai is decisive in killing, and he is not a fool. He only thinks about how to use the resources around him to achieve his goals. Thinking of this, the expression on his face softened, he put down his right hand holding the killing blade and nodded towards the butler. The housekeeper touched the non-existent sweat on his forehead. It was obvious that communicating with such a ruthless person meant a lot of pressure on his heart. Inside the Wang family, there is a courtyard. Except for the servants in the courtyard, 2 figures, a man and a woman, stood in front of the goldfish pond. The man has sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. He is dressed in a yellow robe and looks noble. The woman has picturesque features, is wearing a plain dress, and her eyes reveal endless tenderness. "Third brother, are you also interested in him?" the woman asked curiously. "Ha, Sister Jiro, when I first came to Xingyang City, I heard that someone had killed Mr. Tang Lu, who molested you last time. Naturally, I wanted to see who had the courage to offend the Tang family." The man smiled with a smile on his face. Said. While the two were chatting, the housekeeper came in from outside the door. "Miss, we have been invited and are waiting outside," the housekeeper said respectfully. When Wang Jiro came to the housekeeper, she said with a slightly reproachful tone, "Why don't we invite the guests in? If word spreads that the Wang family treats guests like this, they will be laughed at." "Miss, I'm going right now." Qin Bai was wandering around the Wang family's mansion at this time. The entire Wang family's mansion could be seen at a glance. The buildings in the mansion were full of luxury and style. If this were in Blue Star, it would definitely be the leading super wealthy family in Blue Star. Shinbai commented in his heart. Please don't blame me for making me wait for a long time. The housekeeper ran over from a distance and said breathlessly. It's okay. Shinbai said calmly. Every aristocratic family has its own set of rules for treating guests. When you go to other people's territory, you should naturally respect each other's rules. Shinbai followed the housekeeper to the courtyard where Wang Jiro was. When Wang Jiro saw Shinbai, she said with a slight smile in her tone, My little sister Wang Jiro, this is the first time I met the young master, so I was a little bit negligent. I don't know the young master's name yet, can you tell me? Looking at the woman in front of me, she has an outstanding appearance, exquisite facial features, and gentle watery eyes. People can't help but have an impulse when they see her. Shinbai looked at Wang Jiro and was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses and no longer paid attention to Wang Jiro's appearance. At the same time, she suddenly understood why the sixth son of the Tang family would tease her in the street. The moment he saw Wang Jiro, he knew who the person who invited him over was. Shinbai said, Shinbai, why did you invite me here? I asked you to come here because I want to thank you in person for killing that scumbag Tang Lu. I have always been worried about this matter in my heart. My little sister was born unable to practice due to physical reasons. If Mr. Qin hadn't killed him, I don't know when I would have let out this bad breath. The knot that had been bothering her for so long was lifted. Wang Jiro was obviously in a good mood and said with a hint of joy in her tone. After a pause, Wang Jiro sighed and said, Mr. Qin is making a joke. Let me introduce you to the young master. This is Mr. Huan from the imperial capital. Master Qin, just call me Huang-san. Huang-san said with a smile on his face. Don't just stand there stupidly, the banquet has been prepared, please come over here. The two of them followed Wang Jiro to the pavilion in the courtyard. The center of the pavilion was filled with various dishes. The three of them sat down, and Huang-san was the first to speak. Master Qin, you have caused big trouble for the Tang family. What are you going to do next? Shinbai said calmly, the soldiers will stop us, and the water will cover us. Haha, how heroic. I'd like to toast Brother Qin. Huang-san raised his glass and drank it down. Stop talking and just eat the vegetables. This is monster meat unique to the Luoxing Mountains outside Qingyang City. It's very rare. Wang Jiro said. After a meal, the host and guests enjoyed themselves. During the chat between the three of them, Huang-san and Wang Jiro were mostly talking. Shinbai, who had just arrived, got a lot of useful information from the two of them. Qingyang City is controlled by three major forces. Headed by the forces of the City Lord's Mansion, they have absolute say in Qingyang City. Next is the Wang family. The Wang family has lived in Qingyang City for generations and seems to be inextricably linked to the imperial capital. The attitude of the Wang family must be treated with caution even by the city lord's palace. Finally, there is the Tang family, which suddenly moved out as a branch from the imperial capital Tang family 300 years ago, and seems to have been looking for something. After drinking and eating, Huang-san and Wang Jiro personally escorted Qin Bai to the gate of the palace. Wang Jiro took out a small box from her arms and handed it to Qin Bai and said, My little sister has nothing to offer. Here are 500 middle-grade spiritual stones. Please accept them. You must be careful of the Tang family's revenge. Qin Bai didn't reach out to pick it up immediately, but looked at Wang Jiro. Seeing Wang Jiro's firm attitude, Qin Bai took the box and said, Thank you. Huang-san then took out a jade token in the shape of a dragon, handed it to Qin Bai and said, If Brother Qin encounters a life-or-death crisis one day, taking out this token may save Brother Qin's life. Qin Bai looked at the jade plaque and asked doubtfully, Why do you want to help me? Huang-san smiled and said, Maybe one day in the future I will also need Brother Qin's help. Wang Jiro said from the side, Master Qin, just keep it. I'm jealous of third brother's jade girl. Upon hearing this, Qin Bai took the jade token and said to the two of them, Thank you for the hospitality and say goodbye. After Qin Bai left, Wang Jiro said to Huang-san, Third brother, you value him too much. You even gave him a jade plaque. Huang San looked at the moonlight in the sky and said with helplessness in his voice, "The situation is getting worse and worse for me now. I came to Qingyang City this time just to relax. If I stay in the center of the whirlpool for a long time, I will go crazy. If one day he can really help me, a mere jade plaque won't mean anything. I have a very good eye for people. If this person doesn't die, little Qingyang City won't be able to keep him. Those things mentioned earlier are actually not very important. The most important thing is that he vented his anger on Sister Jiro. This is why I helped him." After Huang San finished speaking, Wang Jiro said in a gentle tone, "It's cold outside, let's go back." "Fifth Master, people are out." "Huh? Are you out yet?" A sleepy middle-aged man wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he was not awake yet. Standing up and stretching, the big man said, "This guy made it easy for me to wait, from the afternoon until the evening. Hey, if you dare to kill my Tang family, be prepared to die." "Fifth Master, this boy came out of the Wang family so late. Maybe the Wang family is behind this matter." "Wang family? So what about the Wang family? Sooner or later they will be dealt with too. Go! Kill that kid and go back to deliver the report." Xinbai never let down his guard after coming out of the Wang family. He didn't believe that the Tang family would let him go so easily. Sure enough, he was surrounded by people just after walking 2 streets. "Kid, die." Tang Wuya held the mountain-breaking axe in his hand and launched the offensive from a high position. Shown. Xinbai instantly drew out his killing blade and held the blade in front of him, clang. A huge force came from the blade, and Xinbai took 2 steps back to remove most of the force. Opening the exploration eye, a total of 8 people are all in the Golden Core realm, 4 in the early stage, 3 in the mid stage, and 1 in the late stage. The Tang family sent such a lineup obviously to kill them with one blow. "Hey, boy, you are quite resistant. It's just a golden elixir in the early stage. Let's see how you can escape from our encirclement," Tang Wuye said confidently. "Escape? Why are you running away?" Xinbai looked at Tang Wuye with a bloodthirsty smile. Boom! Suddenly there was thunder and raindrops fell from the sky and soon turned into a downpour. Second form of the killing sword technique, punishment. The second killing sword technique is a group attack move. Since the killing sword technique broke through to the second level, I have never found a suitable opportunity to use it. The blade exuded a cold light in the rainy night, and the killing blade slashed in front of Xinbai like a waning moon. This sword technique shrouded all 8 people in the waning moon. Dang! 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 The sound of weapons clashing was heard in the dark night. Crack! The first one, Xinbai said. A golden elixir early stage weapon was roughly cut off by a killing blade, and the blade cut across the head mercilessly. Laugh! What the other mid-stage Jindan was unable to dodge, and in a hurry, the arm holding the weapon was cut off by Qi. General cold sweat instantly filled his body, and his painful screams made people's skin crawl. No! Hi! In another early stage of the golden elixir, Xinbai broke through the defense with a killing blade. The tip of the knife pierced the heart, and the vibration of the blade instantly shattered the heart. The second one, Xinbai said without any emotion. Clang! He opened the early stage Jindan weapon in front of him, and the killing blade diagonally split the body of the early stage Jindan in front of him in 2 from top to bottom. The third, Shang! Shang! After a round of attacks, 3 of the 8 golden elixir realms died and 1 was seriously injured. Except for Tang Wuya, those 3 were also stained. Boy, I want you to die. Tang Wuya looked at the 3 corpses in front of him, as if there was a fire burning in his chest. The mountain climbing axe struck Xinbai hard. This time, Xinbai did not choose to fight hard and skillfully pushed the mountain climbing axe away. Bypassing Tang Wuye, he launched a second round of offensive against the 4 people who were still alive. Boy, this man is standing upright, don't run away, Tang Wuye said angrily. Xinbai looked at Tang Wuye coldly and said 2 words, idiot you, Boy, I swear you won't be a human until I kill you. Tang Wuye's angry voice spread throughout the street. Killing sword technique slaughter. The killing blade vibrated at high speed, and Qin Bai was the first to attack the seriously injured middle stage golden core. Shown. Jin Dan barely blocked it in the middle stage. Looking at Qin Bai, who looked like a demon in front of him, his inner defense was broken and he shouted in fear, "Fifth Master, save me, save." Before the words were spoken, the head fell to the ground. Qin Bai turned around and said jokingly to Master Tangwu, the fourth one, "Ah! Hateful, hateful. Speed is not what Tang Wuye is good at. On the contrary, it is Tang Wuye's shortcoming. If he can't catch up, he can only watch Qin Bai kill people in front of him." Killing sword technique extermination. The killing blade attacked like a waning moon, enveloping the three people in front of Qin Bai. "Ah! I'm not reconciled. Laugh." The fifth. The blade sliced across, and the blood from his throat gushes out like a fountain. "No, don't come here. Laugh." Sixth. The killing blade pierced the opponent's heart, and the blade vibrated and shattered the heart. "Fifth Master, save me, Fifth Master, save me. Don't kill me. Laugh." The seventh. Qin Bai killed the last person in front of him and shook off the blood on the knife. Turning around, the tip of the knife pointed directly at Tang Wuye and said, "They are all dead, now it's your turn." The strong smell of blood filled the whole street, and Tang Wuye said with red eyes, "Boy, I will definitely torture you to death." Shown. Qin Bai stepped on the ground with his toes and quickly approached Tang Wuye, clang. The first attack was blocked, and Qin Bai showed no signs of surprise. It would be surprising if Tang Wuye, who was in the late stage of Jin Dan, didn't have this ability. Killing sword technique slaughter. The tip of the knife pointed directly at Tang Wuye's heart, and the mountain axe lay across Tang Wuye's chest. The killing blade in midair suddenly changed its direction and slashed towards the middle of Tang Wuye's legs. Tang Wuye did not expect such a situation, so he quickly took a few steps back, narrowly avoiding the attack. What a vicious move! Boy, do you only know these unflattering methods? Tang Wuye shouted. Qin Bai looked at Mr. Tangwu silently without saying anything. Tang Wuye phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme 2 words from Qin Bai's eyes, idiot. Ah! I'm so angry. Boy, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Mountain opening axe. Mountain opening. The mountain opening axe, which was already very offensive, now took on a new level, enveloping Qin Bai. The mountain axe struck down heavily, and Qin Bai could not avoid it. Killing sword technique slaughter. Killing sword technique slaughter. Killing sword technique slaughter. Qin Bai's face turned pale after using the killing knife technique 3 times in a short period of time. Clang! 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 The killing blade vibrated at high speed and struck accurately 3 times in a row in the middle of the mountain axe. The mountain cutting axe aimed at Qin Bai was forced to change its attack phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route slash phoneme. The mountain breaking axe brushed Qin Bai's body with fierce phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme pressure and slashed to the ground. Boom! Dust and gravel flew everywhere, and a large pit about 1 foot deep appeared next to Qin Bai. Taking advantage of the time when Tang Wuye pulled out the mountain cutting axe from the pit, Qin Bai launched an offensive. Killing sword technique slaughter. The sharp blade slashed Tang Wuye's throat. The only way Tang Wuye wanted to avoid getting hurt now was to throw away the mountain axe in his hand, but losing the weapon in such a fierce battle was tantamount to announcing death in advance. In desperation, Tang Wuye let out a roar, avoiding the vital points as much as possible to minimize the damage to his body. Laugh! The killing blade slashed across Master Tangwu's back, leaving a deep wound visible to the bone. Hiss! The pain spread to Tang Wuye's mind, and he grimaced in pain. Killing sword technique slaughter. Qin Bai's offensive did not stop because of this. Giving the enemy time to breathe was no different from committing suicide. Tang Wuye pulled out his mountain axe and started fighting with Qin Bai. Clang! Clang! Hey! Hey! After a dozen rounds, there was a wound on Tang Wuye's chest that penetrated his chest. Qin Bai had 3 axe wounds on his back where blood could not stop flowing out. Mountain Axe Sweep. Tang Woya took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and launching the offensive, sweeping the huge mountain opening axe in front of Qinbai. Who the sound of the mountain opening axe passed by Qinbai's ears dangerously. Looking at the hair falling from his ears, Qinbai's expression did not change. Before Tang Woya's offensive was over, he stepped forward with a killing blade in his hand. Laugh. The killing blade pierced Tang Woya's shoulder. The fierce fighting, hovering on the edge of death, and dying if you don't pay attention, this feeling stimulated Qinbai's senses. Boom! There was loud thunder in the sky, and streaks of lightning danced in the sky like silver dragons. What no one noticed was that a black-red streak appeared in the center of the snow-white killing blade, slowly spreading to the surrounding areas. A flash of black and red also appeared in the deepest part of Qinbai's pupils, and a bloodthirsty and crazy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The only thought that comes to mind right now is to kill the other party. Killing sword technique. Slaughter. Clang. After the mountain-breaking axe blocked the attack, Qinbai began to attack crazily. Killing sword technique. Slaughter. 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 Dang. 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 Tang Woye was tired of defense at this time and cursed secretly in his heart, "Damn, is this kid crazy? How can he get so much physical strength?" Clang. 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 Qinbai's crazy attacks were extremely powerful and frequent. Tang Woye's arm was already numb from the shock. Clang. Clang. The numbed arm could no longer hold the mountain axe, and the mountain axe was knocked away by the huge force brought by the killing blade. Laugh. The next moment, the blade slashed across Tang Woye's throat. Boom. The body fell to the ground, and blood mixed with rain flowed on the ground. After the death of Lord Tangwu, Qinbai gradually woke up from his madness and bloodlust and exhaled a long breath. A small part of the killing blade that had turned into black and red was restored to its original appearance quietly when Qinbai woke up. Qinbai's pupils, which had partly turned black and red, quietly returned to normal. Ding! For killing Tang Woye, one of the important figures of the Tang family, the reward of 5 attribute points has been distributed. Qinbai added the obtained 5 attributes to his cultivation base and opened the personal information panel. Name: Qinbai. Cultivation level, 2nd level, middle stage of golden elixir, 2450, power, 24 speed, 24 stamina, 24 attack, 24 defense, 24 luck, 24. Killing blade level 24, 50, dash, attack, 24 killing sword technique level 24, 50, dash, attack, 24. Qinbai took away the 8 golden elixir realm space rings in Tang Woye's mountain opening axe that were dead on the ground, and left the scene. After Qinbai left, a figure emerged from the center of the street. If Qinbai were there, he would definitely recognize it. It was Huang San, who they had just eaten with. Papa Huang San clapped his hands. Wonderful, really wonderful. But what is that in the end? Even I have to be wary of murderous intent. It seems that Brother Qin has many secrets. Huang San looked at Qinbai's departure direction with a playful look on his face and muttered to himself. Inside the Tang family. The second elder listened to the report from his men and looked at the 8 corpses in front of him with different forms of death. Boom! Unable to control the anger in his heart, he grabbed the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ base slash phoneme beside him and smashed it to the ground. Trash, all rubbish. Trash that can't even kill a golden elixir in the early stage. The second elder said angrily. Tang Jintian walked out with a gloomy face and walked in. He looked at the corpse on the ground and said with no emotion in his tone, "Even the 5th child is dead?" The second elder trembled subconsciously when he saw Tang Jintian's appearance. "Master, go home, die. Okay, I get it now." The expression on Tang Jintian's face did not change at all and he turned to leave. Something big is going to happen. The second elder now hates Qinbai. After the death of the 6th young Master Tang and the death of the 5th Master Tang, it is estimated that Tang Jintian's anger will be vented on himself in the end. After Tang Jintian walked out of Tang's house, his body slowly rose into the air, getting faster and faster. Flying is an important feature of the nascent soul realm. Practitioners who break through to the nascent soul realm will have preliminary flying abilities. Tang Jintian rose into the sky and flew straight towards Qinbai. When he was less than half the distance from Qinbai. Master Tang, are you going out so elegantly so late at night? Why don't we sit down and have a cup of tea together? A gentle voice sounded in Tang Jintian's ears. Tang Jintian looked at the figure standing in the air in front of him and said in a bad tone, Wang Zong, are you sure you want to stop me? As far as I know, that kid has nothing to do with your Wang family. Wang Zong said calmly, I don't want to get involved in this matter, but I can't help but my little daughter begged me. She said she didn't want this kid to die like this. After hearing this, Tang Jintian burst into laughter and said, Wang Zong, you, an old fox, would stop me for this reason? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Wang Zong sighed leisurely, I know he can't be fooled. To tell you the truth, some people don't want him to die. After speaking, Wang Zong stretched out 3 fingers and shook them. Tang Jintian saw Wang Zong's gesture and thought of something, and he asked with a strong aura, he's here. Wang Zong nodded and said, you guessed it right, go back. If you offend him, today will be your anniversary next year. Tang Jintian turned around and left without saying a word. Wang Zong couldn't help but said, I've offended others, and I've offended others again. City Lord's Mansion. After leaving, Tang Jintian did not return to the Tang family, but came to the City Lord's mansion to meet the City Lord Nan Tianlong. City Lord, this is what happened. My son was killed, and my clansman Tang Wuya was also killed by this man. Please ask the City Lord to send someone to kill this son. Nan Tianlong touched his long beard and said, you can solve this matter yourself. Why come to me? Tang Jintian trembled when he thought of a certain person, and said, according to the rules of the dynasty, civilians who attack aristocratic families should be beheaded. The City Lord please enforce the law impartially. Nan Tianlong waved his hand and said, okay, you can go back, I will handle this matter myself. Tang Jintian also guessed a thing or two from Nan Tianlong's performance. He had no hope for the result and left with a bad look on his face. After Tang Jintian left, a person walked out from the screen behind the City Lord's mansion and it was Huang San. The City Lord said to Huang San respectfully, young master, how should we deal with this matter? Huang San said nonchalantly, don't pay attention, I'll take care of it if anything happens. Tang Jintian suppressed his anger and returned to the Tang family. He called the 2nd elder and said, call the 7th elder and tell him not to go into seclusion. Let the 3rd, 4th and 7th elders kill this kid. The 2nd elder looked shocked and said, isn't this a bit too grand? The Tang family's 3 masters have not been out in groups for 10 years. Tang Jintian said impatiently, let's make arrangements. I will see that kid's head within 3 days. After Qinbai left, he simply bandaged the injury. Taking advantage of the night, he wanted to stimulate the Tang family's nerves again. Based on the information obtained from Wang Jiro, Qinbai easily found the location of the Tang family's property store in Xingyang City. Outside a brothel, Qinbai kicked in the door with a killing blade in his hand. The woman in the brothel was startled by the man who kicked in the door and came in filled with the smell of blood. The old bastard came forward with a bad look on his face. Master, if we don't have a reasonable explanation today, I'm afraid you won't be able to get out alive. Laugh. The blade cut open the old bastard's throat. Qinbai looked at the old bastard's body and said, is this explanation reasonable enough? The frightened screams of the women echoed throughout the brothel. The doors upstairs opened one by one, and disheveled men walked out one after another, shouting at the people downstairs, what are you calling, you're going to die. Qinbai casually pulled off the hairpin of the woman in front of him. Whoosh! The hairpin grazed the face of a man upstairs like a sharp arrow. The man looked at the 3-pointed hairpin, and cold sweat broke out from his back. He couldn't help but swallow and smear it. If this thing had penetrated his body just now, he would not have dared to notice it. Who dares to cause trouble on my territory? A man with a scarred face, followed by more than 20 younger brothers, appeared in front of Qinbai. Through the exploratory eyes, it can be seen that Scarface's cultivation level is in the late stage of the golden core, which is not as high as Tang Wuya's. He should have just broken through the late stage of the golden core. As for the younger brothers behind him, they have not even reached the golden core realm. Seeing that Shinbai didn't speak, the younger brothers behind Scarface surrounded Shinbai. Then these younger brothers were as attentive as chickens and ducks and said, "Master Ba, this little bastard will be solved by the brothers without you having to do anything. You little bastard, you didn't even look at the underworld when you came to cause trouble. How dare you come to the 8th Master's territory? You bitch, if you kneel down and admit your mistake to Master Ba now, you can still get the whole body." The noisy sound in his ears was like a duck quacking. Shinbai stretched out 3 fingers and said, "I will give you 3 seconds to disappear before my eyes." Hey guys, he's giving us 3 seconds to disappear. 3. Ha, don't laugh to death. This is the biggest joke I've heard this year. 2. Hey, I'm so scared. It scared me to death. Ha ha ha. 1. Shown. Pull out the killing blade. Killing sword technique extermination. The waning moonlight killing blade enveloped the 8th Master and all his younger brothers in front of him. Not good. In the middle stage of Golden Core, be careful. It wasn't until Shinbai took action that Master Ba realized Shinbai's state. Shik. 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 Chi. The waning moon dispersed, and except for Master Ba, who was still standing intact on the spot, the younger brothers who had been shouting just now were all dead without exception. The commotion just now had alarmed the guests in the brothel and they all walked out of the room. But when they walked out of the room, they saw Shinbai killing more than 20 people with a sword. Ordinary people have never seen such a visually shocking scene. The timid ones were so frightened that they peed their pants, the bold ones were so frightened that they turned pale, and even more people vomited out. After a brief period of silence, the brothel fell into a huge panic. The pungent smell of blood is accompanied by cries, screams, footsteps. Shinbai stood in a pool of blood, like a demon walking out of hell, scanning the panicked crowd. The various voices gradually became quiet, and everyone looked at Shinbai in fear. The woman who couldn't restrain herself from crying tightly covered her mouth with her hands, lest she make any sound and cause trouble for herself. Shinbai looked at Master Ba and said calmly, "It's time for you to die." "It's ridiculous, you want to kill me?" Master Ba said with a mocking look. "Oh, there was once someone who didn't believe it like you. He seemed to be called 5th Master." "Do you know him?" Shinbai said in an unhurried tone. Killing sword technique slaughter. Shinbai took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and launching the offensive, and Master Ba drew a soft sword from his waist. Shong. Shang. Shang. The swords collided and sparks flew. After a few rounds, Baya's soft sword was full of gaps. On the other hand, the killing blade had a cold light on its blade, and there wasn't even a single flaw on the blade. Dang dang. After more than 10 rounds, the killing blade pierced Baya's throat. Boom! Baya's body fell to the ground. At the end of his consciousness, he heard Shinbai's voice, "From the look in your eyes, it seems that you know that 5th Master. You should just go down and accompany him." Ding! Kill Tang Bei, one of the important figures of the Tang family, and the reward of 5 attribute points has been distributed. After adding the rewarded attribute points to his cultivation level, he picked up Baya's space ring, looked at the people in the brothel who had been frightened into silence, and said, "Why haven't you left yet?" After hearing this, the group of people fled as if they were receiving amnesty. In less than half an hour, everyone in the brothel disappeared. Shinbai found torches and oil, and lit the entire brothel on fire. Looking at the brothel with billowing smoke, Shinbai turned and left. The same thing is happening all over Qingyang City. This night is destined to be unrest. After killing Tang Bei, open the personal information panel. Name, Shinbai cultivation level, 2nd level middle stage of golden elixir, 2950, power, 29 speed, 29 stamina, 29 attack, 29 defense, 29 luck, 29. Killing blade level 29, 50, attack, 29 killing sword technique level 29, 50, attack, 29 inside the Tang family. The reports piled up into a small mountain on the table, and Tang Jintian's eyes were as if they were about to burst into flames. Family head, after calculation, our property losses in Qingyang City were as high as 1/3 overnight, and there were hundreds of casualties. The second elder stood aside and said, "Damn it, damn it." Tang Jintian gritted his teeth. Snapped. A valuable phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase/phoneme was smashed to the ground and shattered. Master, according to the report of the spies we arranged in the Wang family, this boy's name is Qinbai. His origin and background are unknown. It's like he appeared out of thin air. Tang Jintian muttered, "Qinbai, Qinbai." In the streets and alleys of Qingyang City, everyone from the dying old man to the women and children on the street were talking about one thing. Last night, nearly a third of the Tang family's brothel, casino, pawnshop and other assets were burned down overnight. It seems that the Tang family has offended some big shot this time. Otherwise, how could they be retaliated like this? Big shot? I don't think so. It is said that the cause of the incident was that a young man killed young Master Lu of the Tang family in a restaurant. The Tang family sent people to surround and kill this man last night. You didn't see the scene. Even the fifth master of the Tang family was killed. When I passed that street this morning, I could still smell the strong smell of blood. Inside the royal family. Wang Zong looked at the information on the table and was silent for a long time. After a long time, he smiled bitterly. This kid is too troublemaking. I blocked Tang Jintian yesterday. Now I have offended the Tang family. After Qinbai finished destroying it, he had left Xingyang City and returned to the Luoxing Mountains before dawn. The Tang family has accumulated so many years of business experience, and if they cheat the other party and stay in Xingyang City, they are simply asking for death. After eating some hastily, Qinbai squatted on the only way into the Sunset Mountains and waited. Waiting until the afternoon, 3 people appeared in sight. With the exploratory eye, I learned that 2 golden elixirs are in the late stage and 1 is perfect. Each of those 2 golden elixirs are much stronger than Tang Wuya in the later stage. After killing Tang Wuya and Tang Bei, a total of 10 attribute points were obtained. Qinbai, whose strength has greatly increased, is now fully confident that he will not be defeated with 1 against 3, but it is difficult to kill the opponent. A battle plan gradually formed in my mind. Qinbai held his breath, holding the killing blade in his hand, and waited quietly for the 3 of them to approach. Third brother, according to what the spies said, that kid escaped into the Falling Star Mountains. The one-eyed fourth Master Tang said to the third Master Tang, who had only one right arm left beside him. Mr. Tang-san replied, "That boy is good at running. It's so painful for us 3 brothers that we have to make this trip." Tang Chiye, who was walking at the back of the 3 of them, said with slightly closed eyes, "Be careful, there's something weird about that kid. I've checked the body of 5th brother. And judging from the traces of the fight at the scene, that kid's weapon is absolutely extraordinary. Strength, speed, physical strength, etc. are all outstanding. If an enemy like this is not careful, it will capsize." Fourth Master Tang curled his lips and said with a nonchalant look on his face, "7th brother, it's not as serious as you said. How can a mere golden elixir be used in the early stage?" That's right, that's right. Tang Sani echoed from the side. 4th brother, do you remember how you became blind? 3rd brother, do you remember how your arm was broken? Tang Chiye was a little dissatisfied with the 2 people's careless attitude and said. The 3rd and 4th Masters Tang, whose scars were uncovered, recalled the past. Although the expression on his face was more serious, his inner attitude did not change much. Tang Chiye shook his head and stopped talking. Qinbai watched the 3 people getting closer and closer to the attack range, counting silently in his heart, 3, 2, 1. Shong. 4th, be careful. 4th brother, be careful. Tang San and Tang Chiye shouted at the same time. The killing sword technique slaughter. The blade of the killing blade revealed a hint of green in the sunlight, and it vibrated at high speed and slashed towards 4th Master Tang, the weakest of the 3. In his haste, 4th Master Tang had no time to take out his weapons. A donkey rolled on the spot to avoid the vital point, and the killing blade slashed at 4th Master Tang's back. Laugh. There was a scar on the back that was deep enough to show the bone. After Qinbai hit the target with 1 blow, he turned around and ran towards the Luoxing mountain range. You little bastard, stop! Tang San roared angrily. Fourth brother, how are you? Tang Chia asked. Ha ha. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Being bitten by a mosquito can be a big deal. Fourth Master Tang said calmly despite a cold sweat. This damn little bastard, if I catch him, I will cut him into pieces. Mr. Tang San said with hatred through gritted teeth. After Fourth Master Tang simply bandaged the wound, he said to the two of them, chasing, if I catch this little bastard, I will cut off all the flesh on his body piece by piece. Standing on a big tree, Shinbai looked at the three men who were chasing after their wounds and said in a mocking tone, idiots, die in despair and pain, into the night. That night, Shinbai was like a ghost, always able to catch the three of them by surprise. He never fought, and ran away after a sneak attack, which made the three people of the Tang family very angry. What the hell, you little bastard, why are you so sinister? Mr. Tang couldn't help but curse. Every water source we passed along the way was poisoned. Tang Chia took out a silver needle from the water with the upper half shining silver and the lower half pitch black. Dawn the next day. The three members of the Tang family were hungry, tired, thirsty, and sleepy. This night they not only had to be wary of all kinds of poisonous insects and beasts in the Luoxing Mountains. What's more important is that there is a Qinbai hidden in the secret who will attack at any time. The three people did not dare to take it lightly, and their spirits were always tense. Third brother, is there still water in your space ring? Fourth Master Tang said with an abnormal white color on his face. It's gone. I thought this mission was within reach, but I didn't make any preparations. Mr. Tang San said with a somewhat regretful expression. I still have a little food and water here, just enough to last until tonight. Tang Chia's voice came from the front. Shinbai secretly observed the three of them and thought to himself, it should be almost time. Fourth Master Tang, who was walking behind the team, spat out a mouthful of blood. The red blood was mixed with green. Fourth brother, what's wrong with you? Mr. Tang San said in a somewhat anxious tone. Cough, cough. I may have been poisoned. Fourth Master Tang's voice showed weakness. Poisoned? When could it be? Tang Chia, who was at the front of the team, walked up to Tang Fourth Master, tore off the bandages on Tang Fourth Master's body, and the wound on his back that was slashed by the killing blade turned green. Good means, really good means. The boat capsized in the gutter, cough cough. Fourth Master Tang said with mixed feelings in his tone. When the three of them focused their attention on Fourth Master Tang, Shinbai launched an offensive. Shong. The killing sword technique Ziju. The killing blade shrouded the three of them like a waning moon. Tang San and Tang Chia protected behind them Tang Sai, whose combat effectiveness was seriously reduced. The two of them focused their attention on Shinbai's attack, fearing that the killing blade would strike them and end up like Fourth Master Tang. Speaking of poison, we have to thank the Tang family. Shinbai plundered it from a pawn shop of the Tang family. It can be said that wool comes from sheep. The killing blade offensive pretended to focus on attacking the Fourth Master Tang who was already poisoned, but in fact the target was the Third Master Tang on the side. Death! Shinbai shouted. The killing blade slashed towards Fourth Master Tang. Fourth brother, be careful. Tang Sani held a long sword in one arm and tried to block the killing blade's attack. Unexpectedly, the killing blade changed direction midway and attacked Tang Sani. Laugh. The blade cut open a 3-foot-long wound on Tang San's arm without mercy. With one successful blow, Shinbai stopped fighting and turned around to leave. By the way, I've smeared poison on the blade, so I wish you good luck. Shinbai's voice came from far away. Third brother, is what he said true? Tang Chia asked. I don't know, but... The Third Master Tang looked at the Fourth Master Tang who had passed out after being poisoned, and his heart fell into a war between heaven and man. Mr. Tang wanted to bet that there was no poison on the blade. But he only has one life, and if he loses the bet, he can't afford to lose. Thoughts were surging in his mind. After a long time, he made a decision, handed the long knife to Tang Chia, and said, Seventh brother, let's do it. Are you sure? Tang Chia said hesitantly. Tang Sani gritted his teeth and nodded. Shoo! Tang Chia held a long knife and chopped off Tang San's remaining right arm. Hiss. The severed arm fell to the ground, and severe pain spread across Tang San's body. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke over his body. Tang Chia took out medicine from the space ring and applied it to the wound. Xin Bai watched the scene from a distance. Even if the other party was an enemy, this decisiveness was enough to make him awe. But the enemy is the enemy, and being kind to the enemy is cruel to oneself. Xin Bai wants to destroy the opponent's heart from the inside out. The surprised tone reached the ears of the three people of the Tang family again. Hey, I just lied to you, the knife is not poisonous. You little bastard, let me catch you, I will make you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme and die. Tang San glared in the direction of Xin Bai. If looks could kill, Xin Bai would die hundreds or thousands of times under such looks. Withdraw. Tang Chia said in a hoarse voice after some thought. Because he underestimated the enemy, he fell into Xin Bai's plan from the beginning and was led by the other party's nose. The three of them are now in peak condition, one is poisoned and comatose, the other is seriously injured, and all of them have lost their strength. After a night of tracking, the three of them were led deep into the Luoxing Mountains by Xin Bai. Looking at the three people retreating, Xin Bai said in his heart, "Leave? Can you leave?" When the three of them were in their prime, they were attacked by Xin Bai until they were physically and mentally exhausted. Now one person was carrying 2 oil bottles, and they were in a very bad situation. The killing sword technique Ziju. Dang! Dang! The killing sword technique slaughter. Dang! Dang! Along the way, I was annoyed by frequent attacks that came at random times. Tang Chia, who had been in a tense state for a long time and had been calm throughout the whole process, could no longer bear it and roared, "Xin Bai has a frontal attack. What's the point of relying on such shady means to make sneak attacks?" Xin Bai, who was hiding in the dark, said jokingly, "You, the Tang family, have sent 2 late-stage golden elixirs. If 1 golden elixir is perfect, you can be seen? Is that considered a skill?" Tang Chia was choked by Xin Bai's words and could not speak. He simply stopped opening his mouth and concentrated on guarding against Xin Bai. At night, the 3 people of the Tang family walked less than a quarter of the distance in one day. Tang Chia looked at the wounds on his body that were gradually turning green, the 4th Master Tang whose lips were white and the air was coming out more than the air coming in, and the 3rd Master Tang who was listless. The injuries on his body were caused while protecting 4th Master Tang and 3rd Master Tang. Along the way, Xin Bai had many opportunities to kill them. The reason why Xin Bai didn't do this was that only the 2 living people could attract Tang Chia's attention. Once the 2 of them were killed, Tang Chia would no longer have any worries and could only focus on escaping. Xin Bai was not sure that he could kill him. "Xin Bai, let's talk about it. We will hand over all the valuable things we have to you. When we return to the family, we will persuade the head of the family to cancel the pursuit of you. Can you please let my 3 brothers go?" Tang Chia said as sincerely as possible. Xin Bai ignored Tang Chia. At this moment, silence could put more pressure on the already gradually collapsing spirits of Tang Chia and others. "Xin Bai, don't bully others too much." After receiving no response for a long time, Tang Chia said in a stern voice, "Do you have to kill them all, Dawn?" At this time, 2 days and 2 nights had passed since the 3 people from the Tang family chased Xin Bai. Xin Bai still looked energetic, but on the other hand, the 3 people from the Tang family had scattered eyes, unkempt hair, and bloodshot eyes. It's time to send them to see the King of Hell. Xin Bai rubbed the killing blade and whispered, "Shong. The killing sword technique Ziju. Come again?" Tang Chia managed to cheer up and prepared to deal with it casually as usual and continue on his way. Clang! Holding the killing blade in his hand and exerting it with all his strength, the huge force was transmitted to Tang Chia. He took a few steps back before completely releasing the force. "Not good!" Tang Chia exclaimed. Laugh! The blade of the killing blade slashed across Master Tang's throat, and red and greenish blood spurted out from his throat. Ding! For killing Tang Sai, one of the important figures of the Tang family, the reward of 5 attribute points has been distributed. Laugh. The tip of the knife passed through the heart of Tang San, who was greatly damaged in battle, and the blade vibrated and shattered his heart. Ding. Kill Tang San, one of the important figures of the Tang family, and the reward of 5 attribute points has been distributed. 10 points of attributes were instantly added to his cultivation level, and Qin Bai launched the final kill. The killing sword technique slaughter. The killing blade vibrated at high speed and slashed towards Tang Xie. Clang! The weapons collided, and Tang Xie's arm holding the knife was numbed by the huge force. Impossible, how could your strength suddenly increase so much? Tang Xie said with a look of disbelief. Could it be that you have been hiding your cultivation from the beginning? Ha, it's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. We, the Tang family Sanju, haven't been out in a group for 10 years. I didn't expect that 10 years later, we would capsize in the gutter with a young junior. Shang! Shang! Dang! Dang! Crack! There were cracks in the knife in Tang Xie's hand. Snapped. After a few rounds, the knife in Tang Xie's hand was completely shattered. Laugh. The head fell to the ground. Qin Bai looked at Tang Xie's body and said, "Too much nonsense, the 3 great talents of the Tang family? Do you really think that you are a person?" Ding. For killing Tang Xie, one of the important figures of the Tang family, the reward of 5 attribute points has been distributed. After adding the attribute points, open the personal information panel. Name, Qin Bai cultivation level, 2nd level late stage of golden elixir, 4450, power, 44 speed, 44 stamina, 44 attack, 44 defense, 44 luck, 44. Killing blade level 44, 50, attack, 44 killing sword technique level 44, 50, attack, 44. After improving his strength, Qin Bai is now able to kill all 3 opponents of the Tang family in a head-on confrontation, even if he encounters a completely victorious one. Putting away the 3-person space ring, an idea emerged in Qin Bai's mind. Qingyang City, the residence of the Tang family. At this time, there were many people surrounding the Tang family, most of them came to watch the joke. 3 heads hang on the door of Tang's house. That's the 4th master of the Tang family? Am I right? And the 3rd and 7th masters of the Tang family, my god. What happened? Who did the Tang family offend? Even the 3 most powerful people of the Tang family are dead. The 2nd elder and his men hurriedly came from the Tang family. Seeing the dead Sanju of the Tang family, his heart thumped. The commander removed the heads of the 3 people, dispersed the crowd of onlookers, and returned to the Tang family's house with a frown and confusion. Qin Bai hid in the crowd, watching the 2nd elder of the Tang family gradually forming a plan in his mind. The 2nd elder was reporting the situation to Tang Jintian at this time, and he didn't know that he was already being noticed. Qin Bai, I will cut you into pieces. Tang Jintian clenched his fists and said with hatred. Inside the royal family. Wang Zong looked at the latest information in front of him, and his mood, which had just improved in the past 2 days, suddenly became very bad. Oh, this little ancestor named Qin Bai is too troublemaking. Wang Zong thought about how long it had been since Qin Bai came to Qingyang City. First, an unknown gang was eliminated, which was not a big deal. But then he killed the 6th son of the Tang family, the 5th master, and the 8th master of the Tang family. Another 1/3 of the Tang family's property was burned down overnight. Now, the 3rd master, the 4th master, and the 7th master, who are known as the 3 great masters of the Tang family, were killed. After the killing, their heads were hung in the Tang family's mansion. Wang Zong counted on his fingers, excluding the 6th master of the Tang family who died young. The only elders of the Tang family who are still alive now are the 2nd eldest son of the Tang family and Tang Jintian. For some reason, a bold idea came to Wang Zong's mind. It would be perfect if we kill the 2nd son of the Tang family and that old guy Tang Jintian. Thinking of this, Wang Zong was inexplicably excited. Then Wang Zong shook his head and said inwardly, it's impossible. There is a world of difference between the nascent soul realm and the golden core realm. Putting aside his complicated mood, Wang Zong felt that something big was going to happen in Qingyang City. Xin Bai almost killed most of the top officials of the Tang family, and Tang Jintian would definitely not let it go. Xin Bai found a random restaurant to stay in Xingyang City. The past 2 days have also consumed a lot of money on him. After washing up, eating something, he went to bed and fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was getting dark outside. Xin Bai sat on the bed and thought about the war mission and the main mission. Currently, only Tang Jintian and the second son of the Tang family are still alive in the Tang family. If they are killed, the Tang family will no longer have a pillar of support and will soon be cannibalized by other forces. The fixed star compass should be on Tang Jintian. With my current cultivation level, I have no opponent in the Golden Core realm, but I am still unknown in the nascent Soul realm. How to lure the second elder away from the Tang family and kill him? Just when Xin Bai was scratching his head, there was a knock on the door. Opening the door, there was a restaurant waiter standing outside. "This is a letter from someone." The waiter handed over a letter. "Who will write to me?" Xin Bai thought in confusion. After closing the door and returning to the room, he opened the letter. After seeing the content of the letter, Xin Bai's eyes lit up. The letter stated that the second elder was invited to the city lord's mansion tonight for a banquet. The person signing the letter was Huang San. Xin Bai has always had speculations about Huang San's identity. If the guess is correct, this should be a big man who is difficult to get in touch with. City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Nan Tianlong smiled bitterly and said to Huang San beside him, "Young master, why is this necessary? If the second elder of the Tang family dies again, that old man Tang Jintian will go crazy." Huang San said with a smile on his lips, "It's just a branch of the Tang family. If it really causes any big trouble, I won't bear it." The power of the Tang family in the imperial capital has shifted towards the elder brother. This can be regarded as indirectly weakening the power of the elder brother. After a pause, Huang San said seriously, "Whether it is a dragon or a snake, you have to survive the disaster to know. Dead talents are not called talents. What I need are talents who are alive and can be used by me." Midnight. Xin Bai hid in the city lord's palace and was the only way back to the Tang family. Hiccup. Let me tell you, even the head of the family was not invited to the banquet, but I was invited. Do you know what this means? This means that the city lord's mansion supports me. With the city lord's support, I will definitely become the head of the Tang family in a few years. The second elder was burping from wine, immersed in fantasies about the future, and spoke to his cronies beside him. Xin Bai walked out of the darkness, his bright killing blade revealing murderous intent under the moonlight. Who is it? Dare to block my way? The second elder looked ahead drowsily. When he saw Xin Bai's figure clearly, the drunkenness dissipated and he suddenly woke up. "It's you," the second elder shouted in surprise. Xin Bai answered, "It's me, are you ready to die?" "What?" The second elder screamed, turned around and ran away. The killing sword technique Ziju. The killing blade formed a waning moon and enveloped the two elders. Hey! Hey! Laugh! After the attack, everyone including the second elder died. Ding! For killing Tang Eryi, one of the important figures of the Tang family, the reward of 5 attribute points has been distributed. Add attribute points and open the information panel. Name, Xin Bai cultivation level, second level late stage of golden elixir, 4950, power, 49 speed, 49 stamina, 49 attack, 49 defense, 49 luck, 49. Killing blade level 49, 50, attack, 49 killing sword technique level 49, 50, attack, 49. There are still a few attributes left to reach perfection in the Golden Core realm. At present, all tasks that can obtain attribute points cannot avoid Tang Jintian. Before, Xin Bai was still thinking that although the war mission had some twists and turns, it was not extremely dangerous after all. Now it seems that the final mission of the war is to use the Golden Core realm to kill the nascent Soul realm. Does the golden elixir kill Yuanying? Xin Bai murmured. Inside the Tang family, Tang Jintian came to the second elder's residence and saw that the second elder was not there. He asked his subordinates, "Where is the second elder?" Master, the city lord's palace is hosting a banquet for the second elder tonight, and he has gone to the banquet, the subordinate replied. No, you idiot. Tang Jintian cursed. At the same time, outside the Tang family. Boom! Xinbai smashed the door of the Tang family with one kick and walked into the Tang family with the killing blade on his shoulder. Who? How dare you break into the Tang family? Take it down. The Tang family's guards surrounded Xinbai. The killing sword technique Ziju. After the waning moon passed, the bodies of the guards lay on the ground, with blood flowing from the bodies. Inside the city lord's mansion. Lord City Lord, Xinbai has attacked the Tang family alone. A spy from the city lord's mansion hurriedly came to report. What? Nan Tianlong suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Xinbai kicked down the Tang family's door and killed the Tang family. The spy said again. Does he want his life? Tang Jintian is in the nascent soul realm. He is crazy if he is just in the golden core realm and provokes the nascent soul realm. Nan Tianlong froze in place for a long time before he could say these words. After Huang San heard the news from one side, he showed a playful smile on his face and said, "Let's go and have a look." Based on my evaluation of him, he is not a brainless person. After that, Huang San and Nan Tianlong flew out of the window and headed to the Tang family's residence. Wang family. Wang Zong was also stunned for a while listening to his subordinate's report. After a long while, he still sat in disbelief. He was so overwhelmed by victory that he thought he would be invincible if he killed a few people in the Golden Core realm. He really overestimated his capabilities by challenging the nascent soul in the Golden Core realm. Wang Zhiro said from one side, "Dad, let's go and see if it's okay." Wang Zong looked at Wang Jiju with a doting look on his face and said, "Okay, since the apple of my eye has spoken, let's go and have a look." In Qingyang City, I don't know who spread the news that the Tang family was killed. The whole Qingyang City is boiling. You are a ruthless person, you dare to kill the Tang family alone. Stupid, no brains. According to legend, the head of the Tang family has already broken through to the nascent soul. The market is open, let's take a bet on how long he can survive in the Tang family. I bet 1,000 lower grade spiritual stones for an hour. I bet 500 spiritual stones for half an hour. You think too highly of him. I'll bet 2,000 spirit stones for half a quarter of an hour. Similar sounds appeared in Qingyang City, and more people went to the Tang family. Let's take a look at who the real owner of the Tang family has been causing trouble recently and what he looks like. Inside the Tang family. The killing sword technique Ziju. When Xinbai killed the second wave of guards, Tang Jintian arrived. Enemies were extremely jealous when they met. When Tang Jintian saw the murderer who killed his son and the top family members, his eyes seemed to want to eat Xinbai alive. "Boy, I will skin you and remove your bones, hang your head on the door of my Tang family, and let outsiders see the consequences of provoking my Tang family." Tang Jintian gritted his teeth and said bitterly. The reason why Xinbai chose to come here tonight was because he had no choice but to do so. The mission was only within 3 months. Instead of hiding for 3 months and letting fear wear away your spirit, you might as well go all out and kill him. Someone once said so, it's the master of your Tang family. Xinbai said in a cold tone. Damn you! Tang Jintian roared angrily and launched an offensive very quickly. Tang Quan Tiger comes down the mountain. A fierce tiger formed in Tang Jintian's fist and pounced towards Xinbai. The killing sword technique Slaughter. The killing blade vibrated at high speed and slashed towards Tang Jintian. Roar! Shang! The roar of tigers and the sound of swords sounded at the same time. Clang! The killing blade and the tiger collided fiercely, and the sound of the clash of golden swords could be heard. After the offensive dissipated and the first confrontation occurred, Xinbai took 3 steps back, but Tang Jintian did not move at all. Ha! You can withstand nascent soul's blow without incident. No wonder you can kill Lao San and the others. But you should never should provoke my Tang family. Tang Jintian roared. In the sky above the Tang family, the city lords Nan Tianlong, Huang San, Wang Zong, and Wang Jiro watched everything happening underground. Wang Zong sighed, "It's a pity that a genius will die here today." The other three did not speak, and were all paying attention to the battle below. Tang Fist Hungry Tiger pounces on food. The Killing Sword Technique Slaughter. Clang. Song. Roar. Zheng. Tang Fist Black Tiger takes out the heart. The Killing Sword Technique Ziju. Shang. Shang. Hu. Hu. The two sides fought equally, and the fight was back and forth. "Old guy, is this all you have?" Sheen Bite said. "Boy, I'm going to give you a chance to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme now. What do you want?" Tang Jintian said. "What opportunity? Let's talk about it. Join my Tang family and you will be a servant for life. I will spare your life." As the head of the family, Tang Jintian should consider the interests of the family. If Qinbai can be allowed to join the Tang family, with his talent, he will most likely be able to break through to the nascent soul realm. By then, the Tang family will have 2 nascent souls, and becoming the overlord of Qingyang City will be just around the corner. Shameless, shameless. Wang Zong in heaven cursed in his heart when he heard this. Qinbai said with a mocking look on his face, "Are you dreaming? Today is the day you die." Shang. 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 The killing blade slashed at Tang Jintian crazily, and dense shadows of swords surrounded Tang Jintian. This was Qinbai's first full-scale offensive in the Luoxing Mountains. With the help of the system, all the body's values have reached the same level of peak, and it is very terrifying to have full firepower. For a time, Tang Jintian could only defend passively, and Qinbai gradually gained the upper hand. "Dad, look, Qinbai has the upper hand. If this continues, he may kill the head of the Tang family." Wang Jiro exclaimed. "Alas, this is just an illusion. If you haven't broken through to the nascent soul, you will never know how big the gap is between the nascent soul realm and the golden core realm." Wang Zong sighed. Wang Jiro pouted, turned to Huang San and said, "Third brother, does the emperor have a genius who can kill the nascent soul realm and the golden core realm?" "Yes, but those who can do this are geniuses among geniuses. Can such a genius exist in Qingyang City?" Huang San murmured. Under Qinbai's fierce attack, Tang Jintian defended in a slightly embarrassed manner. "Behead!" Qinbai shouted. "Laugh!" After fighting for so long, Tang Jin's defense was broken for the first time. The killing blade left a wound 3 inches long and 1 finger deep on Tang Jintian's chest. Tang Jintian looked at the wounds on his body with shock in his eyes. He didn't believe that he would be injured by a Jindan realm, but the blood that continued to flow from the wound reminded him that this was a fact. Roar! Tang Jintian roared loudly, his eyes like a wild beast that chooses people to devour. "Little bastard, you pissed me off. Now go to hell." Tang Fist, the white tiger holds the corpse. An eye-catching white tiger appeared out of thin air, opened its bloody mouth and bit Qinbai. White Tiger's attack was too fierce and fierce. In a hurry, Qinbai held the killing blade across his chest to defend himself. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Qinbai was directly knocked away by the huge force. Cough! All the internal organs seemed to be displaced, and bursts of burning sensation came from the body. As soon as Qinbai got up from the ground, Tang Jintian's attack was right in front of him. Tang Fist Black Tiger takes out the heart. Boom! The figure that had just stood up was instantly knocked back. Tang Quan Tiger comes down the mountain. Boom! He stood up again and again, and was knocked away again and again, and the cycle repeated dozens of times. After being injured, Tang Jintian was like a furious lion, his combat power soaring. Severe pain came from everywhere on the body, and the whole body felt like it was about to fall apart. Is this the true strength of the nascent soul realm? So strong. Qinbai thought to himself. Waves of dizziness came through my head, and I forced myself to cheer up. His vision has gradually become blurred, and blood is flowing out from all over his body as if it is free of money. The situation is not good now, you will die if you continue like this. There must be other ways to break the situation. Move your body. You can't be passive anymore. Kill this person in front of me. As long as I kill him, I can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live slash phoneme. Kill. 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 The four people in the sky looked at Shinbai, who was beaten like a rag sandbag on the ground and had no power to resist. Wang Zone said with a slightly unbearable expression, "Alas! What a pity! If he could not be so impatient and not be dazzled by victory, he would definitely be able to break through to nascent soul." Wang Jiro said anxiously, "Dad, please save him. If this continues, he will be killed." Wang Zong shook his head and said, "Jiro, people always have to pay the price for their choices. Challenging Yuanying in the Golden Core realm is a stupid act. Saving him will completely offend the Tang family to death. It's not worth it." Wang Jiro trembled when she heard this and turned to look at Huang San. Huang San also shook his head and said, "It is very difficult to be able to fight against the nascent soul realm until now. He can indeed be called a genius, but he is still far from the standard in my heart." As for Nan Tianlong, he followed Huang San's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme. Huang San had already refused, so it was naturally impossible for him to do anything against Huang San's will. "Wang Zongdao, let's go, the result is already obvious." After Huang San stared at Qin for a long time, he let out a long sigh, "Alas." Just as the four were preparing to leave. "To kill Tang Jintian, you must kill him." Many distracting thoughts finally converged into one word, kill. Tang Fist the White Tiger carries the corpse. Boom! Was bombarded again. Cough. Qin spat out a large mouthful of blood, which was mixed with internal organ fragments. He stood up unsteadily, his consciousness gradually becoming blurry. The tenacious will to survive and the strong intention to kill are condensed together. The sword's snow-white blade exudes a cold light, with a black and red point appearing from the center. The black and red color quickly spread to the entire blade. The black and red blade looked extremely strange at this time, exuding strong murderous intent under the moonlight. Almost at the same time, Qin pupils also showed a flash of black and red, and the black and red instantly spread to occupy his eyes. When he was in a daze, he seemed to hear an indistinguishable male and female voice coming from his ears and sneered, "Boy, this is not how you use a knife." The four people who were about to leave in Tian except Wang Jiro, who had no cultivation level, the other three looked at their feet almost instantly. "Wait, there seems to be a turning point," Huang San said. Wang Zong looked down with a solemn expression and said, "The killing intent is so strong, I can smell the blood even from such a distance." Nan Tianlong said with a serious expression, "The killing intent is filled with coldness, madness, and bloodthirsty. How many people must be killed to gather such terrifying killing intent?" For the first time, Huang San's expression was no longer calm, his eyes were staring down. "It's this murderous intention that scares me, but it's more dangerous than the last time I saw him." "Brother Qin, what are you hiding in your body, secret?" Tang Fist White Tiger. When the attacking Tang Jintian was still in midair, Qin who was seriously injured in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to death, suddenly reached out and grabbed Tang Jintian's attacking arm, and said in a cold voice, "It's my turn now." Tang Jintian, whose arm was grabbed, tried to break free several times but to no avail. Qin hands held him tightly like pliers. How could this happen? Tang Jintian was shocked. At this time, Qin eyes were filled with black and red, and his body exuded murderous intent that made him tremble in his heart. Tang Jintian seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood from the killing intent that was almost solidifying. "Who are you?" Tang Jintian asked stutteringly. The face in front of him was still the same, but Qin now made Tang Jintian want to escape quickly, as if there was a great terror here. Qin seemed to carelessly raise the hand that had been holding Tang Jintian into a fist, and lightly hit Tang Jintian. Boom! 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 Tang Jintian's body seemed to be hit by a high-speed train. He flew more than 100 meters in the air and then hit the ground at high speed. Boom! With Tang Jintian as the center, the ground paved with blue bricks split more than 20 meters in all directions like a spider web. The Tang family is in the sky. Wang Zong's eyes were so shocked that he almost popped out of his eyes. Why, how is it possible? Even I can't punch this old guy Tang Jintian so far away. Huang San and Nan Tianlong said nothing, staring closely below, wondering what they were thinking. Cough. Tang Jintian spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his clothes were broken into strips like a beggar's outfit. What kind of monster is this? Tang Jintian was horrified in his heart. When Xinbai made his move just now, the bloodthirsty and crazy murderous intention surged in, as terrifying as hell. Whoosh! Xinbai tapped his foot lightly and appeared in front of Tang Jintian across 100 meters distance in an instant. What speed is this? Even I can't do it. Tang Jintian was completely confused. He couldn't understand why Xinbai, who was about to die, suddenly became so strong. Obviously, it's clear that the cultivation aura is still in the golden core realm, but why can't even the nascent soul realm be matched? Tang Jintian thought to himself. Xinbai held the black-red killing blade in his hand, looked down at Tang Jintian from a high position, and said softly, "Killing and slaughtering." The blade of the killing blade does not appear to have any changes on the surface, but if you look closely, you can see that the killing blade is vibrating at super high speeds, but the vibration frequency exceeds what is visible to the naked eye, and it becomes stationary visually. Invincible. Tang Jintian said with difficulty. He had a premonition that if this knife fell on him, he would definitely die. Cut. Xinbai held the killing blade in place and made several empty cuts at Tang Jintian from a distance, like a child drawing pictures. Laugh. What? In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Tang Jintian's limbs were separated from his body, and Tang Jintian's screams of pain filled the entire Tang family. Xinbai, who had regained consciousness but could not control his body, once again heard the indistinguishable male and female voice, "Boy, watch what happens next." Xinbai flew up in the air, flying to a height where he could overlook the entire Tang family, and slashed downwards with the killing blade. Kill, annihilate. The waning moon formed by the killing blade was thousands of times larger than before, covering Tang Jintian and the entire Tang family. The waning moon is like a cover buckling over the entire Tang family, and the cover emits light like moonlight, brilliant and gorgeous. The light dissipated, and Tang Jintian and the entire Tang family, shrouded in the waning moon, completely disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Xinbai turned his head and glanced at the 4 members of Wang Zong before slowly falling to the ground. Ding dong! The sound of metal falling to the ground came. Xinbai, who regained control of his body, picked up the ring, penetrated the ring with his spiritual thoughts, and found a compass-like object inside the ring. Ding! For killing Tang Jintian, one of the important figures of the Tang family, the reward of 5 attribute points has been distributed. Ding! Main mission, obtain the fixed star compass and complete it. The task reward has been issued. Ding! War mission, destroy the Tang family completed. The task reward has been issued. Xinbai took a long breath after hearing the system prompt. It was like countless knives cutting flesh in his body, and he could hold back the severe pain in his body. He walked out of the ruins of the Tang family's residence without changing his expression. He came out, wow, so handsome. The Tang family. The Tang family is just gone? The Tang family, which has thrived in Qingyang City for 300 years, will become history from now on. The crowd outside the Tang family surged, and they all wanted to come forward after seeing Xinbai coming out. Xinbai glanced coldly at the crowd approaching him, murderous intent emerging from his body. The crowd stopped one after another and involuntarily opened a passage to let Xinbai, who was full of murderous aura, walk through. Passing through the crowd, Xinbai disappeared into the night after a few ups and downs. The Tang family is in the sky. The 4 people, including Huang San, had a layer of dense cold sweat on their foreheads. Just when he looked at me just now, I felt that as long as I made a slight movement, my fate would not be much better than that of Tang Jintian. Wang Zong took a long breath and said fearfully. Tang. The Tang family just disappeared? Nan Tianlong asked, looking at the Tang family's old site below where there was no hair left. The final blow to annihilate the Tang family was a power that far exceeded several realms of the nascent Soul Realm. It was really terrifying. Huang San said in a complicated tone. "Young master, we are in trouble now. It would be fine if we just killed Tang Jintian and a few of his senior officials, but Qin Bai will wipe out the entire Tang family branch with one strike. The Tang family in the imperial capital will not let it go." Nan Tianlong frowning. Qin Bai is in big trouble. If the Tang family in the imperial capital pursues him, his life will be hard to save. If you want to win over this person, you'd better make plans in advance. Huang San, who had always said that he would resist the matter, now looked troubled, as if he had made some decision for a while. He gritted his teeth slightly and said, "I will carry him over to the imperial capital. The most important thing now is how to bring Qin Bai under my account." Huang San looked towards the direction Qin Bai left. He didn't know what specific changes had happened to Qin Bai just now. It is known that the power Qin Bai just used was not his own, but this is not important. The situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable. Our side urgently needs strong combat power. No matter how this combat power exists, this person is bound to win it. Falling Star Mountains. After Qin Bai left the Tang family, he went directly to the Luoxing Mountains. With such a big limelight, it would be safer to get along with the monsters in the Luoxing Mountains than to be noticed in Qingyang City. When he thought of completely annihilating the Tang family and its residents into ruins, even in Qin Bai's state of mind, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Recalling that I was in the Tang family just now, it was like watching a movie. After the control of my body was taken away, my body exploded with strength beyond its current state. He punched Tang Jintian more than 100 meters away. It looked like he was using the same killing sword technique. The first killing move lightly chopped off Tang Jintian's limbs. The second execution style turned into a huge waning moon, erasing the entire Tang family and its buildings from Qingyang City. He looked at the killing blade with cold light in his hand with complicated eyes. At this time, there was no trace of black and red on the blade of the killing blade. Open the introduction to Sesha Blade and Seshoken. Killing blade level, introduction, a sharp blade that existed for killing, a killing blade that once made countless sentient beings tremble. To unlock all its secrets, you need stronger strength. Killing sword technique second level introduction, this is a sword technique that was once famous in the heavens and was jointly created with the Slayer blade specifically for killing. When you become strong enough, someone will tell you the story behind it. Looking at these two introductions again, Qin Bai felt more enlightened. He put the killing blade in his hand in front of his eyes and said softly, "Thank you for tonight." Who Augustive Night phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme blue by, but the killing blade showed no reaction. Qin Bai had already anticipated this situation. When he originally chose the killing blade, his master-devouring behavior was still fresh in his mind. Now I don't know why he is helping me, but I may not have much recognition in Seshuki's heart. In the final analysis, his own strength is too poor and his cultivation is too weak. The attribute points are enough, it's time to break through. Qin Bai whispered. Completing the main mission will reward you with 8 attribute points, and killing Tang Jintian will reward you with 5 attribute points, for a total of 13 points. Qin Bai first added some attributes to his cultivation. Name, Qin Bai Cultivation, Level 50 Golden Elixir Perfection, 50, Breakthrough Possible. Breakthrough. The inside of the seriously injured body was as painful as countless knives cutting flesh at any time. After the breakthrough was initiated, the severe pain intensified instantly, and Qin Bai felt that the knife turned into a saw, not only cutting flesh but also sawing bones. And I was like a twist, in such a bad condition inside my body, I still had to be ravaged by being twisted 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right. Hi! This kind of pain that exceeded physical limits made Qin Bai grimace in pain and roll his eyes. In severe pain, Qin Bai suddenly remembered the sarcastic tone that could not tell the difference between men and women. He gritted his teeth and said nothing, beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripping from his forehead. I don't know how long it has been. There was a crisp sound of click inside his body. The severe pain dissipated, and waves of cool feeling came. The injuries on his body caused during the fight in the Tang family were quickly repaired under the waves of coolness. Qin Bai, who had recovered from his injury, opened his personal information panel. Name: Qin Bai. Cultivation level: Level 62. Early stage of nascent soul: 100, power, 62 speed, 62 stamina, 62 attack, 62 defense, 62 luck, 62. Killing blade level 62, 100, attack, 62. Killing sword technique level 50, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 50. After his cultivation breakthrough, Qin Bai drew out his killing blade and slashed on the spot, feeling the power of the third level. No wonder they say that the Golden Core realm and the nascent soul realm are a natural chasm. If I were to face Tang Jintian now, I would be able to kill him with a few moves, Qin Bai said while holding the knife. There are also system malls and elementary Tianhuang bodies. Ding! The system mall is being activated for the first time. Ding! The system mall has been successfully activated. Ding! The primary Tianhuang body is being activated for the first time. Ding! The primary Tianhuang body has been successfully activated. When the primary Tianhuang body was activated, Qin Bai instantly felt that his strength, speed, defense, attack power, etc. had increased. Open the system store. In the mall, starting from the first level to the third level, there are various props, weapons, elixirs, techniques, formations, etc. There are so many types that it's a bit dazzling to see, and the required mall points are marked behind each item. Qin Bai didn't need anything at the moment. There are two options below the mall, one is recycling and the other is attribute redemption. After reading the introduction to recycling, Qin Bai understood what recycling meant. He can hand over all valuable items in the storage space to the system mall for recycling, and the system mall will give certain mall points based on their value. This function is great. Qin Bai's eyes lit up. He was originally thinking about how to exchange the things in the space rings obtained from the Tang family into resources. With this function, you don't have to worry about getting treasures and other things in the future. All the space rings were thrown into the system mall. Drop. Value determination. Drop. According to the system's judgment, the total value is 15 points. Including the 35 points rewarded by the war mission, there are now a total of mall points. Open attribute exchange. After Qin Bai phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme the introduction to the attribute redemption function, a hint of joy appeared on his face. This function combined with the recycling system is a perfect match. He can use mall points to redeem attributes. The first order is 1 point of integration and 1 point of attributes. Second order 2-point integral and 1-point property. The third level has 5 points and 1 attribute. Level, and above are unknown. Without any hesitation, Qin Bai exchanged 35 mall points into 7 attribute points to add to his cultivation. Name: Qin Bai. Cultivation, level 69. Middle nascent soul, 100, power, 69 speed, 69 stamina, 69 attack, 69 defense, 69 luck, 69. Killing blade level 69, 100, attack, 69. Killing sword technique level 50, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 50. His cultivation has reached the middle stage of nascent soul. Pairing these two functions together, it is completely possible to support war through war. Qin Bai thought. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the system mall and look at the introduction of Junior Tianhuangti. Tianhuangti Elementary all attributes increased by 0%. There is no fancy introduction, and the power of Tianhuangti is fully demonstrated in just a few words. Don't underestimate this 0%. The increase may not be obvious in the early stage. But as the cultivation level becomes stronger, various attributes become higher and higher, and this 0% increase cannot be underestimated. What's even more unreasonable is that all attributes actually increase, which is very important. Is the elementary Tianhuang body that strong? How about the intermediate and advanced ones? Qin Bai thought in his mind. At this time, his strength had increased compared to when he broke through Yuanying. Xinbai calculated that if he encountered an enemy with Tang Jintian's cultivation level now, he would be able to kill him with one strike. Also, you will have the preliminary ability to fly when you reach the nascent soul realm. After Xinbai's breakthrough, there was an extra message in his mind, and the content of the message was how to fly. He couldn't wait to adjust his condition, and his body slowly rose into the air. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. Hundreds of meters, kilometers, 10,000 meters. At first, my body was a little shaky in the air, but I became more familiar with this feeling. Xinbai soared freely in the sky. Roar with a long roar, he breathed out all the turbid air in his chest. Xinbai has always been fascinated by the flying gods in novels since his childhood. When one day he can fly himself, the joy cannot be expressed in words. Growing up on Blue Star since he was a child, Xinbai has flown on an airplane and experienced various advanced technologies that can enable short-term flight. But no matter how advanced technology is, it cannot allow a person to fly freely at an altitude of meters without any protection on his own strength. The slightly intelligent animals in the Luoxing Mountains looked at Xinbai flying in the sky, with longing in their eyes. For all creatures that are born flightless, whether they are humans or animals, this yearning for the sky is an instinct engraved in their genes. Xinbai slowly landed after having enough fun in the sky. Crack crack, there was a sound of clapping and applause in the darkness. Looking at Huang San, who appeared in front of him from the darkness, Xinbai looked wary. As if he didn't see it, Huang San said with a smile, "Congratulations to Brother Qin for breaking through to the nascent soul realm." Xinbai said nothing and looked at Huang San with probing eyes. A bunch of question marks appeared in front of Xinbai's eyes, just like when he first met Huang San at the Wang family. This situation can only show that Huang San has surpassed him by too much. The exploring I can know the details of all enemies with similar strength to yourself. But when faced with an enemy that exceeds one's own strength, there is no way to detect it. All information about Huang San is unknown. When they first met, he showed kindness to himself and gave him a jade plaque, saying that it might save his life when his life was in danger. Xinbai did not use this jade token when he was in a difficult situation in a life-and-death fight with Tang Jintian. For Xinbai, even if he survived, he would only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme for 3 more months. Once the task deadline is up, if you can't complete the task, you will still be wiped out. More importantly, in Xinbai's opinion, living like this would make him unable to face his own heart. After destroying the Tang family with the help of the killing blade with shocking force, Xinbai was not sure whether the person in front of him would pose a threat to him because of the greed in his heart. This is also the reason why he chose to return to the Luoxing Mountains as soon as possible after leaving the Tang family. During the Tang family's battle, too many eyes were focused on him, and the entire Qingyang city must have been speculating on his so-called shocking adventure. Seeing Xinbai's guarded look, Huang San sighed, "Brother Qin, don't be so tense. I have no hostility towards you." Then Huang San looked at Xinbai with a sincere expression and said, "Brother Qin, my purpose here is to sincerely invite you to join." Xinbai said in a half-believing tone, "Join? Now everyone in Qingyang City must be passing on the cultivation of the Golden Core Realm to annihilate the Tang family, trying to get the adventure from me. Are you not tempted? Everyone wants a shocking adventure, but adventure should only come to the virtuous. I am not greedy about the adventure that comes to Brother Qin. I act openly. If I really want to covet the adventure you have, I won't bother to deceive you with these words. And if I were to do that, I would not be the only one here at this moment. You would have been surrounded by others." Huang San replied, paused for a moment, and said with a hint of arrogance in his tone, "Furthermore, some people think that treasures are found by chance, but in my opinion, they are just ordinary and I don't like them at all." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang San added as if he had obsessive-compulsive disorder, "Correction, we are now in the nascent soul realm, and in the middle nascent soul stage. It is not unusual for someone to hide his cultivation in the middle nascent soul stage and destroy the Tang family who only have the early nascent soul stage. This can also save a lot of trouble." Xinbai said, "I underestimate Brother Huang's mind. In this case, please be honest with each other about your identity and purpose." Brother Qin has already guessed it with his wisdom, so there is no need to ask more." Huang San said with a smile. I am the third prince of the Ming dynasty. I am the third among the princes, so I am nicknamed Huang San. My real name is Ingji. I sincerely invite Brother Qin to join and assist me. Seeing Ingji's clear eyes and sincerity in his words, Qin Bai remained silent for a long time and said, I will be out for training recently, so I may not be able to help you. Is it very far? Ingji said without any doubt in his tone. Qin Bai nodded and said in an uncertain tone, It's very far, very far. There is a possibility that I will never come back. After hearing this, Ingji's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but he hid his disappointment in the next second and said, Then what help do you need, and what can I do for you? Thank you, Brother Ingji, for your kindness. Qin Bai declined politely. After Ingji thought for a while, he took off the space ring from his hand and stuffed it into Qin Bai's hand, and said with a smile, You always need to make money when you go out. The resources in this ring may be able to help Brother Qin at a critical moment. Qin Bai's cultivation level was not as high as Ingji's and he couldn't defeat him. He looked at the ring in his hand and said in a complicated tone, Why do you want to help me? Because Brother Qin and I hit it off right away. As friends, shouldn't we help each other? Brother Qin, take care. If you encounter difficulties, there is a way to contact me in the ring. As soon as he finished speaking, Ingji's figure disappeared from Qin Bai's eyes. Friends? Qin Bai murmured. Since becoming a killer, these two words have been far away from him. What Ingji said about his experience in his tone did not even question whether he was trying to dodge or was unwilling to join. Opening the space ring left by Ingji, even Qin Bai was shocked by the resources contained in the ring. Boxes of low-grade spiritual stones are neatly arranged in the ring, with pieces in each box, a total of 100 boxes. On top of the low-grade spiritual stones, there are 10 boxes of medium-grade spiritual stones and 1 box of high-grade spiritual stones. 1 middle-grade spiritual stone can be exchanged for 10 low-grade spiritual stones, and 1 high-grade spiritual stone can be exchanged for 10 middle-grade spiritual stones. If they were all exchanged for low-grade spiritual stones, that would be a total of 300 million low-grade spiritual stones. This gift is too precious. In addition to the spiritual stone, there is also a letter and something that looks like a jade talisman inside the ring. Presumably, that is the way Ingji said he could contact him. Take out the letter, which introduces how to use the Dao Jade Talisman. Sound transmission Jade Talisman? He took out the Jade Talisman and penetrated the Jade Talisman with his spiritual thoughts. The message he sent out was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no response. Qin Bai flew all the way back to Qingyang City. When he came to the sky above Qingyang City, he saw the city lord Nan Tianlong and Wang Zong waiting for him in the sky. After a while, it will be the middle stage of Yuaning. Wang Zong looked at Qin Bai with an exaggerated expression. Nan Tianlong was slightly stronger than him, but the shaking fingers hidden in his sleeves betrayed him. It was obvious that he was not very peaceful inside. Nan Tianlong said, Master Qin, my young master has left Qingyang City. Before leaving, I told you that if you come looking for him, I tell you that you don't need to look for him. There is no need to be polite among friends. Wang Zong echoed from the side, the third prince is like this, just get used to it. Qin Bai wanted to ask something more, but it was obvious that the two of them were tight-lipped, and they would definitely not say anything if he asked. He bowed to them and turned to leave. On the way back to the Luoxing Mountains, Qin Bai felt heavy in his heart. No reward for no merit, let alone such a great gift. Qin Bai did not move the low-grade spiritual stone in the space ring. After completing the epic task, he would find a way to find Ingji and return it to him in person. Taking out the star-fixing compass, Qin Bai inserted his spiritual thoughts into it to activate the compass. The stationary pointer on the compass rotates continuously after activation. About a quarter of an hour later, the hands moved slower and slower, slowly stopping and pointing in one direction. At the same time, inside the falling star mountains, a giant fox all white in body, the most peculiar thing is that it has 9 tails on its back. The strange eyes seemed to look through the space in the direction of Qin Bai, and said to himself, the fixed star compass? It's actually in the hands of a nascent soul stage human being? The giant fox slightly raised its front paws. snapped. The power of stars emerged from the giant fox. One end of the power of the stars is connected to the giant fox, and the other end is connected to a bright ball the size of a basketball above the giant fox. Damn it! This star core still retained its instincts after the meteorite was destroyed. It trapped me here as nutrients for more than 300 years. The giant fox's eyes flashed as he thought, this human boy with the fixed star compass can actually make a good plan. Shinbai flew in the direction of the compass pointer. The direction of the compass pointer is the real restricted area of the Falling Star Mountains. I remembered some rumors about the forbidden area in the Luoxing Mountains. It is said that there is a demon king in the realm of gods in the forbidden area. Only a small number of beasts can activate their spiritual intelligence by chance. After spiritual intelligence is activated, they rely on instinct to cultivate. After opening the spiritual wisdom, we are no longer called beasts, and humans call them monsters. Establishing the foundation and the golden pill are small demons, while nascent soul and transformation god are the big demons. In the Luoxing Mountains, generally by the late stage of nascent soul realm, one can basically occupy the territory and become the king. This trip is very likely to confront the demon king of the transformation god realm. No wonder it is an epic mission. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Soon, Shinbai flew to the restricted area of Luoxing mountain range. There was deathly silence in the restricted area, filled with a murderous atmosphere. A venomous snake as thick as a bucket, with a green body and a triangular head. It was entangled in a tree and looked at Shinbai while spitting out a message. With the exploratory eyes, I learned that this poisonous snake was in the late stage of Jindan. Late stage of golden elixir? Spiritual intelligence should be able to communicate normally. Maybe we can get some information from it. Shinbai thought of this, and his figure accelerated in mid-air. Who? The poisonous snake watched Shinbai flying towards him without any panic. He opened his mouth wide and his two poisonous fangs glowed dimly in his mouth. When Shinbai was still a foot away from the poisonous snake suddenly launched an attack. But its speed is the same as slow play in Shinbai's eyes. Snapped. He grabbed 7 inches of the snake, used a little force in his hand, and slammed the big snake as thick as a bucket from the air to the ground. Boom! There was a loud noise. A big hole was made on the ground, and the poisonous snake was beaten to pieces before it could recover. Shinbai ducked in front of it, grabbed its snake tail with his big hand, and threw it towards the ground like a whip. Bang! Bang! Boom! There was a loud bang on the ground, and dozens of blows passed by. Shinbai clapped his hands and looked at the venomous snake on the ground, which no longer had the power it once had and was as soft as a loach. Tell me how many demon kings there are in the Luoxing Mountains and what their cultivation level is. Shinbai said. It took a while for the viper to slow down, raise its upper body into an offensive posture, and spit out the message. The two snake eyes looked at Shinbai ruthlessly and cruelly. Shinbai nodded at Viper's performance and said jokingly, "You're still quite tough and can't speak? Let me teach you." Boom! A kick hit the snake's belly, and the venomous snake was kicked dozens of meters away. Shinbai flew into the air and kicked the poisonous snake again. Bang! Bang! Boom! Just like that, the poisonous snake was kicked into the sky by Shinbai like a ball. In the eyes of the viper, he is getting higher and higher from the ground. Dozens of meters. A few hundred meters. Thousands of meters. Thousands of meters. Shinbai's curious voice came to Viper's ears, "If you fall from this height, will the golden elixir fall into a puddle of flesh in the later stage?" Before the Viper could react, a strong feeling of weightlessness came over him. Who? Under the acceleration of gravity, the venomous snake became faster and faster, falling rapidly from an altitude of meters. It was like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, making a hoarse sound, mixed in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme and shouting, save me, I said. Boom! When he was still a few hundred meters away from the ground, Shinbai grabbed the venomous snake by its tail and stopped it firmly in the air. Falling from a height of meters and being grabbed by the tail a few hundred meters away, the tearing pain made the poisonous snake greet Bai's ancestors in his heart. Ha! It seems that I scared you. You should wake up, Bai said with some false concern. After saying that, he kicked the poisonous snake down from a height of several hundred meters. Boom! The viper landed heavily, and a huge crater was created on the ground. Bai stood next to the poisonous snake and said, I never force others and am good at persuading others with virtue. If you don't want to speak, you can speak out. Viper looked at Bai beside him and slowly drew out a knife that was full of dangerous aura and exuded cold light. The whole snake shuddered. Those who know the current situation are long-lived snakes. The man in front of me will probably peel off his skin if he gets angry. Not daring to continue pretending to be dead, he said with a hint of flattery in his tone, No, I will be happy to answer your questions. After Bai finished listening, he didn't say anything. He grabbed the snake's tail and smashed it against the ground a dozen times before saying, Say what you just said again. The poisonous snake, who didn't understand the situation and was completely stunned, dared to say it again in anger but dared not speak. After he finished speaking, as expected by the snake, the man in front of him grabbed his tail again. Bang! Bang! Boom! He experienced the same beating again and said what he just said again. After going through the process of beating and answering several times, the demon in front of him finally smiled as if satisfied. Seeing the cold light-emitting killing blade in the man's hand, the poisonous snake almost cried. After being treated like a non-snake, it was about to kill the snake. Bai looked at the trembling viper on the ground and asked doubtfully, Why don't you leave? Do you want to stay for a meal? The poisonous snake felt as if he was being pardoned when he heard this, and his body as thick as a bucket crawled up and quickly disappeared before Bai's eyes. Before leaving, the snake thought to himself, Eating? It doesn't exist. Do you want to stay and let me serve you as dinner? You miss me, Lu Qingda. Orochi. To be humiliated like this by a human being, this matter is endless. Bai looked at the direction where the poisonous snake left with a strange look on his face, shook his head and said, What a strange snake. He stopped paying attention to the snake and remembered the information he had received. There are 3 demon kings in the Forbidden Area, the Wolf Demon King, the Wolf Demon King, the Bear Demon King, and the legendary Giant Fox Demon King who has not appeared for hundreds of years. The weakest is the Yao Demon King, who is only in the late stage of Yuanying, followed by the Wolf Demon King, who is in the Yuanying perfection stage, and the strongest is the Bear Demon King, who is in the early stage of becoming a god. As for the Giant Fox Demon Emperor's realm, which is unknown, as the only demon emperor in the Falling Star Mountains, one thing that is certain is that his cultivation level must exceed the realm of transformation. A Bear Demon King in the Divine Transformation realm is enough to give him a headache. If he encounters a Giant Fox Demon King whose cultivation exceeds the Divine Transformation realm, he will basically be declared dead. Bai said with some uncertainty, The system shouldn't issue tasks that cannot be completed, right? When he said this, he had no idea in his heart. If Seshori had not suddenly come to help him in the Tang family, he would most likely have become a traitor. At that time, tasks to obtain attribute points and continue breakthroughs could not bypass the Tang family. It was not like now that you can redeem attributes in the system mall. The system forced you to face the Tang family. Thinking of attribute exchange, Bai's eyes lit up. He could improve his cultivation by exchanging attributes. There are still nearly 3 months left for the mission. During this time, you can get a lot of resources to redeem attributes. Looking at the boxes of spirit stones in the space ring, you can borrow them if necessary. After completing the task, you can use the mall points to exchange the corresponding number of spirit stones back. Bai is not a pedantic person. He did not expect that the mission would be so dangerous before. Not only would there be demon kings in the early stages of becoming gods, but they might also encounter demon kings who had surpassed the realm of god transformation. If possible, Bai would naturally not want to move the spirit stones in the winning space ring, but it would be ridiculous to insist on it when the situation is critical. Ding! A limited time mission is triggered, kill 3 demon kings within 3 days, and if you fail, you will be wiped out. Task reward, for every demon king who dies, 10 attribute points will be awarded. Kill them all. Reward, a 4th level teleportation talisman. Tip: from now on, turn off all functions of the system mall and turn them on after completing the epic mission. The mission is limited to 3 days. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the system mall. Put an end to all opportunism, and force yourself to hone in a life and death fight. After listening to the system prompts, Shinbai had a dark look on his face. He stood there for a long time before uttering a sentence. Well, what a trap. Detect the second time the host disrespects the system and punish it. 3 inches above the head, lightning flashed, and a purple thunderbolt as thick as a thumb appeared. Crack! The thunder struck Shinbai, and numbness and pain came from his body, which lasted for about a minute before dissipating. Shinbai pursed his lips and said nothing, thinking about which demon king to attack first. Since the situation cannot be changed, instead of complaining, it is better to concentrate on thinking about how to solve the situation. According to the intelligence, the Yao Demon King is closest to him and is also the weakest among the 3 demon kings. I remembered what the green poisonous snake had said, that the Monster King and the Wolf Monster King in front of me were inseparable. But recently, for some unknown reason, he broke away from the wolf pack and moved out alone. That's it. After making a decision, Shinbai flew to the cave of Yao King. After flying over a swamp, we arrived at the cave of the Demon King. It is said to be a cave, but it is actually a large cave that has been decorated with the aesthetics of the Demon Clan. Several large holes were drilled above the cave for daily lighting. The interior is covered with a layer of animal skins on the ground, and some monster skeletons are used for decoration. A luxurious cave abode according to the aesthetics of the Demon Clan has been completed. Shinbai looked at the Stone Age-style cave in front of him from the air and shook his head. It was obvious that he did not approve of the aesthetics of the Demon Clan. Holding the killing blade and walking into the cave, the interior of the cave is extremely spacious, about the size of 2 to 3 football fields. Who is it? Human? A sinister voice reached Shinbai's ears. In the center of the cave is a monster with short front legs and long hind legs. It is basically the same as a wolf except for its limbs. At this time, scarlet eyes were staring at Shinbai. Ao is a variant of the wolf, cunning and cruel in nature. Due to its short front legs, its young cannot survive independently and has to rely on wolves to survive. Shown. Without further ado, he drew out his killing blade and slashed towards the neck of the Demon King with the sharp blade. A mere human in the middle stage of nascent soul actually dares to come looking for death. Yu Shu Mei-in. The Yao King made bursts of intoxicating sounds from his mouth, and his voice was full of charm, making people imagine. Female? Only then did Shinbai realize that the Yao King opposite him was a female, and he looked at the Yao King more curiously. As for the melancholy sound made by the Yao King, if it were a woman with a stunning appearance, she might have some feelings. But facing a furry monster, Shinbai didn't feel anything at all. He frowned slightly and increased the power of the killing blade in his hand. Laugh. The sharp blade slashed into the Yao King's neck, leaving a wound deep enough to show the bone. You actually were not affected in any way? The Yao King looked at Shinbai in shock. Ignoring the shock of the Yao King, he slashed at the Yao King again with his killing blade. The Yao King hurriedly retreated, and the blood flowing on her neck reminded her that the humans in front of her were not easy to mess with, and they would lose their lives if they were not careful. Yen is not good at fighting by nature, and he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme plays the role of strategist among the wolves, even if he breaks through to the late nascent soul stage. The means of fighting are nothing more than charm, teasing, etc., to make the opponent fall into an illusion and then kill the opponent. The fighting method she is best at now is ineffective against Shinbai, and she is already thinking about how to escape. Killing and slaughtering. Shinbai kicked the ground with his toes, holding a high-speed vibrating killing blade and attacking the Yao King. This human is so fast. Although the Yao King tried his best to dodge, his speed was not as fast as Shinbai's. He did not dodge, but only avoided the vital parts. The killing blade struck the Yao King's front paw. Laugh. The blade slashed through it, and the 2 front claws of the Yao King broke off and fell to the ground. Ow. both claws were broken, and the screams of the Yao Demon King filled the entire cave. The Demon King, who had no intention of fighting, glanced at Qinbai with scarlet eyes and hatred. As if he wanted to carve the human being in front of him into his heart, he turned around and fled out of the cave. Qinbai followed closely behind. As soon as he arrived outside the cave, a black shadow in his field of vision rushed towards him at a very fast speed. Clang! The killing blade was blocked in front of him, and a huge force hit along the blade. Qinbai took a few steps back before he could completely remove the force. In front of him was a giant wolf 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, looking at Qinbai with murderous intent. Human, you dare to hurt my beloved Yenner like this, I will tear you apart. At this time, the Yao Demon King stood next to the Wolf Demon King and said resentfully, my husband is this human being. If I don't cut him into pieces, it will be difficult to understand the hatred in my heart. Looking at the Wolf Demon King and the Yao Demon King gathered together, Qinbai said with a cold and murderous tone, this is just right. It saves me another trip and sends you to die together. The Wolf Demon King shouted angrily, arrogant. Today is the day you die. Many people have said this to me before, and they all died. This is the first time I heard a beast say this. How long do you think you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme? Is a quarter of an hour enough? After Qinbai finished speaking, he took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and attacking and stabbed the Yao Yao King in the eye with the killing blade. You dare! The Wolf Demon King said angrily, opening his bloody mouth and biting Qinbai. If you want to die so much, let me help you first, and then send you on your way. Qinbai shouted. Killing and slaughtering. The blade of the killing blade vibrated at high speed, and gradually it seemed to stop vibrating at high speed, and was held by Qinbai in his hand. This is what Qinbai realized when he saw the killing blade perform this killing style in the Tang family. The vibration frequency of the blade is greatly increased, making it exceed the vibration frequency visible to the naked eye, visually achieving a seemingly static effect. Danger! The Wolf Demon King's pupils shrank. He felt an extremely dangerous aura from this knife. If he didn't handle it properly, he might be seriously injured. Behead! Qinbai shouted. Laugh! The blade penetrated the Wolf Demon King's entire abdomen, and blood spattered everywhere. Through the squirming muscles under the fur, the intestines could be vaguely seen. Roar! Severe pain came from his abdomen, and the Wolf Demon King kept roaring in pain. Kill, annihilate! The killing blade shrouded the entire body of the Wolf Demon King like a waning moon. Shie! Clang! Shie! Dang! Dang! The waning moon dissipated, and the Wolf Demon King's shiny fur was now covered with blood. Blood flowed down the body of the Wolf Demon King, and the fully aroused Wolf Demon King pounced on Qinbai. Wolf technique serious heart-devouring. The huge mouth that could have swallowed a calf now opened wider, seeming to swallow Qinbai whole. The Wolf Demon King's sharp teeth were glowing red and he bit down crazily at Qinbai. Facing the Wolf Demon King's attack, Qinbai did not dodge and faced him with the killing blade. Killing and slaughtering. Shown. The Wolf Demon King's sharp teeth bit the body of the killing blade, sparks emitting from it. Kill! Qinbai shouted, mobilizing all his strength to concentrate on the sword, and the strength of the sword instantly increased greatly. Boom! In the head-on collision, Qinbai held the killing blade and knocked the Wolf Demon King away more than 10 meters with great force. Before the Wolf Demon King could get up, the killing blade attack covered him again. Kill, annihilate! The waning moon, which was larger than the Wolf Demon King, appeared again. Hey! Hey! Laugh! The sound of the blade-piercing flesh kept coming. The waning moon dissipated, and the Wolf Demon King's body was now like a sieve, with blood holes densely covered in the huge body. Blood flowed out from the hole, and the Wolf Demon King began to sway like a candle in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme. Killing and slaughtering. The high-speed vibrating killing blade slashed towards the Wolf Demon King's neck. Laugh! The wolf's head fell to the ground, his eyes full of unwillingness, as if he was questioning why his yuaniing perfection would die in the hands of a human in the middle stage of yuaniing. In battles of the same level, monster beasts have always had the advantage, and their combat power is more than a little higher than that of humans of the same level. But why is this? Shinbai walked to the wolf's head and whispered, "You are so weak. I thought you could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme for a quarter of an hour, but I didn't expect that you didn't even last half a quarter of an hour. Don't worry, your idiot will be with you soon." After hearing Shinbai's murderous words, the Wolf Demon King's eyes completely darkened. Ding! For killing the Wolf Demon King, the reward of 10 attribute points has been distributed. When the fight just started, the Yao Demon King had already fled, not caring about the life or death of the Wolf Demon King. After adding attribute points to his cultivation, Shinbai followed the blood trail and chased the Demon King. Soon Shinbai caught up with the fleeing Demon King. Holding the killing blade in his hand, his speed increased sharply and he slashed towards the Yao Yao King. Damn it, that idiot Wolf Demon King couldn't kill him. Seeing Shinbai behind him, the Yao Yao King looked like he was seeing the god of death, and cursed in a low voice. "Yushu substitute death." Laugh. The blade slashed through the body of the Yao Yao King, and a burst of smoke exploded out of thin air. The smoke dissipated, leaving only a tail in place. Ahem! Why did this damn human being suddenly gain so much strength? As Shinbai killed the Wolf Demon King, the attribute points gained increased in strength. Even though he reacted immediately, the Yao Yao King still couldn't completely escape the knife. The killing blade left a wound across her entire back. Killing and slaughtering. Shinbai's voice at this time sounded as scary to the Demon King as a devil coming out of hell. Laugh. The blade slashed across the abdomen of the Yao Yao King, cutting open the entire abdomen of the Yao Yao King, and blood spurted out instantly. The Demon King looked at the intestines flowing out of his abdomen, his heart became cruel, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Human, I remember you. One day I will cut you into pieces with 1,000 knives. You shoot thousands of miles away." The Yao Yao King forced out the essence and blood in her heart, and the essence and blood burned. This escaping technique would severely damage her vitality, and she would not be able to use it easily unless it was a life or death situation. Whoosh! After performing the technique, the Demon King's speed increased dramatically, 3 times the previous speed, and his figure quickly disappeared before Shinbai's eyes. Shinbai continued to fly along the blood trail left by the Yao Yao King like a cat playing with a mouse. A quarter of an hour later, Shinbai once again saw the Yao Yao King whose speed had slowed down. The cold tone reached the ears of the Demon King. "There is no need for one day, today's matter will be solved today." The Yao Yao King looked at Shinbai who was getting closer and closer, and was so frightened that his soul almost flew away. How did you catch up so quickly?" The Yao Yao King was completely confused. He suppressed his fear and panic and flew forward with his head down. "Brother Xiong, save me!" The Demon King shouted while flying. "Who?" A muffled voice came from the front. A black bear, 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide, walked out of the forest. "Dear, save me!" the Yao Yao King said urgently. She couldn't help but be impatient. She was chasing someone who could kill her at any time. Now that a life-saving straw appeared in front of her, she naturally had to grasp it tightly. "Don't worry, don't panic while I'm here." "Ha?" Humans in the middle stage of nascent soul, the Bear Demon King said slightly surprised. Looking at Shinbai, who was seriously injured and had a weak aura, and Shinbai, who was stained with the aura of the Wolf Demon King, the Bear Demon King instantly understood what was going on. Black Bear? Could it be the Bear Demon King who has reached the state of becoming a god? The Bear Demon King who appeared in front of him learned from the probing eyes the opponent's early stage of god transformation, and Shinbai had already determined the opponent's identity. Listening to the name of the Bear Demon King by the Yao Demon King, Shinbai couldn't help but think of the dead Wolf Demon King in his mind, and thought to himself, "I don't know if the dead Wolf Demon King is interested in wearing a green hat and running around on the green grassland." The Bear Demon King was very confident and wanted to stand up for the Yao Demon King. Shinbai once again questioned the aesthetics of the Demon Clan. "The Demon Circle is so chaotic. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, he looked at the Yao Yao king looking relieved. Qin Bai said with murderous intent, "With you? Even the king of hell can't save her today." Killing and slaughtering. The speed suddenly increased, and the high-speed vibrating killing blade slashed towards the neck of the Yao Yao king. "Human, how dare you? You are seeking death." The bear demon king shouted angrily. "Brother Xiong, help! Laugh!" Before the Yao Yao king finished speaking, the sharp blade of the killing blade swiped across the Yao Yao king's neck. When the monster's head fell to the ground, Qin Bai looked at the monster's head and asked doubtfully, "Are you just a social butterfly in the monster circle?" Ding! For killing the demon king, the reward of 10 attribute points has been distributed. After all attribute points are added to the cultivation base, Qin Bai's personal information at this time, name, Qin Bai Tianawenti Elementary, all attributes increased by 5.0%. Cultivation, level 89 later nascent soul, 100, power, 89 speed, 89 stamina, 89 attack, 89 defense, 89 luck, 89. Killing blade level 89, 100, attack, 89 killing sword technique level 50, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 50 after receiving the attribute points as a reward for killing the Yao Yao king, Qin Bai's cultivation level broke through to the late nascent soul stage. "Human, you've angered me. I'm going to tear you apart," the bear demon king shouted angrily. Bear technique landslide and earth splitting. The earthy yellow light condensed on the two bare paws of the bear demon king. The bear demon king raised his bare paws high and took a picture of Qin Bai. Shown. Qin Bai did not fight head-on. He held the killing blade in his hand and slashed at the falling bear's paw, then moved his body to one side following the attack power of the bear demon king. Boom! There was a loud noise. The bear demon king's two bare paws landed on the ground, and two huge pits 2 feet deep appeared on the ground. As expected of a monster in the realm of gods, this attack will probably turn it into a puddle of flesh even if the nascent soul is perfect. Qin Bai looked at the huge pit on the ground and thought to himself. You actually dodged it. The bear demon king said in surprise. Bear technique climbed the mountain. Two bare paws were thrust into the ground. Roar! With a loud roar, the bear demon king pulled up a ball with a radius of 3 feet from the ground, with dirt and rocks on it. Under the influence of the bear demon king's power, the earth and stones on the ball quickly condensed together. Go with! The ball, which was like a small mountain, was hit hard by the bear demon king towards Qin Bai. Not good! Qin Bai shouted low, his body speed reaching the maximum at this moment, and he could barely avoid the attack of the bear demon king. Whoosh! The hill formed by the sphere flew past Qin Bai's body and exploded in the distance. Boom! The whole ground was shaking. Where the ball hit, a deep pit with a radius of 10 feet was left. Qin Bai couldn't help but feel a little headache when he saw the attack that was causing death and injury. After the battle until now, Qin Bai saw from the bear demon king's offensive that its shortcoming was speed. You can't fight head-on. Only by targeting its weaknesses can you have a chance to kill it. Qin Bai thought. Killing and slaughtering. Qin Bai held the killing blade and launched an offensive. Bear technique landslide and earth splitting. Shang! Shang! Clang! Clang! Laugh! After dozens of rounds, the bear demon king shouted angrily, "Human, do you only know how to hide?" Qin Bai looked at the bear demon king with eyes that looked like a fool, and said sarcastically, "Idiot! You are courting death." The bear demon king was completely furious after being ridiculed by Qin Bai. Bear technique gravel. Boom! The bear demon king slapped his paw on a boulder beside him, and the boulder turned into pieces of gravel under the bear demon king's attack. See how you escape this time. Go with! The bear's paw pushed forward, and dense gravel flew towards Qin Bai. Kill, annihilate. The waning moon condensed by the killing blade blocked Qin Bai's body behind him. Clang! Clang! Dang! Chi! The waning moon dispersed, and blood flowed down Qin Bai's body. There was a big difference. Even though Chinbai used all his strength, there were still 3 pieces of gravel that he could not avoid. The most dangerous piece of gravel cut through Chinbai's temple and flew past. The other 2 pieces of gravel hit Chinbai's abdomen and chest, leaving 2 bloody holes in his body. Chinbai looked at the bleeding wound, his expression unchanged, as if he was not the one injured. "Human, keep hiding, haha." Seeing that Chinbai was injured, the Bear Demon King said with a hint of joy. "Bear technique gravel." Seeing that the Bear Demon King was using his old tricks again, Chinbai did not choose to resist anymore this time, but turned around and flew towards the depths of the dense forest. Whizzing! Whoosh! The high-speed burst of gravel lost its target and created deep pits in the trees and on the ground. "Human, don't run away if you can. If I catch you, I will skin you and cramp you." The Bear Demon King shouted loudly from behind and flew after Chinbai. The huge body seemed a bit clumsy at this moment. After chasing him for a while, he could only watch Chinbai disappear before his eyes. "Damn human! Don't let me meet you again." The Bear Demon King stopped where he was and cursed loudly in the direction where Chinbai was flying. After a while, the Bear Demon King turned around and flew towards his territory. N phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme. Killing and slaughtering. A blade emitting cold light and carrying endless killing intent appeared silently behind the Bear Demon King. A sense of crisis came from behind. The Bear Demon King never thought that Chinbai would dare to come back. The Bear Demon King, who was already somewhat relaxed, had no time to defend himself. Laugh! The sharp blade scratched the bear's back, leaving a wound deep enough to show the bone. The Bear Demon King was in pain and roared, seeking death. When it turned around, there was no trace of a human being behind it. Unable to find Chinbai, after roaring for a while, the Bear Demon King flew towards the territory cautiously. Kill, annihilate. The sense of crisis came from behind again, and the Bear Demon King roared, "Damn, come again, can you only do sneak attacks?" The waning moon enveloped the entire body of the Bear Demon King, and the prepared Bear Demon King was not injured this time. But after the waning moon passed, the originally shiny and smooth fur looked as if it had been gnawed by a dog. Although Chinbai's attack did not injure the Bear Demon King, it cut the Demon Clan's fur, which the Demon Clan had always valued, to pieces with a knife. It can be said that it is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. He turned around and saw Chinbai looking at his body from a distance, seemingly admiring his masterpiece. The Bear Demon King was completely furious, his eyes were red and he shouted, "Ah! Human, I want you to die. I want to kill you." He chased Chinbai, his speed even faster than before. After a chase, the Bear Demon King could only watch helplessly as Chinbai disappeared from his sight. Ah! Hateful! Hateful! The Bear Demon King's bare paw angrily slapped the tree beside him. Boom! The big tree, which only 3 people could hug together, collapsed in the anger of the Bear Demon King. After venting his anger against the trees for a long time, the Bear Demon King set off again and flew towards his territory. This time, the Bear Demon King learned the lesson and wanted to turn back 3 times in one step and fly slowly towards the territory. The Bear Demon King was not attacked along the way, which made it mutter in its heart, "Did this cunning human give up?" Of course, Chinbai would not give up. Looking at the cautious look of the Demon Bear King, attacking from behind would have no effect. So Chinbai took a step ahead of the Bear Demon King and dug a pit large enough for him to cover the pit on the only way near the Bear Demon King's territory. Keep your breath to a minimum and wait. The Bear Demon King appeared in his sight, getting closer and closer to his attack range, and he counted silently in his heart, 3, 2, 1. At this time, the Bear Demon King was still like a frightened bird. He turned around and looked behind him cautiously, never expecting that Chinbai would launch an attack from underground. Killing and slaughtering. Chinbai kicked the ground with both feet and shot towards the Bear Demon King like an arrow from a string. The whole body's power was concentrated on the killing blade, and the blade slashed at the Bear Demon King from bottom to top. Laugh. The Bear Demon King never thought that Chinbai would launch an attack from underground. Chinbai's attack was too fast and fierce, and it had no time to make any defensive preparations. The blade pierced the bear demon king's abdomen, and Shinbai held the killing blade with his wrist and used all his strength to lift it upwards. Tear. Like a rag being torn apart, the bear demon king's entire abdomen was cut open. Blood flowed out of the bear demon king's body like a fountain, and the seriously injured bear demon king became ferocious. One bear's paw firmly grasped the killing blade pierced into the body, and the other bear's paw slapped Shinbai's head. Bear technique skull crushing. The bear's paw quickly grew in size like a balloon. Not good. Shinbai's pupils shrank. If he wanted to avoid getting hurt at this moment, he had to give up the killing blade in his hand. But giving up the killing blade and losing the weapon is tantamount to declaring mission failure in advance. Even if you avoid this fatal blow, you will no longer be able to pose any threat to the bear demon king. Killing and slaughtering. Shinbai looked at the bear demon king crazily with murderous intent in his eyes, and said, "Let's see who dies first." Using all his strength, Seaside Blade tried to break free from the bear's paws. Laugh. The blade slashed across, and half of the bear's paw fell to the ground. Ah! The bear demon king was in pain, and his attack on Shinbai couldn't help but speed up a bit in the air. Kill, annihilate. The waning moon formed in the bear demon king's body, enveloping all the bear demon king's internal organs. Looking at the attack of the bear demon king in front of him, Shinbai gritted his teeth and shouted, "Behead! Hey! Hey! Laugh!" The waning moon was like a meat grinder, grinding the internal organs of the bear demon king to pieces. Roar! At the last moment, the demon bear king's attack also landed on Shinbai's chest. Boom! Shinbai had no time to block and withstood the fatal blow from the demon bear king. Boom! The huge force fell on him, and Shinbai was knocked back dozens of meters before he hit a tree before stopping. Cough! Standing up unsteadily from the ground with the killing blade, Shinbai spat out a large mouthful of blood, which was mixed with large pieces of internal organs. His chest had completely sunk in, and there were bursts of severe pain as if the internal organs were being displaced. Shinbai looked at the demon bear king lying motionless on the ground in the distance, but did not let down his guard. He didn't hear the system prompt just now, which meant that the bear demon king was still alive and was just pretending to be dead. On the ground away from the bear demon king's attack, Shinbai waited patiently. 1 day passed. The bear demon king did not move as if he was dead. Shinbai took care of his injuries and did not step forward. 2 days passed. There were less than 24 hours left before the mission deadline. Shinbai was not in a hurry and was still waiting patiently. When there was only the last hour before the mission deadline, a system prompt finally came to my ears. Ding! Killing the bear demon king will reward you with 10 attribute points and a 4th level teleportation talisman. Ha! Shinbai exhaled a long breath. After adding attribute points to his cultivation, Shinbai stepped forward and turned over the body of the bear demon king with both hands. The bear demon king's body was empty, and his internal organs had long been shattered by Shinbai's attack. Laugh! The killing blade broke open the bear demon king's head, and Shinbai found a bright bead inside the head. This is a demon elixir that demon beasts can only condense in the realm of divine transformation. The reason why the bear demon king can survive for 2 days after its internal organs were smashed is inseparable from this demon elixir. Put the demon pill into the system storage space, take out the star fixing compass, stand up and fly along with the compass pointing. On the way, Shinbai opened the personal information panel. Name, Shinbai Tianawaiti Elementary. All attributes increased by 5.0%. Cultivation, level 99. Later nascent soul, 100, power, 99 speed, 99 stamina, 99 attack, 99 defense, 99 luck, 99. Killing blade level 99, 100, attack, 99. Killing sword technique level 50, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 50. Seeing that he was almost able to break through to the 4th level, Shinbai had a bad premonition in his heart. Based on his understanding of the system, whenever he breaks through in cultivation or is almost there, a surprise will always be arranged for him. However, Shinbai is not too worried. At this time, with the increase of the primary Tianhuan body, all his attributes have already entered the realm of transformation. The injuries sustained in the battle with the Bear Demon King are gradually recovering. As long as he doesn't encounter the giant fox demon emperor whose realm exceeds that of a god, Xinbai thinks he won't have much trouble in the Luoxing Mountains. Thinking that the giant fox demon king has not appeared for hundreds of years, his luck should not be that bad. Xinbai couldn't hold back his excitement when he thought that after finding the Star Core, the reward for completing the epic mission included returning to Blue Star. After coming to this different world, I encountered life and death crises several times. I still remember that when I first came here, I was still an ordinary person, and now I am about to break through to the 4th level. And there is still something to do after returning to Blue Star. Thinking of this, Xinbai's eyes revealed murderous intent. Is it here? Xinbai whispered as he looked at the extremely dark cave that was about 1 foot wide and bottomless. Xinbai followed the point of the fixed star compass and flew for about a quarter of an hour. The pointer of the fixed star compass stopped moving at this point. Withdrawing the fixed star compass, Xinbai grasped the killing blade and flew cautiously towards the bottom of the cave. It was pitch black inside the cave, but this was not a hindrance to Xinbai. Once he had broken through to the Golden Core realm, he could already see things at night. Now that he had reached the nascent soul realm, it was no longer a problem. The cave is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, and becomes wider toward the bottom. 2/4 of an hour later, we finally arrived at the bottom of the cave. Xinbai looked up at the top of the cave, mentally calculating the distance from the top to the bottom. At such a high distance, apart from those in the nascent soul realm who can initially fly, those in the Golden Core realm may also fall into pieces if they fall accidentally. The cave floor is extremely wide, about the size of 6 or 7 football fields. The place where Xinbai fell was an underground river, and strange fish with blue light all over their bodies could be seen in the river. The underground river looks calm on the surface, but has surging undercurrents inside. Xinbai took a few glances at this underground wonder and stopped paying attention. Fly away from the river and search underground. Soon Xinbai saw a ball floating in midair in the north underground, the size of a basketball and emitting light. From the exploration eye, he learned that this was exactly the star core he was looking for. Xinbai flew over, but before he could get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the star core, a charming female voice came to his ears. "Young hero, help me." Xinbai lowered his head and looked under the star core. A woman with good looks was looking at her pitifully. The clothes are half off, revealing the snow-white chest, round hips, slender thighs, and small feet like white jade with no place to rest. "I accidentally fell into this cave. It's so dark here. I'm so scared, young hero, can you take me home?" The red lips like flames opened slightly, and she said to Xinbai with a charming look on her face. "Zheng." The killing blade made a sound. Xinbai, who was a little distracted, woke up and broke into a cold sweat. Deep in the pitch-black underground, a woman with a seductive posture appeared in front of him. If he had gone down just now, he would definitely be in bad luck. "Who are you?" Xinbai said in a cold tone. The woman glanced at the killing blade. If the broken blade hadn't messed up at the critical moment, the human in front of her might have fallen into his hands. Seeing that the charm was useless, the woman stopped pretending. She changed her pitiful expression and said, "Me? I'm just a poor person who has been trapped here for 300 years. The probing eye cannot see through the woman's cultivation, and is looking at the woman's aura that exceeds the spirit transformation realm and the information revealed in her words." An inference that made Xinbai want to curse, but had to face it, emerged in his mind. Xinbai asked, "Are you the giant fox demon emperor?" "Eh? I didn't expect that there were still humans who knew about me in the past 300 years? Giant fox demon emperor? What an unpleasant name. My name is Qing Qian." Qing Qian said with a little surprise and a little disgust in her tone. Hearing the woman admit her identity, Xinbai's calm mind couldn't help but stir up waves. He quickly deduced the current situation in his mind. According to legend, the giant fox demon king disappeared for so long because he was trapped. Seeing Qing Qian's friendly expression towards him, Xinbai speculated that she was trapped and unable to cause harm to him. Otherwise, Xinbai would not believe it if a demon emperor who had transcended the realm of divine transformation had such a good attitude toward him, who was not even in the realm of divine transformation. After learning that the giant fox demon emperor could not harm him for the time being, Qin Bai ignored her. He looked away from Cheng Qian and looked at the glowing star core. Hey! Human, why don't you speak? Xing Qian saw that Qin Bai was more interested in Xinghe than her, so she said with a slightly dissatisfied tone. Qin Bai came to the star core, stretched out his hand to grab the star core, and exerted force with both hands. The star core did not move at all, and star power emerged, one end connected to the star core, and the other end connected to Qing Qian's body below. This is going to be difficult. Qin Bai thought to himself when he saw this scene. Qing Qian is trapped here, it's obviously Xinghe's fault. Qin Bai frowned. There were two problems before him. One is how to take away the star core, and the other is how to leave alive in front of Qing Qian, the Demon King, after taking away the star core. Qin Bai looked at the fourth-level teleportation talisman in the storage space, and suddenly knew how to leave. Introduction to the fourth-level teleportation talisman, randomly select a direction and can reach, miles away in an instant. Qing Qian looked at Qin Bai's frown, covered her mouth and started laughing. Human, if this works, I won't be trapped here by this damn thing for 300 years. But after 300 years of research, this thing is not impossible to take away. It's just that this method requires your help. Qing Qian said. Qin Bai wondered, your cultivation level is far higher than mine, how come you need my help? Qing Qian looked at the star core above and said in a calm and helpless voice, this method needs to be implemented in the outside world. As you can see, I am trapped here and cannot move at all. What method did you say? Qin Bai asked with a wary look. Stay phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close slash phoneme to me and don't always look so guarded. I don't eat people. With a hint of dissatisfaction in her expression, Qing Qian took out a red handkerchief from her arms and said, I have a treasure here that can help you take away the star core. After a pause, Qing Qian continued, however, my current cultivation is limited by this star core, so you have to come down and get it yourself. Qin Bai did not move. He remained silent for a long time and said firmly, you are lying to me. After being exposed by Qin Bai in person, Qing Qian smiled without any embarrassment and said, how did you figure it out? The majestic Demon King, even if his cultivation is restricted, it will not reach the point where he can't even control objects. Qin Bai said with a cold expression, from the very beginning when he met the giant fox demon emperor, he had one purpose, and that was to get him down. Looking at the star power connected between the star core and the giant fox demon emperor, Qin Bai instantly understood why the giant fox demon emperor wanted him to go down so eagerly. The giant fox demon king has been unable to charm you since the beginning, but now he is still trying to trick me into going down. I'm afraid the purpose is to let me replace you, right? Why can't I understand what you are talking about? Qing Qian's eyes flickered when she heard Qin Bai's words, and she said without changing her expression. Do you really not understand? If my prediction is correct, this star core may be treating you as nutrients and constantly absorbing the energy in your body. The reason why you want me to go down is very simple. You just want me to replace you and become the nutrient of the star core. Then you seize the opportunity to leave. It's a good method and a good strategy. Qing Qian's expression finally changed as she watched Qin Bai express exactly what she was thinking. What a smart human being, I really think so. Why don't you do this? I have a lot of treasures and spiritual stones here. As long as you come down, these things will be yours. Not only that, if you want, I can also be yours, and I guarantee that your life will not be in any danger. Qing Qian said calmly. Qin Bai did not leave. Go down? How is it possible that even the demon emperor who has surpassed the divine transformation realm has been sucked into the star core and bargained with the nascent soul realm? If he goes down, if nothing happens, he will be sucked dry in a few breaths and die. Seeing that Qin Bai was still unmoved, Qing Qian tore off her always friendly mask and said cruelly with murderous intent in her eyes, humans, don't toast and eat as punishment. I have carved the aura on your body. One day when I leave this place, I will definitely skin you and remove your bones. As long as you come down now, the treasures and spiritual stones on my body will still be yours. If not, Before Qing Qian finished speaking, Xinbai interrupted him with a cold expression. Too much nonsense, noisy. Human, you are looking for death. Qing Qian was irritated by Xinbai. She was only in the nascent soul realm. When she was not trapped here, she was not even qualified to carry her shoes. Now he dared to treat her like this. Roar! After a roar, a giant fox with 9 tails and a white body appeared on the ground. The giant fox looked at Xinbai with bloodthirsty and cruel eyes. Xinbai looked at Qing Qian with interest from the sky, and said in a neutral tone, "So this is your true body. This fur hat will definitely be very warm." After saying that, he looked towards the star core and no longer paid attention to Qing Qian. Qing Qian stared at Xinbai on the ground. If eyes could kill, Xinbai would have died many times at this moment. Since the conventional methods are useless, let's try this. Xinbai thought for a long time and thought to himself. Shown. The killing blade was unsheathed and struck hard at the core, boom. After the blade collided with the star core, a loud noise was heard in the underground cave. After retracting the knife and looking at the star core without leaving any trace, Xinbai breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he was afraid of breaking the star core, but now it seems that the star core is harder than he thought. Human, what are you going to do? Qing Qian said in a panicked tone. Xinbai's behavior just now shocked her. If the energy contained in this star core was exploded, not only would she and Xinbai not be able to survive, but most of the entire Luoxing mountain range would also be destroyed. Xinbai seemed to have turned a deaf ear to Qing Qian's words below. Killing and slaughtering. Condensing the whole body's strength on the high-speed vibrating killing blade, the killing blade aimed at the star core and slashed again, boom. The loud sound from this slash was several times stronger than the first slash. Not only that, a huge countershock force came from the star core, and Xinbai was knocked back several meters in the air before he could stop his retreat. Human, are you crazy? This thing is going to explode, and both you and I will be dead. Qing Qian said urgently from below. The reason why he was so anxious was that he was worried that the star core would explode. On the other hand, Xinbai slashed with 2 swords. In order to protect herself, the star power linked to her body obviously accelerated the speed of extracting power from her body. Although the consumption of these 2 swords on her was minimal, the lingering sense of crisis in her heart made her very uneasy. Kill, annihilate. The killing blade formed a waning moon, enveloping the star core. Clang. 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 Waning Yu's intensive offensive dissipated, but the star core remained the same as before, not moving at all. Killing and slaughtering. Boom. Kill, annihilate. Clang. Clang. Slaughter. Execute. In just half an hour, Xinbai launched thousands of attacks on the star core with the killing blade in his hand. It wasn't until he was exhausted that he stopped attacking and rested on the spot to recover. Damn human, this madman. If I can get out of here, I will kill him. Qing Qian looked at Xinbai and cursed in her heart. Xinbai attacked thousands of times, and Xinghe continued to draw strength from her. Thinking that Xinbai's attack fell on her indirectly, the most uncomfortable thing was that she could only passively bear it and could not take the initiative to fight back. Moreover, these thousands of attacks accumulated. Although the consumption on her was not large, it was enough to attract her attention. A quarter of an hour later, Xinbai regained his strength, stood up, and started the second round of offensive. Killing and slaughtering. Shown. Kill, annihilate. Dang. Dang. Execute. Slaughter. Half an hour later, his physical strength was almost exhausted, and Xinbai's offensive stopped again. Human, it's useless. Your attacks are in vain. Give up. Qing Qian suppressed the anger in her heart and persuaded her with a smile that was no better than crying. Xinbai looked at Qing Qian curiously and asked, "What I do is my business, what does it have to do with you?" Qing Qian turned his head and stopped talking. If the human in front of him knew that attacking the star core was also consuming himself, the consequences would be unimaginable. The day passed quickly, and Xinbai launched tens of thousands of attacks on the star core that day. It was difficult to tell the difference between day and night in the underground cave. Shinbai relied on his senses to judge that it should be night. The body flew towards the top of the cave and soon disappeared from Qing Qian's eyes. Leave now, leave? Give up? Qing Qian watched Shinbai leave, feeling a little disappointed. Shinbai is the first human being she has seen in hundreds of years since she was trapped here. Although his heart was filled with murderous intent towards this human being, when he thought about how long he would have to stay alone after Shinbai left, his heart inevitably fluctuated. Has Shinbai given up? How is it possible? Not to mention that the mission deadline is less than 3 months away, and his character is not one to give up. Flying above the cave and looking at the moon in the sky, as expected, it was night. I found a wild boar near the cave and picked up some firewood and spices I recognized on the ground. Drag the wild boar and fly down to the cave again. Go to the bottom of the cave and light the firewood. The warm firelight shines on this underground cave that has never seen light since its formation. Drag the wild boar to the underground river, remove the internal organs of the wild boar and put them aside, pluck the wild boar and wash it. Shinbai passed the cleaned wild boar through a thick and long branch and flipped it back and forth over the fire. He turned around and returned to the underground river, throwing the disemboweled wild boar guts into the river. Suddenly, the strange fish smelling blood in the river rushed toward the internal organs. Shinbai seized the opportunity with the killing blade in his hand. Laugh! Laugh! After stabbing it with 2 knives, when he withdrew the killing blade again, there were 2 strange fish nearly 1 meter long hanging on it. After peeling off the fish scales and removing the internal organs, Shinbai threaded the 2 strange fish through the branches and grilled them over the fire. Tick! The fat on the wild boar and strange fish has been roasted by the fire and drips continuously on the firewood pile, and from time to time a large ball of flame will appear. Shinbai sprinkled the wild spices picked from the Luoxing Mountains, and the fragrance suddenly filled the air. The entire underground cave was filled with the smell of meat. After breaking through to the nascent soul, you can basically stop eating and rely on the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to survive. However, Shinbai has insisted on eating habits for more than 20 years and cannot completely change it for a while. The aroma also floated into Qing Qian's nose, and saliva immediately appeared in Qing Qian's mouth. She swallowed her saliva and stared at the grilled fish on the fire. Since being trapped here, she has not eaten food for 300 years. At this moment, when I smell the aroma of meat, the gluttons in my stomach are churning, just like a person who was about to die of thirst in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme longs for water. A quarter of an hour later, the meat was roasted. Shinbai tore off a wild boar's hind leg and was about to bite it when a clear and probing voice came to his ears. Human, look, there's so much food that you can't even eat by yourself. Can you share some with me? Hearing this, Shinbai looked at Qing Qian with a strange expression and stretched out his right hand. What do you mean? Qing Qian asked, confused. Give me money. If you don't have money, you can exchange for something. Shinbai said calmly. Do you know how to show mercy to women? How dare you ask me for money for such a small thing? Qing Qian had turned back into a human body and looked at Shinbai, her eyes red, as if she was about to shed tears at any time. Shinbai was not moved at all, and said in a cold tone, I will never have any illusions about a guy who wants to skin me and peel me off. After saying that, he opened his mouth and took a big bite on the pig leg. Not only that, Shinbai also deliberately looked like he was intoxicated with delicious food. Qing Qian saw Shinbai's behavior of not letting go of the hawk before seeing the rabbit. She secretly bit her silver teeth and took out the red handkerchief again, making a show of handing it to Shinbai. Shinbai glanced at the red handkerchief and said, I don't want this, I want the pendant around your neck. Impossible. Qing Qian refused. It doesn't matter if it's impossible, then you continue to watch and I will continue to eat. Shinbai said. The reason for not exchanging is very simple. The pendant around Qing Qian's neck is much better than the red handkerchief she took out, both in terms of quality and appearance. Moreover, things that can be easily taken out and exchanged must be the things with the lowest value. Qing Qian watched Shinbai feasting not far away. After a while, she couldn't bear it anymore and said again, you can change it to another one. This one really won't work. This is what my mother left for me. Shinbai didn't even raise his head and said, "No change, no discussion." Perhaps it was because of the gluttons in her stomach that kept surging. After thinking for a long time, Qingqian took off the pendant with an unsightly expression, and used her spiritual power to hold the pendant before Qinbai's eyes. Qinbai took the pendant and played with it in his hand. The pendant was engraved with a snow-white nine-tailed fox, which was almost exactly the same as Qingqian's body. "Hey, collect your things and give me the food," Qingqian said with a hint of anger in her tone. After collecting the people's things, Qinbai quickly put most of the wild boar and a strange fish with only one hind leg torn off and placed them on Qingqian's spiritual energy. Qingqian used her spiritual power to pull the wild boar and strange fish back to her, and regardless of the image, she took a bite of the roasted pig. While eating, he said vaguely, "It tastes pretty good." "What's your name, human?" Qinbai said nothing and stretched out his right hand again. "No way, oh, even this requires money? Are you obsessed with money?" Qingqian said with disbelief on her face. Perhaps realizing that his behavior was inappropriate, Qinbai spat out 3 words, "Qinbai." "Ha, Qinbai, what a strange name, Bai, are you difficult?" Qingqian burst out laughing after hearing it, not forgetting to laugh a few words. Looking at Qingqian like a fool, Qinbai began to lower his head and eat silently. No matter what Qingqian said, he stopped talking. Seeing that Qinbai no longer paid attention to her, Qingqian did not ask for trouble and concentrated on enjoying the food in front of her. A quarter of an hour later, Qinbai had eaten and drank enough, cleaned up the residue on the ground, held the killing blade and flew up again, slashing towards the star core. Killing and slaughtering. Boom. Kill, annihilate. Clang. Clang. Again? Doesn't this guy need a rest? There was a loud sound in her ears, and the strength in her body was being absorbed faster. Qingqian suddenly felt that the meat in her mouth no longer tasted good. Shaking her head and ignoring Qinbai, who was attacking crazily in the sky, Qingqian took a hard bite of meat and chewed it viciously. It was as if he was eating Qinbai's flesh and blood to relieve his anger. The days go by. During this period, Qinbai would fly above the cave every day on average to find various foods, such as deer, rabbits, sheep, etc., and occasionally pick some wild fruits. Qingqian found that since the human being appeared in front of her, her life seemed to be getting better and better, especially in terms of food. But correspondingly, the wallet is getting thinner and thinner, and there are not many valuable things left on the body. There is no other way. If you want to eat, you have to give money. If you don't give money, it's useless to say anything. Looking at Qinbai, who was constantly attacking the star core in the sky, Qingqian couldn't help but said, "Qinbai, you blackmail a weak woman with food all day long, don't you feel guilty in your heart?" Qinbai stopped attacking and said seriously, "First of all, you are not weak. If you were not trapped here, I am afraid you could kill me with one finger. Secondly, I forced you to eat?" Qinbai choked on 2 words and became speechless. Qingqian turned her head and stopped talking. She said in her heart, "Don't let me out. If you let me out, I will make sure that you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die." A month later. Under Qinbai's tens of thousands of crazy attacks every day, the star core began to shake for the first time. Although it is only a slight shaking, it is enough to inspire people. Within this month, Qingqian's whole fox was in bad shape, but she could still hold on a few days ago. As time goes by, the strength in the body continues to flow outward every day, gradually reaching a state of loss. The spiritual energy drawn from nature could not keep up with the speed of consumption. Seeing the star core shaking, Qingqian's heart thumped. She didn't know what would happen if Qinbai continued to attack, but she couldn't let the human in front of her know that the star core was absorbing her power. Based on her inference about Qinbai these days, if he knew about it, he would probably attack even more crazily. More than 2 months later. Under Qinbai's simple and crude offensive every day, Xinghe couldn't bear it for the first time. Crack! A crack appeared on the surface of the star core. After the clicking sound appeared, Qinbai stopped his offensive and looked at the star core. Qingqian said in a somewhat forceful tone below, "Stop it quickly." If it continues like this, it may explode. By then, both you and I will be dead. Over the past 2 months, the spiritual energy in Xing Qian's body has been consumed to the point of near exhaustion. Xinbai stood in front of the star core and thought. There were still 3 days before the deadline for the epic mission. By then, if the mission is not completed, there is still no way to escape the fate of being obliterated, so it is better to give it a try. Thinking of this, he held the killing blade and continued to attack. Killing and slaughtering. Kill, annihilate. Boom. Clang. Xinbai, you're crazy, you lunatic. Don't drag me with you if you want to die. Xing Qian shouted anxiously from below. Crack. Crack. With the attack, there are more and more cracks on the star core, and the destructive energy contained in the star core can be felt through the cracks. Xing Qian looked at Xinbai above with dull eyes. She no longer had any hope of survival. She would wait until the madman in front of her chopped up the star core and blew it up, and everyone would die together. Killing and slaughtering. Behead. Xinbai shouted. Crack. Boom. The star core, which had not left the same place for more than 2 months, finally moved to the side when it was about to break. At the same time, the star power linked to Xing Qian also disappeared. Xinbai and Cheng Qian looked at Xingha at the same time, and Cheng Qian's somewhat dull eyes recovered instantly. Before Cheng Qian could react, Xinbai grabbed the star core, put it in the storage space, and used the 4th-level teleportation talisman to leave. Boom! Almost the next second after Xinbai left, Xing Qian's offensive arrived. With one blow, the entire underground cave collapsed. Whoosh! A few Qingqing breathing appeared in the falling star mountains. Xinbai, a small nascent soul realm, actually dared to play with me for more than 2 months, using a bunch of worthless beast meat in exchange for many of my treasures. You deserve to die. Xing Qian's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, and a winter-like sound echoed in the Luoxing Mountains. After using the 4th-level teleportation talisman, his vision suddenly went dark. When he regained his sight again, Xinbai found that he had arrived in a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. There is no human habitation in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, and it is nothing but desolation. So phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme. If he hesitated just now and was caught by Xing Qian, the consequences would be disastrous. They spent more than 2 months in the underground cave with Xing Qian. During this period, the relationship between the two could only be said to be limited by the harmony of the environment. If Xing Qian hadn't been trapped by the star core, with the demon clan's bloodthirsty and cruelty, it would have been more than enough for him to die once a day. Xinbai didn't dare to waste any time at this time. Who knew if the giant fox demon emperor Xing Qian had any other means to find him? It would be safer to complete the mission early and return to Blue Star. Take the star core out of the storage space and quickly submit it to the system. Ding! Epic mission, obtain the star core to complete. Drop! Mission rewards, return to Blue Star, 10 attribute points, 3rd level killing sword technique, and awakening to the secret realm once, have been distributed. Does the host choose to return now? Just when Xinbai was about to speak, Xing Qian appeared in front of him with murderous intent. Xing Qian looked at Xinbai jokingly and said, as an old friend who has been with me for more than 2 months, why didn't you leave without celebrating when you saw me getting out of trouble? Seeing that Xinbai didn't speak, Xing Qian said in a teasing tone, am I that scary? You are not even afraid of cutting down star cores and exploding them. Am I scarier than star core explosions? Xinbai, why didn't you say anything? You teased me for more than 2 months in the underground cave, and how did you behave when you took away many of my treasures with just a few pieces of worthless beast meat? Xinbai looked at Xing Qian seriously and said, I wish you a happy escape, no need to celebrate. And it's the same sentence, I forced you to eat it? Did you forget it when you came up and begged me to change? Hearing Xinbai's words, Xing Qian recalled some not-so-good memories. In the later stages of the underground cave, most of the treasures on her body had been replaced. The rest were low-quality things that Xinbai looked down upon. In order to get food, she did take the initiative to beg Xinbai to trade with her on several occasions. Thinking of this, the anger in Qing Qian's heart surged again, and she said to Qin Bai, "Despicable. Originally, I wanted to kill you directly, but with your attitude, letting you die is too easy for you." Qin Bai deliberately looked scared and said, "Do I still have a chance to survive?" Seeing Qin Bai's fearful look, Qing Qian felt very happy and said slightly proudly, "Of course, first give me back the treasure you cheated from me before, and then give me the star core you got." After saying that, Qing Qian looked Qin Bai up and down, and continued with a tone that said he had a winning ticket, and I swore an oath to be my slave for the rest of my life. Don't worry, you will definitely be in great pain for the rest of your life, otherwise it will be difficult to understand the hatred in my heart. Wiping away the fear on his face, Qin Bai slowly spat out a few words, "Dream. Idiot." At the same time, he said to the system in his heart, "Return immediately. You are looking for death." Qing Qian said angrily. Even a fool can see that Qin Bai was teasing Qing Qian just now. Qing Qian came to Qin Bai in an instant and placed her delicate hands on Qin Bai's throat. What Qing Qian didn't expect was that Qin Bai's figure gradually faded, and her hand passed through the shadow of Qin Bai's body. Before Qin Bai disappeared completely, she saw Qin Bai looking at her with a half-smile expression on his face. He didn't say a word, but he seemed to have said everything. "Ah! Damn humans, you can't escape to the end of the world. I will definitely catch you and torture you in 1,000 ways." Qing Qian roared angrily, and the whole phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme echoed with Qing Qian's angry voice. Boom! Being teased by Qin Bai over and over again, Qing Qian could no longer bear it and began to vent her emotions into the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme below. Boom! 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 Every blow was full of destructive power. When Qing Qian finished venting his anger, the entire phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme seemed to have been blasted by cannonballs, and huge craters appeared in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. After a while, Qing Qian said in disbelief that human aura has completely disappeared in the entire Tianhuang realm. How is it possible? Thinking of Qin Bai, who appeared inexplicably in the underground cave and disappeared mysteriously in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, Qing Qian murmured, "Who is he?" Falling Star Mountains. Wang Zong and City Lord Nan Tianlong moved forward cautiously. "City Lord, this is it." Wang Zong pointed to the underground cave ruins that completely collapsed under Qing Qian's blow. "It's its aura. It hasn't appeared in 300 years. I thought it had left the Luoxing Mountains." City Lord Nan Tianlong said. "It? Could it be that one?" Wang Zong guessed. "You guessed it right. It was the saintess of the nine-tailed demon fox clan who came to the Luoxing Mountains for unknown reasons 500 years ago and suddenly disappeared 300 years ago." Nan Tianlong explained. "Oh, let's go. The situation in the imperial capital is turbulent. Even Xingyang City is experiencing changes one after another. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse." Nan Tianlong called Wang Zong and said. On the way back, the two saw the bear demon king whose internal organs were minced and died, and the beast demon king and wolf demon king whose heads were chopped off. Are these the three demon kings in the Luoxing Mountains?" Wang Zong said in shock. Nan Tianlong nodded, and Wang Zong continued, "When I encounter the demon king with the lowest cultivation level among them, he has to flee." "Who did this?" "Looking at their injuries and the time they died, it should be him," Nan Tianlong said in an uncertain tone. "Qin Bai? How is it possible?" More than 2 months ago, Qin Bai was a kid who needed external force to kill even that old ghost Tang Jintian. Wang Zong couldn't believe that Qin Bai had done this. Then he remembered that after Qin Bai killed Tang Jintian, he broke through to the middle stage of nascent soul in a short while, and said in a complicated tone, "What kind of monster is this? The breakthrough speed is too scary." I remember that when he first arrived in Xingyang City, it seemed that he was only at the foundation level. In just a few days, he broke through to the golden core and nascent soul. Now he has even killed the demon king of the transformation god realm. Who is he? Nan Tianlong was silent for a long time and said, perhaps he was reincarnated to be able to rebuild, and we don't rule out the possibility of being snatched away. After speaking, he took out the sound transmission jade talisman from his arms and spread the news. Damning imperial capital. The third Prince Ingji frowned and kept pacing, murmuring, this Tang family is really difficult to deal with. The eldest brother is using the Tang family to launch an offensive. He took out the sound transmission jade talisman in his arms and heard the message Nan Tianlong said. Even though he was well informed, he was stunned. After a while, he laughed and said, Brother Qin is indeed extraordinary. In just a short time, even the transformed gods have been killed by the sword. Now I don't have to worry. After Ingji returned from the Sunset Mountains, he had been busy with Qin Bai's mission to destroy the Tang family branch in Qingyang City. In the Ming dynasty, all those without noble titles were civilians, and civilians who attacked aristocratic families should be killed. What's more, it is the Tang family, the top branch of the Ming dynasty. Ingji tried his best to prevent the Tang family from retaliating against Qin Bai. Now that Qin Bai can kill the gods and be automatically promoted to Baron according to the laws of the Ming dynasty, it will be much easier to deal with this matter. Blue Star. When Qin Bai teleported, he felt as if he had been hit hard on the back of the head. His vision went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in a familiar room. After not coming back for several months, a layer of dust fell in the room. Qin Bai looked through the window at the still dirty, messy, and poor community, and a sense of intimacy arose spontaneously as he returned to his homeland from a foreign land. After a brief cleaning of the house, Qin Bai was about to summarize this harvest. Ding! It is detected that the host performs well in completing epic tasks, triggering additional rewards. Before Qin Bai understood what it meant, a white egg the size of a basketball suddenly fell from the sky. With quick eyes and quick hands, Qin Bai showed doubts in his eyes with the help of this egg. Is this a bonus? What the hell? Ding! Temporary mission trigger, hatch this egg within 3 days, failure will erase it. Ding! Mission reward, 10 attribute points, pet space opened. Ding! All functions of the system mall have been restored. Seeing the system task, Qin Bai was stunned for a moment, and said with a black line on his face, how can I be forced to sell this? You gave me an egg out of nowhere and it must be hatched within 3 days. However, Qin Bai felt a little better when he saw the mission reward. Such a mission, with 10 attributes, can also open the pet space. If nothing goes wrong, this hatched egg will soon become his first pet. Thinking of this, Qin Bai felt a little hopeful. Putting this basketball-sized white egg in his hand and playing with it, Qin Bai thought about how to hatch it. Fire? Electric grill? Or plant it directly in the soil? After researching for a while, I still had no clue. My life was now tied to this egg. If I accidentally killed it, I couldn't figure it out. With the nature of the system, I estimate that it is about the same. After thinking about it, Qin Bai decided to ask the system directly. System, how do you hatch this egg? This question requires paying 10 mall points. Will the host pay? You issued the mission, how dare you ask for money? Qin Bai complained. The host can choose not to pay, but the egg may be accidentally killed in the process. The system only spoke half of it, and Qin Bai instantly understood what the other half meant. I don't have any mall points now, can I owe it first? Qin Bai asked tentatively. Cannot. The host can choose to redeem points, 1.4, low-grade spiritual stones. The system simply rejected Qin Bai's attempt to issue an IOU. Opening the space ring presented by Ingji, he looked at the neatly arranged boxes of spiritual stones inside. This is currently one of the few things in my body that can be exchanged for points. The items obtained from Qingqian are far more precious than these spirit stones. They are priceless and unmarketable, and it is not worth exchanging them for mall points. When I think that I have returned to Blue Star, I wonder if I will have the opportunity to return to the other world in the Luoxing Mountains to see Ingji. No longer insisting, he took out 10 boxes of low-grade spiritual stones, handed them to the system and said, now you can tell me how to hatch this egg. After accepting 10 boxes of low-grade spiritual stones, the system's attitude immediately changed. "Dear host, I am very happy to serve you. You only need to place this egg on the pile of spiritual stones to hatch it." "So simple?" Shinbai asked with some confusion. "It's that simple. It has been calculated for the host that the incubation process requires approximately 290 million low-grade spiritual stones." Damn it. System, you definitely did it on purpose. "I don't want this extra reward now, can I return it?" Shinbai said with a little anger in his voice. "No. Moreover, this egg seems to have some connection with the host," the system said. "How is that possible?" Shinbai said in a disbelieving tone. "This egg was taken out from the star core. It has been surviving inside the star core by absorbing external spiritual power until now. If the host hadn't forcibly interrupted its incubation process, it would have hatched and broken out on its own in a few decades. Warm reminder to the host, hatching this egg is definitely worth the money, don't worry about the mere millions of spirit stones." After the system finished speaking in a tone as if it were a big deal, it returned to silence. Since he had no choice, Shinbai no longer hesitated and poured out all the spiritual stones in the space ring. 90 boxes of low-grade spiritual stones, 10 boxes of medium-grade spiritual stones, and 1 box of high-grade spiritual stones. If all were converted into low-grade spiritual stones, the total would be 290 million low-grade spiritual stones. The spiritual stones quickly piled up into a small mountain in the room, and the whole room was suddenly filled with rich spiritual energy. A single breath of it would be enough for a mortal to extend his life. Shinbai placed the egg in his hand on the top of the hill. As soon as he placed it, the rich aura that filled the room seemed to have found its source. A steady stream of people rushed towards the basketball-sized egg. Looking at the empty space ring, Shinbai instantly understood Qing Qian's psychology. When she thought that Qing Qian had been tricked by him into using food to get a lot of good things, but she could do nothing to him, that powerful nine-tailed demon emperor might be venting his anger on some unlucky guy. A total of 5 truly valuable items were obtained from Qing Qian. The most valuable one is the jade pendant engraved with the nine-tailed fox. The second is Qing Qian's weapon, a crimson long sword. There are 3 other items of similar quality, a red handkerchief, a bracelet, and a belly band. Thinking of the scene when he got the belly band, Shinbai was about to make a joke, but Qing Qian gave him a vicious look. Until now, Shinbai still occasionally murmurs in his heart, the demon clan is really open, and such personal items can be exchanged. The remaining items are of low quality and of little practical value. The reason why Qing Qian gave these priceless things to Shinbai was because she never thought that Shinbai would escape her pursuit. When she gets out of trouble one day, she can naturally get her money back from Shinbai with interest. But the plan was not as good as the change. Shinbai completed the task and returned directly to Blue Star, which directly led to the complete failure of her plan. Just when Shinbai was watching the incubation process with all his concentration. City S, branch of the Cultivators Association. "Shilwen, how is your father doing lately? I remember back then. What a rich spiritual energy. Blue Star's spiritual energy has been exhausted for a long time. Who is so generous?" Shilwen looked at Lan Tianhe in confusion. "Why didn't I feel it?" "Ha, such a long distance can only be felt by those who are in the nascent soul realm. You have just broken through to the nascent soul realm, so of course you can't feel it. Let's go and have a look." After Lan Tianhe finished speaking, he picked up Shilwen and flew out from the top floor of the association. About a minute later, Lan Tianhe looked at the dilapidated and old community below, with flies buzzing next to the trash can, and said, it's here. Uncle Lan, such a strong spiritual energy must cost at least 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Shilwen said with a hint of greed in his eyes. A conservative estimate would be at least 1 million, but the other party's use of the spirit stone was too simple and crude. If we set up a spirit gathering array and use it as an auxiliary, we can make perfect use of every trace of spiritual energy, and there won't be any leakage of spiritual energy like now. Lan Tianhe explained, while Shilwen on the side thought to himself, if all these spiritual stones belong to me, my cultivation will definitely be able to break through again in a short time. When the time comes, let my father go to the Lan family to propose marriage. Maybe the Lan family will definitely agree. A graceful figure appeared in Xiuwen's mind. It was Lan Linglong, the strongest person among the younger generation of the Lan family. Xiuwen couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart when he thought that the other party had never looked at him directly. After I achieve these spiritual stone cultivation breakthroughs, I will ask my father to go to your Lan family to propose marriage. Then, even if you look down on me, why don't you have to marry me obediently? Xiuwen was immersed in fantasy about the future, his inner greed expanded rapidly, and his figure quickly flew towards Qinbai's location. When he got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to Qinbai's room, he gathered all his strength to attack. Boom! There was a loud noise, the window was smashed into pieces, and Xiuwen broke through the window and entered. Not good. Lan Tianhe reacted at this moment and couldn't help but feel a little headache when he saw Xiuwen's reckless behavior. He cursed secretly in his heart, this spoiled playboy, even I don't spend as much money as I do. How can the other party be an ordinary person? It's stupid to provoke him so recklessly. Even if you are dissatisfied with Xiuwen's actions, you still have to go down and take a look at the situation. If something happens to this young man on his own land, it will be hard to explain. Lan Tianhe flew into Qinbai's room very quickly. Seeing Xiuwen taking the initiative to attack, Qinbai grabbed his throat and couldn't move like a chicken. Qinbai had already noticed it when the two arrived. However, he is now focused on the hatching eggs, and since the other party does not provoke him, he will naturally not care about the other party. But the next moment, the other party took the initiative to attack him, and the scene that Lan Tianhe saw appeared. Qinbai's eyes showed cold murderous intent, and the whole room was filled with murderous intent. Xiuwen, who was the first to bear the brunt, felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his whole body trembling with fear. What an astonishing murderous intent! How many people must be killed to gather such terrifying murderous intent? Lan Tianhe was shocked in his heart. Seeing that Xiuwen was about to be strangled to death by Qinbai, he stepped forward to apologize and smooth things over with a smile. He acted impulsively and asked this young master to show mercy and spare others. Qinbai did not let go. He glanced at Lan Tianhe with cold eyes, and the strength in his hands suddenly increased. Xiuwen immediately rolled his eyes. Seeing this, Lan Tianhe quickly took out 10 boxes of low-grade spiritual stones from the space ring and said, "Master, this is 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Please spare his life, Master." Seeing that Lan Tianhe's attitude was always apologetic, he took out low-grade spiritual stones to understand the matter. Qinbai looked at Dan beside him, who was still absorbing spiritual energy with all his strength, and saw that the other party had not caused any damage to him. After taking the spirit stone, he released his grip on Xiuwen's neck. Ahem! Xiuwen coughed as he was put down. After a while, he recovered and hid behind Lan Tianhe, looking at Qinbai with fear in his eyes. Just now he felt that there was a slight movement in himself, and the result would definitely be separation of corpses. Looking at the blue sky river in front of him, he seemed to find a sense of security in his heart. The fear in his eyes gradually faded away, and he said to Qinbai with a hint of threat, "You know my father is." Snapped. Before he finished speaking, Lan Tianhe slapped Xiuwen on the face and shouted, "Shut up!" Seeing that Xiuwen was unconvinced and seemed to want to open his mouth, Lan Tianhe glared at him fiercely and said to Qinbai, "Sorry for disturbing the young master, we will leave now." After that, he grabbed Xiuwen and flew away along the window. Before leaving, he glanced at the white eggs on the pile of spiritual stones that were continuously absorbing spiritual energy. My heart felt hot, and various thoughts appeared in my mind, and I quickly suppressed my greed. Although Qinbai's specific origins are not known, judging from the other party's cultivation and murderous intent, this is not a master who is easy to offend. Just after leaving Qinbai's home, Xiuwen stiffened his neck and asked Lan Tianhe, "Uncle Lan, why don't you let me continue talking?" "Idiot!" Lan Tianhe cursed in his heart, but a gentle smile appeared on his face and said, "Xiuwen, that man is not easy to mess with. It's really hard to predict the outcome in a fight." Xiuwen curled his lips and said disapprovingly, "Uncle Lan, you are at the nascent soul realm and are about to break through to the divine transformation realm. Is that person stronger than you?" Alas! Lan Tianhe sighed and said, Xiuwen, this kind of person is very dangerous. Try not to provoke him if you can. He said this, but what he was thinking in his heart was, not only is he better than me, but when he looked at me, the smell of blood rushed to my face, as if he was being devoured by a wild beast. If we really fight, I will definitely be the one who dies in the end. After listening to Lan Tianhe's words, Xiuwen thought disdainfully in his heart, danger? Humph, it's not because you, an old guy, are scared. Thinking of the egg on the pile of spiritual stones in Qin Bai's room, Xiuwen's greed was like 100 claws scratching his heart, and he said to Lan Tianhe, Uncle Lan, did you see the egg in that person's room? The pet hatched with millions of spirit stones must be the best. Lan Tianhe had just put down his greed when he heard Xiuwen talk about it again and said with envy, if I could hatch such an egg as a pet, I would wake up laughing even in my sleep. Recalling the way Qin Bai pinched his neck, Xiuwen said fiercely, I will call my father later and ask him to send someone to kill that man, torture him to death and then scatter his bones. No matter in terms of family background or future prospects, that person can't compare with me. How can he have such a top-notch pet? Don't talk nonsense. Lan Tianhe was frightened by Xiuwen's reckless words and stopped him in a cold sweat. I'll tell you why. Qin Bai's cold tone came from in front of the two of them. Shong. He drew out his killing blade and walked towards the two of them step by step in the air. Qin Bai has been paying attention to the two of them since he let them leave. It would be fine if they left safely, but he insisted on killing himself. Regarding potential dangers, Qin Bai prefers to nip them in the bud. Lan Tianhe was not surprised when he saw Qin Bai appear. On the contrary, it would have been a surprise if Qin Bai did not show up. Idiot! It's unprecedented for such a person to let you go, and you actually insist on killing him. The voice from this distance is unconcealed. With his cultivation, it's like talking in his ear. Do you really think that his cultivation is just a decoration? Lan Tianhe cursed in his heart. Lan Tianhe was completely helpless against this idiot Xiuwen, and the pig teammates were nothing more than that. Seeing Qin Bai getting closer and closer to him with murderous aura, Xiuwen panicked and quickly looked at Lan Tianhe. Lan Tianhe protected Xiuwen behind him and said to smooth things over, the child is young, frivolous and ignorant. Young master, please don't argue with him. Seeing Lan Tianhe stand up for him, Xiuwen seemed to have taken reassurance, hiding behind Lan Tianhe and saying with a stern voice, do you know who my father is? If I break my skin, you will never survive until tomorrow morning. If you know better, get out of here. After a pause, Xiuwen added, if you offer that egg with both hands and abandon your cultivation, I will spare your life and not hold you responsible for scaring me. Qin Bai said with great interest, it may not be enough to offer the egg with both hands and abandon your cultivation. Do you think I should let you kill me? Before Xiuwen could reply, Qin Bai attacked the two of them with a killing blade in his hand. Kill, annihilate. The waning moon enveloped the two of them. Lan Tianhe took out his weapon and spear and resisted most of the attacks. Clang! 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 The waning moon dispersed, and Xiuwen was not harmed under the full protection of Lan Tianhe. Puff! Lan Tianhe's face instantly turned pale, without any blood, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. After returning from the Luoxing Mountains, Qin Bai had not yet had time to break through his cultivation level, but with the increase in Tianhuang body, all aspects of his body's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme had already entered the realm of divine transformation. Even Lan Tianhe, who had perfected his nascent soul, couldn't help but suffer extremely serious internal injuries after resisting Qin Bai's attack. Qin Bai didn't use his full strength in that attack just now. He wanted to test the level of Blue Star cultivators. It seems that there is still a certain gap between it and the other world in Luoxing mountain range. Seeing that Qin Bai was about to continue attacking, Lan Tianhe took a deep look at Qin Bai and said, young master must kill him? Qin Bai didn't expect Lan Tianhe to ask such a question, so he didn't say anything, but the killing blade he gradually raised showed Qin Bai's attitude. Turning to look at Xiuwen, Lan Tianhe sighed and said nothing. He ducked and stood outside Qin Bai's attack range and said, he is responsible for everything. Master, please do as you please. After this operation, Xiuwen, who had been hiding behind Lan Tianhe, was completely stunned. looking at Qin Bai, who was like the god of death approaching gradually. Xiuwen shouted in fear, "Uncle Lan, save me, you can't ignore me. You and my father are good friends, you can't just watch me die." Lan Tianhe was watching his nose, as if he had not heard anything. When he heard Xiuwen's words, he couldn't help but think, a good friend? A shitty good friend. A brainless idiot. Don't you think it's too late now to know how to be afraid? It's not worth risking my life for you, an idiot. When he fought with Qin Bai, the power that surpassed the nascent soul realm was really fresh in his memory. Looking at the indifferent Lan Tianhe, Xiuwen was completely desperate. He cried out to Qin Bai with runny noses and begged, Don't kill me. My father is the president of the Cultivators Association. I can give you a lot of money, beauty, status, whatever you want." "Okay, I understand," Qin Bai said softly. "Killing and slaughtering." Lan Tianhe simply closed his eyes, and even the cemetery was chosen for Xiuwen in his mind. "If you dare to kill me, my father won't let you go." Xiuwen hadn't finished speaking yet. Laugh. The head fell to the ground, and Xiuwen's headless corpse fell from the air. Lan Tianhe quickly held the corpse and head in time with quick eyes and hands, and said in a negotiating tone, "Sir, I have to take his body away, otherwise it will be more difficult for me to explain to his father." Qin Bai waved his hand without saying anything, turned around and flew towards his home. Seeing that Qin Bai had no objection to him taking Xiuwen's body, Lan Tianhe said loudly to Qin Bai, who was leaving, "Sir, you have caused trouble. Leave S City immediately. The subsequent retaliation from the Cultivators Association may cost you your life." "Thanks for the reminder." Qin Bai's voice came from below. Lan Tianhe stood there for a long time. Seeing that Qin Bai had no intention of leaving, he smiled bitterly for a long time and said, "It's true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers." Looking at Xiuwen's body in front of him, the corner of his mouth became even more bitter, and his tone was full of helplessness. "Now we are in big trouble. If Mr. Wu knows that his youngest son died in S City, he will turn S City upside down. It will be a headache." After returning to the Cultivator Association branch in City S, Lan Tianhe reported the matter immediately. Headquarters of the Kyoto Cultivators Association. Bang! A loud noise. A mahogany table instantly fell apart into countless fragments and exploded around. Everyone in the conference room was silent and did not dare to speak. "Check it for me, I want to know all his information. I want to see the head of my son's murderer within 3 days." An old man wearing a Taoist robe with a rather immortal air was roaring like an angry lion. This person is none other than Wu Xiuwen's father, Wu Ho, a strong man in the void refining realm. "Yes," the subordinate replied. Before a cup of tea, a file marked Top Secret appeared in front of Wu Ho. "Top Secret?" Wu Ho said in surprise. "Open the file, name, Qin Bai. Level, Top Secret." The file records in detail Qin Bai's family background and all his deeds from childhood to adulthood. Entered the highest university in China, dropped out in his junior year, and studied human anatomy, poisons, and firearms. In just 2 years, he became the most dangerous killer in Southeast Asia, nicknamed King of Night Hell. After Wu Ho flipped through the files, he murmured, "I didn't expect that he was actually related to that incident. And 3 months ago, he was just an ordinary person with no cultivation. In just 3 months, he actually broke through to nascent soul." Wu Ho's eyes lit up when he thought of this, and greed appeared in his heart and could no longer be erased. An adventure, a shocking adventure. An adventure that can allow an ordinary person to break through to the nascent soul realm in just 3 months. If I get it, then. Thinking of this, Marquis Wu's breathing gradually became faster. After a while, he ordered, "Pass this down and ask Wu Zai to go to S City and capture the kid who killed Xiuwen alive and bring him back." "Yes." Wu Kuei, who was deeply trusted by Wu Ho and was responsible for helping Wu Ho handle daily affairs, replied. "My son died in S City, and Lan Tianhe is to blame. Tell Wu Zai if you can bring Lan Tianhe's head back." Wu Ho said with a hateful tone. "President, no." Wu Kuei said. "Ha?" Wu Ho narrowed his eyes and looked at Wu Kuei. Wu Kuei broke into a cold sweat at the sight, and said forcefully, if Lan Tianhe dies, the Lan family will definitely go to war with my Wu family, and the gains will not be worth the losses. After Wu Ho thought for a while, he said to Wu Kuei, then I will do as you say and save Lan Tianhe's life first. 3 days is still too long. Let Wu Zai leave for City S immediately. I want to see that kid appear in front of me before sunrise tomorrow. When Qin Bai returned to the room, 2/3 of the spiritual energy in the spiritual stone pile had been drained away and lost its luster. Is the speed of absorbing spiritual energy so fast? Waiting patiently on the side, Qin Bai concentrated on looking at the white eggs the size of basketballs on the pile of spiritual stones. A quarter of an hour later, all the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual stones was absorbed completely. The basketball-sized egg is suspended in mid-air, and circles of white halo gradually appear on the surface of the eggshell. The aura expands and contracts like breathing. Pounding. Pounding. The sound of a strong heart beating came from inside the egg. Crack. The first cracks appear in the eggshell. Crack. Crack. There were more and more cracks, and a small head emerged from the broken eggshell, with 2 big eyes open and curiously observing the surroundings. After seeing Qin Bai, the little guy felt the friendly atmosphere from the human being in front of him. The little guy was so fast that even Qin Bai didn't have time to react. He stood on Qin Bai's shoulder with a whoosh sound. Qin Long? After seeing the little guy's appearance clearly, Qin Bai was shocked. The little guy has a pair of rabbit eyes, antlers on his head, a body covered with fish scales like a snake, claws on his belly, and his whole body is green. Ding! The temporary task is completed and the reward has been distributed. Ding! Pet Space is being activated for the first time. Ding! Pet Space has been activated. Ding! Xinglong and the host have been forcibly bound to share the host's cultivation. After the system was bound, Qin Bai obviously felt that the relationship between himself and the little green dragon in front of him was closer. The little green dragon on the shoulder stuck out his tongue and licked Qin Bai's cheek. A wet feeling came from his face. Qin Bai stretched out his hand and lifted the little green dragon on his shoulder in front of his eyes to watch carefully. Xiao Qinglong didn't struggle, and looked at Qin Bai without any impurity in his big eyes. Watching the legendary dragon that only appears in myths come alive before your eyes. Qin Bai looked left and right curiously, and from time to time he touched the horns on the little green dragon's head. Just for its appearance, it's worth 290 million low-grade spiritual stones. As a human native of Blue Star, I have an innate affinity for the dragon as the totem of China. Just when Qin Bai was studying the little green dragon, there was a slight sound of sleeping, and he looked towards the source of the sound. The little Qinglong, who was held by Qin Bai in his hand, was making a whirring sound from his mouth. Are you asleep? Qin Bai whispered. Gently place the sleeping little green dragon in the broken eggshell on the pile of spiritual stones. After Qin Bai adjusted his condition, he was ready to break through. The first thing to break through is the killing sword technique that has been stuck at the second level due to the lack of follow-up techniques. Ding! The killing sword technique has been promoted to the 3rd level. After breaking through to the 3rd level, the 3rd style of the killing sword technique is called Death Zone. The Death Zone sword technique can be used for group attacks or single attacks. After breaking through the killing sword technique, Qin Bai began to break through the cultivation level. Completing the epic task will get 10 attribute points, and hatching the little green dragon will get another 10 points, for a total of 20 attribute points. Add some attributes to your cultivation, and first break through to the nascent soul realm. Name, Qin Bai Tianwanti Elementary. All attributes increased by 5.0%. Cultivation, level 100 nascent soul perfection, 100, dash, breakthrough possible, power, 100 speed, 100 stamina, 100 attack, 100 defense, 100 luck, 100. Killing blade level 100, 100, dash, can break through, attack, 100 killing sword technique level 100, 100, dash, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 100 Xinglong level 100, 100, dash, can be broken through, breakthrough. Qin Bai shouted. The familiar sharp pain once again spread from all parts of the body. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans continued to fall from his body to the ground. Shinbai gritted his teeth and said nothing. The pain intensified again, and the energy and blood all over the body rushed towards Tianlingai. Boom! A loud noise exploded in my ears like thunder. In the mind that was originally filled with darkness like chaos, after the loud noise, the first ray of light appeared. With the first ray of light appearing, it was like a torch lighting up in the endless darkness. Clang! 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 The loud noises in his head kept coming, like a hammer beating crazily on his spirit. With the beating, the light occupies more and more places in my mind. Shinbai almost fainted due to both physical and mental pain. A quarter of an hour later, the pain gradually dissipated, replaced by waves of coolness that appeared in my mind and throughout my body. Shinbai let out a long breath. Add the remaining attribute points to the cultivation level and open the personal information panel. Name, Shinbai Tianwanti Elementary. All attributes increased by 5.0%. Cultivation level, level 119. Early stage of divine transformation, 200, power, 119 speed, 119 stamina, 119 attack, 119 defense, 119 luck, 119. Killing blade level 119, 200, attack, 119. Killing sword technique level 100, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 100. Xinglong level 119, 200, after breaking through to the 4th level, the biggest change is that spiritual thoughts will appear in the brain. The function of spiritual thoughts can be to control objects through the air, or to control flying swords to kill enemies thousands of miles away. Morphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN. Often /phoneme it is used by people as a detection function. Normally, the spiritual thoughts in the early stages of becoming a god are about 100 miles away. Shinbai released his spiritual thoughts and extended them into the distance. 1 mile, 10 miles, 50 miles. 100 miles, 500 miles, 1,000 miles. The spiritual thought extended to 1,000 miles before stopping. Within this 1,000 miles, everything appeared in detail. 1,000 miles? Shinbai was a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. With the help of the system, all of his attribute values are ranked at the peak of the same realm. It is no exaggeration to say that he is invincible at the same level. Withdrawing his spiritual thoughts, Shinbai couldn't help but feel speechless when he saw that the killing sword technique that had just broken through to the 3rd level was stuck, and said, "System, what are the conditions required to obtain the 4th level killing sword technique?" Host, the 4th level killing sword technique will be passed on to you by someone in the awakening secret realm, provided you can survive. Ding! Awakening mission trigger, open the secret realm of awakening within a month, survive and pass the test. Task reward, 10 attribute points, a broken blade. Awakening to the secret realm? Survived? The blade was broken into pieces? The awakening secret realm is one of the epic mission rewards. According to the system, this secret realm seems to be extremely dangerous. Normally, mission failure results in erasure, but not this time. This shows that the system believes that if you fail the secret realm test, you will not even have a chance of survival. Shinbai didn't have the slightest clue about the broken blade in the mission reward, so he simply stopped thinking about it. At the same time, the branch of the Cultivators Association in City S. Lan Tianhe was looking at Shinbai's file at this time. As a member of the Lan family, it is not difficult to see even top-secret files. Entering the highest university in China, that girl Linglong also graduated from the highest university in China. They might know each other. It took 2 years to become the top killer in Southeast Asia. 3 months ago, he was still an ordinary person. 3 months later, although he has not broken through to the nascent soul realm, he still has the attack power that can only be found in the early stages of becoming a god. It is really an enviable adventure. I didn't expect that he would be passively involved in that incident. No wonder the file level would become top secret. The more Lan Tianhe looked at Shinbai's file, the more frightened he became. At this moment, Shinbai's mind, which had just broken through, swept over him. Who is it? This powerful spiritual thought can only be emitted by the void refining realm. Who is it? Could it be that the old ghost from Marquis Wu came here in person? I have felt the spiritual aura of Marquis Wu, but this aura is very strange. Who is it? Lan Tianhe asked doubtfully. At dusk, the little green dragon woke up leisurely, and the first thing he did after waking up was to eat the eggshells cleanly. After eating, Xiao Qinglong looked at Qin Bai with an expression that seemed to say that he was not full yet. Qin Bai grabbed Xiao Qinglong and flew out of the house where he currently lives. This house was bought by his alternate identity. He had to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme here to avoid being hunted and recuperate from his injuries. Now that his cultivation is strong, it is time for him to leave and investigate who framed him behind the scenes. And why my parents disappeared for no reason when I was a junior in college. After becoming a killer, Qin Bai tried to investigate the disappearance of his parents through various methods, but he still found nothing. The whole thing was weird. As soon as Qin Bai left the house with Xiao Qinglong in his arms, he met Lan Tianhe, who seemed to have come specifically to find him. Young master, leave quickly. I just got news that old ghost from Wuhuo has sent a master in the early stages of becoming a god to kill you. He will probably arrive in S City in an hour or two. Lan Tianhe said in a somewhat hasty tone. After saying that, he saw Qin Bai looking at him with a confused look on his face. He patted his forehead and continued, Wuhuo is Xiuwen's father and the president of the Chinese Cultivators Association. His cultivation level has exceeded the level of Lianshu. Qin Bai looked puzzled and said, you and I are not relatives, so why did you come here to remind me? Lan Tianhe chuckled and said, my Lan family and his Wu family have been at odds for a long time. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Recalling that Xiuwen died under his own knife, Lan Tianhe only tried to stop it. At the time, he thought it was a little strange, but now after listening to Lan Tianhe's words, Qin Bai understood it instantly. It's just the early stage of becoming a god. There's nothing to make a fuss about. Qin Bai said calmly. At this moment, he has the confidence to say this. Not to mention the early stage of divine transformation, he is also fully confident in killing the mid-stage divine transformation. Young master is very strong, and the nascent soul realm can have the offensive of the god transformation realm, but after all, the opponent is a real god transformation and he is from a martial arts family, so don't lose your head. Lan Tianhe reminded Qin Bai as he looked unconcerned. It's okay. Qin Bai didn't explain too much. He hid his aura after breaking through to god transformation. At this time, Lan Tianhe thought Qin Bai was in the nascent soul realm. He took out, low-grade spiritual stones from the storage space and handed them to Lan Tianhe, asking, I need some money now. How much can these spiritual stones be exchanged for? Spiritual stones are the hard currency among cultivators, but if they want to walk in the mortal world, ordinary people don't know the value of spiritual stones. For them, money is the hard currency. Lan Tianhe was a little confused by what Qin Bai said, and asked blankly, what do you want to do? Qin Bai didn't have a penny on him now. He took Xiao Qinglong out of his arms and said, he is a little hungry. I want to take him to eat. Belch. Little Qinglong burped as soon as he came out of his arms, and looked at the blue sky and river in front of him, and couldn't help but the water flowing from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Qin Bai with his big eyes open, he heard a milky voice, Master, is it time to eat? Is this human in front of me dinner tonight? After Xiao Qinglong finished speaking, he stuck out his tongue and licked the corners of his mouth, looking eager to try. He pushed Qin Bai with his little paws again. The meaning was obvious, Master, you eat first. Qin Bai was also a little surprised when he heard Xiao Qinglong speak for the first time, but he soon returned to normal. Ordinary monsters can speak when they break through to the Golden Core realm, let alone a being like Xiao Qinglong whose bloodline level is higher than that of ordinary monsters by an unknown amount. After the system forcibly bound him and Xiao Qinglong to share their cultivation base, Xiao Qinglong's cultivation base was now the same as his own, in the early stage of becoming a god. All these factors combined, it is normal to be able to speak. Only then did Lan Tianhe notice the little green dragon, and he couldn't help being surprised, hatched out so soon? This is a dragon. The dragon has long been extinct on Blue Star. How did he get this dragon egg? Xiao Qinglong ignored Lan Tianhe's inner thoughts and let out a dragon roar. The palm-sized body swayed and flew towards Lan Tianhe, and its cute appearance made people want to laugh. But Lan Tianhe couldn't laugh at this moment. After hearing the dragon's roar, his whole body seemed to be frozen. Apart from the thoughts in his mind, he couldn't even move his fingers. He could only watch the little green dragon getting closer and closer to him. Roar! The little green dragon opened his mouth and was about to bite it. Snapped! The little green dragon in mid-air was grabbed by the back of the neck and held in his hand by Qinbai. Xiao Qinglong looked at Qinbai in confusion, and Qinbai explained, "He is not food." After hearing Qinbai's explanation, Xiao Qinglong let out a somewhat unhappy ouch and got into Qinbai's arms. The restraints on Lan Tianhe's body disappeared immediately after the little green dragon got into Qinbai's arms. He let out a long breath. It had frightened him just now. The moment Xiao Qinglong opened his mouth, he seemed to see a green dragon that was 10,000 feet long and entrenched in the sky. Its two dragon eyes were like big lanterns, looking at him coldly. Qinbai just wanted to see Xiao Qinglong's fighting power. When he saw Lan Tianhe's performance at this time, he couldn't help but nodded and said, "Xiao Qing just hatched and is not very sensible yet, so I scared you. I'm sorry." Seeing Qinbai's apologetic look, Lan Tianhe waved his hand and said, it's okay, this time my eyes have been opened, haha." After laughing for a while, Lan Tianhe said seriously, "Master Qin, dragons have been extinct in Blue Star for a long time. Even the Kunlun secret realm, one of the holy places in the world of cultivation, only has one dragon. And the existence of this dragon can bring countless benefits to the Kunlun secret realm every year. Its blood can be used to refine elixirs and its scales can be used to refine weapons. If the outside world knows that there is a dragon in your hand, the consequences." Before Lan Tianhe finished speaking, Qinbai understood what he meant and said, "Thank you for the kind reminder. I don't know where you got this dragon egg, but it's actually a green dragon. The green dragon is the head of the four saints and has a very special meaning in the entire dragon clan." Qinbai did not interrupt Lan Tianhe's words. He didn't know much about the dragon clan and listened carefully. The four saints are Qinglong, White Tiger, Suzaku, and Xuanwu. Qinglong is also called Sanglong. He is naturally good at attacking and his status in the dragon clan is second only to the ancestral dragon. The lowest level dragon clan is the fish that transforms into a dragon, and the higher one is the dragon that transforms into a dragon. The dragon in the Kunlun secret realm has been practicing for thousands of years, and it is said that it is at the stage of transforming into a dragon. I'm not sure about what's going on. In short, you must not let others see this blue dragon until your cultivation is so strong that you can look down upon the world of cultivation. Lan Tianhe pushed back the spirit stone in Qinbai's hand, took out a black card from the space ring, handed it to Qinbai and said, "The money in it should be enough for you." After a pause, he took out another file bag marked Top Secret and handed it to Qinbai, saying, "I think you will be very interested in what is recorded here." Qinbai opened the file bag and quickly opened it, looking at the record of his life from birth to the present. When he saw the record of his junior year, Qinbai was stunned, and the murderous intention could not stop pouring out of him. For a long time, there were 2 lines of tears in Qinbai's eyes, and he said, "No wonder I have been investigating for so long, but I don't have any clues, and I can't even find any clues." It clearly records the reason why Qinbai's parents disappeared. A secret realm was discovered in the world of cultivation, but no one is willing to bear the price paid by outside forces to open this secret realm. In the end, it was unanimously decided to use the most cruel and cheapest method, that is, blood sacrifice. Among them, the cultivators of the Kunlun secret realm randomly grabbed some mortals from the ordinary world, including Qinbai's parents. Ding! Epic mission triggered, obtain Panglai secret realm within 1 year, failure will obliterate it. Task reward, intermediate Tianhuang body, 50 attribute points, and a broken blade. Ding! The war mission is triggered, destroy the Kunlun secret realm within 1 year, failure will obliterate it. Task reward, volume, of 89 mysterious skills, 50 attribute points. Kunlun secret realm, you deserve to die. Qinbai said with murderous intent. Qinbai soon calmed down and asked Lan Tianhe, "Why are you helping me?" Seeing that Qinbai quickly recovered from his hatred, Lan Tianhe thought more highly of Qinbai and said, "My Lan family has been in some trouble recently and is in urgent need of foreign help. Besides, I have been unhappy with these hypocrites wearing masks of justice for a long time." Qinbai stared at Lan Tianhe and said, "This file clearly states that your Lan family has no idea about my adventure?" Lan Tianhe didn't shy away from it and admitted it openly. "It's a lie to say that I don't have any ideas, but it's unwise to be an enemy of someone like you. My Lan family is willing to help you get revenge. I just hope that you can help me when the Lan family is in need one day in the future." "Okay." Qinbai agreed immediately. The Kunlun secret realm is jointly controlled by 3 strong men who have perfected the void refining, and then there are the 7 Kunlun sons, and Wuho is one of the Kunlun 7 sons. The killing of your parents this time is most likely at the hands of a member of the Wu family. The real controller of the Wu family is Wu Qianquan, the father of Marquis Wu. His cultivation reached perfection a long time ago. The 3 major holy places in the world of cultivation are the Kunlun secret realm, the Fire Cloud secret realm, and the Shuiwei secret realm. My ancestor of the Lan family is one of the controllers of the Fire Cloud secret realm. The Shuiwei secret realm recruits only female disciples, and they rarely participate in the struggle in the world of cultivation. After Lan Tianhe finished speaking, Qinbai had a general understanding of the Blue Star cultivation world. First of all, the ceiling of combat power in the 3 major secret realms was the void refining perfection. Secondly, Blue Star's spiritual energy has been exhausted for a long time, and the spirit transformation realm has become the mainstay of the world of cultivation. If you break through to the void refining realm, you can become a big boss. For example, Wu Ho became the president of the Cultivation Association in the early stages of Lianshu. City S, branch of the Cultivators Association. Lan Tianhe has been persuading Qinbai to leave S City to avoid the limelight. It was obvious that Qinbai was resolute and confident. He stopped talking and ordered his subordinates to go out and buy the best food. A quarter of an hour later, Qinbai looked at the table full of dishes in front of him. The little green dragon had already come out of Qinbai's arms when he smelled the aroma. At this time, he was looking at the dishes on the table with saliva and eyes shining. "Stop holding back and eat," Qinbai said to Xiao Qinglong. After getting Qinbai's promise, the little green dragon flew onto a roast chicken with a swish. "Open your mouth and bite into the roasted chicken, eating all the bones and meat." In less than 10 seconds, a roast chicken entered Xiao Qinglong's belly. Picking up the chopsticks, Qinbai took a few bites and then stopped using the chopsticks. After breaking through to becoming a god, ordinary food in the secular world tastes like chewing wax in your mouth. This is not to say that delicious food is unattractive to cultivators with high levels of cultivation. As their level of cultivation increases, ordinary food has too many impurities and little spiritual energy content. Only those things that are full of spiritual energy can be seen, and these are all treasures of heaven and earth. Lan Tianhe also took a few bites and put down his chopsticks. He took out a jar of wine from the space ring, opened the mud seal, and the aroma of wine overflowed. The crystal clear wine was poured from the jar into the bowl, handed to Qinbai and said, "Brother Qin, this is the wine I brewed myself. It is many times stronger than ordinary wine in the world. Please." Qinbai took the wine bowl and drank it all in one gulp. The spirit has a strong fruity aroma in the mouth, and after swallowing it, a burning sensation gradually comes out as it passes through the throat. It felt like a fierce fire was burning in my stomach, and after a while, my stomach returned to calmness. "Good wine," Qinbai praised. "Ha, brother, it has been more than 300 years since I brewed this wine. Most people would be reluctant to give it to me to drink." Lan Tianhe laughed. After saying that, he drank all the wine in his bowl, took out a jar of wine from the space ring and handed it to Qinbai, saying, "If you don't feel satisfied with drinking from a bowl, drink from the jar." While the two were tasting the wine, Xiao Qinglong had already eaten all the dishes on the table. Hiccup. After burping, Xiao Qinglong returned to Qinbai's shoulder. Seeing Qinbai's eyes shining with the wine in front of him, Lan Tianhe laughed when he saw Xiao Qinglong's appearance. He took out another jar of wine, opened the mud seal and placed it in front of Qinbai. The little green dragon swooped into the jar. The sound of gulu, gulu came from the wine jar. Soon the little green dragon, who was full of wine and food, flew out of the wine jar, plunged into Qin Bai's arms, and fell asleep. Seeing Xiao Qinglong's disgusting look, Qin Bai was a little embarrassed and said, "I made my brother laugh." "It doesn't matter. This is the first time I've seen Qinglong eat. It's really different," Lan Tianhe said with a smile. After a banquet, the guests enjoyed themselves. "Brother, you can stay here. There are people from the Wu family who can help you get around," Lan Tianhe said. "Thank you for your kindness, brother. I won't cause any trouble to you." Qin Bai declined politely. Lan Tianhe was still going to say something when a loud noise came from outside the branch. Boom! A figure broke open the window and flew in. Looking at Qin Bai and Lan Tianhe below, he shouted angrily, "Lan Tianhe, Xiuwen's death is indeed related to your Lan family." When Lan Tianhe saw this person, his pupils shrank and he said, "Wu Zai, don't be slanderous. When did Xiuwen's death have anything to do with my Lan family?" "Humph, the guy holding the knife below is the murderer of Xiuwen. I don't see any tension between the two of you." "The evidence is conclusive, let me see how your Lan family explains it," Wu Zai said in a bad tone. Lan Tianhe wanted to say something else, but Qin Bai stretched out his hand to stop him. "Shon." Pulling out the killing blade, Qin Bai looked at Wu Zai in the air and said, "Do you think this explanation is enough?" "A mere boy in the nascent soul realm dares to challenge me. I really don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die. Today is the day you die," Wu Zai shouted. Qin Bai looked at Wu Zai as if he were looking at a dead person, and shouted, "Killing life and death realm." After the dark light emerged on the tip of the killing blade, it quickly condensed into a dark light beam that was only as thick as a finger cut. As Qin Bai shouted, the dark beam of light quickly headed towards Wu Zai. Wu Zai's heart shivered, "It's so fast." But he didn't show any signs of weakness and said, "It's just a trivial skill, but I dare to use it to embarrass myself." After saying that, an earthy yellow shield formed in front of him to protect his whole body. Lan Tianhe below saw the earth yellow shield and thought to himself, "The Wu family's secret black and yellow shield is not passed down. I didn't expect that Marquis Wu even passed it on to him. This battle will be difficult." The dark beam of light condensed by the dead silence flew in front of Wu Zai's shield and passed through without any obstruction, as if the khaki shield was made of paper. The dark beam of light as thick as a finger pierced Wu Zai's heart, leaving a blood hole the size of a bowl on Wu Zai's body. Wu Zai never expected that the result would be like this. He couldn't even follow the opponent's move. At the end of his life, Wu Zai said in disbelief, "How is it possible?" After Wu Zai lost his life breath, his body fell from mid-air to the ground. Boom. Lan Tianhe looked at Wu Zai's body and patted his face as if in a dream. Kill the early stage of the god transformation with one blow. What a terrifying strength. He still remembered that not long ago, Qin Bai was still in the nascent soul realm. How come his strength had undergone earth-shaking changes in less than a day? Now he understands the source of Qin Bai's confidence. If he had this kind of strength, he would not be afraid of the Wu family's pursuit if he could instantly kill the early stage of god transformation with one strike. After killing Wu Zai, Qin Bai said goodbye to Lan Tianhe. Before leaving, Lan Tianhe handed Qin Bai a jade transmission talisman and a dossier detailing the information about the Kunlun secret realm and said, "This file is the information about the Kunlun secret realm that my Lan family has collected over thousands of years. This sound transmission jade talisman can directly contact me." Qin Bai took it and put it into the storage space and said, "Thanks for the help, take care." Lan Tianhe said, "Your strength is still too weak for the Kunlun secret realm. Remember not to be impatient. If you need anything from the Lan family, please feel free to contact me. It is good." Lan Tianhe, who watched Qin Bai leave, stood there for a long time and said in a gloating tone, "Now the Wu family will have a headache, huh?" After Qin Bai left, he looked at the information sent by Lan Tianhe on the road, stared at one place for a long time and said, "It's here." After flying for an hour, Qin Bai watched the endless mountains below him slowly falling. Kunlun Mountain, the entrance to the Kunlun secret realm. There is a sect in Kunlun Mountain called Kunlun Sect. It is one of the direct forces of the Kunlun secret realm, and the leader of the Kunlun sect is Wuho, who is now the president of the Cultivation Association. Marquis Wu is currently in Kyoto, and the person in charge of the Kunlun sect is Wu Ba, the deputy sect leader, who is in the middle stage of becoming a god. The purpose of Qin Bai's visit this time was to collect some interest in advance. Following the intelligence guidance, Qin Bai quickly found the exact location of the Kunlun sect. Looking at the rather impressive mountain gate in front of him, Qin Bai stepped forward. On the left and right sides of the mountain gate stood a disciple holding a sword. One of them shouted, "Who is coming?" "Shong." Qin Bai drew out his killing blade, kicked off the ground, and came to the side of the two disciples in an instant. The back of the knife touched their necks, and they fainted instantly. Killing can indeed solve problems simply and directly in many cases, but when faced with someone who has no direct hatred for him, Qin Bai did not kill him. He sneaked into the mountain gate, bypassed the patrolling disciples, and caught a man who was obviously dressed differently from the other disciples. Shong. The sharp blade of the killing blade was pressed against the man's throat. Qin Bai said in a cold tone, "What is your status in the Kunlun sect?" Looking at Qin Bai with murderous intent on his face, the man swallowed nervously and stammered, Don't kill me, I am a true disciple of the Kunlun sect." "True disciple?" Qin Bai asked with some confusion. The Kunlun sect is divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. I, the true disciple, was bribed by my family with a lot of spiritual stones, the man replied. "Take me to your Kunlun sect treasure pavilion," Qin Bai said. Feeling the cold blade at his throat, the man said without any hesitation, "I'll take you there." The man led the way, Qin Bai followed behind, turning left and right at Kunlun sect for about a quarter of an hour. The man pointed to a two-story attic in front of him and said, "We're here." Boom! The back of the knife hit the man's neck, and the man instantly rolled his eyes and fainted. Qin Bai used his exploratory eyes to look into the attic. Guarding the attic was an elder who had reached the nascent soul realm. Hiding all his aura, Qin Bai quietly opened the door of the treasure pavilion and walked in. Wu Bao, the elder of Zhangbao Pavilion, was meditating with his eyes closed at this time, unaware of Qin Bai's intrusion. After entering the treasure pavilion, the entire floor is filled with weapons and elixirs used for foundation building and golden elixir cultivation. Without any politeness, they were all put into the storage space. After looting the first floor, come to the second floor. Seeing the elder Wu Bao sitting cross-legged in the center of the second floor, Qin Bai drew his killing blade and stepped forward. "Who?" Wu Bao opened his eyes and shouted angrily. "The person who killed you," Qin Bai replied. "Shong." The killing blade pierced Wu Bao's heart, and Qin Bai's wrist shook slightly, shattering his heart into pieces. Qin Bai had no intention of letting go of all the direct descendants of the Wu family. It was the Wu family who hosted the blood sacrifice on behalf of the Kunlun secret realm. The death of his parents is definitely inseparable from the Wu family. The entire second floor was empty, and there was nothing of value. He took off the space ring from Wu Bao's body and penetrated it with his spiritual thoughts. Inside the space ring, there are boxes of spirit stones, hundreds of nascent soul realm weapons, and hundreds of bottles of nascent soul realm elixirs. It seems that everything of value is in this ring. When you reach the nascent soul realm, the value of both the weapons and elixirs you use far exceed those of the golden elixir realm, so it is not surprising to carry them with you. And inside this ring, something that made Qin Bai's eyes shine was found, a map of the entire Kunlun sect. After walking out of the treasure pavilion, Qin Bai followed the map to the weapon refining hall. All the weapons of the Kunlun sect come from this hall and are sent to the treasure pavilion after being refined. Without alerting the master of the weapon refining hall, Qin Bai plundered everything in the entire weapon refining hall and put it into the storage space. In addition to the weapons that have been forged, there are also various ores used for refining weapons, as well as some semi-finished products. Following the same pattern, the Kunlun sect's alchemy hall did not escape Qin Bai's raids. When he arrived at the royal beast hall, Qin Bai felt a little worried when he looked at the living monsters in front of him. The system storage space cannot hold living things. At this moment, the little green dragon emerged from Qin Bai's arms. Looking at the monsters in front of him, glistening saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. You want to eat? Qinbai asked Xiao Qinglong. Little Qinglong patted his belly with his little paws and said with a milky voice, hungry Qinbai has always been a little confused about Xiao Qinglong's appetite. The table of dishes prepared by Lan Tianhe in S City was more than enough for 10 adults. But the body of the little green dragon, which was not much bigger than a palm, was eaten by force. Since he couldn't take it away anyway, Qinbai said in an encouraging tone, eat with an open belly. Eat as much as you can. After getting Qinbai's permission, Xiao Qinglong opened his mouth towards the monster in front of him and let out a dragon roar. Roar! After the dragon roared, the little green dragon burped as if swallowing. Belch! Look at the monster beasts that were still alive in the beast control hall just now. After the little green dragon let out a dragon roar, they all disappeared out of thin air. Qinbai said in a shocked tone, where have these monsters gone? Xiao Qinglong pointed to his belly and said, Master, here it is. Seeing Xiao Qinglong's performance, Qinbai suddenly remembered what the system meant by absolute value for money. After Xiao Qinglong had eaten, he did not return to Qinbai's arms, but stood on his shoulders. The Royal Beast Hall is the last place to search for the Kunlun sect. The monsters have all been eaten by the little green dragon, so there is little point in staying here. Qinbai flew to the sky above the Kunlun sect, drew out his killing blade, and struck towards the Kunlun sect's main hall. Killing Life and Death Realm. A dark light emerged from the tip of the killing blade and quickly expanded into a pillar of light that was enough to cover the Kunlun sect's hall. Behead! Qinbai shouted softly. The dark beam of light flew towards the Kunlun sect's main hall. Boom! There was a loud noise. Countless dust arose from the ground, and the Kunlun sect's main hall was now in ruins. Who dares to come to our Kunlun sect and act arrogantly? Stay alive! A man flew out of the Kunlun sect and shouted angrily. Looking at the man in front of him, Qinbai said, Wu Ba, the deputy sect leader of Kunlun sect? Exactly, who are you? The crime of destroying my Kunlun sect's main hall is unforgivable. Wu Ba said angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, a flying sword that was only the size of a thumb came out of his mouth. Kunlun's secret technique, Immortal Trapping Sword. Die. The flying sword rises in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. 1 inch. 2 inches. It was more than a foot long and headed towards Qinbai to kill him. Shong. The killing blade struck the flying sword, and sparks from the collision flew everywhere. Huge force came from the blade, and Qinbai took 3 steps back before completely releasing the force. See how many swords you can bear, die. Kunlun's secret technique, Immortal Killing Sword. Another sword came out of his mouth, and it quickly grew to a foot long and attacked Qinbai. The 2 swords cooperated very well, and Qinbai felt some pressure. Kill. Slaughter. Qinbai shouted while holding the killing blade. The killing blade vibrated at high speed and struck at the 2 swords. Shong. Shong. Gold and iron clashed, making a harsh sound. Boom. Boom. Under Qinbai's full strength, the killing blade flew away the 2 swords. Wu Ba's rosy face suddenly turned unhealthy pale, and he quickly stabilized the sword that had been hacked away. The smell of blood appeared in Wu Ba's mouth, and his mind was connected with the sword. He also suffered some internal injuries when the sword flew away. Kunlun's secret technique, Immortal Killing Sword. Kunlun's secret technique, Immortal Sword. 2 swords flew out of his mouth again and attacked Qinbai. Die. Wu Ba shouted. Shang. Shang. Clang. Clang. Under the forehand sword offensive, Qinbai's pressure increased dramatically. Killing and slaughtering. The killing blade vibrated at high speed and slashed towards the ultimate sword among them. Shong. After hitting the target, the immortal sword just shook. Kill, annihilate. The waning moon enveloped the 4 swords. Clang. 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 The waning moon dispersed, leaving the 4 swords intact as before. After Wu Ba released the 4 swords, each sword was greatly strengthened. After 2 consecutive attacks failed to work, Xin Bai's eyes narrowed. Gathering all his strength, Xin Bai shouted, "The realm of killing life and death." The dim light condensed on the tip of the killing blade and soon turned into a finger-sized pillar of light. "Compress me." The finger-sized beam of light shook violently for a while, then compressed to only the thickness of a hair. Wu Ba felt extreme danger from the dim light as thick as a hair. Escape! Once the thought appeared in Wu Ba's mind, he could never erase it. He controlled the 4 swords with his mind and continued to attack Xin Bai. Xin Bai looked at Wu Ba, who was running away, and said, "Isn't it too late to run away now?" "Behead!" Xin Bai shouted. The dark light as thick as a hair quickly broke away from the tip of the killing blade and attacked Wu Ba. The dark light made a sound like an arrow in the air. Whoosh! Wu Ba's body was smashed from the air, and a wound as thick as a hair gradually appeared in the center of his eyebrows. Bang! The body fell to the ground. After Wu Ba's death, the 4 swords also lost control at the same time and were caught by Xin Bai and put into the storage space. Taking off the space ring from Wu Ba's body, Xin Bai flew away, his voice echoing in the Kunlun sect, "Thank you for the generous gift." The headquarters of the Cultivators Association. Wu Ho looked at the information sent by his subordinates, his eyes gradually turned cold, and he said with murderous intent, "Wu Zai is actually dead. Sir, there is an urgent piece of information that has just been sent from within the sect. It would be better for you to take a look at it yourself." Wu Kuei handed over the information. After reading this urgent information, Wu Ho's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip from his eyes. Xin Bai. Okay, very good. After killing Wu Zai, you still dare to go to our Kunlun sect and kill the deputy sect leader Wu Ba. Pass this down, all the forces in the Wu family will pay attention to this person's movements. As soon as this person appears, they will notify me as soon as possible. I want to capture this man with my own hands. Wu Ho's words were 1/3 genuine anger and 7-part showmanship. Ultimately, the reason why he took action personally was because he was greedy for Xin Bai's adventure. After Xin Bai left the Kunlun sect, he immediately handed over all the things he got from the Kunlun sect to the system mall to redeem points. Calculating the total value of items. Total value, 250 points. 250 points can be converted into low-grade spiritual stones, which equals 250 million low-grade spiritual stones. The goods received from Kunlun sect are quite abundant. If I can do this a few more times, my cultivation will soon reach the point of refining the void. Xin Bai thought to himself. But think about it, this is not realistic. You can gain so much this time because the other party is not prepared. It may not be the case next time if you are prepared. After breaking through to the 4th level, 10 system mall points can be exchanged for 1 attribute. Compared with the 3-level 5-point system mall points exchanged for 1 attribute, the improvement is fully doubled. Xin Bai looked at the various treasures in the mall and pondered for a moment, spending 100 points to redeem a 4th-level teleportation talisman. The remaining 150 points are all converted into attributes, totaling 15 attribute points. The reason for redeeming the 4th-level teleportation talisman is that this thing can save lives at critical moments. Add all attributes to itself and open the personal information panel. Name, Xin Bai Tianwanti Elementary. All attributes increased by 5.0%. Cultivation level, 4th level middle stage of divine transformation, 134 200, power, 134 speed, 134 stamina, 134 attack, 134 defense, 134 luck, 134. Killing blade level 134, 200, dash, attack, 134 killing sword technique level 100, 100, dash, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 100 Qinglong level 134, 200, dash. After his cultivation reached the middle stage of becoming a god, Xin Bai was formulating the next plan in his mind. The headquarters of the Wu family is in the secret realm of Kunlun, and I definitely can't enter it at the moment. In the secular world, most of the Wu family's assets are in Changling. Go to Changling. After the target was determined, Xin Bai got up and headed to Changling. the headquarters of the Cultivators Association. Sir, Qin Bai appeared in Changling and is currently starting to destroy the assets of our Wu family. Wu Kuei said with the intelligence coming from Changling City. Wu Ho thought happily, okay, I didn't expect him to show up so soon. He is still too young to be calm. After a brief exchange of words with Wu Kuei, Wu Ho hurriedly left the Cultivators Association and headed for Changling. A pawn shop in Changling Wu family. The person in charge of the pawn shop was an ordinary person with no cultivation, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. He watched Qin Bai fall from a high altitude and walked into the pawn shop without saying a word. Blue Star's spiritual energy has been exhausted for a long time, and most ordinary people have no access to cultivation. Seeing Qin Bai descending from the sky like a god, one can imagine the shock in his heart. All the pawn shops are filled with gold and silver jewelry, luxury goods, and the like. There are no spiritual stones, heavenly materials, or earthly treasures that are truly valuable in the eyes of cultivators. Without any courtesy, Qin Bai packed all these things into the storage space. Most of the Wu family's assets were obtained through various black markets and smuggling, so Qin Bai simply took advantage of them. After Qin Bai took the things, several strong men dressed in black and with large tattoos appeared from the pawn shop. What kind of kid dares to come here to cause trouble? The person in charge of the pawn shop kept winking at the leading strongman. Just when the leading strongman looked at the person in charge with confusion, Qin Bai took action. After instantly knocking out everyone in the pawn shop, Qin Bai turned around and left the pawn shop. Following the same pattern, most of the Wu family's properties in Changling did not escape Qin Bai's clutches. The reason why precise strikes can be achieved is because of the information sent by Lan Tianhe. Qin Bai couldn't help but sigh in his heart, the person who knows you best will always be your opponent. The information Lan Tianhe gave was so detailed that even the preferences of everyone in the Wu family were noted. Just as Qin Bai was wreaking havoc, Wu Ho finally arrived. Seeing that his property was so severely damaged, Wu Ho felt no anger at all. Qin Bai, suffer death. Ho Wu shouted. Qin Bai looked back and saw Wu Ho with an angry look. Kunlun Great Captor. A big hand grabbed Qin Bai in midair. Lian Xiu. Qin Bai's eyes shrank. The big hand was too fast, and Qin Bai was caught by the big hand before he could react. After catching Qin Bai, Marquis Wu was overjoyed. Holding Qin Bai in front of him with his big hands, Wu Ho said in a low voice, I am very curious about what kind of shocking adventure can make an ordinary person break through to the middle stage of divine transformation in just 3 months. Qin Bai was ready to activate the teleportation talisman at any time and said, You don't seem angry at all. Wu Ho smiled disdainfully and said, Angry? Compared with the adventures you have experienced, there is nothing worth being angry about. The fact that he is not good at writing is far less important than the fact that his elder brother is in my heart. As for you going to Kunlun sect to kill Wu Ba to search for resources, or coming to Changling to destroy my Wu family's assets, none of this is important. If things are destroyed, they can be rebuilt, and if resources are gone, they can be retaken. But compared to the adventure that allows an ordinary person to break through to become a god in just 3 months, what are these? After Qin Bai heard what Marquis Wu said, he sneered and said, I see, when I killed your son Shouwen, I thought all dandy boys were like this. Now it seems that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. With such a greedy and cold-blooded father, it's not surprising that the same is true for my son. You're a sharp-tongued boy, you're just using your words now. When I get the chance to find out about you, I'll make sure you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die. Wu Ho said sarcastically. Qin Bai looked at Wu Ho with a sarcastic look and said, Are you dreaming? Are you worthy of Qi Yu? After saying that, his spiritual thoughts instantly activated the 4th level teleportation talisman, leaving only Qin Bai's voice echoing in the air. The next time I see you, it will be when you fall. Seeing Qin Bai disappear in front of his eyes in an instant, Wu Ho felt as if a cooked duck flew to his mouth. Damn! What kind of magic weapon is this? How could it escape my control in an instant? Wu Ho gritted his teeth. After activating the teleportation talisman, Qin Bai's vision went dark. When he saw the light again, he was on the sea. Looking at the endless sea, Shinbai had no intention of admiring it. There is only one teleportation talisman. Who knows if Wuho has the same tracking method as Qingqian Demon Emperor? Shinbai said in his heart, "System, open the secret realm of awakening." Opening the secret realm of awakening. Please host, be prepared. Countdown 3, 2, 1. There was a strong sense of weightlessness caused by the teleportation, and it took about a quarter of an hour to return to normal. In front of him was a group of ruined palaces. Shinbai's teleportation point was exactly at the entrance steps of the palace. From this continuous group of palaces, you can vaguely see the glory of the past, and the strong smell of blood still lingers in the air. A sense of crisis came from all directions. Shinbai's current cultivation level could be regarded as the mainstay of Blue Star. But in this world, I feel as weak as an ant. Carefully step up the steps. As he walked up the steps, a force of gravity suddenly pressed on Shinbai. Every time you walk up a step, the force of gravity on your body increases. There are 108 steps in total. When Shinbai reached the 6th level of number 30, the scene in front of him changed instantly. The ruined palaces that I had seen before were now completely restored to their original state before they were destroyed. They were noble and impossible to look at directly. Immortals with powerful cultivation passed by one after another, turning a blind eye to Shinbai beside him. Xin Yuanzi, long time no see. A young immortal in luxurious clothes and a smile said at the end of the steps. Dong Wangong, why didn't you stay inside and ran out? Jin Yuanzi said. This is not the first time your majesty is holding a peach party, so he specially asked me to come out to greet you. Prince Dong replied with a smile. The scene disappeared at this point, and Shinbai came back to his senses. The palace in front of him was still in ruins, as if what he had just seen was an illusion. But Shinbai knew that this was not an illusion. Picking out any one of the immortals he saw in the scene just now has the power to destroy heaven and earth. Continue walking up, and when you reach the second step of number 70, the scene in front of you changes again. A young man sitting high in the 9 heavens, exuding the aura of merit and virtue, with a handsome face and wearing an imperial crown, was holding a list and said to the 3 people in front of him, Lao Jun, Master Tong Tian, Yuancher Tianzuan, Heavenly Court has been established for a long time, but many immortals in the world do not obey the management of Heavenly Court. This time we have called the 3 of us here to discuss the matter of this list of gods. The scene disappeared again, and Shinbai continued walking upward. When I reached the 108 steps, my eyes changed again. Haotian, today the rulers of heaven and earth will change dynasties. From now on, I, the Chaos Clan, will dominate this ancient world, shouted a middle-aged man in battle armor. At this time, the young man wearing the imperial crown sitting high in the sky slowly stood up. As he stood up, the world seemed to focus on him. He pulled out the long knife in his hand, pointed at the middle-aged man and the Chaos Legion behind him, and said, The Chaos Clan has been living in chaos since before the creation of the world by the great god Pangu. Now they have come to cause trouble in the wilderness. They should be punished. If Pangu is resurrected and says this in person, he still has some qualifications, but you, Hongjun and others are all chaos demon gods. Do you really think of yourself as natives of the ancient world? The middle-aged man said disdainfully. After a pause, he added, Hongjun has disappeared without a trace, and next is you as the ruler of heaven. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and behind him, the Chaos Legion and the Celestial Immortals were fighting. For a time, the heaven was raging with war, and countless immortals fell one after another. Just as the fierce battle between the two sides was in full swing, an old man riding a green bull arrived from outside the heaven. Seeing the heavy casualties in heaven, the old man shouted angrily, One chi transforms the 3 pure beings. 2 figures walked out of the old man's body, one looked like a young man and the other looked like a middle-aged man. My lord, this is Taishang Laojun, one of the 6 saints of the ancient world. A figure behind the middle-aged man stepped forward and said. After the middle-aged man heard this, he laughed, What nonsense, the 6 saints of the ancient world are just puppets controlled by the heavenly Tao. Brother, the 2 of us are here to help you. 2 figures appeared outside the heaven. Zhu Xian sword formation Shi. One of the figures shouted. This unprecedented battle lasted for 12 years. The sun and the moon were shattered, the sky and the earth were dark, and the war came to an end, and the entire prehistoric world was finally overwhelmed. Boom! After a loud noise, the entire prehistoric world shattered into countless pieces. Emperor Haotian looked at the ancient land broken into countless pieces with a slightly sad expression. At this time, his imperial crown was broken, his white clothes were stained with blood, and there was a blood hole on his chest that penetrated the front and back. Heaven and earth will reopen. Haotian shouted. Use the last strength of your body to pour it all into the knife, and the long knife blade emits yin and yang light. Half is black, half is white, black and white blend into a chaotic color. Cut. Haotian poured out all his strength and slashed hard at the middle-aged man. This is impossible, Haotian, you actually risked your life for these sentient beings? As the demon god of chaos, even if you lose your position as the emperor of the ancient world, you can still survive in the chaos again. Why should you sacrifice your life for these ant-like sentient beings in the ancient world? The middle-aged man said in shock. Laugh. Shone. The sharp blade cut through the middle-aged man's body, making a harsh sound like gold and iron clashing. The body was split in two from the middle and fell in mid-air. After the middle-aged man died, the chaotic color on the blade spread out in all directions, and the broken fragments of the ancient world quickly stabilized after contacting the mixed color. Then the debris spawned one planet after another. The larger debris formed a planet with an area tens of thousands of times that of Blue Star. There were many small fragments that formed a planet that was even smaller than Blue Star. Crack! After Haotian's full blow, the knife in his hand could no longer withstand it. The blade was broken into pieces, from the tip to the handle. Cough! A mouthful of blood spat out from Haotian's mouth, and he felt the life force draining rapidly from his body. In Haotian's mind, he recalled the scene when Pangu had a hearty chat with him in the chaos before the world opened. There is also Hanjun, who has a somewhat gloomy personality that makes people unpredictable. At the beginning of the prehistoric era, the three clans of Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn competed in the world, which greatly damaged the vitality of the prehistoric era, which was somewhat lacking. Later, everything developed in a good direction under his own management. The scene in front of him disappeared again, but this time Qinbai could not calm down for a long time. Because the long knife in Haotian's hand is exactly the same as the killing blade in his hand, both in appearance and details. Qinbai looked at the introduction of the killing blade and the killing sword technique again. Killing blade, a sharp blade that exists for killing. The killing blade that once made countless sentient beings tremble. If you want to unlock all its secrets, you need stronger strength. Killing sword technique, this is a sword technique that was once famous in the heavens and was jointly created with the killing blade specifically for killing. When you become strong enough, someone will tell you the story behind it. This time Qinbai had a deeper understanding. My mind is full of doubts, and there are too many questions that I don't have answers to yet. After a long time, Qinbai said to himself, what is the relationship between Tianting Haotian and the Chaos Clan? The heavens and the worlds were originally transformed from the fragmentation of the ancient world. Qinbai stepped onto the platform. There were two huge stone pillars on both sides of the platform. Several golden dragons are carved on the surface of each stone pillar, and there is a plaque at the top of the two stone pillars. The plaque has been damaged by fighting in years, and the three words Nanshanman can be vaguely seen on it. This turns out to be the ancient heaven. Qinbai was very shocked. From the pictures left behind, Qinbai had already deduced in his heart that this might be the heaven. But when this result was truly confirmed, I still felt so shocked that I couldn't express it in words. Looking down from the Nanshanman, at the end of the steps I just walked, there is a word, ladder to heaven. The stairway to heaven is also known as the stairway to immortals. Legend has it that in ancient times, if a mortal could walk through these steps, he would immediately become an immortal and rank among the immortals. When Qinbai walked up just now, the pressure would increase with each step he advanced. It was impossible for a mortal without cultivation to walk through the steps. If you want to completely go through it, you need to at least cultivate to the realm of transformation into gods. Then I thought about it. In the ancient times, the worst people born after birth were personal immortals. As for the innate beings born with the treasure, many of them were at the level of Luo Jingxian. It was not until later after Nuwa created humans that she gradually began to perfect the cultivation levels below human immortals due to their inherent deficiencies. Perhaps in that period, those who did not become immortals were considered mortals. Xinbai thought with some uncertainty. Standing on the Nantian Gate, I looked at the once magnificent palaces everywhere, but now they are in ruins. Many of them have been completely destroyed in the battle and have become ruins. Even the steps of the ladder at your feet are densely engraved with traces of fighting with different weapons. There are many steps where only half of the steps are left, with the other half being directly destroyed in the battle. At this moment, an extremely pure spiritual energy from Nantian Gate gathered on Xinbai's head, and the next moment it followed Xinbai's head and entered his body. Xinbai did not stop him. This extremely pure spiritual energy was of such a high level that if he compared it with the spiritual energy contained in high-grade spiritual stones, the high-grade spiritual stones would be like garbage on the street that no one wants. After the spiritual energy entered Xinbai's body, Xinbai felt as comfortable as if he had taken a cold bath in summer. Ding! It is detected that external spiritual energy is entering the host's body. About a quarter of an hour later, the first spiritual energy disappeared, and the second spiritual energy began to condense on Xinbai's head. The second stream of spiritual energy was purer than the first stream of spiritual energy, but when it was halfway condensed, it suddenly became powerless. The spiritual energy on Nanshanmen continues to gather, but it can never be integrated into the second spiritual energy. After repeating this process several times, after the spiritual energy on Nanshanmen completely dissipated, a second stream of incompletely condensed spiritual energy poured into Xinbai's body. Ding! The source of external spiritual energy was detected. Ding! The system is forcing intervention. The spiritual energy that had completely dispersed in Nanshanmen gathered rapidly above Xinbai's head as if controlled by a big hand. Soon, bursts of spiritual energy hurricanes blew above Xinbai's head. In addition to the color of the spiritual energy hurricane also contained traces of blood. The blood-red color is filled with cold murderous intent, madness, and bloodthirst. Soon, a blood-colored spiritual energy storm filled the sky above Nanshanmen, and the blood color was completely dominant at this time. The entire spiritual energy storm exudes crazy murderous intent from the inside out. As time goes by, the spiritual energy gradually liquefies. Xinbai stretched out his hand to grab the spiritual energy that was slowly liquefying in the air, and a drop of blood-like spiritual energy appeared in Xinbai's hand. Under the forced intervention of the system, the interior of the ladder made a creak sound. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the already damaged ladder was finally overwhelmed. The steps from the first step to step 1 exploded into pieces. When the ladder to heaven exploded, the connected Nanshanmen shook. After the blood-colored spiritual energy completely turned into spiritual energy liquid, it instantly poured into Xinbai's body. The blood-colored spiritual energy entered the body, and there was no comfortable feeling. Xinbai felt like he was soaking in a pool of blood, with the smell of blood coming from the tip of his nose. The body felt like it was rusted from the inside out, and the joints became very sluggish. Crazy killing intent emerged in his heart, as if there was a voice in his ears that was constantly bewitching him to destroy everything in front of him. Xinbai closed his eyes to fight against the murderous intention in his heart, but as the bloody spiritual energy continued to pour into his body, this murderous intention is getting stronger and stronger, and there is always the possibility of losing control. Once out of control, Xinbai, dominated by the murderous intention, will instantly become a tool that only knows killing. A quarter of an hour later, the blood-red spiritual energy finally poured into Xinbai's body, and Xinbai slowly opened his eyes. His eyes had turned bloodthirsty red at this time, and Xinbai tried his best to fight against the murderous intention in his heart. Ding! Converting the spiritual energy in the host body into attribute points, conversion in progress. Drop. Conversion completed, total, attribute points. Warn. 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 There is too much killing intent remaining in the host's body, and there is a possibility of losing control at any time. YN suppresses it temporarily. Suppress. Shinbai did not ask what the conditions for suppression were. At this time, murderous intent was constantly impacting his mind. Based on his understanding of the system, since the system asked this, no matter what the conditions were, he would definitely be able to pay. Drop. Consuming attribute points to suppress. Half an hour later, his blood-red eyes gradually returned to clarity, and Shinbai breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, without the help of the system, it would be dangerous this time. Drop. This suppression consumed a total of 170 attribute points, and the attribute points have been deducted. The sound of the system came, and Shinbai froze for a long time and said, 170 attribute points. The fourth level is to exchange 10 points for one attribute. 170 attribute points is 1,700 points, and if it is exchanged for spiritual stones, it is 17 million low-grade spiritual stones. Shinbai suddenly felt that his whole heart was bleeding. It took him a while to adjust his mentality and comforted himself, it's okay, it's okay. If it weren't for the help of the system, I wouldn't have been able to get so many attribute points. But after much deliberation, he still couldn't completely calm down. The system poured blood-colored aura into his body, and helped him temporarily suppress the murderous intention. But between entering and exiting, not only did he not get any benefits, but he also left a potential danger in the body that could explode at any time. Thinking of this, Shinbai, coupled with the system's usual performance, couldn't help but said helplessly and with a little sadness, "System, you cheated me again." Considering the host's inner feelings at this time, this disrespect will be exempted from force punishment and 10 attribute points will be deducted. The system's emotionless voice reached Shinbai's ears. After hearing this, his heart hurt even more. 1 million low-grade spiritual stones flew away from his eyes. Shinbai bargained feebly, "You'd better strike me with lightning and return the attribute points to me." The system did not reply to Shinbai and fell into silence. Opening the personal information panel, Shinbai added the remaining 20 attributes to himself. Name, Shinbai Tianwanti Elementary. All attributes increased by 5.0%. Cultivation level, 4th level middle stage of divine transformation, 154 200, power, 154 speed, 154 stamina, 154 attack, 154 defense, 154 luck, 154. Killing blade level 154, 200, dash, attack, 154 killing sword technique level 100, 100, dash, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 100 Xinglong level 154, 200, dash, the increase in strength in his body made Shinbai feel much better. Shinbai has never figured out his own cultivation system. He is obviously at the middle stage of becoming a god, but there is no trace of spiritual power in his body. Every breakthrough in the realm adds strength, physical strength, and other attributes in all aspects, but there is only no spiritual attribute in it. Shinbai once asked the system, and the system said at that time that answering Shinbai's question would require million mall points. Not to mention that Shinbai doesn't have this expensive price at the moment. Even if he does, he won't waste it on a problem that doesn't provide substantial help. Recalling the spiritual energy that had just been poured into his body, Shinbai vaguely understood why in the legend, mortals could instantly transform into immortals after walking up the ladder to heaven. Judging from the pure spiritual power of the first and second streams, if the ladder to heaven is not damaged and the spiritual power continues to pour in, it is very possible to become an immortal in one day. Shinbai then thought that if the ladder to the sky was not damaged, perhaps the gravity would be stronger and it would be far more difficult for him to reach the top than it is now. He didn't stay too long at Nanshanmen. Although the system temporarily suppressed the murderous intention in his heart, the system didn't say how long it could suppress it. Now he just wants to complete the awakening mission quickly, which is inherently very dangerous. If you add the interference of murderous intent, the situation is basically difficult level plus hell level. Shinbai suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. This suppression would not be compromised at the critical moment. Based on his understanding of the system, this situation is very likely to happen. The system shouldn't be so deceptive, maybe probably not, Shinbai thought with great uncertainty. Walking through the Nanshanmen is a very long passage, and both sides of the passage were originally guarded by heavenly soldiers. But now, except for the traces of the former guard by the heavenly soldiers, the two sides are empty. Shinbai continued to walk forward, and when he was almost a third of the way through the passage, a dead body with its body separated suddenly appeared, and its head was not far from the body. This was the first corpse Shinbai encountered after stepping into the heaven. The corpse was wearing the clothes of the heavenly soldiers seen in the remaining scenes of the ladder to heaven. Shinbai stopped moving forward and looked at the dead body cautiously. The corpse stood up unsteadily from the ground, its body making an unpleasant and harsh creaking sound. After standing up completely, the corpse reached out and touched the empty head position. Perhaps because he didn't touch the head, Shinbai could clearly feel the anger coming from the corpse. The corpse leaned down and touched around the body with both hands, and soon touched the head not far away. He picked up the head and placed it on his neck. The connection between the body and the head healed quickly, with no trace of a wound visible. The Tianbing corpse suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Shinbai. This weird scene happened in front of him. Shinbai didn't have the slightest fear in his heart. He drew out his killing blade and prepared to fight. Then he looked at the heavenly soldier with his probing eyes, and saw that the opponent's cultivation level was only the golden core perfection. At this moment, a force came out of thin air from the passage and penetrated into Shinbai's body. His cultivation level continued to decline from the middle stage of becoming a god, and he was suppressed until he reached the same cultivation level as the opposite heavenly soldier, who reached the golden elixir perfection. The heavenly soldier showed an unknown smile to Shinbai, and rushed towards Shinbai with a long knife in his hand. Since he had not spoken for a long time, the heavenly soldier's vocal cords rubbed together and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Killing and slaughtering." Shinbai's pupils shrank when he saw the long sword in the heavenly soldier's hand vibrating towards him at high speed. "Killing sword technique?" Shinbai asked in surprise. At this time, he recalled what the system had said before, that someone in the secret realm of awakening would teach him the fourth form of the killing sword technique. "Kill, slaughter." Shinbai shouted. "Shown." The killing blades in hand collided fiercely with the long knives in the hands of the heavenly soldiers. Sparks flew everywhere, and the force was transmitted from the killing blade to Shinbai's arm, and then from the arm to the body. Thumb thumb thumb. Shinbai took 3 steps back before he could completely remove all the strength from his body. On the other hand, the heavenly soldiers on the opposite side did not retreat even 1 step. Shinbai quickly stabilized his body and pushed on the ground with his toes. Shinbai held the killing blade and quickly attacked the heavenly soldiers again. Killing and slaughtering. The heavenly soldiers on the opposite side also used killing swordsmanship and slashed at Shinbai. Shown. This time, Shinbai immediately fell back more than meters after the collision. The physical attributes of the heavenly soldiers in front of me are far different from mine, and they use the same sword skills. Logically speaking, Shinbai should not be at a disadvantage, but the fact is that even though the opponent's attributes are not as good as Shinbai's in all aspects, the weak can defeat the strong. When the killing blade and the opponent's long knife were chopping together, the attack from the opponent's long knife was slightly beyond the range of the golden core realm. Shinbai shouted, "Kill, slaughter." The heavenly soldiers shouted in the same hoarse voice, "Kill and slaughter." Shang! 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 After dozens of rounds, Shinbai has been at a disadvantage, and the gap between him and his opponent is getting wider and wider as the fight progresses. The creeping sound like rust on the heavenly soldiers' bodies has disappeared, their bodies are becoming more and more agile, and their attacks are becoming more fierce. Boom! The killing blade collided with the opponent's long knife, and Shinbai was blasted hundreds of meters away, with fierce force flowing around his body. Shinbai tried his best to control his body, but he still couldn't avoid hitting the ground hard. Boom! He put one hand on the ground and stood up quickly. At this time, the heavenly soldiers were already in front of him. Shown! In a hurry, Shinbai raised his sword in front of him to block. Laugh! The long knife in the hand of the heavenly soldier slashed across Shinbai's chest mercilessly, leaving a wound deep enough to show the bone. How could this happen? Shinbai was shocked in his heart. The heavenly soldiers in front of him did not give Shinbai time to be shocked. After cutting open Shinbai's chest with the long knife in his hand, he attacked again. Shinbai endured the severe pain in his chest and attacked with all his strength with the killing blade in his hand. Shang! Shang! Boom! Bang! This time Shinbai was directly hit by the heavenly soldiers and flew thousands of meters away, hitting the ground heavily. The realm of swordsmanship is unsightly. Are you holding a fire stick in your hand? The heavenly soldier said sarcastically. Shinbai got up from the ground, and the long-lost feeling of falling apart in his body reappeared. After standing up, Shinbai showed a smile and whispered, "I found it." The key to the ability of the heavenly soldiers to defeat the strong with the weak lies in their mastery of sword techniques even when their attributes are far different from their own in all aspects. Killing and massacre. The essence of this sword technique is high-speed vibration. Shinbai can vibrate hundreds of times in 1 second. Every blow of the heavenly soldiers in front of me vibrated no less than 1,000 times. As the battle with him lasted longer, the number of vibrations per second continued to increase. The last blow even reached the terrifying level of shaking tens of thousands of times in 1 second, using the golden elixir to complete the attack that could instantly kill the early stage of nascent soul. If it weren't for Shinbai's tyrannical attributes and his understanding of the killing sword technique, the sword strike just now would definitely have been more dangerous than bad. Killing and slaughtering. Holding the killing blade in his hand, Shinbai imitated the vibration trajectory of the heavenly soldier's long sword, gradually increasing the number of vibrations per second of the killing sword technique. Shang! Shang! Boom! The blades collided, and Shinbai was knocked away again, but a smile appeared on his face. Just now, he increased the massacre vibrations to thousands of times per second. Tenbing's voice was hoarse and he said, "I didn't expect you to find out so soon, but you are still too weak. If you don't improve quickly, you will die." Killing and slaughtering. The avenue of heavenly soldiers. Holding a long knife that vibrated tens of thousands of times per second, he attacked Shinbai. Kill, slaughter. Shinbai roared. Shong! Shong! Boom! Shinbai was knocked back again, but this time the distance was greatly reduced compared to before. Killing and slaughtering. Shang! Shang! Boom! Killing and slaughtering. After hundreds of rounds, Shinbai had 2 more injuries, one on his abdomen. The other one was in the throat area, just barely slit open. Shinbai looked at the heavenly soldiers with a faint blood color in his eyes and shouted, "Killing and slaughtering." Holding the killing blade in his hand, he slashed at the heavenly soldiers in front of him with all his strength. Shong! The weapons collided, and the harsh sound of the clash of weapons sounded again. Den! After the attack, Shinbai took 2 steps back, and the heavenly soldiers took half a step back. At this time, Shinbai was able to use the killing sword technique, which vibrated nearly tens of thousands of times per second. It can be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to tens of thousands of times to 10,000 times per second, and there seems to be a chasm in the middle that is difficult to cross. Killing and slaughtering. Shinbai held the killing blade and launched a crazy attack. Shang! 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 Half an hour passed. In this half hour, Shinbai used the killing sword technique tens of thousands of times. As Shinbai attacked crazily, although he lost a lot of physical strength, the good thing was that he was only 1 step away from tens of thousands of attacks. Now Shinbai's massacre can shock 99 times per second. It's just a little short of reaching 10,000 vibrations per second. Shinbai thought to himself. Gathering all his remaining strength together, Shinbai looked at the heavenly soldiers with blood-red eyes and said with murderous intent, "Killing and slaughtering." Cut. With Shinbai's loud shout, the chasm that seemed insurmountable before disappeared in an instant. Vibrating thousands of times per second, the sword technique of slaughter looks like a calm lake on the surface but turbulent on the inside, full of fatal dangers. Shang! Shang! The killing blade collided with the long knife in the hands of the heavenly soldiers. "Behead me!" Shinbai shouted. Crack! There were cracks in the long sword in the hand of the heavenly soldier, and it made a harsh sound. Crack! The overwhelmed long knife bang, turned into countless fragments and exploded in all directions. Laugh. After the killing blade smashed the sword in the hand of the heavenly soldier, it cut off the heavenly soldier's head without mercy. Boom! The heavenly soldiers once again turned into headless corpses and fell to the ground. After Qin performed this killing move thousands of times per second, his strength seemed to have been drained away, and he gasped for breath. The future room for improvement and promotion phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route / phoneme of the slaughter sword technique are already clear. Although it is full of danger, you can obviously feel that your strength is constantly improving. It's so exciting at the beginning. What will happen next? Qin thought with a little curiosity. During the battle just now, Qin discovered that the murderous intention that had previously been suppressed by the system asking for 170 attribute points was gradually loosening. And with the continuous fighting, the loosening speed is also accelerating, and my previous ominous premonition seems to be becoming a reality. It's unknown what lies ahead of the awakening secret realm, but judging from the first level, the rest will definitely not be easy. The killing intention gradually loosened, which meant that he had to use more of his mind to fight against the killing intention to prevent himself from losing his mind and becoming a tool that only knew how to kill. The current situation can be described as internal and external troubles, and Qin has already determined in his heart that he has definitely been tricked by the system this time. Now that I have been in contact with the system, basically every time there is a nasty operation. From the early stage when he was forced to fight against the Tang family's nascent soul in the Golden Core realm, to the Nanchenman's mysterious operation, he got 20 attribute points and an invisible bomb. Qin found that he seemed to be used to such a cheating system. But habits become habits, and this did not delay Qin from saying loudly to the system in his heart, "System, you tricked me again." Facing Qin disrespectful words this time, the system may have felt that it was in the wrong and did not speak. Seeing that there was no movement in the system, Qin did not continue to speak. For Qin it was normal to vent his emotions appropriately, but if he kept venting his emotions, it turned into complaints. Complaining is the most worthless thing in the world. It will only make people more and more pessimistic and desperate. After simply bandaging the wounds on his body and adjusting his mentality, Qin continued to move forward with the killing blade in hand. When he reached 2/3 of the way, Qin saw the same heavenly soldier lying on the ground. Even the wound on his neck was exactly the same as the one he had caused with the killing blade. Qin rubbed his eyes, took out the little Qinglong from his arms, and pinched the little Qinglong's fleshy belly with his big hand. Xiao Qinglong grimaced in pain and turned his little head to look at Qin in confusion. Qin saw Xiao Qinglong's performance and whispered in confusion, "It doesn't seem to be an illusion." Putting the confused little Qinglong into his arms again, Qin turned back to look at where he came from. At this time, the corpse of the heavenly soldier that should have been lying behind him had disappeared without a trace. The headless heavenly soldier in front of him also stood up first, and this time he grabbed the head directly and accurately on the ground and pressed it on the head. The junction of the neck and skull healed to an intact state again. Tianbing shook his neck, looked at Qin and showed an unknown smile with familiar meaning. "Is it you?" Qin looked at Tianbing and asked. "It's still me." Tianbing nodded and said in a hoarse voice. Qin was very curious about this strange phenomenon in front of him, and thought to himself, "Is this a resurrection from the dead?" As if the heavenly soldier could see Qin inner thoughts, he said, "This is not a resurrection from the dead, but it is a resurrection from the dead." Listening to Tianbing Yunlawuli's words, Qin replied with a serious face, "Listening to your words is better than just one word." The force from before in the passage reappeared and penetrated into Qin and Tianbing respectively. The two people's cultivation, which was previously suppressed at the golden core perfection, was instantly elevated to the nascent soul perfection. The long sword that Qin chopped into pieces appeared again in the hands of the heavenly soldiers. The heavenly soldiers drew out their long swords and struck Qin saying, "Kill, annihilate." The sword in the hand of the heavenly soldier drew a waning moon, shrouding Qin in it. Qin held the killing blade in his hand and shouted, "Killing, killing." The waning moon appeared and condensed at the tip of the killing blade, and attacked the waning moon drawn by the long sword of the heavenly soldier. Shang! Shang! Clang! The long knife and the killing blade collided violently, and the two sides attacked intensively, making a clanging sound in the passage. The waning moon dissipated, leaving the heavenly soldier intact, but Qin wounded body had several more bloody holes. Blood flowed out from the blood hole, and Qin expression did not change, as if he was not the one who was injured. With all his strength concentrated on the killing blade, Qin took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and attacking. Kill, annihilate. The waning moon enveloped the heavenly soldiers. Clang! Clang! Shang! After the waning moon dispersed, Tianbing looked at Qin with slightly disappointed eyes and said, "Is that all there is? Let you see the real killing and annihilation," the heavenly soldier shouted. The waning moon quickly condensed on the sword of the heavenly soldier. After the waning moon appeared, it continued to condense, and soon turned into a full moon. The heavenly soldier flew 1,000 meters into the air, and the full moon on the long sword expanded rapidly. Soon, a full moon with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters appeared in front of Qin, enveloping Qin. The voice of the heavenly soldiers came from above. Juju, as the name suggests, kills everything and destroys everything. This is the real killing in Juju. Qin was inside the full moon, and everything he saw was white with moonlight. 10 phantoms of long swords suddenly appeared inside the full moon. The 10 phantoms of long swords were slashed towards Qin. Shang! Shang! Clang! Qin held the killing blade and easily resisted the 10 phantoms of long knives, and then hundreds of phantoms of long knives appeared in the full moon. Whoosh! Hundreds of phantoms of long swords quickly fell towards Qin. There was no way this kind of attack could be easily blocked. Qin shouted, "Kill the living creatures and kill them all." The waning moon condensed at the tip of the killing blade, shrouding the shadows of hundreds of long swords. Shang! 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 After the waning moon dispersed, hundreds of phantoms of long swords dispersed at the same time. Before Qin could breathe a sigh of relief, thousands of phantoms of long swords appeared in the full moon and attacked Qin at the same time. Qin never thought that Juju could be used like this, or that this was the real Juju. Within the scope of the extermination, both living life and inanimate buildings, stones, etc. will be destroyed. Recalling that in the Tang family, the killing blade used on his body was definitely like this. After one blow, the Tang family was completely destroyed. Qin looked at the rapidly falling attacks, gritted his teeth and kept waving the killing blade in his hand. Kill, annihilate. Kill, annihilate. Shang! 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 The waning moon condensed, collided with the shadow of the long sword in the air, and then dispersed. After the shadows of thousands of long swords completely dissipated, Qin stood there like a bloody man. Dense wounds appeared on Qin body, bleeding continuously. Without leaving Qin any time, the fourth wave of attacks arrived, and tens of thousands of phantoms of long swords appeared in the full moon. Tianbing's voice, with no hint of emotion, reached Qin ears. "This is the last wave of attacks. If you want to survive, you have to realize the true form of Juju in the short time remaining. If you don't understand, you will have no other choice but death." As soon as the heavenly soldier finished speaking, tens of thousands of phantoms of long swords came towards Qin. Whizzing! Whoosh! Each shadow of the long sword carries the sound of flying at extremely high speeds. Qin recalled the appearance of the heavenly soldiers when they used Juju, and deduced it over and over again in his mind. Just when the shadow of tens of thousands of long swords was about to fall on him, Qin standing figure moved. Holding the killing blade and pointing it at the phantom of tens of thousands of swords, the killing blade instantly condensed a waning moon. After the waning moon appeared, it quickly became a full moon, and the full moon expanded rapidly. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, kilometer. It soon condensed into a full moon with a diameter of several thousand meters. The full moon condensed by Qin directly enveloped the heavenly soldiers and the full moon condensed by it. Kill, kill! Qin shouted. Cut! The phantoms of tens of thousands of killing blades emerged in the full moon and attacked towards the phantoms of tens of thousands of long swords. Shang! Shang! Boom! Boom! After the Killing Blade Phantom and the Longsword Phantom collided, the explosion sound continued. Soon the shadow of the long sword disappeared, leaving only half of the shadow of the Killing Blade. Cut! Shinbai pointed at the heavenly soldiers in the sky and shouted. The remaining Killing Blade Phantoms quickly slashed towards the heavenly soldiers. Hey! Hey! Laugh! The sound of sharp blades cutting into flesh was heard in the air. At this time, Tianbing's body was like a hornet's nest, with blood holes everywhere. Laugh! The shadow of the Killing Blade passed through the throat of the heavenly soldier, and the body of the heavenly soldier was separated again, and the shadow completely disappeared. Boom! The headless corpse of the heavenly soldier fell from the sky like a rag sack and hit the ground. Seeing this, Shinbai let out a long sigh of relief as the full moon dispersed. Sitting on the ground, Shinbai thought to himself, it's so dangerous. If it had been a little later, it might have been worse. The wound on his body was still bleeding, but Shinbai was in a very good mood at this time. This time he fully understood Juju's true form. After defeating the heavenly soldiers for the second time, the suppressed murderous intention was completely loosened and began to strengthen. All his mind was used to fight against the murderous intention. The murderous intention that was constantly churning in his heart was suppressed by Shinbai with all his strength and began to fight back strongly. Wave after wave of murderous intent struck Shinbai's mind, just when his mind was about to lose control. The intensity of the murderous intention that had been fiercely counterattacking no longer continued to increase. The mind and the murderous intention were fighting equally, and Shinbai did not dare to relax a little. If you relax a little, the consequences will be disastrous. About an hour later, the murderous intention had not diminished even a little, and Shinbai's eyes were already bloodshot. The brain is running wildly. Staying where you are and fighting the murderous intention is not the best choice. Instead of wasting time here without any help, it is better to move on. After taking a look at the position where the corpses of the heavenly soldiers were separated, the corpses of the heavenly soldiers disappeared again. Holding the killing blade, he walked forward again. When he reached the end of the passage, Shinbai was ready to encounter the heavenly soldiers again. But unexpectedly, the heavenly soldiers did not appear. After walking through the end of the passage without incident, Shinbai saw 3 roads leading to different palaces. The road on the left has been destroyed, the right is blocked not far away, and only the middle road can be walked. Shinbai didn't hesitate at all and headed for the middle road without any surprises along the way. There was no danger, but Shinbai became more vigilant. The previous 2 levels had already caused him serious injuries, and now he was still facing the danger of losing control of the murderous intention in his heart at any time. If the awakening secret realm can be passed so easily, Shinbai will have 100 people who don't believe it. At the end, a large hall appeared within Shinbai's field of vision. The plaque on the main hall reads, Lingxiao Hall. This is actually the legendary Lingxiao Palace. Shinbai was shocked. The door of Lingxiao Palace was open. Shinbai looked from the outside in, but there was nothing inside. Shinbai stepped into an empty palace. After entering the Lingxiao Palace, a feeling as if he had stepped into another space emerged in Shinbai's heart. The scene in front of him changed. He was looking at the empty Lingxiao Palace outside. At this time, there are many futons placed in front of us. Judging from the number of futons, they should be prepared for various gods in heaven to go to court. Depending on the position, the futons are arranged from front to back. The end of the futon is where Shinbai stands, looking up along the futon. A chair engraved with a 5-clawed golden dragon was at the top of the hall. What Shinbai never expected was that a woman in red clothes was sitting on the chair with her eyes slightly closed. It's not so much red clothes, but more condensation of blood energy and murderous intent. The woman suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the wary Shinbai below. A trace of murderous intent flashed in her eyes, but she said in a tone as if she was chatting with an old friend, "You're here." The woman in front of him acted as if he had known him for a long time. Shinbai thought for a while and said cautiously, "Who are you?" Seeing Shinbai's cautious look, the woman didn't bother to pretend, and her tone changed. "Me? We've known each other for so long, and you still don't know who I am. Damn it. Shinbai hasn't finished speaking yet. The woman came to him in an instant, patted Shinbai's heart with her right hand, and said with a look of confusion and curiosity, "Why do you have to suppress such a beautiful murderous intention? I'm here to help you release it." A murderous intention came from the woman's palm and went straight into Shinbai's heart. Under the combination of inside and outside, Shinbai could no longer control the murderous intention suppressed in his heart. It was like a flood bursting its banks, erupting completely. "Ah!" Shinbai shouted. After the murderous intention broke out, it kept attacking his reason. When the woman saw Shinbai being enveloped by the murderous intention, she nodded and moved her onion-like fingers towards the killing blade. The killing blade flew up out of thin air and into her hand. "Shone!" The woman drew out the killing blade and stroked the blade with her onion-like jade fingers. Shinbai, who was fighting against the murderous intention with all his strength, said with an icy tone, "My name is Killing Red Lotus. If you want me to be a sharp blade in your hands, you must survive first." Shinbai felt as if he was in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Everything in front of him was blood. Hearing what Hong Lian said in a hazy state of consciousness, Shinbai immediately knew who she was. She was the killing blade that had been accompanying him all this time. Killing intent rushed out of Shinbai's body, forming a layer of blood-like clothes outside his body. After careful observation, there is no difference from the red clothes Hong Lian wears, except that the blood color is a little lighter. After the murderous intention broke out of his body, Shinbai's body looked like a cooked prawn, and his whole body was red. The surface of his body felt like being bitten by millions of ants, and bursts of pain shot through his brain. Shinbai gritted his teeth and persisted, but his murderous intent grew stronger and stronger, and soon there was only a trace of sanity left. Drowsiness spread throughout the whole body, and there seemed to be a voice in my heart that said, "Sleep, sink, and give up this meaningless confrontation." Can't sink in. Shinbai shouted firmly, "I won't give up, no. I still have spiritual thoughts." Shinbai did not want to use his spiritual thoughts unless he had to. Once his divine thoughts were contaminated with the intention to kill, the consequences would be unpredictable. But in the current situation, if you don't use divine will to suppress it and just rely on your own mind to fight, it will only be a matter of time before the murderous intention erodes you. The divine thoughts in his brain were like a waterfall rushing towards the murderous intention. The spiritual thoughts and murderous intentions in the body are fighting equally, like a tug-of-war. The severe pain in his body escalated again. Shinbai gritted his teeth and gasped for breath. As time passed, divine thoughts gradually gained the upper hand, forcing the killing intent into one place. Just when Shinbai was about to drive the murderous intention out of his body, Hong Lian came to Shinbai's side again, and a murderous intention that was more tyrannical than before was passed down Hong Lian's palm into Shinbai's body. Shinbai opened his blood-red eyes and looked at Hong Lian. Hong Lian was full of coldness and murderous intent and whispered in Shinbai's ear, "I will not become a sharp knife in your hands. The reason is very simple. I don't look down on you." "Ha ha." Shinbai laughed. "Why are you laughing? Are you happy knowing that you are going to die?" Hong Lian looked at Shinbai in confusion. Shinbai said nothing. The situation in his body was completely opposite to that before. The murderous intention had already forced his spiritual thoughts to one place. Since there is no choice, let's take a gamble. Shinbai thought in his heart. Let go of your spiritual defense and fully absorb the murderous intent in front of you. Killing intention is essentially a type of intention, and one of the ways to improve divine intention is to absorb ideas. It's just that murderous intention is a particularly dangerous idea. People who do it from ancient times to the present are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme dead or crazy. So no one will do it. Seeing that Shinbai had absorbed the murderous intention, Hong Lian said sarcastically, "You have to take shortcuts even to death. Do you think you don't die fast enough?" "Shut up, you bastard!" Shinbai shouted to Hong Lian. When Hong Lian heard this, she narrowed her eyes, her face was as cold as an iceberg. She looked at Shinbai and said, "Boy, if it weren't for these damn rules and restrictions, you would be dead." Shinbai looked at Hong Lian mockingly, you had no intention of keeping me alive from the beginning. If you could kill me, why would you say such nonsense? Courting death.
Han Lian held the killing blade and slashed towards Qin Bai's head. Just when the killing blade struck Qin Bai, a purple thunder as thick as a hair appeared in the sky.
Crack! Purple thunder struck Guren.
Han Lian was knocked to the ground, and her breath suddenly became chaotic. After a long time, Han Lian stood up, looked at the sky with murderous eyes, and shouted, there are only a few guys who can use the purple sky divine thunder.
Judging from your aura, you are not one of them. Do you dare to come out and let me see who you are?
Long after the words fell, there was no movement in the sky. Han Lian continued with a look of disdain, those who are timid and afraid to show their heads.
Boom!
There was a burst of thunder in the sky, and purple thunder as thick as a finger struck Han Lian again.
Crack!
After Han Lian was knocked to the ground, she didn't move for a long time. Qin Bai looked at the purple thunderbolt that was as thick as a hair at the beginning, and now is as thick as a finger many times larger. He couldn't help but gloat in his heart, this guy in the system is so evil.
Just when Qin Bai was wondering if Han Lian had been chopped to death, Han Lian stood up unsteadily.
This time she learned the lesson and shut up decisively and stopped looking at the sky. Seeing this, Qin Bai laughed and said, "Come and kill me, do it. It turns out that you are just a bully who fears the strong."
Humph! Han Lian snorted coldly and turned her head away from Qin Bai.
She wasn't scared as Qin Bai said, but when she couldn't kill Qin Bai, she didn't want to be struck by the purple sky thunder just for the sake of words. At this time, the spiritual thoughts in Qin Bai's body had absorbed most of the killing intent, and the golden divine thoughts now turned golden with a trace of blood red. After all the murderous intent in the body is absorbed, half of the spiritual thoughts are golden and half red. Crazy, bloodthirsty, cold, murderous and other thoughts spread to Qin Bai's brain. If it was Qin Bai and killing intent that were confronting each other before, after the killing intent is completely absorbed, it becomes Qin Bai's confrontation with himself.
The intention to kill has become Qin Bai's instinct subconsciously. This instinct is imperceptible and is natural.
It's like a person who never kills, but one day he suddenly realizes that killing is a natural thing.
From then on, this person who never kills becomes an executioner.
Qin Bai sat cross-legged on the ground, trying to recall his previous memories and fight against the killing that had become instinctive.
A month has passed.
During this month, Qin Bai was like a man who was crazy about gain and loss. Half of the time his eyes were clear, and the other half of the time his eyes were blood red and his body revealed a terrifying murderous intent.
Kill. Kill everything that is in the way.
Qin Bai, who was filled with murderous intent, growled with blood-red eyes.
Steady your mind, don't fall into killing, don't lose yourself. Qin Bai murmured in his awake state.
Han Lian watched Qin Bai fall into sobriety and confusion for a month, but he still hasn't given up or been assimilated. An idea that seemed very unrealistic came to her mind.
Can he really succeed? 3 months later.
Qin Bai felt as if he had been split into two, half rational and half full of crazy killing. The body is divided in the middle, the left eye is clear, and the right eye exudes murderous intent. The state of confusion and lucidity switches back and forth every moment. This contradictory and chaotic state made Qin Bai feel like he was reincarnating in a misplaced time and space. Unable to find a constant state, he is always fighting against the erosion of killing in his subconscious. Qin Bai, who was in a killing state, shouted hoarsely, "Kill! Destroy everything! You must not think like this, stabilize your mind." Qin Bai, who was awake, whispered in a low voice. The most difficult thing for people is to be against oneself. It is easy to say that oneself is the enemy. But when you actually do it, it's like trying to use your left hand with your right hand. You may not be able to see the effect even though you try your best. What's more, the murderous intention has been absorbed by the divine mind at this time and has become a part of his subconscious mind. Trying to reverse the consciousness of killing from the subconscious is as unrealistic as a fantasy or a fantasy. Han Lian has been paying attention to Qin Bai's condition in the past 3 months. She did not expect that Qin Bai would insist on resisting for so long. And as a killing blade that was born to kill constantly, she could not accept the human being in front of her who was not much stronger than an ant. Looking at Qinbai, Honglian said, "You are doing this in vain." After being eroded by killings since ancient times, people have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme gone crazy or died. There are only a few who can survive and wake up. After a pause, Honglian continued, "Obviously, you are not included among these few people." Honglian's words are correct. If you are eroded by killing and give up resistance, you will become a madman who only knows killing. If you don't give up resistance, you will sooner or later die of exhaustion in the process of competing with yourself. Qinbai heard Honglian's words and said while he was awake, "Kill Honglian, then you can watch carefully here to see if I, as your master, can wake up alive." From the first moment she held the killing blade, what she did was to devour the master. Before, she didn't understand why the Cecil blade would help him in the Tang family, but now Qinbai understood that it was all because the Seshu blade wanted to die in her hands. Regarding the killing blade that was once held by Haotian, the Lord of Heaven, it was obvious that he looked down on himself from the inside out, and he also looked down on others. If he died in the hands of others, it would be tantamount to an insult to Honglian, who has a higher eye. When Honglian heard the word master in Qinbai's words, the murderous intent in her eyes deepened, and she looked at Qinbai and wanted to say something sarcastic. But then he thought that if Qinbai persisted in fighting against him, he would soon exhaust himself and die. He retracted his sarcastic words in his heart and said in a cold tone, "Why should I be as knowledgeable as you, a young cultivator in the transformation stage who is about to die? There is no harm in letting you use your words." Qinbai did not reply to Honglian, silently closing his eyes and continuing to fight against himself. Half-year later. Qinbai sat cross-legged on the ground, his slightly frowning brows slowly unfurling, revealing a long-lost sense of comfort and smile on his face. In the past 6 months, the mind and the murderous intention were at first in conflict. Later, when the situation was critical, the mind absorbed all the murderous intention and turned it into a confrontation with himself. During this period, every moment, every minute, and every second seemed like years. While suffering, Qinbai did not call on the system in his heart to help solve the current predicament. Instead, he is trying to find his own way to solve the predicament at hand. If you call the system, you may be able to help you get through the predicament, but this is a battle between yourself and the weapon in your hand. Qinbai had his own persistence in his heart. Even if he faced the risk of falling into killing at any time, Qinbai did not compromise or ask for help. Hard work paid off, and Qinbai really came up with a seemingly feasible method. Looking at the golden color mixed with blood-red divine thoughts in my mind, perhaps it is more appropriate to call it the killing divine thoughts. First, the murderous intention in the killing mind is peeled off bit by bit through high-speed operation. Qinbai thought of this and began to implement his plan, and the killing thoughts in his brain began to run at high speed. Qinbai carefully controlled his spiritual thoughts to gradually peel off the killing part. Honglian felt Qinbai's movements, her eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief, and she whispered, "What is this ant doing?" In the past 6 months, Qinbai's various behaviors made her feel more and more unhappy, every time she thought Qinbai could no longer hold on. Qinbai is always able to continue to carry on unexpectedly. Another month has passed. The spiritual thoughts in Qinbai's mind were very clear at this time. On one side was the golden spiritual thought that was not contaminated with killing, and on the other side was the blood-red divine thought that was full of killing. After peeling off the killing part, Qinbai's spiritual thoughts shrank by more than half. "Tear it off!" Qinbai shouted. The murderous thought was briefly forced out of Qinbai's brain. Qinbai stood up from the ground and opened his eyes, which were clear and clear without any intention of killing. Honglian couldn't help but strike at the side, "It's useless. Even if you strip away this killing spirit for a short time, it will always return to your body. At that time, you will still be unable to escape the situation of being killed." Qinbai glanced at Honglian with an idiot look, and said in a cold tone, "When will it be your turn to teach the master a lesson with a weapon like yours?" Honglian was furious and said, "You." Before he finished speaking, Qinbai interrupted without courtesy, "Shut up, you bastard." Walking up to Honglian, he grabbed the killing blade in Honglian's hand. Qinbai said in an emotionless tone, Xiao Honglian, watch what the master does next.
Shown.
Pulling out the killing blade struggled to break away from Qin Bai's control. Boom. Qin Bai shook hands into a fist, stretched his body like a big bow, and punched the killing blade hard.
Quiet.
Qin Bai said with a hint of anger in his tone. The clay figurine is still a little angry, not to mention that Qin Bai, a living person, has been kept on the line of life and death by Honglian for more than half a year. At this time, Honglian was still making trouble, so Qin Bai's mood naturally wasn't much better.
Zheng.
The killing blade whined.
Cough.
The main body was attacked. Honglian felt uncomfortable at this time, and his face flushed. Seeing Qin Bai's devouring eyes, he bit his red lotus silver teeth secretly and stared at him without retreating.
Humph. I don't know what she was thinking of.
After Honglian snorted coldly, the killing blade stopped struggling and allowed Qin Bai to hold it in his hand. Holding the killing blade in his hand, Qin Bai looked at the group of divine thoughts in front of him that were filled with killing like blood, and shouted, "Killing and slaughtering." The killing blade vibrated tens of thousands of times in 1 second and slashed towards this mass of killing thoughts.
Shown.
After the knife went down, the surface of the killing mind continued to tremble, and it took a long time before it returned to normal.
Puff.
A large mouthful of blood spat out from Qin Bai's mouth. Even though his murderous thoughts were stripped away, they were still part of Qin Bai's thoughts. There is no difference between the killing blade cutting into the killing mind and Qin Bai himself, and the pain from 10 fingers to the heart is less than 1/10,000th of it. Without any hesitation, Qin Bai swung his sword towards the killing mind again.
Kill, annihilate.
A full moon with a diameter of several kilometers appeared in front of Qin Bai's eyes. The full moon enveloped the murderous thoughts. The phantoms of tens of thousands of killing blades appeared in the full moon, and the tips of the blades were all pointed at the killing thoughts. Qin Bai held the knife and slashed at it while shouting, "Cut!"
Shang. Shang. Shang.
The full moon dispersed, and the surface of the killing mind trembled for a while, as if it might explode at any time. It took a long time to stabilize.
Are you crazy? Honglian said in disbelief. She really couldn't understand the human being in front of her. Regardless of his ant-like cultivation, he regarded his own life as a treasure.
If there is even the slightest threat to him from the outside world, he would like to eradicate it and nip all dangers in the cradle. But sometimes he is very contradictory, like a madman who can put his life on the gambling table without hesitation.
Cough.
Blood flowed down the corner of Qin Bai's mouth, and at the same time a feeling of dizziness came from his brain, and he ignored Honglian. After the dizziness in his mind was a little better, he held the killing blade and slashed out the third sword.
Killing life and death realm.
A dark light appeared at the tip of the killing blade, and quickly condensed to the thickness of a hair.
Behead. Qin Bai shouted. Whoosh.
The dark light flew toward the divine mind of killing at extremely high speed and attacked the divine mind of killing.
Shown. Boom.
A loud noise came, and the killing mind could no longer remain stable and exploded instantly. The killing thoughts of the explosion spread out in all directions, and the madness, cruelty, coldness, bloodthirsty, etc. contained in the killing thoughts of the explosion quickly dissipated, leaving only pure killing.
Cough.
Qin Bai spat out a large mouthful of blood, and slumped on the ground with a face like gold paper and a weak breath. Breaking half of your own spiritual thoughts with your own hands is not as dangerous as outsiders would, and you will die if you are not careful. Mostly luck plus being cruel and decisive enough to oneself. Qin Bai, who was slumped on the ground, said to Honglian in a slightly joking tone, "It seems that this time, I, as the master, won.
It's a pity that your carefully planned plan to kill me failed." Honglian snorted coldly and said nothing.
She pointed her jade finger towards Qin Bai's forehead, and a message was transmitted to Qin Bai's mind. The fourth form of the killing sword technique, dispersing souls.
In addition to dispersing the soul, there is also an additional skill.
The technique records how to purify various spiritual thoughts in the world and then absorb them for your own use. Qin Bai looked at Honglian with some surprise, and Honglian said with a cold face, "Don't think too much, I just don't want you to die in the hands of others." After Hong Lian finished speaking, she stopped talking, and Qin Bai started practicing according to the exercises given by Hong Lian. Soon, the killing thoughts that exploded and scattered in the world were gathered in front of him. According to what was written in the technique, Qin Bai began to purify this pure killing thought. Half an hour later, there was no trace of killing in the killing thoughts, and it returned to its golden state. The spiritual thoughts in the brain came out and gradually absorbed the spiritual thoughts that restored the mass in front of me to normal. It was all absorbed in less than a quarter of an hour. After the absorption, Qin Bai's face returned to rosy again, and the weakness in his body was wiped away.
Ding! The awakening mission is completed and the mission rewards have been distributed. Drop!
The host has a stay time of 3 hours. During this period, the host can choose to return at any time.
It will be forced to return after 3 hours.
When he heard the system prompt that the awakening mission was completed, Qin Bai finally relaxed a little after being nervous for more than half a year. Then Qin Bai's eyes blurred, and when his vision became clear again, he was outside the Lingxiao Palace, still maintaining the same posture as when he entered the Lingxiao Palace half a year ago. The door to the Lingxiao Palace in front of them was closed, and it looked like it had never been opened.
The modeled exterior of the Lingxiao Palace was full of traces of battles.
Everything that happened in the past 6 months seemed like a dream, but Qin Bai understood that this was definitely not a dream. Qin Bai sighed inwardly at the power of the system, and concluded that he had gained a lot from awakening to the secret realm. The essence of the first and second forms of the killing sword technique has been completely mastered, and there is also the next promotion phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme. In addition, he also obtained the fourth form of the killing sword technique, soul dispersion.
The soul dispersing technique is a spiritual attack.
As the practitioner becomes stronger and stronger, his life-saving and survivability abilities also increase greatly. At this stage, the destruction of the physical body is not enough to completely kill a cultivator with strong spiritual thoughts.
As long as the spiritual thoughts can escape, any mortal can be reborn.
It's nothing more than physical cultivation that needs to be started all over again, but for cultivators at this stage, it's only a matter of time before the resources are enough to improve their cultivation. The purpose of dispersing the soul is to completely destroy the spiritual thoughts of the cultivator and make the cultivator with strong cultivation truly die from the inside out.
After reading Sanhun's introduction, Qin Bai's eyes flashed with joy.
The emergence of scattered souls will greatly increase Qin Bai's combat power.
Qin Bai's spiritual thoughts have surpassed the realm of transformation and reached the strength of the realm of refining the void.
The spiritual thoughts of the void refining realm combined with the soul dispersion are even more powerful.
Although the awakening secret realm is dangerous, the benefits are also obvious.
Qin Bai was in a good mood at this time, but when he thought about the system treating him like an old 1,000-layer cake, he couldn't help but start calling the system.
"System, come out," Qin Bai said loudly. "Here you are, host. Glad to serve you,"
the system said with a slightly flattering tone.
Hearing the system's words, Qin Bai was furious and said with a little dissatisfaction, "Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" "Host, what explanation do you want?" the system asked doubtfully.
Seeing the system pretending to be confused, Qin Bai pointed it out without any courtesy. "It's worth 170 attribute points. If you exchange it for spiritual stones, it would be 700 low-grade spiritual stones.
Is this the effect of suppressing your murderous intention?"
Host, you have to know that suppressing murderous intent is a very energy-consuming thing.
This price is already very reasonable. If you think it's cheap, can I give you more?
The system had a shameless attitude and even had some threats in its words. Qin Bai was very sure that if he held on to it any longer, the system would definitely raise the price.
If that happened, the gains would outweigh the losses.
After greeting the system fiercely in his heart, Qin Bai decisively chose to shut up and stop talking to the system. Seeing Qin Bai's silence, the system comforted him. "Host, since you are doing well this time, I will answer a question for you for free."
Qin Bai was full of questions. When he heard this, he immediately asked, "Is Haotian still alive after the last battle in heaven?" This is also the answer that Qin Bai wants to know most at the moment.
If Haotian is still alive and holding his weapons, he will be found sooner or later.
Who knows what Haotian's temper is like?
It would be unjust if he killed himself if he was in a bad mood.
The host does not have enough authority to inform. The system replied. Didn't you say you would answer a question for free? Why can't you tell me? Shinbai said speechlessly. Free questions are like free lunches. Which of the free lunches in the world is the best? You change the question. The system said confidently. Shinbai silently praised the system's shameless appearance and continued to ask, what happened in ancient times? The host authority is seriously insufficient and cannot be informed. Host, don't ask, I'll give you a random answer. Shinbai stood there blankly for a long time before saying, can it still be like this? I won't even let you ask questions. The key is that of the two questions you asked, one answer lies within you, and the other one you know now will only speed up your death. Starting with random answers, let me explain to you the role of luck in attributes. As the name suggests, luck makes you luckier and has a greater chance of getting treasures and opportunities. In the later stage, it may even be possible that a random stone picked up on the ground will be the most precious treasure in the world. Now that the answer is complete, don't call me if you have nothing to do. The system quickly fell silent after explaining. At this moment, Shinbai couldn't help but complain, that makes sense. Just listen to what you say, and 10 years of studying will be in vain. If I can't pick up the treasure when I become stronger, you'll have to pay me one. After all, Shinbai really has to thank luck for surviving this time. If an ordinary person dares to do what Shinbai does, splitting half of his spiritual thoughts and then smashing them into pieces, he will definitely die. Shinbai's ability to survive was partly due to luck, but also due to his abnormal attributes, each of which was at its current peak without any shortcomings. Shinbai didn't think about the system's perfunctory and unhelpful explanation. Instead, he thought about the information that the system might have revealed intentionally or unintentionally. One of the two questions I asked just now is about myself. What does this mean? Shinbai thought in his heart. After thinking about it for a long time, I couldn't think of anything, so I had to keep it in mind for the time being. This awakening mission rewards a total of 10 attribute points and a broken blade. Shinbai took out the broken blade from the storage space. At the end of the remaining scene on the ladder to heaven, Shinbai saw the killing blade broken into several pieces from the tip to the handle. The piece in front of me, judging from the style, is exactly the tip of the killing blade. Shinbai looked at the complete killing blade and the extra tip in his hand with some confusion, and couldn't figure out what was going on for a long time. System, please come out and explain what is going on. Shinbai called in his heart. Well, it's very simple. But the host has to pay to answer this question, which only requires 10 attribute points. The system said humbly. You have the nerve to ask for money? Didn't you just say you would answer my question for free? Shinbai said while restraining his restless heart. Isn't that the answer is complete? The system took a matter-of-fact tone. Damn. That's called an answer, are you embarrassed? Shinbai said angrily. Ahem host, don't be impatient, what you said is not unreasonable, so this question is free for you. The system saw the situation and patiently answered the question. The killing blade you are holding in your hand now, although I spent a lot of effort to gather it together, is only superficial and does not have the power of its true peak. Just put the fragments in your hands into the corresponding positions, and leave the rest of the fusion to me, free of charge. The system specifically emphasizes free at the end. Obviously, it may also feel that it is a bit cheated and wants to make Shinbai feel better in this way. After hearing the system's understatement, Shinbai was a little shocked. It was not that he was shocked by the system's ability. Shinbai had never doubted the system's ability. What shocked him was that the killing blade, which was already at the top level of its class, was not in its complete form. With a little longing in his heart, he placed the broken tip of the knife at the tip of the killing blade. The two come into contact without any obstruction, and overlap like water and milk. After the tip of the knife was completely integrated into the killing blade, the whole body of the killing blade shook and let out a sword cry. Zheng. Shinbai felt the killing blade in his hand. It was slightly different from before.
The murderous intent coming from the killing blade was stronger. Opening the information panel of the killing blade, the difference from before is that the killing blade has an additional % attack increase. A fragment can increase the attack by %, which is very terrifying. The higher the cultivation level, the more terrifying this increase is. At this time, Shinbai was looking forward to the amplification effect that could be achieved by gathering all the fragments of the killing blade together. Next, Shinbai broke through the killing sword technique to the 4th level, then added 10 attributes to himself, and opened the personal information panel. Name, Shinbai Tainawainti Elementary. All attributes increased by 50%. Cultivation level, 4th level middle stage of divine transformation, 164 200, power, 164 speed, 164 stamina, 164 attack, 164 defense, 164 luck, 164. Killing blade level 164, 200, broken blade, 19, attack increase, % attack, 164 killing sword technique level 164, 200, attack, 164 Qinglong level 164, 200, return. After digesting all the things he gained from this awakening of the secret realm, Shinbai did not stay in the heaven surrounded by ruins, but chose to return. A strong feeling of weightlessness came again, and after a quarter of an hour, the vision returned. The place where Shinbai returned was exactly where he left before. Looking at the war missions and epic missions in the mission list, there are only nearly 5 months left to complete. It took more than 7 months to awaken the secret realm this time. Looking at the deadline of the task, Shinbai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, this awakening mission is to be started within 1 month, not completed within 1 month. If a completion deadline is set, the danger level will probably double. At the same time, Shinbai's breath appeared again on Blue Star. Kyoto, headquarters of the Cultivators Association. Wuho frowned and suddenly looked in the direction of Shinbai as if through the barrier of time and space. The frowning brow suddenly opened, and his face showed joy. Shinbai escaped from his hands 7 months ago, which made him feel like he encountered Baoshan but returned empty-handed. After Shinbai escaped, his aura disappeared in Blue Star, and Wuho mobilized all his strength to find him. But 7 months later, Shinbai seemed to have disappeared from the world. Not only did the searching team fail to find any clues, but Wuho himself phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme went out to investigate Shinbai's whereabouts, but no matter how he looked for it, there was no trace. Just when Wuho was about to give up, Shinbai's aura appeared again. How could he not be overjoyed? Wuho hurriedly left the headquarters of the Cultivators Association and flew at full speed towards the direction of Shinbai. Wu Kuei came to Wuho's office as usual, preparing to report on the Kunlun sect's resources in the past 7 months. Since the Kunlun sect was robbed by Shinbai last time, although its foundation has not been damaged. But after the spiritual stones and weapons that seemingly maintained the daily operations of the sect were taken away by Shinbai, the sect could not continue to operate, so it had no choice but to ask Wuho for help. After all, the true heritage of the entire Kunlun sect was stored in Wuho. Wu Kuei saw that the door of the office was open, but Wuho was not seen inside, and he didn't take it seriously at all. He just thought that Wuho was simply going out. Shinbai flew along the sea at full speed. Time was very tight. With his current strength, anyone who came out of the Kunlun secret realm and perfected the void refining could easily kill him. Come to think of it, after these 7 months, the Kunlun sect can raid again. Shinbai thought. Just when Shinbai was thinking about it, Wuho appeared in Shinbai's field of vision. As soon as he saw Shinbai, Marquis Wu took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and launching an offensive without saying a word. Kunlun Great Captor. A big hand grabbed Shinbai in midair. This move again? Shinbai said in his heart. Looking up, he saw a big hand falling quickly towards him. Shone. Pulling out the killing blade, Shinbai held the knife and faced the big hand in the air. Killing and slaughtering. The killing blade vibrated tens of thousands of times per second and struck hard at the big hand. Laugh. The big grappling hand that Shinbai had caught before he had time to react was now like a rag, being chopped into pieces by the killing blade. How is this possible? Wu Hou looked at Qin Bai in disbelief. 7 months ago, he had no power to resist. Now he can break his own attack so easily. Thinking of this, Wu Hou became more and more eager to have the adventure of Qin Bai. What kind of shocking adventure can enable a cultivator in the middle stage of spiritual transformation to withstand an attack from his early stage in the virtual refining stage? Qin Bai shouted with strong murderous intent, "Kill, annihilate." Before Wu Hou could launch another offensive, Qin Bai decided to strike first. A full moon with a diameter of several thousand meters rose on the sea, and the full moon enveloped Wu Hou. The shadows of tens of thousands of killing blades appeared in the full moon, and the tips of the swords were all pointed at Wu Hou. "Kill!" Qin Bai shouted. The phantoms of tens of thousands of killing blades slashed towards Wu Hou. This attack in the middle stage of divine transformation actually makes me feel threatened. What kind of adventure is this? Wu Hou's heart became even hotter, and his eyes looked at Qin Bai as if he were looking at a moving human treasure. Kunlun Fire Palm. Wu Hou, who was inside the full moon, had his palms red as fire. He struck out with one palm, and the sky was soon filled with palm shadows. The flaming palm shadow struck at the phantom of the killing blade falling in the sky. Boom! 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 Loud noises came from the air. The shadow of the killing blade and the shadow of the blazing palm collided in the air, sparking countless sparks. The full moon dispersed, and Marquis Wu was unscathed. His eyes were full of greed and desire, and he looked at Qin Bai. Killing life and death realm. The dim light condensed at the tip of the killing blade, compressing it from the size of a finger to the thickness of a hair. Cut! As Qin Bai stopped shouting, the dim light flew towards Wu Hou at great speed. Whoosh! Shone! Wu Hou stretched out his hand and grabbed the hair-thick Yogwang, rubbing it with his index finger and thumb. The dim light was like a small spark in Wu Hou's hands, quickly extinguished. Do you have any other means? If this is the only means you can use, don't use it to embarrass yourself. Wu Hou looked like he had the overall situation in hand and spoke to Qin Bai confidently. Qin Bai's pupils shrank as he watched the dim light condensed by the dead domain sword skills being easily shattered. Before the massacre and execution were improved, the dead domain was definitely the most powerful offensive method in Qin Bai's hands. But after the improvement of slaughter and execution, the strength of the dead zone is obviously somewhat unsatisfactory. It seems that I have to find time to figure out how to increase the strength of the dead zone. Qin Bai thought to himself. The battle between Qin Bai and Wu Hou was very loud and spread far and wide. At this time, in Wu Hou's mind, there are already other people in the void refining realm rushing towards this place. I've had enough fun. If you don't hold back and capture me, don't blame me for missing arms and legs. Marquis Wu said in a threatening tone that the battle must be fought quickly. If other people in the void refining realm see Qin Bai's combat prowess, even a fool will know that Qin Bai has an unexpected adventure. When the time comes, all the adventures will be trivial, and the cooked duck may be snatched away as soon as it reaches your mouth. Taking the Kunlun secret realm as an example, there are 3 Lianshu perfection who are more powerful than Wu Hou. How could I, who was in the early stage of Lianshu, compete successfully with those 3 Lianshu, let alone the Fire Cloud secret realm and the Water Moon secret realm? Kunlun secret technique, immortal killing sword. Kunlun secret technique, immortal killing sword. Kunlun secret technique, immortal sword. Kunlun secret technique, immortal trapping sword. 4 small swords came out of Marquis Wu's mouth. They were able to catch the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and quickly turned into flying swords about 1 foot in size. The void refining realm and divine mind was getting closer and closer to this place. Wu Hou looked a little anxious and shouted, Kunlun secret technique Juxian sword formation. Following Wu Hou's loud shout, the 4 flying swords were fixed in 4 directions on Qin Bai's body. Go here. Wu Hou pointed at Qin Bai. Whizzing. Whizzing. 4 flying swords struck Qin Bai with the sound of piercing the air. Well done. Qin Bai shouted. Killing and slaughtering. The killing blade vibrated tens of thousands of times a second and attacked the immortal killing sword closest to him. Shone. Shone. The killing blade and the immortal killing sword collided together, causing sparks to fly.
Open it for me!
Shinbai shouted as all his strength was concentrated on the killing blade.
Boom! The Juxian sword trembled and passed by Shinbai's ear. Kill, annihilate.
The full moon with a diameter of several thousand meters appeared again, including the remaining immortal trapping sword, absolute immortal sword, and immortal killing sword. Within the full moon, tens of thousands of shadows of killing blades appeared out of thin air, and the tips of all the shadows pointed directly at the three flying swords.
Behead! Shinbai shouted. Whizzing! Whoosh!
The phantoms of tens of thousands of killing blades brought up a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme as they flew, attacking towards the three flying swords.
Humph!
How dare you show off your trivial skills? Wu Ho said with disdain.
The divine mind controlled the Juxian sword, which was caused to veer off course by Shinbai's attack. Today I will let you see the real Juxian sword formation,
Wu Ho said with a somewhat impatient expression. In his spiritual mind, the other realms of refining the void are already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to him, and if he delays any longer, he will inevitably be discovered.
Wu Ho decided to go all out with this attack and must capture Shinbai. Control the immortal killing sword to quickly merge with the immortal trapping sword, immortal absolute sword, and immortal killing sword. Juxian sword formation kill.
The four flying swords quickly merged together and turned into one flying sword.
Behead!
Wu Ho pointed at Shinbai and said.
Whoosh!
After turning into a flying sword, the power of the Juxian sword formation greatly increased, and a sense of crisis came from the flying sword.
Invincible!
Shinbai shrank his eyes and thought to himself. Holding the killing blade in his hand, Shinbai flew towards the distance at high speed.
Humph! I want to run away, how is it possible? Wu Ho was very confident in the immortal killing sword formation he used and shouted. Juxian sword formation G.
The Juxian sword formation, which had been chasing Shinbai behind him, suddenly sped up, several times faster than before. Seeing that he was locked by the Juxian sword formation, Shinbai stopped flying at full speed.
Marquis Wu, you asked for this,
Shinbai said in a cold tone. A mere middle-stage god transformation man actually dares to speak so wildly. He really doesn't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme or die. Wu Ho said sarcastically.
Juxian sword formation Juxian.
As Wu Ho shouted loudly, Shinbai's eyes merged into the Juxian sword formation into a flying sword, and streaks of blood were released from the sword.
Whoosh! The Juxian sword formation attacked Shinbai very quickly,
killing creatures and scattering souls. The killing blade in Shinbai's hand quickly faded and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The disappearing killing blade gradually appeared in Shinbai's mind. After the killing blade emerged, the spiritual thoughts in Shinbai's mind in the early stages of the void refining realm were like finding a soldier and a commander. All of them rushed towards the body of the killing blade, slowly instilling spiritual thoughts into the killing blade. The appearance of the killing blade changed greatly, and a pure and domineering killing intent surged from the inside of the killing blade.
The entire blade turned golden. Behead! Shinbai shouted.
The killing blade, which had shrunk to the size of a palm, instantly appeared in front of Shinbai.
Suddenly, the killing blade disappeared again in front of him, and appeared in front of Wu Ho the next second, attacking with his spiritual thoughts in Wu Ho's brain. How is it possible? It's actually a spiritual attack. A spiritual attack that even my Wu family doesn't have. How can he have the strength of spiritual thoughts in the void refining realm? This.
Marquis Wu said in disbelief when he saw the soul-removing sword technique.
Shinbai's attack was unavoidable.
Wu Ho gritted his teeth and controlled the Juxian sword formation with all his strength to kill Shinbai. The blood-red immortal killing sword formation and the golden killing blade attacked each other almost at the same time. With the killing blade out of his hand, Shinbai retreated violently as he looked at the incoming Juxian sword formation laugh. The bloody flying sword formed by the Juxian sword formation pierced Shinbai's body about 1 centimeter away from his heart and flew past, puff. Qinbai spat out a large mouthful of blood, which was vaguely mixed with fragments of internal organs. Seriously injured, Qinbai simply stopped the blood flowing from the hole in his chest, and then looked at Wu Ho with all his attention.
Whoosh! The palm-sized killing blade in front of Wu Ho once again faded and disappeared. The next moment appeared in Wu Ho's mind. Laugh. The killing blade entered Wu Ho's brain and attacked Wu Ho's spiritual thoughts. Boom! There was a loud sound in Wu Ho's head. The killing blade struck Wu Ho's mind hard. Boom! 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 The killing blade wreaked havoc in Wu Ho's mind. Crack! After cutting out an unknown number of knives, Marquis Wu's mind made a sound like a breaking eggshell. Crack! Crack! The sound of eggshells breaking continued to be heard in Wu Ho's mind. Boom! After enduring several attacks from the killing blade, Wu Ho's spiritual thoughts were overwhelmed. There were explosions in the brain. What? His spiritual sense was severely damaged, and Marquis Wu's screams could be heard hundreds of miles away. The three masters of the void refining realm who were flying towards Wu Ho heard the sound and their flying speed increased sharply, flying towards Qinbai and Wu Ho. Listening to the screams, it should be Marquis Wu from the Kunlun secret realm. A beautiful woman with a slight alienation in her expression said, "Inoue, this guy Wu Ho has become more and more arrogant in recent years. He has offended you before. It would be best if he died." A young man said to the distant woman with a flattering look. Before Inoue could answer, a cold snort came from the young man's side. Humph. Lan Wenhao, don't gloat too obviously. Lan Wenhao turned to look at the man who just spoke, and said in a bad tone, "Zhang Yuan, I'm talking to fellow Taoist Shueiyue's secret realm, when will it be your turn to interrupt?" Zhang Yuan pointed out, "I think what you said is false, and the toad wants to eat the swan meat is true. I don't think you have any virtue. Even if I am a toad who wants to eat swan meat, I am better than a hypocrite like you. Who in the world doesn't know that all the people in the Kunlun secret realm are sanctimonious, which is really disgusting?" Lan Wenhao sneered. "You." Zhang Yuan looked at Lan Wenhao with murderous intent in his eyes. "What? Are you not convinced? Or just do it here. If you die accidentally, don't blame me." Lan Wenhao said sarcastically. "Stop arguing. It's definitely not a good person who can seriously injure Marquis Wu. If you have time to argue, it's better to think about who the other party is." Inoue said to the two of them with a somewhat cold tone. She had just come out of Shueiyue's secret realm this time, and unexpectedly she met Lan Wenhao and Zhang Yuan. The two of them saw that they were sticking up like dogskin plaster, and they couldn't drive them away. Humph! Humph! Lan Wenhao and Zhang Yuan looked at each other and each let out a cold snort. Lan Wenhao said, "This breath is very strange, as if it came out of thin air." Zhang Yuan said calmly, "You can tell from the aura that the other party's cultivation level is in the realm of transformation into gods, but the strength of his divine thoughts is in the realm of refining the void. Is it someone who has perfected the practice of refining the void?" Inoue said in an uncertain tone. "You'll know when you see it later." Lan Wenhao said. The three of them flew all the way and soon arrived at the station where Qinbai and Wu Ho were. But what was a little strange was that Lan Wenhao and Inoue were in front, and Zhang Yuan slowly followed them as if they were out for a walk. "You, just tell me, the people in the Kunlun secret realm are all hypocrites, and they don't worry when they see one of their own injured." Lan Wenhao looked at Zhang Yuan with contempt and said to Inoue, "You." Lan Wenhao, "Just wait, I will tear your mouth apart when I get the chance." Zhang Yuan said with a little anger in his tone. The three major refining realms of Kunlun secret realm represent the three major forces, and the Wu family has been very popular in recent years. If the Wu family could be weakened with the help of outsiders, Zhang Yuan would naturally want it. He wished that Wu Ho died, which would also be a big blow to the Wu family. Listening to Lan Wenhao calling herself Ayu, Inoue frowned slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Lan, please be careful with your words." The three of them looked at the field. Wu Ho was hammering his head like crazy below. Qinbai withdrew his killing blade and looked at Wu Ho and the three of them with a murderous expression. "Ah! My head hurts." No, don't come over, I don't want it.
Ha, I am the strongest person in the Kunlun secret realm, and everything belongs to me. The three of them looked at Wuho, who was in the void refining realm talking crazy words, and for a moment they couldn't help but feel a layer of cold sweat rising on their backs. Shinbai looked at the three people who appeared with vigilance. At this time, he was seriously injured, and it would be dangerous if the three people opposite him had evil intentions. After Lan Wenhao looked at Shinbai's appearance, a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. He remembered the information that Lan Tianhe had passed on to the family some time ago. Lan Wenhao couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought of the recent major event in the Lan family. The Lan family now needs a strong foreign aid. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, he could be seriously injured and refining the void. It's really scary. But this is good, because it shows that he has the qualifications to invest in my Lan family. Lan Wenhao said in his heart. Zhang Yuan looked at the hammer-headed Wu Ho below and judged that the opponent had suffered extremely serious spiritual injuries. Looking at Qin Bai again, many things in his mind were answered instantly. The spies arranged by the Zhang family around Wu Ho sent back information that Wu Ho had been looking for something these days, and it must be the cultivator in the middle stage of divine transformation in front of him. In the middle stage of becoming a god, you can actually hurt Marquis Wu to such an extent. It seems to be a rare spiritual attack. I must get it. Zhang Yuan looked at Qin Bai with a trace of greed in his eyes. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan, who was originally at the back of the three-man team, instantly came to the front and flew towards Qin Bai. Shong. During the flight, Zhang Yuan looked at the flying sword passing by his eyes, looked at Lan Wenhao with an angry face, and said, "What do you mean?" Lan Wenhao scratched his head and said apologetically, Sorry, mistake. Humph. Zhang Yuan snorted coldly and continued to walk towards Qin Bai. Boom. Lan Wenhao suddenly accelerated behind him and bumped into Zhang Yuan, knocking Zhang Yuan staggering in midair. Before Zhang Yuan could speak, Lan Wenhao said in a joking tone, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened today. I can't control the spiritual energy in my body. Don't blame me. Zhang Yuan squinted his eyes, looked at Lan Wenhao who was blocking him, and said angrily, Do you think I believe it? If you are in the early stage of cultivating the void and can't control the spiritual energy in your body, do you think I'm a fool? Lan Wenhao changed his apologetic expression and said in surprise, Hey, you saw it, you don't look stupid. You are looking for death. Zhang Yuan used his flying sword and attacked Lan Wenhao. Inua looked at the two people fighting with curiosity. She didn't understand why Lan Wenhao wanted to stop Zhang Yuan. Shinbai saw the two of them fighting, and the other one was watching the excitement, raised his killing blade, and slashed towards Wu Ho at high speed. Just when the killing blade was about to hit Wu Ho, who had been in a state of madness, suddenly had clear eyes, avoided Shinbai's attack, and fled towards the distance. Seeing Wu Ho fleeing, Shinbai quickly chased after him. Seeing this situation, Lan Wenhao and Zhang Yuan stopped. The three of them looked at each other and chased Wu Ho in the same direction. Killing and slaughtering. Shinbai held the killing blade in his hand and slashed towards Wu Ho in front. Shong. In a hurry, Wu Ho took out the immortal killing sword from his body and blocked it behind him. Seeing Shinbai getting closer and closer to him, a hint of heartache flashed in Wu Ho's eyes. He took out a red fruit from the space ring and swallowed it in one gulp. After the fruit entered his belly, the rich power of qi and blood filled Marquis Wu's body, and even the seriously injured spirit in his brain was relieved. Biting the tip of his tongue, Wu Ho spat out a mouthful of blood, and his flying speed suddenly began to increase dramatically. Lan Wenhao, who was in the distance, saw Wu Ho taking out the red fruit and swallowing it all, and said to Zhang Yuan in a sour tone, You are still very wealthy in the Kunlun secret realm. This Kirin fruit, which only produces one in 1,000 years, even has one in the early stage of void refining. Zhang Yuan didn't look very good because of Lan Wenhao's previous stop. He replied gloomily, The Wu family is the one with the most wealth. I don't have this thing. Shinbai watched Wu Ho, who was getting closer and closer, suddenly increase in speed, and soon only a small white dot remained, disappearing from his sight. After continuing to pursue Wu Ho in the direction where he disappeared for a while, he couldn't feel Wu Ho's aura at all. Shinbai stopped helplessly and turned to look at the three people who were also chasing after him with a cold expression. Inoue and the others also stopped and looked at Shinbai.
Zhang Yuan suddenly took a step forward and said, "Do you know the guilt of those who harmed my Kunlun secret realm?"
After Zhang Yuan said this, he found that Shinbai looked at him as if he were a fool. Not only that, Lan Wenhao also had this meaning in his eyes. What he couldn't accept the most was that the goddess Inu in his heart seemed to have some emotions in her expression.
Lan Wenhao scoffed in a low voice, "You seem to be a fool. You can make the Marquis Wu in the early stage of refining the void run away in embarrassment, sticking a green onion in a pig's nose, so what are you doing?" With Zhang Yuan's cultivation level, he could clearly hear even the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings, not to mention Lan Wenhao's barely concealed ridicule. Although he was angry in his heart, he did not pay attention to Lan Wenhao. After the battle with Wu Ho, Shinbai, who was obviously seriously injured, was obviously more important. Shinbai watched Zhang Yuan slowly spit out two words, "idiot." With the killing blade lying in front of him, Shinbai prepared for battle. "You are looking for death,"
Zhang Yuan said to Shinbai with a hint of anger. Four small swords came out of his mouth. The small swords quickly became about 10 feet in size. Zhang Yuan shouted, "Kunlun secret technique, immortal killing sword.
Kunlun secret technique, immortal killing sword. Kunlun secret technique, immortal sword. Kunlun secret technique, immortal trapping sword. Kunlun secret technique, Juxian sword formation." 4 flying swords quickly attacked Shinbai. Shang! 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 When Feijian was still halfway away from Shinbai, a folding fan flashed from one side. The folding fan quickly hit the 4 flying swords, forcing the 4 flying swords back to Zhang Yuan. "Lan Wenhao, you!"
Zhang Yuan looked at Lan Wenhao, who was holding a folding fan and looking like a gentle scum, and said angrily. Lan Wenhao said to Zhang Yuan with a smile on his face, "Don't be angry.
Being angry will shorten your life. Just like that, he will die in an instant."
Inua looked at Zhang Yuan's expression like pig liver from the side, and silently complained in her heart, "Your words are beyond the comprehension of even a 6th grade elementary school student." Shinbai looked at the two people who were clashing again from a distance, and heard Lan Wenhao's voice, "I'll hold him back. Brother Qin, please leave first and find a place to recover from your injuries. Lan Tianhai is my 7th brother, and I am Lan Wenhao of the Lan family."
"Are you from the Lan family?" Shinbai thought to himself.
When he communicated with Lan Tianhai before, he didn't feel much about Lan Tianhai's statement that the Lan family would help him. Except for the very detailed information that Lan Tianhai gave him, which was of some use, the rest, such as black cards and sound transmission jade talismans, were of little use.
Lan Tianhai never contacted him afterwards, thinking that the matter would just go away. But today when he saw Lan Wenhao of the Lan family blocking the Kunlun secret realm for him, Shinbai realized that Lan Tianhai didn't just talk about it casually. In other words, Lan Wenhao could see the attitude of the Lan family towards him. Shinbai silently accepted this sentiment in his heart and sent a message to Lan Wenhao, "Thank you very much." Shinbai left quickly.
Before finding a place to recuperate, he had one more thing to do. Seeing Shinbai leaving, Zhang Yuan became completely angry, pointed at Lan Wenhao and said, "Does your Lan family want to be hostile to my Kunlun secret realm?" Lan Wenhao replied calmly, "Don't always put high hats on others. My Lan family has no intention of being hostile to your Kunlun secret realm, and even if it is hostile, it is a matter between the Fire Cloud secret realm and the Kunlun secret realm."
Night.
After Shinbai left, he flew all the way and soon arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Relying on his memory in the Kunlun Mountains, Shinbai quickly found the Kunlun sect. Arriving above the Kunlun sect, Shinbai's eyes revealed a murderous intent. The grudge between Wu Ho and himself is irresolvable, and there is bound to be a fierce battle between himself and the Kunlun secret realm. The mission issued by the system was to destroy the Kunlun secret realm within 1 year, but it failed and was wiped out. It has been more than 7 months now.
There is less than half the time left. During this period, if the overall strength of Kunlun secret realm is reduced by 1 point, the pressure will be much less.
Shinbai fell down and found a disciple who seemed to have a certain status in Kunlun sect. He grabbed the disciple and put the sharp blade of the killing blade on the disciple's neck. Shinbai said, "Tell me, who is in charge of the Kunlun sect now?" The disciple swallowed his foam, and when he saw Shinbai's face clearly, he felt as if he had seen a ghost. He had seen this face before, just over 7 months ago, when this man caught him and asked him to take him to the treasure pavilion. After taking him to the treasure pavilion, he knocked himself out instantly. When he woke up again, the entire Kunlun sect had been looted. Even the deputy sect leader is dead. In the past 7 months, everyone in the Kunlun sect has tightened their belts and lived a tight life. As a true disciple who was bribed with spiritual stones, he was almost dismissed. If he hadn't spent a lot of spiritual stones at the critical moment, 9 out of 10 true disciples would have been lost. Just when the supplies recently distributed to the Kunlun sect arrived and life was about to get better, why did this evil god come again? When he thought that the deputy sect leader had died at the hands of this man, his true disciple Lang Yi was very rational and kept talking to Qin Bai about the current situation of the Kunlun sect. Boom! Qin Bai stretched out his hand and made a knife, knocking Lang Yi unconscious with one blow. Before Lang Yi felt dizzy, his last thought was, "Here comes this again. I hope I wake up and the Kunlun sect can still be the same as before." Qin Bai learned from Lang Yi that the current head of the Kunlun sect was Wu Ping of the Wu family, who had just been transferred after Wu Ba's death and had perfected his cultivation to become a god. Secondly, there are 6 other senior members of the Kunlun sect, all of whom are direct descendants of the Wu family. Are there 7 people in total? Secretly calculating in his heart, Qin Bai had no intention of letting these 7 people go. As for the other disciples of the Kunlun sect and other peripheral personnel, except for those who didn't open their eyes, Qin Bai had his own plans in mind. The new deputy sect leader Wu Ping was currently in his residence, looking at the materials in the space ring with a smile on his face. The batch of supplies given by Marquis Wu was enough to keep the Kunlun sect running without worries for a year. But when Wu Ping was distributing supplies, he secretly intercepted the next third. As a result, although Kunlun sect can barely operate for a year now, it is still suffering from lack of food and clothing. Boom! The door of the residence was kicked open, and Qin Bai walked in with a killing blade. Wu Ping narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the person, and said in a gloomy tone, "Who are you?" "The one who killed you." As Qin Bai spoke, he drew out his killing blade and slashed at Wu Ping. How bold! A person in the middle stage of becoming a god is really desperate. Wu Ping said angrily. "Killing and slaughtering. Shong! Shong!" Wu Ping launched his flying sword and struck towards the killing blade. Dan, dang, dang. The swords collided, and a huge force came from the flying sword. Wu Ping took 3 steps back before he could barely remove the huge force from his body. Killing creatures and scattering souls. The killing blade in his hand quickly faded, and the blade disappeared in the blink of an eye. The killing blade appeared in Qin Bai's mind, and his spiritual thoughts crazily poured into the body of the killing blade. After the spiritual thoughts were poured into it, the killing blade turned golden, exuding domineering and pure killing intent. The golden killing blade that transformed into a palm-sized body appeared in front of Qin Bai again. "Behead!" Qin Bai shouted. Whoosh! The killing blade instantly arrived in front of Wu Ping and pierced the sea of consciousness in Wu Ping's mind. The killing blade that entered Wu Ping's brain sea of consciousness kept slashing. Boom! 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 Every time the killing blade struck, there would be a loud sound in Wu Ping's brain. What? The sea of consciousness in the brain was destroyed, and severe pain was felt. A painful roar came from Wu Ping's mouth, and he knelt on the ground and repeatedly hit his head with his fists. Boom! Boom! When the killing blade struck for the 9th time, a cracking sound was heard from Wu Ping's sea of consciousness. Crack! As the first cracking sound came out, the second and third ones also followed. Crack! Crack! Boom! Wu Ping's overwhelmed consciousness exploded instantly. Boom! Wu Ping's eyes lost their light, and the breath of life in his body was slowly disappearing. Qin Bai was not surprised at this result. The reason why Wu Ho was able to survive the soul-dispersing attack was that he did not die. The main reason is because he is in the void refining realm, but even if he is in the void refining realm, his sea of consciousness was shattered after being attacked by the soul-spreading soul, and he should be hiding in a corner to heal his injuries. But only Wu Ping, who had perfected his divine transformation, could not die when faced with such an intensity of spiritual attack. Xinbai stepped forward, took off the whooping space ring, and put the whooping flying sword into the system storage space. After leaving Wu Ping's residence, Xinbai headed to the next location. Laugh. On the mountain behind the Kunlun sect, an old man showed fear. Looking at the young man holding a knife in front of him, his body slowly fell to the ground. Laugh. In the Kunlun sect treasure pavilion, the new elder was practicing with his eyes closed. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sharp blade that passed through his heart. He tried his best to turn his head, wanting to know who the person who killed him was, but when his head was turned halfway, it became weak and drooped. Laugh. Kunlun sect's weapon refining hall. The master of the weapon refining hall has been guarding the weapon refining hall day and night since it was stolen last time. A cold light flashed in the dark night, and blood could not stop flowing from the throat of the master of the weapon refining hall. The master of the weapon refining hall desperately covered his throat with both hands, as if doing so would slow down the arrival of death. After a few seconds, the master of the weapon refining hall dropped his hands weakly, and his whole body completely lost the breath of life. Xinbai took off the space ring from the master of the weapon refining hall and turned around to leave. The same thing happened in other places of Kunlun sect. In less than half an hour, Xinbai killed all the senior officials of Kunlun sect. In the process of killing the top leaders of Kunlun sect, Xinbai also looted the entire Kunlun sect again. There are very few things available, and not much that is truly valuable. After opening the space rings of Wu Ping's 7 people, Xinbai understood everything instantly. Spiritual stones and treasures are all stored in the Wu Ping's 7-person space ring. After killing people and seizing the treasure, Xinbai didn't stay too long. The Kunlun sect is located in Kunlun Mountain, which is the entrance to the Kunlun secret realm. He killed people and swindled goods twice in succession under the nose of Kunlun's secret realm. Once discovered, the risk is still too high for Xinbai now. After leaving Kunlun sect, Xinbai flew all the way to Kyoto. The blood hole next to the heart that was pierced by Wu Ho with the Zhuxian sword formation had not been dealt with yet. He randomly found a 5-star hotel in Kyoto and Xinbai walked in without even trying to disguise his injuries. With Xinbai's current cultivation level, he really doesn't need to make any disguise. What ordinary people without cultivation here in C are all under the influence of Xinbai's powerful spiritual thoughts. When they came to the front desk, a girl with a very good figure said to Xinbai with a polite smile, "Hello, sir, what do you need?" Xinbai took out the black card given to him by Lan Tianhe from the system storage space, handed it to the receptionist and said, 1 month in the presidential suite. The presidential suite costs 10 yuan per night, which is 300 million yuan per month. Looking at the young man in ordinary clothes in front of him, the lady at the front desk showed excellent professionalism and did not raise any questions. He took the black card in Xinbai's hand with both hands and gently slid it over the computer. Various information about the black card quickly appeared on the interface. When the front desk lady looked up again, she looked at Xinbai with shock and disbelief in her eyes, and she stammered, "Dear sir, please wait a moment, wait a moment." After saying that, he trotted out. Xinbai found a place to sit aside, and soon a middle-aged man in his 40s with a stout figure ran over behind the front desk lady, sweating profusely. "Sir, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I am the manager of this hotel, my surname is Wang, and my name is Wang Fugue." Wang Fugue said respectfully when he came to Xinbai. Xinbai nodded and said, "It's okay, can you take me to the presidential suite now?" "Of course can." After Wang Fugue finished speaking, he glared at the lady at the front desk next to him. The lady at the front desk immediately understood, ran to the front desk to complete the procedures quickly, and carefully returned the black card to Xinbai. Xinbai followed Wang Fugue to the presidential suite. Wang Fugue opened the door, bent 30 degrees, put one hand on his chest and the other behind his back, respectfully waiting for Xinbai to walk in. After Xinbai walked into the presidential suite, he looked at Wang Fugue who was still standing at the door and said, "There's nothing to do, just go and do your work." "Okay,
You can call me anytime if you need anything,
Wang Fugue said in a flattering manner.
Seeing Qinbai nodding, Wang Fugue gently closed the door, went to the front desk downstairs, and looked at the black card information saved on the computer. Name, unknown, top secret. Level, supreme.
There are only 7 supreme level cards in the entire Blue Star.
Every one of them is an earth-shattering big shot.
I didn't expect that I would encounter it today.
If I seize this opportunity and hug my thighs, I will definitely have a good time in the rest of my life. Get rain.
Wang Fugue was thinking about it in his mind, and at the same time he told the lady at the front desk, let everyone be smart. If someone doesn't have the foresight to make that person unhappy, the King of Heaven will not be able to protect him.
The lady at the front desk is not a fool.
Of course she understands the meaning of the Supreme Black Card. At this time, she is planning in her heart how to be favored by the adult just now. Even if he is just an ordinary bed partner, he will be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a comfortable life for the rest of his life.
Qinbai withdrew his spiritual thoughts in the room.
For his level of cultivation, the inner thoughts and thoughts of ordinary people could not be hidden from him at all, and he could know them clearly in an instant. I ignored Xiao Jojo in these people's hearts, and released his spiritual thoughts just to prevent someone from tipping off the Cultivators Association or the Kunlun Secret Realm. Now that I have come to Kyoto, I am right under the eyes of the Cultivators Association, so it is better to be cautious. However, based on my observations during this period, it seems that the probability of ordinary people coming into contact with practitioners is very low. Thinking about it, he was a killer and has become the most dangerous killer in Southeast Asia. He still doesn't know the existence of cultivators. Since these people are not dangerous in any way, Qinbai naturally does not want to spend more energy paying attention to them.
Sitting cross-legged on the bed, turn on the recycling function in the system store.
All the things obtained from the Kunlun sect were thrown in and recycled.
Drop. The system is calculating the value of the item. Drop.
After calculation, the total value is 450 mole points. Qinbai lowered his head and looked at the blood hole on his chest. If he didn't use any medicine, it would take about a month to recover. In this situation, too many changes can happen within a month. The most important thing is that Wu Ho's consciousness is now broken, and he could kill him while he is sick.
Qinbai understands this very well.
Searching for medicines to treat injuries from the system mall, Qinbai soon found the target. Level, Blood Bodhi is a holy product for healing. After taking it, no matter how serious the physical injury is, it will be restored to its original state within a quarter of an hour.
Value, mole points.
After reaching the 4th level of cultivation, the effects of drugs below the 4th level become very weak. In the 4th level, in addition to this blood bodhi, Qinbai can quickly restore his combat effectiveness. Other drugs only shorten the recovery time. It can take anywhere from a few days to more than 10 days to truly recover.
In exchange for the bleeding bodhi, Qinbai looked at the red fruit in his hand and thought that what Wu Ho had eaten when he was escaping seemed to be this blood bodhi. Opening your mouth and swallowing it in one gulp, you felt a refreshing sensation in your body. The granulations around the blood hole on your chest quickly wriggled and healed, and the scab soon fell off. A quarter of an hour later, Qinbai's injuries all over his body were healed, and his combat power returned to its peak state. I didn't expect blood bodhi to have a certain therapeutic effect on the consciousness of the sea. It's just that the intensity of this treatment is too weak, but it's better than nothing, Qinbai said secretly. Just during the healing process, a very weak feeling of coolness spread to the sea of consciousness in the brain. After being absorbed by the sea of consciousness, there is no longer a sense of coolness. This also made Qinbai secretly breathe a sigh of relief. If blood bodhi also had a powerful healing effect on the sea of consciousness, something would be wrong.
Wu Ho's sea of consciousness is broken. Now he must be looking for ways to repair the broken sea of consciousness.
The top priority now is to find the weak Wu Ho and kill him.
Thinking of this, Qinbai's eyes showed murderous intent.
There were 350 mole points left, and Qinbai converted them all into attribute points.
The exchange ratio of 4th level cultivation attribute points and points is 1 to 10, that is, one attribute requires 10 points. After redeeming a total of 35 attribute points, Shinbai opened the personal information panel and added them all to himself. Name, Shinbai Tianawangti Elementary. All attributes increased by 50%. Cultivation level, 4th level late stage of divine transformation, 199 200, power, 199 speed, 199 stamina, 199 attack, 199 defense, 199 luck, 199. Killing blade level 199, 200, dash, broken blade, 19, attack increase, dash, percent attack, 199 killing sword technique level 199, 200, dash, attack, 199 Qinglong level 199, 200, dash, I almost became a god. After his breakthrough in cultivation, Shinbai's various attributes have now been increased by the Tianhuang body. His combat power has steadily entered the early stage of void refining, and his spiritual thoughts have reached the intensity of the middle stage of void refining. The elementary Tianhuang body is already so powerful, so what should the intermediate Tianhuang body be like? Shinbai thought with some longing in his heart. Take off your clothes and take out new clothes from the storage space to change into. Shinbai looked at the green dragon tattoo on his upper body, which was vividly moving around his body and snoring slightly. I almost forgot about you. Shinbai slapped his forehead and said. Since the last time he was involved in a murderous confrontation with his subconscious in the awakening secret realm, the bored little Qinglong saw no one to play with him, so he began to fall asleep. When he was sleeping, it turned into a tattoo, and the whole dragon was attached to Qinbai's body. Without disturbing the sleeping little Qinglong, Shinbai changed his clothes and prepared to leave the hotel and go to the Cultivators Association. When passing the hotel front desk, Wang Fugue ran up and said, Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Shinbai waved his hand, and Wang Fugue took a step back knowingly. I wish you a pleasant outing. After leaving the hotel, Shinbai's spiritual thoughts in the middle stage of Lianshu swept across Kyoto. Shuei's secret realm was in a hotel in Kyoto. Inoue, who was sitting cross-legged, opened her eyes and said, Middle stage of refining the void. Who is it? In a manner of the Lan family in Kyoto, Lan Wenhao was wearing a bandage on his right arm. He felt this powerful spiritual thought and asked doubtfully, Brother Qin, could you be the owner of this powerful spiritual thought? If you really want to, it's you. This cultivation breakthrough speed is too terrifying. At this time, a sudden pain came from his right arm. Lan Wenhao bared his teeth and cursed, Zhang Yuan, this little bastard, is really cruel. At the Kyoto Cultivators Association, Zhang Yuan sat in the office that originally belonged to Marquis Wu with a bruised nose and a swollen face. He felt the divine will and snorted coldly, I don't know whether to phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals live slash phoneme or die, how dare I use my divine will so unscrupulously in Kyoto. After speaking, he touched his swollen face with his hand and said bitterly, Lan Wenhao, you villain, you actually used such despicable means. With Zhang Yuan's cultivation level, if it was a skin injury, it would definitely recover in less than half an hour. Lan Wenhao didn't know what method he used to keep his nose and face swollen for almost a day. What made him even more angry was that when he came to the headquarters of the Cultivators Association, the people from the Wu family not only showed no awe but even lacked respect for him. After he occupied Wu Ho's office, the current situation of the Wu family's relationship with him was basically that the Wu family treated him as nothing and did not touch his brow. But there was no shortage of ridicule towards him in private, and all of this was clearly detected by him with his spiritual mind. Zhang Yuan didn't bother to argue with this group of people. He was more concerned about two things now. The first thing on the list was where Qinbai had gone. To him, catching the seriously injured Qinbai was equivalent to picking up a shocking adventure out of thin air. One is where Wu Ho fled to. If Wu Ho dies, Zhang Yuan will naturally be happy. But Wu Ho is not dead yet. A big reason why Zhang Yuan came to the headquarters of the Cultivators Association is to get the whereabouts of Wu Ho as soon as possible. Then if this news is revealed, the guys in Firecloud's secret realm and Shuei's secret realm who have enmity with Wu Ho will not miss the opportunity to add insult to injury. Killing people with borrowed knives to weaken the Wu family's influence in the Kunlun secret realm. In the Kunlun secret realm, internal competition is very fierce.
Shinbai withdrew his spiritual thoughts, looked at the headquarters of the Cultivators Association, and thought to himself, hasn't Marquis Wu come back?
Although Wuho was not here, Shinbai saw in his mind that the Cultivators Association still had an early stage of cultivation. It was the person who was about to attack him but was stopped by Lan Wenhao.
It doesn't matter. Since Wuho hasn't come back, I'll let you have an operation.
Just when Shinbai was about to fly to the headquarters of the Cultivators Association, a stream of light flew from the distance. The light dispersed, and an old man wearing a Taoist robe with an air of immortality stood in front of Shinbai. The old man looked at Shinbai with a serious expression, and asked with a hint of sternness in his gentle tone, "Which family are you a disciple of?"
With such a level of cultivation, don't you know that Kyoto stipulates that all cultivators are not allowed to release their spiritual thoughts in Kyoto? Shinbai was stunned for a moment. He really didn't know this rule.
Looking at the old man through the probing eyes, the old man's cultivation level is unknown in the probing eyes.
Shinbai was shocked and thought to himself, could it be the fusion realm? The combined realm is the name of the next realm of Lianshu.
Recalling that Lan Tianhe had told himself that all the controllers of the three holy places for cultivators in Blue Star had perfected the Void Realm, and he had never heard of the existence of the fusion realm. Just when Shinbai was confused, the old man seemed to see Shinbai's doubts and held his long beard and said, I am the Chinese Dragon Guard, which is different from the three places of Kunlun Secret Realm, Fire Cloud Secret Realm, and Shuiwei Secret Realm. If we, the Chinese Dragon Guard, could not firmly suppress one of these three secret realms, how could they be so peaceful and secure? Hearing what the old man said, Shinbai's doubts were instantly cleared. He was still thinking before why the three secret realms were willing to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme alone instead of occupying Kyoto with their strong cultivation. The reason is that there are practitioners in the fusion realm in Kyoto. Unless their brains are broken, the gap in combat power will become larger as they reach the later stages of the Great Realm. Take the Kunlun Secret Realm as an example. It is estimated that even one piece of the three major refining perfections in the Kunlun Secret Realm would not be enough for the old man in front of me. Old sir, I really didn't know there was such a rule in Kyoto, I'm sorry. Shinbai said in a sincere tone. Seeing Shinbai's sincere attitude, the old man's expression relaxed a lot. He looked at Shinbai curiously and said, the attitude is not bad, but in my memory, no one in the younger generation can achieve your level of cultivation. Where did you come from, little friend? Old sir. Before Shinbai finished speaking, he was interrupted by the old man in front of him. The old man said, call the old man more points. My name is Chi Yun. Just call me Chi Lao. Mr. Chi, I have just returned from overseas cultivation. It is normal that you have no impression. Shinbai explained. While speaking, Shinbai was mentally prepared to retreat at any time. Shinbai has never been in the habit of placing his hopes on other people's character. If the old man in front of him makes any dangerous moves, what Shinbai has to do is to react immediately. Mr. Chi looked at Shinbai up and down and said meaningfully, young man, you are lying to me. When Shinbai heard this, the hairs on his body almost stood up, and he looked at Mr. Chi with a wary look. Unexpectedly, Chi Lao laughed and waved his hand, don't be nervous. Everyone has their own adventures. The fact that you can achieve such a level of cultivation at such a young age only shows that this is your destiny. Although cultivators have to contend with and fight against heaven, if they lose themselves in the process and are occupied by greed, it will be difficult to advance further. I have told this to many people, but they don't believe it. The most typical example is that the current controllers of the three secret realms are all filled with greed. As a result, their cultivation has been stuck in the void refining realm for many years and cannot break through. Shinbai asked, it seems that we can't blame them. Blue Star's spiritual energy is exhausted and cultivation resources are very limited. If there is a shocking opportunity in front of you, wouldn't you be tempted? Mr. Chi thought seriously for a long time, looked at Shinbai with clear eyes and said, as cultivators, we should move forward step by step. If opportunities come to me, I will take them. If there is no chance, it will not have any impact. Little friend, what is your name? Judging from Mr. Chi's performance, Shinbai did not detect any pretentiousness. Instead, he showed freedom and ease in everything, and replied, "Shin bai."
Haha, little friend Chin, I'll see you again in the future.
Remember, don't let your spiritual thoughts wander around. After speaking, Mr. Chi turned around and disappeared from Shin bai's eyes. Shin bai stood there thinking about what Mr. Chi said, and after a while, he flew to the headquarters of the Cultivators Association. What he asked Mr. Chi was something he still had no answer for. The system fell from the sky and changed my life drastically in less than a year. Sometimes Shin bai would feel that this kind of shocking adventure was unreal, as if he was living in a dream. Even in his heart, he was afraid that Meng would quietly wake up one day, the system would leave him, and he would turn back into the ordinary person he was before without any cultivation. But after hearing what Mr. Chi said today, Shin bai gradually became brighter. Even if the system leaves me one day, even if I become an ordinary person again, I will go on step by step and regain my cultivation.
Ding!
Detect the improvement of the host's state of mind and reward the Awakening Secret Realm for a limited time purchase.
Ding!
The purchase of the Awakening Secret Realm is limited to 3 days.
The countdown starts now.
Please go to the system mall to check.
Shin bai let out a long sigh of relief.
He opened the system mall and saw the countdown to the Awakening Secret Realm and its price.
Awakening Secret Realm, price, 1,000 system mall points.
After Shin bai saw the price, he wiped his eyes in disbelief and continued to look.
1,000 points is 1,000 million low-grade spiritual stones.
Where can I get so many spiritual stones in 3 days?
Shin bai suddenly felt a little embarrassed.
Although the last awakening of the secret realm was dangerous, it had many benefits, and it significantly improved his own combat power.
This time the secret realm of awakening appears, Shin bai will not give up no matter what.
Thinking of this, the flight to the headquarters of the Cultivators Association became faster. Arriving at the headquarters of the Cultivators Association, Shin bai kicked open the door and walked in.
Who? Stop!
One after another, strong men dressed in black appeared in front of Shin bai and shouted at Shin bai.
Bang! Bang! Boom! Shin bai did not kill these ordinary people who had no cultivation.
The powerful spiritual thoughts in the middle stage of refining the void were slightly mobilized, and these ordinary people fell to the ground and fainted one by one. Walking from the first floor to the top floor, Shin bai saw the direct members of the Wu family and the person who wanted to attack him on the top floor. Without saying another word, Shin bai drew out his killing blade and shouted, "Kill, annihilate." A full moon appeared on the top floor, enveloping everyone. Within the full moon, the shadows of tens of thousands of killing blades appeared, with their tips pointed straight down.
Cut! Shin bai swung his sword downward. Tens of thousands of phantoms of killing blades instantly attacked the people below. Hey! Hey! Laugh!
The full moon dispersed, and all direct descendants of the Wu family were killed. The only living person still standing in the scene was Zhang Yuan. When Zhang Yuan was resisting the Zhu Ju sword technique, he was struck by the phantom of the killing blade. At this time, his whole body was covered in blood, and his face was filled with disbelief as he said, "Why did your injuries recover so quickly?
Why did your cultivation level suddenly increase so much?"
The intensity of this attack has reached the early stage of void refining.
This is not true. It's not true.
Shin bai looked at Zhang Yuan with a cold expression, and said in a cold tone, "If you have any questions, go to hell and ask the King of Hell, and the King of Hell will tell you." Killing creatures and scattering souls. The killing blade in Shin bai's hand quickly faded and disappeared. The disappearing killing blade appeared in the sea of consciousness, and the divine thoughts in the sea of consciousness poured into the blade. The blade instantly turned into a golden color, exuding domineering and pure killing intent. Whoosh! A palm-sized golden killing blade appeared in front of Shin bai's eyes, and attacked Zhang Yuan in the next second.
Laugh!
Before Zhang Yuan could react, the killing blade had already penetrated Zhang Yuan's sea of consciousness.
Boom!
The killing blade entered Zhang Yuan's sea of consciousness, and the sharp blade kept hitting the sea of consciousness.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
There was a loud sound in his ears, and the severe pain in his consciousness made Zhang Yuan fall to his knees and kept hammering his head. When the killing blade struck the ninth blade, a shattering sound came from Zhang Yuan's sea of consciousness. Crack! Crack! The frequency of the shattering sounds is getting denser and denser. Boom! Zhang Yuan's overwhelmed consciousness exploded. After the sea of consciousness exploded, Zhang Yuan fell to the ground, taking in less air and outgoing more air, looking at Qin Bai with dull eyes. Qin Bai recalled the killing blade, walked up to Zhang Yuan, and struck down with the sword. Killing and slaughtering. The killing blade vibrated tens of thousands of times per second and passed Zhang Yuan's neck cleanly. Laugh. The head was chopped off. Zhang Yuan never understood until his death why Qin Bai's cultivation had improved so much in a short period of time. Even his injury, which was expected to take a month to heal, actually healed so quickly. After taking away everyone's space rings, Qin Bai broke open the window and left the headquarters of the Cultivators Association. After Qin Bai left, the entire Cultivator Association headquarters was in chaos. And the news that Qin Bai killed the direct descendants of the Wu family and Zhang Yuan in the early stage of Lianshu also spread quickly. City. Lan Tianhe was sitting at the branch of the Cultivators Association in City S, drinking tea leisurely. The subordinates suddenly rushed in from outside in a panic and handed Lan Tianhe a piece of information. Lan Tianhe received the information, frowned slightly at first, then laughed heartily and said, "Ha, I really saw the right person." Qin Bai made such a fuss, and the Wu family's superficial power in the world was basically exhausted. But I didn't expect that his cultivation would improve so quickly. The headquarters of the Kyoto Cultivator Association is now vacant. We need to find a way to see if we can arrange for our Lan family to be included. This is a rare piece of cake. Kyoto. Inoue looked at the information that had just been urgently sent to her. After reading the information, she was a little stunned. That man actually killed Zhang Yuan, it's unbelievable. Inoue said in shock. At the same time, Lan Wenhao also received the information. Lan Wenhao laughed for a while, and said in a somewhat relieved tone, "You guys in the Kunlun secret realm are usually so crazy. You must have encountered a tough situation this time. The secret realm of Panglai is about to be opened." Marquis Wu was seriously injured and he fled to nowhere, and Zhang Yuan was beheaded. If the Kunlun secret realm knows about it, your nose will probably be crooked with anger. Kunlun secret realm. Zhang Feng, one of the three masters of virtual refining, is playing chess with Wu Qiankuan, the ancestor of the Wu family. Suddenly Zhang Feng felt panicked, and his hand holding the chess piece stopped in midair. Wu Qiankuan, who was sitting opposite Zhang Feng, saw something was wrong with him and asked, "Brother Zhang, what's wrong?" Boom! The chess pieces on Zhang Feng's fingers exploded instantly, and powder fell down Zhang Feng's fingers. Just now, Zhang Feng sensed in his mind that his grandson Zhang Yuan's order lamp was extinguished. This means that Zhang Yuan's body has disappeared. While Wu Qiankuan was looking at Zhang Feng with confusion, a disciple of the Wu family walked in from outside and handed Wu Qiankuan a jade talisman. When his spiritual sense penetrated the jade talisman, Wu Qiankuan instantly understood why Zhang Feng was so out of sorts. Later, behind the jade talisman, I saw the news that Wu Hoshenyan was seriously injured and escaped, and his whereabouts are still missing. Wu Qiankuan exuded strong killing intent, and said in a cold voice, "If you dare to hit my son seriously, Qin Bai, you deserve to die. Qin Bai, catch you, I will turn you into an oil lamp and let you die in pain." Zhang Feng said with hatred in his eyes. After losing his son in middle age, Zhang Yuan was left with a grandson, who Zhang Feng devoted all his efforts to cultivate. But he never expected that he would be killed just a few days after leaving the Kunlun secret realm. How could this keep him from being angry? Wu Qiankuan and Zhang Feng looked at each other, stood up and left the Kunlun secret realm at the same time. While Qin Bai was flying, he threw all the space rings he got to the system mall for recycling. Ding! The system mall is calculating the value of items. Ding! Calculation completed, total value, mall points. So few? Qin Bai said a little surprised. No wonder Qin Bai asked this. He searched twice from Kunlun sect and gained a lot each time. This time, he killed an early-stage Lianshu, and with the direct lineage of the Wu family, he only had mole points.
System, did you steal my points? Qin Bai asked doubtfully.
Host, please don't slander the fair, kind, and righteous system.
Thunder will be at your service next time. The system replied righteously. Justice, kindness, justice, which of these three words do you think is most relevant to you? Qin Bai couldn't help but complain. Just after Qin Bai finished speaking, a purple thunder slowly gathered above Qin Bai's head. No, I take back what I just said. You are the fairest, kindest, and most just system.
Qin Bai immediately changed his words. The purple thunder above his head slowly dispersed.
Qin Bai let out a breath. It would be uncomfortable to be hit by this thing once. System, when will you change your habit of not making noises when you can do something? Qin Bai said.
When you were stronger than me, I changed.
The system replied calmly. The system's words made Qin Bai choke into silence. Qin Bai kept searching in the system mall and soon found his favorite item.
Level, Tianji tracking, disposable prop with powerful tracking ability. You can easily find the opponent's hiding place.
Value, mole points. After thinking briefly, Qin Bai decided not to improve his cultivation level yet.
100 mole points is just 10 attribute points, which will greatly increase your strength if you use it to break through. But if you use these points to purchase Tianji tracking, find Wuo, and kill Wuo, the income will definitely far exceed the mole points. Decisively exchange for Tianji tracking. Tianji tracking looks like a compass with a red pointer in the center of the compass. After carefully reading how to use Tianji tracking, Qin Bai took out Tianji tracking and silently thought about Wuho's appearance and aura. The central pointer of the compass rotated rapidly. After about 10 seconds, the pointer stopped rotating and pointed to the east. Qin Bai flew along where the pointer pointed. After half an hour, in front of an unknown mountain range, Qin Bai descended from the sky and looked at Wuho, who was sitting cross-legged by the pool to recover from his injuries. Wuho felt Qin Bai's aura, opened his eyes instantly, and said in disbelief, "How did you find this place?" Qin Bai used his exploratory eyes to look at Wuho. Wuho was currently in a very bad condition. Not only has the overall cultivation fallen to the early stage of nascent soul realm, but it is also very unstable, and the cultivation may continue to decline at any time. When Wuho saw Qin Bai finding him, he no longer looked as majestic as before, and he said bitterly, "I will give you all my cultivation resources.
Can you spare my life?"
Qin Bai shook his head and said in a cold voice, "No." From Qin Bai's state, Wuho instantly understood what his fate would be, and without saying a word, he turned around and fled. But Wuho had fallen to the early stage of nascent soul, and his escape speed was like slow motion in Qin Bai's eyes.
Killing and slaughtering. He drew out the killing blade and slashed towards Wuho's throat. "How dare you, Shuzi!"
At this moment, a loud shout came from the distance. Qin Bai turned his head and looked into the distance, only to see two old men full of murderous intent coming towards this place quickly.
"Have you two achieved perfection in refining the void?"
Qin Bai was shocked when he saw the opponent's cultivation through his probing eyes. When he took a closer look at each other's appearance, Qin Bai instantly understood who the two of them were. It is recorded in the information given by Lan Tianhe that they are two of the three masters of the Kunlun secret realm.
When Marquis Wu saw these two figures, he couldn't help but shout with joy on his face, "Father, save me." When Wu Qiankuan heard this, he opened his mouth to calm Qin Bai and said, "If you dare to kill my son, I will make sure you die without a burial place. If you are willing to spare my son's life, and we will not interfere with the river from now on, I will give you another 500 million low-grade spiritual stones as a thank you gift." Just when the Wu family father and son thought Qin Bai would stop, a discordant voice came out. "Laugh."
The sound of the blade cutting through flesh was like a shrill silver bell, and the whole scene fell into dead silence.
Qin Bai took back the killing blade and wiped off the blood on the blade. He walked to Wuho's headless body, took off his space ring, and quickly handed it over to the system mall for recycling without having time to see what was inside. Ding! Item value is being calculated. Ding! Calculation completed, total value, 1,350 points. Seeing these points, Jinbai's eyes lit up and he said in his heart, this is the wealth a person in the void refining realm should have. If Zhang Yuan heard this, he would probably crawl out of his grave and say angrily for himself, I just came out from the Kunlun secret realm to play for a few days. Who would take all their wealth with them when they go out for fun? Without any hesitation, Jinbai exchanged the remaining 350 points into 35 attribute points after retaining 1,000 mole points. After adding attribute points to himself, Jinbai said in his heart, breakthrough. Crack! There was a crisp sound in the body. After the first crisp sound, the second and third sounds followed. Cells in fascia, muscles, bones, blood, etc. in the body are rapidly replaced. Old cells die and stronger new cells are born. In this rapidly changing state, severe pain came, and dense beads of sweat instantly appeared on Jinbai's forehead. The blood in Jinbai's body rushed towards the sea of consciousness in his brain like a raging river. When the blood rushes to the sea of consciousness in the brain, it seems to hit an invisible barrier. Boom! Jinbai heard a loud noise. Boom! 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 As the blood continues to hit the sea of consciousness in the brain, loud noises continue. Crack! After dozens of impacts in a short period of time, the blood finally rushed through the sea of consciousness in the brain. The blood flowing into the sea of consciousness in the brain constantly opens up new spaces in the sea of consciousness. After some transformation with his blood, the area of the sea of consciousness in Jinbai's mind expanded to twice as much as before the breakthrough, and his spiritual thoughts also broke through to the strength of the late stage of refining the void. After the sea of consciousness was transformed, all parts of the body returned to calm. Jinbai opened his information panel. Name, Jinbai Tianwanti Elementary. All attributes increased by 5.0%. Cultivation, level 234. Early stage of void refining, 500, divine thought. Late stage of refining the void power, 234 speed, 234 stamina, 234 attack, 234 defense, 234 luck, 234. Killing blade level 234, 500, broken blade, 19, attack increase, percent attack, 234. Killing sword technique level 200, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 200. Xinglong level 234, 500, all this happened in the blink of an eye. When Wu Qianquan saw Jinbai killing Wu Ho without hesitation, his eyes were blood red and he said bitterly, boy, I want you to pay for my son's life. Zhang Feng, who was on the side, also said bitterly, boy, if I don't crush you to ashes, it won't be enough to satisfy the hatred in my heart. Jinbai looked at the two of them and said calmly, you are so self-righteous. Do you only allow them to kill me and not me to kill them? You sharp-tongued boy, if my grandson wants to kill you, it will be your honor. Pay with my grandson's life. Zhang Feng said angrily. Jinbai laughed angrily at Zhang Feng's words and said jokingly, old man, are you dizzy? Zhang Feng spit out a mouthful of gourd, held it in his hand, and said angrily, Kunlun secret technique, immortal killing flying knife. The gourd quickly returned to its normal size in Zhang Feng's hands. The gourd lid was opened, and a cloud of mist appeared inside. After a while, the clouds and mist rolled and condensed into a human head with wings and facial features. The head was made of clouds and mist, and it was impossible to see what it looked like. Zhang Feng then shouted, baby, please turn around. The man turned his head, let out a strange cry, and headed towards Jinbai to kill him. The next moment, he appeared in front of Jinbai and entered the sea of consciousness in Jinbai's mind. Jinbai's eyes shrank. The immortal killing flying knife turned out to be a spiritual attack. Killing creatures and scattering souls. The killing blade in his hand quickly faded and disappeared. The disappearing killing blade appeared in Jinbai's sea of consciousness, pointing at the human head condensed from the immortal flying knife. After the killing blade appeared in the sea of consciousness, spiritual thoughts were poured into the body of the killing blade like a soldier seeing a general. The golden blade exudes powerful and pure killing intent. Before the winged head could do anything in Jinbai's sea of consciousness, the killing blade slashed towards the opponent. Hey! Hey! Laugh!
After the divine mind breaks through to the late stage of void refining, the lethality of the Sanhun sword technique has been greatly improved. Seishi Blade occupies the advantage of the home court and continuously launches attacks. Boom! After being slashed several times with the killing blade, the cloudy heads formed by the immortal killing flying knife could no longer maintain their cohesion and fell into a ball. A strange cry came out from the clouds again, and the head retreated faster than when it came. The outside world was confident at this time. Zhang Feng was waiting for the results. Wu Qiankuan on the side was looking at the gourd in Zhang Feng's hand with burning eyes. The spiritual attack method is so precious that the entire Wu family does not have one. Even in Nuada's Kunlun secret realm, only the Zhang family has such a spiritual attack method, and it has never been spread out. Wu Qiankuan once offered to exchange a large number of rare treasures, but Zhang Feng rejected them without hesitation. As a result, every time he saw Zhang Feng using the immortal killing flying knife, his heart felt like a cat scratching his head. The next second, Zhang Feng saw that the head of the cloud and mist had just entered Qin Bai's knowledge sea. In less than 2 seconds, it dispersed into a cloud of mist and escaped back without looking back. It seemed as if some poisonous snake and wild beast were chasing it. After escaping back to the gourd, Yunwu Rentu covered all the gourd plugs. No matter how Zhang Feng called it, it never came out. Qin Bai looked at Zhang Feng and shouted, "It is disrespectful to come and not return. You should also taste the taste of my sword. Killing creatures and scattering souls." The golden killing blade shot out from Qin Bai's sea of consciousness and headed towards Zhang Feng. Whoosh! Zhang Feng saw that the killing blade was getting closer and closer to him, and he became more and more anxious and shouted for the immortal killing flying knife to come out to defend. But the gourd of the immortal decapitating flying knife seemed to have fallen into deathly silence, without any response. The immortal killing flying knife was the only spiritual attack method in Zhang Feng's hands. At this time, there was no response from the immortal killing flying knife. He could only watch the life-killing blade getting closer and closer to him. Laugh. The killing blade entered Zhang Feng's sea of consciousness without any hindrance. The killing blade that entered the sea of consciousness started to wreak havoc and continuously slashed at the sea of consciousness. Boom! 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 With each slash, the pain on Zhang Feng's face became thicker and thicker, and sweat quickly penetrated Zhang Feng's body. It is not that spiritual attacks cannot be defended, but only magic can defeat magic, and only spiritual attacks can be defended against. This is also the precious thing about spiritual attacks. Conventional means have little effect on this kind of attack that directly points to the sea of consciousness. Wu Qiankuan looked at Zhang Feng, who was in pain beside him, then turned to look at Qin Bai, with blazing fire in his eyes. Qin Bai was like a walking treasure in his eyes at this moment. He could clearly see that Zhang Feng was hurt by a rare spiritual attack. After longing for such a long time, he saw hope in Qin Bai, and greed instantly filled Wu Qiankuan's heart. "Boy, accept your fate," Wu Qiankuan shouted. Seeing Wu Qiankuan attacking him, Qin Bai stretched his hand into his arms without any haste, as if he was reaching for something. Qin Bai groped around in his arms and finally touched a tail. "Found it! Old Ghost Wu, look at the treasure!" Qin Bai shouted to Wu Qiankuan. When Wu Qiankuan flew to half the distance from Qin Bai, he stopped in mid-air in surprise and looked at Qin Bai. He couldn't help but be careless. Judging from the intelligence, the guy opposite was very evil. In just 1 year, he has grown from an ordinary person with no cultivation to such an extent. Until now, even the void refining consummation has to be wary of him. Who knows what other methods he has, but he has to guard against it. Seeing Wu Qiankuan stopped in the air, Qin Bai urged, "Old Ghost Wu, come here." Wu Qiankuan did not move. After carefully observing for a while, Qin Bai made no move. He deduced in his mind that Qin Bai might be deceiving himself to delay time, and couldn't help but secretly thought, "Cunning boy, after I get the Chiyu Kung Fu in you, I will make you experience various tortures and die from the torture." No longer hesitating, he quickly attacked Qin Bai and shouted, "Kunlun Great Captor." Above Qin Bai's head, a huge palm formed and fell towards him. Qin Bai also shouted, "Look at me, the secret technique, Dakinglong." After saying that, he pulled the tail he felt from his arms and swung it out hard, and a small green dragon the size of a palm flew towards Wu Qiankuan with a slight snore. "Xiao Qing, wake up, don't sleep, get up and work." Qin Bai's spiritual thoughts poured into Xiao Qinglong's body and called Xiao Qinglong. Xiao Qinglong slowly opened his eyes, looking around blankly as if he hadn't woken up yet. The master below waved his hand towards him, and there was a guy above him with murderous intent. He was caught in the middle and seemed to be in flight. As a mythical beast, Xiao Qinglong has a very high IQ and can instantly understand everything happening at the moment. A deafening and loud dragon roar came from the mouth of Xiao Qinglong. After the dragon chant. In the field, a green dragon hundreds of feet long was entrenched in the air. "Xiao Qing, beat him!" Qin Bai shouted from below. After the little green dragon grew older, his voice was no longer immature, revealing the majesty unique to the dragon clan. "Okay, sir." The dragon head turned around and rushed towards Wu Qiankuan. In the middle, he opened his huge dragon's mouth and swallowed the big grappling hand issued by Wu Qiankuan in one gulp. Wu Qiankuan stood there with a face full of shock, and murmured, "The dragon is actually a long-extinct dragon, and a green dragon that is good at attacking. Blue Star's spiritual energy is exhausted, and the cultivation environment is very harsh. Even the Kunlun secret realm only has one dragon, and as for a dragon, it has never been seen before." Now seeing a living green dragon appearing in front of his eyes, how could Wu Qiankuan not be shocked? After the shock, Wu Qiankuan looked at the little green dragon with burning eyes and said in his heart, "If I can conquer this green dragon, the dragon blood, dragon scales, dragon saliva, etc. will definitely be a huge income every year. Just one dragon made Kunlun secret realm make a lot of money, let alone a real dragon." Xiao Qinglong saw the greed in Wu Qiankuan's eyes, and this greed made him very unhappy. From ancient times to the present, dragons have always been sought after by cultivators. Some powerful cultivators will even capture real dragons and kill them to refine weapons and elixirs. This sense of crisis and hatred is deeply imprinted in the blood of every true dragon, and the majesty of the dragon clan cannot be challenged. An angry dragon roar came out, and the little green dragon charged towards Wu Qiankuan. Song Lon's battle technique swallowing the sky. The little green dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the entire sky where Wu Qiankuan was. When Wu Qiankuan saw the little green dragon coming to kill him, he did not dare to relax at all. The dragon clan had disappeared in Blue Star for a long time. Legend has it that this creature is extremely powerful, invincible at the same level, and even killing it across realms is not a problem for the dragon clan. And the Qinglong clan is good at killing among the dragon clan. God knows what the opponent's combat power can reach. Kunlun's secret technique extermination. Before Wu Qiankuan could unleash his attack, Xiao Qinglong took a big bite. The sky where Wu Qiankuan was instantly plunged into darkness without any light, and then the entire sky disappeared completely as if someone had bitten it out of thin air. Wu Qiankuan felt his eyes go dark, and when he looked around, he saw that the surroundings were also dark. In this dark space, Wu Qiankuan felt a sense of rejection from all around him, as if he had been stripped out of the Blue Star. Kunlun's secret technique, immortal killing sword. Kunlun's secret technique, immortal killing sword. Kunlun's secret technique, immortal sword. Kunlun's secret technique, immortal trapping sword. Kunlun's secret technique, Zhuxian sword formation. Wu Qiankuan spit out 4 small swords from his mouth, and the small swords quickly increased to about 10 feet in size. He occupied 4 positions beside Wu Qiankuan and firmly protected Wu Qiankuan. At this moment, the majestic voice of Xiao Qinglong came from the entire dark space. Sung Long's secret technique, Netherworld. The feeling of rejection that Wu Qiankuan felt instantly intensified countless times and rushed towards him. The feeling of rejection quickly turned into a feeling of squeezing. The constant squeezing from all around made Wu Qiankuan feel as if he was a sponge being squeezed crazily. His mind controlled the Zhuxian sword formation to resist the increasing squeezing feeling, and the pressure on his body disappeared. Wu Qiankuan breathed a sigh of relief, but the spiritual power in his body was rapidly consumed in the confrontation. Qin Bai watched the battle in the sky and asked Xiao Qinglong to fight. He felt quite helpless in his heart. After the killing blade left his hand, his combat power dropped too seriously. Without the killing blade in his hand, he had nothing to do against Wu Qiankuan except staring. What surprised Qin Bai was the powerful combat power of Xiao Qinglong. The Xiao Qinglong in the early stage of Su Lian was not weak at all against Wu Qiankuan, who had completed the Su training. Even at the beginning of the attack, even Qin Bai didn't understand Xiao Qinglong's offensive. The little green dragon took one bite, and Wu Qiankuan seemed to disappear from sight together with the sky where he was. He gave Xiao Qinglong an encouraging look, and with a little worry told Xiao Qinglong to pay attention to safety and run away if he really couldn't beat him. Qin Bai flew in front of Zhang Feng, who looked in pain, and reached out to recall the killing blade that wreaked havoc in Zhang Feng's sea of consciousness. Qin Bai thought to himself, "We have to find another fighting technique, otherwise the fighting method will be too simple and we will suffer too much." Thinking of this, Qin Bai suddenly remembered that after completing the war mission and destroying the Kunlun secret realm, the mission reward seemed to contain a skill. It seems we have to speed up the task. Zhang Feng's condition was not very good at this time. Although the killing blade had not shattered his sea of consciousness, it was still in a precarious state. After Qin Bai recalled the killing blade, Zhang Feng endured the severe pain of the consciousness sea and did not choose to continue fighting at the first moment, but turned around and ran away quickly. Faced with such a powerful spiritual attack, his only defensive method was ineffective. If Qin Bai were to hit him with such a knife again, his sea of consciousness would be completely shattered. At that time, he would inevitably end up with a cultivation level that dropped to Yuanying or even Jindan. Tongtong's perfect cultivation level in Lianshu is dropped to nascent soul, which is more difficult to accept than killing him, and the shattering of the sea of consciousness is basically a permanent and irreversible damage. At least within Zhang Feng's knowledge, he has never heard of any case where the sea of consciousness returned to its original state after being shattered. Combining all these factors, Zhang Feng was completely afraid of Qin Bai, and even temporarily put aside his hatred of killing his grandson. Seeing Zhang Feng turn around and run away, Qin Bai naturally couldn't let him go like this. He held the killing blade in his hand and shouted, "Killing and slaughtering." After breaking through to the early stage of void refining, the killing power has been significantly improved. From tens of thousands of vibrations per second before, it can now reach vibrations per second. The high-speed vibrating killing blade slashed towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked at the killing blade getting closer and closer to him, gritted his teeth, and threw the gourd of the immortal killing flying knife to block Qin Bai's attack. Shong! The killing blade struck the gourd hard. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the surface of the gourd struck by the killing blade. Zhang Feng took back the gourd, looked at it with distressed eyes, and continued to escape forward with all his strength. Killing and slaughtering. When the first blow failed, Qin Bai changed his grip and threw it. The high-speed vibrating killing blade was thrown by Qin Bai, piercing Zhang Feng's head straight away. Whoosh! During the extremely fast flight of the killing blade, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme brought up produced waves of sound. Zhang Feng heard the sound behind him and turned around. The sight almost scared him out of his wits. The high-speed vibrating killing blade was heading towards him like the king of hell demanding his life. In desperation, Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and burned the essence and blood in his body, and his speed suddenly increased several times. It's not that he doesn't have ways to resist Qin Bai's attack, but once he resists, he thinks that he will most likely be entangled by Qin Bai. Once caught in a fight, Qin Bai will be in trouble again if he attacks with his spiritual thoughts. The essence and blood can be regenerated after burning, but when the sea of consciousness is broken, it is really broken. Seeing Zhang Feng out of his attack range, he gradually became a small dot and disappeared in his sight. Qin Bai recalled the killing blade and flew back to Xiao Qinglong with some regret in his heart. Refining the void perfection is really not that easy to kill. Unfortunately, if we can kill the opponent this time, the difficulty of destroying the Kunlun secret realm will be reduced by 1/3. However, Qin Bai was not too disappointed. Based on his judgment, Zhang Feng's injuries to the consciousness sea could not be healed without consuming a lot of resources and time. This means that in a short period of time, Zhang Feng's combat power will be halved, and a toothless tiger is naturally no longer worth fearing. As soon as Qin Bai returned to Xiao Qinglong, he saw Xiao Qinglong opened his mouth and spat out, and Wu Qiankuan's embarrassed figure appeared out of thin air. After Wu Qiankuan came out, he immediately ran away without looking back.
Now Qin Bai was completely angry.
He could comfort himself by running away, but if both of them ran away, his work would be in vain. Qin Bai shouted, "Old Ghost Wu, since you are here, please stay completely." When Wu Qiankuan heard Qin Bai's words, his escape speed suddenly increased by 3 points. While pursuing, Qin Bai turned to look at Xiao Qinglong beside him and asked in confusion, "What did you do to him?"
Xiao Qinglong faced Qin Bai and said with a somewhat naive expression, "Master, you didn't do anything." "What did you do if you didn't do anything? Why does he see you as if you were a ghost?" Qin Bai said.
Xiao Qinglong explained on the side, "Maybe it's because he doesn't have much life left."
Qin Bai asked in confusion, "You don't have a long lifespan?"
As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Wu Qiankuan's figure beginning to age faster while he was running away. In less than a few seconds, his appearance was haggard, his face was haggard, and he looked like he was about to die soon. Wu Qiankuan looked at the little green dragon that was catching up behind him, and said with unconcealed fear in his tone, "I didn't expect that there would be such an evil spell in the world, sucking people's lifespan, you evil dragon." Recalling what happened to him in that dark space, Wu Qiankuan could not stop trembling. The feeling of backlog in the dark space is getting stronger and stronger, so it doesn't matter if you use your spiritual power to counter it. There are many spiritual stone space rings that can replenish your spiritual power. But gradually Wu Qiankuan discovered that something was wrong. Every once in a while, his body became slower than before, and his cultivation was also declining. By the time he fully understood and reacted, most of the life force in his body had been absorbed, leaving only an empty shell with only a superficial appearance. After reaching the void refining realm, he has a lifespan of 20 years. Wu Qiankuan is less than 1,000 years old this year, but after the life force in his body has passed away, he actually feels that his end is approaching. How could this keep him from being frightened and never dare to stay in that weird dark space again? After exposing all 4 swords of the Zhuxian sword formation, Wu Qiankuan found a gap and escaped. As soon as he came into contact with the outside world, he saw Qin Bai beside him and Zhang Feng, who had disappeared without a trace. As long as they are not fools, no one will stay at this time and face the combined attack of Qin Bai and Xiao Qinglong. Killing creatures and scattering souls.
Qin Bai's death-like voice came from behind.
Wu Qiankuan turned around in a hurry and saw a palm-sized golden killing blade attacking towards him. He recognized this move, which was exactly what Qin Bai used against Zhang Feng. He also beat the Zhang family's unique immortal killing flying knife into silence, but Wu Qiankuan did not dare to meet its sharp edge. Biting the tip of his tongue and burning the essence and blood in his body, Wu Qiankuan's speed suddenly increased several times and he fled forward. Qin Bai's nose smelled the smell of blood left in the air, and then he saw Wu Qiankuan's escape speed increasing dramatically. The distance from him was getting further and further away, so he had no choice but to stop again, and couldn't help but said sarcastically, "You people in the Kunlun secret realm are all born in the year of rabbit, can you only run?" Wu Qiankuan heard Qin Bai's sarcasm, suppressed the urge in his heart to stop killing Qin Bai, and escaped forward. After burning the essence and blood, Wu Qiankuan's little vitality drained away again. Wu Qiankuan expected that even if he could escape and survive this time, he would only be able to survive for a year or two, maybe even shorter. Xiao Qinglong saw that Qin Bai's flying speed could not match Wu Qiankuan's speed, so he turned around and came to Qin Bai's side as he was flying ahead. With the dragon's head, he pushed Qin Bai on top of his head and pursued Wu Qiankuan. Wu Qiankuan, who was escaping in the distance, couldn't help but look back when he saw that there was no movement behind him. He saw the green dragon hundreds of feet long approaching him at a speed far exceeding his own flying speed. Qin Bai was standing on top of the dragon, holding the knife that emitted cold light and staring at him with murderous intent.
Holy shit! What kind of monster is this? Even a dragon can't be so unreasonable. Besides, aren't dragons all arrogant? How could they be willing to let a human step on their heads? Wu Qiankuan's heart was completely confused at this time, and he didn't understand why this was happening. Originally, when he came out of the Kunlun secret realm, he thought that killing Qin Bai would be easy. However, as time passed, the situation became more and more different from what he thought.
First, Qinbai, who was still in the late stage of becoming a god, killed Wu Ho in front of him, and then in a way that he couldn't understand at all. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the early stage of refining the void. After breaking through to the early stage of refining the void, the old guy Zhang Feng, who was killed with a sword attack using his spiritual mind, had his consciousness damaged. Seeing Qinbai without a weapon in his hand, he wanted to take advantage, but the other party actually released a real dragon. Just when Wu Qiankuan was thinking wildly, a dragon roar came from beside him, and the little green dragon led Qinbai to fly at the same speed beside Wu Qiankuan. Wu Qiankuan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately changed direction and continued to escape. Within a few seconds, the little green dragon continued to appear next to Wu Qiankuan. Qinbai saw that Xiao Qinglong was having fun and did not stop him. In Qinbai's eyes, Wu Qiankuan was already a dead man. The only difference is as simple as dying early and dying late. Wu Qiankuan changed directions several times in succession, but the result was the same every time. Seeing Qinbai, one person and one dragon, it was like a cat playing with a mouse. Wu Qiankuan said with some despair in his heart, "Is this the place where I will be buried today?" Qinbai stood on the dragon's head, looking at Wu Qiankuan, who was no longer escaping, and asked in confusion, "Why didn't you run away?" "Humph." Wu Qiankuan snorted coldly and said in a slightly crazy tone, "Don't you want my life? Then come and get it. Even if you die, I will support you." Qinbai saw Wu Qiankuan's gesture and slowly uttered two words, "Idiot." Then he looked at Xiao Qinglong and said in an exaggerated tone, "You seem to have scared him." When Xiao Qinglong heard Qinbai's words, he showed his white teeth and said, "Master, I will eat him later and he will not be frightened again." Wu Qiankuan looked at the dragon and the man in front of him, deliberately mocking himself, and suddenly felt inexplicable grief and anger. He rushed straight towards Qinbai and shouted, "If you want to die together, we will see you on the road to hell." "Master, it's not good, he's going to blow himself up," Xiao Qinglong said. At this time, it was impossible for Xiao Qinglong to escape because the distance between the two parties was 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme. What's more, Wu Qiankuan was determined to die and was determined to die with Qinbai, so there was no way he could escape. As Wu Qiankuan's spiritual power fluctuated, a loud noise was heard. Boom! In a hurry, Qinbai had no other choice but to resist. After the bang, Qinbai's clothes were broken into strips. Puff! A large mouthful of blood spit out from Qinbai's mouth. "Master, are you okay?" Xiao Qinglong's caring voice came from Qinbai's arms. In the critical moment just now, Qinbai ignored Xiao Qinglong's opinion and decisively put Xiao Qinglong into the system pet space. After the explosion, Xiao Qinglong was released again. "It's okay. I can't die now. This time I really capsized in the gutter." After Qinbai finished speaking, he fainted. Xiao Qinglong quickly caught Qinbai, who had fainted. When Qinbai woke up again, he found that he had returned to the hotel in Kyoto. Seeing himself appearing in the hotel, Qinbai didn't show any surprise. As a Qinglong who is cultivated in the early stage of void refining, his wisdom is extremely high. It would be a surprise if he couldn't even do this. Seeing Qinbai wake up, Xiao Qinglong said happily, "Master, you finally woke up." Qinbai sat up slowly, his internal organs feeling intense pain as if they were being burned. "How long have I been unconscious?" Qinbai asked. Xiao Qinglong opened the dragon's claws at the side, thought for a while and said, "The master has been unconscious for 2 days and 1 night. Fortunately, I didn't faint for too long," Qinbai said with a sigh of relief. Opening the system mall, Qinbai saw that the purchase limit for the Awakening Secret Realm in the mall was less than 1 day away. Looking at the remaining 1,000 mall points, Qinbai decisively bought the Awakening Secret Realm. Seeing that the points were reset to 0 again, Qinbai felt a little sad but also had a little expectation. "I hope this awakening of the secret realm can increase my combat power to a new level," Qinbai thought to himself. Qinbai recalled that before he passed out, he did not seem to have the Wu Qiankuan space ring in his pocket. He asked Xiao Qinglong, "Have you got Wu Qiankuan's space ring back?" Seeing that Qin Bai was seriously injured, Xiao Qinglong waved his little claw helplessly and said, "Master, you were seriously injured after that human exploded himself, and the space ring was also destroyed." When Qin Bai heard what Xiao Qinglong said, a look of pain flashed in his eyes. Wu Huo's space ring allowed Qin Bai to get more than 1,000 mole points, which would definitely be more if he got Wu Qiankuan's space ring. Qin Bai now feels like he missed million. He stood up to check his injuries.
Dense internal injuries were piled up in his body. Qin Bai estimated that it would take half a year to recover from his injuries without the aid of medication. The power of self-revelation and the perfection of refining the void is indeed extraordinary.
Taking out the clothes from the storage space, Qin Bai changed out of the clothes that had been blown into strips and thought about the next thing. Qin Bai didn't know that the Blue Star cultivation world had caused huge waves because of him.
Fire Cloud's secret realm. Are you sure the Lan family won't participate in the encirclement and suppression of Qin Bai?
The master of the Huoyun secret realm, Hua Ganyun, looked at Lan Wenhao with an unkind look. Lan Wenhao looked at his nose and his heart, and replied as if it had nothing to do with him, "My Lan family does not want to get into this meaningless fight." Hua Ganyun squinted his eyes and looked at Lan Wenhao and said, "Okay, very good. So, it seems that it is true that Qin Bai has a very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme relationship with your Lan family." Lan Wenhao stood silent for a long time without speaking.
Your Lan family can think about it for yourself.
You can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme join forces with the three secret realms to encircle and suppress Qin Bai, or you can withdraw from the Fire Cloud secret realm.
Hua Ganyun paused and advised with earnest words, "Is it worth risking the entire Lan family's future for Qin Bai?
As far as I know, Lan Yan's physical condition does not seem to be very good.
You Lan family should consider it yourself."
After listening to Hua Ganyun's words, Lan Wenhao's expression kept changing. After a while, he said in a bitter voice, "My Lan family is willing to withdraw from the Fire Cloud secret realm from now on."
Boom!
After Lan Wenhao finished speaking, Hua Ganyun slapped the chair next to him, and the chair immediately shattered. Hua Ganyun looked at Lan Wenhao up and down for a long time, and said angrily, "You, the Lan family, are seeking death by striking an egg against a stone." Lan Wenhao said nothing, cupped his hands at Hua Ganyun, turned and left. Hua Ganyun looked at Lan Wenhao's leaving figure and wanted to kill him. However, when he thought of Lan Yan, the ancestor of the Lan family, he immediately gave up the idea and sneered, "Your Lan family spared no effort to help him.
Don't you also hope that he will bring out treasures to heal your Lan family ancestors' injuries? Then it will be a fight. It will be up to you to see how your Lan family handles it." After Lan Wenhao came out, he returned to the Lan family's base camp in the Fire Cloud secret realm with mixed feelings. As soon as he came back, he ordered the Lan family members to prepare for the family's relocation. The Lan family was shocked and didn't understand why they had to leave the secret realm of Fire Cloud that had existed for thousands of years. Lan Wenhai, the fourth son of the Lan family, came to Lan Wenhao immediately after receiving the news and asked in confusion, "Third brother, why do you want to move the whole family?" Lan Wenhao was in a very bad mood at this time, but he still patiently explained the important matters of the Lan family. "Third brother, I don't agree. You are crazy. You are gambling with our entire Lan family. I firmly disagree." After hearing this, Lan Wenhai slapped the table and said, "Snapped." Lan Wenhao slapped Lan Wenhai on the face, knocked Lan Wenhai out, and said in an unquestionable tone, "You have to agree even if you don't agree. Now execute the order." At the same time, the voice spread throughout the entire Lan family, all Lan family members, if they want to stay in the Fire Cloud secret realm, will be regarded as a clan member, and those who judge the clan will be killed without mercy. Lan Wenhai got up from the ground and looked at Lan Wenhao with disbelief. You are really crazy." After saying that, he turned around and left with a wave of sleeves. Lan Wenhao's spiritual thoughts covered the Lan family.
Seeing that although the Lan family was a little reluctant, they were packing up and preparing to leave, he couldn't help but sigh, "I hope my decision is right." Lan Wenhao is the third eldest child in the Lan family.
The eldest and second eldest son died unfortunately in their early years.
As the ancestor of the Lan family, Lan Yan was seriously injured during the last opening of the Panglai secret realm, and left shortly after returning. During these days, Lan Wenhao, who had the highest cultivation level, had been struggling to support the Lan family. News of the death of the ancestor of the Lan family had not spread, and there were very few people who knew about it. Helping Qinbai is indeed a big gamble, but if it succeeds, the Lan family will become the Blue Star overlord. But if it fails, the consequences may be that they will be shattered to pieces. But he couldn't help Qinbai, given Lan Wenhao's understanding of Hua Ganyun. If Hua Ganyun discovers that Lan Yan has passed away after a long time, the fate of the Lan family will not be too good. At this time, the Lan family is like a paper tiger. It looks scary but is actually very empty. It is better to take a gamble than to survive. Just when Qinbai was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Qinbai stood up and opened the door. He saw Wang Fugue with a flattering smile on his face and said, "Sir, someone is looking for you below." Qinbai asked in confusion, "Is there someone looking for me? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me if you have nothing to do?" Wang Fugue saw that Qinbai's face was a little unhappy, and his heart felt bitter. He didn't want to disturb Qinbai. But he couldn't afford to offend the man waiting below. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Wang Fugue, who couldn't afford to offend phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, said with a smile, "Sir, the man below asked me to give this to you, saying that you will understand after seeing it." A sachet was handed from Wang Fugue's hand, with a big word blue written on it. When Qinbai saw this Lan, he felt enlightened and said, "Invite people up." Wang Fugue breathed a sigh of relief and said with a slightly relaxed look, "Okay." Then he trotted away and left Qinbai's sight. Lan family. Qinbai whispered. After a while, Wang Fugue came to Qinbai's door with a beautiful figure behind him. Qinbai didn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door just now. Wang Fugue asked carefully at the door, "Sir, people have been brought here." "I understand, go and do your work," Qinbai said in the room. "Miss, please." Wang Fugue walked into Qinbai's room with this beautiful figure and closed the door gently. As he turned to leave, all kinds of bloody plots and TV dramas flashed through his mind. Qinbai looked up and down at this beautiful woman who could definitely be called a stunning beauty. "My name is Lan Linglong, and my third uncle asked me to bring this to you." Lan Linglong, who was not looking well, took out a jade talisman and handed it to Qinbai. As the proud daughter of the Lan family, she is even the leader of the entire younger generation of Blue Star. She was full of curiosity about the young man in front of her who was about the same age as herself and whose cultivation level was several times higher than her own. But when they first met, she found that the other person was staring at her like a slave, which made her impression of Qinbai change drastically. Qinbai took the jade talisman handed over by Lan Linglong, and penetrated the jade talisman with his spiritual mind to look at the things recorded in the jade talisman. For a long time, Qinbai withdrew his thoughts and sat on a chair nearby, lost in thought. He learned from the jade talisman that the three secret cultivation realms were preparing to work together to encircle him. And all the information about him since his birth has been investigated clearly. In just 1 year, Wu Qiankuan, who had broken through from an ordinary person to the early stage of cultivation, and even completed the cultivation, was killed. The combination of spiritual attack, true dragon, and extraordinary cultivation breakthrough speed, the combination of all these things is tantamount to revealing a message to others, that is, a shocking adventure. People die for money and birds die for food, and practitioners are no exception. Considering that Qinbai had the ability to kill Lianshu perfection alone, he even killed one and injured one against two. They decided to join forces to encircle and suppress Qinbai, and even Shueiwa's secret realm, which had never participated in the disputes in the cultivation world, got involved, which proved how powerful Qinbai's attraction was. It's a pity that Qinbai is not a little boy who walks through the market with a heavy treasure in his hand. If anyone wants to come forward and get a piece of the pie, they have to consider whether their life is strong enough. The jade talisman recorded that the Lan family even did not hesitate to withdraw from the Fire Cloud secret realm for themselves. Qinbai was also stunned. In the end, Lan Wenhao expressed sincerely that the Lan family was willing to do its best to help Qinbai overcome this difficulty. Lan Linglong took off the space ring from the finger of her right hand, put it in front of Qin Bai and said, "My third uncle asked me to give this to you. He said it might be useful to you." Qin Bai took the space ring and penetrated it with his spiritual thoughts. Inside the space ring, boxes of low-grade spiritual stones are densely and neatly placed. Qin Bai counted 1,000 boxes of inferior goods. Looking up at Lan Linglong, Qin Bai said, "Tell your third uncle for me, thank you very much. After this, the Lan family will be the most powerful family on Blue Star." Lan Linglong nodded and said nothing, her eyes flickering. She didn't understand her third uncle's decision. In her opinion, although Qin Bai was very strong, he was still a bit weak against the 3 secret realms. It was too hasty for the third uncle to put the entire family on fire like this. Qin Bai ignored Lan Linglong's thoughts. Lan Wenhao's 1,000 boxes of low-grade spiritual stones could be said to have solved Qin Bai's urgent need. Opening the system mall for recycling, Qin Bai put the space ring in. Ding! Item value is being calculated. Ding! Calculation completed, total, 1,000 mall points. Qin Bai looked through the mall and quickly settled on his target. 5th level Blood Bodhi, a holy product of healing. The physical body can be restored to its original state within a quarter of an hour even if there is only 1 breath left. Value, mall points. It's not too expensive. Qin Bai looked at the price and thought to himself. After purchasing the Blood Bodhi, Qin Bai took it immediately. The injuries inside his body began to heal rapidly, and in less than a quarter of an hour, Qin Bai was back to normal. Lan Linglong watched from the side as Qin Bai accepted the spirit stone and exchanged it for the Blood Bodhi. There was no doubt. In her opinion, Qin Bai took it out of his own space ring. After recovering from his injury, Qin Bai opened the attribute redemption function in the system mall. Since breaking through to the void refining realm, the attribute exchange in the system mall has changed from 10 points to exchange for 1 attribute at the 4th level to 20 points to exchange for 1 attribute. After converting the remaining mall points into attribute points and adding them to himself, Qin Bai opened the information panel. Name, Qin Bai Tianawangti Elementary. All attributes increased by 50%. Cultivation, level 274. Early stage of void refining, 500 divine thought. Late stage of refining the void power, 274 speed, 274 stamina, 274 attack, 274 defense, 274 luck, 274. Killing blade level 274, 500 broken blade, 19, attack increase, percent attack, 274. Killing sword technique level 200, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 200. Qinglong level 274, 500 more resources are needed to improve one's cultivation in the void refining realm. I recall that when I was in the foundation establishment realm, 1 point points to 1 attribute, and now 20 points to 1 attribute. The change is nearly 20 times different, and the number of mall points required to redeem attribute points in the fusion realm is estimated to increase a lot. The further you go, the harder it will be to improve your cultivation level. I should have known that I would be able to exchange more attribute points for my nascent soul when I was transforming into a god. Qin Bai was thinking about it, but there was no point in regretting it now. It was better to think about the reality of exchanging more attribute points before the realm was broken through. After coming back to his senses, Qin Bai saw Lan Linglong staring at him in shock and asked, "What's wrong? Is that unicorn fruit you just ate?" The unicorn fruit is only produced in the Kunlun secret realm every 1,000 years. Legend has it that it can make human flesh and bones come alive. Lan Linglong said in a sour tone. Qin Bai's thoughts changed and he understood what Lan Linglong was talking about. It was the blood bodhi he had just eaten. The flesh and bones of the living dead are not quite the same, but they are not far apart. Qin Bai explained. The effect of the 5th level blood bodhi is obviously more powerful than that of the 4th level. As for the standard for the remaining breath written on it, Qin Bai didn't know, but he thought the effect would definitely not be bad. It is indeed a unicorn fruit. The healing effect is indeed as miraculous as the legend says, but the one you ate seems to have a stronger aura than the one I have seen. Lan Linglong said with some confusion. That's for sure. The 4th level blood bodhi is what you call the Qilin fruit. According to your standards, the 5th level blood bodhi should be the Qilin fruit king. Of course, Qinbai didn't say these words in his heart. He looked at Lan Linglong and had some speculations about Lan Wenhao's purpose of sending her here. Now that the Lan family has moved out of the Fire Cloud secret realm, there will definitely be a lot of trivial matters and unexpected situations happening. The Lord of the Fire Cloud secret realm would definitely not let the Lan family leave so easily. He sent Lan Linglong to his side for 2 purposes. First, Lan Linglong, as the most powerful and promising younger generation of the Lan family, was sent to Qinbai to express the sincerity of the Lan family to Qinbai. Second, the Lan family is in a special situation now, and Lan Linglong's stay in the Lan family will not be of much use, and she may even be in danger. He took this opportunity to be sent to Qinbai. Although Qinbai was in a very dangerous situation, due to his strong strength, staying with Qinbai could be said to be the safest place.
Did your third uncle tell you when he came? Qinbai looked at Lan Linglong and asked.
Yes, third uncle asked me to stay with you and help you with some trivial matters. When Lan Linglong heard Qinbai's question, her cheeks turned slightly red and she replied unnaturally. In fact, before she came, Lan Wenhao secretly pulled her aside and joked, I heard from your 7th uncle that Qinbai graduated from the highest university in China just like you.
You two are about the same age.
As young people, it is inevitable that there will be firewood in fire.
Qinbai saw Lan Linglong's unnaturalness, but he ignored it and said calmly, then let's go. Regarding Qinbai's meaningless words, Lan Linglong asked blankly, where are you going?
Go and add some joy to life in the Kunlun secret realm. Qinbai raised the corner of his mouth and said with murderous intent. The 3 major secret realms uniting to encircle and suppress themselves must be inseparable from the Kunlun secret realm. The most direct one among them is Zhang Feng.
Qinbai didn't even need to think about it.
Zhang Feng must have escaped from him, and then turned around and spread the news that he had a real dragon, a spiritual attack method, and an unusual breakthrough speed. Regarding Zhang Feng's attempt to kill someone with a borrowed knife, Qinbai certainly had to come to thank him.
But now the outside world is eager for you to leave Kyoto.
In Kyoto, they are afraid of causing large-scale casualties and dare not take action against you.
Once you leave Kyoto, these people will no longer be afraid. Are you sure you don't want to avoid the limelight?
Lan Linglong gave a general description of the situation and looked at Qinbai with an expression of confusion.
Qinbai glanced at Lan Linglong and said, those chickens and dogs alone are not enough to scare me away from going out. After a pause, Qinbai said again, Lan Wenhao asked you to come here just to ask you to talk nonsense? Lan Linglong was choked by Qinbai and couldn't speak for a long time.
It took a long time before she uttered 2 words, it's up to you. Although he said this, what he was thinking in his heart was, you arrogant and desperate guy, the chickens and dogs you talk about are all existences in the realm of refining the void, or even the perfection of the realm of refining the void.
At this moment, Xiao Qinglong poked his little head out of Qinbai's arms and said eagerly, Master, are we going to take revenge this time? In Xiao Qinglong's consciousness, Wu Qiankuan revealed that he blew Qinbai into serious injuries.
Now that his injuries have recovered, he naturally wants to seek revenge from the forces behind him.
Qinbai nodded.
After hearing this, Xiao Qinglong flew out of Qinbai's arms with a swish and flew around the room excitedly. For the newly born little Qinglong, fighting is as fun as a game, not to mention that the Qinglong clan is naturally aggressive, and fighting has already become an instinct imprinted deep in their souls. After playing around in the room, the little green dragon got into Qinbai's arms again and turned into a palm-sized green dragon tattoo that was constantly swimming on Qinbai's body. When Lan Linglong saw the little green dragon flying back into Qinbai's arms, she withdrew her eyes that had been on the little green dragon and said, Is this the green dragon?
It's so majestic and handsome. Do you usually leave him outside like this? Aren't all spiritual beasts supposed to have space for spiritual beasts?
There is naturally a spirit beast space, and the pet space provided by the system is many times more advanced than the so-called spirit beast space. But Xiao Qinglong has basically never been in it since he was born, and even made it clear to Qinbai that he didn't like it there. Qinbai saw that Xiao Qinglong didn't like the pet space, so he left him outside without forcing him. Usually, Xiao Qinglong's biggest hobby is getting tattoos, quietly staying on Qin Bai's body and sleeping. If Qin Bai hadn't woken it up to fight Wu Qiankuan, there's no telling how long it would have slept. After Qin Bai left Kyoto with Lan Linglong, they kept flying towards Kunlun Mountain. While flying towards Kunlun Mountain, Qin Bai did not hide his aura at all. He was arrogant along the way, as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was going to Kunlun Mountain. Lan Linglong was also shocked by Qin Bai's actions and wanted to say something. However, when the words came to his lips, he remembered Qin Bai's choking appearance and swallowed them back. 2 hours later, Qin Bai looked at the familiar Kunlun sect below and slowly fell down. Lan Linglong followed closely and looked at Qin Bai curiously. She wanted to know what medicine Qin Bai was selling in his gourd. Different from the previous 2 times, this time Qin Bai directly drew out the killing blade and struck the Kunlun sect with one strike. Boom! After a loud noise, a knife mark appeared across the entire Kunlun sect. Who dares to come to our Kunlun sect and act arrogantly? A sharp shout came out from the Kunlun sect, and a figure whose cultivation level was only in the early stage of becoming a god flew out. Qin Bai put the killing blade into its scabbard and pointed the index finger of his right hand at the figure. Killing life and death realm. A dark light condensed on the tip of Qin Bai's right index finger. In the blink of an eye, the light condensed into a finger-thick beam and shot towards the opponent. Things who don't know whether to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme or die, let me tell you. Before he finished speaking, a bloody hole as thick as a finger appeared on the forehead of the figure in the early stage of transformation, and the figure flying in midair fell instantly. Boom! The corpse hit the ground, throwing up countless dust. Lan Linglong watched from the sidelines as Qin Bai killed the incarnation in the early stage as easily as he slaughtered a chicken, and felt waves in his heart. After a period of hard work, her cultivation had recently reached the early stage of becoming a god, which was worse than the one Qin Bai casually killed. After breaking through to become a god, her heart has always been full of pride. After realizing Qin Bai's methods, all complacency and pride disappeared at this moment. It's just that she ignored the most important point. Qin Bai's current combat power and the enemies he faced were all Blue Star's top cultivators. It was no problem to instantly kill an early stage god. After the death of the early incarnation, the Kunlun sect fell into complete silence, and no one came out for a long time. Qin Bai released his spiritual thoughts and enveloped the entire Kunlun sect. Within his spiritual thoughts, every disciple of the Kunlun sect was trembling with fear. Among these disciples, there were several people dressed in distinctive clothes, and Qin Bai saw a familiar face among these people. Powerful spiritual thoughts enveloped this person and instantly took him away from his companions and came to Qin Bai's eyes. Qin Bai said to the person in front of him, "Tell me, who is in charge of the Kunlun sect now?" Lang Yi was spending a good time among the few true disciples, but suddenly his vision blurred. When his vision returned, he saw the man who had appeared in his dreams countless times like a demon. The first time I saw this man, I was knocked unconscious. When I woke up, all the deputy sect leaders were dead, and the entire Kunlun sect was looted. As a result, the whole sect lived a frugal life for a long time, and he was almost dismissed as a true disciple. Fortunately, after spending a lot of spiritual stones to smoothen the relationship, he finally kept his name as a true disciple. The second time he saw this man, he was knocked unconscious again. When he woke up, all the senior officials of Kunlun sect were dead. Not only that, the supplies just sent from above were looted. Now it was the third time I saw this man, and the same words came again. Lang Yi wanted to say that he didn't know. But thinking of his own life, Lang Yi replied honestly, "The person in charge was killed by you just now, and now there is no one in charge." After saying this, Lang Yi's body softened. He was so spineless in front of the whole sect. Basically, the Kunlun sect would have no place of its own in the future. At this moment, Lang Yi felt as if God had made a big joke on him. "Why did you let yourself meet this devilish man?" Lan Linglong heard Lang Yi finish from the side and thought to herself, "You can become the leader of the Kunlun sect in the early stages of becoming a god." It seems that the Kunlun sect has really declined. Qin Bai nodded without any surprise. The first 2 times he came to Kunlun sect, he had killed all the senior officials of Kunlun sect. Now there is only one person left who is in the early stage of becoming a god, and he can be regarded as the taller one among the short ones. After Zai Langyi answered the question, Qin Bai threw Langyi to Lan Linglong and told him, keep an eye on him. At the same time, Qin Bai's voice sounded throughout the Kunlun sect, from now on, I declare that the Kunlun sect is disbanded and all personnel will leave in 3 days. After Qin Bai finished speaking, an uproar arose within the Kunlun sect, and the disciples looked at Qin Bai in shock.
What? The Kunlun sect was disbanded? How is it possible? Stop joking.
Entering the Kunlun sect was a place that my family spent a lot of money to obtain. Now that it is disbanded, all the spiritual stones spent by the family will be wasted.
Everyone, calm down.
Our Kunlun sect is a force in the Kunlun secret realm. I believe that the strong people in the Kunlun secret realm will not let this person above him do whatever he wants. After Qin Bai finished speaking, he closed his eyes and rested his mind, patiently waiting for time to pass. Announcing the dissolution of the Kunlun sect is the first step towards disgusting the Kunlun secret realm.
It was also Qin Bai's trick.
If the Kunlun secret realm could not even maintain its own power, its prestige would be greatly damaged. The 3 major refining realms of Kunlun secret realm are complete, Wu Qiankuan is dead, Zheng Feng Sea of consciousness is damaged, and one of them is still missing. Now Qin Bai's biggest worry is not that Lianshu perfection in the secret realm of Kunlun comes to fight with him.
But the Kunlun secret realm, refining the void perfection, is hiding in the secret realm and cannot come out.
This is one of the reasons why Qin Bai announced the dissolution of the Kunlun sect, but had to wait 72 hours for everyone in the Kunlun sect to leave.
The purpose is to force the Kunlun secret realm to perfect its emptiness.
Soon, in Qin Bai's mind, he saw several figures among the disciples of the Kunlun sect taking out sound-transmitting jade talismans to send messages to the outside world. Qin Bai did not stop them and allowed these disciples to convey the news. Lan Linglong was standing aside, feeling that her views had been overturned by Qin Bai these days. The Kunlun sect, a sect that has existed for a very long time, was a behemoth when she was young. Her father even brought her to visit when he was still alive. In the Kunlun sect at that time, the sect leader Wu Qiankuan was in the void refining realm. Even the deputy sect leaders were mostly taken by direct descendants of the Wu family. Their cultivation levels were generally in the middle to late stage of divine transformation. But now that Wu Qiankuan is dead, the entire Kunlun sect cannot find a single person who has cultivated in the god transformation realm. It was the man next to him who caused all this. He played his cards unconventionally, his cultivation level advanced rapidly, and his combat power was so high that no one could ever figure out his true identity. Lan Linglong looked at Qin Bai with a complicated expression. She already understood what Qin Bai was going to do, but she still felt incredible, like in a dream. A person actually challenged a secret realm.
The key is that he did it.
Most of the disciples in the Kunlun sect had decadent expressions on their faces at this time, and a sense of sadness arose within the Kunlun sect.
Lang Yi, who was beside Lan Linglong, didn't have a decadent expression on his face. He was already thinking about where to go next home.
In his mind, even if the Kunlun sect is not disbanded after this incident, it will definitely not have its own place to stand.
It would be great if I could enter the Shuiwei secret realm.
There are so many beautiful ladies in there. In his heart, Lang Yi fantasized about the scene where he was surrounded by many beauties. But when he thought that the Shuiwei secret realm only recruited female disciples, a grown man like himself would definitely not be able to enter, and Lang Yi sighed slightly in his heart.
It seems that the only choice is to join the Fire Cloud secret realm.
I hope that after joining the Fire Cloud secret realm, I will not encounter this man again. After Lang Yi silently glanced at Qin Bai, he immediately withdrew his gaze and began to secretly glance at Lan Linglong beside him. Lan Linglong has a graceful figure and looks that can be called the beauty among beauties.
How could Lang Yi, as a normal man, miss the opportunity to feast his eyes on it, let alone be with a beautiful woman at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range? Boom! Just as he was taking a peek, a knife hit him on the back of the neck, and Lang Yi fainted instantly. Before he fainted, Lang Yi's last thought was, being knocked unconscious for the 3rd time in the Kunlun sect, is this God's will?
Lan Linglong took back the delicate hand that knocked Lang Yi unconscious, looked at Lang Yi with disgust, and spat, "Bah! You're a disciple." Qin Bai saw this scene in his mind and did not stop Lan Linglong. The reason why he didn't let Lang Yi go back was to let Lan Linglong look at him. It was purely because when Qin Bai knocked Lang Yi unconscious twice before, he judged in his heart that this person was one of those who would not give up his life for the Kunlun sect, and wanted to stay with him to see if he could get more information. Now seeing Lang Yi fainting again, Qin Bai couldn't help but complain in his heart, "I'll let you just stare and faint." Time kept passing, and soon the day passed. There was no movement in the Kunlun secret realm. Not to mention the appearance of Lianshu perfection, not even an ordinary disciple from the Kunlun secret realm came. This also heightened the sense of desolation among the Kunlun sect disciples. On this day, Qin Bai came to the Kunlun sect and announced the dissolution of the Kunlun secret realm, which really shocked other forces. Lan Wenhao looked at the news from Lan Linglong in the city, and his frowning brows relaxed slightly, and then knitted together again. In the past 2 days, he has led the Lan family to escape from the Fire Cloud secret realm. Of course, the process was not very beautiful and smooth. Hua Ganyun did not take action because he was afraid of the ancestor of the Lan family, but he ruthlessly plundered the Lan family. This is still within the acceptable range for Lan Wenhao. Compared to Hua Ganyun, if he knew the consequences of the death of Lan Yan, the ancestor of the Lan family, spending money to avoid disaster would undoubtedly be a better choice. Lan Tianhe noticed the change in Lan Wenhao's expression and asked, "Third brother, what's wrong?" Lan Wenhao handed the jade talisman in his hand to Lan Tianhe, who took it and penetrated it with his spiritual mind. After reading the news recorded in the jade talisman, Lan Tianhe said with some schadenfreude, "Qin Bai's skill is amazing. Isn't this putting Kunlun's secret realm on the fire? The entrance to the Kunlun secret realm is within the Kunlun mountains. Qin Bai is equivalent to blocking the door to the Kunlun secret realm." Lan Wenhao took Lan Tianhe's words and sighed. What's even more amazing is the Kunlun secret realm. It's been a day since someone blocked the door, but there's no response at all. Lan Tianhe looked at Lan Wenhao doubtfully and said, "Isn't it a good thing that the Kunlun secret realm didn't respond? We will disband the Kunlun sect in 3 days and see how he handles himself in the Kunlun secret realm in the future." Lan Wenhao explained patiently, "The Kunlun secret realm will not wait until 3 days for Qin Bai to disband the Kunlun sect. There must be something brewing if there is no response now." Water Moon's secret realm. Hong Wanru, the master of Shueyue's secret realm, looked at Inyue and said, "News has come from the Kunlun secret realm. I have decided to send you an elder Hongxiu to carry out this mission." Inyue looked at Hong Wanju and said, "Are you going to the Kunlun sect to encircle and suppress Qin Bai?" Hong Wanru nodded slightly when she heard Inyue's question, but Inyu shook her head and said, "I won't go." "Why is this?" "This time you and elder Hongxiu went together, you are only responsible for the perimeter containment, it is not very dangerous." Hong Wanru asked. Inyue pursed her lips and said nothing, looking at Hong Wanru firmly. Seeing Inyue's firm attitude, Hong Wanru said helplessly, "Okay, it's up to you this time." Inyue bowed, turned, and left. On the way away, Lan Wenhao's appearance appeared in her mind. Lan Wenhao had told her not to get involved in this matter under any circumstances, otherwise it would be very difficult for him. Thinking of Lan Wenhao's sometimes mean demeanor, Inyue's heart felt like a deer bumping into each other. Although she was indifferent to Lan Wenhao on the surface, her heart had already been moved by him. He seems to be having a hard time now. He led the Lan family out of the Fire Cloud secret realm and fully supported Qin Bai. I hope he can win this big bet. Inyu thought to herself. Fire Cloud secret realm. Hua Ganyun looked at the figure in front of him and said in a consultative tone, "Elder Huadao, I'll leave it to you this time." Huadao looked at Hua Ganyun and said with a nonchalant expression, "It's just Qin Bai. This time the 3 major secret realms are jointly taking action, what else can happen?" Hua Ganyun said in a somewhat complicated tone, "That's what I said, but we all know this person's information. His cultivation level is advancing very quickly. If you don't fear 10,000, just be afraid of the worst. I think you are too cautious. Can a cooked duck still fly?" Hua Dao said contemptuously. Hua Ganyun ignored Huadao's contemptuous attitude towards him and continued, Elder Huadao, let's go now. After listening to Hua Ganyun's words, Huadao didn't speak anymore, but turned and left. Hua Ganyun looked at the back of Huadao leaving, and the fists hidden in his sleeves opened and clenched, and opened again. The Fire Cloud Secret Realm also has 3 major refining realms. Now that the Lan family has withdrawn, there are only 2 remaining refining realms.
What Huayun's secret realm needs most now is unity.
If Huadao cannot bear to give in at this time, Huadao will withdraw in anger. The Hua Ganyun is really unable to sing alone, and the Huayun secret realm will soon decline. Therefore, facing Huadao's attitude, Hua Ganyun could only hold back and not let himself get angry.
Kunlun's secret realm. Taoist Kungsu, the master of the Kunlun secret realm, looked at Zhang Feng, whose spiritual consciousness was damaged, and said, I'm going to kill Qin Bai this time. You take good care of your injuries. Zhang Feng's face was slightly moved, and he replied, You must be careful, that kid has a way of attacking with spiritual thoughts, which makes people unable to guard against him. Kongsu nodded to indicate that he understood. Zhang Feng then said with anger and resentment in his tone, Then Qin Bai went too far and dared to make trouble at the door of my Kunlun secret realm. He really didn't know whether to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die. When Taoist Kungsu heard this, his face became very ugly, and he said bitterly, Humph, I have already contacted the Fire Cloud secret realm and the Shuiwei secret realm. People from these 2 secret realms will be here soon. That kid can't escape this time. He dares to kill people from my Kunlun secret realm, and he is so rampant. He must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and die. Time passes and the next day passes. There are less than 24 hours left before the 3-day deadline. In the past 2 days or so, many of the Kunlun sect's disciples have turned very pale. They don't know why no one has come to stop Qin Bai. While Qin Bai was waiting patiently, a sudden shout came. Heavenly Sword Chi. Earth Sword open, human sword falls. Kunlun secret technique 3 talents sword formation. In an instant, Qin Bai was locked in place by 3 long swords. Murderous intent came from the sword, and Qin Bai slowly opened his eyes. Killing and slaughtering. Shown. Instantly pulling out the killing blade, Qin Bai held the killing blade and slashed at the 3 swords beside him. Clang. 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 The high-speed vibrating killing blade collided fiercely with the Sankai sword formation. The Sankai sword formation was on the verge of collapse when Qin Bai slashed it with his sword. Qin Bai concentrated all his strength on the killing blade and shouted, Open it for me. Shown. The clash of swords made a harsh sound boom. After a loud noise, the Sankai sword formation was split open, and the 3 swords flew into the distance. Qin Bai looked at the person in front of him. A seasoned man was reaching out to take back the 3 talents sword formation. The other party looked at Qin Bai at the same time and said, Your cultivation is really great. I will kill you with the sword today. Qin Bai's spiritual thoughts swept over him, and there were 2 auras of perfection in refining the void beside the old Taoist, and said, Now that we are here, don't hide. A woman's chuckle came. Master Qin is indeed a heroic young man. When he saw something extraordinary today, the slave family was reluctant to take action. After the laughter, a figure of a young woman in red gauze appeared next to the old Taoist. Also appearing at the same time was a rough man with a long knife in his hand and a look of disdain on his face. The man looked at Qin Bai and said, Ha, little kid with a yellow mouth, today is the day you die. Qin Bai looked at the 3 people in front of him, and he already knew their identities. Kunlun secret realm, Fire Cloud secret realm, and even Shuiwei secret realm, which has always been neutral, have sent people over. It's really a big deal. Qin is really flattered. Lan Linglong moved very far away at the beginning of the war. At this time, she opened her small mouth and looked at the sky, saying in shock, Taoist Kungsu, the master of the Kunlun secret realm, is a legendary strong man who has already half-stepped into the fusion realm. Hong Xiu, the elder of Shuiwei's secret realm, is rumored to be on par with Hong Wanru, the master of Shuiwei's secret realm. The fire sword of the Fire Cloud secret realm, he has mastered peerless sword skills. There are rumors that another Lianshu perfection in the Shuiwei secret realm died under his sword a few years ago. Any one of these three people is a leader in the blue star cultivation world. Qinbai is in danger this time.
At that moment, Lan Linglong sent a message to Qinbai and told Qinbai the specific information about the three people.
Ha! People from the Lan family? Isn't the Lan family a force in your Fire Cloud secret realm? How come you got involved with Qinbai?
Just when Lan Linglong was transmitting the message, Hongxiu pretended to be shocked and covered her mouth and said to Huadao.
Humph! Huadao snorted coldly and ignored Hongxiu's knowing question.
Everyone knew that the Lan family had withdrawn from the Fire Cloud secret realm.
Hongxiu obviously wanted to embarrass Huadao by asking this question. Kongsu seemed not to notice the disharmony between the two, and said, "The top priority is to get rid of this kid in front of us. As for the Lan family, we will deal with it later." Qinbai held the killing blade and pointed at the three of them. "Which of you three will come to die first?" "Ha, is this kid crazy?"
Huadao said with a contemptuous smile. "Mr. Qin, the new family has never seen such a crazy person as Mr. Xiang."
"I really don't want to attack him,"
Hongxiu said with a flirtatious look at Qinbai.
Kongsu did not speak, but sent a message to Huadao and Hongxiu, two fellow Taoists. "Let's go together and fight quickly." Heavenly Sword Chi. Earth Sword Open Human Sword Falls. Kunlun Secret Technique 3 Talents Sword Formation. Kongsu once again used the 3 Talents Sword Formation to kill Qinbai.
After Kongsu finished using the 3 Talents Sword Formation, he spit out 4 flying swords from his mouth.
Kunlun Secret Technique, Immortal Killing Sword. Kunlun Secret Technique, Immortal Killing Sword. Kunlun Secret Technique, Immortal Sword. Kunlun Secret Technique, Immortal Trapping Sword. Kunlun Secret Technique Zhuxian Sword Formation.
The 4 small swords instantly became about 10 feet in size and landed in Qinbai's 4 directions, killing Qinbai.
Hongxiu chuckled and said, "Taoist Kungsu, is it necessary to come up with all your firepower?"
Having said that, Hongxiu is not waterproof at all.
Secret Technique of Water and Moon, Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Secret Technique of Water Moon Inversion. Hongxiu took out a mirror from her arms and looked at Qinbai.
Qinbai suddenly felt that the direction of the space he was in chaos.
Up turned into down, and left turned into right. Secret Technique of Fire Cloud Slash. The fire knife held the long knife in his hand and flew towards Qinbai at high speed. The long knife was burning with hot flames and slashed towards Qinbai's neck. Secret Technique of Fire Cloud 2 Blade Style. In the process of slashing at Qinbai, the fire knife took out another knife from the waist. The knife body was dark, with a faint hint of green. Huadao stared at the killing blade in Qinbai's hand, and said with a ferocious smile, "Boy, it's a pity that such a good knife follows you. Don't worry, I will definitely treat it well after you die." Qinbai looked at the green light that appeared on the second long knife when the fire knife was drawn out, and his eyes condensed, poisonous. Qinbai was in a very dangerous situation at this time, with attacks from all directions almost targeting him. The Sankai Sword Formation sealed Qinbai's upper and lower space, and the Zhuxian Sword Formation sealed Qinbai's front, back, left, and right. Hongxiu's secret technique of water and moon made Qinbai confused. Facing the front is the menacing fire knife. With the three people refining the void and consummating themselves with all their strength, they were almost certain to die. Qinbai was full of fighting spirit and shouted, "Well done!" Under the control of powerful spiritual thoughts, the impact of the red sleeve water moon secret technique is minimized. Killing and slaughtering. Qinbai gathered all his strength, and the high-speed vibrating killing blade struck hard at the fire knife in front. Shone! Shone! The fire sword's offensive immediately slowed down under Qinbai's full counterattack. Taking advantage of the gap in the fire knife attack, Qinbai shouted, "Kill, annihilate!" A full moon with a diameter of several thousand meters appeared in front of Qinbai. It shrouded the Sankai Sword Formation, the Zhuxian Sword Formation, and the Fire Sword. Tens of thousands of phantoms of killing blades condensed within the full moon, and the phantom blade points pointed in all directions, cut. As Qinbai shouted, tens of thousands of phantoms instantly slashed around. Shone! Shone! Shang!
The full moon dispersed, and Huadao held the two swords in front of him for defense. A gap appeared in the Sankai sword formation and the Juxian sword formation under Qinbai's intensive offensive. Qinbai saw the right opportunity and instantly escaped from the surroundings of the Sankai sword formation and the Juxian sword formation. Looking at the three of them, Qinbai shouted, "It's my turn now. Xiao Chang, come out to fight." As soon as Qinbai finished speaking, a loud dragon roar came out in front of Qinbai. After the roar of the dragon, a majestic blue dragon hundreds of feet long appeared in the sky. Xiao Chang said to Qinbai excitedly, "Master, are these three rotten garlics opposite me?" Qinbai nodded, pointed to the three people opposite and said to Xiao Chang, "You choose one, and I will take care of the remaining two." Xiao Chang looked down at the three people opposite him and said, "Sir, these three don't look very good. Can I choose them all?" Taoist Kungsu and the other three people watched Qinbai and Xiaoqing chatting as if no one else was around, constantly belittling themselves and others in their words, and their noses were almost crooked with anger. "Bah! Don't be so arrogant, you beast. You beat three of us one by one. Why don't you go to heaven?" Hongxiu shouted. "What kind of master is the same pet? They are just as arrogant. They will kill your master before subduing you." The fire knife said sarcastically. When Xiao Chang appeared, Kungsu Taoist's eyes were fixed on Xiao Chang as if they were shining brightly. "There is a female dragon in the Kunlun secret realm that is about to transform into a dragon. If the green dragon in front of her is captured and mated with the female dragon, the time for the mother dragon to transform into a dragon will be greatly shortened. The most important thing is that if the dragon and the dragon mate and produce offspring and sell them to other secret realms, the profits will be unimaginable." Kungsu Taoist looked at Xiao Chang and said, "Xinglong, instead of following a dying person, why not abandon the darkness and turn to the light? How about coming to my secret realm of Kunlun?" Xiao Chang ignored Taoist Kungsu and turned to Qinbai, "Master, I will choose that woman." Song Lon's battle technique swallowing the sky. Xiao Chang opened his mouth and bit into the space where Hongxiu was. After Xiaoqing bit it, Hongxiu disappeared into thin air next to Taoist Kungsu. Before Hongxiu could react to Xiaoqing's offensive, her environment changed instantly. After Hongxiu's vision became clear, she found herself in a dark and gloomy space, which felt vaguely repulsive to her. Hongxiu didn't dare to be careless. She held the mirror in her hand tightly and turned the mirror side towards herself. Secret technique of water and moon, mirror flower and water moon. Secret technique of water and moon protection. A smaller version of Hongxiu appears in the mirror in Hongxiu's hand, and Hongxiu in the mirror looks more real. Hongxiu in the outside world seems to be a stand-in, full of illusions. Just when Hongxiu breathed a sigh of relief, Xiaoqing's voice came from the dark space. Sunglong's secret technique Netherworld. In an instant, the space's rejection of Hongxiu increased by several levels, and it continued to rise. The feeling of rejection soon turned into a violent squeezing feeling that spread from all directions to the mirror in Hongxiu's hand. Crack! A crack appeared in the center of the mirror. The red embroidery from the outside world quickly disappeared in this strong squeezing feeling. Boom! As the mirror made a sound, the red embroidery in the mirror slowly walked out of the mirror. His face was very ugly, and he looked at the crack in the center of the mirror with some distress. Sunlong's secret technique, peeling off. Xiaoqing's voice came from the space again. This time, Hongxiu not only felt a squeezing sensation on her body, but also the sea of consciousness in her mind was being squeezed strongly at the same time. Soon, she discovered something that horrified her, that is, she had completely lost control of her body. My body felt numb and I couldn't even move my eyes. In addition to the thoughts that kept rising, she couldn't even control the divine thoughts in the sea of consciousness. Secret technique of Sunlong, end of life. As soon as Xiaoqing finished speaking, Hongxiu regained consciousness of her body, but she still couldn't move at all. At this time, something happened that terrified her. Her life was passing by. Every second was disappearing at an alarming speed. If this continued, she would probably die soon. But now she can't do anything but watch her lifespan disappear. This sense of fear made her, a strong person who had perfected her cultivation, completely confused. As for the outside world, Shinbai held the killing blade and slashed at the fire knife closest to him.
Killing and slaughtering.
The killing blade vibrated, times per second, and Shinbai swung it with all his strength, aiming at the fire knife's neck and slashing hard.
Secret technique of fire cloud slash. Huadao raised his right hand to block Shinbai's attack. Thump, thump, thump. Huge force came from the Huadao weapon. After blocking Shinbai's attack, Huadao took a few steps back before completely releasing the force.
Just when Shinbai and Huadao were fighting, Taoist Kunxu's offensive also arrived.
Kunlun's secret technique Big Dipper formation.
Taoist Kunxu sacrificed 7 flying swords, arranged according to the arrangement of the Big Dipper, and aimed at Shinbai with strong murderous intent to suppress him.
Secret technique of Fire Cloud 2-blade style. After Huadao stabilized his figure, he immediately attacked Shinbai.
Shinbai was now surrounded by enemies from both sides.
There was a fierce attack from the fire sword in front of him, and Taoist Kunxu's beta sword formation was like a gleam on his back behind him. "Master, be careful!"
Shao Qing shouted in the distance. Shinbai's eyes narrowed and he ignored Taoist Kunxu's beta sword formation behind him.
He grasped the killing blade and struck towards the fire knife in front of him. Killing and slaughtering.
The twin swords of the killing blade and the fire knife collided and sparks flew out. After the collision, huge force came from the killing blade and poured into Shinbai's body. Shinbai did not retreat to release his strength, but grasped the flaw that appeared at the moment of collision. Killing creatures and scattering souls. The killing blade disappeared in Shinbai's hand instantly. Appearing in Shinbai's sea of consciousness, divine thoughts in the sea of consciousness poured into the body of the killing blade crazily.
After the influx of spiritual thoughts, the blade turned golden yellow.
The golden killing blade that turned into the size of a palm appeared in front of Shinbai again and slashed towards the sea of fire knife consciousness.
Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the killing blade pierced into the sea of fire knife consciousness. The killing blade that entered the sea of fire knife consciousness struck out the first sword. Boom! The Huadao, who was attacking from the outside world, heard a loud noise in his ears, and his mind went blank for an instant. Shinbai seized the opportunity, stepped forward, grabbed the 2 swords in his hands, and grabbed them with all his strength. Huadao regained his consciousness in less than a second.
Seeing Shinbai and himself snatching weapons, Huadao shouted, "Secret technique of fire cloud slash." Just as the fire sword launched its offensive, the killing blade in the sea of consciousness struck out for the second time.
Boom!
There was another loud noise in Huadao's ears, and the attack he had just launched was interrupted instantly. Shinbai took advantage of the situation and kicked Huadao in the abdomen, and took the 2 knives from his hands. Holding the long knife without poison in his right hand, Shinbai shouted, "Killing and slaughtering." The long knife that vibrated at high speed was thrown from Shinbai's hand behind him.
Shong!
The long sword and the beta sword formation collided together, and the long sword blocked the beta sword formation for a breath. It was shattered into pieces by the powerful beta sword formation.
In battles between masters, one breath can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme determine many things.
Shinbai held the long knife that was smeared with poison by the fire knife, and aimed it at the fire knife to chop it down. Huadao regained his consciousness again and found that the weapon in his hand had been snatched away by Shinbai. Shinbai was raising the knife to slash at himself. Suddenly, without any hesitation, Shinbai bit the tip of his tongue to burn his blood and escape.
Boom!
The third attack of the killing blade in the sea of fire knife came. After a loud noise, Huadao's mind went blank again.
Killing and slaughtering.
The poisonous long knife that vibrated at high speed slashed towards Huadao's neck.
Laugh! The fire knife's head and body were separated.
When Huadao regained his consciousness again, he found that the headless body falling from the air was somewhat familiar.
"Take a closer look, it's me." Shinbai pointed at Huadao's head and shouted, "Broken."
The offensive of the killing blade in the fire knife sea of consciousness suddenly became fierce, smashing the fire knife sea of consciousness into pieces.
"Receive!" Shinbai shouted again. Whoosh!
After the killing blade shattered the fire knife consciousness sea, it quickly flew towards Shinbai. changing from the size of a palm back to normal size on the way. Shinbai held the killing blade and quickly flew towards the fire knife headlessly. After approaching Huadao's corpse, quickly take the space ring from Huadao's corpse.
The menacing beta sword formation behind them is approaching.
There was no time to see what was inside the fire knife space ring. Shinbai put the space ring and the poisonous long knife into the system mall for recycling.
Ding. Item value is being determined. Ding.
Judgment completed, total value, mall points. Shinbai quickly converted the mall points into attribute points and added them to himself.
Name, Shinbai Tianwanti Elementary. All attributes increased by 5. 0%.
Cultivation, level 334 middle stage of virtual refining, 500, divine thought, refining the void to perfection power, 334 speed, 334 stamina, 334 attack, 334 defense, 334 luck, 334. Killing blade level 334, 500, broken blade, 19, attack increase, percent attack, 334 killing sword technique level 200, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 200 Qinglong level 334, 500, after the cultivation level breaks through to the middle stage of refining the void, the intensity of spiritual thoughts also breaks through from the late stage of refining the void to the perfect stage of refining the void. Shinbai grasped the killing blade, turned around and struck hard behind him.
Killing and slaughtering.
The high-speed vibrating Sesho blade collided with the Hokuto sword formation.
Boom!
After a loud noise, Shinbai took a few steps back and frowned slightly as he looked at the beta sword formation that had not stopped advancing. The intensity of the beta sword formation clearly exceeded Shinbai's prediction. Seeing the Big Dipper sword formation approaching him again, Shinbai concentrated all his strength on the killing blade.
Kill, annihilate.
A full moon with a diameter of several kilometers appeared in the field. The phantoms of tens of thousands of killing blades condensed inside the full moon, and the phantom blade tips pointed towards the beta sword formation.
Cut.
As Shinbai shouted, tens of thousands of phantoms of killing blades were aimed at the beta sword formation and slashed down.
Shang! Shang! Shang!
The sound of intensive clashing of golden swords was heard within the full moon. The full moon dispersed, and the beta sword formation continued to attack Shinbai with unabated force. Shinbai's eyes narrowed and he looked at Taoist Kungsu, who was controlling the sword array in the distance, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. If you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who created the problem. With his figure drawing a perfect angle in the air, Shinbai raised his knife to kill Taoist Xiang Kungsu. Taoist Kungsu saw Shinbai coming towards him, and his heart trembled, and he quickly changed the method to control the beta sword formation.
Big Dipper formation G.
The speed of the beta sword formation, which was chasing after Shinbai, suddenly increased.
Whoosh!
The beta sword formation flying at an explosive speed caused waves of sound.
In the blink of an eye, he surpassed Shinbai and formed a sword wall in front of him.
Seeing that his way forward was blocked, Shinbai immediately changed his direction and continued to kill Taoist Kungsu.
Taoist Kungsu snorted coldly, the Big Dipper formation is sleepy.
The sword wall composed of the beta sword formation instantly appeared around Shinbai's body, trapping Shinbai firmly within it.
Big Dipper formation kill.
The 7 flying swords that formed the beta sword formation immediately attacked Shinbai, who was trapped in the sword formation.
Shong! Shong! Shinbai held the knife in front of him to block.
Shinbai could resist it for a short period of time, but as time went on.
Shong! Shong! Laugh! Shong! Laugh!
Shinbai's body began to show injuries, and each one was deeply visible to the bone.
Killing and slaughtering.
Shinbai wielded the killing blade with all his strength and aimed at the 7 flying swords that were constantly attacking.
Shang! Shang! Shang!
Taoist Kungsu saw Shinbai struggling to defend in the sword formation, and said sarcastically, "How dare you show off your trivial skills to embarrass yourself?" Just when Shinbai was trapped in the beta sword formation, there was a loud noise in the distance.
Boom!
Shinbai and Taoist Kungsu looked at the loud noise at the same time. Hongxiu, who had disappeared since the beginning of the war, appeared again. Taoist Kungsu was overjoyed when he saw Hongxiu returning and said quickly, "Fellow Taoist Hongxiu, come and help me."
Hongxiu turned a deaf ear to Taoist Kungsu's call and looked at Taoist Kungsu with dull eyes.
After the two looked at each other for a few seconds, Hongxiu suddenly screamed in fear and ran away into the distance without looking back. It was as if something terrible was chasing her behind her. Taoist Kungsu was very puzzled when he saw Hongxiu acting like this. But the next second, something happened that made Taoist Kungsu's hair stand on end. The fleeing Hongxiu's appearance quickly aged, and in just a few seconds, she went from a delicate-looking young woman to an old woman full of decay. After becoming an old woman, aging did not stop and continued. After a few seconds, Hongxiu's breath of life suddenly stopped, and her body fell from the sky. Xiaoqing let out a loud dragon roar at Hongxiu's body. After the dragon's roar, Hongxiu's corpse fell apart in an instant. Xiaoqing Lanlo picked up Hongxiu's corpse, took away Hongxiu's space ring, and quickly flew towards Qin Bai's direction. Taoist Kungsu couldn't help but feel a little dizzy when he saw Hongxiu, who was dead in a miserable state, and when he saw Xiaoqing was about to meet Qin Bai. It would be troublesome if the dragons were allowed to fight together. Taoist Kungsu gritted his teeth and couldn't care less, burning the essence and blood in his body. Heavenly Sword Qi. Earth Sword Open Human Sword Falls. Kunlun Secret Technique 3 Talents Sword Formation. 3 more flying swords flew out of Taoist Kungsu's mouth and headed towards Xiaoqing. This was not enough. Taoist Kungsu spit out another large mouthful of blood and shouted, "Kunlun Secret Technique, Immortal Killing Sword. Kunlun Secret Technique, Immortal Killing Sword. Kunlun Secret Technique, Immortal Sword. Kunlun Secret Technique, Immortal Trapping Sword. Kunlun Secret Technique Zhuxian Sword Formation." 4 more flying swords flew out of his mouth. The 4 flying swords occupied 4 directions and flew quickly towards Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, who was about to meet Qin Bai, was stopped by Taoist Kungsu in the middle. The Sankai Sword Formation and the Zhuxian Sword Formation blocked all directions of Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing's powerful dragon body collided with the sword formation, causing ripples in the sword formation before returning to calmness. After repeatedly hitting the sword formation with no results, Xiaoqing's voice came out from within the sword formation, "Azure Dragon War Technique Dragon Breath." Xiaoqing took a big breath, then aimed at the sword array in the next second, and sprayed out extremely hot flames from his mouth. Zzz, a sound of melting ice and snow was heard in the sword formation. After the flames dissipated, a hole was burned out of the Sankai Sword Formation and the Zhuxian Sword Formation released by Taoist Kungsu. 2 of the 7 flying swords have been completely burned. Taoist Kungsu showed distress in his eyes. Xiaoqing flew out of the sword formation and came to Qin Bai, who was trapped in the Beta Sword Formation. Azure Dragon War Technique Dragon Breath. Xiaoqing repeated his old trick, taking a big breath and shooting high-temperature flames at the Beta Sword Formation. Zzz, the sound of melting ice and snow was heard again. The flames dissipated, and one of the 7 flying swords that formed the Beta Sword Formation was burned. Qin Bai flew out along the exposed hole of the burned flying sword and came to Xiaoqing's side. Xiaoqing stretched out his dragon claw and handed him a space ring. The owner of the space ring was the dead Hongxiu. After Qin Bai took over the space ring, he immediately handed it over to the system mall for recycling. Ding! Item value is being determined. Ding! The judgment is completed, the total value is 1,000 mall points. After converting these 1,000 points into 50 attribute points, add them to yourself immediately. Name, Qin Bai Tianwangti Elementary. All attributes increased by 5.0%. Cultivation, Level 384 Middle Stage of Virtual Refining, 500, Divine Thought, Refining the Void to Perfection Power, 384 Speed, 384 Stamina, 384 Attack, 384 Defense, 384 Luck, 384. Killing Blade Level 384, 500, Broken Blade, 19, Attack Increase, Percent Attack, 384 Killing Sword Technique Level 200, Cannot Break Through Without Follow-Up, Attack, 200 Qinglong Level 384, 500, Qin Bai, whose cultivation level had improved again, looked at Xiaoqing and said through a message, "Xiaoqing, come together. With Xiao Qing's raiding formation, Qin Bai could finally use his most powerful killing sword technique with confidence. Killing creatures and scattering souls. The killing blade disappeared instantly in Qin Bai's hand and appeared in Qin Bai's sea of consciousness. The divine thoughts in the sea of consciousness crazily poured into the body of the killing blade, and the blade became completely golden. The next second, a palm-sized killing blade appeared in front of Qin Bai's eyes and slashed towards Taoist Kungsu. Whoosh! The extremely fast killing blade brought out waves of sound and arrived in front of Taoist Kungsu in the blink of an eye. Taoist Kungsu looked at the spiritual attack in front of him, turned around and ran away. At the same time, he controlled the remaining flying swords and continued to form a sword formation to attack Qin Bai. Kunlun's secret technique Big Dipper formation. Kunlun's secret technique Zhuxian sword formation. Just when Taoist Kungsu tried to interfere with Qin Bai had no choice but to withdraw the killing blade to protect himself and give up the attack on him. Xiao Qing was already prepared in the direction where Kungsu Taoist was escaping, and aimed at Kungsu Taoist's mouth to spit out high-temperature flames. Azure Dragon War Technique Dragon Breath. Taoist Kungsu had already consumed some of his energy and blood by burning it before, and now he had to dodge the spiritual attack of the killing blade behind him. At the same time, he also had to control the two sword formations to launch an offensive against Qin Bai. It could be said that he was doing three things at once. Taoist Kungsu, whose energy was fully dispersed, did not react immediately when faced with Xiao Qing's attack. By the time he reacted, he was already a step too late. In a hurry, Taoist Kungsu could only use his spiritual power to form a simple defense on his body surface. The dragon's breath was not wasted at all, it was all sprayed on Taoist Kungsu's body, making a sizzling sound of burning meat. A smell of meat comes from Taoist Kungsu. The dragon's breath dispersed, Taoist Kungsu's body was completely black, and his clothes were burned to ashes. His eyebrows and hair were all burned off, and there were extremely serious burns on his body. Taoist Kungsu endured the severe pain in his body, looked at Xiao Qing with murderous intent in his eyes, and said bitterly, "Damn beast, if I catch you, I will skin you and cramp you." Just as Taoist Kungsu was cursing angrily, the killing blade that had been following him slashed into his sea of consciousness. Seeing the killing blade entering his sea of consciousness, Taoist Kungsu secretly said in his heart, "Not good." He had just been drenched by Xiao Qing's dragon breath, and in his haste, he ignored the most dangerous offensive. The killing blade that entered Taoist Kungsu's sea of consciousness began to continuously slash at the sea of consciousness. Boom! The killing blade struck out for the first time, and a loud sound rang in Taoist Kungsu's ears. Taoist Kungsu's mind suddenly went blank. The killing blade attacked the sea of consciousness, and Taoist Kungsu, whose mind was blank, was unable to control the sword formation. Qin Bai seized the opportunity, seized control of the two flying swords, and put the flying swords into the system storage space. Taoist Kungsu came to his senses the next second and saw the flying sword being taken away by Qin Bai. He looked at Qin Bai with flawless eyes and shouted, "How dare you, thief!" Boom! The second blade of the killing blade struck out from Taoist Kungsu's sea of consciousness. Taoist Kungsu's mind went blank again. Qin Bai took this opportunity to seize control of the two flying swords again. After Kungsu Taoist regained his consciousness, he stopped talking and retracted the flying sword when he sent out his spiritual thoughts. Boom! There was another loud noise in the sea of consciousness. After the third attack of the killing blade, Taoist Kungsu's mind was blank for longer than the previous two times. This time Qin Bai took the opportunity to take away all remaining control of Feijian. After Taoist Kungsu regained his consciousness, he found that he had lost contact with all the flying swords. He glanced at Qin Bai meaningfully and turned around to run away. Boom! Holding back the offensive of the killing blade in his mind, Taoist Kungsu's blood-burning speed suddenly increased and he began to escape into the distance. Azure Dragon War Technique Dragon Breath. Xiao Qing has prepared in advance the path that Kungsu Taoist must pass. Opening the dragon's mouth, extremely hot flames fell on the fleeing Taoist Kungsu again. Taoist Kungsu could no longer control his injuries and let out a miserable cry, "What?" Taoist Kungsu's figure escaping in the air began to falter. The injuries on his body were aggravated again, coupled with the continuous attacks of the killing blade in the sea of consciousness, the damage was deepened. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, Taoist Kungsu could no longer suppress the injuries in his body. Boom! 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 When the killing blade attacked Taoist Kungsu's sea of consciousness for the 9th time, Taoist Kungsu's sea of consciousness made an overwhelmed sound. The next moment, there was a bang and it exploded in all directions. The huge pain caused by the shattering of the sea of consciousness caused Taoist Kungsu to stop and run away. The whole person was half kneeling in the air, hitting his head repeatedly with both hands. Shinbai stretched out his hand in the direction of Taoist Kungsu and shouted, "Take it!" The killing blade in Taoist Kungsu's sea of consciousness flew towards Shinbai's hand at an extremely fast speed. Shinbai held the killing blade and aimed it at Taoist Kungsu, who was half kneeling in the air. Killing and slaughtering. The killing blade vibrated tens of thousands of times per second, slashing down with unrivaled momentum. At this moment, Taoist Kungsu suddenly regained consciousness. Seeing the attacks getting closer and closer to him, Taoist Kungsu quickly ran back. After barely dodging Shinbai's blow, Taoist Kungsu broke into a cold sweat and said in a hoarse voice, "Shinbai, this time I admit defeat. From now on, the enmity between Kunlun's secret realm and you will be wiped out. It's better to dissolve enemies than to make enemies. I can give you all my property. I just ask you to let me go." Shinbai looked at Taoist Kungsu with a cold expression and said nothing. Xiao Qing sneered at the side, "You guy, first you gathered people from other secret realms to attack my master, and now you are defeated by my master, and you come to beg for mercy. You are really thick-skinned." Taoist Kungsu felt bitter in his heart when he heard Xiao Qing's ridicule. He never expected that the situation would change like this. "I thought that by asking the two people from other secret realms to perfect their practice, this matter would be a sure thing. But the fact is that Shinbai's side, one dragon and one person, killed the Huodao in the Fire Cloud secret realm and Hong Xiu in the Shuiwei secret realm. After these two people died, I was also under the siege of one man and one dragon. My body was seriously injured, and my sea of consciousness was shattered. I am afraid that I will not be able to make any progress in my cultivation for the rest of my life." Thinking of this, Taoist Kungsu said with bitterness in his tone, "Shinbai, you are now killing the people in the Shuiwei secret realm and the Fire Cloud secret realm. You are equivalent to forming an undying hatred with them. If you let me go and I mediate, the two secret realms will naturally not embarrass you again." At this time, Shinbai, who had been silent all this time, looked at Taoist Kungsu jokingly, "Do you think I would do something like letting the tiger go back to the mountains, which has endless consequences? You don't have to worry about the Shuiwei secret realm and the Fire Cloud secret realm. They will come to accompany you soon." At this point, Shinbai's eyes were full of murderous intent and said, "Now, it's time for you to die." Killing and slaughtering. Raising the killing blade in his hand, he aimed it at Taoist Kungsu and struck it down. Azure Dragon War Technique Dragon Breath. Xiao Qingko breathed out dragon breath and surrounded the direction in which Taoist Kungsu was escaping. No! Seeing this scene, Taoist Kungsu was completely despairing. Laugh! The sharp blade of the killing blade passed by, and Taoist Kungsu's head and body were separated. Shinbai grabbed Taoist Kungsu's space ring, and Xiao Qing sprayed the dragon's breath on Taoist Kungsu's body. In just a few seconds, Taoist Kungsu's body turned into ashes and floated down in the air. Shinbai put the space ring and all the flying swords in the system storage space into the mall for recycling. Ding! Item value is being determined. Ding! The judgment is completed, the total value is 2,000 mall points. This Taoist Kungsu is rich enough. Shinbai thought to himself. The mall points obtained by killing Hong Xiu and Huodao were just 20,000 and 200. Taoist Kungsu himself has 20,000 mall points, which can be converted into low-grade spiritual stones, which is, million low-grade spiritual stones. He is not rich. After Shinbai sighed, he remembered that Taoist Kungsu was the master of the Kunlun secret realm, and he was no longer so surprised when comparing his wealth. Just when Shinbai was about to exchange all 2,000 points into attribute points, he saw a newly refreshed item in the system mall. Special item, the core of the secret realm. Value, 2,000 mall points. Purchase limit time, 3 days. Introduction: Destroying the secret realm only requires simple and crude power, but controlling the secret realm is very difficult.
The core of the secret realm can help you quickly control the secret realm. Warm reminder: after the host takes control of the secret realm, the system will be upgraded, and new functions will be activated after the upgrade is completed. Shinbai looked at the core of the secret realm that suddenly appeared and was filled with doubts. After thinking for a long time, Shinbai decided to ask the system, what is the core of the secret realm used for? Host: it costs a small amount of money to answer the questions. Are you ready with a little money? The system said in a money-obsessed tone. Oh my god, dear host, I forgot you now have 2,000 points in your account. Your humble servant is more than happy to serve you. Listening to the system's poor translation, Shinbai had a dark look on his face. At this moment, Shinbai took out the system and kicked its ass hard. I won't give you money, and I won't give you my life. Please speak human words. Shinbai said very bachelorly. Hey, the host is really annoying. The system was about to continue speaking, but seeing the veins on Shinbai's forehead that kept popping, he rationally chose to shut up. Ahem, I was watching your Blue Star movie recently. The dialogue in it was so interesting that I couldn't control it for a while. After hearing the system's nonchalant explanation, Shinbai said with disgust, you disgust me so much, you know. System Kankan said, I just got it, I thought you would like it. Stop talking nonsense, no normal person would like your tone of voice. The system's tone was a little aggrieved. Then what do you want me to do? Damn it! You actually still speak in such a disgusting tone. Shinbai said angrily. I don't want to do that, but I just can't change it. Shinbai complained, only a ghost believes that you can't change. You obviously did it on purpose. People are really. Seeing that the system would not change, Shinbai decisively changed the subject and said, first tell me what the core of the secret realm does. You have to pay to answer the questions. If you don't pay, you won't answer. I'm so disgusted by what you're paying for. This time you have to answer for free. Shinbai said rudely. The system thought about it briefly and felt that the tone of his voice just now was indeed a bit disgusting, so he reluctantly said, the core of the secret realm has many benefits, the most obvious of which is that it allows you to quickly become the master of the secret realm. Furthermore, if you, the host, have 2 tasks related to the secret realm, with the help of the core of the secret realm, the difficulty of completing them will plummet. How do you say this? Shinbai asked. First, war mission, destroy the Kunlun secret realm. Literally speaking, you can't successfully complete the mission just by dismissing the people in the Kunlun secret realm. The Kunlun secret realm must be completely destroyed. The system explained patiently. Shinbai seemed to understand but not understand, and asked doubtfully, total destruction? Seeing that Shinbai still didn't understand, the system complained, what a stupid host, you said it was so clear, but you still don't understand that even if you blow up or chop the secret realm into pieces, it will be completely destroyed. Shinbai understood it completely this time and nodded to signal the system to continue. The same is true for obtaining the Panglai secret realm in the epic mission. You have to become the master of the secret realm. Conventional methods to become the lord of the secret realm generally take a long time and are slow to produce results. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to complete the task within the deadline. It is recommended that the host exchanges for the core of the secret realm. Its help to you is definitely worth the money. I'm going to watch a drama, don't disturb me if you have nothing to do. Before the system finished speaking, Shinbai had already decided to redeem the core of the secret realm. Apart from anything else, the mere statement that the system is worth the money is enough to make Shinbai rush without thinking. The last time the system said it was worth the money was when he was hatching Xiao Qing. Shinbai felt that he had been cheated. But now it seems that the system is not exaggerated in the slightest. If Xiao Qing does not help in this battle, it is really hard to say whether the outcome will be successful or not. What's more, the core of the secret realm can also reduce the difficulty of completing tasks. Without hesitation, Shinbai redeemed it decisively. Shinbai took the core of the secret realm and played with it.
The core of the secret realm is only the size of an olive core, and its entire body emits colorful light. Xiaoqing came up from the side. Long Tu looked at the core of the secret realm curiously. Xinbai saw that Xiaoqing was very curious about the core of the secret realm, so he threw the core of the secret realm to Xiaoqing and said, "Let it be played with, remember not to eat it." Xiaoqing took the core of the secret realm. The dragon body of several hundred feet was disproportionate to the core of the secret realm, which was the size of an olive pit. Xiaoqing let out a dragon roar, and the dragon's body, which was hundreds of feet long, shrank rapidly, quickly shrinking to only the size of a palm. Palm-sized Xiaoqing holds the core of the secret realm in his palms. Like a child who gets a favorite toy, Pity and followed Xinbai. From time to time, he would put the core of the secret realm on his head, or stick out his tongue and lick it, having a great time. Xinbai was flying in front while watching the huge sum of 2,000 mall points he had just received drop to zero in the blink of an eye, feeling a little painful in his heart. At the same time, he was thinking about his next plan.
Shueiyue Secret Realm, Fire Cloud Secret Realm, you are very good. Xinbai's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent.
Xinbai was not going to let go of the Water Moon Secret Realm and the Fire Cloud Secret Realm. There was no enmity between them, but they sent people to surround and kill Xinbai. The deadly feud has been completely forged. Xinbai plans to clean up the Kunlun Secret Realm first, and then go to the Fire Cloud Secret Realm and Shueiyue Secret Realm to settle accounts. Flying back to the sky above the Kunlun sect, Xinbai looked down and his voice spread throughout the Kunlun sect. From this moment on, the Kunlun sect is disbanded. Everyone has to leave within a quarter of an hour. Those who don't want to leave can stay and be buried with the Kunlun sect. When the disciples of the Kunlun sect heard Xinbai's words, they fled as if they were facing a general amnesty. In this short period of time, the emotions of Kunlun sect disciples were like riding a roller coaster, with ups and downs. From the beginning, after Xinbai announced the dissolution of the Kunlun sect, no one came to take care of them within 2 days.
2 days later, they saw Ancestor Kungsu appear with reinforcements.
At that moment, the disciples of the Kunlun sect were like blind people walking in the dark night who suddenly saw the light. Many disciples even looked at the battle in the sky with tears in their eyes and shouted, "Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the fight." But the scenes that followed completely shattered their hopes bit by bit. At the beginning of the battle, a true dragon hundreds of feet tall appeared in the sky. Disciples with low cultivation levels were even frightened by the might of the dragon and wet their pants.
Soon after, the 2 reinforcements brought by the ancestor were killed one after another.
Just now, they actually saw the Kungsu patriarch enshrined in the Kunlun sect being beheaded by the opponent.
Many disciples wiped their eyes and murmured in disbelief, "How is it possible? How could the ancestor die? I must be dreaming, I must be. Wake up from this nightmare quickly. The ancestor is invincible, how could he be killed?"
There were also some disciples who were loyal to the Kunlun sect who were unwilling to leave. They looked angrily at Xinbai in the sky, but were immediately knocked unconscious by others and carried away forcefully. When the aftermath of the battle between Xinbai and Patriarch Kungsu came, many disciples had already suffered internal injuries, and the cultivation levels of the two sides were as different as the world. Faced with Xinbai, who was as powerful as a murderous god, the disciples of the Kunlun sect were unwilling to stay and die. "I don't want these idiots who were loyal to Kunlun sect to anger Xinbai and cause death for everyone." Xinbai silently looked at the disciples of the Kunlun sect below who were scattering like birds and beasts. In less than a quarter of an hour, there was no one left in the entire Kunlun sect residence that had been bustling in the past.
Xinbai raised his killing blade and slashed down at the Kunlun sect station below. Kill, annihilate.
A full moon with a diameter of several thousand meters appeared, and within the full moon were condensed the shadows of tens of thousands of killing blades.
Behead! Xinbai shouted. Tens of thousands of phantoms of killing blades were aimed at the Kunlun sect building below. Boom! 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 The full moon dispersed, and the entire Kunlun sect residence became a ruin. Xiaoqing held the core of the secret realm with both claws and watched Xinbai's sword swing with interest, saying in an excited tone, "Master is so awesome, I want to play too. Azure Dragon War Technique Dragon Breath."
Xiaoqing breathed dragon breath at the ruins of the Kunlun sect below. After Xiaoqing finished breathing out the dragon's breath, the entire Kunlun sect ruins turned into scorched earth. Lan Linglong flew to Qin Bai's side and looked at the masterpiece of one person and one dragon below, speechless for a long time. Lan Linglong came here alone, and Lang Yi was let go by her when Qin Bai opened her mouth.
Qin Bai looked at Lan Linglong's complicated expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Lan Linglong shook her head to indicate that she was fine. There were too many things that shocked her in the past 2 days. There were so many that she was a little numb. There were 3 big mountains among the Blue Star practitioners in her heart. They were just living in front of her, collapsing one after another. The man who caused all this was playing with his real dragon pet. It was as if killing 3 strong men who had perfected the void refining was just a trivial thing. Lan Linglong turned her head and looked at Xiaoqing, who looked harmless and was playing with the core of the secret realm, and felt even more speechless. Who would have thought that this palm-sized green dragon would be as terrifying as a prehistoric beast when it shows off its power? He even killed Hongxiu in Shuiwei's secret realm, who looked old before his death. Lan Linglong was still frightened when she thought about it now, and couldn't help but secretly thought, this guy is as scary as his master. If the play between Qin Bai and Xiaoqing was recorded, no one would believe that this person and the dragon could be so dangerous. Qin Bai hugged Xiaoqing, put his hands on Xiaoqing's back, and said to Lan Linglong while stroking the dragon, "Let's go to the next stop." "Where to go?" Lan Linglong asked after coming back to her senses. Qin Bai looked at Kunlun Mountain with murderous intent in his eyes. Kunlun secret realm. The fact that he was besieged this time was absolutely inseparable from Zhang Feng and the Kunlun secret realm. Especially the detailed information about yourself. Only Zhang Feng, who had fought with him and escaped, knew it. Now the master of Kunlun secret realm, Taoist Kongsu, is dead, and Wu Qiankuan was killed by him long ago. There is only one Zhang Feng left in the Kunlun secret realm, whose consciousness is injured. It can be said that the defense is at its weakest. Qin Bai decided to go to the Kunlun secret realm immediately, kill Zhang Feng, and by the way complete the war mission of destroying the Kunlun secret realm. After redeeming the core of the secret realm, Qin Bai was also looking forward to what the real role of the core of the secret realm of these 2,000 mole points would be. The most important thing is that the reward for completing the war mission includes the first volume of the 8-9 mysterious skills. This made Qin Bai feel impatient to complete the task quickly and get the first volume of the 8-9 mysterious techniques. During these few battles, Qin Bai deeply realized the shortcomings of his fighting methods and urgently needed to increase the diversity of battles. After listening to Qin Bai's words, Lan Linglong looked at Qin Bai's many bone-deep injuries and said with a slightly concerned expression, "You are so seriously injured, do you still want to continue fighting?" "Nothing." Qin Bai waved his hand. Lan Linglong took out the bandage from the space ring, then took out the elixir, ground it with spiritual power, and applied it to the gauze. "Don't move, let me help you bandage it briefly." Seeing Lan Linglong walking towards him with a gauze stained with elixir, Qin Bai did not back away. Lan Linglong's appearance is outstanding, and she is a beauty among beauties. As a normal man, Qin Bai would naturally not refuse the kindness of a beautiful woman. Lan Linglong's somewhat cold fingers traced Qin Bai's body, and quickly and skillfully bandaged all the wounds on Qin Bai's body. After bandaging, Lan Linglong's face turned slightly red and she said, "I always bandage this way when I'm injured." "How do you feel?" Qin Bai nodded and praised, "Okay, very good." Hearing Qin Bai's praise, Lan Linglong felt as happy as eating honey. Qin Bai hugged Xiaoqing and said calmly, "Don't just stand there stupidly. Let's go to the next stop." Just when Qin Bai was heading to the entrance to the Kunlun secret realm, the news that he had killed the 3 great void refiners was spread like a tornado. City, Lan family. Lan Wenhao and Lan Tianhe looked at the information coming in and saw each other's shock in their eyes. After a long time, the two burst into deafening laughter, which spread far away. The rest of the Lan family were very confused when they saw the laughter coming from Lan Wenhao's room. They had just moved out of the Fire Cloud secret realm. Shouldn't it be a sad time now? Why was Lan Wenhao, who was in charge of the Lan family, suddenly so happy? Lan Tianhe looked at Lan Wenhao and said, "Third brother, we made the right bet."
Lan Wenhao said with a smile on his face, "Seventh brother, after this time, my Lan family will rise."
Lan Tianhe looked at Lan Wenhao and joked, "Third brother, when do you plan to hold the family head ceremony?"
Since the death of Lan Yan, the ancestor of the Lan family, Lan Wenhao has been in charge of the Lan family. Although everyone in the Lan family did not call Lan Wenhao the head of the family on the surface, they all knew it in their hearts. Now that Lan Tianhe mentioned it again, Lan Wenhao deliberately said with a straight face, "Don't tease me, I don't want to be the head of the family, it's too tiring." Lan Tianhe chuckled and said, "Third brother, if you don't want to be the head of this family, I'm afraid no one in the Lan family can be the head.
Who else can convince everyone except you?"
When Lan Wenhao saw Lan Tianhe's silly smile, he no longer kept a straight face. The two brothers looked at each other and laughed.
Fire Cloud's secret realm. Hua Ganyun looked at the information on the table and frowned. There is only one word in his heart right now: sorrow. There was no way not to worry. 3 Lianshu perfections surrounded and suppressed Qin Bai alone, but now the whole army was wiped out. I didn't expect that even the old ghost Kongsu was dead. What can I do? Hua Ganyun walked around the room, constantly thinking of countermeasures.
He didn't believe that if he sent people to encircle and suppress Qin Bai would let him go easily. In the past, Hua Ganyun would not have been so worried. He had offended many people over the years, and no one had the strength to retaliate against him.
But it's different now.
The other party is a ruthless person who killed 3 people who have perfected the void refining. He even killed the old ghost Kongsu who had half of his foot in the fusion realm. The strength of the old ghost Kongsu was even slightly stronger than that of Hua Ganyun. Even if he asked himself if he was surrounded by the same lineup, he would definitely not be able to escape the outcome of a narrow escape, let alone a counterattack. Just when Hua Ganyun was worried, there were people in Shueiyue's secret realm who were also worried like him.
Hong Wanru, the master of Shueiyue's secret realm, shed 2 lines of tears from her eyes after hearing the report from her subordinates.
"Sister Hongxiu, it was me who harmed you. If I hadn't been greedy, you wouldn't have died." After wiping away her tears, Hong Wanru began to think about the possible revenge she might receive next. Shueiyue's secret realm has been at the bottom of the 3 major secret realms in recent years. Now that one of the only 2 remaining Lianshu perfection masters has died, Hong Wanru feels increasingly sad. But when I thought about the situation in the other 2 secret realms being similar to my own, my heart seemed to feel more balanced. The Kunlun secret realm was originally the strongest among the 3 secret realms, but now that 2 people are dead and 1 is injured, it is not as good as the Shueiyue secret realm.
Huayun's secret realm is the second one in the millennium.
Recently, the Lan family separated from Huayun's secret realm, and Hua Dao died in battle again. Only the old guy Hua Ganyun was left alone in the Huayun secret realm. Although Hong Wanru's heart is more balanced, her sadness has not diminished, but has increased. If the enemy is Hua Ganyun or Zhang Feng who was injured in the Kunlun secret realm, it will be easy to say. If you can't defeat him, at least you can save your life, but the enemy is now killing 3 Qin Bai who have perfected the void refining. When Hong Wanru thought about the scene when Qin Bai came to her door, she felt totally unsure.
It's all my fault. Why don't you just stay at home?
You have to look for trouble.
Now you're in big trouble.
Suddenly, Hong Wanru thought of someone, her eyes lit up and she quickly said, "Go and find Inu quickly." Just when Hong Wanru was patiently waiting for the arrival of Silver Moon, the Shueiyue's secret realm disciple who went to call Inu came back, took out a letter and said, "I didn't find Lady Inu.
I found this letter in her room." Hong Wanru took the letter and opened it. After reading the letter, Hong Wanru completely collapsed in her chair. His eyes were dull and he murmured, "How could this happen?" The general meaning of the letter left by Inu is, Hong Wanru will solve the problems she caused by herself, she will not care about it, and the letter mentioned that she has officially withdrawn from Shueiyue's secret realm. The signing time was exactly when Inu rejected Hong Wanru's proposal to encircle and suppress Qin Bai. Inu, who returned to her residence, left this letter and left Shueiyu's secret realm. City Blue family.
When Lan Wenhao and Lan Tianhe were thinking about the future of the Lan family, the junior of the Lan family stood outside the door and said, "Third uncle, someone is looking for you outside."
Lan Wenhao was a little confused and asked, "Who is looking for me?"
The junior of the Lan family answered honestly, "It's a woman, I don't know who she is."
Woman?
Lan Wenhao walked out of the room in confusion and headed to the Lan family's reception hall. After arriving at the reception hall, Lan Wenhao was stunned when he saw Inu with a cold face. Seeing Lan Wenhao's stunned look, Inu couldn't help but feel angry in her heart, and said coldly, "Lan Wenhao, are you not welcoming me?"
No, how could it be? How could you suddenly come to my place when you are free? Lan Wenhao approached me and said as if he was licking a dog.
Inu sighed, but before she could speak, Lan Wenhao looked frightened and said, "What's wrong with you?"
Don't scare me. I've never seen you behave like this in so long.
Laughing angrily at Lan Wenhao's exaggerated look, Inu said, "Fuck you, I have already withdrawn from the Shueihua secret realm, and I don't have a place to stay. After much deliberation, I have no choice but to come here, and I won't give it to you."
Cause trouble. After a pause, Inu added, "If it causes you any trouble, then I'll leave."
Listening to Inu's understatement, Lan Wenhao, no matter how stupid he was, understood what Inu meant. His licking dog nature was triggered again and he said quickly, no trouble, why bother?
It's not too late for me to be happy. You can stay here as long as you like."
At this point, Lan Wenhao's voice gradually lowered, and finally said as small as a gnat, "If you can, I want you to stay here all your life, and this is your home." As a cultivator in the void refining realm, Inua's voice, as small as a gnat, was no different from speaking in her ear. For a moment, Lan Wenhao and Inua looked at each other and saw their own figures in each other's eyes. Inside the Kunlun Mountains, Shinbai looked at the cave ahead, drew out his killing blade, and slashed with all his strength.
Shong!
The killing blade seemed to hit an iron stone, making a sound of gold and iron clashing. The place where the killing blade struck caused ripples. After the ripples, a stone gate appeared in front of Shinbai.
Killing and slaughtering. The high-speed vibrating killing blade slashed at the stone door with all its strength, boom!
Stone chips scattered in all directions, and after one blow, a very deep knife mark was left on the stone door.
Kill, annihilate.
The full moon appeared, covering the entire stone gate. The phantoms of tens of thousands of killing blades condensed in the full moon, and the next moment they attacked the stone gate.
Shang! 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 The dense jingling sound of gold and iron echoed on the stone door.
The full moon dispersed, and the entire stone door seemed to have been plowed, with deep and shallow knife marks densely covering the stone door. In Kunlun's secret realm, Zhang Feng had just finished reading the information in front of him when he heard disciples from the secret realm hurried over to report.
"Elder, there are people outside attacking the entrance to the secret realm. It won't be long before the entrance to the secret realm is breached. Please go and have a look."
When Zhang Feng heard his disciples' report, he felt like he had been hit hard by someone, and he stood stunned on the spot. After a long time, his eyes revealed unstoppable fear, and he said in a trembling voice, "Damn it!
Why did it come so fast? What can I do?"
The information placed on the table clearly stated, the master of Kunlun secret realm, Kongsi Taoist, has died, the Fire Cloud secret realm, Huadao has died, and the Shueihua secret realm, Hongxiu has died. At this moment, Zhang Feng was completely scared. Thinking that the other party had come to the door, Zhang Feng wanted to slap him in the mouth. If he hadn't been filled with resentment after escaping back to the Kunlun secret realm, he would have spread all the information about Qinbai with added embarrassment.
Taoist Kungsu will not join forces with the other two secret realms to encircle and suppress it. Things are getting worse now.
The encirclement and suppression failed, and they were counterattacked.
No one survived. If he was caught by Qinbai, the consequences would definitely not be good.
At this moment, the disciple from the secret realm came over to report again with a hurried expression.
"Elder, the entrance to the secret realm has been breached, what should we do now?" Zhang Feng really wanted to say, what to do. I also want to know what to do.
But Zhang Feng still needs to maintain his image in front of the disciples in the secret realm.
Yun Danfeng said lightly, "You retreat first, I will deal with this thief."
The stone gate in front of Qinbai finally fell into pieces under his unremitting attack. After the stone gate was shattered, a passage composed of clouds and mist appeared. Through the clouds and mist, Qinbai could see various scenes in the secret territory of Kunlun. Flying cranes, various rare and exotic plants.
Stepping into the cloud and mist passage, a brief sense of teleportation came.
The next moment, Qinbai appeared in the secret territory of Kunlun. The Kunlun secret realm is about the same size as a blue star city with a population of about 100 million.
Qinbai said in confusion, the aura here is much richer than that of Blue Star.
Lan Linglong passed through the cloud passage and explained beside Qinbai, the reason why the three secret realms are called holy places for cultivation is inseparable from this rich spiritual energy. Blue Star's spiritual energy is exhausted, and its spiritual energy is very, very weak. The quality of spiritual energy in the secret realm is hundreds of times that of Blue Star, and it can even reach thousands of times in the center of the secret realm. Qinbai's doubts were solved, and his powerful spiritual thoughts swept through the Kunlun secret realm, and at the same time, all the aura from his body was released. The disciples in the Kunlun secret realm all cast hostile looks at Qinbai, the uninvited guest, and whispered among themselves.
Who is this person? I really don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme or die when I come to the Kunlun secret realm.
Humph, just watch, and when the elder takes action, he will die without a burial place.
The woman next to him is so beautiful. After the elder kills this ignorant thing, I don't know who will take advantage of her. If I can get such a beautiful woman, even if I die now, my life will not be in vain.
As Qinbai's momentum was released, the hostile eyes of these disciples instantly turned into fear, and they did not dare to talk nonsense anymore.
Qinbai said to Lan Linglong, guard this exit and don't let anyone out.
Xiao Qing put down his hand, took the core of the secret realm from Xiao Qinglong's claw, and told Xiao Qing, you are here to assist her. If you find any trespassers, kill them. After Qinbai finished speaking, he flew towards the center of the secret realm. Just when Qinbai was getting closer and closer to the center of the secret realm, a loud shout came, who dares to break into my Kunlun secret realm without permission?
Qinbai's mental glance revealed that the opponent's cultivation was in the middle stage of void refining.
A man wearing golden armor appeared on Qinbai's path, holding a flying sword and attacking Qinbai.
Kunlun's secret technique, immortal killing sword.
The blade of the flying sword quickly faded, so faint that it was invisible to the naked eye, as if it were transparent and invisible. When the man in golden armor took action, the disciples in the secret realm below swept away the fear suppressed by Qinbai's momentum and shouted towards the sky, Senior Brother Kunyu, kill him.
Senior Brother Kunyu is the strongest person of our younger generation. There will definitely be no problem if he takes action. Senior Brother Kunyu, come on.
Kunyu listened to the voices of the disciples below and showed an expression of enjoyment.
He liked the feeling of being praised.
I didn't expect that I would encounter such a publicity thing just after I came out of seclusion. If I behave well this time, many junior sisters will take the initiative to climb into my bed.
Just when Koinyu was thinking about it, Qinbai took action. Killing life and death realm. The killing blade was useless. Qinbai pointed his index finger at Koinyu. A dark beam of light as thick as a finger condensed at the fingertips. The dark beam of light flew towards Koinyu at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh!
Before Kunyu could react, the dark beam of light had already arrived in front of him. Laugh! The dark beam of light passed through Kunyu's forehead. Kunyu's eyes lost the breath of life, and a blood hole as thick as a finger appeared on his forehead.
Qinbai took away Kunyu's space ring and let Kunyu's body fall in the air. Boom!
Kunyu's body hit the ground, and the ground was filled with dust. The disciples of the Kunlun secret realm watched with their own eyes as Koinyu was instantly killed by Qinbai as soon as he came face to face with him. The fear reappeared in my heart, and it was more severe than last time. How is it possible that Senior Brother Kunyu could die?
I don't believe it, it must be fake. Just being killed like this, am I dreaming?
Ignoring the Kunlun secret realm disciples below, Qinbai continued to fly towards the center of the secret realm. Soon, Qinbai saw Zhang Feng pretending to be calm in the center of the secret realm. Zhang Feng saw Qinbai take the initiative and said, I am willing to give you everything in the Kunlun secret realm, I just ask you to let me go.
Do you think you are worthy of negotiating terms with me now? Qinbai asked.
Zhang Feng couldn't hide his trembling voice and said, What do you want to do?
Xin Bai said with murderous intent, if you die, the Kunlun secret realm will be destroyed.
Hearing this, Zhang Feng could no longer hide the fear in his heart. He knelt down in front of Xin Bai and begged, please spare my life, please. Under the threat of death, the more advanced one is, the more afraid of death he becomes.
Xin Bai looked at Zhang Feng jokingly and said, I promised Koan Su that I would send you all down to accompany him. You can't let me be a person who breaks my word. At this point, Xin Bai's tone turned cold. In order to prevent me from becoming a person who breaks my word, I'd better ask you to die. Killing and slaughtering. Holding the high-speed vibrating killing blade, Xin Bai stepped towards Zhang Feng.
When Zhang Feng saw this scene, he was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. The injury in consciousness has not healed yet, and his combat power is now at a loss. But even if he was at his peak, he would never dare to fight Xin Bai again. Kneeling on the ground, Zhang Feng burst into tears and said, Master Qin, Lord Qin, please let me phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme.
I am willing to be your dog. Laugh.
The killing blade passed across Zhang Feng's neck. Looking at Zhang Feng's separated body, Xin Bai whispered, I don't need a dog that will bite its owner at any time.
Just go down below and keep Kungsu company.
After taking away Zhang Feng's space ring, Xin Bai took out the core of the secret realm and placed it in the center of the Kunlun secret realm. Without Xin Bai's urging, the core of the secret realm left Xin Bai's hand and floated in the air. The core body was shining with colorful light, and the Kunlun secret realm was shaken. The vibration frequency is getting stronger and stronger, and at the same time, all the spiritual energy in the Kunlun secret realm is rushing towards the core of the secret realm. The disciples in the Kunlun secret realm who didn't know the truth saw that the spiritual energy was getting thinner and thinner, and strong vibrations were constantly coming from the secret realm, and their hearts were filled with despair.
The secret realm won't collapse.
Don't collapse, everyone will die if the secret realm collapses.
I know, it must have been the person just now. He wanted us to be buried with him. This madman, how could our Kunlun secret realm provoke such a madman?
Even Lan Linglong, who was guarding the entrance to the Kunlun secret realm, looked in the direction of Qin Bai with some confusion, not knowing what Qin Bai was doing. Xiao Qing was yawning out of boredom while flying back and forth in the sky leisurely.
Half an hour later, the vibration in the Kunlun secret realm finally disappeared. Also disappearing is the spiritual energy in the Kunlun secret realm.
Now there is no trace of spiritual energy in the Kunlun secret realm. Qin Bai looked at the core of the secret realm where the light shrank in front of him, and waited patiently.
1 day passed, 2 days passed. Half a month has passed.
There was finally movement in the core of the secret realm, and the core body once again bloomed with brilliant colorful light. Extraordinarily rich spiritual energy spreads out from the core body and disperses into the Kunlun secret realm. The spiritual energy that disappeared in the Kunlun secret realm for half a month reappeared, and many disciples felt like crying with joy. For practitioners, living in a space without spiritual energy is as uncomfortable as a fish out of water. Of course, this is for ordinary practitioners, and whether Qin Bai has spiritual energy or not has little impact. Qin Bai's cultivation was already in the middle stage of void refining, but there was still no trace of spiritual energy in his body. The core of the secret realm releases aura that lasts for 2 days. After the core of the secret realm stopped releasing spiritual energy, Qin Bai felt a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme connection between himself and the Kunlun secret realm. It seemed as if he could change the environment of Kunlun secret realm with just one thought. Qin Bai followed this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme connection and thought in his heart, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme is coming. The next second, a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme blew in the Kunlun secret realm.
It's raining. Crack. Suddenly there was lightning and thunder in the entire secret realm, and light raindrops fell from the sky. Fire. The call is coming.
Just when Qin Bai was enjoying himself on the spot, a system prompt came.
Ding. War mission, destroy the Kunlun secret realm within 1 year, completed. Ding. Mission rewards have been distributed. Ding. The system is being upgraded. About 10 seconds passed. Ding!
The system upgrade is completed and the new function Xiaoqian World is being activated.
Ding!
Xiaoqian World has been activated, and the original pet space has been merged into Xiaoqian World.
Ding!
Kunlun Secret Realm has been merged into Xiaoqian World.
Ding!
The 89 mysterious skills have been shared with the host. A series of system prompts came continuously. Qinbai stopped playing and patiently watched the introduction of the new feature Xiaoqian World. After Qinbai phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme the prompts from Xiaoqian World, his eyes shone with brilliance.
This function is simply incredible. One of the heaven-defying functions of small thousand worlds is that it can absorb secret realms in various planets and worlds without limit. This point of unlimitedness is worth pondering. If Qinbai is strong enough, he can continue to practice.
One day, all the heavens and worlds will be completely absorbed into the small thousand world. By then Qinbai will be the veritable lord of all heavens and realms. In addition to this heaven-defying effect, Xiaoqian World has many other uses. For example, if Qinbai fights in Xiaoqian World, he will receive an increase in combat power from Xiaoqian World. The stronger the little thousand world is, the more obvious this increase will be. The Xiaoqian World will gradually become richer as Qinbai absorbs more secret realms, planets, and worlds. At that time, it will evolve into a real world, and the power of rules will be derived, and life will reproduce and survive in the small world. At that time, various races and forces will be crisscrossed, and Qinbai, as the master of Xiaoqian World, will become the supreme master. It is even possible that one day in the future, after all the worlds in the heavens and the world are merged together, they will return to the ancient wilderness, and Qinbai will be the master of this new wilderness. When Qinbai thought of this possibility, he felt not only excited but also a little shuddered. If the outside world knew that Qinbai had such a heaven-defying ability, I am afraid that in the next second, the great powers from all over the world would come in person, capture Qinbai, and then cut into pieces for study.
Only I know about this matter. Once word spreads, the consequences will be disastrous.
Qinbai suppressed his excitement, opened the personal information panel, and added the 50 attributes of the mission reward to himself.
Name, Qinbai Tianwanti Elementary. All attributes increased by 5.0%.
Cultivation level, 5th level late stage of virtual refining, 434 500, divine thought, early stage of integration power, 434 speed, 434 stamina, 434 attack, 434 defense, 434 luck, 434. Killing blade level 434, 500, broken blade, 19, attack increase, percent attack, 434 killing sword technique level 200, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 200 Qinglong level 434, 500, after adding attributes, Qinbai's cultivation level broke through to the late stage of void refining. What Qinbai didn't expect was that his divine mind would actually break through to the early stage of integration. After the breakthrough of spiritual thoughts, it means that Qinbai's combat power will once again soar to a higher level. Coupled with the soul-spreading sword technique, Qinbai can now almost compete with the early stage of the fusion. There are 2 rewards for war missions, 50 attribute points and a roll of 8 or 9 mysterious skills. Having achieved a breakthrough in cultivation, Qinbai opened the skill panel and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read /phoneme the introduction to the 8-9 mysterious techniques. 89 mysterious skills volume 434 level 500, body strength increase, times.
Introduction, the maximum yin number is 8, and the maximum yang number is 9.
The multiplication of 8 and 9 is the maximum number in heaven and earth. Therefore, there are 9 palaces and 8 trigrams in heaven and earth, with 72 periods. It contains all kinds of magical powers and spells, and can achieve 72 transformations. All birds and animals in the world, mountains, rocks, grass and trees, yin and yang and the 5 elements, all things are changing. The wonderful use of them lies in one mind. Have cultivated 8 or 9 profound mysteries, and you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme freely in the world Zhenring Yuding. After Qinbai finished reading the introduction to the 8-9 mysterious gong, a smile appeared on his lips. What you can currently intuitively feel from the 8-9 mysterious technique is the increase in physical strength. With Qinbai's current cultivation level, this unreasonable increase in strength is enough to bring Qinbai's physical body to a terrifying strength. It is no exaggeration to say that Qinbai is standing still and being attacked by the early stage of Lianshu cultivation. Attacking in the early stage of Lianshu until his spiritual power is exhausted may not be able to break Qinbai's defense. This is not the most powerful part of the 8-9 mysterious technique. The real power of the 8-9 mysterious techniques is that it includes the following truly great magical powers: golden light of the earth, law of heaven and earth, 72 transformations, Vajra indestructible body, 3 heads and 6 arms, Samadhi true fire, etc. But in the skill panel, all the great magical powers recorded in the 89 mysterious skills are gray, without exception. This means that Qinbai needs to continuously collect these great magical powers before he can truly use them. Before collecting them, I could only watch the introduction of these great magical powers like now.
Ding! The Shaoqian World mission is triggered. Absorb 2 secret realms within 3 days, and there will be no penalty for failure. Task reward: one of the 89 mysterious powers, heaven, elephant and earth. Qinbai couldn't help but feel happy when he saw the newly refreshed mission. It's so hard to sleep on the pillow. Just now he was thinking about how to obtain the magical powers in the 8-9 mysterious techniques, but he didn't expect that the mission would be released the next second. As for the 2 secret realms in the mission, it goes without saying that they must be the Fire Cloud secret realm and the Water Moon secret realm. Qinbai is in a very good mood now. The war mission is completed and the strength is greatly improved. After the system was upgraded, the heaven-defying function of Shaoqian World was enabled, and the 8-9 mysterious technique was obtained, which was so powerful that it was unreasonable. The only fly in the ointment is that Qinbai only got the first volume of the 89 mysterious skills. Qinbai's mind scanned the Kunlun secret realm, or the small thousand worlds. As the master of Shaoqian World, Qinbai's spiritual thoughts can cover any corner of Shaoqian World. Is there no more void refining realm? Among the disciples who belong to the Kunlun secret realm and the small thousand worlds of divine sense, the one with the highest cultivation level is in the divine transformation realm, and there is not a single one left who can cultivate the void. Come to think of it, the void refining realm is not a big deal, let alone in an environment like Blue Star where spiritual energy is exhausted. There were a total of 6 void refining realms in the Kunlun secret realm, and they all died in Qinbai's hands. Withdrawing his spiritual thoughts, Qinbai's voice sounded throughout the entire world. Everyone disappeared into the secret realm within a quarter of an hour. Many disciples in Kunlun's secret realm were a little angry when they heard this. But thinking of Qinbai's tyrannical cultivation, all these resentments were suppressed in his heart. As long as they are not fools, discerning people have already seen the clues by now. The old disciples who were cultivating gods in the Kunlun secret realm all looked at each other and sighed. Let's go, there will be no more Kunlun secret realm from now on. Alas, it seems that Ancestor and the others have encountered something unexpected. Let's go, let's go. There's nothing worth remembering here. In the past, resources were allocated to the Zhang family, the Wu family, and the Ancestors. We ordinary disciples couldn't even drink soup. With my level of cultivation, if I can get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme and rain outside, why should I stay here? Among the disciples of the Kunlun secret realm, there are some who are reluctant to give up, and there are also those who turn around and pack their things without any nostalgia. Qinbai's thoughts moved, and a huge portal appeared above the disciples of Kunlun's secret realm. After becoming the master of Shaoqian World, Qinbai can change the portals in and out of Shaoqian World at will. Unlike Ancestor Kungsu and others, they can only fix the entrance and exit portal in one position. All the disciples of Kunlun's secret realm left along the portal. After a while, the entire small world was completely empty. Lan Linglong and Xiaoqing came to Qinbai after everyone left. Lan Linglong looked at Qinbai with her beautiful eyes. In her eyes, Qinbai was different now than before. His cultivation level seems to have improved a lot. Not only that, Qinbai is in perfect harmony with the entire secret realm in Kunlun. Lan Linglong's beautiful eyes revealed incredulity. As the strongest member of the younger generation of the Lan family, she knew some secrets.
She knew some secrets such as becoming the master of the secret realm. In her memory, even the fastest way, it would take several years to become the master of the secret realm. But Qinbai seemed to have become the master of the secret realm within a cup of tea. This cannot allow Lan Linglong not to be surprised. In just a few days, Qinbai has changed Lan Linglong's perception every moment. Now, even if Qinbai breaks through to the fusion realm next second, she will feel normal. Xiao Chang flew onto Qinbai's shoulder. Qinbai grabbed Xiao Chang and put it in front of his eyes, and asked happily, "This will be our new home from now on. Do you like this new home?" Xiao Chang turned her head and looked around, then flew into the sky in a decent manner, flying around the entire secret realm, and said with satisfaction, "I like this new home." Qinbai couldn't help laughing when he saw Xiao Qing's naive appearance. He had asked Xiao Qing before what the pet space was like, and Xiao Chang replied that it was pitch black and full of dead silence. This is also the reason why Xiao Qing is unwilling to go to the pet space. We now have small thousand worlds, although we won't be able to match them with planets like Blue Star in a short period of time. But compared to the pet space, it is countless times stronger. Xiao Qing flew around the world, constantly observing its new home. Ever since it broke out of its shell, it has been following Qinbai to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a life of its own. The place where it usually stays the longest is on Qinbai's body, turning into a tattoo and sleeping on Qinbai's body. Except for Qinbai waking it up, most of the time it was because it was too boring to be awake with Qinbai and fell asleep to kill time. Now that it has a new home, it can finally get rid of the boring days and play in its new home, which makes Xiao Qing very happy. When it comes to home, Qinbai inevitably feels a little sentimental. After his parents were captured and bloodied by the Kunlun secret realm, Qinbai was left without a family. From the time he dropped out of college to become a killer, until now, the concept of family has become very unfamiliar to Qinbai. After owning Shaoqian World, Qinbai finally had a place to stay. Qinbai flew up to catch up with the little green dragon in the sky and laughed loudly. For a time, the entire Shaoqian World was filled with Qinbai's laughter. Lan Linglong looked at the man and the dragon chasing each other in the sky, with envy in his eyes. Lan Linglong has always been alone since she was a child. With her outstanding talent, she has long been far behind her peers. The elders were extremely concerned about her, and her peers did not dare to approach her, and she did not even have a friend to talk to. Seeing the relationship between Qinbai and Xiao Chang, she felt only envy in her heart. Qinbai and Xiao Qing stopped after chasing for a while. He said to Xiao Chang and Lan Linglong, "Let's go to the next stop, the Firecloud secret realm." Qinbai's spiritual thoughts enveloped Xiao Chang and Lan Linglong, and the next moment they and a dragon appeared in Kunlun Mountain. Lan Linglong looked concerned and said to Qinbai, "Why don't you take a rest?" Qinbai shook his head and said, "It's not too late to rest after you're done." It's not that Qinbai doesn't want to rest, but the task time limit is only 3 days. If you don't hurry up and complete the task will fail after 3 days. Qinbai really had no place to cry. Just when Qinbai and others were heading to the Firecloud secret realm, someone had already arrived at the Firecloud secret realm first. The person who came was none other than Lang Yi, who successfully entered the Firecloud secret realm after repeated interrogations by the disciples of the Firecloud secret realm. Entering the secret territory of Huoyun, Lang Yi let out a long sigh of relief. I hope God doesn't let me meet that devilish man again." Following the disciples of the Huoyun secret realm, Lang Yi saw the elder in charge of the disciples' entry into the Huoyun secret realm. When the elder saw Lang Yi, he didn't even raise his eyelids and said, "Where are you from?" Lang Yi walked forward with a flattering smile on his face and took out a letter from his arms. There was also a space ring underneath the letter. "Elder, please take a look," Lang Yi said respectfully. The elder took Lang Yi's letter, and when he touched the space ring, he opened the letter calmly. In fact, his spiritual thoughts penetrated into the space ring and saw the neatly arranged spiritual stones in the space ring. The elder raised his head and smiled gently at Lang Yi. "There is no problem with your identity. From now on, you will be my disciple of the Firecloud secret realm." After speaking, the elder gave Lang Yi an identity tag representing a disciple of the Firecloud secret realm. Then he handed Lang Yi the clothes of the Huoyun secret realm disciple, and his eyes indicated that Lang Yi could leave. Lang Yi took the things and said with a smile, "Thank you, elder.
Disciple will leave now."
After Lang Yi left, the elder didn't even glance at the letter Lang Yi handed over. He threw the letter aside casually.
The letter was completely blank, not even a word.
After Lang Yi left, he walked in the secret realm of Huayan and hummed a little tune. If you have money, you can make people go around.
If you have money, you can do everything in the world.
Hee, I will be a member of the Huayan secret realm from now on. What Lang Yi didn't know was that Hua Ganyun, the master of the Huayan secret realm, was so worried that his hair was turning white.
Just now, Hua Ganyun got the latest information.
The intelligence stated that Qin Bai had obtained the Kunlun secret realm, dispersed many disciples of the Kunlun secret realm, and were flying towards him. Hua Ganyun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, pacing back and forth.
If I hadn't been greedy and listened to the old ghost Kungsu's bewitchment, I definitely wouldn't have provoked such a powerful enemy.
Hua Ganyun was filled with regret, but he ignored one thing. That is, even if Kuan Su didn't come to bewitch him, he had no intention of letting Qin Bai go.
Hong Wanru was equally uneasy as Hua Ganyun.
Hong Wanru was still holding a trace of luck in her heart, that is, Qin Bai would not come to settle the accounts after Chiu. However, Qin Bai used actions to really break her luck. She also received a piece of information about Qin Bai's access to the Kunlun secret realm and his trip to the Fire Cloud secret realm. At this moment, it was placed on the table in front of her.
Hong Wanru racked her brains and couldn't think of any good way to turn hostility into friendship with Qin Bai.
Just when Hong Wanru and Hua Qianyun were in distress, the Lan family was happy. Lan Wenhai, the fourth son of the Lan family, said to Lan Wenhao sincerely, "Third brother, I am completely convinced by you. Your decision is correct." Lan Tianhe stood aside with a smile on his face and said, "When the third brother made the decision, I didn't know who had the strongest opposition." After Lan Tianhe finished speaking, he still pretended to sigh, "Hey, what's wrong with this person now? He will change if he wants to." Lan Wenhai scratched his head and said with a blushing face, "Seventh brother, please stop making fun of me. I apologize to third brother.
I apologize."
As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Wenhai bowed deeply to Lan Wenhao. "Third brother, I have offended you a lot before, please don't blame me." Lan Wenhao quickly helped Lan Wenhai up and said, "We are all brothers. Besides, you are also doing the best for the Lan family.
How can the third brother blame you?"
The three brothers looked at each other and laughed.
After laughing loudly, Lan Tianhe said to Lan Wenhao, "Qin Bai went to trouble Hua Ganyun. It's really relieved to think about it." Lan Wenhao was also very happy.
When the Lan family left the Huayan secret realm, they were really made things difficult by Hua Ganyun. Hua Ganyun was unlucky at this time, and Lan Wenhao couldn't wait to watch it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme. At this moment, Lan Tianhe continued, "Third brother, our Lan family has done such a big favor for Qin Bai, and we are the only ones who support him. For this reason, the Lan family has left the Fire Cloud secret realm. Now that he has obtained the Kunlun secret realm, do you think we can discuss it with him?" Lan Wenhao thought for a long time and said slowly, "Let me think about this carefully.
Third brother, I don't want his Kunlun secret realm.
Our Lan family doesn't have that big appetite or greed.
I was just thinking about asking him to carve out a place for us in the Kunlun secret realm for us young people of the Lan family to practice.
After all, the external spiritual energy is too thin. And the secret realm needs to be taken care of by someone, otherwise the spiritual grasses and spiritual beasts will die soon if they are not taken care of.
Qin Bai definitely doesn't have time to do these trivial things.
He provides us young people of the Lan family with a place to practice, and our Lan family helps him take care of the spiritual grass and spiritual beasts." After listening to Lan Tianhe's words, Lan Wenhao nodded and said, "I will tell him about this matter. If he disagrees, our Lan family must not have any conflict with him because of this matter.
As long as he maintains goodwill signals with our Lan family, even if there is no secret realm, we can still rise quickly in Blue Star.
Remember, don't ask Qin Bai for help in the future unless the Lan family's life is at stake. This favor will become more valuable as his cultivation level increases. He must not waste it on trivial matters." Lan Tianhe wanted to say something else, but when he thought of Qin Bai's terrifying fighting power, his status had long been different. It can be said that Qin Bai's current attitude directly determines whether the Lan family can rise in the future. Qin Bai and others galloped all the way, and 2 hours later, they arrived at the entrance of the Fire Cloud Secret Realm. At the entrance to the Fire Cloud Secret Realm, there were 4 disciples guarding the entrance. Seeing Qin Bai and others, the 4 disciples stepped forward and shouted, "Stop whoever comes!"
Bang! 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 Bang!
Qin Bai's spiritual thoughts swept over him, and the 4 disciples fell down. After passing the 4 people on the ground, Qin Bai looked at the entrance door of the Fire Cloud Secret Realm in front of him. The entrance portal to the Fire Cloud Secret Realm is similar to the Kunlun Secret Realm, both formed by a stone gate.
Shong!
Qin Bai drew out his killing blade and was about to open the entrance to the secret realm when a voice came from the distance. "Little friend Qin, don't rush to take action." Qin Bai turned around and saw Qi Yun, whom he had met once before, approaching quickly from a distance. Qi Yun came to Qin Bai in a few breaths and said straight to the point, "Little friend Qin, you have already obtained the Kunlun Secret Realm, why do you want to attack the Fire Cloud Secret Realm?" Qin Bai's spiritual consciousness broke through to the early stage of the fusion realm, and then looked at Qi Yun with his probing eyes. The cultivation level that Qi Yun had been unable to see through before was finally revealed to Qin Bai's eyes. Early stage of integration? Qin Bai thought to himself. After learning about Qi Yun's cultivation, Qin Bai replied, "The Fire Cloud Secret Realm has a grudge against me, and I am here to take revenge."
Qi Yun stared at Qin Bai and asked, "Aren't you here to get the secret realm of Huayan?"
Qin Bai also looked at Qi Yun and admitted openly, "Revenge is one reason, and obtaining the Fire Cloud Secret Realm is another."
"Young friend Qin is too greedy. Do you know that if you get this Fire Cloud Secret Realm again, how many people from Blue Star will have their cultivation journey ended?" Qi Yun said seriously. "Mr. Qi seems to be a little too lenient." Qin Bai said calmly, "Alas, Blue Star has been depleted of spiritual energy. The reason why it can still maintain its cultivation inheritance today is largely due to the 3 major secret realms. The spiritual energy in the secret realm is far richer than that in the outside world, so I hope that Xiaoyu Qin will stop here." Qi Yun looked at Qin Bai seriously and said. Qin Bai couldn't hear the emotion and replied, "What if I say no?" When Qi Yun heard what Qin Bai said, there was no hint of displeasure on his face. He smiled brightly at Qin Bai and said, "If little friend Qin says no, I won't stop little friend Qin. As long as I promise to pass on the cultivation system after I obtain the secret realm. Whether I am cultivating my own force in the secret realm or letting other forces join in, as long as I can maintain the inheritance of the cultivation system, I will retire." Qin Bai didn't expect Qi Yun to say that, so Qi Yun nodded and said, "I will." It's a word. After Qi Yun finished speaking, he turned around and left, disappearing into the horizon in a few breaths. Qin Bai didn't expect Qi Yun to leave so easily. I originally thought that Qi Yun was Huaganyun's help, and there would be a battle between the 2 sides. It now appears that this is not the case. It was just Qi Yun's confusing behavior that made Qin Bai very confused. Putting aside the doubts in his heart, Qin Bai raised his killing blade and aimed it at the stone gate at the entrance to the Fire Cloud Secret Realm. Killing and slaughtering. The high-speed vibrating killing blade struck down at the stone door with all its strength. Boom! With one blow, cracks appeared in the stone door. Qin Bai took advantage of the situation and slashed out the second sword. Boom! Boom! Under 2 swords, the stone door shattered. Compared with when he cut through the entrance to the Kunlun Secret Realm, after Qin Bai's cultivation improved, he only used 2 swords to smash through the entrance to the Huayun Secret Realm. The 2 of them stepped into the secret realm of Fire Cloud. At this time, Huaganyun was pacing back and forth in the room, waiting anxiously. Just now, he sent a message to Qi Yun using the sound transmission Jade Talisman. In the message, he described himself as very miserable. He added more fuel and jealousy to complain about Qin Bai's various crimes. With one purpose, he wanted to get Qi Yun's help. In Huaganyun's view, Qin Bai would definitely not be able to make any trouble as long as he had the help of Qi Yun in the fusion realm. At that time, if I admit my mistake to Qin Bai in a sincere manner and compensate him with some spiritual stones, the matter will be over. After the message was sent,
Shi Yun quickly replied to him. The reply message was very short, just 2 words, take a look. These 2 words are the most deceptive in the world. Hua Ganyun really wanted to ask the other party, do you agree to help me or not? If you agree to help me, I won't have to wait so anxiously. If you don't agree, just don't give me hope. I'll just sit in the fire cloud secret realm and wait for death. While Hua Ganyun was waiting anxiously, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Report. Ancestor, someone outside broke the entrance to the secret realm and broke in. When Hua Ganyun heard this, his feet suddenly softened, and he forced himself to calm down and said, okay, I understand. Ancestor, shall we launch an attack next? The disciple outside asked. Hua Ganyun wanted to say something at this time. It's useless to attack. If you don't attack, you will be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to death. If you start attacking, you will die properly. Pass it on, don't act rashly. Hua Ganyun ordered. Yes. After the disciples outside the door left, Hua Ganyun sat on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. At this moment, his sound transmission jade talisman rang, and Hua Ganyun seemed to be grabbing a life-saving straw. He grabbed the sound transmission jade talisman and penetrated it with his spiritual sense. It was the message from Chi Yun. The message told the story in a few simple sentences. To sum up Chi Yun's meaning, I went to persuade him, but he didn't listen, so I left. At this time, Hua Ganyun finally understood the true meaning of let's see in Chi Yun's mouth. Co-writing is just a formality. If Qinbai listens to the advice, the favor will be his. If he doesn't, it doesn't matter. Hua Ganyun now wanted to curse. The curse words accumulated for many years surged in his chest and he suppressed them hard. Chi Yun was much scarier than Qinbai in his heart. If he really scolded Chi Yun, the consequences would be worse than death. Qinbai entered the Fire Cloud secret realm after a short teleportation. As soon as they entered the Fire Cloud secret realm, they heard a lot of discussion below. What? Our ancestor told us not to act rashly. People have already hit home, why not let them fight back? Idiot, you are right to listen to your ancestors. I don't want to. When have I ever been so frustrated in the Fire Cloud secret realm? A ray of silver light shot toward Qinbai, and Qinbai stretched out 2 fingers to pinch the silver light. The silver light dissipated, and an arrow emitting cold light was held in Qinbai's hand. Looking at the source of the arrow, the owner of the arrow was a young man whose cultivation was in the early stages of refining the void. The young man was looking at Qinbai angrily and cursed, "Damn you bitch, who gave you the courage to break into my Fire Cloud secret realm?" The companion next to the young man was constantly pulling him and whispered, "Huolai, please stop saying a few words, you are in big trouble this time." Huolai looked unconcerned and said, it's not a big deal. The ancestor can at best punish me to face the wall and think about my fault afterwards. At the same time, he thought proudly in his heart, a bunch of cowards. Our ancestors' cultivation is unparalleled in the world. How can this man in front of us be the enemy of our ancestors? If I do this, my ancestor will not punish me, but will reward me. If Hua Ganyun knew what he was thinking in his heart, he would definitely be so angry that he would scold his mother. The disciples in the Fire Cloud secret realm all raised their heads and looked at Qinbai in the sky. Lang Ye's expression in the crowd suddenly looked like he had seen a ghost. His companions beside him asked with concern, "Lang Yi, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Lang Yi showed a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "It's okay, I'm happy." Oh. The companion looked at Lang Yi with a strange expression. This was the first time that the companion showed such a scary expression when he saw someone happy. Lang Yi now wanted to bang his head against the wall to wake up from this nightmare. Why did this man follow me wherever I went, and I was knocked unconscious 3 times in the Kunlun secret realm? Kunlun sect would undergo major changes every time it woke up, and the 3rd time it was directly disbanded. Now he has escaped to the secret realm of Hoyan, thinking that he would never see this man again in this life. But God played a big joke on him again. It happened that Qinbai also saw Lang Yi at this time. "Hey! So you are here too." Qinbai's spiritual thoughts turned into a hammer and knocked Lang Yi unconscious in an instant. Lang Yi felt a familiar force on the back of his neck, glanced at it, and fainted. Before he fainted, the last thought in his mind was, I spent a lot of spiritual stones to enter the Fire Cloud secret realm, and this time I'm going to have to beat the odds. When I wake up, I must hide in the deep mountains and forests. I don't want to see this man again in my life. After knocking Lang Yi unconscious, Shinbai concentrated a small amount of energy on the arrow between his two fingers and aimed it at Huolai. Whoosh! The arrows were extremely fast, heading towards Huolai. Before Huolai could react, the burst of arrows had already arrived in front of Huolai. Laugh! The arrow hit Huolai. After stabbing Huolai, his speed did not decrease at all and landed on the ground behind Huolai. Boom! A loud noise resounded throughout the Fire Cloud secret realm. Where the arrow fell, a large crater with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared. It was like being bombarded with artillery shells. As for Huolia's corpse, it had already been shattered into powder by this powerful destructive force. The Huayun disciples who survived around the pit looked at Qinbai in horror. Under Qinbai's blow just now, Huolian and all the disciples around him died. Many Huayun disciples whispered, the person next to senior brother Huolai is very unlucky, because he did not listen to advice and allowed so many people to be buried with him. Who is this person in the sky? He is so ruthless. Why hasn't the ancestor come out yet? What's going on? Qinbai looked at the blow he had caused without any surprise. At the same time as his cultivation improves, the attributes of his whole body also increase together. Theoretically, a few attributes are enough to produce a qualitative change. What's more, after improving more than a few attributes, and obtaining the 8 or 9 mysterious skills, the physical strength has been greatly enhanced. Coupled with the increase in Tianhuan body, even a small amount of strength can cause enough destructive power to kill the early stage of refining the void. Why would Shiyu be affected after killing Huolai? Qinbai had 2 purposes for doing this. The first is to establish authority. He is not killing innocent people indiscriminately, nor is he a soft-hearted person. He let the Kunlun secret realm disciples leave before because he did not want to kill innocent people indiscriminately. But once he is attacked, Qinbai will not care whether he will kill innocent people indiscriminately, his life will be threatened, and he deserves to be killed for thinking about those benevolent things of women. The second is to show Waganyun his attitude and force him to come out. Qinbai said to the crowd of Huayun disciples below, have you seen enough of the show? Come out when you have seen enough, otherwise not only these people will die next time. Waganyun appeared in the crowd, looking in the direction where Huolai died with a very ugly expression. Waganyun cursed secretly in his heart, idiot. When Huayun's disciples saw Waganyun, they all said, it's the ancestor. See old ancestor. Ancestor, the other party killed senior brother Huolai, you must avenge senior brother Huolai. Waganyun was already there when Huolai opened his mouth, but Qinbai took action too quickly. He could only watch Huolai die without having time to save him. To take a step back, even if he had time to save Huolai, he would not dare to save him. Waganyun can be said to be a mud Buddha crossing the river now. He can't protect himself, so how can he touch Qinbai's bad luck again for Huolai? While he was angry and stupid in his heart, he had to apologize with a smile on his face, Master Qin, please forgive me for my poor hospitality in Huayun's secret realm. This was the first time for many of Huayun's disciples to see the usually aloof Waganyun lower his attitude so low. There was a look of disbelief on their faces. Qinbai said in a neither salty nor cool tone, Waganyun, you should know the purpose of my visit this time. Seeing Qinbai asking this, Waganyun dared to say that he knew. If you say you know this, your head will probably move. Waganyun pretended to be confused and said, Master Qin, I really don't know. Please tell me. Seeing that Waganyun was asking questions knowingly, Qinbai didn't bother to cover up anymore and went straight to the point, kill you. When Waganyun heard these 2 words, he smiled bitterly and said, why do you want to kill me, master? You really don't know? Qinbai asked. Waganyun looked at Qinbai sincerely and said, I really don't know.
At this moment, a disciple ran up from behind Hua Guanyun, handed a letter to Hua Guanyun and said, "Ancestor, I just learned that Master Hua Dao actually carried you behind your back and launched an attack on Mr. Qin together with the Kunlun secret realm." Hua Guanyun looked surprised. He snatched the letter from his disciple and hurriedly opened it to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme. After a long time, 2 lines of tears flowed from his eyes, and he said with emotion, "It's so sad that Hua Dao was bewitched by the Kunlun secret realm, and actually besieged Mr. Qin, and was driven out of the Fire Cloud secret realm." After saying that, he said to Qin Bai with an apologetic look on his face, "Master Qin, I would also like to thank you for eliminating harm from my Fire Cloud secret realm." Hua Guanyun took out a space ring, used his spiritual power to send it to Qin Bai and said, "This is a small gift. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your righteousness." Qin Bai took the space ring and looked into it with his spiritual thoughts. There were neatly placed boxes of low-grade spiritual stones, as many as 1,000 million. Looking at Hua Guanyun's operation of losing his car to protect his commander, if Qin Bai hadn't been determined, someone else would have believed Hua Guanyun's lies. Below, Hua Guanyun was performing hard, and Qin Bai had to praise him in his heart. What a rare talent. His acting skills are much better than those of those movie kings. Hua Guanyun devoted himself to the performance, and Qin Bai was determined to cooperate with him. He said with a look of trust on his face, "Hua Guanyun, is this small gift a bit too heavy?" "It's not heavy, it's not thick, as long as Mr. Qin likes it." When Hua Guanyun said this, his heart was bleeding. He had spent a lot of money to avoid the disaster of death. Seeing Qin Bai's gradually believing expression, Hua Guanyun felt that it was worth it at this moment, and at the same time, he secretly admired himself in his heart. "Fortunately, I was so anxious that I came up with such a script, otherwise I would have been miserable today." Hua Guanyun thought to himself. "Oh, I'll accept it then," Qin Bai said hesitantly. Hua Guanyun spoke slightly faster, "Young Master Qin, you're welcome. What he is thinking about right now is to send Qin Bai, the god of death, away as soon as possible. It is best not to see him again in this life." Qin Bai sighed sadly after holding the space ring in his hand. Hua Guanyun took advantage of the opportunity and asked, "Master Qin, why are you sighing? Are you worried about something?" Qin Bai said sadly, "Alas, brother Hua doesn't know something. I consumed too much when I killed your Huayun secret realm fire sword. Now that I have gained strength, my whole body feels weak and I am unable to move." Hua Guanyun's heart skipped a beat when he heard what Qin Bai said. Look at Qin Bai's face rosy, his breath stable, and he doesn't look weak at all. Knowing that Qin Bai was telling lies with his eyes open, Hua Guanyun had to agree, "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Qin." Qin Bai had already scolded Qin Bai in his heart, but on the surface he had to pretend to be concerned. He gritted his teeth and took out a space ring and said, "Master Qin, I have a panacea here, which should be able to replenish your consumption. I will dedicate this to you." Hua Guanyun vividly demonstrates what makes people have to bow their heads under the eaves, but only in their own homes. Hua Guanyun is the only one. The spiritual energy came to Qin Bai holding the space ring. After Qin Bai took it, his spiritual mind penetrated and found 500 million low-grade spiritual stones neatly placed inside. Qin Bai showed a smile on his face and said, "Thanks to Brother Hua for the elixir, I feel much better." Seeing the bright smile on Qin Bai's face, Hua Guanyun sent all his greetings to Qin Bai's ancestors in his heart. "When I think about not giving money, I call myself Hua Guanyun." After giving 1,000 million low-grade spiritual stones, he called him Brother Hua. Now that he is given another 500 million to call himself Brother Hua, Hua Guanyun finally knows what it means to be a mother if you have breasts. At this time, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Then I won't keep you, Brother Qin can do what he wants." Qin Bai stayed where he was and showed no intention of leaving. He continued, "Brother, not only am I losing my strength, but my pet is also losing his strength." After saying that, Qin Bai gave Xiaoqing a look, and Xiaoqing, who was on Qin Bai's shoulder, received the signal. The dragon's body was stretched straight and fell straight into Qin Bai's hands. There was no breath on his body, as if he was dead. Qin Bai looked at Xiaoqing's exaggerated performance with a dark look on his face, and quickly sent a message to Xiaoqing, "I want you to lose your strength in the performance." You have already performed this, so you can't just die in the performance. Xiao Cheng continued to pretend to be dead and said, Master, this costs a lot of money, let him add more money. After listening to this, Qin Bai suddenly felt that Xiao Qing's words made sense. He said to Hua Ganyun with a sad look on his face, my pet actually left me. It's so sad. I'm here to save it myself. Hua Ganyun's eyelids twitched as he saw that Qin Bai and the dragon were obviously here to blackmail him. He is still here to save himself. He is a hammer. He really wants Qin Bai to stay here. It is estimated that the one who was saved was definitely not the dragon, but himself. The most uncomfortable thing is knowing that the other party is blackmailing you, but you still have to endure it. But being blackmailed like this, Hua Ganyun was very reluctant and said, your pet was still alive and kicking just now, how could it die in the blink of an eye? Qin Bai said seriously, maybe it's too strong. Do you have any objections? Listening to Qin Bai's obviously threatening tone in the second half, Hua Ganyun once again took out a space ring, brought it to Qin Bai, and said feebly, Brother Qin, don't be too sad. This is my little wish. Qin Bai took the ring and looked into it with his spiritual thoughts, but there were only 200 million low-grade spiritual stones inside. Judging from Hua Ganyun's appearance, he was probably out of luck, so Qin Bai patted Xiao Qing on the back. Xiao Cheng instantly returned to his lively state, flying around Qin Bai. Seeing this scene, Hua Ganyun felt sorry for his spirit stone, and asked with a bad mouth, Brother Qin, how do you explain this? Qin Bai casually found an excuse and said, oh, isn't it time to get over it? There's nothing to make a fuss about. Qin Bai had had enough fun and looked at Hua Ganyun jokingly, Hua Ganyun, your acting skills are so good. I really should give you a golden man. It would be a pity if you don't act. What do you mean? Hua Ganyun said in shock. Don't worry, I have no other intention. I just want to send you to accompany Kungsu. Qin Bai said. Only then did Hua Ganyun realize that Qin Bai had been teasing him from the beginning to the end, and said angrily, you. A dragon roar came out, and a green dragon hundreds of meters tall appeared in the sky. The majestic dragon head pointed at Hua Ganyun and said, Song Long's battle technique swallowing the sky. Xiao Qinglong bit his tongue, and Hua Ganyun's figure disappeared instantly. The next moment Hua Ganyun appeared in an extremely dark space. Song Long's secret technique Netherworld. The endless squeezing feeling spread to Hua Ganyun from all directions. Hua Ganyun took out a small bell and poured his spiritual power into it. The small bell began to grow larger, and Hua Ganyun was trapped under the bell. The squeezing feeling did not disappear just because Hua Ganyun was in the bell, but instead continued to intensify. Hua Ganyun said in panic, what the hell is this? Even the Huayun bell can't resist it at all. Sunlong's secret technique, peeling off. Xiao Qing's voice came from the dark space. As the feeling of backlog became stronger and stronger, Hua Ganyun suddenly found that he had lost control of his whole body and could not even blink his eyes. Secret technique of Sunlong, end of life. Just when Hua Ganyun tried his best to regain control of his body, something happened that made him extremely frightened. The vitality in his body was rapidly draining. Every second takes away a lot of longevity. Hua Ganyun could only watch his body sink into aging, but he was unable to do anything. In just a few dozen seconds, Hua Ganyun felt as long as thousands of years. Originally Hua Ganyun could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme for thousands of years, but now he only has a few days left. Hua Ganyun is now like an old man with a candle in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. With little life left in him, auras of death appeared around his body. At this moment, Hua Ganyun's body control returned. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the dark space in front of him suddenly lit up. Azure Dragon War Technique Dragon Breath. Xiao Qing opened the dragon's mouth and pointed it at Hua Ganyun, who had just been released. The hot dragon's breath was sprayed on Hua Ganyun without any waste. When Hua Ganyun saw the dragon's breath, he did not dodge or avoid it. In despair, he mobilized his spiritual power to prepare to expose himself. Violent spiritual power penetrated Hua Ganyun's body. Master, he wants to expose himself. Xiao Cheng said in shock. Shown.
Qin Bai, who had been prepared at the side, instantly drew out the killing blade.
Killing and slaughtering. The high-speed vibrating killing blade stabbed Hua Guanyun's dantian. Laugh.
The sharp tip of the killing blade pierced Hua Guanyun's dantian.
Hua Guanyun's self-exposure trend came to an abrupt end.
Pulling out the killing blade from Hua Guanyun's dantian, Qin Bai held the killing blade and slashed towards Hua Guanyun's neck.
Laugh.
The blade passed across Hua Guanyun's neck, and Hua Guanyun's eyes quickly lost color. Before he died, he stared at Qin Bai and said with all his last strength, "I won't give in." Qin Bai withdrew the killing blade and looked at the dead Hua Guanyun. "The same tricks are useless to me." After Hua Guanyun died, the disciples in the Huayun secret realm below seemed like a frying pan.
Ancestor, Ju, is actually dead. The ancestor is invincible. How is it possible? I must be dazzled. Yes, I must be dazzled.
After taking away Hua Guanyun's little bell, under the scan of his spiritual mind, Hua Guanyun no longer had anything of value on him.
Xiao Cheng flew to Qin Bai's side. "Master, do people in the void refining realm like to expose themselves so much?" Qin Bai shook his head and said he didn't know. Lan Linglong came to Qin Bai's side and continued Xiao Qing's words, "Revealing yourself as a cultivator who can use the most powerful attack at the last moment. The purpose is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme to kill the opponent together." Xiao Qing nodded as if he understood something, stood on Qin Bai's shoulder, and said, "Master, what should I do with these people below?"
Qin Bai sent a message to Xiao Qing, "Watch them first, and then wait until I take control of this secret realm." After saying that, Qin Bai flew towards the center of Huayun's secret realm. Arriving at the center of the secret realm, Qin Bai took out the core of the secret realm. The core of the secret realm is suspended in mid-air, and the spiritual energy of the entire Fire Cloud secret realm is continuously flowing towards the core of the secret realm. The spiritual energy in the secret territory of Huayun is constantly decreasing. An hour later, the spiritual energy in the secret territory of Huayun completely disappeared. At the same time as the spiritual energy disappeared, there was a slight vibration in the Fire Cloud secret realm. The vibrations are getting stronger and faster, and the frequency is getting faster and faster. There were many disciples with low cultivation levels who lost their footing due to such strong vibrations and fell to the ground. The disciples of the Fire Cloud secret realm spent the day in fear of the unknown. One day later, the shaking in the Fire Cloud secret realm finally stopped. The core of the secret realm, which had previously absorbed all the aura of the Fire Cloud secret realm, began to spit out a steady stream of colorful aura. At the same time, Qin Bai completely controlled the Fire Cloud secret realm, and the entire secret realm was shrouded in divine thoughts. Divine thoughts swept through the disciples of Huayun. Among the disciples of Huayun, those with the highest cultivation level were in the realm of transformation into gods, and none of them were in the realm of refining the void. With a thought, Qin Bai teleported all his disciples out. It is worth mentioning that Qin Bai did not deduct any of the property from these disciples. They also need to continue practicing when they go out. Qin Bai doesn't want to push these disciples with average cultivation to a dead end. There were only 3 people and 1 dragon left in the entire secret realm. The third person is lying on the ground. It is Long Yi. Qin Bai left Lang Yi behind for no other reason than because he felt that he and Lang Yi were quite destined and could see him everywhere. Lang Yi, who was in a coma, suddenly shuddered. Ding! Whether to merge the 2 secret realms in Shaoqian world. A panel appeared in front of Qin Bai, with the Kunlun secret realm on the left and the Fire Cloud secret realm on the right. If they don't merge, Qin Bai can enter the 2 secret realms at any time through Shaoqian world. But after all, it is not convenient to manage separately, Qin Bai thought briefly. Fusion. Ding! The secret realm is merging. The area of the Fire Cloud secret realm continues to decrease from the edge, as if it is being transported out of thin air by an invisible hand. Qin Bai released his spiritual thoughts to cover Xiao Chang, Lan Linglong, and Long Yi on the ground. The next moment, the 3 of them and 1 dragon left the Fire Cloud secret realm and came to the outside world. Let's go to Shu Weiyue's secret realm. Qin Bai said. Master, I will take you there.
With a diligent look on her face, Xiaoqing swam the hundreds of feet-long dragon body and flew to Qinbai's feet and said. Qinbai stepped on the little green dragon's head and looked at the unconscious Lang Yi and Lan Linglong standing quietly in the air with some embarrassment. The dragon clan is proud, not to mention the Qinglong clan. Except for Qinbai, who can step on Xiaoqing's dragon head. Even if anyone else has this idea, they will probably be torn apart by Xiaoqing in the next second. Xiaoqing saw Qinbai's confusion and said, Master, this is easy to handle. He stretched out 2 huge dragon claws, one on each claw, holding Lang Yi on the left and Lan Linglong on the right. Lan Linglong and Xiaoqing were far different in cultivation, and they were caught in Xiaoqing's claws before they could resist. In little green claws, Lan Linglong felt a little aggrieved and a little strange. This is the first time in her life that she has been so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close slash phoneme to a real dragon. In this complicated state of mind, Lan Linglong did not protest, but looked at the scales on Xiaoqing's body curiously. Let's go. Qinbai patted Xiaoqing's horn and said. Master, stand firm and let's go, Xiaoqing said happily. Xiaoqing was like a rocket, flying towards the Shuiwei secret realm at extremely high speed. The dragon body of hundreds of feet flew at full speed, causing strong winds. The sonic boom brought by the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme sounded like thunder around the dragon's body. Qinbai's cultivation level is tyrannical, and his physical body has increased by 89 profound arts. He doesn't feel anything when standing on the dragon's head. And the 2 people being carried by the dragon claws below were in dire straits. Lan Linglong's little face was hurt by the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme. As a last resort, her spiritual power condensed on her body's surface to protect her whole body, which made her feel better. The strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme hit Lan Linglong's body with spiritual power, making a ding 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 sound. The spiritual energy in Lan Linglong's body was continuously consumed during the attack by Gangfoam. The consumption speed is no less than a battle with a strong person of the same level. Lang Yi, who was in a coma, was knocked awake by the violent phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme. When he woke up, Lang Yi thought he was on land and was about to stretch his legs and stand up. But the ground beneath my feet was empty. Lang Yi, who didn't believe in evil, kicked his legs twice more. Hey! Why is it still empty? Just when Lang Yi opened his mouth to speak, the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme poured into Lang Yi's mouth. Cough cough. Lang Yi almost choked to death due to the gang risk. After a cough, he woke up instantly. Watching himself being lifted up in midair by a huge dragon claw and moving forward at high speed. The icy cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme slapped his face randomly, making Lang Yi's head dizzy. Originally, Lang Yi's cultivation level was low, and even Lan Linglong had to use spiritual energy to protect her body. How could he bear it easily? The strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme hit Lang Yi, causing his body to fall apart. Concentrate all the spiritual power in your body at your throat to ensure that you can speak in the fierce phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme. Lang Yi shouted at the top of his voice at an altitude of meters, help! Someone is going to die. Let me down. I want to go home, I want to find my mother. Help help! Lan Linglong looked at Lang Yi shouting at the top of his lungs at an altitude of meters, and turned his head speechlessly. Now she just wants to say that she doesn't know Lang Yi. Then I thought about it, Lang Yi's cultivation was very dangerous in such strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme. Lan Linglong divided half of her spiritual power and sent it to Lang Yi, protecting Lang Yi within it. But in this way, the spiritual power consumption in her body will be even greater. Qinbai heard Lang Yi's cry for help, and his spiritual thoughts swept over him. He originally wanted to ask Xiaoqing to protect Lang Yi, but when Lan Linglong took action, Qinbai remained silent. Just like that, Ilong and 3 people flew towards the Shuiwei secret realm at lightning speed. In the secret realm of Shuiwei, Hong Wanru looked at Qi Yun in front of her and said, Qinbai has just obtained the Fire Cloud secret realm and is now heading here. You must help me.
Shi Yun looked at Hong Wanru with a complex expression and uttered two words, "Let's see." Hearing what Shi Yun said, Hong Wanru thought Shi Yun agreed to help her, and a big stone fell in her heart. In her opinion, with Shi Yun's combined body cultivation level, Qin Bai would not be able to make waves no matter how strong he was. What Hong Wanru didn't know was that Hua Chen Yun, the last dead ghost, was unlucky because of the word look. If it weren't for Qi Yun's ambiguous answer, Hua Ganyun might have packed up his things and ran away. On the way to the Shueiyue secret realm, Qin Bai put all the trophies obtained from the Fire Cloud secret realm and the Kunlun secret realm from the system storage space into the mall for recycling.
Ding. Item value is being calculated. Ding.
Calculation completed, total, mall points. When Qin Bai heard the system prompt, he thought he heard it wrong at first. After opening the system mall, I clearly saw 4,000 mall points on the mall interface, and then I was sure that I had no auditory hallucinations. Qin Bai thought it would be good to have more than 3,000, but he didn't expect it to be 4,000. This was the first time Qin Bai had so many points, and he was very excited. Opening the attribute exchange in the mall, Qin Bai is ready to exchange all the mall points for attributes. Dip. 4,000 mall points can be redeemed for a total of 133 attribute points.
Do you want to redeem it?
It's a no. Wait a minute, why is it 133? Qin Bai was suddenly confused and called the system in his heart, "System, come out.
I am very happy to serve the novice host. What problems have the novice host encountered that cannot be solved?"
Qin Bai had a dark look on his face. "Rookie host, what weird movies have you watched recently?"
"International style urban love story of country gourd baby."
The system replied.
"What you're talking about is all a mess. It's not as good as the horse's mouth. Let's get down to business first. The 5th level attribute exchange is 20 mall points for one attribute. 4,000 mall points should be 200 attribute points. What's going on with these 133? Qin Bai asked.
Thinking of the bad nature of the system, Qin Bai added, "This is an internal problem within the system, don't even think about charging." The system was about to ask for a fee, but Qin Bai blocked it with one sentence. "I had no choice but to patiently explain, this is normal.
There is nothing to be surprised about. You currently only have 66 attribute points to break through to the 6th level.
After deducting the 66 attribute points of the 5th level, the remaining points must of course be exchanged according to the 6th level standard, 1 attribute and 40 mall points."
Qin Bai, can't it be accumulated?
Of course not.
I know what you are thinking.
Redeem more attributes at lower levels so that you don't need so many cultivation resources. According to your thinking, you would have to redeem tens of millions of attribute points at the 1st level, and now you are already a big boss in the world. The system's help in improving your cultivation level also needs to be within the rules. As you become stronger and stronger, the energy required to improve your cultivation level will also increase. The system said this seriously, and suddenly changed his style of painting. "Do you understand, you rookie host?" After Qin Bai listened to the system's explanation, he realized that his previous idea of searching for resources in the stuck realm was not feasible. Seeing that the system called him a rookie host again, Qin Bai suddenly felt that inferior movies were very harmful to the system.
The system was not like this before. Since returning to Blue Star, the system has been watching Blue Star's inferior movies every day.
The whole personality or system has changed. It used to be a trap for unscrupulous people, but now there are new problems. Qin Bai felt that it was necessary to correct the system where the painting style was gradually becoming distorted. Just when Qin Bai was about to brainwash the system, a system prompt came.
Ding! The integration of small thousand worlds is completed. Qin Bai's spiritual thoughts penetrated into the world of Shaoqian.
The small thousand world has more than doubled in size through integration. Qin Bai was observing Shaoqian world with his spiritual mind. As for brainwashing the system, Qin Bai had long forgotten about it. After the fusion of Shaoqian world, Qin Bai clearly felt a slight difference. It's like something is gestating in the small world, and there is a trace of vitality between heaven and earth.
In the original Little Thousand world, there was no distinction between day and night.
The interior was filled with gentle and non-dazzling light, which was the same all year round. There is no natural climate such as phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme, rain, thunder, and lightning. If you want rain, thunder, snow, etc., you have to control it yourself. After this integration, the world of Xiaoqian has changed. Xinbai couldn't tell specifically what was different, but he could clearly feel that everything was moving in a good direction.
When Xinbai's spiritual thoughts sank into Xiaoqian world, Xiaoqing's voice came, "Master, we are here." Xinbai came to his senses and stepped off Xiaoqing's dragon's head.
Xiaoqing let go of the dragon's claws and put the two of them down.
Lan Linglong's face turned pale, as if she had overused her spiritual power. Lang Yi was even worse.
He was rolling his eyes on the ground and his body was twitching continuously. After a while, Lang Yi finally recovered, got up from the ground and walked towards Lan Linglong, saying with sincere gratitude, "Thank you for your help, girl." After speaking, he stretched out his hand and handed Lan Linglong a blue pill. "This pill can help you quickly recover your spiritual power."
Lan Linglong took the pill and after making sure it was not poisonous, swallowed it in one gulp.
His pale face quickly turned rosy, and he raised his head to indicate to Lang Yi that he was fine. Xinbai watched from the sidelines as Lang Yi took out a pill that was incompatible with his own strength, without asking too much. Everyone has their own secrets in their hearts, and Xinbai is not a person who likes to explore other people's secrets. The entrance to Shueiwei's secret realm was right in front of him, and Xinbai had no choice but to go in directly. Standing in front of the entrance to the secret realm, Xinbai said to Xiaoqing, "Xiaoqing, help me protect the law."
"Okay, sir." Xiaoqing's dragon body of hundreds of feet wrapped around Xinbai, wrapping Xinbai in the center.
Lan Linglong and Lang Yi looked curiously at Xinbai, who was protected by Xiaoqing at the center of his body.
Lang Yi said to Lan Linglong, "What is he going to do? He's already at the door, why doesn't he go in?" Lan Linglong shook her head and said she didn't know. Xinbai decisively converted 4,000 mul points into attribute points.
After listening to the system's explanation, since suppressing the realm has no substantive effect, it is better to break through the cultivation level early, so that you will not be caught off guard when encountering unexpected situations. A total of 133 attribute points were redeemed, and Xinbai added them all to himself. The cultivation base has broken through from the late stage of refining the void to the perfection of the refining the void in one fell swoop. After reaching the perfection of refining the void, the next state is the union state.
Xinbai shouted, "Breakthrough!" Click! A sound like breaking glass came from Xinbai's body. Crack! Crack! Click!
There were crisp sounds inside his body, but Xinbai didn't wait for him to realize what was happening. A trace of pain spread from all the bones in his body, and turned into severe pain in the next second. The bones all over the body make creak and creak sounds.
Sweat instantly poured out of Xinbai's body, soaking through his clothes.
The bones in the body seemed to be held by an invisible hand, and there was a sense of oppression from the outside. It was as if Xinbai was going to crush all the bones in his body.
The oppressive feeling came and went quickly, and after a few seconds, the body returned to calm. Xinbai just breathed a sigh of relief.
A series of explosions were heard within the body.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The internal organs seemed to have been hit hard with a sledgehammer, making a muffled sound like a big drum. Sledgehammers pounded the guts, bones were pounded with smaller hammers.
After a few seconds, crack! Crack! Click! Xinbai's entire body was smashed into pieces.
The severe pain of shattered bones constantly stimulated Xinbai's nerves. Xinbai gritted his teeth without saying a word, his face flushed and he persisted.
The heavy hammer on the internal organs disappeared.
Instead, there was a powerful twisting force. This powerful twisting force acts on the internal organs. Xinbai felt as if his internal organs were being put into a washing machine and being tossed around like crazy. The crushing of bones continues, from fragments to now powder.
After turning into powder, the hammer no longer strikes.
From the crushed bones, golden ant-like creatures grew out one after another. Almost in the blink of an eye, all the bones in the body were filled with these golden creatures. The golden creature gnawed on the white bone powder in front of it. The severe pain in Qin Bai's body reached its peak at this moment. Drops of sweat the size of soybeans dripped continuously from Qin Bai's forehead as if it was free of money. After a dozen breaths, the white bone powder was eaten clean. On Qin Bai's original skeleton, the golden creatures were connected head to tail. If someone looks through Qin Bai's body now, they will find that golden creatures are interspersed in Qin Bai's body like golden bones. The internal organs no longer feel strong twisting, and a cool feeling comes from the heart. The cool feeling traveled along the blood vessels and spread all over Qin Bai's body. After the cooling sensation reaches the bones in the body, it travels along the bones. The golden creatures connected end to end where the cool feeling traveled suddenly turned into pieces of golden bones. After a few breaths, the cool feeling disappeared from the body. Also disappearing was the severe pain in Qin Bai's body. Taking a long breath, Qin Bai scanned his body with his spiritual mind. The originally white bones of the body have now turned golden. Compared with before, the golden bones are tougher and harder. During the process of Qin Bai's breakthrough, Hong Wanru frowned slightly in the Shueiyue's secret realm. Shi Yun asked from the side, "What's wrong?" Hong Wanru said in confusion, then Qin Bai stopped at the entrance of the secret realm. I wonder what he was doing. When Shi Yun heard Hong Wanru's words, Monk Xiang'er was also confused and said, "He didn't attack the entrance to the secret realm?" Hong Wanru shook her head and said with some anxiety, "No, could it be that he knew you were here, Mr. Qi, so he didn't dare to come in?" If Qin Bai barged in directly, Hong Wanru would not be so uneasy. But she actually stopped outside. This puzzling operation directly aggravated Hong Wanru's inner anxiety. Shi Yun denied, "It's impossible. From what I know about him, he is not a person who shrinks or is afraid." Hong Wanru looked at Shi Yun with some fear in her eyes. "What should we do?" "Let's go out and take a look," Shi Yun said. Hong Wanru felt as if she had found her backbone after listening to Chi Yun's words. Follow Chi Yun to the exit of the secret realm and teleport briefly. The two figures appeared in the field of vision of Qin Bai and his party. Xiao Cheng looked at Qi Yun warily. Lan Linglong and Lang Yi came to Xiao Cheng, looking equally wary. Lang Yi actually didn't want to be on the same team as Qin Bai, but then he thought about it, this man was too scary. If you choose neutrality at this time, it is tantamount to betraying the enemy. History has proven that wallflowers never end well. Lang Yi thought about it and gritted his teeth and stood by Qin Bai. At this moment, a powerful aura came out from the center of Xiaoqing's dragon body. Qin Bai flew out from Xiaoqing's entanglement and looked at Qi Yun. "Old Qi, we meet again." Qi Yun looked at Qin Bai with wide eyes. "You have actually broken through to the fusion realm." Hearing what Qi Yun said, Hong Wanru's feet softened and she almost didn't sit on the ground. Hong Wanru's eyes dimmed and she said secretly, "How could he break through so quickly?" Before the breakthrough, Qin Bai had already destroyed the Huoyan secret realm and the Kunlun secret realm. Now that she has broken through and become one, Hong Wanru's heart is filled with darkness, and she looks at Qi Yun with pleading eyes. Now she puts all her hopes on Qi Yun. Qin Bai looked at Hong Wanru with a hint of killing intent in her eyes, then turned to Qi Yun and said, "Mr. Qi, we seem to meet quite frequently." Qi Yun obviously heard the dissatisfaction in Qin Bai's tone, and said with an embarrassed smile on his face, "I don't want to meet little friend Qin, so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme, but I'm getting older and can't stand the pleadings of my younger generation." Does little friend Qin have to kill Hong Wanru? Or can she escape death by giving up the secret realm to you? Qin Bai said in a tone without any room for negotiation, "People must die, and I also want the secret realm." After hearing Qin Bai's decisive words, Qi Yun turned to look at Hong Wanjudao. "I tried my best." Hong Wanru was dumbfounded. "You just said a few words to Qin Bai, and you tried your best?" After Qin Bai finished speaking, you didn't even argue. At this moment, Hong Wanru's heart was the same as that of the dead Hua Ganyun, and she really understood the meaning of "let's see" in Qi Yun's mouth. Really solid experience. After Qi Yun finished speaking to Hong Wanru, he turned around and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to say to Qin Bai, "Little friend Qin, remember what you promised me to pass on the Blue Star cultivation system. Don't break your promise." Facing such a Buddhist Qi-yun, Qin was stunned and replied blankly, definitely. As someone who had personally experienced Qi-yun blocking the road twice, Lan Linglong looked dumbfounded. Even Xiaoqing's eyes widened when she saw Qi-yun leaving calmly. This is true for outsiders, not to mention the parties involved. Hong Wanro sat paralyzed on the ground, her eyes dull. After a while, she looked at Qi-yun, who was about to disappear into the horizon. Then she came back to her senses and shouted loudly, "Uncle Qi, you promised my mother." Qi Yunfei paused, sighed, turned around and flew over as quickly as possible. He came to Hong Wanru and helped her up. Protecting Hong Wanru behind her, she looked at Qin Bai with distracted eyes, seemingly lost in memories. After 2 breaths, Qi Yun came back to his senses and said helplessly, "I made little friend Qin laugh." Qin Bai took a step forward, drew off the killing blade and said, "Old Qi, what do you mean?" Qi Yun smiled bitterly and said nothing, but firmly protected Hong Wanru behind him. Seeing this, Qin Bai already understood what Qi Yun meant and said, "It seems like there is going to be a fight between you and me today. You are my first opponent to break through to the fusion realm. Let me see how powerful the Blue Star fusion realm is." Qi Yun stretched out his hand to hold it in vain, and a long sword appeared. Slowly drawing out the long sword, Qi Yun said solemnly, "Qi Yun, the 6th generation disciple of Shushan number 30, please enlighten me." Qi Yun's identity really surprised Qin Bai. Lan Linglong opened her mouth in disbelief and said, "Didn't Shushan become extinct thousands of years ago?" Qi Yun glanced at Lan Linglong with admiration. The little girl knows a lot. The Shushan inheritance is indeed extinct on the surface. During these thousands of years, Shushan has been developing silently in secret, and the number of disciples has been getting smaller and smaller. Because Shushan Kung Fu is difficult to get started with, and even more difficult to practice, when it is passed down to my generation, I will be the only one left. If I die, the Shushan inheritance will be completely cut off. Qi Yun held the sword and pointed at Qin Bai from a distance. "In my hand is the Taiye sword, a token of the master that has been passed down from generation to generation in Shushan. The grade is unknown. It is said that it was left by the founder of Shushan after he founded the sect. Shushan is a sect that focuses on swords. The ultimate goal of every disciple is to become the legendary swordsman who is invincible at the same level. Little friend Qin, be careful." Qin Bai rubbed his fingers on the killing blade, ready to attack at any time, and said, "The killing blade, a sharp blade that exists for killing. The killing sword technique I use is a sword technique created with this sword specifically for killing. I have not seen any weapon at the same level that can beat it. I ask Mr. Qi to go all out." Qi Yun looked at the killing blade in Qin Bai's hand without a guard, and whispered, "What a domineering knife. The blade is full of killing. I can smell blood from here." Little friend Qin stayed with this evil knife all day long, and he didn't lose his rationality. It's incredible. Shushan sword technique, sword controlling technique. Qi Yun let go of the Taiye sword in his hand, and the Taiye sword turned its blade to kill Qin Bai at high speed. Killing and slaughtering. Qin Bai held the high-speed vibrating killing blade and aimed it at Taiye sword. Shone. The tips of the knives collided together, making the sound of gold and silver. The Taiye sword did not retreat at all. The blade of the sword rubbed the blade of the killing blade, and stabbed Qin Bai. The Taiye sword rubbed against the killing blade, causing sparks to fly and a sharp sound that made people's skin crawl. Seeing that the tip of the sword was about to hit Qin Bai shouted, "Shock!" Concentrating all the strength on the killing blade vibrates at an astonishing frequency of 100,000 times per second, trying to knock the Taiye sword away. Taiye's sword remained unmoved. The blade of the sword stuck to the killing blade like a magnet, rubbing against the killing blade as it stabbed Qin Bai steadily. Seeing Qin Bai's behavior, Qi Yun said proudly, "Little friend Qin, how powerful is my Shushan sword art?" Qin Bai resisted Taiye's sword's attack and said, "It's powerful enough to look down on the same level. I don't know why the Shushan sword art is so powerful because it's also a sword. It's far more powerful than the flying sword." Fei Jian attacked Qin Bai more than once, but never once did Qin Bai feel as troublesome as now. Qi Yun heard Qin Bai mention the flying sword and said disdainfully, "How can my Shushan sword art be comparable to that inferior flying sword?" those practitioners who use flying swords are not swordsmen at all. They are insulting the sword with their swords. For a true swordsman, the heart of the sword, the courage of the sword, and the will of the sword are all indispensable.
What are those things?
The sword in their hands is like a fire stick, without any rules. While Chi-yun was talking, Taiye's sword kept thrusting forward, and at this time it was less than 5 centimeters away from Qinbai's throat. Chi-yun put his hands behind his back and said, "Little friend Qin, if you can't resist this sword, please spare Hong Wanru's life." Qinbai also put his left hand on the handle of the knife at this time, changing from holding the knife with one hand to holding the knife with both hands.
Can't resist? It doesn't exist. Mr. Qi, I will kill Hong Wanru. You can watch next. Qinbai shouted, "Open it for me."
Qinbai used all his strength to draw out the killing blade stuck by Taiye's sword. Then he raised his killing blade and slashed at the sword body of Taiye's sword.
Killing and slaughtering. Shown. Killing and slaughtering. Shown. Killing and slaughtering. Shang. In just a few seconds, Qinbai attacked hundreds of times.
Under Qinbai's savage and violent attack, a cry came out from Taiye's sword.
Zheng. Hearing Taiyejian's cry, Qi-yun recalled Taiyejian.
A crack, invisible to the naked eye without looking carefully, appeared in the body of the Taiye sword. Qi-yun's eyes showed a look of physical pain, and his fingers gently caressed the Taiye sword, as if he were caressing a beloved woman. Looking at Qinbai, Qi-yun said, "Little friend Qin, you have a good sword and good swordsmanship."
Qinbai retracted the killing blade.
After the crazy slashing, the killing blade was still as sharp as ever, with no cracks on the blade. After one move, the weapons of both sides were judged. Just when Qinbai wanted to continue the attack, the sky suddenly darkened. The sky, which had been clear just a moment ago, was now covered with dark clouds. Thunderous sounds came from the dark clouds. Qinbai felt as if he was locked in the dark clouds, and looked up at the dark clouds above his head. Qi-yun also looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, his brows switching back and forth between spreading and frowning, and murmured, "Something's wrong.
It's impossible, how could this happen?" Hong Wanru asked confusedly behind Qi-yun, "Uncle Qi, what is going on? The dark clouds are getting bigger and bigger, and there is thunder in the sky."
Qi-yun seemed to be sure of something from this posture and said in disbelief, "This is someone who has overcome the tribulation, but I am the only one among the blue stars who has broken through to the fusion realm.
Could it be that I am a hermit in the mountains? Impossible. If there is a hermit with such cultivation, how could I not know about it? It's really strange. Who is this person?" When Hong Wanru heard Qi-yun's confused words, she couldn't help but want to go in a certain direction. Could it be that the combination has successfully broken through to the realm of transcending tribulation?
Qi-yun nodded with difficulty and said, "It is very likely that this is the case."
Breaking through from the fusion realm to the tribulation transcending realm is the first time a cultivator has experienced thunder tribulation in their cultivation journey. After experiencing a near-death disaster, very few people can survive. This is also the origin of the name of the tribulation realm. It seems that the power of this thunder tribulation is not up to the standard of transcending the tribulation realm. Why is this? It's really confusing. Qi-yun withdrew his gaze, looked at Qinbai and said, "Little friend Qin, there is someone here who is going through the tribulation. Why don't you and I stop here and watch this person go through the tribulation first? This will also be of great help to us in the future to break through and overcome the tribulation." Crack! The first thunderbolt fell in the dark clouds, and the cyan thunder pillar as thick as a bucket struck straight towards Qinbai. Seeing this scene, Qi-yun felt as if he had seen a ghost in the daytime. His eyes widened and he looked at Qinbai. You. The green thunder pillar is getting closer and closer to Qinbai. Boom! The green thunder pillar hit Qinbai. Qinbai only felt numb without any discomfort. The intensity of the first cyan thunder pillar is equivalent to just entering the fusion realm. Qi-yun looked at Qinbai, who had survived the first thunder tribulation, and stammered, What's going on? It's unheard of for a thunder tribulation to fall after Lianshu breaks through and merges into one body.
I said just now why I felt that the power of thunder tribulation was still a little short of the tribulation realm, but now I understand.
But even with this intensity, it's not something the fusion realm can bear.
Shinbai heard Chi Yun's words and wondered in his heart, I still want to know what's going on.
Shinbai fully demonstrated what it means to ask the system first when something is unclear.
The inner voice called the system, System, come out.
The system said lazily, my not-so-smart host, have you encountered something you don't understand again? The second thunder calamity is brewing in the sky.
Shinbai didn't have time to care about the name of the system now, and said straight to the point, I broke through to the fusion, how could there be a thunder disaster?
What is this situation? System, this question is very simple. I'll just charge you 1,000 mole points. Shinbai, my points have been cleared a long time ago, how can I give them to you? System, remember that you don't have points now, so you can owe them first, and I will automatically deduct them when you have them.
Shinbai was so angry that his teeth itched when he saw that the system was demanding money. His heart skipped a beat and he said directly, under such circumstances, you still didn't forget to ask for money. If you don't answer this question for free, believe it or not, I will be struck to death by thunder from the sky. The system also had a headache seeing Shinbai being so single. After hearing that Shinbai wanted the sky thunder to strike him to death, the system finally compromised and said, my stupid host, this system will mercifully tell you that your whole body attributes are too strong and comprehensive, and thunder disaster is inevitable. Haven't you heard that if a cultivator is too powerful, he will make the world jealous?
This is the case for you now.
After Shinbai heard what the system said, he felt enlightened. The doubts in his heart were swept away, and he said to the system very directly, the questions have been answered, you can get out now.
Ruthless host, how could you be like this?
The system said aggrievedly.
Shinbai ignored the system. Crack! The second well-prepared thunderstorm in the sky struck Shinbai.
The second thunder tribulation was still as thick as a bucket, and its strength had already reached the standard for the early stage of integration.
Shinbai looked at the sky and used his body to resist the thunderstorm.
Chi Yun looked at Shinbai, who resisted 2 thunder tribulations with his body, smacked his lips and said, the strength of this body is really terrifying. Behind Chi Yun, Hong Wanro looked at Shinbai, who was going through the tribulation, and said to Chi Yun, Uncle Chi, take advantage of his illness to kill him.
Now while he is concentrating on overcoming the tribulation and unable to be distracted, why not take the opportunity to kill him?
When Chi Yun heard what Hong Wanru said, he glanced at her with an evil look and said, how could I do such a despicable thing?
You really disappoint me. Hong Wanru said in a pitiful voice, then you don't care whether iPhoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die? After he survives the thunder tribulation, Uncle Chi, are you sure you can stop him?
Chi Yun said in a cold tone, I will go all out. If I can't stop him, I can only say that you deserve your death. You promised my mother back then, and my mother treated you. Hong Wanru wanted to continue talking, but was directly interrupted by Chi Yun. Your mother and I did fall in love when we were young, but didn't she marry someone else in the end?
Find me before she died.
I promised her to take care of you for the sake of our old relationship.
I have taken enough care of you over the years. Otherwise, how could you, a little girl with average qualifications, become the master of the Shuei's secret realm? All these years of old love have been exhausted and there is not much left. I think I have a clear conscience towards your mother.
Little friend Qin came to you to seek revenge.
Isn't it your own fault?
If you, Huoyun's secret realm, and Kunlun's secret realm hadn't coveted the adventures of others, how could you have reached this point? After Hong Wanru heard what Chi Yun said, a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. She lowered her head and stopped talking. Chi Yun looked at the third thunder tribulation in the sky and thought to himself, could it be the third thunder tribulation? The third thunder calamity in the sky fell quickly, and its intensity reached the peak of the early stage of void refining. Shinbai held the killing blade in his hand and looked at the sky, shouting, well done. He exerted force under his feet and flew towards the third thunder calamity. Boom! The thunderstorm hit Shinbai firmly. The third thunderstorm dispersed, and Shinbai's clothes were completely destroyed and in tatters. The dark clouds in the sky did not disperse after the third thunderstorm, and continued to gather.
Chi Yun's eyes shrank and he said in shock, could it be the Hangliu Thunder Tribulation?
When one breaks through from the fusion realm to the tribulation overcoming realm, the thunder tribulations he can overcome range from 1 to 9. Through the thunder tribulation, one can see the background of the cultivator, and can also estimate the level of cultivation that the person who has overcome the tribulation can achieve in the future. A thunder tribulation basically has no potential. If you barely survive the thunder tribulation, you will be stuck in the realm of overcoming the tribulation and cannot survive in this life.
The most common one is the 3 thunder tribulations, also known as odd 3 thunder tribulations.
As the saying goes, the th avenue leaves a glimmer of hope.
49 is an odd number, and 3 is also an odd number, hence the name, Shisan Thunder Tribulation.
This type of thunder catastrophe is the most common, and it is also the type of thunder catastrophe with the highest rate for practitioners to overcome it.
The third level of the Shisan Thunder Tribulation is the Hangliu Thunder Tribulation, whose full name is 6 Death Tribulation Thunders. Anyone who can cause the Hangliu Thunder Tribulation is one of 1,000 geniuses. It's a pity that the passing rate of this kind of thunder tribulation is very low. If 4 out of 10 people survive, it is considered good.
A quarter of an hour later, the 4th thunder catastrophe was completed and struck towards Qinbai.
The 4th thunder tribulation is obviously different from the first 3, which are all about the thickness of a bucket.
The 4th path has shrunk many times, and is only as thick as a water snake. On the surface, it seems to have become smaller, but the actual power has suddenly increased, reaching the strength of the early stage of integration. The thunder calamity in the sky is getting closer and closer to Qinbai, and Qinbai plans to continue to resist the 4th thunder calamity with his body. At the same time, I also want to see how powerful my physical body is.
Boom!
The thunder calamity of the thickness of the water snake fell on Qinbai, but it did not disperse immediately like before.
The power of thunder tribulation poured into Qinbai's body and flowed freely through the body. Electric arcs appeared on Qinbai's body, and his whole body fell into paralysis. After dozens of breaths, the arc dissipated, and Qinbai breathed a sigh of relief. The physical defense has reached the attack strength in the middle stage of fusion. Normally, you can't even think of breaking through my defense in the early stage of fusion.
Thinking of Chi Yun's sword just now, Qinbai had to be careful even if he was physically strong.
Shushan's swordsmanship is well deserved. The strongest attack at the same level is not just a casual comment.
Thunder tribulation is still in the process of being gestated, and the gestation time this time is longer than the previous 4. Half an hour later, it fell from the dark clouds. The 5th thunder calamity was still as thick as a water snake, but when it was about to fall on Qinbai, suddenly, the thunder calamity as thick as a water snake split into 2 and fell towards Qinbai.
Chi Yun exclaimed in the distance, it turned out to be twin thunder tribulations. Hong Wanru asked in confusion, what is twin thunder tribulations?
Chi Yun sighed, young Qin is indeed a genius, he actually caused such a thunder disaster. Then he explained patiently, some cultivators are too talented, which arouses jealousy and causes 2 thunder tribulations to fall at the same time, hence the name twin thunder tribulations.
2 thunder tribulations falling at the same time is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Many geniuses are just unprepared and are caught off guard and die under these twin thunder tribulations. Hong Wanru's eyes lit up when she heard how powerful the twin tribulation thunders were.
She looked at Qinbai, hoping in her heart that Qinbai would die under the thunder tribulation. Qinbai trembled in his heart when he saw 2 thunder tribulations attacking him at the same time. Immediately he calmed down his mind.
He was so restless during the tribulation that he really didn't know how to die.
The 5th thunder tribulation and the 6th thunder tribulation are equally powerful, both at their peak strength in the middle stage of integration. Qinbai held his breath, grasped the killing blade tightly, and shouted, kill, slaughter. Wielding the killing blade that emitted cold light, he flew towards the thunder calamity that was getting closer and closer to him. The killing blade struck 2 thunder tribulations, and a small part of the thunder tribulation was split apart. What Qinbai didn't expect was that after being attacked, 2 thunder tribulations followed the killing blade and struck towards him.
Boom! Boom!
The thunder calamity struck Qinbai with 2 loud noises, and the thunder entered Qinbai's body and wreaked havoc. After hundreds of breaths, the thunder dissipated in Qin Bai's body, and his internal organs were seriously injured.
Cough.
Qin Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. After the 6 thunder tribulations, Qin Bai's sense of locking did not dissipate. Shi Yinchang was about to congratulate Qin Bai for surviving the thunder disaster, but found that the clouds in the sky had no intention of dispersing.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sound of thunder in the robbery cloud was louder than before. Shi Yin finally made up his mind, it's really the legendary 9-meteor thunder tribulation. Shi Yin sent a message to Qin Bai, little friend Qin, be careful, this is the 9-meteor thunder tribulation.
Qin Bai replied, Old Qi, what is the 9-meteor thunder tribulation?
Shi Yin said, 9 meteorite thunder tribulations are rarely survived. It can be said to be a life of 9 deaths, so it is called 9 meteorites. After Qin Bai listened to Qi Yun's words, he looked at Jie Yun with all his attention.
Seeing that the calamity cloud had not dissipated, Hong Wanru asked Qi Yun.
Qi Yun said what he just said to Qin Bai to Hong Wanru again.
Hong Wanru was overjoyed, 9 meteor thunder tribulations, huh, let's see how you survive. An hour passed. The 7th thunder tribulation finally fell.
The form of thunder tribulation changed again. From the calamity cloud, a thunder sword composed of thunder struck down at Qin Bai.
Kill, annihilate.
A full moon measuring tens of thousands of meters appeared out of thin air, shrouding the sword of thunder tribulation in the center of the full moon.
The dense shadows of killing blades condensed within the full moon, cut.
As Qin Bai shouted, dense shadows of killing blades slashed at the thunder tribulation sword.
Shang! Shang! Shang!
The shadow of the killing blade struck the sword of thunder and calamity, making crisp sounds. The full moon dispersed, and the thunder tribulation sword, filled with the power of thunder, looked a little dim.
Whoosh! The sword of thunder tribulation was no longer blocked and appeared in front of Qin Bai the next second. Killing and slaughtering.
The high-speed vibrating killing blade slashed at the thunder tribulation sword.
Shong!
The swords collided with each other, and there was a crisp sound. The thunder tribulation sword disintegrated into pure thunder power, passed through the killing blade, and fell on Qin Bai. Boom!
The power of thunder struck Qin Bai.
Huge force passed on Qin Bai, who felt like he had been hit by a high-speed train.
The figure hit the ground from the air at high speed. Boom!
A huge crater with a diameter of several hundred meters long and a depth of several dozen meters was smashed into the ground. Dust was flying in the air, but there was no movement in the giant pit.
Lan Linglong looked into the pit with concerned eyes.
A few minutes passed, and the flying dust fell to the ground. In the huge pit on the ground, Qin Bai lay at the bottom with his eyes closed. Upon seeing this, Lan Linglong fell from the sky and flew towards Qin Bai.
He was stopped by Hong Wanru in mid-air. Lan Linglong frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Hong Wanru snorted coldly, "If you take the next step, you will die."
Lan Linglong's face was as frosty as she drew out her sword.
Hong Wanru looked at Lan Linglong's movements and said with disdain in her eyes, "How dare you dare to provoke perfection of void refining even though you are in the realm of divine transformation? How brave! Secret technique of water and moon, mirror flower and water moon." Hong Wanru holds a round mirror, which shines on Lan Linglong.
Suddenly Lan Linglong lost control of her whole body, and her figure slowly faded. The figure of Lan Linglong in the round mirror gradually solidified and became lifelike. Qi Yun came to Hong Wanru, grabbed Hong Wanru's wrist, and said, "Wanru, stop."
Hong Wanru took back the mirror with a look of reluctance, and Lan Linglong's faded figure solidified again.
Qi Yun looked at Qin Bai, who was lifeless in the pit, and sighed, "It would be a pity to die under a thunderstorm." When Qi Yun took Hong Wanru and was about to leave, Hong Wanru looked at Lan Linglong with a flash of killing intent in her eyes.
Hong Wanru condensed the powerful spiritual power of Lianshu perfection in her right palm and patted Lan Linglong.
The difference in cultivation was so huge that Lan Linglong had no time to react.
"Things who don't know life or death actually want to take action against me," Hong Wanru said bitterly.
Seeing this scene, Qi Yun was extremely disappointed with Hong Wanru's behavior. Lan Linglong received this blow, her breath was unstable, and she spit out a large mouthful of blood. His face was like gold paper, and his figure fell towards the ground in a flash. At the heart of the chest, a palm print dented an inch is clearly visible. Roar! A loud dragon roar came, and Xiaoqing caught the falling Lan Linglong. At this time, Lan Linglong lost consciousness, and her breath weakened rapidly, reaching the point where she could no longer breathe in.
Xiaoqing put Lan Linglong on his dragon's back.
On the dragon's back, Lang Yi looked at Lan Linglong, whose breath was barely audible, and recalled the scene where Lan Linglong used her spiritual power to protect herself. His chest was suddenly filled with anger, and he looked at Hong Wanru angrily. Lang Yi took out a vermilion elixir from the space ring, sent it to Lan Linglong's mouth, and whispered, "This is what I brought from home specifically to save my life.
Since you are kind to me, I gave it to you." The elixir melted in just a few seconds after entering Lan Linglong's mouth. Lan Linglong's breath slowly became smoother. A pill pulled Lan Linglong back from the brink of death.
Seeing that Lan Linglong's breathing was smooth, Xiaoqing felt relieved. If something happens to her, it's really hard to explain to the master. Xiaoqing flew in front of Hong Wanru and Qi Yun, her eyes filled with anger. Hong Wanru looked at Xiaoqing without any intention of retreating, and at the same time said to Qi Yun, "Uncle Qi, Xinbai is dead.
How about returning his dragon to my Shui's secret realm?"
Qi Yun said nothing. Seeing that Qi Yun was unmoved, Hong Wanru added fire, "Uncle Qi, as long as you help me capture this dragon, I will never bother you again in the future." Qi Yun sighed, "That's all. After this, the relationship between you and me is gone." He held the Tai sword and pointed it at Xiaoqing's dragon head. The atmosphere was tense for a while, and the war was about to break out. Just when the two sides were about to start fighting, a slight cough came from the ground.
Cough.
Xinbai opened his eyes, leaned on the killing blade from the pit, and stood up unsteadily.
Hong Wanru looked down and exclaimed, You are not dead." Qi Yun also looked confused.
In his mind, Xinbai had no breath at all. The power of thunder just entered Xinbai's body, and Xinbai mobilized his spiritual thoughts to fight against the power of thunder. The thunder covered Xinbai's aura, so of course Qi Yun couldn't feel it. The spiritual thoughts fought hard in the body, and the power of thunder finally dissipated. Xinbai looked at Hong Wanru with murderous intent in his eyes, and said with a cold face, "You deserve to die." Although Xinbai just used his spiritual thoughts to fight against the power of thunder in his body, he was also aware of what was happening in the outside world. When Hong Wanru took action, she was watched by Xinbai's mind the whole time. Xinbai said to Xiaoqing, "Xiaoqing, please step back."
Xiaoqing's answer was very straightforward, "Okay, sir."
Xiaoqing retreated to a position where he could enter the battle at any time, and Longmu looked towards the field. Xinbai flew up from the ground, the tip of his killing blade pointed at Qi Yun and Hong Wanru.
Kill, annihilate. The full moon enveloped Qi Yun and Hong Wanru.
Densely packed shadows of killing blades emerged within the full moon, killing Qi Yun and Hong Wanru. After using the Juju sword technique, Xinbai did not pause at all, and rushed into the full moon with the killing blade in hand.
Killing and slaughtering.
Xinbai's figure was mixed in the dense shadows of the killing blade, and he wielded the killing blade to strike at the two of them. Qi Yun protected Hong Wanru behind him and said to Xinbai, "Little friend Xin, as long as I am here, you cannot kill Hong Wanru today."
Shushan Sword Ju 10,000 Sword Ju.
The Tai sword transformed into countless sword lights, and the sword lights were like tens of thousands of swords, attacking towards the phantom of the killing blade.
Xinbai said to Qi Yun with a cold expression, "Then I'll kill you too." Xinbai was completely angry.
Qi Yun had not wanted to show off his face before, but always kept a bottom line. But the other party allowed Hong Wanru to attack Lan Linglong, and later, under the instigation of Hong Wanru, she even wanted to attack Xiaoqing. If Lan Linglong's injury made Xinbai have murderous intention, then attacking Xiaoqing was the most critical fire to ignite the murderous intention in Xinbai's heart.
Shang! Shang! Shang!
The sword light and the phantom of the killing blade collided and cancelled each other out. The full moon dissipated, and both sides were evenly matched, neither gaining any advantage. Hong Wanru looked behind Qi Yun at Xinbai, who was filled with crazy murderous intent, and her heart was full of fear. Her delicate body was trembling in fear.
Boom!
Just when Xinbai was about to continue his attack, a thunderbolt fell from the calamity cloud and struck Qin Bai quickly.
Shushan Sword Technique, Sword Chi Slash.
An extremely powerful sword energy condensed on the Tai sword and slashed towards Qin Bai. Qi Yun said at the same time, "Little friend Qin, as long as you promise me to let Hong Wanru go, I will retreat immediately."
Qin Bai said categorically, "Impossible." "Qi Yun, little friend Qin, I'm sorry." Hong Wanru thought viciously in her heart, "Qin Bai, you are dead today. After you die, that little bitch and your dragon will be mine."
There is a thunder disaster that is already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand, and there is Qi Yun's powerful attack in front. Qin Bai was in a very dangerous situation and could be said to be in a desperate situation.
Killing and slaughtering. Kill, annihilate. Killing life and death realm.
Killing creatures and scattering souls.
Cut me. Qin Bai roared angrily.
At this moment, Qin Bai tried his best. The full moon that had reached 3 meters high appeared again, shrouding Lei Jia, Qi Yun, and Hong Wanru.
Countless killing blade phantoms were divided into 3, killing Lei Jia, Qi Yun, and Hong Wanru respectively.
Qin Bai flew forward in the center of the full moon, and the killing blade collided with the Tai sword's sword energy.
Shang! Shang! Shang!
In just a few seconds, Qin Bai slashed hundreds of swords.
Bang!
The sword energy shattered. A dark beam of light appeared at the tip of the killing blade. After the dark light pillar appeared, it instantly expanded to tens of thousands of meters to form a dark field.
The dark realm exudes a strong aura of death. In the dark realm, Qin Bai's physical attributes were greatly improved.
Qi Yun and Hong Wanru, who were also deep in the dark realm, felt extremely uncomfortable, and their combat effectiveness was greatly affected.
"What is this?"
Qi Yun asked in shock. Qin Bai had just reached his spiritual blessing and understood the true function of the third form of the killing sword technique, Death Zone. When Qin Bai's cultivation was not enough, he kept condensing the dead area to a minimum and used it to attack the enemy. As everyone knows, although this method can strengthen the attack in the early stage, it runs counter to the true meaning of the dead zone. Only after Qin Bai's cultivation level breaks through can the role of the death zone be truly brought into play. As the name suggests, the death domain greatly increases Qin Bai's combat power within the scope of the domain and suppresses the enemy's combat power. The full moon turned into a blood moon in the dark realm. The shadow of the killing blade also turned into blood, with some signs of solidification, and its power was greatly increased. The killing blade in Qin Bai's hand disappeared instantly and came into the sea of consciousness. The divine thoughts in the sea of consciousness poured into the killing blade crazily, and the killing blade turned golden. Whoosh! The killing blade that left Qin Bai's knowledge sea appeared in front of Qin Bai's eyes.
The death aura from the dark realm poured into the golden killing blade. Zheng!
The killing blade screamed. The dark aura of death entered behind the killing blade, and it was clearly separated from the divine thoughts and did not invade each other.
At this time, the killing blade was half golden and half dark. Zheng!
The blade of the killing blade emits powerful killing intent, filled with killing.
Whoosh! The powerful killing blade pierced Qi Yun's sea of consciousness before Qi Yun could react.
The killing blade that entered Qi Yun's sea of consciousness released a breath of death to infect Qi Yun's spiritual thoughts. At the same time, keep slashing at the sea of cloud consciousness.
Shushan Sword Technique, Divine Sword. Tai sword disappeared in Qi Yun's hand and entered Qi Yun's sea of consciousness. Shong! The Sesha Blade's attack was blocked by the Tai sword.
When Qi Yun's thoughts in the sea of consciousness saw Tai sword, they poured into Tai sword like soldiers with a commander. Tai sword emits bursts of golden light, and the golden light forms a thread and wraps around the killing blade.
Zheng!
The killing blade screamed, the blade vibrated, shattering the golden light.
Cut it down with the Tai sword. Shong!
The swords collided, and the aura of death continuously poured out from the killing blade and rushed into the Tai sword.
Zheng!
The Tai sword screamed sadly, and the golden light on the sword was mixed with a dark color.
The dark aura also turned into threads and entangled Tai sword. Tai Jian was entangled and struggled continuously, but could not move at all. Shown.
When Taiye's sword was trapped, the killing blade was like an unreasonable and brutal butcher, slashing hard at Taiye's sword.
Crack.
After the killing blade slashed, a crack visible to the naked eye appeared on the sword of Taiye's sword.
Shang. 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 The Sesha blade showed no mercy and launched a frantic attack on the Taiye sword. Crack. Crack. The sound of cracks kept coming from Taiye Jianjian's body.
Shi Yun was heartbroken when he saw the cracks on the Taiye sword, but he did not dare and could not take back the Taiye sword. Looking at Qin Bai, who was exuding murderous intent, Shi Yun had no doubt that if he took back the Taiye sword at this time, Qin Bai will definitely defeat his sea of consciousness and kill himself without hesitation. Under the continuous attack of the killing blade, the Taiye sword was finally overwhelmed and made a harsh sound the next second.
Crack. The Taiye sword's blade was broken into two pieces from the center. Zheng. The Taiye sword let out its last mournful cry.
The brilliance of the originally magical Taiye sword quickly faded away, just like ordinary iron. As the Taiye sword broke, the divine thoughts in the Taiye sword surged out again. The killing blade slashed at these divine thoughts.
Boom! With one blow from the killing blade, a small part of his spiritual thoughts disappeared. Bang! Bang! Boom!
With a few cuts, Shi Yun's consciousness in the sea of consciousness was instantly wiped out by all the killing blades. Outside, Shi Yun's face was pale, and the relationship between his spiritual thoughts and the sea of consciousness was like a spring eye and spring water. All the spiritual thoughts were cut off, and it hurt like a knife cutting flesh.
This is no longer as simple as an injury to the mind.
Although the injury to the mind affects combat effectiveness, the impact is not significant. When the spiritual thoughts disappear, it is a good achievement to have only 5 combat powers left.
Zheng.
The killing blade in Shi Yun's sea of consciousness screamed again. Aim at Shi Yun's sea of consciousness and strike hard.
Boom!
There was a loud sound in Shi Yun's ears, and the pain in the sea of consciousness suddenly reached its peak.
Hiss!
Shi Yun gasped in pain. Without daring to hesitate, Shi Yun took out a pill from the space ring and drank it. After taking it, Shi Yun's pale face quickly turned rosy. The spiritual thoughts that disappeared in the sea of consciousness began to appear again. The new spiritual thoughts poured into the Taiye sword that was broken into 2 pieces.
Forcibly glue the Taiye sword back together. Shushan Sword Art Sword Festival. Zheng.
The Taiye sword, which was bonded together again, let out bursts of mournful screams. Carrying a strong momentum, he slashed at the killing blade, and for a while he fought vigorously with the killing blade. Shi Yun was not happy at all, as he had paid too high a price for this battle. What he just took was a pill that stimulated his potential in a short period of time. Although it can instantly increase combat power, the side effects are so great that it takes decades of rest to fully alleviate it. The Taiye sword that distressed him the most.
Taiye's sword was cut in 2 and his vitality was severely damaged. He might be able to repair it by looking for materials. But after the sword ceremony, this sword was completely worn out. Even if materials were found in the future, the chance of repairing it was slim. What's more, even if the Taiye sword is repaired with great pains, its value is basically gone. Swords have sword spirits, and the higher the level of the sword, the more so. A sword can only produce 1 sword spirit in its lifetime. Sword sacrifice is to sacrifice the sword spirit in the sword to increase the power of the sword. No one is willing to use this unacceptable price until the critical moment, let alone Shi Yun, who regards his sword as his life. But if you don't use the sword sacrifice, you can only watch the killing blade cut into the sea of consciousness. There is a difference between an injury to the sea of consciousness and spiritual thoughts. As long as the sea of consciousness is there, spiritual thoughts can always be recovered after a long period of gestation. And the sea of consciousness is about to be broken. Shi Yun will not be able to make any progress in his cultivation for the rest of his life, and will, fall down. Compared with sacrificing the sword spirit, this kind of thing is even more unacceptable to Shi Yun. He took out another pill from the space ring and took it. The elixir melted directly in Shi Yun's mouth, and the power of the medicine rushed to Shi Yun's brain sea of consciousness.
It stopped at the place where the seaside blade had just caused the injury, and poured into the injured area. The dark aura of death lingered on the injured area of the sea of consciousness, and the influx of medicinal power had little effect. After consuming all the power of the medicine, the healed consciousness sea injury was like a drop in the bucket. Seeing the injured consciousness that was unable to recover at all, Shi Yun's heart trembled. Xin Bai from the outside stretched out his hand and shouted, "Here comes the sword." The blood-red killing blade phantom separated into a small part again and condensed into a solid body in Xin Bai's hands. Holding the blood-red killing blade that had solidified into reality, Xin Bai attacked the thunder calamity in the sky. Killing and slaughtering. The blood-colored killing blade that vibrated at high speed slashed towards the thunder tribulation, and the eighth thunder tribulation still looked like a thunder sword. Boom! The blood-red killing blade was shattered by the thunder calamity as soon as it came into contact with it. The shadow of the killing blade in his hand was shattered. Xin Bai shouted, "Come again!" The shadow of the killing blade in the blood moon instantly condensed again in Xin Bai's hand. Killing and slaughtering. Holding the killing blade, the shadow struck at Lei Jia again. Boom! As expected, the phantom of the killing blade was shattered again. Xin Bai's eyes narrowed and he roared, "Give it to me!" The shadows of the killing blades that were attacking Hong Wanru, Qi Yun, and Lei Jia all poured into Xin Bai's hands and turned into one. Hong Wanru breathed a sigh of relief when the phantom of the killing blade disappeared in front of her. There were already wounds on her body. If she was allowed to continue attacking with the seaside blade phantom, she would probably be seriously injured even if she didn't die. The phantoms of all the killing blades condensed into a killing blade that was as bright as blood, and the blade seemed to be dripping with blood at any time. "Break it for me!" The blood-colored killing blade struck the thunder sword heavily. Shone! Surprisingly, the Seshablade shadow did not break this time. The swords collided, and the sound of gold and iron was heard. Crack! Cracks appeared on the blood-red killing blade. The thunder sword attack slowed down. Xin Bai took advantage of the situation and opened the distance, flying towards the entrance of Shuiwe's secret realm at full speed. Shone! The blood-red killing blade slashed open the entrance to Shuiwe's secret realm. Xin Bai broke into Shuiwe's secret realm directly. After Xin Bai entered the Water Moon secret realm, the Dark Realm and Blood Moon in the outside world lost control and disappeared one after another. After Hong Wanru disappeared from the Dark Realm, she let out a long sigh. This uncomfortable breath of death has finally disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he saw Xin Bai breaking into the Shuiwe's secret realm and asked in surprise, "What is he going to do?" Shi Yun did not speak. At this time, he was controlling the Tai sword in his mind to fight against the killing blade with all his strength, trying to drive the killing blade out of the sea of consciousness. Many female disciples in Shuiwe's secret realm were horrified when they saw Xin Bai breaking in with murderous intent. Who is this person? Why did he come to my Shuiwe's secret realm? Hurry and invite Ancestor Wanru. Humph, you broke into my secret realm of Shuiwe. I really don't know how to write the word death. Don't panic, Ancestor Wanru is here to take action, so there is nothing to fear from this intruding thief. If they had known that Hong Wanru, whom they trusted in their hearts, had just been nearly killed by Xin Bai, they probably wouldn't have said that. Xin Bai looked down with cold eyes and shouted, "Scrape!" Powerful spiritual thoughts enveloped these female disciples, instantly stunning them. Xin Bai flew towards the center of Shuiwe's secret realm at full speed. Secret technique of water and moon, mirror flower and water moon. A Shuiyu female disciple in the early stage of Su refining was not stunned and attacked Xin Bai. Seeking death. Xin Bai's eyes narrowed. Xin Bai did not stop flying. At this time, every second was crucial to Xin Bai. He turned the broken blood-red killing blade phantom in his hand and threw it at the female disciple who was in the early stages of refining the void. Whoosh! The phantom of the blood-red killing blade caused bursts of sonic booms in the air before the female disciple Shuiwe could react. The blade penetrated her heart. Boom! Instantly killed the early stage of void refining. The lifeless body of the Shuiwe female disciple opened her eyes wide with disbelief. She didn't understand why the other party was so powerful and could be instantly killed in one encounter. Shinbai came to the center of Shuei's secret realm and took out the core of the secret realm. The core of the secret realm is suspended in the air, emitting colorful lights. The spiritual energy in the water moon secret realm surges toward the core of the secret realm like a dragon sucking water. Most of the spiritual energy in the secret realm disappeared in just a few breaths. As the spiritual energy suddenly disappeared, the secret realm began to vibrate. The vibration frequency is becoming more and more obvious, and the intensity is also getting stronger. Shinbai looked at the thunder sword getting closer and closer to him. Leave the core of the secret realm where it is, turn around and fly towards the outside of the secret realm. After a few breaths, Shinbai walked through the exit of Shuei's secret realm and returned to the outside world. As soon as he came to the outside world, Shinbai stretched out his hand towards the killing blade in Qiyun's Sea of Consciousness. Take it. Whoosh! The killing blade that beat Taiye's sword in Qiyun's Sea of Consciousness instantly separated from Qiyun's Sea of Consciousness. Flying towards Shinbai at high speed, the palm-sized killing blade returned to its normal size during the flight. After the killing blade left the Sea of Consciousness, Qiyun wiped the dense beads of sweat on his forehead. Even if he sacrificed the Taiye sword spirit and took the elixir to stimulate his potential, he would still be at a disadvantage when facing the attack of the killing blade. They can only be beaten passively and rarely take the initiative to fight back. If the beating continues like this, the Taiye sword that is forcibly bonded together will soon break again. At that time, Qiyun would have no way to deal with the attack from the killing blade. Now that the killing blade has left, avoiding the danger of the Sea of Consciousness being shattered, Qiyun warned himself in his heart, "Oh, I can't meddle in my own business next time." Meddling in one's own business also comes at a cost. If one is weak or misjudges the other party, one will pay a huge price. Qiyun now has both. He didn't expect Shinbai to be so strong after being forced into a hurry. I didn't expect that I didn't take any advantage in the opponent's hands. Except for a tie at the beginning, I fell into a disadvantage later on. As soon as the killing blade arrived in Shinbai's hands, the thunder sword arrived. Shinbai held the killing blade in his hand and turned around to slash at the thunder sword. Shown. Killing and slaughtering. Shown. Killing life and death realm. The dark realm appeared again, surrounding Lei Jia, Qiyun, and Hong Wanru again. Kill, annihilate. The bloody full moon rises. The phantom of the bloody killing blade condensed again. Attack towards Lei Jia. Killing and slaughtering. Shinbai used all his firepower under the increase of death domain. Wield the killing blade and launch a fierce offensive against the thunder sword. Shang! 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 The intensive offensive hit the thunder sword, making a harsh sound. The blood moon dispersed, and Shinbai stood there gasping for air. The thunder sword had dissipated during Shinbai's crazy offensive. Shinbai controlled his breathing and looked at Qiyun and Hong Wanru. Qiyun couldn't help but feel his scalp numb when he saw the strong killing intent in Shinbai's eyes. He really didn't want to fight this monster Shinbai anymore. The opponent can always surprise him at critical moments, making it difficult to figure out where he is. Hong Wanru was even more so, trembling all over, fear filling her heart. Not good. Hong Wanru suddenly exclaimed. Qiyun turned to look at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Hong Wanru, Uncle Qi, my control over the Shuei's secret realm is disappearing rapidly. I am afraid that if I take a few more breaths, I will completely lose control over the Shuei's secret realm. Hong Wanru looked at Shinbai as if she had seen a ghost and said, "What did you do when you entered the Shuei's secret realm just now?" Shinbai ignored Hong Wanru's question. Neither Qiyun nor Shinbai attacked each other again, and the two sides fell into a stalemate. After a few breaths, Shinbai finally heard the system prompt. Ding! Whether the host integrates the Shuei's secret realm into the small thousand world. Fusion. Ding! Integrating. Ding! The fusion of Shaoqian world has been completed. In view of the host's several choices, should the fusion secret realm be set as the default state? Warm reminder, after setting it to the default state, the system will automatically integrate every secret realm obtained by the host in the future and will no longer actively ask. Set as default. Xin Bai's spiritual thoughts penetrated into the small thousand world, and the area of the small thousand world expanded again. After absorbing the Shueihua secret realm, Shaoqian world finally saw some obvious changes. In the past, the river water sources in Shaoqian world were stagnant water, but under human control, they became like living water. Now the river water in Shaoqian world no longer needs human control and forms a cycle of its own. A burst of vitality emerged from the river, and many of the fish and shrimps that felt it most directly grew several times in size within a few breaths.
Ding! Shaoqian World Mission, absorbed 2 secret realms within 3 days. Completed.
The mission reward, one of the 89 mysterious powers, the heavenly elephant earth, has been distributed. After completing the mission of Shaoqian World and obtaining the law of heaven and earth, Xin Bai had been in a tense state and relaxed a little. Divine thoughts shrouded many female disciples in Shueihua's secret realm in Shaoqian World. The next moment, many unconscious female disciples in the Shueihua secret realm were moved out of the little thousand world by Xin Bai. Looking at the dense crowd of female disciples on the ground, Hong Wanru said in disbelief, "Impossible. It took me decades to become the master of the Shueihua secret realm. How could he take away my secret realm in such a short period of time?
That is my secret realm.
I, the master of the secret realm, am still alive and cannot be taken away." Xin Bai looked pitiful and said to Hong Wanju, "Nothing is impossible.
If you think it is impossible, it's just that you are not good enough. Go to hell and experience more of the impossible."
In addition to the longer time it takes for the core of the secret realm to absorb the first secret realm, the time it takes to absorb the second secret realm is hundreds of times shorter. So far, the Water Moon secret realm has been obtained in a very short period of time. After Xin Bai finished speaking, Shi Yun calmly protected Hong Wanru behind him. Seeing this, Xin Bai said jokingly, "Old Shi, the Sea of Consciousness has been injured, and the Tai sword has been broken.
You are still so persistent. What are you trying to do with your life?"
Shi Yun was told about the pain point by Xin Bai, and a flash of pain flashed in his eyes. "Little friend Xin, my skills are not as good as others, and even the weapons are not as good as yours.
I admit it.
But, as a swordsman, I cannot break the promise I made in the past. In this battle, as long as I still have some strength to continue fighting, I will not let you kill Hong Wanru."
Xin Bai laughed and said, "If the sword is broken, can it still be called a swordsman? Mr. Qi, I don't understand something. Why didn't you continue attacking just now?"
"I was waiting for a breakthrough in combat power."
"What are you waiting for?" "The 89 mysterious techniques act on the heaven and the earth." Xin Bai's body grew rapidly. 1 foot 5 long. 10 feet, 20 feet. 50 feet.
It reached a full length of 100 feet before stopping. Looking at Xin Bai, who was like a giant in front of him, Shi Yun was shocked again.
Shi Yun, it is said that the legendary magical power can influence the sky and the earth?
It is said that in ancient times, there were only a few powerful people who could use the laws of heaven and earth. I didn't expect that you would receive such an inheritance.
It's really enviable.
With the inheritance of Dharma, heaven, elephant and earth, it is no wonder that you are extraordinary and your cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds.
Xin Bai saw Qi Yun's misunderstanding and did not explain anything.
I didn't expect that Mr. Qi was so knowledgeable that he actually knew the laws of heaven and earth.
Then he changed the topic and said sarcastically, "What were you waiting for just now? Could it be that the Guizhou donkey has run out of skills?"
If Qi Yun hadn't stopped him, he would have killed Hong Wanru a long time ago, and he wouldn't have been in danger and embarrassment under the thunder disaster. Qi Yun's good impression in Xin Bai's heart was gone, so he started to sneer.
If the other party is still ignorant, Xin Bai won't mind killing him as well.
Qi Yun heard the implication of Xin Bai's words, and said bitterly, "I'm waiting too, but now it seems that compared with Qin Xiaoyu, I feel a little dwarfed by the big one." Qi Yun took out a palm-sized sword box from his arms and tore off the seal on the sword box. The unsealed sword box suddenly became 1 foot long and 1 foot wide in the blink of an eye. Qi Yun opened the sword box. "This is the sword left by my predecessors in Shushan. It will take some time to remove the seal."
Shushan sword technique 36 Tiangang sword formation. 36 swords of various kinds flew out of the sword box. Little friend Qin, if I still can't defeat you after this blow, I will retreat from now on and will no longer interfere in this matter. 36 flying swords locked Qin Bai according to the direction of Tiangang, and sent out sword energy to attack Qin Bai. Crack! At the same time, the ninth thunder calamity fell from the dark clouds in the sky. Qin Bai allowed the 36 Tiangang sword formation attacks to hit him. Shang! 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 The sword energy hitting Qin Bai's body was unable to break through Qin Bai's defense, leaving white spots behind. Qin Bai flew upwards and faced the ninth thunderstorm attack. The ninth thunder tribulation was in the shape of a thunder dragon that was tens of feet tall. When Lei Long saw Qin Bai coming, he opened his mouth and tried to bite Qin Bai. Qin Bai, who was hundreds of feet tall, grabbed the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon, which was dozens of feet in size, seemed a bit small in front of Qin Bai. Grab the head and tail of the brontosaurus with both hands and pull outwards with force. With a crack sound, the thunder dragon's body was torn in half. Then he punched the brontosaurus in the head. Boom! After a loud noise, the brontosaurus was scattered. This also allowed Qin Bai to see the power of Fa Tianxiang. The thunder calamity that had made Qin Bai so embarrassed just now was now defeated as easily as eating and drinking. Looking at the calamity cloud above his head, Qin Bai had a bold idea in his mind. His figure rushed into the calamity cloud. After entering the calamity cloud, Qin Bai began to attack crazily. Shi Yun controlled the 36 Tiangang sword formation to wander outside the tribulation cloud. He did not dare to let the sword formation follow Qin Bai into the tribulation cloud. The destruction of one Taiye sword already made him very heartbroken. If he had to destroy 36 more swords of Shushan predecessors, he would really feel like crying without tears. Shi Yun didn't know how many times he was shocked today. He stared blankly at Qin Bai, who entered the robbery cloud. This is the first time I've heard that breaking through the fusion realm requires overcoming a tribulation. It's also the first time I've seen someone rush into the tribulation cloud after overcoming the tribulation. It's unprecedented and simply shocking. Loud noises kept coming from the calamity cloud. Boom! 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 Qin Bai's figure flashed in the calamity cloud, and his fist like a mountain struck on the calamity cloud. After a few breaths, most of the calamity clouds were dispersed. There was still a small part of the calamity cloud left, so Qin Bai shouted, "Killing blade!" Zheng! The sound of the killing blade rang out and quickly became louder. Qin Bai, who was hundreds of feet in size, held the enlarged killing blade and slashed at the remaining Jia Yun. Killing and slaughtering. The killing blade, which was dozens of feet long, struck in the calamity cloud. Boom! Boom! The robbery cloud was shattered by Qin Bai's blow. Shi Yun looked at this scene with his mouth wide open. After the robbery cloud shattered, Qin Bai grabbed it with his big hand. The 36 swords that formed the 36 Tiangang sword formation were grasped by Qin Bai. Powerful spiritual thoughts poured into these 36 swords, cutting off the connection between the swords and Shi Yun. Puff! After being forcibly taken away 36 swords, Shi Yun turned pale and spit out a large mouthful of blood. The sword array was taken away, and Shi Yun's heart became gloomy. He wanted to open his mouth to ask Qin Bai for it, but he swallowed it back. He made a sword salute to Qin Bai and said, "Little friend Qin, I don't care about this matter. I'll take my leave now." Turning to Hong Wanru, she had a complex expression on her face, filled with memories and sadness. In the end, these distracting thoughts were cut off by Qi Yun, turned into a long sigh, and turned around to leave. After Qi Yun left, Hong Wanru was completely panicked. "Uncle Qi, you can't ignore me, you and my mother." When Qi Yun, who was flying away, heard this, his tone showed no emotion at all, and his voice sounded in Hong Wanru's ears, "The relationship between you and me is now severed. Your mother abandoned me and left in pursuit of glory and wealth. Not long after she married your father was killed by his enemies. He came to me holding the newborn you, and I." Speaking of this, Qi Yun laughed at himself. "I am just a nostalgic lover. I have gained nothing, but I have been struggling in an old relationship for so many years." The shackles in his heart were broken, and Qi Yun's aura suddenly improved,
breaking through from the early stage of integration to the middle stage of integration. When Hong Wanru wanted to say something else, Shin Bai's giant body stood behind her. There is too much nonsense.
If you have anything to say, go to hell and say it. Laugh.
The killing blade slashed at Hong Wanru. There was a huge difference in strength, and Hong Wanru had no time to react.
Boom.
The killing blade dozens of feet long fell on Hong Wanru, and a cloud of blood mist spread in the air.
Hong Wanru died. Shi Yun paused, then turned and flew forward without looking back. Xiao Cheng blocked his way to leave. Shi Yun said, Xinglong, what do you mean? Xiao Cheng, come when you want and leave when you want. You don't take my master seriously.
Shi Yun, the person your master wanted to kill has already been killed.
Could it be that he doesn't even want to let me go? Shi Yun's cultivation has improved, and he feels more confident.
Xiao Qing, my husband is kind-hearted, but he has a principle, which is to value commitments.
Didn't you just say that you wouldn't give up on this battle as long as you still have a little bit of strength? Now I'm letting you go with so much energy. Wouldn't this be a violation of the promise you just made? Shi Yun looked at Shin Bai in the distance and said, Little friend Shin, what do you mean?
Shin Bai had no intention of stopping Xiao Qing. He was already very dissatisfied with the ignorant Shi Yun and said, Xiao Qing, like me, is a man of his word. You just said you would fight to the last bit of strength, and it is helping you fulfill your promise.
Shi Yun said angrily, You are simply bullying others too much. Xiao Qing, when you stopped my master, why didn't you think of going too far? When my master was threatened by you during the thunderstorm, what were you thinking?
Shi Yun, I have broken through to the middle stage of integration, and you are no match for me.
Xiao Qinglong looked at Shi Yun and said sarcastically, My Qinglong clan is the best at fighting. You can't guess. Song Long's battle technique swallowing the sky. Xiao Qing opened the dragon's mouth and bit Shi Yunshu. When the dragon's mouth closed, Shi Yun's figure disappeared.
Shi Yun looked at the dark space around him and opened the sword box. 36 long swords emerged from the sword box again.
Shushan sword technique 36 Tiangang sword formation.
36 long swords guard Shi Yun in the center according to a certain position. At this time, the oppressive feeling of the dark space continued to spread to Shi Yun.
The Tiangang sword formation did not play any defensive role. What kind of magical power is this? It doesn't even have any effect on the Tiangang sword formation.
Shi Yun said in shock.
Sung Long's secret technique Netherworld. The feeling of oppression instantly intensified hundreds of times.
Shi Yun's face, which was already pale due to injury, turned rosy under the pressure.
Sung Long's secret technique, peeling off.
Just when Shi Yun was trying his best to resist the strong pressure, he suddenly found that his body was gradually numb and out of control.
No matter what method he used, he couldn't regain control of his body.
Shi Yun was shocked.
If he continued like this, he would completely lose control of his body within a few breaths.
As a last resort, Shi Yun pressed the tip of his tongue and shouted, Shushan sword technique, great sword controlling technique. He smashed the sword box next to him with one palm, and a long sword burst out from the sword box. Flying around Shi Yun, they all gathered at Shi Yun's feet and turned into a huge long sword disease. Shi Yun stepped on the huge long sword, and under the control of his spiritual thoughts, the sword body burst out with sword lights.
The sword light cut through the darkness, and the next moment, Shi Yun appeared in the outside world again. Azure Dragon War Technique Dragon Breath.
Shi Yun, who had just appeared in the outside world, ran into the dragon breath in Xiao Qing's mouth. In a hurry, Shi Yun redecomposed the giant sword at his feet into long swords and protected them in front of his body. The dragon's breath was not wasted at all, and it was all sprayed on the long sword in front of Shi Yun. When Shi Yun tried his best to defend, the dragon's breath seeped into a long sword. Erase all Shi Yun's spiritual thoughts and the long sword. A long sword lost the control of Shi Yun's spiritual mind and fell down involuntarily. The little green dragon waved its claws and grabbed all the long swords. Shi Yun's face turned pale and he spat out a large mouthful of blood again. This time, on the one hand, it was because his spiritual thoughts were wiped out and the internal injuries were aggravated. On the other hand, he was in a hurry, and it could be said that he had lost all his money on this trip. The Tai sword passed down from generation to generation in Shushan was damaged.
Even the swords left by the predecessors of Shushan were all taken away.
As a disciple of Shushan, he had no face to face the ancestors of Shushan. What's more, a swordsman, without the blessing of the sword, will lose most of his combat power in an instant. Shaoqing didn't care so much. In its heart, it was already a good thing that it didn't kill Qi Yun. Boom. Turning the dragon's body around, the dragon's tail hit Qi Yun, who was in a daze. Qi Yun was sent flying hundreds of feet. Shaoqing said, I said I would let you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, so these swords will be your life money.
At the same time, the master asked me to tell you something.
If you don't have the strength, don't imitate others.
Next time, don't meddle in other people's business.
Qi Yun's face was bitter, and all the most important and valuable things on his body were taken away and destroyed. He was very grateful to Qin Bai for sparing his life. At this time, he could not even defeat Qin Bai's pet Qinglong, and it would not be easy for the other party to kill him. Qi Yun said to Shaoqing, tell your master and me that this is my fault, Meng Lang.
I will come to apologize another day.
Qi Yun's figure quickly disappeared from the horizon, and Shaoqing flew to Qin Bai and told Qi Yun's words truthfully. Qin Bai, the apology is fake, but asking for these Shushan swords back is the real thing. Shaoqing opened his dragon claws and handed all the swords to Qin Bai. Master, these things are not cheap.
If you fail, you will have to give the old man a hard blow. Shaoqing's words were like those of a profiteer, making Qin Bai laugh. Qin Bai put all the swords into the system storage space. Boom. The calamity clouds in the sky that were scattered by Qin Bai condensed again and locked onto Qin Bai. What's going on? Qin Bai was confused. Shaoqing looked at the calamity clouds gathering above her head again. Master, haven't you already successfully overcome the calamity?
Why are you still there? Just when Qin Bai was about to answer, a message came into Qin Bai's heart. After reading this message, Qin Bai smiled bitterly. It turns out that all this was done by himself. Originally, Jia Yun was finished, but Qin Bai had to rush into Jia Yun and tear Jia Yun into pieces simply and roughly.
This will anger Dao Mingzhong.
Dao Dao had never seen such an arrogant cultivator before, so another thunder disaster struck him. This thunder catastrophe is called 10 meteors. As the name of the 10-meteor thunder tribulation implies, it means 10 deaths and no life. After briefly explaining the situation to Shaoqing, Qin Bai said, Shaoqing, you go and wait in the distance first, waiting for me to survive this thunder disaster. When Shaoqing flew far away, Qin Bai adjusted his breath, holding the killing blade and waiting for the thunder disaster to come.
This thunderstorm took an unusually long time to gestate. 3 days later.
Lan Linglong looked nervously at Shaoqing's back as Jia Yun became more and more powerful. Ever since Lan Linglong took the elixir given by Long Yi, her injuries have almost fully recovered in the past 3 days. Even the dented palm prints on his chest have disappeared. Shaoqing, the power of this lightning disaster is getting stronger and stronger.
Can Brother Qin survive it?
Lan Linglong asked with a slight frown. Shaoqing replied simply, I know the master's strength, there must be no problem. Although he said this, Shaoqing himself had no idea.
Even it felt very trembled by the aura revealed from time to time in the 3-day tribulation cloud.
Langy looked at the 100-foot-tall Qin Bai in the sky with bright eyes, and thought to himself, who is this person?
Why can such a person be seen on such a low-level planet as Blue Star?
With the great supernatural power of the heaven, earth, and heaven, he broke through to the fusion state. There is no record in the family classics that anyone survived the thunder tribulation after reaching the fusion state.
Now we have passed through the 10th thunder tribulation.
You must know that even the most qualified geniuses who have broken through to the realm of transcending the thunder tribulation are only 9 thunder tribulations.
What kind of monster is this? Could it be that some saint's son came here to practice?
The thunder calamity in the calamity cloud is still increasing. From the beginning of the late stage of the fusion realm, all the way up to the perfect level of the fusion realm. If it continues to improve, it will reach the power of the tribulation realm. While everyone was waiting, the aura of thunder tribulation climbed upward again on the 7th day. Shaoqing and others felt their hearts almost in their throats. Half a day later, the power of the thunder tribulation stabilized at half step over tribulation. Xiaoqing's beating heart became slightly more stable. It's okay, it's only halfway through the tribulation, and it hasn't reached the realm of tribulation yet. Lang Yi murmured, even if you haven't reached the realm of overcoming the tribulation, the power of half step through the tribulation is not something that can be withstood by the early stage of integration. In the distance, on the ground at the edge of the tribulation cloud, more than % of Blue Star's cultivators gathered. These practitioners all looked at the calamity clouds in the sky, their eyes filled with shock.
Which senior is this trying to overcome the tribulation? When did such a powerful person appear in Blue Star? This is the first person to break through to the tribulation realm since Blue Star entered the era of spiritual energy exhaustion. Does anyone here know this senior? If I could become a disciple of this senior, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. Lan Wenhao and Lan Tianhe were in front of the crowd. Lan Tianhe said to Lan Wenhao, "Third brother, judging from the news from Linglong, this Qinbai is really terrifying." Lan Wenhao felt this deeply. The first time I met him, he was besieged by Wu Ho and Zhang Feng. It's only been a while now, and I've actually broken through to the fusion realm. With my current cultivation level, he can probably kill me in an instant. Lan Tianhe chuckled and said, "Third brother, don't be too discouraged." He pointed to the Blue Star cultivators gathered behind him and said, "Look at them, every one of them wants to have a relationship with Qinbai, but they have no way. Look at our Lan family. We are the first and only ones to help Qinbai. The stronger his cultivation is, the more obvious the benefits to our Lan family will be. It is better to add icing on the cake than to provide help in times of need. The rise of our Lan family is inevitable." Lan Tianhe said to Qi Yun, who was alone not far away, "Old Qi, what do you think?" Qi Yun had left before, but Qinbai's heavenly tribulation made too much noise, so he came back again. Qi Yun smiled bitterly and said, "Your Lan family made the right bet this time." Lan Tianhe smiled even more when he heard this. He knew everything about Qi Yun's encounter through Lan Linglong. He couldn't help but tease Qi Yun and said, "Mr. Qi, I heard from my Linglong girl that you are a disciple of Shushan. Can you borrow the Tai sword?" "Old 7, don't be rude." Lan Wenhao scolded. Although the Lan family and Qinbai are tied together, the other party is in the fusion state after all. If someone is unhappy, it is easy to destroy the Lan family. Qi Yun's face turned dark when Lan Tianhe mentioned the sore point, and he snorted coldly, "If my grandson Lan Yan hadn't died, there is a high probability that your Lan family would have besieged Qinbai together with the Fire Cloud secret realm. I can only say that my grandson died well and at the right time." After his death, the pressure on the Lan family increased sharply and they had no choice but to choose foreign aid. This gave the Lan family a future, ha. Lan Wenhao and Lan Tianhe didn't look very good, but they didn't dare to get angry. What Qi Yun said was a double entendre. He was a senior himself, so Lan Yan, the ancestor of the Lan family, really couldn't fault him for calling him grandpa. At the same time, if Lan Yan does not die, the Lan family will most likely follow the train to the Fire Cloud secret realm and head towards destruction. Just as everyone was talking about it, the tens of thousands of meters of calamity clouds in the sky suddenly shrank. Qinbai sat cross-legged in midair, with the killing blade on his knees, and suddenly opened his eyes. "Here he comes." The cultivator below held his breath and looked at the sky. The thunder calamity did not strike, but the calamity cloud continued to shrink. Shrinking from tens of thousands of meters to tens of thousands of meters, several thousand meters, hundreds of meters. After shrinking to several hundred meters, the calamity clouds began to churn. Gradually it condensed into the shape of a long knife. The shape of the long knife is getting clearer and clearer. Qinbai looked at the long sword that Jie Yun had transformed into, and felt a sense of familiarity. After dozens of breaths, the long knife transformed by Jie Yun was completely clear. Qinbai looked at the hundreds of meters long sword in the sky and his eyes shrank. Death Blade. The several hundred-meter long sword transformed by Jie Yun was clearly the life-killing blade that Qinbai lived with day and night. "What's going on with the system?" Qinbai asked. "Host, your current permissions are too low to know." The system replied. "I will pay for the questions raised this time, as many mole points as you like." Shinbai said. It doesn't matter how much money you have to pay. You will know when you are strong enough.
The system left such a sentence and fell silent.
No matter how Shinbai called him, the system did not respond at all. The hundreds of meters long thunder tribulation killing blade did not attack Shinbai immediately.
Instead, he kept repeating basic knife skills in place.
Split, chop, tease, stab, collapse.
Shinbai looked at the thunder tribulation killing blade in confusion.
Everyone watching below is puzzled. Lan Tianhe couldn't help but ask Qi Yun, Mr. Qi, you are well informed, what is going on?
Qi Yun pointed his finger at the sky and shook his head.
What do you mean by this? It's all so mysterious and foggy. Lan Tianhe asked confused. Qi Yun glanced at Lan Tianhe and said angrily, I don't know what's going on. I guess only God knows. Why don't you ask God? Lan Tianhe was blocked by Qi Yun and couldn't say a word.
He hummed in place and stopped talking. Shinbai watched carefully as the thunder tribulation killing blade performed basic knife skills. He found that the basic sword skills used by Lei Jie were very different from those he used in normal battles. Comparing the two, the swordsmanship movements displayed by Lei Jie are more primitive, and there is a charm of returning to nature mixed with it. Shinbai's own sword movements seemed like a villager chopping firewood, without any sense of agility. Standing up, Shinbai held the killing blade and practiced these basic sword movements according to the frequency of thunder calamity.
Split, chop, tease, stab, collapse.
Shinbai's basic sword skills steadily improved bit by bit, gradually adding a touch of aura to them. Just when Shinbai was practicing his sword skills with each move, surprised voices suddenly came from the crowd watching below. I've made a breakthrough, I've made a breakthrough. I have been stuck in the foundation building realm for 12 years. I didn't expect that I would break through by practicing swordsmanship with this senior who has transcended tribulations. When everyone heard this, they all found an open space and took out their weapons.
Knives, swords, guns, sticks. There are all kinds of weapons. Practice according to Shinbai's figure in the sky.
Even Lan Wenhao, who was in the early stage of refining the void, took out his weapon and practiced according to Shinbai's figure. Qi Yun was the only one in the field. He avoided Shinbai's figure and stared directly at the long sword transformed by Lei Jie. All the swords on his body were lost.
Shi Yunxong casually broke off a branch, held it in his hand and danced it like a sword. The day flew by.
The thunder tribulation killing blade stopped its basic swordsmanship movements, and Shinbai also stopped. During this day, Shinbai gained a lot, and his level of swordsmanship improved significantly.
Everyone below woke up from their intoxicated state. I broke through. I broke through to the nascent soul realm. I also broke through. Me too. After a day of practice, Lan Wenhao broke through to the middle stage of void refining, and couldn't help but put a smile on his face. Lan Tianhe's strength has also improved.
Although Qi Yun stopped, his eyes were always fixed on the thunder tribulation killing blade.
Buzz. The thunder tribulation killing blade suddenly vibrated, as if it was warming up before, and now the warm-up is over. The thunder was all over the blade, and it was difficult for Qin to kill him. Shinbai was extremely familiar with the sword technique used by the thunder tribulation killing blade. Shinbai was surprised and said, killing sword technique?
The thunder calamity blade vibrating at high speed was slashing towards Shinbai.
Killing and slaughtering.
Shinbai shouted and attacked back with the same move.
Shown.
The two knives collided together, and Shinbai's body flew downwards at extremely high speed, as if he had been hit by a cannonball. Boom.
Shinbai hit the ground. He quickly stood up and pushed hard on the ground, and a large pit appeared on the ground that was dozens of feet long and 10 feet deep. Shinbai rushed towards the thunder tribulation blade again with the killing blade in hand. Shown. The killing blade struck the thunder tribulation blade, and a harsh sound came out. Boom.
As expected, Shinbai was struck to the ground by the thunder tribulation blade again.
Get up from the ground and continue to attack the thunder tribulation blade. Clang. Bang. Clang. Bang.
After repeating this for dozens of times, the Thunder Tribulation Blade's offensive was exhausted and it became quiet again. Shinbai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The power of overcoming the tribulation in half a step is really powerful.
These dozens of counterattacks have brought considerable harm to Shinbai.
Shi Yun below him swayed and fell to the ground.
Lan Wenhao went over to help Shi Yun up. Mr. Qi, are you okay? Shi Yun shook his head to indicate that he was fine.
Just now, he put himself in Shinbai's position and simulated the scene of overcoming the tribulation in his mind. But the final result made him feel a little sad.
No matter what method he used, he would eventually die under the blade of Thunder Tribulation.
Seeing Shinbai take the blow, Shi Yun had to admit the gap between the two.
Didn't he successfully overcome the tribulation before? What happened after I left? How could he trigger a second Thunder Tribulation and still be so powerful?
Shi Yun secretly thought that he was very puzzled by the powerful thunder disaster that appeared in the sky again. A quarter of an hour later, the Thunder Tribulation Blade emitted streaks of thunder in the sky. Thunder spread across the entire sky, forming a thunder field, and Shinbai was suppressed in the thunder field.
Killing life and death realm.
Shinbai saw this and immediately used the same move.
The Dark Realm and the Thunder Realm overlap each other, offsetting the suppression brought by the Thunder Realm.
The Thunder Tribulation Blade swung again. A thunder moon composed of thunder emerged, covering half of the sky.
Shinbai swung the killing blade.
A blood moon was gathering, covering the other half of the sky.
Thunder appeared in the thunder moon. In the blood moon, dense shadows of killing blades condensed. Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom!
The blood moon and the thunder moon collide.
Thunder and killing blade phantom consume each other. Cut!
Shinbai used all his strength, and the shadows of the killing blades kept appearing in the blood moon.
Attack crazily towards Leiyu. Boom! Boom!
The powerful offensive from the sky spread to the bottom, causing the practitioners with low cultivation levels to tremble.
Several killing blade shadows and thunder were squeezed out of the fighting range and attacked the crowd below.
Shi Yun stood in front of everyone, temporarily borrowing the sword of the cultivator beside him. When the killing blade phantom and thunder got closer and closer, he flew upwards and tried to block them.
Shushan sword technique, sword controlling technique. Boom!
The two collided, and the sword in Shi Yun's hand shattered. The killing blade shadow and thunder were half wiped out and fell towards Shi Yun.
Boom!
Shi Yun was blown away and fell to the ground, his face like gold paper. The Tai sword was damaged and the Shushan sword box was lost. I actually struggled to withstand the aftermath of the battle. Shi Yun said sadly. The blood moon and thunder moon dispersed.
Shinbai gasped for air. Bai Zhang's body was injured by the power of thunder, and wounds appeared.
The Thunder Tribulation Blade, which was hundreds of feet long, quickly became smaller in the air. It changed to the size of a palm, with lightning flashing on it.
Whoosh!
The speed was extremely fast, and before Shinbai could react, he had already entered Shinbai's sea of consciousness. Killing creatures and scattering souls. The sea of consciousness is one of the most important places for a cultivator, and one should not hesitate at all. The killing blade in Shinbai's hand quickly faded and appeared in the sea of consciousness. The divine thoughts in the sea of consciousness poured into the killing blade crazily.
The entire body of the killing blade turned golden yellow.
At this moment, the aura of death in the dark realm of the outside world entered Shinbai's sea of consciousness and poured into the killing blade.
The killing blade is half golden and half dark. Shone!
The killing blade and the Thunder Tribulation Blade meet together.
Shinbai controlled the killing blade with his spiritual thoughts and defended against Lei Jie's powerful offensive. Clang!
The killing blade was knocked away in the sea of consciousness. The thunder blade slashed at Shinbai's sea.
Boom!
There was a loud sound in Shinbai's ear, and the pain in his brain felt like tearing. At this moment, Shinbai personally experienced the horror of the soul-dispersing sword technique. Enduring the injury of consciousness sea, he concentrated on controlling the killing blade to intercept the Thunder Tribulation Blade.
Shong! Shang!
In just a few seconds, the Killing Blade and the Thunder Calamity Blade collided hundreds of times.
Clang!
The Killing Blade was split open again, and the Thunder Tribulation Blade took the opportunity to make another slash in Shinbai's Sea of Consciousness.
Boom!
The pain in the Sea of Consciousness doubled, and Shinbai felt as if his head was split. Shinbai, who was still a little restrained at first, no longer cares so much. If he continues like this, he will be sharpened to death by the Blade of Thunder sooner or later.
Killing and slaughtering.
The Killing Blade vibrated at high speed and collided with the Thunder Tribulation Blade.
Shong!
For the first time in the battle in the Sea of Consciousness, the Killing Blade and the Thunder Tribulation Blade fought to a draw. The Thunder Tribulation Blade seemed to be angered, and the blade thundered.
It also vibrated and hit the Killing Blade. Boom!
Shinbai gritted his teeth and controlled the Killing Blade to fight with all his strength. After the Killing Blade and the Thunder Calamity Blade separated, Shinbai felt dizzy in his mind. Consciousness C was slashed twice by the Thunder Tribulation Blade. The shock caused by the collision between the Killing Blade and the Thunder Calamity Blade once again aggravated Shinbai Shurai's injuries. What?
It can't go on like this. Killing life and death realm. Kill, annihilate. Killing and slaughtering. The Dark Realm is filled with Shinbai's knowledge sea.
A smaller version of the Blood Moon appeared in Shinbai's Sea of Consciousness, wrapping the person in the Thunder Tribulation. In the Blood Moon, the blood-red shadow of the Killing Blade appeared and attacked the Thunder Tribulation Blade. And the body of the Killing Blade was attacking the Thunder Tribulation Blade with an indomitable momentum. Upon seeing this, Thunder Tribulation Blade was not to be outdone at all.
The same Thunder Field and Thunder Moon appeared. Thunders struck at the Killing Blade.
The Thunder Tribulation Blade slashed fiercely at the Killing Blade at the same time.
Boom! 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 The offensive from both sides dispersed, and Shinbai's knowledge sea was riddled with holes in the aftermath of the battle. Puff!
Blood flowed uncontrollably from Shinbai's eyes, ears, nostrils, and corners of his mouth. The tearing pain kept coming like a tide, and waves of dizziness came out. Shinbai gritted his teeth and braced himself to prevent himself from getting dizzy. If he fainted at this time, the consequences would be disastrous. In the Sea of Consciousness riddled with holes, the battle continues. The Seaside Blade seemed to be angered by the counterfeit Lightning Tribulation Blade that had the same appearance as itself. Escaped from the control of Shinbai's spiritual thoughts, he launched a fierce offensive towards the Thunder Tribulation Blade. Shinbai was not surprised at all when he saw that the Killing Blade was out of his control. The Seaside Blade itself has the existence of the sword spirit Gurren. Needless to say, Gurren must have intervened at this time. As long as Honglian doesn't cause any big trouble, Shinbai doesn't want to interfere with Honglian. The Killing Blade, which was originally at a disadvantage and had been beaten all the time, escaped Shinbai's control. The offensive suddenly changed, and the fierce offensive covered the Thunder Tribulation Blade.
Shang! Shang! Shang!
The Blade of Thunder Tribulation was like a younger brother who had been angered. The Killing Blade struck from top to bottom, from left to right in the Sea of Consciousness, without any power to fight back. The Killing Blade hit him heartily, but Shinbai suffered a lot. The riddled Sea of Consciousness once again suffered a heavy blow. Shinbai gritted his teeth and persisted, wrapping his spiritual thoughts around the inner wall of the Sea of Consciousness to reduce the impact of the battle between the Killing Blade and the Thunder Tribulation Blade as much as possible. 3 days later, the Thunder Tribulation Blade, which had been beaten all the time, was finally overwhelmed.
Shong!
The Killing Blade struck hard on the Thunder Tribulation Blade.
Crack!
The Thunder Tribulation Blade was broken into 2 pieces.
Shang! Shang! Shang!
The Killing Blade was unforgiving, striking at the Thunder Tribulation Blade one after another. After the Thunder Tribulation Blade completely dissipated, the Killing Blade stopped.
Shinbai heard a sneer, "You are the only one who can use a knife like a stick."
The owner of the voice didn't need to think about it to know that there would be no one else but Honglian, who had always been at odds with Shinbai. Hearing Honglian's long-lost voice, Shinbai said, "I haven't shown up for so long, and you ridiculed me like this when you first showed up. Do you feel happy?" A burst of laughter like a silver bell rang in Qinbai's ears.
Honglian, why don't we discuss it? You give up control of your body. I will be the master and you will be the sword spirit. Qinbai didn't even think about it and refused directly, you are dreaming. Zheng.
The killing blade left the sea of consciousness and reappeared in Qinbai's hand.
Qinbai looked at the killing blade in his hand and thought of Honglian's beautiful face.
If not for personal experience, who would have thought that hidden under this beautiful face is a proud, crazy, powerful, and murderous heart?
Regarding Honglian, Qinbai's heart was very complicated, and he could not treat Honglian with the same mentality as an enemy. Counting this time, Durin has saved him twice.
If Honglian hadn't come to his aid this time, Qinbai would most likely be in trouble, and the most fortunate result would be that his sea of consciousness would be shattered. But he could feel that Honglian looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. Even if she saves herself, it's probably because of the pride in her heart. In Honglian's heart, she was the only one Qinbai could kill. It would be a humiliation for her to be killed by outsiders. As the weapon of Haotian, the former Lord of Heaven, it is not surprising that I, a young monk who has not even reached the immortal realm, should be looked down upon by her.
Qinbai laughed at himself. After completely surviving the thunderstorm, Qinbai Zheng's body returned to normal size. The feeling of tearing in the sea of consciousness is getting stronger and stronger. At this time, Qinbai's sea of consciousness was shaky and might collapse at any time. The spiritual thoughts are struggling to support the inner wall of the consciousness sea, preventing the situation of the consciousness sea from deteriorating further. Xiaocheng flew to Qinbai's feet and said, "Congratulations to Master for surviving the thunderstorm and taking another step forward on the path of cultivation." Qinbai said with a pale smile, "This time was really dangerous, but luckily, we finally got through it." Qinbai glanced at Lan Linglong and Long Yi, whose injuries on Xiaocheng's back had recovered.
Lan Linglong stood up and said with a happy face, "Congratulations to Brother Qin for surviving the thunderstorm." Lang Yi stood up at the same time, cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations."
Qinbai said to Lang Yi, "What are your plans in the future?" Lang Yi sighed and said, "You have captured the 3 secret realms of Blue Star. From now on, I am afraid that I will have to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme all over the world." Qinbai looked at the man who had been knocked unconscious many times by him and said seriously, "If you have nowhere to go, why not follow me?" Lang Yi's eyes lit up, then dimmed, and he said with a hint, "Following you may cause you a lot of unnecessary trouble in the future." "Are you sure?" Qinbai had long noticed what was different about Lang Yi.
For example, although the elixir he gave Lan Linglong had a slow healing effect, it was more stable. The most important thing is that Qinbai couldn't see the details of this elixir with his exploratory eyes, and it was completely unknown. Qinbai said calmly, "I'm in a lot of trouble. You may lose your life at any time if you follow me. You make your own choice." Lang Yi understood Qinbai's implication from his words, that is, Qinbai didn't care about the trouble he said.
Lang Yi said, "Then I will follow you.
From today on, you are my big brother." After speaking, Lang Yi took out a pill from his arms and handed it to Qinbai, saying, "Brother, from the aura on your body, I guess that your consciousness is seriously damaged.
This pill can help you recover from the injury."
Qinbai originally planned to exchange all the swords he received from Qi Yun into mall points and search for elixirs in the mall to heal himself. Unexpectedly, Lang Yi gave him a pill directly, and Qinbai tested it with his exploratory eye.
Apart from the unknown grade, there is no harm involved. This is not because Qinbai has delusions of being persecuted.
For Qinbai, who was a killer, caution is the most important factor in surviving.
Believing in others is a kind of talent.
Qinbai has always been wary of anyone except Xiaocheng, who believes in life and death with him. Even Lan Linglong, who had been following him, Qinbai didn't fully trust. What's more, it's Long Yi, whom I've met several times. After confirming that there was nothing abnormal, he took the pill and Qinbai swallowed it. The elixir melted instantly in his mouth, and its power rushed down Qinbai's throat to the sea of consciousness in his brain. After entering the sea of consciousness, they are scattered around the sea of consciousness. After a few breaths, Qinbai Shihai recovered most of his injuries. After a dozen breaths, the injuries in consciousness C were completely healed, and the tearing pain disappeared. The sea of consciousness has recovered, and Shinbai takes back the spiritual thoughts that have been supporting the inner wall of the sea of consciousness. Shinbai did not ask about the source of the elixir given by Lang Yi, and they both understood it tacitly. After breaking through to the early stage of integration, Shinbai opened the personal information panel before looking at his attributes. Name, Shinbai Tianwanti Elementary. All attributes increased by 5.0%. Cultivation level, 6th level early stage of integration, 567-1000. Divine thought, intermediate integration stage power, 567 speed, 567 stamina, 567 attack, 567 defense, 567 luck, 567. Killing blade level 567, 1000, dash, broken blade, 19, attack increase, dash, percent attack, 567 killing sword technique level 200, dash, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 200 Qinglong level 567, 1000, dash, I didn't expect that I would break through to the 6th level so quickly. The spiritual mind has reached the strength of the mid-stage integration. The only drawback is that the killing sword technique has been slow to advance and is still stuck at the 4th level. Sighing in his heart, Shinbai asked, System, how can I obtain the killing sword technique in the future? Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 6th level, the 6th level rookie host. The unscrupulous voice of the system came out, and Shinbai had a dark look on his face. The system has really gone too far recently. From the initial teasing, it has now become the opening line. I'm asking you how to obtain the killing sword technique in the future. Oh, pay 1000 mol points first, and I will tell you. The system said. Shinbai, do you think I am like a mall point? How about you sell me and see how many points it is worth? What's more, what is the use of the mall points? Ding. The system is calculating the host value. Ding. The calculation is complete and the host is worthless. Shinbai was completely impressed by the system's cool operation and remained silent for a long time. Seeing that Shinbai didn't speak, the system explained, it's useless for me to ask for mall points, but there must be a sense of ceremony. Answering your questions for free will make me look low. Yes, I haven't been in Blue Star for a long time, and I have learned all the foreign languages of the system. Shinbai became more and more speechless. He found that the system was becoming more and more humane. Forget it, I haven't squeezed any points out of you from the beginning to now. I have to change my routine in the future. The system said helplessly. Shinbai, you can't do it for free? The system simply replied decisively, no. Okay, this time you say, the most handsome system, your servant asks you to help him solve his doubts. Impossible. Shinbai refused without thinking. Compared to the mall points, I have made the biggest concession. I will give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you don't ask me, I will go to the TV series. The system said. A man must be strong-willed, his head may be cut off and his blood may bleed, but his dignity cannot be lost. 3. It's useless even if you count to 100, it's impossible. 2. Impossible is impossible. 1. The most handsome system, your master asks you to help him solve his doubts. Shinbai gritted his teeth. Yes, Shinbai gave in. Ha, I didn't expect you to scream. Although it's a little flawed, it doesn't hurt. The 5th and 6th forms of the killing sword technique are in the secret realm of awakening. For the sake of being more well-behaved this time, I would like to remind you that it will take a long time to awaken to the secret realm this time. It is recommended that you obtain the Panglai secret realm first. Upon hearing the answer, Shinbai uttered one word quickly, get out. Host, how could you do this to me? It's really sad. Ignoring the system, Shinbai wondered what he would encounter in the secret realm of awakening this time. The figure of Honglian emerged in Shinbai's mind. Shinbai murmured, will I meet you again this time? Just when Shinbai's thoughts were wandering, Lan Wenhao's voice came, congratulations to Brother Qin for breaking through the union. Shinbai came back to his senses, looked at Lan Wenhao and Lan Tianhe flying towards him and said with a smile, long time no see.
Lan Tianhe, Brother Qin, a banquet has been prepared at home to celebrate Brother Qin's breakthrough. Qinbai nodded in agreement, thank you very much. Lan Wenhao, Brother Qin, don't be polite. This is not the place to talk. Let's go back to Lan's house and eat and chat.
Just when Qinbai and others were about to leave, overwhelming sounds came from below. Please, senior, accept me as your disciple.
I would like to serve my seniors for the rest of my life.
Senior, please accept me.
I am willing to serve you every day and every night.
Senior, at first glance, he is a man of noble moral character.
How could he be tempted by such a coquettish person like you?
Seeing many practitioners below shouting in unison, Lan Wenhao explained with a smile, these people below don't understand the truth and think Brother Qin has broken through the tribulation realm. But even if he hasn't broken through the tribulation realm, Brother Qin can now be regarded as one of the top leaders among Blue Star practitioners.
Blue Star knows that there are only two people who have broken through to the fusion realm.
One is Brother Qin and the other is Qi Yun Qi Lao. With that said, Lan Wenhao approached Qinbai and whispered, Old Qi has been defeated by Brother Qin. Brother Qin is the most powerful among Blue Star practitioners. In the distance, Qi Yun listened to Lan Wenhao secretly mentioning himself, and his heart was full of bitterness. After hesitating for a moment, Qi Yun flew towards Qinbai. Arriving at Qinbai's side, Lan Tianhe looked at him with wide eyes, as if, what are you doing here? Qi Yun's face turned red with embarrassment, and he cupped his hands and said, Congratulations to little friend Qin for successfully overcoming the tribulation.
You are truly a formidable person.
It is extremely rare to cause a thunder catastrophe in the combined realm. Lan Tianhe took the words and said with a strange tone, I have to add one more thing.
Fighting while overcoming the tribulation is extremely rare in ancient times.
Qi Yun bowed to Qinbai and said solemnly, Little friend Qin, it was me Meng Lang before.
Alas, Wanru's mother, let's not mention the old things.
Lan Wenhao tried to smooth things over, I didn't expect Mr. Qi to have such a romantic affair when he was young.
Qinbai said, What happened before is over, does Mr. Qi have anything to do with me? Qi Yun said, Little friend Qin, can you return my Shushan sword to me?
Also afraid that Qinbai would misunderstand, Qi Yun quickly added, I'll exchange it for the spirit stone.
Qinbai said, okay.
The swords in Shushan were left in Qinbai's hands and had no other use than recycling them into points in the system mall. Qi Yun exchanged the spirit stones for the same purpose, which was to redeem points. Qinbai didn't bother to argue with Qi Yun anymore, so he simply sold his favor.
Qi Yun said gratefully, Thank you, little friend Qin. Qinbai waved his hand, looked at the many Blue Star practitioners below, and asked Lan Wenhao, What are your plans for these people? Lan Wenhao was not a fool.
He heard Qinbai's implication that he wanted to help the Lan family take this opportunity to improve their reputation in Blue Star. Lan Wenhao gave Qinbai a grateful look and said, These people are here for Brother Qin.
If Brother Qin doesn't mind, why not invite these people to Lan's house and congratulate Brother Qin together? Qinbai said, Listen to Brother Wenhao's arrangements. Lan Wenhao was overjoyed.
Below him were more than % of Blue Star's cultivators. Inviting these people to the Lan family as guests, coupled with Qinbai's intimidation power, the invisible signal sent out is enough to make the Lan family famous. At the same time, through the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme relationship with Qinbai, the Lan family's dominance among Blue Star practitioners will be greatly increased. Lan Wenhao's voice rang throughout the audience, Fellow Taoists, today our Lan family has specially held a banquet in S City to congratulate Brother Qin on his successful escape from the tribulation.
If fellow Taoists don't mind, you can go together.
Lan Wenhao spoke, and those below said, The Lan family is welcome.
I'll go there myself. Ha, with such a good thing, how could you not go?
There will be a lot of irritation at that time, so I hope you don't mind. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that more than % of the reason why everyone said this was because of Qinbai's face.
Lan Wenhao said, Everyone, without further ado, let's set off now.
City S, where the Lan family resides. At this time, Lan's house was decorated with lights and red lanterns everywhere. The inside and outside of the courtyard are filled with tables and chairs made of 1,000-year-old mahogany. The maids kept serving dishes with all kinds of delicacies from the mountains and seas in their hands. The disciples of the Lan family were busy maintaining order in the field.
Lan Tianhao greeted the many cultivators arriving at the gate of the Lan family.
Lan Wenhao was chatting with Qin Bai inside the Lan family.
Lan Wenhao, brother Qin, I have something to discuss with you. Qin Bai, brother Wenhao, please speak.
Lan Wenhao, first of all, congratulations to brother Qin for obtaining the 3 secret realms. What I want to tell brother Qin is related to the secret realms.
Qin Bai raised his eyebrows slightly. Lan Wenhao said hurriedly, brother Qin, don't get me wrong.
Our Lan family is not greedy for the secret realm.
Blue Star's spiritual energy is weak and will almost disappear.
The spiritual energy in the secret realm is several times stronger than that of Blue Star.
Brother Qin, can you carve out a place in the secret realm for me, the young disciples of the Lan family, to practice? Qin Bai finally understood what Lan Wenhao meant and said with a smile, what do I think it is? I will accept this.
A big stone fell to Lan Wenhao's heart, and he cupped his hands and said, Wenhao would like to thank brother Qin.
Qin Bai waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter, I have to thank brother Wenhao for his help.
Lan Wenhao and Qin Bai looked at each other and smiled, saying nothing.
At this moment, a descendant of the Lan family ran in and said, Master, there is an old man outside the door asking to see him. He said his name is Qi Yun. Lan Wenhao wondered, what is he here for? After Qin Bai's catastrophe, Lan Wenhao invited everyone to the Lan family, except Qi Yun. First, Qi Yun and Qin Bai fought before.
The Lan family is now tied to Qin Bai in the same boat, so they should consider Qin Bai's feelings. Secondly, it was Lan Wenhao who had some small thoughts and revealed the Lan family's attitude of sharing the same hatred to Qin Bai. Qin Bai's mind changed and he knew without thinking that Qi Yun must have come for his Shushan swords and said, invite him in. The children of the Lan family did not move when they heard Qin Bai's words. They looked at Lan Wenhao with a question in their eyes.
Didn't you hear what brother Qin said? Please invite people in quickly.
Lan Wenhao glared at this Lan family member and said angrily. After hearing this, the children of the Lan family hurriedly ran out to ask for help. Lan Wenhao said to Qin Bai, these younger generations in the family are too incompetent, please don't worry, brother Qin.
Qin Bai laughed, brother Wenhao, I don't care about trivial details.
Lan Wenhao continued, I would like to ask brother Qin to become the supreme elder of my Lan family.
What do you think of brother Qin?
Brother Qin doesn't need to do anything in daily life, and he won't restrict brother Qin.
He is just a name.
I just hope that one day when the Lan family is at a critical moment, brother Qin can help.
Qin Bai thought about it briefly and then said, okay.
By pretending to be the supreme elder of the Lan family, Lan Wenhao wanted to tie the Lan family and Qin Bai deeper. The two continued to chat, and the children of the Lan family walked in with Qi Yun. Lan Wenhao glanced at the children of the Lan family. The children of the Lan family closed the door very knowingly and turned to leave.
Qi Yun got straight to the point as soon as he arrived and took out a space ring and handed it to Qin Bai. Little friend Qin, this is all I have accumulated over the years. I wonder if I can exchange it for the swords of my predecessors in Shushan. Qin Bai took the space ring and penetrated it with his spiritual thoughts. Boxes of spiritual stones are neatly stacked in the space ring, totaling 3,000 million low-grade spiritual stones. Qin Bai had previously estimated the price of Shushan swords in the system mall, which was not much different from what Qi Yun had given. He took out the Shushan sword weapon from the system storage space and handed it to Qi Yun. Qin Bai said, the Shushan sword weapon is all here. Qi Yun took over these Shushan swords with excitement and said again, thank you, little friend Qin. For Qi Yun, these Shushan swords have a strong commemorative value and their impact on his combat prowess. When the Tai sword was damaged, Qi Yun was like a tiger whose 2 wings were torn off. Losing the swords of the past dynasties in Shushan is like pulling out a tiger's teeth. A toothless tiger's fighting prowess can be imagined. 3,000 million low-grade spiritual stones were put into the system mall for recycling by Qin Bai. Ding! Item value is being calculated. Ding! Calculation completed, total value, dash, mall points. After redeeming the system mall points, Shinbai opened the attribute redemption function.
Breaking through to the 6th level, 75 mall points can be exchanged for one attribute, and mall points total attributes.
Add 75 attributes to yourself and open the personal information panel. Name, Shinbai Tianawinti Elementary. All attributes increased by 5.0%.
Cultivation level, 6th level early stage of integration, 642-1000, divine thought, intermediate integration stage power, 642 speed, 642 stamina, 642 attack, 642 defense, 642 luck, 642. Killing blade level 642, 1000, broken blade, 19, attack increase, percent attack, 642 killing sword technique level 200, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 200 Qinglong level 642, 1000, his cultivation has improved again, and he is still one step away from breaking through to the middle stage of integration. Seeing that the killing sword technique was still stuck at the 4th level, Shinbai decided to go to Panglai's secret realm immediately after finishing the affairs of the Lan family.
After integrating Panglai's secret realm into Shaoqian world, the next awakening secret realm will be opened.
Lan Wenhao said to Qin at this time, "Brother Qin, look at which of the 3 secret realms in your hands is more suitable for me, a descendant of the Lan family, to practice?"
Qinbai's face showed a strange look, but he hesitated to speak. Seeing Qinbai's expression, Lan Wenhao asked, "Brother Qin, what's the problem?"
Qinbai, "Brother Wenhao, there is only one secret realm now."
Lan Wenhao had a question mark on his face. What does this mean?
Qinbai, "I'll take Brother Wenhao to see it and we'll know." Lan Wenhao said, "The 3 secret realms are quite far away from here.
There are still guests waiting outside.
It would be inappropriate for us as hosts to leave at this time."
Qinbai said, "You can go to the secret realm right here." "Here?" Lan Wenhao asked doubtfully.
The 3 secret realms are integrated by the small thousand world.
Wherever Qinbai goes, the small thousand world will naturally be there. Qinbai nodded. Shi Yun listened to the conversation between the two and said with interest, "I wonder if you can take me with you." Old Shi said, "Of course it's okay." Qinbai agreed. The existence of Shaoqian world will always be revealed. As long as Qinbai himself doesn't tell the secrets, no outsider will be able to see the slightest clue. There are many top powers who can integrate secret realms and even merge 2 planets into one realm. But firstly, it consumes too much time and cannot be carried around.
Secondly, he does not have the absolute control over Shaoqian world like Qinbai. The most important thing is that the powerful fusion planet, as the planet area becomes larger and larger, the cultivation and time required for fusion will become longer and longer. When the planet's area reaches a certain level, it will be intimidated by the limitations of cultivation. The top powers in the world usually just build their own dojo. We will no longer expand the planet's area and do such a thankless task with little profit. Qinbai's little thousand world has no such restrictions in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme the early or late stages. The only thing that can hinder Qinbai from merging planets or secret realms is the resistance from the strong people in the merged planets or secret realms. In short, as long as Qinbai can withstand external pressure, planets with a large area will not be a problem.
This matter is risky. If you are not careful, you may offend a strong person who is several realms beyond you. What Qinbai is thinking right now is to start by merging the secret realm first, and then try to fuse the planets when he is strong enough, to avoid being beaten to death again because of lack of strength. Divine thoughts enveloped Shi Yun and Lan Wenhao. The next moment, the 3 of them appeared in Shaoqian world. Lan Wenhao and Shi Yun opened their eyes wide as they looked at the small thousand world that merged together and had an area that was the combined area of the 3 secret realms. This is incredible," Lan Wenhao said in shock. Shi Yun murmured subconsciously, "Little friend Qin, how did you do it?" After saying this, Shi Yun immediately realized what was wrong with his words and said quickly, "It's me, Meng Lang." Among practitioners, it is most taboo for others to inquire about their personal details, unless the other party takes the initiative to inform them. Otherwise, once this kind of prying behavior occurs, it will usually end in a fight to the death. Qinbai said, "You two can watch as you like."
Brother Wenhao, mark out whichever area you like where the Lan family's disciples will practice. Hearing this, Lan Wenhao felt warm in his heart and said, Thank you, Brother Qin. Lan Wenhao and Qi Yun flew around every corner of Shaoqian world with curious eyes. Lan Wenhao found a place he liked in the central area. When he dropped it and was about to mark it, he found a person in the area. Lang Yi sat cross-legged in the area chosen by Lan Wenhao and opened his eyes. Just now, he had successfully broken through to become a god. Lan Wenhao knew that this was Qin Bai's new younger brother, so he did not dare to neglect him and said, Fellow Taoist, you are polite. Lang Yi stood up and returned the greeting, saying, I've seen you, fellow Taoist. What's going on, fellow Taoist? Lan Wenhao said, Brother Qin asked me to choose a suitable place for cultivation here for the Lan family. I didn't expect fellow Taoists to practice here. I will find another place so that I won't disturb fellow Taoists for their cultivation. Lang Yi smiled and said, How can I use such a big place to practice alone? Since you like this place, don't change it. Seeing that Lang Yi was so sensible, Lan Wenhao said, That's very good. Then after the descendants of my Lan family move in, I will leave a courtyard in the Lan family for fellow Taoists to practice. That's good, that's good. Lang Yi said quickly. Lan Wenhao's words touched Lang Yi's heart. On the way back to Lan's house just now, Qin Bai threw Lang Yi into this small world. He is the only one in Nuada's small world. Oh, yes, there is also a dragon. It is very difficult for one person and one dragon to communicate across species. Dragons are inherently proud. Lang Yi deliberately stepped forward to chat with Xiao Qing, but found that Xiao Qing was ignoring him. This couldn't help but make Lang Yi feel lonely. It happened that Lan Wenhao appeared at this time and said that he wanted to move the children of the Lan family here, so Lang Yi naturally wanted it. Qi Yun saw Xiao Qing in the center of Shaoqian world and flew forward to say hello. At this time, Xiao Qing's body had returned to the size of a palm, lying lazily on the ground. The dragon's eyes were half open and half closed, and Qi Yun seemed to turn a blind eye. Qi Yun stopped in place awkwardly. Soon after, Lan Wenhao and Qi Yun returned to Qin Bai. Lan Wenhao told Qin Bai the place he marked, and Qin Bai said, Brother Wenhao, when will the clan members be moved in? Lan Wenhao said, After celebrating Brother Qin, we will move the children of the Lan family in. Qin Bai's spiritual thoughts enveloped the two of them. The three of them reappeared at Lan's house. This is when Lan Tianhe walked in from the outside and said, Third brother, the outside is ready. Lan Wenhao turned to Qin Bai and said, Brother Qin, please. Brother Wenhao, please. The two of them walked in front, leaving Qi Yun alone. Lan Tianhe came over and patted Qi Yun on the shoulder and said, Let's go, old man. Qin Bai and Lan Wenhao came to the banquet venue. The people talking below immediately became silent when they saw Qin Bai. Looking at Qin Bai on the stage with all his attention, everyone strives to show their best side. All the calculations in his mind were that if Qin Bai valued him, he would even accept him as a servant serving tea and water. The rest of my life will definitely have a bright future. Lan Wenhao deliberately dropped half a step, highlighting today's protagonist Qin Bai. Lan Wenhao's voice spread throughout the audience, Congratulations to Brother Qin for his great improvement in cultivation. Everyone has a good meal, a good drink, and a good time today. Everyone below followed suit. Congratulations to Senior Qin for his great improvement in cultivation. Congratulations to Senior Qin for his great improvement in cultivation. Congratulations to Senior Qin for his great improvement in cultivation. After some polite greetings, the guests and hosts took their seats. The atmosphere quickly became lively. The party continued until the next morning. Some were so drunk that they fell to the ground and snored loudly. Qin Bai saw that everyone had almost finished eating and said, Let's stop the celebration here. Lan Wenhao said, Okay, then just listen to Brother Qin. Then he called Lan Tianhe Dao, arrange a place for the Taoists present to rest. Lan Tianhe said, Yes. Then Lan Tianhe's voice spread throughout the audience again, Everyone, this celebration ends here. The Lan family has prepared a place for you to rest. Many cultivators went to rest, led by the Lan family's children and maids. Soon only Qinbai, Lan Wenhao, and Qi Yun were left in the field. Qinbai, brother Wenhao, the migration of the Lan family's children should begin now.
Lan Wenhao, okay.
Then Lan Wenhao called many young disciples of the Lan family and ordered, Brother Qin is the supreme elder of my Lan family. After entering the secret realm this time, I will obey Brother Qin's instructions on everything.
Seeing Brother Qin is like meeting me.
If you let me know who is misbehaving in the secret realm, I will take care of you. Linglong, you are responsible for leading and supervising them.
Lan Linglong walked out of the crowd and said, yes.
In fact, there is no need for Lan Wenhao to say so much.
Everyone present is the elite of the younger generation of the Lan family, and no one is a fool. Qinbai's powerful image has long been carved into everyone's hearts. Given the opportunity to come into contact with such a strong man, many disciples of the Lan family didn't cherish it, so how could they act so recklessly? Qinbai's spiritual thoughts enveloped everyone present.
The next moment everyone present appeared in Shaoqian world. Qinbai put down the disciples of the Lan family and said, the secret realm here is called Shaoqian world. Brother Wenhao has chosen a place for you to practice. After a pause, Qinbai looked at the empty little thousand world and said, you can make full use of the resources in the little thousand world, and there is no need to stick to the scope.
Qinbai naturally had some considerations in doing this.
The small world needs people to take care of it, if everyone in the Lan family is kept within a fixed range. A large part of the small thousand world will be deserted. Rather than leaving it abandoned, it would be better to maximize the freedom of everyone in the Lan family, which would also help the development of the small world. When Lan Wenhao heard this, the joy couldn't stop flowing out of his eyes. Originally, he was satisfied to have a place to practice, but Qinbai gave him a big surprise.
Use the resources of Shaoqian world as much as possible without sticking to the scope.
Qinbai's words lingered in Lan Wenhao's heart for a long time. You must know that the Lan family only occupied 1/3 of the Fire Cloud secret realm and the Fire Cloud secret realm. But it is this third of the place that makes the Lan family's legacy last forever. The Shaoqian world is a fusion of 3 major secret realms, and now Qinbai has granted Shaoqian the right to develop the secret realm.
How could Lan Wenhao not be overjoyed?
If he made good use of this opportunity, it would be very possible for the Lan family's descendants to break through to the fusion realm in the future.
Qinbai's generosity to the Lan family made Lan Wenhao even more determined to hold Qinbai's thigh tightly.
Lan Wenhao said, thank you, Brother Qin. Then he said to the disciples of the Lan family, why don't you hurry up, thank you, the Supreme Elder. Many disciples of the Lan family said in unison, thank you, Supreme Elder. When Qi Yun saw this scene, he was not expecting Qinbai's generosity. The eyes of everyone in the Lan family kept flickering, as if they were thinking about something. Many disciples of the Lan family quickly started construction in Shaoqian world. Everyone took out various materials and utensils from the space ring to build various living facilities. After Qinbai watched with interest for a while, his spiritual thoughts shrouded Qi Yun and Lan Wenhao and left the small world. After appearing in the outside world, Qinbai said, Brother Wenhao, I have other things to do, so I will leave now.
Seeing that Qinbai was about to leave, Lan Wenhao thought of other things and said, Brother Qin, will he go to the Panglai secret realm next? Qinbai's thoughts were revealed by Lan Wenhao, and he admitted it openly and said, yes. Lan Wenhao persuaded him to stay. Brother Qin, please stay at Lan's house for a day or two.
Qi Yun also echoed from the side, Wenhao is right, cultivation requires a combination of work and rest, and don't always tighten yourself. After Lan Wenhao and Qi Yun kindly persuaded him to stay, Qinbai did not immediately go to Panglai's secret realm and stayed at Lan's house. During these days when the Lan family lived in the Lan family, a ceremony for the head of the family was held within the Lan family. During the family head ceremony, Lan Wenhao smiled throughout. Although there was no grand banquet held for Qinbai, the 2 heavyweights of Blue Star, Qinbai and Qi Yun, participated in the whole process. This specification, which has not been seen in previous Lan family head ceremonies, appeared on Lan Wenhao.
How could he not be happy? At this point, Lan Wenhao's position as the head of the Lan family is completely justified. Qi Yun did not leave.
After Qinbai stayed, he stayed shamelessly. And he stayed with Qinbai all day long, saying that they were discussing the avenue together. In fact, he was just chatting nonsense with Chinbai. In short, he would go wherever Chinbai went. On this day, Chinbai suddenly had a sudden impulse to visit his alma mater, the highest university in China. As soon as Chinbai walked out of the Lan family's door, Qiyun followed him as if he was haunted. Chinbai stopped, looked at Qiyun helplessly and said, "Old Qi, tell me what's going on with you." Chinbai asked Qiyun this question many times these days, but every time Qiyun smiled and said nothing. No matter how you ask, they avoid talking about it. This time was no exception. Qiyun chuckled and said, "It's nothing, it's just that I have benefited a lot from discussing the Tao with little friend Qin during these days, and my own cultivation has improved a lot. So I want to seize all the time to communicate with Xiaoyu Qin." Listening to Qiyun's words, Qinbai was speechless for a while. During this period of time, I was exploring a wide range of topics, just chatting all day long. Or just eat and drink. Qinbai really wanted to ask Qiyun, "Is this the great road built in Shushan?" He took a step forward and ignored Qiyun. Qiyun followed Qinbai like a dogskin plaster. "Little friend Qin, let's say you once offended someone and the relationship between them was very unhappy. Now you want to ask him for something, what should you do?" Qiyun laughed. Qinbai saw that there was something behind Qiyun's words and said directly, "Then just say it directly." Qiyun said with a sad look on his face, "I'm afraid that I will be rejected if I speak out about this. How can I get him to agree?" Qinbai said, "You have to say something. If you don't say anything, how do you know what the other person thinks?" "Qiyun, even if I'm afraid of being rejected, I won't say anything." After listening to Qiyun's words, Qinbai's face was filled with black lines, and veins were pulsing on his forehead. If he could, he really wanted to pull out the killing blade right now. It's a cliché. Qinbai walked in front with his head down, while Qiyun followed absent-mindedly. Soon the two arrived at the highest university in China and were interrogated by the guard. Qinbai got his wish and entered the place where his memories were stored. Looking at the familiar scenes, the scenes in my memory appeared in my mind like a movie. After entering this school where geniuses gather, he quickly became a man of the hour among his peers with his extraordinary appearance. Campus life was once full of youth, studying, doing experiments, and her. Smelling the familiar smell in the air, Qinbai sighed. In just a few years, who would have thought that the life trajectory of young people who dropped out of school would have changed drastically? Walking through the familiar playground and teaching building everywhere is filled with memories. Arriving at the lakeside of the school, Qinbai sat on a bench and looked at the students whose faces were full of youth and laughter. Qiyun sat next to Qinbai and said, "Do you remember the past?" Qinbai didn't say anything. Qiyun continued, minding his own business. "Well, when I was young, I thought that as long as I practiced hard, I would bring a good life to the people I love. But after all, I am too naive. It takes time to work hard to achieve breakthroughs. I have calculated everything, but I have missed one thing, that is, some people cannot wait that long. By the time my cultivation becomes stronger, my beloved will already be married." Qinbai looked at Qiyun and said, "Is the person you are talking about Hong Wanru's mother?" Qiyun said, "Exactly. When her mother and I met, our cultivation level was only at the foundation building level. I promised her that I would marry her in 3 years. What about 3 years later?" Qinbai continued. A trace of sadness flashed in Qiyun's eyes and he said, 3 years later, I will still be in the foundation establishment realm. My cultivation qualifications are not very good, on the contrary, they are very poor." Qiyun laughed at himself. Qinbai did not expect that Qiyun would reveal his feelings to him, and said in confusion, "Among all the cultivators on Blue Star, except for me, your cultivation and combat power are the most powerful. You want to say that you have poor qualifications, but what do you mean by good qualifications?" Qiyun said, "Little friend Qin, I'm telling the truth. When I was young, I had very poor qualifications. The only advantages I can say are my stubbornness, diligence, and my unwillingness to admit defeat. That's it, I promised her another 3 years. 3 years later, I finally broke through to the Golden Core realm. After I broke through to the Golden Core realm, I went to find her happily, but I didn't expect that she didn't want to see me. Later, from other people's mouths, I learned that she had already moved on and married a son who was in the realm of gods. I ran to ask her why, and she said that if you follow me, you will never see a way out or the front.
I was very drunk that night.
After I woke up, I only had one belief in my heart, which was to become stronger. After saying that, Shi-yun looked at Chin Bai and said, "Little friend Chin, I envy you very much. If I had had the opportunity or qualifications like you back then, I'm afraid the outcome would be very different."
Chin Bai patted Shi-yun on the shoulder and said, "Is such a woman worthy of your lifelong devotion? I have only loved her in my life."
Later, when I became stronger, her family situation changed drastically. Her husband and family were killed by enemies, leaving only her and Hong Wanru.
After many rounds of searching, I finally found me.
When I saw her again, the sparkle in her eyes was no longer there, and I was at the happiest moment in my life.
Chin Bai said, "What did you say at that time?"
Shi-yun said, "Every man has a desire for revenge, and I am no exception." At that time, my cultivation level had already reached the void refining realm.
There is a huge disparity in status between her and me.
I wanted to ridicule her and drive her away. I could see the uneasiness and fear towards me in her eyes, and I immediately felt that everything was boring. I just found a place to place her and my mother and didn't care. Before she died, I went to see her for the last time and promised to take care of Hong Wanru. But when she died completely, I realized that I had never forgotten her after all these years, and she was still so important in my heart.
Chin Bai didn't say anything after listening.
Instead, the system came out and said, "Bo Liang's host, look at me, this is a good and infatuated man."
Chin Bai thought in his mind, "Can you fix a title? Do you call this a good man? This is obviously a loyal licking dog, okay? You still don't believe me when I say you are cool, but you do look like a licking dog, huh?"
The system's unscrupulous laughter reached Chin Bai's ears. Just when Chin Bai was about to leave, two familiar figures appeared in front of him. A man and a woman came over, and the woman said something to the man with a flattering look on her face. The man, on the other hand, lowered his head and played with his mobile phone, turning a deaf ear to the woman's words.
Suddenly the woman exclaimed, "Chin Bai."
When the man heard this, he put down his phone and looked up at Chin Bai. Looking at Chin Bai sitting on the bench, wearing clothes without brand logos. There was not even a watch on his wrist, and there was an old man beside him.
The man sarcastically said, "Isn't this Senior Chin, who was so popular back then? Why is he so depressed after not seeing him for a long time?
You're a down-and-out guy wearing street clothes.
I remember you used to like watches the most. Why don't you even have a watch on your wrist?" Chin Bai looked at the man and woman. The man's name is Wang Chang and the woman's name is Su Ning.
I didn't expect to meet the two of them here, so I looked past Wang Chang and looked at Su Ning.
Su Ning was Chin Bai's girlfriend back then, and she was also the only one.
Su Ning leaned phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Chin Bai when he was at his most prosperous in school. Later, after Chin Bai dropped out of school, he kicked Chin Bai away. The people he spent time with day and night fell into the arms of others in the blink of an eye, allowing Chin Bai to experience firsthand what reality is. When Su Ning and Chin Bai get along, they are always obedient and obedient. After kicking Chin Bai away, the words he said to Chin Bai were full of bitterness and harshness. Wang Chang, the younger brother who followed Chin Bai back then, is said to have a good family background. Later, after Chin Bai dropped out of school, his attitude changed 180 degrees. All the past flattery and respect disappeared, and Chin Bai's girlfriend Su Ning was also taken away. Chin Bai stood up from the bench and was about to turn around and leave. The appearance of the two disturbed Chin Bai's mood when he returned to his alma mater. Shi-yun followed Chin Bai closely, looking like he was watching the fun. Wang Chang stood in front of Chin Bai in 3 steps and said arrogantly with his nostrils down, "It's not appropriate for old acquaintances to meet and leave without saying a word." Su Ning stepped forward, looked Chin Bai up and down, and said harshly, "How do you have the nerve to wear these street stall goods on your body?" Chin Bai said 2 words with a cold tone, "Get out of the way."
Wang Chang snorted coldly, "Do you still think that you are the all-powerful Chin Bai at the same level? Wake up."
After finishing speaking, Wang Chang said in an exaggerated tone, "Let me think about it, why are you here?
Are you applying for a job as a school security guard?"
Tisk, TSK,
Wouldn't it be unfair for President Qin to apply for a job as a security guard? Let's do this. Find a place where no one is around and you kneel down and beg me. I'll let you sweep the playground at school and work as a cleaner. After Wang Chang finished speaking, he burst into laughter and looked at Qin Bai with teasing eyes. Su Ning put her body against Wang Chang's body with a flattering look on her face, but Wang Chang threw her away. Su Ning lost her footing and fell to the ground. Wang Chang said, "Bitch, don't touch me." Su Ning stood up from the ground and said cautiously, "Brother Chang, don't be angry." After saying that, he pointed at Qin Bai and suddenly changed his expression, and said angrily, "I have nothing to do with this trash for a long time. Look at how poor he looks now, with an old man beside him. Don't tell me, this old man is a perfect match for you. From now on, he will pick up trash and you will sweep the playground." Shi Yun was watching the excitement from the side, and when he saw Su Ning talking and bringing him in, his face became gloomy. Ever since he broke through to the fusion realm, no one has dared to talk to him like this for many years. After hearing what Su Ning said, Wang Chang's expression improved a little. He looked down at Qin Bai and said, "Have you seen it? The woman you once loved came to life, and now she is my dog." Qin Bai looked at Wang Chang, who was condescending, and Su Ning, who was serving dishes to others, and felt a little funny. With his current state of mind and state, he no longer bothers to argue with Wang Chang and Su Ning, who are ordinary people. Qin Bai bypassed Wang Chang's obstruction and continued to walk forward. Long time no see. You have a good temper. When Wang Chang saw that Qin Bai didn't take him seriously at all, he became angry. He stretched out his hand to grab Qin Bai's shoulders. With Qin Bai's current cultivation level, how could he be caught by an ordinary person with no cultivation level at all? Qin Bai adjusted his body slightly to avoid Wang Chang's grasp. He didn't want to meet Wang Chang, but Wang Chang thought Qin Bai was afraid of him. He raised his leg and kicked Qin Bai. Boom! A crisp sound came out, and Qin Bai retracted his leg. Wang Chang was kicked dozens of meters by Qin Bai like a gourd rolling on the ground, until he hit the trash can and stopped. Su Ning ran to Wang Chang with a concerned look on her face, helped Wang Chang up and said, "Brother Chang, are you okay?" Snapped. Wang Chang slapped Su Ning on the face and cursed, "It's all because of you, bitch. Go slap him now." Su Ning was stunned by Wang Chang's slap. After hearing Wang Chang's words, she staggered to Qin Bai. When Wang Chang saw this scene, a trace of pride flashed in his eyes and he said, "Qin Bai, can you also attack the woman you loved in the past?" Su Ning vented all the anger she suffered on Qin Bai, and said with a spiteful face, "Trash, Brother Chang hits you because he thinks highly of you. Who told you to fight back?" As he said that, he raised his palm and was about to hit Qin Bai. Boom! There was another crisp sound, and Qin Bai retracted his palm. Su Ning was slapped by Qin Bai and sent directly to Wang Chang. How dare you hit me? I want you to pay the price." Su Ning covered her swollen face and said resentfully, "Security! Security! Someone is beating someone here." Following Su Ning's shouts, several people in security uniforms came to Su Ning. The security guard who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme said, "Teacher Su, Teacher Wang, what's wrong?" Hearing what the security guard said, Qin Bai's doubts were lifted. He was thinking just now that several years had passed and the two people in front of him should have graduated from college long ago, so why would he still see them in school? "I didn't expect to become a school teacher." Su Ning covered her face and said, "This is the man who beat me." Wang Chang also followed, "This person is unknown," and rushed into the school to attack the teacher. "I suspect he is a terrorist." The leading security guard looked at Wang Chang, remembered Wang Chang's background, turned to Qin Bai and said, "Sir, come with us." "Hey! Xiao Su, Xiao Wang, what are you doing here?" A female voice came. The voice sounded familiar to Qin Bai, so he turned around and saw that it was Wang Jing, his female mentor in college. Wang Jing also saw Qin Bai at this time and recognized Qin Bai at a glance. He said with a surprised expression on his face, "Xiao Qin, why are you here?" The reason why Wang Jing was able to recognize Qin Bai so quickly was because Qin Bai was so outstanding.
He was so outstanding that one person's brilliance overshadowed the entire department and even the whole class of students, making countless people eclipse under his light.
The highest academic institution in China is full of talented students.
You can imagine how difficult it is to surpass so many talented students. Wang Jing had high hopes for Qin Bai at that time, and hoped to take a step forward with Qin Bai's achievements. But when Qin Bai was in his junior year, something unexpected happened and Qin Bai suddenly had to drop out of school. After earnestly admonishing him to no avail, Qin Bai left the highest university in China amid the incomprehension of teachers and students. And Wang Jing's dream of further advancement in his position was shattered.
Therefore, Wang Jing always resented Qin Bai. Recently, she accidentally found out that Wang Chang's father was one of the directors of the highest university in China. Wang Jing, who wanted to advance his position, used various methods to please Wang Chang during this period. The purpose is to let Wang Chang give him a sentence. Learned what happened from the security guard.
Wang Jing thought in his heart, God is really helping me.
I am worried that I will not find a chance to please Wang Chang.
Wang Jing frowned slightly, looking businesslike, but actually said, Qin Bai, you have already dropped out of school and you showed up at school and openly beat up the college teachers.
Your nature is extremely bad.
Wang Chang said bitterly, Humph, this matter is not over today.
After hearing what Wang Chang said, Wang Jing asked, Teacher Wang Chang, what do you want to do?
Wang Chang, call the police and send him to a hospital to stay for a few years. Wang Jing reminded in a low voice, Teacher Wang Chang, this matter will not last for a few years. Wang Chang smiled coldly, at that time, I will ask my father to find some connections, and I can imprison him for a few years casually. After finishing speaking, he did not forget to look at Qi Yun and said, find out the relationship between this old man and him. If the relationship is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, send him in and lock him up. Old man, you should spend the rest of your life in there, huh?
Qin Bai looked at the people in front of him like a clown. Qi Yun, who was watching the excitement, was repeatedly attacked by the other party, and his face was gloomy as if he was about to drip. Old man, what's wrong? Don't you accept it when you look like this? Wang Chang asked.
Qi Yun said word by word, young man, don't be too arrogant.
Wang Chang sneered and said, if you don't have great energy, how can you still be called a young man?
Su Ning was holding her cell phone at the side, preparing to call the police.
Wang Chang, wait for the police to come, then prepare to go in and eat in jail.
Qin Bai's side was very noisy, and more people were watching.
Isn't this Teacher Wang and Teacher Su? Instructor Wang Jing is actually here. The security guard is here too. What happened? Why does this man in the field look familiar? I remembered it.
Wasn't he a famous figure in the same field as Teacher Wang and others a few years ago, Qin Bai?
It turns out it's him.
I've heard of his glorious deeds, but I didn't expect to see him in person today.
With everyone watching, Wang Chang acted more and more energetic.
After Su Ning made the call, she exaggerated and recounted what had just happened. The unreasonable students and other Melaneaters criticized Qin Bai one after another, and also despised Qi Yun who was beside Qin Bai. Qin Bai was surrounded by everyone, his expression unchanged, always as calm as water.
Qi Yun couldn't control the anger in his heart, and said with an angry smile, I didn't expect that the teacher at the highest university in China would be so virtuous. Wang Chang pointed at Qi Yun's nose and said, Old man, what did you say? You have no right to speak here. Qi Yun looked at Wang Chang and said, What did you call me just now? Wang Chang pointed at Qi Yun and sneered, old guy, I called you old guy, didn't you hear?
Before Qi Yun could break out, the onlookers took the initiative to leave an aisle. An old man wearing glasses, a suit, and holding a civilized stick walked in.
The old man looked at the crowd and said, What's happening here? Why are people gathering here?
When Wang Chang saw the old man, his arrogance immediately went out. He took the initiative to greet him, and said with a smile, Principal Zhang, why did I alarm you?
Nothing is wrong here. It's just that two people from outside the school broke in and beat me and Su Ning. Listen to Wang Chang exaggerate the facts and tell the story of the incident.
Principal Zhang leaned on his civilized stick and held his glasses with one hand while looking at Qin Bai and Qi Yun.
Isn't this Xiao Qin? Why are you back? When Principal Zhang saw Qi Yun, there was an expression of disbelief on his face. He took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and when he put them on again to look at Qi Yun, his whole body started shaking with excitement. When Wang Jing saw this, he quickly stepped forward, supported Principal Zhang and said, "Principal, what's wrong with you?" "Teacher, why did you come to our school and didn't say hello to me when you came?" Qi Yun said with a gloomy face, "Humph, thank you for coming here, otherwise I wouldn't have known that the school I founded would become like this." Qi Yun pointed at Wang Chang and others and said, "You'd better ask those arrogant and domineering people." Wang Chang didn't expect that the old man he just teased had such a big background. At this time, Wang Chang was also a little confused. He stepped forward and explained everything in a polite manner. After hearing this, Principal Zhang became furious. "Wang Chang and Su Ning, you two will be suspended for review and will be severely punished." Wang Jing on the side saw that the situation was not good and wanted to leave. When Wang Jing heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. As a mentor, having her experimental funds cut off meant that her hopes of promotion were completely cut off. Principal Zhang looked at Qi Yun cautiously and said, "Teacher, do you think this punishment is enough?" Unexpectedly, Qi Yun shook his head with an angry look on his face. Qi Yun's anger was % real and % fake. All this was done for Qin Bai to see. Qin Bai didn't say anything during the whole process. But in Qi Yun's opinion, if this matter is handled beautifully, if he asks Qin Bai again, then the chance of Qin Bai rejecting him will be much smaller. Qi Yun said calmly, "Expel these 3 people from the ranks of teachers at the highest university in China and never hire them." When Wang Chang, Su Ning, and Wang Jing heard this result, they no longer looked as arrogant as before. Being expelled from the highest university in China means that you will not be admitted to any university in the future. With one word, Qi Yun could be said to have completely blocked the future of the 3 of them. "Wang Chang's father is the director of our school. This matter is not easy to handle." Qi Yun looked at Principal Zhang with a strange expression and said, "Is it hard for me to speak now? If you can't handle this, just resign yourself and I'll replace you with someone who can handle it." So what if his father is the director of the school? Go ahead and order the highest university in China to terminate all contact with his family from now on. Wang Chang felt like the world was spinning and he sat down on the ground. Unexpectedly, within a short period of time, the status of both parties would undergo a drastic reversal. The other party said that he would be kicked out of the highest university in China, and he would also interrupt all contacts between the highest university in China and his family. More than % of Wang Chang's family's power is supported by the highest academic institution in China. If the highest university in China cuts off contact with his family, the Wang family can basically declare bankruptcy. If his father found out about this, he would probably kick him out of the house and never recognize him as his son again. Su Ning's face turned green and white. Her purpose in trying to please Wang Chang was to one day turn a chicken into a phoenix. But as Qi Yun finished speaking, Wang Chang no longer had any use value. Su Ning looked at Qin Bai, who had a calm face. She didn't understand. Why would Qi Yun, with such a terrifying background, help a poor boy like Qin Bai who had nothing? Su Ning hesitated for a moment and shook off the stunned Wang Chang. The Qin Bai in front of him was obviously more valuable than Wang Chang, who had lost power. Su Ning walked towards Qin Bai, trying to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Qin Bai. Her eyes were slightly red and she said pitifully, "Qin Bai, I was wrong. The king forced me. How about we get back together? You used to love me the most. After we get back together, I will listen to you no matter what you want." Qin Bai was amused by the way Su Ning turned her back faster than flipping through a book. He sneered and said, "Su Ning, you really used the word snobbery to the fullest." After Qin Bai finished speaking, he said to Qi Yun, "Old Qi, let's go." Qi Yun followed Qin Bai, and before leaving, he did not forget to say to Su Ning, "Little girl, don't judge people by their appearance in the future. You may not be able to earn the money that little friend Qin is wearing in your life." Qi Yun was not exaggerating when he said this. All the clothes Qin Bai wore were provided by the Lan family. Every stitch and every thread is hand-sewn, using only Blue Star's top-notch fabrics. After Qin Bai and Qi Yun left, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Wang Chang, Su Ning, and Wang Jing were left in the field in a daze. Su Ning came to Wang Chang's side and was about to say something. Snapped. Wang Chang rounded his palm and slapped Su Ning on the face. Get lost, bitch. Wang Chang said angrily. What Su Ning did just now was seen by Wang Chang. How could this make Wang Chang not angry? On the way back, Qin Bai smiled and said, Mr. Qi, I can't tell you still have this important identity. A look of pride appeared on Qi Yun's face. Of course, if this is the highest academic institution in China, you have to call me the principal. When they arrived at Lan's house, Qin Bai separated from Qi Yun and just returned to his courtyard. Less than one disappears. Qi Yun came to the door with a trembling middle-aged man in his hand. Qin Bai was drinking tea in the courtyard when he saw Qi Yun walking in and put down the teacup in his hand. He looked helpless and said, Mr. Qi, what are you doing? Qi Yun said, Little friend Qin, I'm here to give you a gift this time. Qin Bai pointed at the trembling middle-aged man in Qi Yun's hand and said, Don't tell me that the gift you are talking about is him. Qi Yun said matter-of-factly, That's him. Qin Bai, Mr. Qi, if you have any questions, please tell me. Don't always engage in such mysterious operations. Qi Yun handed Qin Bai a portfolio and said, Phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals red read / phoneme at first. After reading it, you will understand what I mean. Qin Bai took the file bag and phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals red read / phoneme it quickly. When he looked at the middle-aged man again, murderous intent flashed in his eyes and he said, Thank you, Mr. Qi, for this gift. I accept it. The middle-aged man was the man behind the many traps set for Qin Bai when he carried out his last assassination mission. As for who was behind the middle-aged man's instigation, the file already stated that it was the secret realm of Kunlun that was destroyed by Qin Bai. When the middle-aged man saw the murderous intention in Qin Bai, he secretly thought that something was wrong. He cried with snot and tears, Master Qin, please let me go. It was my blindness that offended you, sir. As long as you let me go, from now on, you will be the only one who obeys me. Shown. The killing blade came out of its sheath and slashed across the middle-aged man's neck. Facing a middle-aged man with no cultivation at all, Qin Bai has no sense of womanly kindness. Anyone who has a mortal enemy with Qin Bai will be killed regardless of their level of cultivation. Laugh. The bodies of middle-aged people were separated. Qin Bai took back the killing blade and said to Qi Yun, Old Qi, I have accepted your gift. Please tell me your purpose. Qi Yun scratched his head and said carefully and tentatively, Little friend Qin, I want to practice in your little world. Qin Bai raised his eyebrows lightly and asked, Why is this? Qi Yun said, Well, one thing is that the spiritual energy in the outside world is getting thinner. The most important thing is that I am tired of ordinary life. I want to find a place to practice quietly. After much thought, it is most suitable to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals lib live / phoneme in Qin Xiaoyou's small world. Don't worry, I will definitely not phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals lib live / phoneme in vain. If there is anything I can do, just ask me. Qin Bai smiled and said, I see you being secretive these days, why should I think it's anything? It turns out this is what happened. It's such a small thing, why are you delaying speaking until now? Qi Yun smiled sheepishly and said, Didn't we have some unpleasantness before? I was also afraid that you would refuse, so I made this move. Qin Bai said, Mr. Qi, you have to think carefully when you go to my little world. Maybe I will leave Blue Star soon. Leave Blue Star, where are you going? Before Qi Yun finished speaking, he immediately understood the meaning of Qin Bai's words and looked at Qin Bai with wide eyes. Little friend Qin means going to other planets? Qin Bai, as Mr. Qi said, I will go to other planets soon. Qi Yun's face was overjoyed. I didn't expect that little friend Qin would have a way to leave Blue Star. It's really incredible. In this case, I want a phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live live / phoneme in Xiaoyu Qin's small world, and I will go to other planets with Xiaoyu Qin in the future. Take a look at the scenery of another world. Qin Bai, that's good. Divine thoughts enveloped Qi Yun.
transporting Qi Yun himself to the Shaoqian world. Xinbai sent a message to Qi Yun from the outside world, "Old Qi, you can find your own place in Shaoqian world. I still have things to do." Qi Yun replied, "Little friend Qin, you are busy and don't worry about me." Xinbai found Lan Wen how to say goodbye, and left the Lan family for the Panglai secret realm. After flying all the way, 2 hours later, Xinbai arrived at a small island in the East China Sea. Spreading his spiritual thoughts to cover the entire island, Xinbai found a node where the aura was obviously different from other places. Shown. Draw out the killing blade and strike at this node with all your strength, boom. The entire island shook, and a portal appeared in front of Xinbai. Stepping in, after a brief sense of teleportation, Xinbai entered the secret realm of Panglai. Divine thoughts spread out and enveloped the entire Panglai secret realm. Xinbai was a little surprised when he saw the scene coming from his mind. The Panglai secret realm is the same size as the small Thousand World. You must know that Shaoqian world only gained such an area after integrating the 3 major secret realms. The Panglai secret realm itself has such a large area. Not only that, Xinbai also felt a vaguely dangerous atmosphere in the Panglai secret realm. Not daring to be careless, Xinbai cautiously headed to the center of Panglai secret realm. Arriving at the center of Panglai secret realm, Xinbai had not yet made any move. A figure came from a distance at an extremely fast speed. Shown. The killing blade blocks the opponent's attack. Whoosh. The opponent missed the target and quickly distanced himself from Xinbai. Xinbai took a closer look and saw that it was a weasel more than 3 meters long. Using the exploration eye, we learned that the weasel's cultivation was in the early stage of integration. The weasel spoke human words. "Human, why did you break into my territory?" "Your territory?" Xinbai asked. "Weasel, I have been practicing here for thousands of years, and you are the second human being I have seen in these thousands of years." "Who is the first one?" Xinbai asked curiously. "Weasel, not long ago, a human with a much lower level of cultivation than you broke in. I beat him seriously and escaped." Xinbai's mind changed and he immediately understood who this person was. As expected, it was Lan Yan, the ancestor of the Lan family. After Lan Yan opened the Panglai secret realm, he was seriously injured and fled back to the Lan family, and soon passed away. Xinbai said with great interest, "I am bound to get this secret place, what should you do?" Weasel snorted coldly and said, "Then we must have a fight." Before Xinbai could make any move, the weasel changed his tone and bowed towards the sky. At the same time, a voice rang in Xinbai's ears, "Human, look at me, am I a human or a god?" Xinbai was shocked. Weasel is asking for a title? I didn't expect to encounter such a strange thing after breaking through to the fusion realm. The so-called weasel asking for a title means that after a long period of cultivation, the weasel will find humans and ask whether he is a human or a god. If a human says it is a human, the weasel will transform into a human form and will no longer be in its beastly form. If it were a god, the weasel would not only transform into a human form, but its cultivation would also be greatly improved. Of course, not all humans will cooperate with the weasel's questions. There are also some people who are willing to die and will say, "I think you look like a fool." For such a weasel, long years of cultivation will be wiped out in an instant. The fate of the human being who said this will not be too good. In one sentence, hundreds or even thousands of years of hard work will be destroyed, and anyone will take revenge. Xinbai was very cautious and did not answer the weasel's question. Just as he was about to attack with a firm grip on the killing blade, he suddenly found that the Horai secret realm was firmly locked on him. If he launches an attack himself, he may be forcibly teleported out of the secret realm in the next second. Seeing that Xinbai didn't reply to him for a long time, Weasel asked Xinbai over and over again in a hurried tone, "Look, I'm a human being, but I'm also a god." As the weasels asked one after another, the power locked on Xinbai in the Panglai secret realm became stronger and stronger. If Weasel asked a few more times, Xinbai would probably be forced to teleport out of Panglai secret realm as well. "Look, I am a human being, and I am also a god." When the weasel asked again, Xinbai gestured with his hands and said, "ABA, ABA, ABA." Whoosh! The moment Xinbai opened his mouth, his vision went dark. When his vision was restored again, he had been forcibly teleported out of Pang Lai's secret realm.
Damn, I got tricked by this beast. Qin Bai cursed in his heart. He now understood that no matter what he answered, as long as he opened his mouth, the final result would be forcibly transmitted. Weasel showed a proud expression on his face in Pang Lai's secret realm and said, "You are so small, I can't cure you. If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, I would have beaten you long ago. Your Huang Taixian has closed the entrance to the Pang Lai secret realm. Let's see how you get in." When has there ever been a cultivator in the outside world with such terrifying cultivation? It's really scary. I thought I was already invincible. After closing the entrance to the Pang Lai secret realm, the weasel hummed the tune of Blue Star pop music, shrinking its 3-meter-long body to the size of a palm. He calmly arrived at the center of the secret realm, lay down on a branch, and a strawberry appeared in his hand like a magic trick. When the strawberry entered his mouth, the weasel closed his eyes and enjoyed the juice of the strawberry in his mouth. Outside, after being tricked by the weasel, Qin Bai looked at the closed entrance to Pang Lai's secret realm with a gloomy expression. After the entrance to Pang Lai's secret realm was closed, the unique aura node on the island also disappeared. Qin Bai flew upwards to the top of the island, and struck the island below with his killing blade. Kill, annihilate. A full moon appeared covering the entire island. The dense shadows of killing blades condensed within the full moon. Behead. Qin Bai stretched out his hand and pointed. The phantom of the killing blade attacks the island from all directions. Bang! Bang! Boom! Explosions continued to be heard on the island, and dust flew everywhere. With Qin Bai's current combat power, any casual blow is no weaker than a mortal cannonball. What's more, it's an offensive filled with anger. The full moon dispersed, and the entire island seemed to have been plowed. There are potholes everywhere on the island, and part of the area has completely disappeared. Qin Bai's idea is very simple. It doesn't matter if he can't find the spiritual energy node. He can destroy everything near the spiritual energy node. You will always find the aura node. Wang Tai-sin was in the secret realm of Pang Lai, lying on a tree branch, tapping Erlang's legs, looking comfortable. Boom! The secret realm of Pang Lai shook, knocking Wang Tai-sin off the tree branches. After swallowing the half-sized strawberry in his hand, Wang Tai-sin controlled the secret realm and looked outside. The island was like a cannon being fired, and the crackling sound reached Wang Tai-sin's ears. Half of the satisfaction on Huang Daxian's face suddenly disappeared when he saw Qin Bai preparing to continue the attack. The other half of the remaining comfort on his face also disappeared. Killing and slaughtering. Qin Bai held the high-speed vibrating killing blade and struck the island below with all his strength. Boom! After a loud noise, part of the island disappeared again. The vibrations in the Pang Lai secret realm were heard again, and Huang Daxian's palm-sized body swayed in the vibrations. At this time, his face was not only no longer comfortable, but full of sadness. Where did this monster come from? Its destructive power is too terrifying. Also, why is he so stubborn? He ignores you and attacks my house. Simply. That's too much. It's unbearable. I'll just sit at home and watch how you break in. The shaking in the secret realm finally stopped, and Qin Bai from outside shouted, "The 89 mysterious techniques, act on the heaven and the earth." Qin Bai's body grew rapidly, reaching the size of 100 feet in the blink of an eye. Holding the killing blade that also grew in size, Qin Bai aimed at the island and attacked again. Killing and slaughtering. The killing blade slashed down on the small island with great force. Shown. The island is like a cake cut with a sharp knife, split in half. Boom! Sea water poured into the cracks in the island split open by Qin Bai. Just when Qin Bai was about to attack again, Huang Daxian's voice came, "Human, don't go too far. I'm already polite to you. If I weren't as strong as you, I would have killed you long ago. Those who are wise, it is best to retreat now. Don't wait for your Wang Tai-sin to show his power. By then it will be too late." It was the first time Qin Bai heard such fresh and refined words from Zizui, and he couldn't help but jokingly said, "If I don't retreat, so what? Huang Taixian was choked by Qinbai, and the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't speak. After several breaths, he said in a low voice, "If you don't retreat, I will wait for you to come in." After saying this, Huang Taixian became so angry that he stopped talking. Qinbai said, "Then just stay in the Panglai secret realm and wait for me to break in." Kill, annihilate. After using Fat on Xiangdi, Qinbai's combat power increased sharply again. The full moon enveloped the island. The shadow of the killing blade condensed in the full moon is almost real, emitting cold light. Cut. Boom. Boom. The phantom shadows of nearly real killing blades fell on the island. The full moon dispersed and the island disappeared completely. At the remains of the original island, Qinbai once again found that unique spiritual energy node. Panglai secret realm is different from Shaoqian world, once the secret realm is discovered. Even if the passage to the secret realm is closed and everything around the secret realm is destroyed, the existence of the secret realm can still be found. Qinbai's figure was like a big bow, holding the killing blade and aiming at the node with all his strength to strike. Killing and slaughtering. Shone. The high-speed vibrating killing blade landed on the node, making a harsh sound, and the two sides fell into a stalemate. Qinbai exerted all his strength, concentrated his strength on his arms and shouted, "Break it for me." Crack. A sound like peeling off and breaking came out. Crack. The spiritual energy nodes were overwhelmed and made a series of shattering sounds. Boom. After the loud noise, the portal into Panglai's secret realm appeared again. Qinbai stepped into the door. Returning to the secret realm of Panglai, Qinbai spread his spiritual thoughts to search for Huang Daxian. Unexpectedly, the spiritual thoughts were empty, and Huang Taixin's voice sounded in the secret realm, "Don't waste your efforts. You can't find me. It's just a futile effort." Qinbai withdrew his spiritual thoughts and came to the center of Panglai's secret realm. Huang Taixin said again, "You are not going to conquer the secret realm and become the master of the secret realm, are you?" Qinbai, "You are right." "Haha, what did you say? This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Human, have you damaged your brain through cultivation? I, the master of the secret realm, am still alive. It's just an idiot's dream for you to conquer the Panglai secret realm." Huang Taixian laughed. "Qinbai, whether it's just a dream or not, you'll know later. Take out the core of the secret realm and place it in the center of the Panglai secret realm." The core of the secret realm broke away from Qinbai's hand and hung in the air, emitting colorful lights. The spiritual energy in Panglai's secret realm flows into the core of the secret realm like all rivers returning to the sea. Most of the spiritual energy in the secret realm disappeared in just a few dozen breaths. Huang Taixian said in a somewhat flustered tone, "Human, what have you done? Stop, we have something to discuss." There is no room for Huang Taixin to be impatient. One of the most important things in a secret realm is spiritual energy. Now that the spiritual energy is being sucked away, it is like destroying the foundation of the secret realm. "Qinbai, I want Panglai's secret realm, how can we negotiate this?" "Humph, it's impossible, don't even think about it." Huang Daxian refused Qinbai's request without even thinking about it. "Qinbai, if you say that, then there is no discussion." The whole day was filled with chatter, and the atmosphere fell into silence. The core of the secret realm is still absorbing spiritual energy continuously, dozens of breaths later. The spiritual energy in the Panglai secret realm suddenly disappeared, and the secret realm began to shake. "Human, if you don't get it, you will destroy it. It's so crazy," Huang Taixin said angrily. Qinbai said nothing, patiently waiting for the core of the secret realm to completely control the Panglai secret realm. Seeing that Qinbai didn't speak, Huang Daxian continued, "Humph, even if Panglai's secret realm becomes a ruin, I won't give it to you." The atmosphere fell into silence again. The vibrations in the secret realm became more and more intense, and Huang Taixin couldn't hold back his anger and said, "Human, you don't really want to destroy this secret realm. How about this, I'll give you a lot of spiritual stones and you can leave." "Qinbai, when I take control of the secret realm and find you, all the spiritual stones in your body are mine, so why bother?" "You Bullying is too much.
Since you won't leave on your own, I have no choice but to drive you out by force. Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, Wang Tai-sin repeated his old trick. Look, I'm a human being, but I'm also a god.
The secret realm of Pang Lai once again locked onto Qin Bai.
As Huang Tai-sin continued to ask, the feeling of locking him became stronger and stronger. Qin Bai waited patiently without speaking. Suddenly Qin Bai's eyes lit up and he said, "Here he comes."
Ding! The small thousand worlds merge into the secret realm of Pang Lai. The fusion is completed and will soon merge into one. Huang Tai-sin felt that his authority as the master of Pang Lai's secret realm was rapidly losing in his body, and he said in shock, "Human, what evil methods did you use?" Qin Bai's sense of being locked in the Pang Lai secret realm disappeared instantly.
The next moment, Qin Bai and Huang Daxian's eyes dazzled. When their sight returned again, the two of them were already in the small thousand world. Everyone in Shaoqian world felt a shock, and the next moment the area doubled. Qin Bai grabbed Huang Daxian in front of him and said, "I think you are a sand sculpture, your head doesn't look very bright." Huang Daxian was held in the palm of Qin Bai's hand, looking horrified. "Human, what are you going to do? Let me tell you, we are all civilized people. We must not be rude and we must persuade others with virtue." Qin Bai looked at Huang Tai-sin jokingly and said, "I am familiar with convincing people with virtue. Shaoqing, come here." Qin Bai's voice echoed throughout the small world. Shaoqing was looking at her new home with joy at this time.
The Lan family built a very large palace for Shaoqing these days. The specifications are completely based on Shaoqing's growth.
The palm-sized Shaoqing was patrolling back and forth in the palace when he heard Qin Bai calling him.
Immediately flew towards Qin Bai.
In less than 2 breaths, he came to Qin Bai. "Master, I'm here." After saying that, he looked at the palm-sized Wang Tai-sin curiously. Wang Tai-sin also looked at Shaoqing and said to himself, "Rabbit eyes.
Snake body. Antlers. Paw. Hey, let me go, this is a real dragon."
Shaoqing's eyes were full of questions, and she looked at Qin Bai as if to say, "Master, where did you get this fool from?" Qin Bai sent a message to Shaoqing and briefly explained what happened. After hearing this, Shaoqing's eyes sparkled and she looked at Huang Tai-sin as if she had found a new toy. Huang Tai-sin didn't know that he was about to fall into the tiger's mouth, so he said to Qin Bai in disbelief, "Human, where did you get the real dragon?" Qin Bai glanced at Shaoqing, and Shaoqing immediately understood. Wang Tai-sin did not feel the danger coming, and said to himself, "No matter where you got the real dragon, let me out first. Then, return my secret realm to me."
A dragon roar sounded in Shaoqian world. Shaoqing's dragon claws carried Wang Tai-sin and flew towards the distance. "Hey, what are you going to do?"
"Human beings, conquer others with virtue." Wang Tai-sin trembled under the power of Shaoqing's powerful dragon.
The hierarchy among monsters and monsters is very strict.
As the top of the food chain, the dragon clan completely defeats Wang Tai-sin in terms of bloodline suppression.
Wang Tai-sin did not dare to resist at all and could only shout. Qin Bai replied from a distance, "Yes, Shaoqing will take you to experience convincing others with virtue."
After a pause, Qin Bai added, "Shaoqing, be gentle, don't get killed." Hearing this, Huang Tai-sin trembled even more violently, kicked up his short legs and shouted, "Let me out, let me out." Shaoqing held Huang Tai-sin and said happily, "The master said that the secret realm has not been returned to you, so I can't let you leave."
Huang Tai-sin said blankly, "Yes, there is also my secret realm. Human being, you must return the secret realm to me."
Qin Bai listened to Shaoqing's hearty dragon roar and Huang Tai-sin shout in the distance.
"We agreed to convince people with virtue, but why do you beat them? I don't want the secret realm anymore, don't hit me. Let me out."
Qin Bai sent a message to Shaoqing, "Shaoqing, train him well."
"Shaoqing, I obey, master."
The news that Shaoqing beat Wang Tai-sin quickly spread throughout the Shaoqian world.
Everyone in Shaoqian world stopped practicing and looked at this scene in the sky. Shi Yun came to Qin Bai and said, "Where did this weasel come from?" Qin Bai, Pang Lai's secret realm.
Shi Yun nodded and said, "I was curious before, why the three major secret realms have not spent so much effort to break into the Panglai secret realm. It turns out that there is a weasel in the early stage of integration that controls the secret realm.
This is not surprising.
Lang Yi on the ground watched Xiaoqing beating Wang Tai-sin and murmured, I didn't expect that the usually cute boss Xiaoqing would be so cruel.
It seems that I can't make boss Xiaoqing angry in the future.
Yes, after getting along for a period of time, Xiaoqing and Qinbai had a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme relationship. Xiaoqing has become the boss of everyone in Xiao Qian's world.
Everyone in the Lan family also murmured.
I can't believe that the usually innocent boss Xiaoqing can be so evil. I thought boss Xiaoqing was just a mascot, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful in combat.
Tiger-headed military advisor Lang Yi, have you ever seen boss Xiaoqing show off his power?
The Lan family disciple next to Lang Yi pushed him and asked.
Lang Yi, of course I have seen it.
When boss Xiaoqing actually fights, the dragon body is hundreds of feet big. Upon hearing this, everyone became interested and listened attentively to what Lang Yi continued. Lang Yi saw that everyone was in high spirits and started talking and making up stories. By the way, when boss Xiaoqing and I met, boss Xiaoqing ate a void refining realm in one bite. The battle was so dark that the ghosts and gods were frightened.
After half an hour,
Xiaoqing flew in front, and the swollen Wang Tai-sin followed dejectedly. Arriving in front of Qinbai, Xiaoqing said, Master, the mission has been successfully completed. After saying that, the dragon's claw slapped Wang Tai-sin on the head, causing Wang Tai-sin to stagger.
Wang Tai-sin rubbed his head and said reluctantly, human. Snapped.
Xiaoqing's dragon claw hit Wang Tai-sin on the head again and corrected him, Xiao Wang, what should you be called?
Wang Tai-sin, Master. That's pretty much it.
Xiaoqing nodded with satisfaction.
Qinbai deliberately rubbed salt into Huang Daxian's wounds and said, Do you still want the secret realm? Huang Tai-sin covered his head and hummed, No more. Qinbai, then do you still want me to let you out?
Huang Tai-sin's eyes lit up, then he remembered the scene when Xiaoqing beat him, shook his head and said, I won't go out anymore. Qinbai said with satisfaction, Well, that's right, this will be your home from now on. After speaking, he looked at Xiaoqing and said, Xiaoqing, take it down and let it get familiar with its new home.
Okay, sir.
Xiaoqing carries Wang Tai-sin and leaves.
Qi Yin praised, Little friend Qin, you can subdue an early-stage fusion realm monster without a word? That's awesome, I'm ashamed of myself.
Qinbai wrote lightly, it's not a big deal.
Ding. Epic mission, obtain Panglai secret realm within 1 year, completed. The task reward has been issued. The system beep came.
Compared with the last time to obtain the star core of the Luoxing Mountains, this epic mission was too easy.
It was as simple as eating and drinking.
But if you think about it carefully, if it weren't for Qinbai's rapid growth and cultivation and breakthrough to the combined state. Facing the final boss Huang Tai-sin in the early stage of the fusion realm, it is estimated that it will take a lot of hard work to win the Panglai secret realm. There are 3 rewards for epic missions, namely, intermediate Tianhuan body, 50 attribute points, and a broken blade. Taking out the broken blade, Qinbai attached the blade to the corresponding part of the killing blade.
Zheng.
The killing blade made a sound. The broken blade and the killing blade gradually merged together. After a breath, the killing blade shook, and the two completely merged together. At the same time, the murderous aura coming from Seshibata became even stronger. Qinbai added 50 attributes to himself and opened the personal information panel. Name, Qinbai Tianwangti intermediate all attributes increase by %. Cultivation level, 6th level middle stage of integration, 692-1000, divine thought, late stage of integration power, 692 speed, 692 stamina, 692 attack, 692 defense, 692 luck, 692. Killing blade level 692, 1000, broken blade, 29, attack increase 20% attack, 692 killing sword technique level 200, cannot break through without follow-up, attack, 200 Qinglong level 692, 1000, after Tianhuang Ti is promoted to the intermediate level, The increase in all attributes increases from 50% to -%. The killing blade merged with a broken blade again, and the attack power doubled. Increased from the original 20% to -%. After adding 50 points of attributes, Shin Bai's cultivation level broke through from the early stage of integration to the middle stage of integration, and his spiritual mind broke through to the late stage of integration. After digesting the epic mission rewards, Shin Bai's combat power increased greatly. With Shin Bai's current fighting strength, it is not a problem to fight against the late stage fusion. Even if the fusion is complete, he can still fight. The next step is to go to the secret realm of awakening to obtain the 5th and 6th forms of the killing sword technique. Shin Bai thought to himself. After coming back to his senses, Shin Bai looked at Chi Yun looking at him with his mouth wide open, and asked, "Old Chi, what's wrong?" Chi Yun stammered, You broke through again?" Shin Bai nodded and admitted. Chi Yun sighed, comparing people with others will phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals lead /phoneme to death, and comparing goods with goods will phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals lead /phoneme to throwing away. It's only been a while since you broke through to the early stage of the fusion realm, and now you've broken through again. Just now, Chi Yun was beside Shin Bai and watched with his own eyes as Shin Bai's aura increased rapidly and his whole person underwent tremendous changes from the inside out. This made Chi Yun lament that Shin Bai was a genius, but at the same time he felt a deep sense of frustration in his heart. Chi Yun said goodbye to Shin Bai after sighing and went to practice hard. Shin Bai took back Fa Tian Xiang Di and called the system in his heart, "System, open the secret realm of awakening." The secret realm of awakening is opening. The secret realm of awakening has been opened. Host is transmitting. The system prompt sounded in my ear. A strong sense of teleportation appeared on Shin Bai. A quarter of an hour later, Shin Bai's figure appeared in the ruined heaven. The once glorious heaven has turned into ruins, exuding an atmosphere of simplicity and vicissitudes of life. The second time he came here, the shock to Shin Bai's heart was still great. In front of the Nantian gate, the killing blade in Shin Bai's hand vibrated. A red light flashed from the killing blade, and the red lotus figure appeared in front of Shin Bai. Guren was dressed in red, and her beautiful face looked particularly beautiful against the red outfit. As soon as he came out, he looked at Shin Bai and said, "Boy, the 5th and 6th forms of killing swordsmanship are not so easy to obtain. Are you prepared for a narrow escape? If you're scared, it's not too late to give up now." Shin Bai frowned slightly. "I'm ready, so what if I narrowly escape death?" "Honglian, boy, if you die this time, don't blame me." "Shin Bai, as the sword in my hand, you just call me your master?" Honglian said disdainfully, "Ah, master, are you dreaming? I admit that your cultivation has advanced rapidly, and you have broken through to the combined state in a short period of time. But your cultivation speed is nothing in ancient times. If you want to be my master, you are still very early." Shin Bai interrupted Honglian and said, "Stop talking nonsense and let's get started." Honglian stopped talking and looked at Shin Bai. Next moment, snapped. Honglian instantly appeared in front of Shin Bai and stretched out his right palm to hit Shin Bai's body. Shin Bai's eyes darkened, and his consciousness fell into silence with Honglian's palm. When he woke up again, Shin Bai found himself deep in a sea of blood. The sea of blood is endless, churning with waves. Shin Bai controlled his body to hang above the sea of blood. The red lotus figure emerged from the sea of blood. Shin Bai asked, "Where is this place?" Honglian's faint voice came out, "The depths of the killing blade here are also where I phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live /phoneme. Just now I pulled your consciousness here, and you are now a conscious body." The 5th form of the killing sword technique, annihilation. This sword technique is to completely erase everything from the world. Whether it is material or spiritual, under this sword technique, it will completely disappear from this world. Shin Bai said, "Then what should I do next?" Honglian said, "Perception, experience. This is the only thing you have to do next. Finding the true meaning of annihilation under the wash of blood again and again. As time goes by, the risk will become higher and higher. You will realize everything by yourself." Shin Bai seemed to understand Honglian's misty words. The next second, Shinbai felt a strong binding force on his body. Pull him from mid-air to the surface of the sea of blood. Honglian's bare feet stood above the sea of blood and waved her delicate hands. Suddenly, the sea of blood surged violently, and the waves splashed on Shinbai. Shinbai sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea of blood, and his body was quickly wet by the waves. The sea of blood was like washing away rocks in the sea, and waves of blood hit Shinbai one after another. A trace of undetectable murderous intention followed Xu Along and entered Shinbai's body. Shinbai controlled his spiritual thoughts to fight against the killing intent in the blood wave. One day passed. Throughout the day, the murderous intent in the blood wave became stronger and stronger. Shinbai was calm at the beginning, but now he is fully focused and does not dare to relax at all. A month has passed. Shinbai, sitting cross-legged on the surface of the sea of blood, opened his eyes. There was a faint hint of bright blood red in the pupils of his eyes. After this month, Shinbai's murderous intention became more and more intense. It has reached the point where it affects Shinbai's behavior. But Shinbai didn't feel the slightest bit about Hong Lian's true meaning of annihilation. Under the influence of murderous intent, Shinbai gradually became violent. Half a year has passed. Shinbai's eyes were completely filled with blood red. The murderous intention in his heart surrounded Shinbai's spiritual thoughts in the center. Shinbai stubbornly held on to the last trace of clarity in his heart. He no longer has the energy to feel the true meaning of annihilation. 1 year has passed. A roar filled with murderous intent came out from the sea of blood. The last trace of clarity in Shinbai's heart was infected by the murderous intention. Standing up from the surface of the sea of blood, Shinbai's murderous intention had condensed into substance. Kill! 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 Shinbai's body ran wildly on the surface of the blood sea, and his fists and feet attacked the blood sea below from time to time. Boom! Boom! Every time Shinbai's attack landed on the sea of blood, it stirred up huge waves. Hong Lian watched the scene with interest from above, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. The previous part was just a warm-up, now the show officially begins. After the last trace of clarity was occupied by murderous intent, Shinbai felt as if he had arrived in a strange space. There was a blood mist around him, and countless voices in the blood dance shouted at him, "Kill! Kill them all! Kill them all! Killing is the most beautiful thing in the world." Shinbai's consciousness began to sync with these voices, and he murmured, "Kill! Kill!" At this moment, the small red sword formed in Shinbai's heart system gave out a cool feeling. The coolness instantly pulled Shinbai's consciousness out of his sinking state. Shinbai woke up with a cold sweat breaking out from his back. It's so suspenseful. Shinbai was about to sink just now. From now on, he will completely lose his mind and turn into a beast that only knows killing. The coolness protected Shinbai's consciousness and dispersed the blood mist, allowing him to regain control of his body. Hong Lian looked at Shinbai with clear eyes above the sea of blood, and said to herself in surprise, "I actually woke up so quickly." Although Shinbai's eyes cleared up, the murderous intention condensed in his body did not diminish at all. The next second, murderous intent once again occupied Shinbai's consciousness. Shinbai's eyes were blood red and he roared, "Kill!" He started attacking crazily towards the sea of blood below. The attack was without any plan, just like an ordinary person without any cultivation. "Wake me up!" Shinbai broke through the murderous intention and his eyes became clear again. Before Shinbai could completely control his body, his murderous intent took over again. A month passed, and Shinbai's state switched back and forth between murderous intent and clarity. As the two sides continued to confront each other, the two states began to merge together. When the murderous intention takes over, Shinbai's consciousness can also clearly control his body. And when Shinbai's consciousness has the upper hand, his murderous intent can also control Shinbai's body. Another half year has passed. Shinbai's eyes were blood red at this time, but his consciousness was very clear and he was controlling himself. The murderous intention has been perfectly integrated with Shinbai and will no longer have the slightest impact on Shinbai. The waves of blood from the sea of blood were still hitting Shinbai's body. Bai stood on the surface of the blood sea and let the waves of blood hit him. Crack crack. Honglian clapped her hands and came to Bai's side, saying, "You have passed the first step."
Bai looked at Honglian and asked, "What's the next step?"
Unexpectedly, Honglian smiled slightly and said with evil intentions, "Boy, you said I hate you so much, can I tell you the next step?
You are not qualified to be my master.
Next, wait for death in the sea of blood. This is the way of death I carefully selected for you. Do you still like it?" After Bai heard this, he stood speechless for a long time.
Suddenly, Bai laughed, laughing very happily. "Honglian, why are you laughing? Are you scared out of your mind?"
Bai looked at Honglian and said word by word, "You really can't wait for me to die."
"I think about the devourer all the time. If you want me to die so much, why did you help me twice before? If you didn't help me, wouldn't it be as you wished?"
Honglian looked cold and said, "Death, you can only die in my hands. I want to kill the person Honglian wants to kill, but it's not someone else's turn to do it yet." Bai chuckled and said, "Okay, very good. I like the way you chose to die, but I'm not happy with the way you spoke. Besides, I'm not ready to die now, so I have no choice but to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme up to your kindness, Honglian." Honglian sneered and said, "You damn duck has a tough mouth, let me see how you break the situation. Die in the attack of the sea of blood." After speaking, Honglian stretched out her delicate fingers and pointed at the sea of blood. Blood arrows composed of waves in the blood sea were shot towards Bai. Bai subconsciously wanted to draw out the killing blade.
But the feedback I got was empty. Bai wanted to fly into the air to avoid the blood arrow attack.
A powerful restraint came from his body, firmly binding Bai's body to the surface of the sea of blood. In desperation, Bai had no choice but to turn around and run away, trying to avoid the blood arrow attack. Boom! The blood arrow grazed Bai's body and shot into the sea of blood, creating huge waves in the sea of blood. The shock wave brought by the waves caused Bai to fall instantly to the surface of the sea of blood.
Bai quickly stood up, trying to avoid the bloody arrows behind him.
After all, it was still a step too late.
After dodging most of the blood arrows, a small number of them landed on Bai.
Shie!
Bang!
Shie!
Hi! Bang!
The blood arrows passed through Bai's body, leaving several holes as big as bowls, and then disappeared immediately.
Bai looked at the bowl-sized hole in his body.
There was no blood in the hole and it healed on its own after a few breaths. After all the injuries on his body were healed, Bai felt weak. It's like recovering from a serious illness.
Bai understood everything after thinking about it.
At this time, his consciousness was pulled into the sea of blood by Red Lotus, and his body was entirely composed of spiritual thoughts.
The reason why body injuries can heal quickly in the sea of blood is also because of spiritual thoughts. Injury to the body consumes his spiritual thoughts. After his spiritual thoughts are exhausted, Bai will die. Bai looked at Honglian and said, "Honglian, good means and good strategy." Honglian said calmly, "Have you discovered it? But don't you think you discovered it a little late?"
Dense blood arrows gathered above the blood sea, all aimed at Bai.
Honglian pointed at Bai and said, "Go." Whizzing. Whoosh. Countless blood arrows created sonic booms in the air, aiming at Bai.
Bai increased his speed and fled towards the distance.
Honglian's sarcastic voice reached Bai's ears. "Why, without my help, you can only run away in embarrassment?
In other words, the reason why you can survive until now is all because of my help.
After losing my help, you became like a waste?"
While Bai was dodging the blood arrow attacks, he was quickly thinking of ways to break the situation. Listening to the sarcasm of the red lotus in the sky, Bai shouted angrily, "Noisy!"
Bai, who didn't have a killing blade in his hand, couldn't display his combat power at all.
At this time, Bai deeply realized the importance of the killing blade to himself. I wanted to refute Honglian's words, but found that everything Honglian said was true, and I couldn't refute it at all.
Honglian sneered and looked at Bai, who was escaping hastily below. "Boy, being angry and loud can't change the fact that you are about to die. Cherish the time you are living now, if there is an afterlife.
At this point, Honglian pretended to be surprised. Oh, I just remembered that you have no afterlife. After you are killed by me, I will completely crush your outside consciousness. I'm thinking about how to crush your sea of consciousness. I'll just use soul dispersion. It would be a beautiful thing for you to die under the scattered souls you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme used to kill enemies. Shinbai listened to Honglian's murderous and heart-wrenching words.
At this moment, he wanted to drag Honglian down from the sky. Open Duran's mind and see what is going on in her head.
Shinbai saw the murderous intention condensed into substance on his body, and an idea flashed in his mind.
It doesn't matter so much, let's treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor.
Divine thoughts controlled the murderous intent that had condensed into substance and began to compress it continuously. Shinbai quickly encountered obstacles, and his murderous intention tried his best to resist the compression of his spiritual thoughts. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, the blood-red sword on his chest once again let out a cool breath. The cool breath blended into Shinbai's spiritual thoughts, and his spiritual thoughts were immediately blessed several times. The murderous intention was compressed by divine thoughts, and its volume shrank little by little.
After a few breaths, the compressed killing intent began to take shape. After a dozen breaths, a blood-red long knife appeared in front of Shinbai. Shinbai grasped the blood-red sword. Turn around and kill the countless blood arrows behind you. Kill, annihilate.
A full moon rose from the sea of blood. The full moon enveloped all the blood arrows, and the shadow of a long bloody sword condensed from the full moon. The shadow of the long knife collided with the blood arrow in the full moon.
Shang! Shang! Shang!
The full moon dispersed, and the blood arrow following Shinbai also disappeared at the same time.
When Honglian saw the bloody sword in Shinbai's hand, the expression on her face changed again and again. How did you do it? Honglian asked in confusion.
Shinbai looked at Honglian and said, Next, I will show you whether I am a waste without your help.
Killing life and death realm. Kill, annihilate. Killing and slaughtering.
Killing creatures and scattering souls.
The dark realm rapidly expanded with Shinbai as the center.
The blood moon rises in the blood sea, covering the red lotus.
Countless blood-red sword phantoms attacked Honglian. Crack!
Shinbai's body made a crisp sound, and the restraint of the sea of blood on Shinbai suddenly disappeared.
Shinbai held a long knife and flew towards Honglian. The high-speed vibrating killing blade struck Guren. Honglian looked at Shinbai in disbelief. How dare you attack me?
The next moment, Honglian's eyes, feeling that she was being provoked by Shinbai, were full of anger and murderous intent. Since you want to die, I will fulfill you.
As long as you cut off a piece of my clothes today, you will pass. I will no longer embarrass you.
I will teach you the 5th and 6th forms of the killing sword technique immediately.
Shinbai, Honglian, you have talked too much nonsense today. I'm going to let you know now that it's the same with or without you. Don't always take yourself too seriously. What Honglian said just now completely angered Shinbai.
Honglian seemed to have heard a fantasy and said angrily, No one has ever dared to talk to me like this.
You are the first. Shinbai looked at Honglian mockingly. Why, you can't bear it anymore?
As the sword in my hand, today I will teach you how to respect your master. Honglian held her slender hand empty, and a similar long knife appeared in her hand, blocking Shinbai's attack.
Boy, you are courting death. Shinbai said disdainfully, You've said this too many times. I'm tired of hearing it. Let's try something new.
Suddenly, the blood-red long knife in Shinbai's hand turned into the size of a palm and rushed into the red lotus sea of consciousness at an extremely fast speed. Honglian stayed on the spot without dodging, letting the long knife as big as a palm enter the sea of his consciousness.
Shinbai, I won't take advantage of you. I will fight with the same strength as you.
This is the first time Honglian has officially called Shinbai's name since they met, which shows how angry she is.
As long as you can cut off a piece of my clothes, you will win. If you can't do it, just die.
Killing creatures and scattering souls.
The long knife in Honglian's hand also became smaller and stabbed into Shinbai's knowledge sea.
The two long knives attacked each other crazily in the sea of consciousness.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
After a few breaths, Honglian and Qinbai looked at each other with equally pale faces. Honglian held it empty in her hand, and a blood-red long knife appeared in her hand again.
Killing and slaughtering.
Qinbai, who had no time to defend himself, was hit by the blood-red long knife that vibrated at high speed. Boom!
Qinbai's figure crashed into the blood sea from above.
Quickly standing up in the sea of blood, Qinbai's spiritual thoughts once again compressed the murderous intention in his body. In an instant, a blood-red long knife appeared in Qinbai's hand. Holding the long knife, he killed Honglian again. On the way, Qinbai said, "This bullshit that annihilates the true meaning is all a trick you made up to kill me. Since you don't give me the follow-up to the killing sword technique, I will beat you until you give it to me."
Shong!
The two long knives collided, and a harsh sound was heard in the sea of blood.
Honglian said with murderous intent, "Very good, just what I want. I have wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time." Honglian swung her long sword and struck Qinbai hard. Boom! Qinbai was knocked down from the sky again.
Honglian, you are obviously very weak in cultivation, but you insist on becoming my master.
You are worthy.
Before Qinbai could get up from the sea of blood, Honglian's offensive had arrived.
Boom!
The red lotus sword was pressed against Qinbai's throat.
Honglian, did you see it? This is the gap between you and me. It's a world of difference.
He turned the back of the knife and struck Qinbai hard.
Boom!
Qinbai was whipped away by the knife, and the strong force coming from the knife made him fall on the sea of blood and slide for dozens of meters before stopping.
Whoosh!
Honglian instantly appeared in front of Qinbai, dropped the long knife in his hand, made fists with both hands, and struck Qinbai.
Boom! Qinbai's body was knocked into the air. Honglian is unforgiving when he gains the upper hand, just like punching sandbags in the air. Every punch and every kick landed heavily on Qinbai. With this little strength, you dare to challenge me? Cough, cough.
Qinbai, who was at a disadvantage, kept coughing. Every time I cough, some of my spiritual thoughts will dissipate, and my body's feeling of weakness will become stronger and stronger.
If it weren't for Qinbai's body composed of spiritual thoughts.
I'm afraid Qinbai's internal organs have been damaged now, and blood is spitting out as if he doesn't want money.
Guren, even if there is a world of difference, I am still your master. When Honglian heard this, the murderous intent in her eyes became even more intense. If you insist on speaking harshly even when you are about to die, I will send you to death right now. Kill. Before Honglian finished speaking, Qinbai controlled the long sword in the Honglian Sea of Consciousness and slashed at the Honglian Sea of Consciousness with all his strength. Taking advantage of the moment when Honglian was distracted, Qinbai seized the opportunity. He grabbed Honglian's wrist and slammed Honglian towards the sea of blood. Boom! Qinbai continued to attack, but a tearing pain suddenly came from the sea of consciousness. Qinbai endured the severe pain and flew towards Honglian, while controlling the long knife to attack crazily in Honglian's sea of consciousness. At this time, Qinbai Shurhai's pain became more and more severe. Qinbai and Honglian used the same moves to attack each other, while enduring the pain from each other's attacks. Qinbai came to Honglian, threw away the long knife in his hand, and punched Honglian. I can fight hand-to-hand, too. Boom! Honglian also punched Qinbai. Qinbai and Honglian attacked each other regardless of their own harm. Whoever can persist to the end of this battle will be the winner. The battle in the Blood Sea lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 4th day, Qinbai's body, which was condensed with his spiritual thoughts, had faded to a transparent state. Although Guren has the upper hand these days, her condition is not very good. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. His face turned pale, and his attacks began to fail. Honglian looked at Qinbai, who had a transparent body, and said, Qinbai, please keep your words. Do you now clearly realize the gap between you and me? Qinbai forced his mind to maintain his body and laughed. As the master, I am very happy to see the weapon in my hand is so powerful. Honglian, you've already reached this point and you're still holding on. Let's see how long you can hold on.
After saying that, Honglian and Qinbai fought together again.
Bang! Bang! Boom! After some fighting,
Qinbai lay on the sea of blood, his body faded to the point where he was almost invisible. Honglian rode on Qinbai and raised his fist and said, "Qinbai, if I attack with this punch, you will die completely. Now I'll give you a chance to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme.
As long as you promise not to let me be your weapon, I will let you go."
Qinbai stretched out his finger, pointed at the extremely misleading gesture on both sides, and said jokingly, "If you don't make weapons, what do you want to do?"
Make.
Before Qinbai could finish speaking, Honglian interrupted him with a gloomy expression, "Put away your despicable thoughts and let me go if you want to survive."
Qinbai looked at Honglian seriously and said, "The reason why you don't continue to attack is because you don't dare." Honglian's eyes flashed with panic, then disappeared immediately, pretending to be calm and said, "What do you mean?" Qinbai made it clear without any hesitation, "You and I know it very well. If you kill me, you won't be able to survive."
As early as when the Killing Blade and Qinbai were forcibly bound together by the system, each other's fate was decided.
If Honglian dies, Qinbai will be injured, but he will not die.
Once anything unexpected happens to Qinbai, everyone who is forcibly bound to Qinbai will die. Qinbai explained what was in Honglian's heart, and her aura suddenly felt like a deflated rubber ball. Qinbai continued, "From the last time to this time, your purpose has never been to kill me.
Killing me is just a pretense. Your real purpose is to let me let you go.
In this way, it can also explain why you saved me twice."
Honglian was stunned for a long time before saying, "When did you find out?"
"Qinbai, just when you stopped killing me, I had been thinking about why you saved me.
You obviously want me to die, but you help me every time in an emergency.
Now it seems that it is not just your so-called pride, but that you have to do this.
After all, if I die, you will also be cold."
Murderous intent burst out in Honglian's eyes again. She pinched Qinbai's throat and said coldly, "Aren't you afraid that I will really kill you and die with you together?"
Cough.
Qinbai was choked so hard that he coughed and said, "If you are really that crazy, I will admit it, but now it seems that you still cherish your life. At least in your heart, your life and my life are not the same weight at all. How could you die together with someone who is like an ant in your eyes?" The strength in Honglian's hand weakened, and most of the murderous intention in her body disappeared, and she asked, "How on earth are you willing to let me go?" Qinbai exerted force on his waist and abdomen, turned over and pressed Honglian under him, and said in a calm tone, "I will not let you go no matter what, even if Haotian comes." Seeing that Qinbai was determined not to let her go, Honglian's eyes dimmed.
When he heard Qinbai calling Haotian by his first name, he said disdainfully, "How dare you call him by his first name?" Hearing Honglian protecting Haotian like this, Qinbai asked in an unclear tone, "What? Can't you talk about your little lover?"
Honglian's face turned green and white, and she scolded angrily, "Don't just say whatever you want." Qinbai took advantage of Honglian's retort and looked at Honglian's beautiful face beneath him. He stretched out his right hand and accidentally touched Honglian's face.
Honglian said angrily, "Qinbai, what are you doing? Get off me."
Qinbai came back to his senses and said with an afterthought, "It feels pretty good."
You die." Duran clenched her fists.
She had never been touched by the opposite sex since she was born. Now she was actually touched on the face by a cultivator of the fusion realm, which made her shocked and angry for a moment.
Before Honglian could attack Qinbai, Qinbai stood up and said to Honglian without looking back, "Send me out now.
It's up to you whether to pass on the killing sword technique or not."
Honglian was stunned by Qinbai's words.
She knew Qinbai well, and she also knew Qinbai's desire for killing swordsmanship. But now Qinbai actually wants to give up the follow-up of the killing sword technique. Duran now feels as if she holds many valuable and precious treasures in her hands, and these things are coveted by others. But suddenly one day, someone suddenly told her that although the treasure in her hand was valuable, the other party no longer needed it. This strong sense of contrast made Honglian feel very ridiculous. After sending Qinbai away, Honglian sat there for a long time before getting up. On the cheek touched by Qinbai, it seemed that the temperature and touch of Qinbai's palm could already be felt.
Shinbai was sent to the Sea of Blood by Honglian and returned to his true form.
There was a feeling of weakness and tearing pain in the sea of consciousness.
Standing on the Nantian gate, the killing blade was inserted not far away. Shinbai walked to the killing blade and pulled out the killing blade,
preparing to call the system to leave the secret realm of awakening. Suddenly, a blood-red aura came from the killing blade. The blood-red aura rushed straight down Shinbai's arm into the sea of consciousness. After arriving at the consciousness sea, the blood-red aura was distributed throughout the damaged consciousness sea. The trauma suffered by the sea of consciousness recovered quickly, the tearing pain disappeared in a few breaths, and the feeling of weakness gradually subsided.
After more than a dozen breaths, Shinbai recovered as before.
After the blood-red breath healed the sea of consciousness, it revealed the information wrapped inside. Shinbai penetrated with his spiritual sense, and the message contained the fifth and sixth moves of the killing sword technique.
The fifth form of the killing sword technique is called annihilation.
The effect is exactly as Guren said, completely erasing everything attacked from spirit to matter. The sixth form of the killing sword technique is called slaying the immortal.
Shinbai murmured, "What a domineering name!" Immortal killing is an extremely powerful single-target attack sword technique.
When paired with the annihilation saber technique, it can form a combo skill. Shinbai looked at the killing blade in his hand, flicked it on the killing blade and said, "Honglian, you are not good as you always want to devour the Lord."
Zheng.
The killing blade made a sound, and the blade vibrated.
Get the follow-up of killing sword technique.
The killing sword technique, which was lagging too far behind, was finally able to break through.
Shinbai, breakthrough. Two sounds like breaking glass were heard in succession.
Shinbai opened the personal information panel. Name, Shinbai Tianawanki Intermediate. All attributes increased by %. Cultivation level, 6th level. Middle stage of integration, 692-1000. Divine thought, late stage of integration power, 692 speed, 692 stamina, 692 attack, 692 defense, 692 luck, 692. Killing blade level 692, 1000, broken blade, 29, attack increase 20. 0% attack, 692. Killing sword technique level 692, 1000, attack, 692. Qinglong level 692, 1000, ha. The killing sword technique has finally caught up with the progress, Shinbai said with a long sigh of relief. Taking one last look at the broken heaven, Shinbai called to the system in his heart, "System, leave the secret realm of awakening.
Host is transmitting."
The familiar feeling of teleportation came, and Shinbai's eyes darkened. After the sense of teleportation disappeared, Shinbai appeared in the East China Sea of Blue Star. Shinbai calculated the time and found that he had stayed in the secret realm of awakening for a total of 1 year and 7 months this time. No wonder the system said that it will take a long time to awaken the secret realm this time.
It is recommended that I obtain the Panglai secret realm first.
If we go to the awakening secret realm first and stay for so long, the time for the epic mission Panglai secret realm will have passed long ago, and it will be dangerous by then. After determining the direction of the Lan family, Shinbai turned around and flew towards the Lan family.
The purpose of going to Lan's house this time was to say goodbye.
After saying goodbye, Shinbai will leave Blue Star and return to Luoxing mountain range. Midway through the flight, Shinbai suddenly had a thought in his mind, and his flying speed increased sharply to the center of the Blue Star.
I don't know if this will work, Shinbai said to himself.
Take out the core of the secret realm and place it in the center of the Blue Star. The colorful rays of light on the core of the secret realm burst out, frantically absorbing spiritual energy towards the Blue Star. Shinbai waited patiently for 2 days and saw that the core of the secret realm was still absorbing spiritual energy without any movement. He couldn't help but ask the system in his heart, "System, how long will it take for the core of the secret realm to absorb the Blue Star?" "System, it will take about 150 years, 3 months and 9 days.
It takes so long? Shinbai asked in surprise. System, otherwise, what do you think? This is a planet that can reproduce life and has sound basic rules.
It is different from the secret realms you absorbed. If your small world absorbs this planet, The most basic thing is that when it's windy, rainy, or thundering, all kinds of climate solar terms will appear naturally. From now on, there is no need for manual operation anymore. Shinbai said with a bit of depression in his voice, okay. 150 years is too long, and Shinbai simply cannot wait. If he really wanted to absorb such a planet, Shinbai wouldn't have to do anything for the next 150 years. You have to stay next to the core of the secret realm all day long. Reach out and retrieve the core of the secret realm. After the core of the secret realm stopped absorbing spiritual energy, Shinbai felt the remaining spiritual energy of Blue Star, which was much thinner. After such operations by the core of the secret realm, Blue Star's spiritual energy, which was already not rich, became even worse. Lan Wenhao of the Lan family was practicing when he suddenly opened his eyes and wondered, why is the spiritual energy suddenly so thin, after an hour?
Shinbai came to Lan's house.
When the children of the Lan family saw Shinbai, they all looked excited and hurriedly went inside to report to Lan Wenhao. As soon as Shinbai entered Lan's house, Lan Wenhao came towards him like a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme.
Before Shinbai could speak, Lan Wenhao hugged Shinbai and said, "Brother Chin, you are finally back. For a whole year and 7 months, I thought you had left Blue Star."
Shinbai said seriously, "I have been dealing with some things for more than a year, and I am here to say goodbye just as Brother Wenhao said."
"Farewell? Did I really hit the mark?"
Lan Wenhao looked at Shinbai with wide eyes.
Shinbai nodded and said, "As Brother Wenhao said, I am leaving Blue Star." "Brother Chin, where are you going?" Lan Wenhao asked.
Lan Wenhao was not surprised at all that Shinbai found a way to leave Blue Star. Faced with Shinbai, whose cultivation was rapidly advancing and unfathomable, Lan Wenhao already had a blind understanding. In his opinion, among Blue Star practitioners, if even Shinbai doesn't have a way to leave Blue Star, let alone others.
Shinbai said, "It's a place far, far away from Blue Star. Once you leave, you may never return to Blue Star in this life. There are many children of the Lan family in my little world. What do you think of Brother Wenhao?"
Lan Wenhao thought for a moment and then said, "Brother Chin, can you please let me go to your little world to see them first, and then make a decision?" Shinbai's spiritual thoughts enveloped Lan Wenhao, and the next moment the two of them appeared in Shaoqian world. After such a long period of construction by the Lan family, Shaoqian world has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to before.
The entire Little Thousand world is managed in an orderly manner.
Various precious medicinal materials are planted in the elixir fields. There are cranes flying in the sky, and there are some other spiritual beasts playing with each other on the ground. Even though the children of the Lan family worked so hard to build it, there is still a large part of the small world that is not put to use. In the center of Shaoqian time, a majestic hall stands on the ground.
Next to the main hall, there are 2 smaller palaces surrounding the main hall. Slightly closer to the center of Shaoqian world are the residences of many children of the Lan family.
The richness of spiritual energy here is second only to the center of Shaoqian world. Shinbai's thoughts dispersed and he realized that more than a year had passed. The cultivation level of many disciples of the Lan family has generally improved to a great level. Shinbai was not surprised at all by this result. The intensity of spiritual energy in Shaoqian world has reached thousands of times that of Blue Star. Shinbai and Lan Wenhao flew to the residence of the Lan family's children. The children of the Lan family immediately became excited when they saw the two of them. "Everyone, gather together, the Supreme Elder and the head of the family are here."
In a few breaths, everyone in the Lan family gathered.
Then came Xiao Cheng, Wang Tai-sin, Shi Yun, and Long Yi. When Xiao Cheng saw Shinbai, he immediately flew to Shinbai's shoulder, stuck out his tongue and licked Shinbai's cheek and said, "Master, it's been a long time no see, I miss you so much." Shinbai pulled Xiao Cheng down and put it in his hands, stroking up and down the dragon's back with his big hands. The palm of his hand went around Xiao Cheng's belly again and pinched the flesh on Xiao Cheng's belly. Shinbai said with satisfaction, "Xiao Cheng still feels the same as before." Xiao Cheng allowed Shinbai's claws to touch her and didn't resist. Lan Wenhao was overjoyed when he saw the many disciples of the Lan family who had obviously advanced in cultivation, and he thought for a moment and said, "First of all, congratulations on your great progress in cultivation.
I am here to ask you something." Lan Linglong walked out of the crowd and said, "Third uncle, please speak."
Lan Wenhao continued, "You are all the elites of my Lan family, and now the Supreme Elder is going to other planets. I'm afraid I won't be able to return to Blue Star again in my lifetime."
"What do you think?"
Many children of the Lan family looked at each other. After a while, a voice came from the crowd, "I would like to go with the Supreme Elder." Following the sound, other members of the Lan family said at the same time, "I would like to go with the Supreme Elder."
"I am willing to go with the Supreme Elder."
For many children of the Lan family, they have already considered Little Thousand Worlds as their home for more than a year. Moreover, the spiritual energy in Shaoqian world is rich, and the resources produced in a large area are more than enough to support the cultivation of such a small group of people. Even 10 times more people than this can still be supplied. When leaving the Little Thousand World and returning to Blue Star, only a fool would go back if he needed aura but no aura, and if he needed resources but no resources. Besides, these Lan family disciples still want to follow Qin Bai to see the outside world.
Staying with Qin Bai is far more promising than staying with Lan Wenhao.
Lan Wenhao let out a long sigh. He had already guessed the answer when he came. Lan Wenhao said to Qin Bai, "Brother Qin, I have something to ask of you." Qin Bai said, "Brother Wenhao, please tell me." Lan Wenhao, Blue Star's spiritual energy is thin, and there is no future in Blue Star. I want to move the entire Lan family to the Shaoqian world.
I wonder what Brother Qin wants.
Qin Bai did not expect that Lan Wenhao would make such a decision, which meant that the entire Lan family would have to leave their hometown and follow him to other planets. Qin Bai, there are still so many places in Shaoqian world that have not been developed. If Brother Wenhao wants to move the Lan family here, he can develop the Little Thousand World. Lan Wenhao raised his hands and said to Qin Bai, "Thank you so much, Brother Qin."
The next day, Qin Bai stood in the Lan family.
Lan Wenhao pointed at everyone in the Lan family and said, "Brother Qin, these are all the people in my Lan family." Qin Bai's spiritual thoughts enveloped everyone in the Lan family, and in the next moment, everyone in the Lan family was moved to the small Thousand World. After doing all this, Qin Bai looked at Blue Star one last time and called the system in his heart, "System, leave Blue Star."
Ding! Enable transmission.
A black hole the size of a portal appeared in front of him, and Qin Bai stepped into it.
Host is transmitting.
His vision went dark, and when his vision returned again, Qin Bai appeared in the Luoxing Mountains.
Transmission complete. After several years, I finally came back again. Qin Bai sighed.
Qin Bai took out the sound transmission jade talisman given by the third Prince Ingji from the storage space. His spiritual thoughts penetrated in, and he quickly received a response from the sound transmission jade talisman.
The other party said tentatively, "Brother Qin?" "Brother Ingji, long time no see." Qin Bai greeted. "Brother Qin, you went out for training and came back?" "Ha ha." Ingji sounded very happy. Qin Bai, "Yes, I'm back." Ingji, "Brother Qin, where are you now?"
"I'll find you."
Qin Bai, "I'm in the Luoxing Mountains."
After sending the specific location to Ingji, Ingji replied almost instantly, "Brother Qin, it will definitely arrive in 2 hours."
Hang up the contact with Ingji.
Qin Bai looked at the familiar Luoxing Mountains and felt a lot of emotion in his heart. The first time he was teleported was when he came here, and he was knocked down by the system and had a mouthful of mud.
Now that I think about it, the system was definitely intentional. Thinking of this, Qin Bai was quite confused about the call system. "System, last time I asked you a question, why didn't you mention the charge?"
The system said in a contemptuous tone, "I give up, you poor man. I can't squeeze any oil or water out of you, not even a steel penny."
Qin Bai laughed heartily and said, "Ha, system, you are finally willing to surrender to reality." "System, my not-so-smart host, why are you getting more and more stupid?" Qin Bai. "You have left Blue Star. Shouldn't you change the way you speak from Blue Star's inferior movies?"
Speaking of this, Qin Bai suddenly gloated, "The most important thing is that this place is very far from Blue Star.
If you want to watch inferior movies in the future, you won't be able to."
The system sneered at Qin Bai's idea and said, "Host, you underestimate the great system.
I look at all the heavens and worlds just like you look at the lines in the palm of your hand. How difficult is this? Even time can be reversed and shown to you. Shinbai grasped the key point in the system's words. System, what did you say? Reverse time? The system smiled brightly and said, no, you heard wrong. How can I reverse something like time? Seeing that the system refused to acknowledge it, Shinbai stopped asking. At the same time, in Xingyang City, which is very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Luoxing mountain range. Xing Xian was drinking tea in the courtyard when she suddenly felt Shinbai's breath and said word by word, Shinbai, you finally show up again. This time I will skin you and remove your bones. Xing Xian still had fresh memories of Shinbai, who had teased her and demanded money. The Fox clan holds grudges the most, not to mention the Qing Qian of the Nine-tailed Fox clan. For this reason, Xing Qian has been collecting various information about Shinbai since he returned to Blue Star. Since then, he has been settling in Xingyang City next to Luoxing mountain range. Xing Qian has always secretly believed that if Shinbai comes back again, he will appear in the Luoxing mountains. Xing Qian's figure flew up from the courtyard and headed towards Shinbai's direction at high speed. Shinbai waited patiently for Ingji on the spot, but to his surprise, Ingji didn't wait. The first one to arrive was Xing Qian. Almost the moment Xing Qian saw Shinbai also saw her. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. This sentence is perfect for Xing Qian now. Xing Qian shouted angrily, Shinbai, you little thief who used a bunch of cheap food to defraud me of many treasures, let's see where you go this time. Shinbai was a little surprised to see Xing Qian. Unexpectedly, Xing Qian was still worried about her original behavior in the past few years. Shinbai looked at Xing Qian with his probing eyes. The result he got from his probing eyes was that he was in the early stage of overcoming the tribulation. Shinbai's eyes narrowed, transcending the tribulation realm? Xing Qian sensed Shinbai's cultivation at this time and said in surprise, in just a few years, you actually broke through from the nascent soul realm to the middle stage of integration. How is this possible? After saying that, Xing Qian paused and snorted coldly, so what if you break through to the middle stage of integration, you are still no match against me who has cultivated in the tribulation realm. Shinbai has made great progress in cultivation, especially after acquiring the killing sword technique, but he has not really tested his own combat power. At this time, facing Xing Qian, who was in the early stage of overcoming the catastrophe, Shinbai was full of fighting spirit. Shinbai, you have to fight to know whether he is your opponent or not. Xing Qian narrowed her eyes and looked at Shinbai. Shinbai, I didn't expect you to be so courageous after not seeing each other for several years. Okay, very good. Shinbai deliberately provoked Xing Qian and said, the main reason is that in the past few years, I have never met any stupid fox who would give me all his belongings just for food. After a pause, Shinbai looked at Xing Qian and said sincerely, except you. Xing Qian's eyes were full of anger and she shouted, you are looking for death. Next, I will let you know that returning to the Tianhuang realm is the most wrong thing you have done in your life. Shinbai listened to what Xing Qian said and thought to himself, it turns out that this planet is called Tianhuang realm. Tianhuang sword technique, stab. A long sword appeared out of thin air in Xing Qian's hand and stabbed Shinbai. The long sword seemed to be slow, but it was fast. In the blink of an eye, it had reached Shinbai's throat. Shown. Shinbai instantly drew out his killing blade and blocked it with the long sword in Xing Qian's hand. Killing and slaughtering. The high-speed vibrating killing blade collided with the long sword. Shown. Sparks flew everywhere, and a huge force came from the sword. Shinbai was knocked away by the huge force and hit a giant tree growing in the Luoxing mountains. Bang! 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 After knocking down more than a dozen big trees in the sky that required 5 or 6 people to surround him, Shinbai stopped. Looking at Xing Qian who was attacking again, Shinbai clicked his foot on the void and shouted, kill the living creatures and kill them all. A full moon rises in the falling star mountains, shrouding Xing Qian in the center. Countless shadows of killing blades condensed in the full moon, killing Xing Qian. Xing Qian, you can show off your trivial skills even though you have the guts to do so. Let me see the real difference between the tribulation realm and the fusion realm. Tianhuang sword Juzhen.
The long sword in Qing Qian's hand emits sword light, drawing a circle around itself. The circle formed by the sword light continued to spread outward, until it was as big as the full moon. Shock! With Qing Qian's soft drink, the sword light exploded instantly, tearing the full moon into pieces. When the sword light dissipated, the full moon also disappeared.
Qing Qian, Qinbai, use whatever means you have. Lest you regret that you didn't go all out when you were killed by me. Qinbai, since you say so, then I will help you.
Killing creatures and scattering souls. The killing blade became the size of a palm in Qinbai's hand. Qinbai mobilized the spiritual thoughts in the sea of consciousness to pour a palm-sized killing blade into his hand. After the spiritual thoughts were poured into the killing blade, it immediately turned into a golden color. Whoosh! The killing blade disappeared in Qinbai's hand, and came to Qing Qian's eyes the next second.
Shone!
Before the killing blade could penetrate into the clear sea of consciousness, it was stopped on the periphery.
Tianhuang's sword technique, divine control.
The 3 inches in front of Qing Qian's eyes seemed to be a thick wall. It is difficult for the killing blade to advance even an inch. Qing Qian stretched out 2 jade-white fingers to hold the killing blade, and sneered, "Is this all you can do?
I really think highly of you."
Whoosh! Qing Qian held the killing blade between her fingers and swung it towards Qinbai.
Shone!
Qinbai stretched out his hand to catch the killing blade.
Zhun!
The killing blade returned to its normal size in Qinbai's hand and made a sound. It was as if he was complaining that Qinbai could fight to such an extent against an opponent of such a level. Feeling the emotion of the killing blade, Qinbai smiled bitterly. He did not expect that Qing Qian could block the soul-dispersing sword technique that was always invincible so easily.
Then I thought about it.
Compared with Blue Star, the level of cultivation in the Tianhuang realm is so many streets higher.
It's not surprising that there are ways to resist spiritual attacks here. Qing Qian, I also have spiritual attacks. It's disrespectful to come and go without reciprocating. Next, you also have a taste of my spiritual attacks. Tianhuang's sword technique, divine thorn.
The long sword in Qing Qian's hand emits a sword light that condenses in front of Qing Qian. Pure spiritual thoughts poured into this sword light, and the sword light became fainter and fainter, and finally disappeared to go with. Qing Qian pointed her finger at Qinbai.
Whoosh! Qinbai used his spiritual thoughts to try to find out the direction of Qing Qian's attack.
But Qing Qian's spiritual sword light was as if it didn't exist, and Qinbai's spiritual energy couldn't detect it at all. Just when Qinbai was looking for it, sword light appeared in Qinbai's sea of consciousness. Laugh! Qinbai didn't react at all. The sword light had already struck the sea of consciousness. By the time Qinbai was ready to defend himself, the sword light attack had already been completed. Qinbai could only watch the sword light dissipate after leaving 2 sword marks in the sea of consciousness. After Shihai was injured, Qinbai turned pale.
Qing Qian saw Qinbai's face and joked, "Master Qin, how does this move of mine feel?" Qinbai spit out 2 words, "Very good."
Holding the killing blade, Qinbai slashed at Qing Qian.
Kill and annihilate. Half of the blade of the killing blade gradually faded and disappeared from sight.
On the surface, Qinbai seemed to be holding a killing blade with only half of the blade. In fact, the other half of the killing blade that faded and disappeared did not really disappear, and was also held in Qinbai's hand. It's just that it can no longer be seen with the naked eye in spiritual thoughts.
The Sesha blade brandished a huge sword light.
The sword light was half visible and half invisible, and it quickly killed Qing Qian. Qing Qian frowned slightly and clenched her sword. She felt a hint of danger from Qinbai's sword technique.
Tianhuang's sword technique breaking.
The long sword struck at the middle part of the sword light, trying to split the sword light into 2 and completely cut it off.
Shone!
The visible part of the sword's light collided hard with the long sword. The other half of the invisible part broke away from the sword light and continued to kill Qing Qian. Although Qing Qian couldn't see where the sword light was, a vague sense of crisis reminded her that if she didn't handle it carefully, she might be injured. Laugh! The invisible part of the sword didn't give Qing Qian time, and instantly cut into Qing Qian's sea of consciousness.
Hey! Hey!
He slashed 3 times in succession in the clear sea of consciousness, and the light of the sword dispersed in the sea of consciousness. Xing Qian's originally rosy face turned pale instantly.
Qin Bai joked in the same tone, Xing Qian, this is the true form of indecent treatment. Xing Qian looked at Qin Bai in disbelief and said, how could you attack in such a weird way?
The divine attack she just used took her hundreds of years to acquire. Qin Bai's annihilation sword technique was obviously more advanced than the sword technique she used in her attack just now. To be able to perfectly combine the tangible and the intangible, this is simply impossible.
Xing Qian murmured to herself. Qin Bai's expression was exaggerated, and he deliberately taunted Xing Qian, stupid demon fox, there are still many things you haven't seen before.
After saying this, Qin Bai wanted to slap himself hard, and thought to himself, it's over, I've been assimilated by that guy in the system. The annihilation sword technique originally attacks both matter and spirit at the same time, with the purpose of completely erasing the things being attacked from the world. Xing Qian was angry at Qin Bai, and her face turned white and blue, her expression switching back and forth. Looking at Xing Qian's look, Qin Bai suddenly understood the joy of the system. Presumably when the system talks about me, my face is not much better than Xing Qian.
Xing Qian suddenly laughed, Qin Bai, you succeeded in irritating me. Qin Bai, then why are you laughing when you are provoked? It's inexplicable. Xing Qian was choked by Qin Bai and couldn't speak for a long time.
The smile on her lips could not be closed, but she continued to smile and looked stupid.
Xing Qian's expression froze for a moment, and after a long time she said with no emotion at all, Qin Bai.
Before Xing Qian could finish speaking, Qin Bai interrupted as if possessed by the system, next, you will definitely want to talk about skinning me, cramping my muscles, and a series of tortures that will make me incapable of life or death. Xing Qian was shocked and tried to open her mouth to say something, but she didn't know what to say. In the end, thousands of words turned into one sentence, human, little thief, you die.
Tianhuang sword technique the ultimate.
The spiritual energy in Xing Qian's body poured into the sword in her hand, and the sword emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, the entire sword turned into a lightsaber. Xing Qian held a lightsaber and charged towards Qin Bai. Qin Bai looked at the coming attack in front of him and said word by word, killing creatures and killing immortals. With all his strength concentrated on the killing blade, Qin Bai slashed towards Xing Qian. The blade of the killing blade turned completely black in the blink of an eye. The extremely dark blade exuded crazy killing intent, as if it were a demon from the abyss.
Shone. Shone laugh. Puff.
What kind of sword technique is this?
Xing Qian exclaimed. I can't help being surprised. Qin Bai's sword was really too terrifying.
Just now, an extremely domineering black blade slashed out from the extremely dark killing blade. The lightsaber in Xing Qian's hand collided with the black blade. The black sword light split the long sword directly and struck Xing Qian on the shoulder. Then, without any loss of momentum, it rushed directly towards the horizon. Xing Qian spit out a large mouthful of blood and looked at Qin Bai. Obviously, Qin Bai's sword skills far exceeded her expectations.
Crack!
A crisp sound came from the sword in Xing Qian's hand.
Crack! The next second, cracks appeared on the long sword, boom!
The long sword exploded into pieces, and the fragments flew in all directions.
Qin Bai said, Xing Qian, the sword in your hand has been destroyed, what are you using to fight me? Is this the difference between the tribulation realm and the fusion realm you mentioned? I don't think it's that big. Xing Qian's shoulder was struck by Qin Bai, blood flowed out and penetrated Xing Qian's clothes.
Xing Qian took out a pill from the space ring and took it, and the blood was quickly stopped. In a few breaths, the injury on his shoulder recovered as before. At the same time, there was a commotion in Xingyang City. Just now, an extremely domineering black blade flashed across the sky above Xingyang City.
Nan Tianlong, the original lord of Xingyang City, has left with the third prince. The new city chief's cultivation level is only in the late nascent soul stage. The cultivation level of others is even worse. The cultivation level of Wang Zong, the head of the Wang family, is only in the early stage of nascent soul.
Facing Qin Bai's combined sword and Zhan Duji's full-strength slash, everyone felt extremely frightened. It seemed as if he would die immediately if he made even the slightest movement. Wang Zong stood in the direction of the Wang family and looked at the disappearing black sword light and said, "It's really terrifying. What kind of strong man can deliver such a terrifying blow?" The attack direction seems to be coming from the Falling Star Mountains. It's incredible that it can be so powerful when slashed from such a long distance. Wang Zong looked in the direction of Luoxing Mountain Range and guessed the situation inside Luoxing Mountain Range. Although he was curious about what happened in the Luoxing Mountains, Wang Zong had no intention of going there. In this battle between the former, any casual aftermath is enough to kill him 10 or 8 times. Unless someone is crazy, no one would join in the fun. There are not a few people who think the same as Wang Zong. Ever since Qin Bai killed all the demon kings in Luoxing Mountain Range, the danger of Luoxing Mountain Range has been greatly reduced, and even Wang Zong has almost forgotten it. Today, the long-dormant Luoxing Mountain Range was once again remembered by the strong men in Xingyang City. There was only a bare sword hilt left in Qing Qian's hand, and she threw the hilt away casually. Qing Qian said with an unwilling look, "If the crimson color in my hand hadn't been deceived by you, a little thief, I wouldn't have been able to block your sword." Qin Bai took out a crimson long sword from the storage space, held it in his hand and asked, "Is this the sword you're talking about?" When Qing Qian saw the crimson sword in Qin Bai's hand, her eyes lit up and she said, "That's the sword." Qin Bai asked jokingly, "Do you want to?" Unexpectedly, Qing Qian turned her head and stopped looking at the crimson sword and said, "I don't want your aunt anymore, I'll give it to you." Qin Bai was a little surprised and asked in disbelief, "Is it true?" A smile appeared at the corner of Qing Qian's mouth, and she said with a look of success on her face, "Of course it's fake. How could your aunt not want my things?" "Idiot, you've been fooled." Qing Qian stretched out her hand and shouted softly, "Crimson is back." The crimson sword in Qin Bai's hand immediately escaped Qin Bai's control. Qin Bai stretched out his big hand and firmly grasped the crimson sword to prevent it from leaving. Qing Qian sarcastically said, "Do you think this can stop me from getting crimson back?" After Qing Qian finished speaking, crimson disappeared immediately in Qin Bai's hands. Qin Bai looked at his empty palms, feeling a little distracted. Crimson appeared in Qing Qian's hand. Qing Qian said, "Qin Bai, if you continue to put crimson into your weird space, I really have no way to do it. But you are so stupid that you actually took it out. Do you think my things are so easy to get?" Qin Bai sighed slightly. "Oh, I didn't expect that after playing with eagles all day long, one day I would be pecked in the eye by an eagle." Qing Qian said proudly, "Little thief, do you feel very regretful now?" "Ha ha." Qin Bai said seriously, "My heart is full of regret now, so I decided that the remaining things you have will be sealed in my storage space forever." Qing Qian was very proud when she heard the first part, but when Qin Bai talked about the second part, she suddenly couldn't be happy anymore. If Qin Bai didn't take out Qing Qian's treasure, there was really nothing she could do. Qing Qian suddenly felt like she had picked up sesame seeds and lost the watermelon. He pointed at Qin Bai with the crimson sword in his hand and said, "Qin Bai, if you return the treasure to me now, I will spare your life, otherwise." "Qin Bai, what else? If you know you can't kill me, then change your mind and spare my life? I remember that you wanted to torture me to death before, so you changed your mind just like that? Qing Qian, I'm waiting for you to kill me, come on, do it." Qing Qian, you. Tianhuang sword technique, divine lock. The crimson long sword emitted streaks of crimson sword light, and the sword light enveloped Qin Bai. "Qing Qian, since you are so ignorant of praise, I will help you." The sword light suddenly turned into chains, locking Qin Bai tightly. Qin Bai tried to break free of the chains, but they didn't move at all. Tianhuang sword technique, divine thorn. A sword light condensed on the crimson sword, and the sword light quickly faded, and it came towards Qin Bai. "Qin Bai, it's this trick again." Qing Qian, if you don't eat the toast, you'll be fine with wine. You can just go and die. 8-9 mysterious skills, act on the heaven and the earth. Qin Bai shouted loudly. Crack! Crack! Qin Bai's figure grew larger, and the chains on his body made a snapping sound. Click! After Qin Bai's body became 100 feet in size, the chains were broken. The killing blade appeared in Qin Bai's knowledge sea, and he was ready.
Qing Qian's sword light attack came to Qin Bai sure high.
Qin Bai controlled the killing blade and rushed forward immediately, crushing the sword light into powder. The killing blade left the sea of consciousness, grew to dozens of lengths, and was held in Qin Bai's hand.
Qin Bai said to Qing Qian, "The same tricks are useless to me." Qing Qian looked at Qin Bai, who was 100 feet in size, and murmured, "The legendary magical power, the power of heaven and earth." It is said that there were only a few people who knew it in ancient times. How could you have such an amazing inheritance? Who are you? Qin Bai, my eyesight is not bad, I know the laws of heaven and earth.
After saying that, Qin Bai pretended to be polite and said, "I am the reincarnation of the great power of the ancient times."
You little foxes don't want to pay homage to me when you see me? Qing Qian said dubiously, "Really?" Qin Bai lied without blushing at all, "If it's fake, of course it's true." "I believe you," Qing Qian said.
Seeing Qin Bai's joking expression, Qing Qian knew that she had been fooled.
Tianhuang sword technique, Tianhuang sword domain.
Qing Qian's whole body's spiritual power poured into her hand with the crimson sword. The crimson sword emitted streaks of swordlight, covering the entire Luoxing mountain range.
Countless monsters in the Falling Star Mountains lay on the ground shivering.
The scenery in front of Qin Bai changed, although he was still in the Luoxing Mountains.
Everything as far as the eye could see was crimson. Qing Qian sneered and said, "This is the strongest move I have learned in my life. You can go on your way with peace of mind."
Qin Bai, who was in the sword domain, felt a sense of oppression gathering from all directions.
Qin Bai, sword domain? I have one too. Killing life and death realm.
The dark realm centered on Qin Bai and quickly spread to the Luoxing Mountains.
It overlaps with Qingqian's Tianhuang sword domain. Qing Qian exclaimed again, "How come you have a realm? This is a unique symbol that only exists in the tribulation realm." Qin Bai said calmly, "The unique symbol of the tribulation realm?
Oh, I seem to be able to do it in the nascent soul realm."
Qing Qian denied it, "It can't be cheated. It's absolutely impossible. No one can own a domain in the nascent soul realm.
Since ancient times, there have been very few people who can possess fields in the fusion realm, and they are all geniuses."
Qing Qian asked tentatively in confusion, "Are you really the reincarnation of an ancient power?"
Qin Bai, if you can survive my attack, I will tell you.
Kill, annihilate.
A blood moon rose in the dark realm, covering the Falling Star Mountains.
Countless phantoms of killing blades condensed in the blood moon, killing Qing Qian one after another. Killing and slaughtering. Qin Bai held the high-speed vibrating killing blade and slashed at Qing Qian with all his strength, boom.
Qing Qian's body was attacked by the phantom of the killing blade from all directions. Qin Bai faced him with another full blow. Qing Qian shouted, "Tianhuang sword technique, shock." The crimson sword light enveloped Qing Qian.
The high-speed vibrating killing blade fell on Qing Qian, boom.
Qing Qian fell from the sky to the ground at an extremely fast speed. A pit appeared on the ground that was hundreds of meters in diameter and tens of meters deep. The attack did not stop. The giant-like Qin Bai held the small mountain-sized killing blade and continued to slash downwards. At the critical moment, Qing Qian bites the tip of her tongue, burning the essence and blood.
Tianhuang sword technique, escape. Qing Qian could barely avoid the attack and flew away. Boom! 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 The killing blade slashed at the ground, cutting open the ground like cutting tofu. The ground collapsed rapidly, and Qin Bai withdrew the killing blade. Where he was struck just now, a large crater several kilometers wide appeared. In the center of the pit, groundwater continued to flow out and soon gathered into a small lake. Qing Qian looked at the small lake on the ground, feeling frightened for a while. If this knife struck her, even she would have to pay a heavy price to survive. Qin Bai's attack continued. Kill, annihilate, kill immortals. This is the first time Qin Bai uses annihilation and immortal killing together. Clank. Zheng. The blade of the killing blade emitted bursts of sword sounds, and the sword sounds were continuous.
The blade became extremely black, exuding strong killing intent, and a blood-red streak appeared in the center of the blade. Qing Qian felt the powerful killing intent on the killing blade and said in shock, "What kind of sword technique is this? How can it be so powerful? Escape! Invincible!" Qing Qian threw away all the distracting thoughts in her mind, leaving only one thought. That is to escape from Qin Bai's attack. She had a premonition that if she was attacked by Dao Qin Bai, she would definitely die. Qin Bai slashed out 2 swords in an instant, and 2 sword lights appeared. A sword light is half tangible and half invisible. The other blade was extremely dark and exuded an extremely domineering aura. The 2 sword lights locked on Qing Qian and quickly attacked Qing Qian. On the way, the 2 sword lights intertwined with each other like 2 dragons and began to merge. Almost instantly, the 2 sword lights merged into one dark sword light with a hint of blood red. Whoosh! The speed of the sword light increased greatly, and he caught up with the fleeing Qing Qian in just one breath. Qing Qian looked back at the sword light that was so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, and said in a desperate voice, "No." Boom! 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 Qin Bai heard Qing Qian's desperate voice, and there was no sign of mercy. The other party is here to kill him, and being kind to the enemy is cruel to oneself. The sword light fell on Qing Qian without mercy. Qing Qian's body was torn into pieces in an instant, and the sword light kept slashing at the Luoxing mountain range. Boom! The entire mountain range began to shake. Boom! The Luoxing mountain range was cut open like tofu by the knife, split in 2 from the middle, and turned into 2 halves. Boom! The sword light is still attacking deep into the Luoxing mountain range. Viewed from above the Luoxing mountain range, a large, dark hole was ripped out of the Luoxing mountain range. The sword light slashed thousands of meters underground in the Luoxing mountain range before it stopped. Boom! The sword light did not dissipate, but exploded in all directions, erupting with dazzling light. For a time, the cave entrance thousands of meters deep was like daylight under the strong light. The falling star mountains are constantly shaking. Under the strong light, the cave entrance, which was several kilometers long, began to disappear little by little, and spread towards the periphery at an extremely fast speed. In a few breaths, 1/3 of the falling star mountain range had disappeared. After a dozen breaths, the entire Luoxing mountain range disappeared. The original location of Luoxing mountain range became a bottomless abyss. From the edge of the abyss, you can still vaguely see traces of the falling star mountain range. Is this the combination of annihilation and immortal killing? It's so powerful. Qin Bai looked down and murmured, his expression full of shock. Qin Bai himself did not expect this outcome. In the past, I could not feel the true meaning of annihilation from the words, but now the entire falling star mountain range disappeared before my eyes. Qin Bai truly felt the meaning of annihilation in erasing spirit in matter. If the annihilation pair alone cannot achieve this terrifying effect, it can be paired with the extremely domineering sword technique of killing immortals. The sum of the 2 sides is not that 1 + 1 is greater than 2, but just like the little king and the big king in Do Di Zhu, when combined together, they become Wangjia. Looking at the place where Qing Qian was torn apart by the sword light just now, Qin Bai wondered, is he really dead? The reason why he was confused was because he was in Qin Bai's spiritual perception just now. The process of killing Qing Qian was too easy. The most important thing is that the sword light fell on Qing Qian at that time. Although Qing Qian's body was torn apart, it felt like it was chopped into the air. Qin Bai, I will fight you. Go to hell. Tianhuang sword technique, Tianhuang sword domain. Hearing Qing Qian's voice, Qin Bai was not too surprised and said to himself, he's really not dead. Qing Qian was holding a crimson sword behind Qin Bai and attacked Qin Bai. The expressions on the face are very exciting, including anger, fear, shock. Just now, she saw something. The entire Luoxing mountain range disappeared before her eyes. It was disappearing, not destroyed. Even the scum that disappeared cannot be found, as if someone had wiped it out of this world. If she hadn't used the extremely costly secret technique of the Ninetails clan, she would have been wiped out along with the falling star mountain range. Qing Qian suddenly felt that seeking revenge on Qin Bai was a wrong decision for Qin Bai's behavior of not holding back at all. Qin Bai turned to look at Qing Qian, pretended to use the annihilation sword technique, and shouted, "Kill and annihilate." Whoosh! Qing Qian was like a frightened bird, ignoring the attack and quickly fled into the distance. After a few breaths, Qing Qian didn't feel the wave of attacks behind her, so she stopped and turned around to look. Qin Bai looked at her with a joking expression on his face. Qing Qian was angry and shouted softly, "Qin Bai, you are shameless." Qin Bai, killing and scattering souls. Qing Qian stood on the spot and said without moving away, "To borrow a sentence you said, the same trick will not work on me." The killing blade of dozens of feet quickly became the size of a palm. Qin Bai's spiritual thoughts and the death aura from the dark realm poured into the killing blade. The killing blade was half golden and half dark, and it was killing Qing Qian. Qing Qian came to Qing Qian in the blink of an eye, but Qing Qian had no time to react. The killing blade pierced Qing Qian's sea of consciousness. Qing Qian was stunned for a moment and cursed, "Holy crap! Are you serious?" Qin Bai pointed to the ruins of the Luoxing mountain range that had disappeared and said, "I never played tricks with you from the beginning. I really wanted to kill you." Qing Qian was speechless for a long time, and she suddenly felt that what Qin Bai said made sense. Not daring to hesitate at all, Qing Qian quickly controlled the crimson sword to defend herself. Tianhuang sword technique, divine control. A huge force came from the clear sea of consciousness, firmly controlling the killing blade in place. Facing the same trick, this time the killing blade was blessed with the breath of death from the dark realm. The blade stabbed forward with difficulty. Seeing that the killing blade was about to break through his defense, Qing Qian felt a little panicked. Only the divine control in her hand can withstand the divine attack of the killing blade. The effect of other methods on spiritual attacks is basically phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to 0. Zheng. The killing blade made a sound as it pierced Qing Qian's sea of consciousness's defense with great difficulty. Laugh. The killing blade that is freed from restraint is like a wild horse roaming the territory, constantly attacking in the clear sea of consciousness. Boom! 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 Qing Qian's ears were like a cannon blasting, and the roaring sound was continuous. The clear sea of consciousness soon became like a spider web, riddled with holes. Qing Qian gritted her teeth and couldn't care less. The sea of consciousness was one of the most important things for a cultivator. Once broken, it will have a huge impact on the cultivator. Secret technique of the 9 tails, tail cutting. A shadow of a 9-tailed white fox rose behind Qing Qian. The difference is that this 9-tailed white fox only has 8 tails. Crack! A soft sound came, and the 9-tailed white fox lost one of its 8 tails. Qing Qian appeared very far away from Qin Bai like a golden cicada taking off its shell. A white fluffy tail and a palm-sized killing blade were left in the original clear position. Qin Bai stretched out his hand to recall the killing blade, which again became dozens of sizes in Qin Bai's hands. Looking at the white fluffy tail, Qin Bai said, "Is this the method you used to escape just now?" Qing Qian had no intention of paying any attention to Qin Bai and looked at Qin Bai angrily. Qin Bai saw that Qing Qian ignored him and stopped talking. He held the killing blade and was about to attack Qing Qian again. Suddenly, Qing Qian squatted down on the spot, hugged her knees with her hands, buried her head on her knees, and said with a cry in her voice, "Qin Bai, you little thief, you almost killed me just now, do you know?" Qin Bai stopped his offensive, looked at Qing Qian with confusion, and asked tentatively, "What kind of drama are you singing in again?" Qing Qian, Qin Bai, apart from bullying women, what else can you do? Can't your emotional intelligence be higher? Has your brain been made stupid by practicing? Qin Bai said blankly, "You were the one who said you wanted to kill me first." "Of course I will kill you. I can't let you really kill me. I was just joking. My purpose was to scare you and make you return the things to me. Who would have thought that your fighting ability is so high? And you are so scary." The more Qing Qian spoke, the more aggrieved she became, her eyes were red and tears fell from her eyes. He pointed with both hands at the vanishing ruins of the Luoxing mountain range below and gestured, "Such a big Luoxing mountain range, you can kill it with just one strike. My nine-tailed fox clan only grows one tail every 1,000 years. 2 of your tails were used to kill me under your 2 fatal attacks. If it weren't for the talent of the nine-tailed fox clan, I would have died at your hands twice now. Are you still a human being?" Xinbai saw Cheng Qian crying and Liu Dayu stood there not knowing what to say, and both sides fell into silence. Looking at the Tangtang Luoxing Mountains, the giant fox demon king, whose cultivation has reached the tribulation realm, is in front of him. Xinbai felt that if this scene was seen by others, no one would believe it. Xinbai racked his brains to think about how to make Cheng Qian stop crying, but he couldn't come up with any good ideas, so he could only say, "Hey, Cheng Qian, are you still fighting?" Cheng Qian cried even more when she heard what Xinbai said, and said, Beat you, you big-headed devil. Isn't your mind full of fighting and killing all day long?" After hearing Cheng Qian's words not to fight, Xinbai stopped using the magic of heaven and earth, and his figure quickly returned to normal state. At the same time, the killing blade returned to normal state. "Then what do you want to do?" Xinbai asked. Cheng Qian said nothing, crying alone in the distance like a weak woman who was bullied. Xinbai tentatively said, "How about I return your things to you and stop crying?" As soon as she finished speaking, Cheng Qian stood up, her face full of tears. Xinbai thought Cheng Qian agreed, but just as he was about to speak, Cheng Qian flew away very quickly. The voice stayed in Xinbai's ears, "I will get the things back by myself, please keep them for me first. I will really kill you next time we meet, so be prepared." Finally, Xinbai, "Remember, you kill me twice, you owe me 2 lives." After hearing what Cheng Qian said, Xinbai felt a little baffled. He stood there and watched Cheng Qian disappear from his sight, and said in confusion, "It's inexplicable. This time you took the initiative to find me and said you wanted to kill me. Then you said you didn't really want to kill me. He just left and said there would be a next time." Xinbai erased the killing blade in his hand and said to the killing blade, "Honglian, do you think this woman is incomprehensible?" The killing blade vibrated slightly, and Honglian's cold snort sounded in Xinbai's ears. Listening to Honglian's cold snort, Xinbai felt that Honglian was not in a very good mood. Just like Monk Zhang was confused, Xinbai murmured, "What happened today?" Crack crack applause came from a distance, and Ingji's figure emerged. Ingji looked at Xinbai with a smile on his face. "Brother Qin, your cultivation has improved rapidly in the past few years since you went out to practice." Xinbai had long known that Ingji had arrived when he and Cheng Qian were fighting, watching the battle in secret. Xinbai said modestly. Brother Ingji laughed. Ingji did not hesitate to praise him at all, saying, "If I weren't sure that the breath was Brother Qin's, I wouldn't dare to admit it. Annihilate the entire Luoxing mountain range with one sword. Brother Qin can be regarded as a master in our Ming dynasty. To welcome Brother Qin back this time, I specially ordered a banquet to be held in the palace of the city lord of Qingyang City. We will go there and chat while eating." Xinbai, "Okay." The 2 of them headed all the way to the city lord's palace in Qingyang City. On the way, Xinbai looked at Ingji with his probing eyes. The cultivation level of Ingji in the early stage of crossing the tribulation realm was revealed in front of Xinbai. Is this also the realm of overcoming the tribulation? Xinbai secretly thought. The 2 came to the city lord's mansion. Huang Yan, the new city lord of Qingyang City, quickly stepped forward and saluted Ingji and said, "I have met the 3rd prince." Ingji waved his hand and said, "No courtesy, no courtesy." Huang Yan said respectfully, "3rd prince, the banquet has been prepared. Please come here." Ingji looked at Xinbai and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, please." Xinbai, "Brother Ingji, you're welcome." Entering the hall of the city lord's palace, Xinbai and Ingji sat down. Huang Yan stood aside and waited carefully, and at the same time cautiously said to Ingji, "3rd prince, I have something to report." Ingji, "City Lord Huang, please speak." Huang Yan, just before the 3rd prince arrived, an extremely terrifying black sword light flew over Qingyang City. Fortunately, this sword light did not fall in Qingyang City, otherwise Qingyang City would have been destroyed by at least 1/3. "3rd prince, would you like to send someone to investigate?" Ingji explained, "There is no need to explore, the master who slashed the sword light is right in front of you.
Huang Yan asked doubtfully, could it be that the black sword light was struck by His Highness the Third Prince?
Ingji shook his head, looked at Qin Bai and said, this sword light was struck by Brother Qin.
Huang Yan was a little surprised.
Looking at Qin Bai, who was restrained, he quickly said, it turns out that it was Mr. Qin who cut it.
Forgive me for my blindness. Qin Bai, it doesn't matter.
At this time, the soldiers from the city lord's palace came to the door and looked at Huang Yan carefully. Huang Yan looked at the soldier's appearance and knew in his heart that there must be something he needed to deal with. He said to Qin Bai and Ingji, Third Prince, Mr. Qin, please excuse me for a moment.
Ingji, go ahead.
After Huang Yan left, Ingji looked Qin Bai up and down.
Qin Bai was a little frightened when Ingji saw him, and said, Brother Ingji, is there something wrong?
Ingji looked at Qin Bai and said, I still can't believe it.
It's only been a few years.
Brother Qin actually broke through from the nascent soul realm to the fusion realm, and his combat power was enough to repel the giant fox demon emperor in the early stages of the tribulation. I'm afraid that if we really take action now, I may not be Brother Qin's opponent.
Qin Bai said, Brother Ingji is so humble.
Qin Bai felt a strong aura of danger from Ingji, and if he really took action, the outcome of the two would probably be, If you really want to defeat Ingji, you can only wait for Qin Bai to improve further. Ingji has been in a good mood ever since he saw Qin Bai's true fighting prowess. At this time, he even had a smile on his face and said, Brother Qin, the stronger your cultivation is, the better, huh? Come on, don't just talk, eat food and drink.
After drinking for 3 rounds, Ingji's eyes were a little blurry and he said, Brother Qin, what are your plans when you come back this time? Qin Bai did not hide anything and said directly, thank you to Brother Ingji for the spiritual stone.
I came back this time just to help Brother Ingji.
If Brother Ingji needs me, just ask.
Ingji patted Qin Bai on the shoulder and said sincerely, Brother Qin values love and righteousness. I really did not misjudge the person at the beginning.
I'm dissatisfied with Brother Qin.
I need help at this time, especially a master with extraordinary combat power like Brother Qin. Speaking of this, Ingji sighed quietly and said, in recent years, more and more people in the government and the public have supported Big Brother. Even those forces that were originally neutral have also turned to Big Brother.
I am the only one among these princes who can pose a threat to the eldest brother.
The eldest brother has always regarded me as a thorn in his side. If he really succeeds to the throne this time, I'm afraid the first thing he will do after he ascends the throne is to kill me.
Qin Bai nodded and said, Brother Ingji, do you have any strategies to break the situation? Ingji drank a glass of wine and looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping outside.
He whispered in Qin Bai's ear, of course there are strategies to break the situation. The eldest brother has a domineering personality, and he is supported and favored by his father.
He is headstrong and willful. Contrary to my elder brother, I always advocate benevolent governance and never criticize my subordinates harshly.
Many people in the government and the public are angry at Big Brother but dare not speak out. Although they obey Big Brother on the surface, they are already full of resentment in their hearts. Now we only need an opportunity to arouse the resentment in these people's hearts. By then, Big Brother's power will inevitably be damaged, and I can take the opportunity to absorb these forces.
Come and fight against Big Brother. Qin Bai wondered, could it be that the strategy mentioned by Brother Ingji to break the situation can only reach the point of fighting in separate chambers?
Ingji looked bitter and said, in the early years, I was evenly matched with my eldest brother, but in recent years, the Ming dynasty has been troubled internally and externally. The war in the north bordering the Great Qin dynasty is even more intense and has been going on for several years. Father has believed over the years that in the autumn of war, only people with a personality like my eldest brother can control the situation. As for my character, my father thinks it is more suitable in the prosperous times. So with the support of my father, the number of forces supporting me in the court has become less and less in recent years, and the situation has reached a precarious level. If the plan I just mentioned is successfully implemented, it will take some time away from the Big Brother to develop and stabilize the situation. After Qin Bai listened to what Ingji said, he lowered his head and fell into thinking.
After a while, Shinbai looked up at Ingji and said, "Brother Ingji, if the eldest prince is killed, can you control the situation?"
Ingji didn't even think about it and said subconsciously, "Of course I can control the situation." Suddenly, Ingji reacted, looked at Shinbai in surprise and said, "You mean?" Just as Ingji was thinking, Shinbai nodded.
"It's impossible.
My elder brother's own cultivation has reached the level of overcoming the tribulation, and he has a powerful Mahayana realm man by his side who protects him personally.
Brother Qin's combat prowess is undeniable.
He is able to fight through the tribulation state in the combined state. He is also a rare existence in the Ming dynasty.
But Brother Qin's cultivation is not enough after all.
I'm afraid that not only will he not be hurt, but he will be involved in it. This matter cannot be rushed. I believe that with Brother Qin's talent, he will be able to do it given time.
What we have to do now is to develop in a low-key manner."
Shinbai didn't expect that the other party was so powerful, and that there was a strong man in the Mahayana realm beside him to protect him. Thinking of this, Shinbai couldn't help but glance at Ingjigo in front of him. Under such a disparity in strength, it is not easy for Ingji to barely maintain the situation.
Shinbai asked, "Brother Ingji, how long can you hold on to the current situation?"
Ingji thought for a while and said, "If the strategy one just mentioned to break the situation is effective, it can last for 3 years.
"Shinbai, what if it doesn't work?" Ingji smiled bitterly and said, "Then there is only 1 year.
If the northern Qin dynasty presses hard, the time will be even shorter." Shinbai said, "Brother Ingji, don't worry, I will help you kill the eldest prince within a year." When Ingji heard Shinbai's words, he was filled with disbelief. Shinbai's face was firm, so he couldn't say much, so he could only say, "I believe Brother Qin." When Ingji finished saying this, he suddenly had a feeling that Shinbai really seemed to be able to do it. With this thought in his mind, Ingji shook his head and thought to himself, "I am really drunk, how could I have such unrealistic ideas?"
When the banquet ended, it was already midnight. Ingji and Shinbai drank to express their depression.
They did not use spiritual energy to relieve the alcohol, and became drunk until they were unconscious. Although Shinbai drank a lot, he was sober. His spiritual thoughts scanned the body, and the remaining trace of drunkenness disappeared immediately.
Ding!
The epic mission is triggered. Go to the imperial capital and become the strongest person in the Ming dynasty within 1 year.
Failure obliterates.
Task reward, attribute points, the golden light of the 89 mysterious powers. The system prompt sounded in Shinbai's ears. Looking at the mission just released, Shinbai looked at Ingji who was sleeping soundly on the table and said, "Brother Ingji, it seems that your throne is almost certain." Although the mission has nothing to do with Ingji, Shinbai has become the strongest person in the Ming dynasty, so it is easy to help Ingji ascend to the throne. The next day, the sun rose. Ingji woke up slowly while lying on the table, looking around. His mind was in a daze. Mobilizing the spiritual power to circulate along the body, within a few breaths, all the drunkenness on Ingji's body dissipated, and his mind became clear.
Ingji woke up and just stood up. Shinbai opened the door and walked in.
He saw Ingji waking up and said, "Brother Ingji, you're awake." Ingji nodded and said, "Brother Qin laughed at me when I was drunk last night."
Shinbai said, "Brother Ingji, what are you talking about? Everyone has depression in their hearts. Why not dissipate it with the help of wine?" Brother Qin makes sense," Ingji said with a smile. Ingji and Shinbai walked out of the room and met Huang Yan who was coming. Huang Yan's face looked a little strange, and he seemed hesitant to speak when facing Ingji. Ingji said, "Lord Huang, what's the matter?" Huang Yan looked at Ingji and glanced at Shinbai secretly, and said, "Third Prince, the Luoxing mountain range has disappeared.
Judging from the traces left on the scene, it seems as if it was wiped out by someone. My subordinate came here specifically to report this matter to the Third Prince." There was no room for Huang Yan to delay. As the lord of a city, it was definitely not a small matter for the mountains beside the city to disappear.
If he doesn't report it in time, Huang Yan will definitely be miserable when the superiors investigate.
Ingji said, "I already know about this, so you don't need to worry about it in the future." After saying that, Ingji waved his hand, implying that Huang Yan should leave. Huang Yan bowed his hands and said, "Thank you, third prince.
I will leave now."
After leaving, Huang Yan thought of Qin Bai standing with Ying Ji, and thought to himself, where did the third prince find such a master? He actually destroyed the entire Luoxing mountain range.
It's really terrifying. This matter must be reported to the eldest prince as soon as possible so that the eldest prince can take precautions.
After Huang Yan left last night, he learned about the disappearance of Luoxing mountain range. Went to the Luoxing mountains ruins overnight to survey the situation. But when he actually arrived at the Luoxing mountains, Huang Yan was so shocked by the scene that he couldn't speak for a long time.
Yingji and Qin Bai did not stay too long in Xingyang City. In the meantime, Yingji took Qin Bai to the Wang's house. After arriving at the Wang's house, he briefly reminisced about old times and left in a hurry. On the contrary, when Wang Zong of the Wang family learned about Qin Bai's cultivation, his eyes were as big as copper bells. Looking at Qin Bai was like looking at a monster, and it took a long time to calm down the shock. After leaving the Wang family, the two of them sped towards the imperial capital. With Qin Bai's current level of cultivation, he could reach several miles away in 1 second by running with all his strength. Even so, the two of them flew for nearly 2 hours to reach the imperial capital. Qin Bai was a little confused as to how Ying Ji had arrived at the Luoxing mountains from the imperial capital in such a short period of time. Perhaps sensing Qin Bai's doubts, Ying Ji asked, "Brother Qin is curious about how I got to the Luoxing mountains before?"
Qin Bai did not deny what he was thinking and said, "Yes."
Ying Ji explained, "Use teleportation arrays, which can be large or small.
Large teleportation arrays can help practitioners cross the stars to reach another world.
As for the small teleportation arrays, there are many differences.
Some of them can allow practitioners to instantly reach the other side from one side of the world.
The teleportation array I use falls into this category."
Qin Bai's doubts were cleared, and Qin Bai was definitely no stranger to teleportation. With the help of the system, he has teleported back and forth many times. Even for long-distance teleportation between Blue Star and Tianhuang Realm, Qin Bai also experienced a round trip. But Qin Bai had never seen the teleportation array before. After listening to Ying Ji's explanation, Qin Bai had a completely new understanding of the methods of cultivators. Ying Ji continued, "When I have time, I will show Brother Qin the teleportation array."
Arrive!
The Ming Emperor appeared in sight. The imperial city stands between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of miles away. The soldiers guarding the imperial city all had murderous expressions on their faces, and their eyes were like eagles, staring at the people passing by below the city.
The city bricks made of bluestone on the city wall reveal the vicissitudes of life and simplicity.
Ying Ji explained on the side, "This is the capital of our Ming dynasty, with hundreds of millions of people living there all year round.
Isn't it very impressive?"
Ha! Everyone who sees the Ming dynasty capital for the first time is shocked by it. Qin Bai withdrew his shocked gaze and thought to himself, if the Ming dynasty were moved to Blue Star, the area would be as large as a country. Ying Ji, Brother Qin, there will be plenty of time to see things in the future.
Now go to my house first. Outside the imperial city, many cultivators dropped from the air at a certain distance from the imperial city and walked into the city. Qin Bai asked, "Shall we go down now?" Ying Ji smiled slightly and said, "The Ming Emperor does not allow flying. That is for people below the tribulation realm. Brother Qin, follow me." Ying Ji flew in front, followed closely by Qin Bai.
Arriving at the top of the Ming dynasty imperial city, when the guards saw Ying Ji, they all knelt down and saluted, saying, "I have met the third prince." Ying Ji stretched out his hand and said, "No courtesy." The soldier stood up from the ground, looked at Qin Bai who was also flying behind Ying Ji, and said, "Third prince, the emperor does not allow flying below the level of crossing the tribulation. The young master behind you has not yet reached the level of crossing the tribulation."
"You see,"
Ying Ji said, "this is a guest in my house, so you don't have to abide by this rule." The soldier did not retreat at all. "Third prince, the rules cannot be broken." Ying Ji squinted his eyes, looked at the soldier and said word by word, "Didn't you hear clearly what I just said?" The soldier said seriously, "Back to the third prince, the eldest prince specially emphasized this rule before and asked the third prince not to embarrass me."
When Ingji heard this, his expression suddenly darkened and he said, "Okay, very good, it won't work for me now, will it?" Ingji took out a golden token with a golden dragon carved on it from his arms and threw it to the soldiers. Whoosh! The golden token drew an arc in the air and flew toward the soldiers at extremely fast speeds. The soldier stretched out his hand to catch the golden token, and a huge force came from the golden token. Boom, boom, boom! The soldier couldn't help but take a few steps back, his breath was confused, his face turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Stopping, the soldier looked at the token with a golden dragon engraved on the front and 4 characters, "I am here in person," engraved on the back. Immediately he knelt down on his knees, holding the token in both hands and placing it above his head. Ingji said in a bad tone, "Sir, soldier, can the rules be changed now?" The soldier's body was shaking like chaff, and he said, "Yes, Your Highness the Third Prince, please come in." Reaching out to take back the golden token, Ingji said to Chinbai, "Brother Chin, please." Ingji was very unhappy now, being embarrassed by a small soldier guarding the city. He was even more embarrassed in front of Chinbai. He pretended to be nonchalant and talked and laughed with Chinbai when he came to the prince's residence. It was less than a quarter of an hour after Ingji and Chinbai left. Nan Tianlong led a group of guards to him. Nan Tianlong said, "This person colluded with foreigners and tried to undermine the stability of our Ming dynasty. Kill him." The soldier no longer looked like he was making things difficult for Ingji just now, his face was pale and he said, "My lord, I am unjust." Nan Tianlong ignored the soldier's shouts and drew out his long knife. The sword fell from his hand, and the soldiers' heads fell to the ground. Nan Tianlong looked at the soldiers' heads and whispered, "Those who don't know life and death, do you think that by joining the service of the eldest prince, they can provoke the third prince unscrupulously?" Nan Tianlong glanced at the other soldiers around him and pointed out, "If anything like this happens again, they will all be killed." Other soldiers on the city wall lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. As the saying goes, the king of hell is aggressive and the devil is difficult to deal with. It was shameful for Ingji to argue with the soldier, so he sent his subordinate Nan Tianlong to deal with the matter. On the one hand, it is to establish authority and send signals to others. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. On the other hand, it was natural to vent his anger. The dignified third prince of the Ming dynasty was being made difficult by the soldiers guarding the city. How could he be let go so easily? Behind Nan Tianlong, the guards of the prince's mansion quickly cleaned up the body. After Nan Tianlong completed his mission, he turned around and left with a group of people. After Nan Tianlong left, other soldiers guarding the city said one after another, "I have long disliked Wang Er. Do you think that with the protection of the eldest prince, you will be invincible in the world? You really don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme or die. You don't even give the third prince face. He deserves to die." The third prince is also a ruthless master. It seems that we should be more careful when seeing him in the future. Oh, which one of these princes is a simple person? But now only the third prince is still competing with the eldest prince for the throne. How can such a person be simple? In the third prince's residence, the third prince said to Chinbai, "Brother Chin, this will be Brother Chin's home from now on. The courtyard has been tidied up for Brother Chin." Chinbai raised his hand and said, "Brother Ingji, I have heard about the name of Daming Academy for a long time. I wonder if I can ask Brother Ingji to fill a vacant position for me in Daming Academy." Daming Academy, the best academy in the Ming dynasty. Gathering the top talents in the Ming dynasty, it provides countless talents in various fields to the Ming dynasty every year. The above information was collected by Chinbai after entering the imperial city and spreading his spiritual thoughts. It is certainly comfortable to stay in the third prince's residence. But this comfort is not what Chinbai needs. The system task was only given 1 year. Becoming the strongest person in the Ming dynasty within 1 year means that Chinbai needs to continuously break through the Tribulation realm and the Mahayana realm during this period to achieve both realms. The time left for Chinbai was very tight, and it was obviously impossible to break through to the Mahayana realm in the third prince's house. Therefore, Chinbai needed to find a place where he could quickly obtain cultivation resources, and Daming Academy was the best choice. After Ingji heard Qin Bai's words, his eyes lit up and he said, "Brother Qin, you mean you want to go to Daming Academy? That's easy, haha." Qin Bai was a little puzzled by Ingji's performance and asked, "Why is Brother Ingji so happy?" Ingji replied, "Brother Qin doesn't know that Ming Academy has been the foundation of the Ming dynasty since ancient times. If Brother Qin can stand out in the academy, it will make us fight against Big Brother's forces with much less pressure. With Brother Qin's cultivation and qualifications, being an ordinary teacher at Daming Academy is definitely a talentless one. Why don't you let me introduce Brother Qin to Daming Academy as a senior tutor?" After Ingji explained, Qin Bai understood what a senior tutor was, just like a graduate tutor at Blue Star University. However, it is much easier than being a graduate tutor at Blue Star. You only need to tutor a few students every year. Qin Bai said, "Everything is at the discretion of Brother Ingji." Ingji worked vigorously and resolutely. After talking to Qin Bai about the matter, he walked out of the prince's mansion to handle the matter. He didn't come back until the afternoon. When he came back, Ingji didn't look very good. Qin Bai saw this and asked, "Brother Ingji, what happened?" Ingji replied angrily, I didn't expect that eldest brother's power would expand so quickly. Even the Daimyo Academy has almost all been included in eldest brother's bag." After saying that, Ingji said to Qin Bai with a look of shame on his face, "Brother Qin, those old stubborns at Daming Academy said at first that you had an unknown origin and refused to let you become a tutor at Daming Academy. Later, after I argued hard, those old stubborns relented, but made a request. To become a tutor at Daimyo Academy, you need to pass 3 rounds of tests. It's really unreasonable. In the past, my eldest brother recommended others to become tutors at Daming Academy. Why didn't these old stubborns put up any conditions? Brother Qin, don't be anxious. After I deal with it a little more, I will definitely let Brother Qin enter Daming Academy and become a senior tutor in less than a month." 1 month is too long for Qin Bai. Qin Bai is now pressed for time and must make full use of every minute. Qin Bai said, "Brother Ingji, isn't it just 3 rounds of tests?" I agreed. Ingji advised, "Brother Qin, these stubborn old men will definitely not let you pass, and they may even use trippers to kill you secretly. I suggest you wait patiently for a month. During this month, I will accompany Brother Qin to visit the Imperial City and familiarize him with the customs of the Imperial City." Qin Bai said without any fear on his face, "I have made up my mind. Brother Ingji, don't try to persuade me anymore." Ingji said helplessly, "Listen to what Brother Qin said, if there is any danger during the test, we must stop it immediately." Qin Bai asked, "Brother Ingji, what are these 3 rounds of tests?" Ingji answered, "The college will send 3 senior instructors to launch a wheel battle against you. If you can win the round-robin competition between the 3 senior instructors of the college, you will pass." After a pause, Ingji said, "There are a total of 8 senior instructors in the academy, and each of them is in the realm of transcending tribulation. Those old stubborn men in the academy are deliberately trying to embarrass you because they see that your cultivation level is in the combined realm. I'm afraid there are many dangers involved. It's too common for one party to accidentally kill the other party during the competition. So, Brother Qin, think twice." Qin Bai's eyes flashed with murderous intent and said, "If they want to kill me, they have to consider whether they have the ability." Just as Ingji and Qin Bai were talking, Nan Tianlong walked in from the outside and reported, "Young master, the matter has been dealt with." Ingji nodded to indicate that he understood. Nan Tianlong stood aside and looked Qin Bai up and down curiously. From the message Ingji sent him, he already knew Qin Bai's current cultivation level and combat power, including the fact that Qin Bai annihilated the Luoxing mountain range with 1 sword. When he actually saw Qin Bai, Nan Tianlong still couldn't restrain his surprise. "Long time no see. Congratulations to Mr. Qin for his great improvement." Nan Tianlong cupped his hands and said to Qin Bai. Qin Bai looked at the former city lord of the Sunset Star mountain range and said in return, "The South City Lord is polite. Young master and Mr. Qin are chatting first, and I'm going to prepare the banquet." Nan Tianlong saw that Ingji and Qin Bai had something to say, so he found a reason and stepped back knowingly. At night, the third prince's mansion was brightly lit.
The third prince and Qin Bai exchanged glasses and chatted at the banquet. Most of the time, the third prince was talking, and Qin Bai listened carefully. From the words of the third prince, Qin Bai had a slightly clearer understanding of this world.
The Tianhuang realm is so huge that it is unimaginable, even for powerful people in the Mahayana realm.
It would take almost a few decades to travel throughout the wilderness realm. According to legend, there are immortals in the center of the Tianhuang realm, and there is more than one.
The Ming dynasty's location in the Tianhuang realm was relatively remote.
Even so, if the strength of the Ming dynasty were on Blue Star, it could destroy Blue Star in an instant. From this, we can see the overall strength level of cultivators in the Tianhuang realm.
The banquet was dispersed, and the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. Qin Bai, led by his maid, came to the courtyard arranged for him by Ying Ji. The next morning, Qin Bai woke up early, washed briefly, and waited in the courtyard.
Not long after, Nan Tianlong appeared outside the courtyard and said, "Master Qin, the young master has invited me."
Follow Nan Tianlong to Yingji's residence.
Yingji said, "Brother Qin, yesterday I sent someone to Daming Academy to inform those stubborn old men that we should take the 3 rounds of tests. I thought the test would have to be scheduled for 3 days later, but I didn't expect students from Daming Academy to send a message this morning.
It's better to choose a day than to hit it, and it's better to set the test today." Speaking of this, Yingji said with anger on his face, "I didn't expect them to be so eager to attack you. It seems that they are determined to join Big Brother." Qin Bai said calmly, "Brother Yingji, when will the test start?" Yingji said, "There is still 1 hour." Qin Bai said, "Then let's set off." Yingji looked at Qin Bai in surprise and said, "Brother Qin, aren't you ready?"
Qin Bai shook his head and said, "It's just a bunch of chickens and dogs, no need to prepare." Seeing that Qin Bai was so confident, Yingji's heart, which had been hanging in the air, felt a little relieved. He walked forward, patted Qin Bai on the shoulder and said, "Brother Qin is right, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs, haha. Come on, let's go." Nan Tianlong looked at the two of them speechlessly, and couldn't help but cursed in his heart, "In the entire Ming dynasty, you two are the only ones who dare to call the Tribulation realm a country chicken and a dog." Seeing the two people leaving, Nan Tianlong, who was standing there, quickly caught up with them.
At the same time, in the eldest prince's mansion,
the eldest Prince Ye was looking at the 2 pieces of information in front of him.
One copy was sent by Huang Yan, the new city lord of Qingyang City.
It recorded Qin Bai's annihilation of the Luoxing Mountains with 1 sword in his phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme relationship with the third Prince Yingji. Put down the information Huang Yan sent and picked up another piece of information. The second piece of information was sent by Daming Academy. It contained the time of the battle between the academy instructor and Qin Bai and some flattering words, such as hoping that His Highness the Prince would come to watch Yun Yun. When Yingye saw a sentence in the information, he suddenly laughed. The words phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme like this: "Your Majesty, please rest assured, we will definitely let the people recommended by the third prince die without a burial place."
Yingye called the guards outside and said, "Let's go to Daming Academy." The guards said respectfully, "Yes."
The eldest Prince Yingye has not ascended the throne yet, but some of the words used are basically the same as those used when he ascended the throne.
Daming College. Yingji and his entourage entered Daming College.
The leaders were Yingji and Qin Bai, followed by Nan Tianlong and the guards. Entering the martial arts performance hall of Daming Academy, a group of people took their seats.
At this time an old man fell from the sky.
When he came to Yingji's side, he gave a slight salute to Yingji and said, "It's really brilliant that His Highness the Third Prince can come here." Yingji said angrily, "Dean Wang, stop talking nonsense.
If you hadn't pushed me so hard, why would I have come here?"
Being pointed out directly by Yingji without any reservation, Dean Wang was not angry and said with a smile, "Your Highness, Third Prince, please don't be angry.
Everything must be done according to the rules."
Yingji sneered, "Rules?
What rules? Why didn't I know there were such rules? When eldest brother came to recommend others, why didn't Dean Wang mention the rules?"
Dean Wang was a little confused, so he had to change the topic, looked at Qin Bai and said, "Compared to this is the young hero recommended by the third prince.
It is true that a hero comes from a young age. He has broken through to the fusion realm at such a young age. His future is limitless. After saying that, Dean Wang stretched out his hand, ready to shake hands with Qinbai. Snapped. With a crisp sound, Ingji retracted his palm. Just now, Ingji reached out and knocked away Dean Wang's outstretched hand. When Dean Wang saw that Ingji didn't give him face, he was speechless and stayed here, turned around and left. After Dean Wang left, Ingji introduced to Qinbai, the person just now is Wang Chengfeng, one of the 3 deans of Danm Academy. His cultivation has reached the middle stage of Mahayana. Even my father is polite to him. I didn't expect that now I would accept the olive branch from my eldest brother. Qinbai looked at Wang Chengfeng's disappearing back and said, in the middle stage of Mahayana, the strength is indeed unfathomable. Qinbai felt an extreme danger in Wang Chengfeng, as if the mountain would collapse and the earth would fall apart if this person made a move. While Qinbai and his party were waiting, a group of people appeared again in the martial arts arena. When Ingji saw the group of people appearing, his eyes shrank, and then he turned his head. Nan Tianlong pointed at this group of people and explained to Qinbai, Master Qin, this is the power of the eldest prince to win over the enemy. Qinbai looked at the other party with curiosity. The eldest prince's face that should have been sunny was filled with gloom. Seeing that Ingji ignored him, Ingye arranged for the people behind him to sit down. Then he came to Qinbai's side alone, looked at Ingji and said with a smile, "Third brother, long time no see." Ingji snorted and said nothing. Ingye looked gentle but actually said sarcastically, "Third brother, you don't say anything when you see your elder brother. No wonder the people who originally supported you are now switching to others." Ingji sneered and said, "Brother, why bother talking about switching to someone else? Just say switching to you, wouldn't it be enough?" Ingye didn't expect Ingji to be so direct. Although he was a little surprised, there was no embarrassment on his face and he said, "Birds choose good trees to roost in, and so do humans." Ingye looked at Qinbai next to Ingji and said, "Compared to this young master, he is the one who will be tested next." Thinking of Qinbai's cultivation and combat prowess, a hint of love for talent arose in his ambition to win, and he said, "With your age and cultivation, you will have a bright future. Why do you need to stay on a sinking ship? When the ship sinks, I'm afraid the young master will not be spared. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Why don't you come to my place? I guarantee that the young master will prosper in the future. He will get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and rain whenever he wants." Seeing Ingyi poaching so blatantly, Ingji's eyes were full of anger and he said in a low voice, "Brother, I'm afraid it's inappropriate to be so blatant." Ingye sneered and said, "Third brother, what's inappropriate? I'm trying to persuade this young master to abandon the dark side and turn to the bright side. Isn't it wrong?" Ingji stood up and said angrily, "You." Before Ingji finished speaking, Qinbai stood up, looked at the eldest prince Ingyi and said, "Why don't His Highness the eldest prince join the service of brother Ingji? I think this can be regarded as a kind of abandonment of darkness." When Ingye heard what Qinbai said, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he snorted coldly, "Since you were so disrespectful, don't blame me." After saying that, Ingye turned around and returned to his seat to sit down. Seeing Qinbai ruining Ingye's reputation, he rejected all the promises Ingyi made. Ingji was a little moved in his heart, looked at Qinbai and said, "Brother Qin." Qinbai said, "You and I have met each other, so there is no need to say more." Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was time for the test to begin. At this time, the venue was already filled with students and teachers watching. Wang Chengfeng walked up to the ring, looked at both sides, and said, "This time is to test whether little Qinbai is qualified to become the senior tutor of our Danm Academy. Test rules: Qinbai challenges 3 senior instructors in a row and wins all of them, which means he has passed." Having said this, Wang Chengfeng looked at Qinbai with seeming concern and said, "Swords have no eyes in the competition, so in this game, you can't kill and you can't admit defeat. You have to fight until the opponent loses his fighting power. The purpose is to make each other go all out." As soon as Wang Chengfeng said these words, it was like a pot was exploding. You can't stop killing and you can't admit defeat. What's the difference between this and a life and death battle? I didn't expect the test rules to be so cruel. I heard that the challenger Qinbai only has the cultivation level of the fusion realm. What? The cultivation level of the fusion realm? Our college's senior instructors are at the early stage of transcending the tribulation at the lowest level. How can we fight if they are only one level apart? Oh my god, it's simply unbelievable. Combining to fight to overcome the tribulation is under such cruel rules. This isn't a fight, it's just a matter of death. When Yingji heard this, his face was very ugly. He never expected that Wang Chengfeng would do something like this. Turning his head to look at Ying Yi, he found that Ying Yi was also looking at him, with a smile on his face that showed he had control of the situation. Yingji clenched his fists, stood up, looked at Wang Chengfeng and asked, "Dean Wang, isn't this a bit too much?" Wang Chengfeng pretended to be surprised and said, "Excessive? I don't think it's too much. Our senior tutor of Daming Academy cannot just be a human being or a ghost. So, of course, the test must be stricter. If you feel that you are defeated, it is too late to admit defeat now." Wang Chengfeng's words can be said to be putting Yingji on the fire. If we admit defeat at this moment, the prestige of Yingji will be greatly weakened. But if he doesn't admit defeat, under this rule, the other party obviously has no intention of letting Qinbai get out alive. Yingji thought about it and said in a hoarse voice, "We agree." Before he finished speaking, Qinbai held down Yingji and said at the same time, "I accept the challenge. I would like to ask Dean Wang, who will judge whether the opponent has lost combat effectiveness." Wang Chengfeng said matter-of-factly, "Of course it's up to me." "Do you doubt my fairness?" Upon hearing this, Qinbai immediately understood what Wang Chengfeng meant. The other party had two preparations. If you are too strong, the other party will immediately announce that the senior tutor of the college has given up. If you are seriously injured, the opponent may not let you leave until you are killed. Qinbai frowned slightly and said, "It's up to Dean Wang to judge. I'm afraid there's something wrong with this. It's better to change it." Wang Chengfeng said in a bad tone, "Could it be that you doubt my fairness?" Yingji said without mercy at this time, "I just doubt your fairness." Wang Chengfeng's face turned blue when he saw Yingji talking, but he couldn't get angry in front of him, so he had to say, "How do you want to change this rule, little friend Qinbai?" Qinbai said, "It would be better for Dean Wang, brother Yingji, and the eldest prince to judge together." As soon as he finished speaking, the eldest prince Yingye below said with great interest, "What kind of joint judgment method?" Qinbai continued, "As long as one of these three people disagrees with the termination of the battle must continue. Until one party is completely dead." The eldest prince Yingye said, "What a great idea. I'm sure. What do you think of Dean Wang's approval?" Wang Chengfeng was reluctant at first, but when he saw the eldest prince, he opened his mouth. It was not easy to refute the eldest prince's face, so he had to agree and said, as the eldest prince said, "Everything will be listened to by the eldest prince." Yingji whispered to Qinbai beside him, "Brother Qin, are you really sure about this battle?" Qinbai nodded and said, "No matter what happens in the ring, please don't agree to stop fighting, please Yingji." Seeing Qinbai's confident look, Yingji sat on the chair and said, "Okay, I will fully cooperate with Brother Qin." Qinbai turned to the eldest Prince Yingye and said, "First Prince, it would be too boring to continue fighting like this, why not add a little bonus?" Yingye looked at Qinbai with a playful look on his face and said, "How to add it?" Qinbai said, "How about this? There are 3 battles in total. If I win each battle, the eldest prince will lose 1,000 million low-grade spiritual stones to me. On the other hand, if I lose, I will lose 1,000 million low-grade spiritual stones to the eldest prince." At the same time, a message was secretly sent to Yingji, "Brother Yingji, please lend me 1,000 million low-grade spiritual stones later." The reason why he asked Yingji to borrow spirit stones was entirely because most of Qinbai's valuables had been converted into attribute points and he was penniless. Yingji agreed immediately without even thinking about it, "Brother Qin, the spiritual stone is not a problem, it's easy to talk about." Yingye held his chin with his right hand, stretched out a finger with his left hand and said, 10 million low-grade spiritual stones are too stingy. If you want to play, just play bigger. How about 1,000 million? Before Qinbai could speak, Yingji sarcastically said, "Brother, 20,000 million is too stingy." I make the decision for Brother Qin, double it to 4,000 million. The expression on the eldest prince's face was condensed. He didn't expect that Ingji would directly make such a move. After a slight hesitation, the eldest prince said, okay, as the third brother said, 4,000 million low-grade spiritual stones will be used as the lottery. Qinbai didn't expect that Ingji would make such a sacrifice, and was about to say, Brother Ingji. Before Qinbai could finish his words, Ingji said directly, Brother Qin, I believe you, isn't it just 4,000 million low-grade spiritual stones for each battle? I am willing to sacrifice it just to control the arrogance of my elder brother. Brother Qin, if we lose, we won't lose the battle. Even if we lose, at worst, everyone in my third prince's house will have to save food and clothing for a period of time, and we will be able to save these low-grade spiritual stones. Ingji seemed to have said it easily, but Qinbai knew that if he really lost so many low-grade spiritual stones, the next days for Ingji will definitely be difficult. Not only will all expenses be significantly reduced, but even the efforts to cultivate the power of his subordinates will be tight. The surrounding students and teachers heard that the eldest prince and the third prince had made such a big bet, and they all whispered to each other. What a big deal, 4,000 million low-grade spiritual stones in one battle. After 3 battles, there are 20,000 million low-grade spiritual stones, which can be converted into mid-grade spiritual stones to be 200 million mid-grade spiritual stones. If it were replaced by high-grade spiritual stones, it would be 120 million high-grade spiritual stones. It is absolutely generous. When can I have so many spiritual stones? A total of 20,000 million. If I have so many spiritual stones, I will marry 10 wives. Wang Chengfeng was also shocked by the generosity of the 2 princes in the ring. You must know that the annual funding of Danm Academy is just over 20,000 million high-grade spiritual stones. Once Ingji and Ingye took action, it was equivalent to spending 1/20th of the annual funding of Danm Academy. Qinbai looked at Wang Chengfeng and said, wouldn't Dean Wang join us to add some luck and have a good time together? Wang Chengfeng showed a hint of embarrassment and disappeared, saying, little friend Qinbai, you are joking. How can I have so many low-grade spiritual stones? Qinbai didn't believe Wang Chengfeng's statement that he didn't have so many spiritual stones. As a practitioner of the Mahayana realm, he is embarrassed to say that he is a Mahayana realm practitioner with an average asset of less than million low-grade spiritual stones. What's more, as one of the 3 deans of Danm Academy, Wang Chengfeng conservatively estimates that he must have at least several hundred million low-grade spiritual stones in his hands. Wang Chengfeng looked at Ingji and Ingyi and said, Your Highnesses, do you have any objections to this competition in the ring? The 2 shook their heads to express that they had no objections. Wang Chengfeng said, since there is no objection, the battle begins now. The challenger Qinbai will be invited to take the stage next. Qinbai flew to the ring and stood on one side of the ring. Wang Chengfeng continued, the first senior instructor sent by our Danm Academy is Instructor Suahu from the early stage of the Tribulation Realm. Instructor Suahu is invited to appear next. After Wang Chengfeng finished speaking, a man in black clothes with a blindfold on one eye flew up from the stage. After Suahu came up, he saluted Wang Chengfeng, turned to look at Qinbai and said, I am the senior tutor of Danm Academy, and not just any cat or dog can come in. A mere middle-level practitioner of the fusion realm dares to dream of becoming a senior mentor. Are you dreaming? Qinbai said calmly, are Mao and a go talking about yourself? In my eyes, you are just a chicken and a dog. Even a dog like you can become a senior mentor. Why shouldn't I? Suavu's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he said, what a sharp-tongued boy. I hope you can still be so sharp-tongued when you are crawling and struggling on the ground later. Qinbai raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Suahu with cold eyes and said, too much nonsense, my subordinates will see the truth. Suahu showed a cruel smile on his face and said, boy, I will break your bones piece by piece later and let you die in pain. Even before the battle began, the arena was already filled with a tense atmosphere. The onlookers below looked up attentively. For them, fighting at this level was very rare. What's more, it's the fusion realm that challenges 3 people in the tribulation realm in a row. This kind of battle with a huge difference in realm is extremely rare. Teacher Suahu is so handsome and manly. Isn't this nonsense?
Instructor Suwa, who was the last one selected among the 8 senior instructors in the academy.
He must have something real in his hands. The kid on the stage is miserable. Let's guess how long it will take for him to be beaten to death by Instructor Suahu.
If you dare to challenge the Tribulation Realm with the Fusion Realm, you must have some trump cards.
I estimate that I will have to survive more than a dozen rounds. Ha, you think highly of him.
I bet that within 3 rounds, this kid will be kneeling on the ground begging Master Suahu not to kill him.
What if you lose the bet?
If I lose the bet, I will give you 1,000 lower grade spiritual stones. If you lose, you will give me 1,000 lower grade spiritual stones. Wang Chengfeng looked at the 2 people on the stage who were at war with each other and the expectant eyes of the crowd below the stage, and stopped talking nonsense. He announced directly, the first round of competition has officially begun. After Wang Chengfeng finished speaking,
Suahu took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and attacking and said to Qin Bai with murderous intent, "Boy, standing on this stage will be the worst decision you have ever made. Tiger sword mountain." Suahu drew his machete and slashed at Qin Bai. Yellow light lingered on the blade, and a golden tiger jumped out of it and pounced on Qin Bai. Shong! The killing blade was instantly unsheathed, and Qin Bai charged forward, killing and slaughtering. The high-speed vibrating killing blade struck the golden tiger first. Roar! The golden tiger roared, opened its mouth, and bit Qin Bai with its sharp teeth. Shong! The killing blade collided with the golden tiger's teeth, and the sharp killing blade instantly cut off all the golden tiger's teeth. The castration force continued unabated, and the killing blade slashed across the golden tiger's head. Laugh! The golden tiger's head detached from the body, and the body composed of spiritual energy exploded in all directions with a bang. At this time, Suahu's sword also arrived, and Qin Bai raised his killing blade to block it. Shong! The 2 knives collided, sparks flying. A huge force came from the killing blade, and Qin Bai took 3 steps back before completely removing the force. Suahu sneered, "With this little ability, you dare to challenge the Tribulation Realm? Boy, today is your day of death." After saying that, Suahu attacked again. Tiger blade twin white tigers. White light condensed on the machete, and 2 majestic white tigers jumped out of it. One on the left and one on the right surrounded Qin Bai, while Suahu held a machete between the 2 tigers and attacked Qin Bai. Attacks from 3 directions are inevitable. Qin Bai tightened his grip on the killing blade and shouted, "Killing, killing." A full moon rose on the ring, covering the 2 white tigers and the Suahu in the middle. Countless shadows of killing blades emerged from the full moon and attacked the 2 white tigers and Suahu. Shang! 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 Attacks from all directions forced Suahu to stop and had to defend himself with a machete. The 2 white tigers were stabbed into sieves by countless phantoms of killing blades, and then turned into spiritual energy again and dissipated between heaven and earth. The full moon dispersed, leaving Suahu unscathed. Suahu sneered, "Stop showing off such embarrassing tricks. Let me see what you are really capable of. Of course, the premise is that you have real ability, but looking at you like this, it's nothing more than that." Qin Bai pointed the killing blade at Suahu and said, "As you wish. Killing creatures and killing immortals." The killing blade exudes a powerful aura and a sense of oppression. Zheng! The blade of the killing blade made a slight sound. After the sound of the sword, the whole body of the sword turned black. Suahu secretly thought, "This is not good." From Qin Bai's attack in front of him, he felt a strong danger. If he didn't pay attention, he might die. Wang Chengfeng had already come to the audience and sat with the eldest prince Ing Yi. Looking at this sword, Wang Chengfeng's eyes showed surprise, and he said in his heart, "What a domineering sword technique, it can actually make the fusion realm burst out with an attack that transcends the tribulation realm." Ing Yi also saw how extraordinary this sword was and asked Wang Chengfeng, "Dean Wang, do you recognize this sword technique?" Wang Chengfeng shook his head and said he didn't know. Ing Yi continued to ask, "Does our Daming Academy have similar sword skills that are comparable to this one?" Wang Chengfeng said truthfully, back to the eldest prince, "There is no sword technique comparable to this sword in the academy. This sword technique is extremely domineering, and its level is unimaginably high.
After a pause, Wang Chengfeng continued, although there is no comparable sword technique, the last move of the 3 lives sword technique, one of the main techniques of my Daming Academy, is as powerful as this one.
On Yingji's side, Nan Tianlong looked at Qin Bai on the ring with a shocked expression. Young master, this sword executed by Mr. Qin is incredible.
Yingji echoed, yes, even I have to be careful to deal with this sword.
In the ring, Qin Bai held the killing blade and struck Suahu with all his strength. A jet black blade flew out of the killing blade and killed Suahu.
The dark blade light quickly grew larger and wider in the air, covering the entire arena in the blink of an eye.
The strong sense of oppression on the dark sword light spread to Suahu.
Suahu wanted to turn around and run away at this moment, but the arena was already covered by the dark sword light. If he wanted to escape, he would have to jump off the ring.
Once you jump off the stage, the meaning is self-evident.
What's more, if he jumps off the ring in front of everyone, his future for the rest of his life will basically be ruined. Suahu had no choice but to avoid the attack of the dark sword light. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and face the attack of the dark sword light and shouted, Tiger Saber 8 directions White Tiger Fierce.
The machete in Suahu's hand erupted with white light again. Roar! Roar! Ho!
Bursts of tiger roars came from it, and 8 white tigers with dazzling white eyes jumped out.
Stand in 8 directions and firmly protect Suahu in the center. Suahu held the knife in his right hand, aimed his left hand at the blade, and shouted, Lie!
8 white hanging-necked white tigers suddenly burst into flames, and even the tigers' eyes were filled with flames.
Under the stage, Wang Chengfeng saw this scene and said to the eldest Prince Yingyi, This is Suahu's move to suppress the bottom of the box. Could it be that the pressure Qin Bai put on him in the ring has reached a state where he needs to fight hard?
If Suahu knew what Wang Chengfeng said, he would definitely let him stand in front of the dark sword light and experience it himself. Without personal experience, you will never be able to feel the oppression and danger brought by the dark sword light.
Yingyi asked Wang Chengfeng, Do you think there is a chance that Suahu can hold on under this knife?
When Wang Chengfeng was asked this question by Yingyi, his face showed bitterness and he replied, The probability is less than %.
Yingyi murmured, 30%? Why do I think it's not even %?
How could Wang Chengfeng, a strong man in the Mahayana realm, fail to see that Suahu couldn't withstand this sword?
The reason why I say % probability is just for my own face. After all, I send people out by myself.
At this time, Yingyi directly challenged him, and Wang Chengfeng looked embarrassed and stopped talking.
At this time,
on the arena, the pitch-black sword light covering the entire arena collided with the 8 white tigers released by Suahu.
Bang! 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 Bang!
The 8 eye-catching white tigers whose bodies were burning with flames were dispersed by the terrifying and devastating attack in an instant, and they did not last even a second.
The aura of the dark sword light did not diminish at all, and fell on Suahu's body.
As early as when the 8 eye-catching white tigers were scattered, Suahu already showed a look of despair.
At this time, the light of the sword fell on him, and Suahu had no other choice but to lift the machete for a meager defense. Shone! Laugh!
The jet-black blade flashed across Suahu's body, and flew towards the crowd below the ring without losing momentum. The students and teachers who were watching saw such a terrifying attack coming towards them, which immediately caused a commotion.
Wang Chengfeng stood up and flew into the air, and his voice rang in the ears of all the students and teachers who were watching, Don't panic. The arena is equipped with protective devices. If the attack intensity is less than the Mahayana realm, it will not break through the arena's defense.
Sure enough, when the dark sword light attacked the edge of the ring, ripples appeared on the edge of the ring, as if a cover had been buckled. The dark blade light hit the ripples and dissipated in a few breaths. After the dark sword light dissipated, everyone looked towards the ring. Qin Bai was the only one left in the arena, and Suahu's figure had long since disappeared. Only a pool of blood was left on the spot as if to prove Suahu's past existence. When Wang Chengfeng saw this scene, a trace of heartache and anger flashed in his eyes. What is heartbreaking is that Suahu's death means that from now on, only 7 of the 8 senior tutors of Daming Academy will be left. The resources required to cultivate a person who has overcome the calamity realm are an astronomical figure, but now that he is dead like this, how can he not make Wang Chengfeng angry? Xin Bai stood on the ring, looked at Wang Chengfeng in midair and said calmly, Dean Wang, can the result of this first battle be announced? Wang Chengfeng fell from midair to the ring with a bad expression and said, the first winner is Qin Bai. At the same time, Wang Chengfeng sent a message to Qin Bai, I didn't expect that at such a young age, he would be so cruel and ruthless. How is this different from the devil's behavior? Qin Bai was immediately happy when he heard this. He looked at Wang Chengfeng with a strange expression and said, is it okay for him to kill me, but not for me to kill him? Dean Wang, this is an eye-opener for me. This also made Qin Bai couldn't help but sigh in his heart as a saying spread in Blue Star, when I reason with you, you act like a hooligan with me, and when I act like a rogue with you, you actually start to reason with me. Wang Chengfeng snorted coldly, ignored Qin Bai, and said to everyone, the second round of fighting will begin in half an hour. After saying that, Wang Chengfeng flew down from the ring and came to the side of the eldest Prince Ingye. After Wang Chengfeng finished speaking, a sound like a frying pan sounded from below. Did I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme that right just now? The man named Qin Bai actually killed instructor Suahu. I think this must be a dream. It's so dreamy. How is it possible? Teacher Suahu couldn't even resist a single blow, and a master in the early stages of the tribulation realm died like this. Hey, where is that brother who just made a bet that Qin Bai couldn't last 3 rounds? From the very beginning, I knew that the man named Qin Bai could win. Without 2 brushes in his hand, how dare he practice Su to challenge 3 people in the tribulation realm? Listening to the discussions of students and teachers, Wang Qingfeng's face turned blue and white. He sent the person out, and now he died in the ring, and he had an inescapable relationship with him. What made Wang Chengfeng most uncomfortable was the disappointed look on Ingye's face next to him. Ingye, Dean Wang, is this the must-kill you told me? Wang Chengfeng hurriedly explained, First Prince, I made a mistake in hiring people in the first round. In the second round, I will send out Sha Jian who is in the late stage of tribulation realm. Qin Bai will definitely be killed this time, please rest assured, eldest prince. Ingye didn't say anything else on this matter, and instead looked at Qin Bai, who seemed to have little energy in the ring, and said, such a powerful and domineering sword technique should have serious side effects, but it doesn't look like he has any side effects. Can Danm Academy's 3-life sword technique also achieve this effect? Wang Chengfeng did not dare to hide anything, and shook his head and said, back to the eldest prince, after the last move of the 3-life sword technique is used, the user will lose strength at the slightest, and even lose combat effectiveness in severe cases. Ingye asked calmly, such a domineering sword technique is right in front of you, aren't you tempted, Dean Wang? Upon hearing Ingye's question, Wang Chengfeng said thoughtfully, First Prince, you mean? Before he finished speaking, Ingye interrupted, just understand it yourself. I hope that in the near future, Danm Academy will have another set of domineering sword skills. Wang Chengfeng said, this is not easy to handle. He will definitely not hand over such a powerful sword technique voluntarily. Ingye, then it depends on Dean Wang's methods. I only need sword skills and nothing else. When Wang Chengfeng heard this, he understood what Ingye meant, and said quickly, I know, after the second round of Sha's sword kills him, I will immediately search for his soul. Just as Wang Chengfeng and Ingye were talking, Qin Bai's voice came from the ring, did the eldest prince forget something? The expression on Ingye's face froze, then he took out a space ring from his arms and threw it to Qin Bai and said, it's just 4,000 million low-grade spiritual stones, how can I refuse to pay for it? Qin Bai stretched out his hand to grab the space ring thrown by Ingye, and penetrated it with his spiritual thoughts. After taking stock, the 4,000 million low-grade spiritual stones were exactly the same. Qin Bai said, okay, the eldest prince is indeed the one who keeps his promise. Qin Bai left the ring and came to Ingye's side. Ingye saw a smile on Qin Bai's face and said, congratulations to brother Qin for winning the first round. After Qin Bai won the first round, Ingye saw the ugly expression on Wang Qingfeng's face. And Ingye, who seems calm on the surface but actually hides anger in his heart, is as refreshing as drinking a glass of iced sour plum soup in the summer. Qin Bai took out 20,000 million low-grade spiritual stones and put them into the system storage space. He handed the space ring with 20,000 million low-grade spiritual stones left to Ingji and said, "Thank you, Brother Ingji, for plundering the formation for me. Without Brother Ingji's spiritual stone as a guarantee, how could I have received such a huge sum of money? Therefore, half of the 4,000 million low-grade spiritual stones will be given to Brother Ingji."
Qinbai reached halfway and was blocked by Ingji. Ingji said sincerely, "Brother Qin, you and I are friends.
We are brothers, so there is no need to be so polite. Brother Qin accepts all these spiritual stones.
Don't refuse them again."
Ingji looked determined, so Qinbai had no choice but to take back his hand. Ingji continued to urge, "Brother Qin, if you win the first game, Wang Chengfeng will definitely not let you win the second game easily. You have to be careful."
Qinbai, "Thank you, Brother Ingji, for reminding me.
I'll take a rest and recover my strength." Ingji said quickly, "The first round of fighting consumes a lot of physical strength. We should seize the time to recover our physical strength."
"I will protect Brother Qin."
Said to be a protector, in fact, he was sitting next to Qinbai and admiring the ugly expressions of Wang Chengfeng and Ingyi in the distance.